Who would have thought that the man just took a nap in the living room during lunch break, and when he opened his eyes, he traveled to a parallel world with constant gunfire and artillery fire. This is a country where wars are frequent. There are exchanges of fire almost every day, a gunfight every 3 days, and a bombing every 5 days. Survival is a luxury. He thought that he was not in good physical condition, and was afraid that he would die as soon as he arrived in this hell copy. At this moment, ding! The space military factory system is bound successfully. A cold mechanical sound rang in his mind, stunning him on the spot. After a few seconds, the man suddenly realized, isn't this the standard golden finger in novels? The full name of this product is Cosmic Military Factory. It comes from the Space-Time Administration and is tailor-made for the host. It can provide finished weapons, technological blueprints, a complete military industry chain, and even biochemical soldiers. The transaction currency is fun points, and the exchange rate is 100:1 USD. After hearing this, he began to imagine the future in his mind. With the support of the system, could he become the world's most mysterious arms giant by selling arms? But just as his ideal was taking off, reality dealt him a heavy blow. His company's assets were looted, and the empire built by the previous generation collapsed in an instant. Just when he was in despair, the system interface was finally activated. Guns, grenades, bullets, and even aircraft carriers, everything was available, and the prices were ridiculously affordable. For example, the AK-47 system only costs 2 points of money, equivalent to $200, but in reality the market price was as high as $500 to $600 in 2007, and it doubled 10 years later. The most expensive one in the system, the Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, is priced at 25 million points, or $2.5 billion. In reality, the cost starts at least $4.5 billion. Sui was delighted, but soon he noticed some problems with the system. System, why are all these weapons and equipment from before 2000? Host, the current factory level is 1. You need to earn enough money to upgrade the system. Each level upgrade can increase the technology by 10 years. It takes 10,000 points to upgrade a level 1 system to level 2, and the amount of money required for each upgrade will increase tenfold. As for profits, they can be increased infinitely. Note, if the US dollar is overprinted, the system will cancel its exchange qualification and automatically switch to other stable currencies for settlement. After figuring out the system mechanism, Sui continued to browse other interfaces. After spending several hours, he finally had a general understanding of the functional structure of the entire system. Hobbit, it's time for you to pay the price for what you did. Hobbit, whose full name is Hassan Lid Hobbit, is a tribal leader in the lower Shabelle region of Aden State, Somalia, and one of the largest armed forces in the region, with his tribe having more than 3,000 soldiers. At the beginning, Hobbit had a land and interest conflict with another local tribe, which led to a fierce war. The two sides were evenly matched, but Hobbit's mistakes led to successive defeats. In order to reverse the disadvantage, he bought a batch of weapons from the black market and prepared for a counterattack. Suyi's father was lucky enough to grab an important order worth up to $1 million. Out of caution, he personally led the team to transport the arms. However, no one expected that this was a trap in which one robbed the other. Hobbit had no intention of paying. Suyi's father once hired a small bodyguard team, all 4 of whom were veterans of Yen State. Although they were expensive, they were highly reliable. However, that bodyguard team was also wiped out in that black-on-black incident. Nowadays, the employees of Suyi's arms company have already fled, not to mention the protective forces such as bodyguards, which are almost zero. Fortunately, the system solved this urgent problem in time. In view of the host's current security situation, the space military factory will provide the host with a security guard. Would you like to summon them immediately? Hearing the system prompt, Suyi's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. Summon! Summon! He shouted repeatedly. Character is being generated. Identity is being arranged. Space shield is activated. Space-time channel is activated. Transmission is in progress. As the prompt sounded, a blue vortex-shaped space-time channel suddenly unfolded in front of Suyi's eyes. He stared in amazement as white soldiers in camouflage uniforms and armed with AR-15 automatic rifles filed out of the passage. After 8 fully armed soldiers walked out of the passage, The blue vortex slowly closed. "Sir, Task Force 141 reports to you." Standing at the front was a bearded white man, who stood at attention, saluted, and reported loudly. His voice woke up Sui, who was still in shock. Sui stared at the man blankly, and felt that he looked familiar. "Task Force 141? Price? Are you Price?" At this moment, he finally realized why the face looked so familiar. Wasn't the man in front of him the legendary John Price from the Call of Duty series? Since the system can exist, it is not surprising for game characters to come to reality. As expected, he scanned the faces of other task force members: Soap, Yuri, Simon Riley, Xiaoqiang, Nikolai, Sandman, Joseph Allen, all familiar faces. "Yes, sir, I am John Price, captain of Task Force 141. Price answered, standing at attention. The next morning, Sui officially launched the operation. His goal was clear: Hobart must be eliminated. However, Suyi's revenge was not out of emotion, but an opportunity to establish his reputation in the military circle of Aiden State, while also eliminating a potential huge trouble. So, Sui led a military-trained convoy escorted by the 141st Task Force from Hama City, MO, to the Moma tribe in Lower Shabelle State. When the convoy was several kilometers away, it was stopped by a checkpoint. Several nervous tribal soldiers pointed their old AK-47s at the convoy. Sui did not get out of the car, but let Price handle it. He was not interested in wasting time and energy dealing with these soldiers. Price got out of the car fully armed, walked up to the soldiers expressionlessly, and said in a cold but unquestionable voice, "We are from the Bellwether Arms Company, and we are here to solve your current crisis. Notify your leader immediately, don't waste time." The small leader was shocked by Price's powerful aura. He swallowed and nodded quickly. "Okay, I'll contact him right away. Please wait." Then he turned around and roared, "You idiots, put your guns down!" A few minutes later, the man came back panting and sweating. "Sir, our leader wants you to go directly into the tribe. He will greet you personally." Price glanced at him coldly, turned back to the co-pilot, and reported to Sui, "Sir, it has been resolved. We can enter the Moma tribe." Towards the Moma tribe where the flames of war were spreading. At this time, the soldiers at the checkpoint looked at each other in bewilderment. One of them cursed in a low voice. "Captain, why are you so polite to these white ghosts? It is they who have plunged our homeland into war. I really want to shoot them to death." The team leader glared at him fiercely and scolded him coldly. "If you want to die, don't drag us into it. It's obvious that these people are not ordinary mercenaries. Judging from their equipment and aura, they must be from a big company. We can't afford to provoke them." The Moma tribe is called a tribe. It is actually just a small town with a population of about 50,000 people, and is mainly composed of low buildings. The Moma tribe is the core tribe of the DR people. Its members are scattered throughout the Lower Shabelle State, with a total number of hundreds of thousands. Their overall strength is extremely strong locally. Suyi's convoy consisted of 2 old trucks and a military-style Hummer of unknown origin. Such a convoy caused quite a stir in the Moma tribe, and many residents stared at the departing vehicles with indifference, and the atmosphere in the whole town was depressing and heavy. The more chaotic the situation, the more urgent the need for his help. Whether he can make a name for himself in his homeland through this operation depends on the results of this battle. Therefore, he must become famous in one battle in order to quickly accumulate the initial funds needed for development. The convoy finally stopped in front of a somewhat luxurious building complex, and several black people stood at the gate waiting. The leader was a gray-haired black old man, who was obviously the leader of the Moma tribe. Price opened the back door for him, and Sui and the other 4 walked forward. The old man looked suspicious and asked first, "Sir, my men said there were 8 of you, but why are there only 3 now?" This question also surprised him secretly. The people originally sent to monitor the convoy did not notice the change in the number of people. Sui glanced at them and replied with a smile, "They are just going to buy some things. I don't think this will affect our transaction. What do you think, Chief Gross?" He changed the subject and introduced himself. "My name is Sui, and I'm the boss of Leader Arms Company. I came here this time hoping to cooperate with the leader to defeat our common enemy together." Gross's eyes flashed, and then he smiled, stretched out his hand and said, "Welcome, Your Excellency. Let's go in and talk." The group walked into the luxurious hall, which surprised Sui a little. He didn't expect that this leader knew how to enjoy life. After taking his seat, Gross said, "I deeply sympathize with Mr. Su's experience. What Hobart did must be condemned. If we can cooperate happily, I will be happy to avenge you." When he received the call, he already had some knowledge of Sui's situation. Sui smiled and nodded. "Of course, Chief Gross. We are all clear about the current situation, so let's talk straight to the point. Our Leader Arms Company has obtained an extremely reliable arms transportation line. We can basically provide any weapons you want. Bullets, grenades, guns, armored vehicles, tanks, helicopters. As long as there is enough money, we have everything. This time we brought a batch of light weapons, and we also want to ask the leader to take the lead to see our sincerity." After hearing this, Gross's eyes sparkled and he replied, "Oh? Then I'd like to see your sincerity." Sui glanced at Price, and he walked out of the hall with Xiao Chang and Private First Class Allen. In less than 10 minutes, boxes of wooden boxes were neatly placed in the hall. Sui walked to the first box, bent down and opened it, and everyone immediately saw the contents of the box. "AKM Assault Rifle," Sui introduced. "This gun is an improved model of AK-47. It has a lower failure rate, is more reliable, has improved shooting accuracy, and uses universal bullets." At this time, Gross also walked up to Sui, picked up an AKM from the box, and looked at it carefully, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. "It's actually a new gun from the factory. Hasn't this gun been discontinued for many years? The power behind Mr. Su seems to be really not simple. Can you tell me the price?" Sui nodded and replied, "Of course, it only costs $600, which is much lower than the current market price of $800. Hearing the price, Gross smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. "I have deeply felt Mr. Su's sincerity. You will gain the friendship of our Moma tribe." Sui walked to another box and opened it to reveal a PKM General Purpose Machine Gun, which is also a machine gun favored by armed groups in various countries in Black Africa. Like the AK rifle, it is reliable, easy to use, and affordable. The cheapest one only costs $2,000, and if it is made in the former North Country, it costs more than $5,000. Afterwards, Sui demonstrated several other Northern Lights light weapons, such as the RPG-7 rocket launcher and the NSV heavy machine gun. The price of the arms sold by Sui was generally lower than the market price, not to mention the black market premium. In the end, the two sides successfully reached a cooperation agreement. The Moma tribe purchased 500 AKM assault rifles, 50 PKM general purpose machine guns, 10 NSV heavy machine guns, 200 RPG-7 rocket launchers and more than 100,000 rounds of bullets, and other ammunition. This deal was just a test, and Gross also wanted to see if Sui could really deliver the goods safely. Before setting off, Sui had already exchanged all of his 1,200 points for weapons. He was confident in the deal. He also had $20,000 before, which he exchanged for 200 points. The cargo included 200 AKM assault rifles, 100 RPG-7 rocket launchers, 10 PKM general-purpose machine guns, and a large number of bullets and rockets. Chief Gross accepted all the weapons and equipment, and the order amount reached $300,000. After deducting the cost of $120,000 and the deposit paid earlier, Sui made a net profit of $180,000. What a huge profit! No wonder the 5 major countries are so keen on arms trade. Sui couldn't help but sigh. He then looked at Gross and said tentatively, "Captain Gross, in addition to these light weapons, our leader company can also get some big guns. Are you interested?" Gross's eyes moved, stared at him, and asked, "Oh? Which big guy are you talking about, Mr. Su?" "We have tanks, armored vehicles, artillery, self-propelled artillery, anti-tank missiles, and small-caliber anti-aircraft artillery in stock, and we guarantee delivery within a week," Sui responded calmly. Gross seemed a little surprised when he heard this. He glanced at Sui and continued to ask, "What type of tank is Mr. Su talking about? What kind of artillery and anti-aircraft artillery are they?" "It depends on what Chief Gross needs," Sui said calmly. "If you want an M1A1 Abrams or a Leopard 2, I can get them." He came in a hurry this time and did not have time to prepare many things, such as a list of weapons, so he could only explain it on the spot. Gross laughed after hearing this. "Mr. Su is really a joker. In that case, I wonder if you can recommend a few tanks? I don't have much budget. He was not very interested in armored vehicles and artillery, but he was very interested in tanks. After all, few tribes could resist the temptation of such heavy equipment, provided that Sui really had the channels. Sui pondered for a moment, and a plan was made in his mind. T-72 main battle tank, brand new, genuine product, unit price is 1.5 million US dollars. He said. I wonder what Chief Gross thinks. Gross was silent for a long time after hearing the price, and finally said, I think we can order 4. But my tribe doesn't have soldiers who can operate them. I wonder if Mr. Su can provide some professionals? Sui smiled and said, Why should we look for someone else? Our leader is not only an arms company, but also a PMC company. A tank instructor only costs $2,000 a day, and a skilled operator can be trained within a month. As for the instructor, Sui had already made arrangements. In the Biochemical Warrior section of the Space Military Factory System, only 100 points of funds are needed to recruit an elite warrior. At $2,000 a day, the investment can be recovered in 5 days. Okay, then I hope to hire 4 tank instructors. Gross eyes flashed with excitement. If they could train tank soldiers, the Moma tribe would surely rise to become the regional hegemon. Sui didn't intend to stop there. Captain Gross, I actually have another business to discuss with you. Oh? Please go ahead. Gross looked at him with interest. Sui raised his hand and pointed at several people not far away. This is John Price, a retired captain of the SAS Royal Special Air Service. This is Gary Sanderson, also from the SAS. This is Joseph Allen, a former soldier of the 75th Ranger Regiment of the Star Army. The 3 of them are top fighters. In addition, I have 5 Special Forces soldiers from elite forces of various countries. He paused and looked directly at Gross. I think you can hire them to carry out a decapitation operation against Hobart. Although you need to pay $2 million US dollars, if you can annex the other tribe at the lowest cost, the $2 million is worth it. What do you think? Gross stared at Sui with a look of surprise on his face. Mr. Su, Hobart is the murderer of your father. You actually want me to pay for your revenge? No, no, no! Sui shook his head repeatedly. Captain Gross, you misunderstood. Revenge is not that important to me. But as long as he exists, the Moma tribe will not be able to rest easy. This is a cost-effective investment, saving both time and effort, so why not do it? Gross's eyes were complicated. After a moment's silence, he finally spoke. I am really surprised by what Mr. Su said. In this case, I am willing to pay the $2 million US dollars. But if someone dies in the mission, I will not bear any additional compensation costs. The reason why he agreed so readily was mainly because he was afraid of Sui's strength. If he wanted to tie this person firmly to his chariot, this investment was not a loss. Compared with the benefits brought by easily defeating Hobart, this investment was nothing. Sui nodded. Of course. But I hope that Chief Gross can wait until all the weapons and equipment are in place before launching the offensive and cooperating with us. No problem. The cooperation between the two sides went very smoothly, and they immediately signed a check for a total of $5 million US dollars, including a $3 million deposit for the T-72 tanks, a $1 million deposit for the 141 Task Force's decapitation operation, and a $1 million weapons order. The only additional condition was that Sui had to stay in the Moma tribe before the weapons were delivered as a guarantee for the deal. The amount of the first cooperation was huge, so Gross naturally did not dare to believe it. After the deal was done, Sui led Price and the other 2 out of the camp. Shortly after leaving the camp, he saw a black youth who was obviously of mixed race walking towards him. The man glanced at Sui and smiled, as a greeting. The next day, more than 500 soldiers were added to the front line to resist the attack from the Heir tribe. In the evening of the same day, the second batch of light weapons also arrived at the Moma tribe under the escort of a convoy, greatly enhancing the overall combat capability of the tribe. This movement naturally did not escape Hobart's eyes. After all, the Moma tribe did not hide this action. What? Leader arms? Didn't we execute their boss a long time ago? How could it be them? A middle-aged black man with a beard, Hobart, had a look of disbelief on his face. He was the one who personally ordered the handling of those arms dealers. Chief, this was witnessed by our intelligence personnel stationed in the Moma tribe. That young man is the successor to Leader Arms, and the transaction volume this time is very large. I heard that there are tanks involved," the subordinate reported. "What? Tanks? Are you sure?" Hobart was shocked. Tanks are extremely powerful on the battlefield. Once they appear on the front line, they are enough to make his soldiers lose the courage to charge. "It must be a rumor." An elder of the tribe denied it. "The Leader Arms Company is just a small workshop. It has no background or foundation, so it can't bring in such heavy weapons. Aden has long been under a comprehensive embargo by the United Nations. Without a channel, arms can't be brought in. Besides, once smuggling is caught, the consequence will be sanctions from the whole world. No one dares to take this risk." This calmed Hobart down. After all, tanks are huge targets and difficult to hide. If the leader really has such ability, he would not be just a small arms dealer. "Damn it! When I take over the Moma tribe, I will skin him alive!" Hobart cursed with gritted teeth. Seeing victory was within reach, he had originally planned to take down the Moma tribe within a week. But now it seemed that the plan would be delayed for a long time, because the strength of the two sides was gradually approaching. With the replenishment of weapons and the addition of new soldiers, the defense line of the Moma tribe finally stabilized. Chief Gross had issued an order to launch a counterattack immediately after the tanks arrived, and Sui was responsible for carrying out the decapitation operation. This time, in addition to hiring 4 tank crew members, the Moma tribe also hired 3 more tanks, a total of 12 people, which cost Sui 1,600 points. The 4 T-72 tanks cost 30,000 points, plus the 5,000 points spent before. Sui had 15,000 points left in his account. Since the funds can be exchanged for US dollars without any obstacles, Sui simply changed all the remaining funds into system funds, which is safer. 3 days later, the 4 steel behemoths that the Moma tribal leaders had been waiting for a long time were finally secretly transported to a training camp with the help of trailers, along with another 16 tank crew members. The Moma tribe also understood that there might be enemy spies hiding in the tribe, so they kept the arrival of the tanks strictly confidential. Wow! As several soldiers lifted the canvas, the full appearance of a hideous tank was revealed. The Moma tribe rushed to the side of the car without caring about his image, staring at the tank with shining eyes, as if he was appreciating a perfect work of art. For a soldier, a tank is indeed a fascinating existence. Although it is a killing weapon, it is breathtakingly beautiful. It was also the first time that Sui had such close contact with the tank. Only when he really stood in front of it could he feel the shock and pressure brought by this steel behemoth, which was simply indescribable. After a long while, Gross burst into laughter and turned to Sui and said, "Mr. Su, I am very satisfied with this transaction. You are indeed an honest arms dealer and have won the friendship of our entire tribe. I wonder if you are willing to serve as the honorary elder of our Moma tribe?" Hearing Gross's invitation, Sui was stunned, and then he understood the other party's intention. The other party was obviously worried that Sui would turn to support Hobart for the sake of profit, or secretly play both sides, so he wanted to use the identity of honorary elder to stabilize him, which was also an extra insurance. Although Sui had no interest in revenge for his biological father whom he had never met, he had long remembered the trouble caused by Hobart. As for the idea of selling arms to both sides at the same time, Sui never thought of it, even if he could make more money that way. After thinking this through, Sui decisively agreed. At this time, another plan was brewing in his mind. "We will launch a counterattack tomorrow," Gross said. "I wonder how Mr. Su is preparing?" Sui narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "I will go back tonight, and we will launch a surprise attack tomorrow. The leader can rest assured." "Very good, I will deposit the balance into Mr. Su's account as soon as possible." That afternoon, Sui returned to the Leader Arms Company. Although the company had long been deserted, there were still 2 cleaning ladies cleaning the 2-story building, which was still kept clean. In a makeshift operations room on the 2nd floor, the 8 members of Task Force 141 were already in place. As soon as Sui entered the room, everyone stood at attention and saluted, their eyes filled with passion and enthusiasm, undisguised. Captain Price stepped forward and reported to Sui, "Sir, we have developed a complete decapitation operation plan these days, and we also have 4 backup plans." "Oh? Tell me about it," Sui asked. "According to the exact information we obtained from the intelligence dealer, the target person is located in the small town of Afgoi, northeast of Makar City, which is the core area of their tribe. The target goes to a bar in the north of town to have fun at 8 p.m. every night, and returns to his mansion in the east of the city at 2 a.m. Even though the fighting has been intense recently, his schedule has not changed. This mansion is guarded by a private guard team of about 80 people. Although they are well equipped, their combat effectiveness is average. Originally, there was a company of regular troops stationed near the mansion, but they were transferred away due to the intense fighting situation on the front line. We plan to carry out an airborne decapitation operation at 4 a.m. and evacuate immediately after completing the mission quickly. We have repeatedly rehearsed the terrain of the target area to ensure that the tragedy of Black Hawk Down will not happen again. This is the way to minimize costs and maximize benefits. The prerequisite is to have a helicopter, which is no longer a problem for Sui now. Helicopter? Very good. I approve this plan and will proceed according to your proposal. I will prepare the aircraft immediately and provide the necessary equipment as well. After the tanks were delivered, the Moma tribe also happily paid off the remaining 4 million, of which 1 million was the commission for the decapitation operation. Together with the 15,000 points rewarded by the system, the funds in Suyi's account have now accumulated to 55,000 points, which is a considerable fortune. The next special mission required air support, and he had already selected the required equipment and armed helicopters suitable for assaults. This helicopter must be able to carry an 8-man team and have ground fire support capabilities. More importantly, the price should not be too high. The only helicopter that can meet all 3 conditions is the old friend from the former Northland, the Mi-24 Hind attack helicopter. It has a maximum takeoff weight of 12 tons and a cruising speed of nearly 335 km per hour, making it a typical high-mobility heavy firepower platform. Even though this thing is old, its combat capability is still not to be underestimated in places like Kuriko. There is a 12.7mm Gatling machine gun hanging under the nose, 2 rocket launchers under each wing, and anti-tank missiles hanging on the wingtips. This configuration is enough to support a complete squad decapitation operation. Even if the opponent has light anti-aircraft firepower, it may not be able to stop it. The market price is $5 million, but it only costs 25,000 points in the system mall, which made Sui place an order on the spot. After the payment, there were still 30,000 points of funds left in the account, which was enough to support him to continue the arms trade. If it didn't work, he could deliver the goods in batches to relieve the pressure. The moment the order was placed, a fully armed doe appeared on the preset helipad. The darkness and system shielding made this big guy land silently. Even if a satellite from the Star Country passed overhead, the images captured would be exactly the same as usual, with no trace of the helicopter. In addition to the aircraft itself, Sui also purchased 6 professional crew members, 2 of whom were experienced pilots, and the remaining 4 were responsible for ground maintenance. Although this area is simple, it is sufficient as a temporary stop and does not affect the deployment rhythm of this operation. At the same time, the 8 elite members of Task Force 141 are also checking equipment and sorting out supplies to make final preparations for the next raid mission. For this battle-hardened team, this decapitation mission was just a warm-up. They had fought Doomsday-level bosses before. Holbert was just the leader of a tribe in Aiden, so it was just right to train with him and build up the reputation of the leader company. Arms can make money, and the mercenary business is also very profitable. Suyi's goal now is very clear: make money on both sides. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The helicopter engine roared, and the rotor began to rotate rapidly. A few minutes later, the doe took off into the air. It was like a ghost in the night, soaring into the sky without any navigation lights and disappearing into the darkness. The departure time was 3 o'clock in the morning. The camp was about 200 kilometers away from the target, leaving them only 1 hour of flying time. Watching the helicopter leave, Sui felt a little empty in his heart. This was the first time he was without 141. Although he had already recruited 10 biochemical warriors from the system to guard the camp, they were still a little lacking compared to these veterans. It would be nice to have a reliable bodyguard. He sighed softly, then glanced in the direction of the ground staff and turned away. Inside the Hind, the 8 task force members closed their eyes and rested. The plane kept moving at a high speed of 200 kilometers per hour, and no one spoke. They were already used to the silence and calmness before the mission, and before each mission, it seemed terrifyingly quiet. After nearly an hour, the cabin lights suddenly turned red, which meant that they were about to reach the target area. Price opened his eyes first, and then gave an order. "Check weapons and prepare for battle." The helicopter lowered its altitude to less than 50 meters, and the deafening sound of the huge rotor startled the entire town. Their flight path passed over the residential area, waking up many residents, who looked up curiously. But in the darkness, the doe with its navigation lights turned off was just a hazy shadow. They could only hear the roar but could not see its shape. The town was not big. Within a few tens of seconds, the helicopter flew over the Hobart mansion, and all the actions were about to begin. At this moment, Hobart was awakened by the deafening noise from his deep sleep. He sat up in a daze, feeling very irritated. He was sleeping soundly with the two women in his arms, and the sudden roar was like someone beating gongs and drums in his ears, disturbing his sweet dreams. "What's going on? Where did the noise come from?" He frowned and cursed. A guard who had just returned to report the situation spoke up. "Captain, it seems like a helicopter is flying towards us. It's too dark to see the model, but the target may be us." Hobart suddenly came to his senses. His first reaction was that the Qing kingdom had taken action, but he felt that it was unlikely because he had not provoked them. He thought while getting dressed, and soon he was dressed neatly with the help of his two wives, and walked onto the balcony to look at the night sky. At this time, the helicopter was only a few kilometers away from the mansion. The rumbling sound was like the sky falling and the mansion area was brightly lit. Hobart's nephew and the captain of the guard held a telescope and looked nervously at the night sky, and finally saw the true face of the target. It was a helicopter fully armed. Although he couldn't recognize the model, he could still recognize the rocket launcher and bomb rack. Just looking at the outline of the plane, he broke out in a cold sweat and shouted without hesitation, "Enemy attack! It's an armed helicopter!" The sound was like a bomb thrown into a fire. The whole mansion was in chaos. The guards rushed to the firing point on the wall. Everyone pointed their guns into the air, desperately looking for the target, but the helicopter continued to advance steadily in the air, without any fear. The captain of the guard also rushed into Hobart's room and shouted, "Uncle, the enemy is coming! Hurry up and take shelter in the bunker!" Hobart stood in front of the window, looking into the distance with gloomy eyes. He refused to evacuate, even if the enemy sent an armed helicopter. He thought it was just an aircraft, no big deal. In his opinion, didn't the Star Army send out so many helicopters back then, but still failed in Hama? This little scene was nothing, and he didn't bother to run away. Unfortunately, he obviously made a mistake in judgment this time. He underestimated the firepower and suppression capabilities of modern armed helicopters, and was not even prepared to retreat. A young man nearby advised him, "Uncle, go to the basement to avoid the limelight first. I will take the brothers upstairs to fight." Before he finished speaking, intensive gunfire was heard outside. Da-da-da! The sound of bullets pierced the air. Some black soldiers opened fire early because they felt too much pressure, as if using the sound of gunfire to suppress their inner fear. But they were facing a high-speed armed helicopter and could not hit it at all. Even if they were lucky enough to hit it, those 7.62 mm bullets could not penetrate the armor of the Hind. "Captain, we've been spotted. Shall we fight back?" the co-pilot asked. The captain responded calmly, "Clear the area immediately. I'll land. You'll be responsible for fire support." As soon as he finished speaking, the co-pilot decisively fought back, first locking onto the area with the most intensive firing, and instantly fired a rocket. Whoosh boom! The rockets hit the three black soldiers on the wall accurately, and flames shot up into the sky, stone chips flew everywhere, and all nearby soldiers were affected. The thermal imaging system of the Hind marked the heat sources of the enemies below one by one, and the co-pilot quickly adjusted the target according to the screen, and the fire suppression continued. Da-da-da-da! The Gatling gun roared, and 12.7 mm bullets rained down, instantly smashing the two soldiers hiding behind the wall into pieces. Hobart's most elite guards were not to be outdone. One of them picked up an RPG-7 and fired a rocket at the helicopter in an attempt to counterattack. The pilot was experienced and decisively controlled the helicopter to dodge quickly. The rocket passed by and failed to hit the target. The counterattack came immediately. Two rockets fell immediately and hit the RPG launcher, blasting him and the land below into a scorched earth. To ensure a smooth landing, the co-pilot continuously released firepower on the ground. In just 2 minutes, almost half of the 80-strong guard team was defeated. Release the combat team, prepare to clear the area. The helicopter slowly landed, and a rope was quickly lowered. Price was the first to go down the rope. The Hind continued to fire from the air, and as soon as it detected a heat source, it immediately poured out bullets and rockets to ensure that there were no survivors. The 8 members of Task Force 141 landed quickly, taking only about a minute. Although some people opened fire in return, it was powerless to stop them from landing. Although the helicopter's hull was hit by bullets, such small-caliber weapons could not penetrate the reinforced armor of the Hind, leaving only a few scratches. The target is at the villa. Everyone pay attention, leave no one alive, and attack immediately. Price gave an order and rushed to the target building first. Da-da-da. A black soldier tried to sneak attack from behind cover, but unfortunately he was shot by Price as soon as he showed his head, and fell to the ground. The 8 members of the task force cooperated with each other, one advancing and the other covering. When they encountered the enemy, they shot and killed them without hesitation, and the whole process was neat and tidy. Although the opponent was Hobbit's most elite guard, they were no match for the top Special Operations Team 141. They were not on the same level at all. It only took 3 minutes from the landing site to the door of the villa. The outer guards were almost completely wiped out, and the remaining enemies retreated into the villa to defend it. Hobbit's villa was extremely luxurious and stood out in the dilapidated town. The special forces stood at the door and quickly prepared for the next step. Price gestured to Alan, who immediately took out a door-breaking bomb from his tactical backpack and skillfully attached it to the door. Boom! With a loud bang of the bomb, the door was instantly blown into pieces. Several screams came from the house, and it was obvious that someone was shot and injured. Before the smoke cleared, a burst of fire was fired from the house. Hobbit's nephew held a PKM heavy machine gun and fired wildly, trying to block the entrance. The special forces did not rush in rashly, but first took out stun grenades and hand grenades and threw them into the door continuously to completely eliminate the blind spot of firepower. Buzz boom! After the double explosion, the whole villa was like being shaken by an earthquake, and then returned to deathly silence. Price gave the order again and rushed into the hall first. The once luxurious decoration had been blown to pieces, with blood and corpses everywhere. Ghost, take 1 person upstairs to eliminate the remaining enemies. Make sure it's done cleanly. The rest of you follow me to the underground secret room. The target should be there. Intelligence shows that there is no tunnel in this villa, but Hobbit spent a huge amount of money to build a steel underground secret room, which is fully equipped. The door of the secret room is made of heavy steel plates, with an independent ventilation system and enough supplies for 10 people for 1 month. It is Hobbit's ultimate shelter. Hobbit never expected that the underground secret room he was so proud of would be easily found by the 141st Task Force. The intelligence dealers were indeed not boasting, and their means of obtaining information were far stronger than Hobbit imagined. Sui only spent $100,000 to obtain key intelligence. The door to the secret room was hidden behind the wall of the study. With the coordinate information, there was no need to spend time looking for it. Just point and blow it up. Blow it up! Sui gave the order, and the operation officially began. Private First Class Allen immediately took out the directional explosives from his tactical backpack. These high-strength explosives were specially prepared for steel explosion-proof doors. They had been simulated before to ensure a successful one-time explosion. In the secret room, Hobbit was being questioned by the chief elder of the tribe. The elder was obviously frightened and asked him what kind of ruthless person he had offended. Hobbit was also confused. He didn't know what the grudge was. But he quickly explained that he had contacted the frontline troops and a battalion of troops would be sent to support them. He also vowed, "We are absolutely safe here, they can't find us." As soon as he finished speaking, the secret room was torn apart by a loud bang. The shock wave of the explosive explosion shook the entire floor, and the elder was knocked unconscious on the spot. It took a long time for Hobbit to recover from the dizziness. But when he opened his eyes, he saw several fully armed figures standing in front of him. He immediately panicked. "Don't kill me! I have money! Who hired you? I'll pay double!" He was sure that these people were here to kill him, and the only thought in his mind was, exchange money for life. "How much can you pay?" "We want cash," the bearded mercenary asked coldly. When Hobart heard this, his eyes lit up. It seemed that these people were really mercenaries. Money could still solve the problem. The safe is in the room over there. It's full of cash. If you promise to let me go, I'll tell you the password. Price narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Okay, I promise you. But Hobart hesitated. How can I believe that you will really let me go? Do you understand the situation? Tell me the password now. It's your only chance to survive, Price said with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Hobart was frightened by this and finally told me the password. Price nodded to Soap, who was standing by, and the latter immediately went in to open the safe. Half a minute later, a click sound came from inside. Soap came out and nodded. Price raised his mouth, raised his gun, and killed Hobart cleanly. People who offend us never survive. Take all the cash and prepare to retreat. The enemy reinforcements are expected to arrive soon. After Price said this, the team quickly left. At 6:30 in the morning, Task Force 141 returned to the temporary base in a Gazelle helicopter, with amazing efficiency. As soon as he landed, Price gave Sui a detailed report of the entire operation, and also included an unexpected surprise. A full 10 million in cash, and a large number of diamonds and gems. What a huge profit. Sui was simply delighted. Compared to the few $1,000,000 he made from selling arms in the past few days, this wave of clean and neat beheadings was like money falling from the sky. The system account balance instantly soared to over $12 million US. This income could be called getting rich overnight. More importantly, this action brought not only money, but also fame and deterrence. The success of the Decapitation operation immediately made the name of the leading arms company famous. It also gave the Hind helicopter a super hardcore advertisement, and its on-site performance completely beat all modern models. In a war-torn region like Heir, the simpler and more durable the more popular, and the female deer is the best. Sui immediately contacted Gross, the leader of the Moma tribe, and told him the explosive good news. Hobart is dead, you have won the battle. Now you can easily swallow up their tribe. Gross had just woken up and was surprised to hear the news. Ha ha, that's great. The 2 million is worth it. I hope we can cooperate again in the future, Sui said with a smile. Of course, we will cooperate again, Gross agreed readily. With Hobart's death, the enemy troops were leaderless and their morale collapsed. The entire front line was in a state of panic. The morale of the Moma tribe was unprecedentedly high, and they immediately organized a full-scale counterattack after breakfast. This time, they also brought 4 newly purchased T-72 main battle tanks, which were like tigers out of a cage when they entered the battlefield. As soon as these steel beasts appeared, they completely overwhelmed the opponent's defense line, and the opponent's tribe collapsed directly. In just one day, the Moma tribe successfully occupied the enemy's territory and directly unified the region. The news quickly spread back to Mekar City, causing quite a stir and shaking the entire Lower Shabelle state. After all, the two tribes represented the two strongest forces in the state. The outcome of this battle determined the pattern of the entire region. Sui did not pay much attention to the war with the Moma tribe. After all, the Hobart tribe was leaderless and could not make a comeback. His arms trade plan was successfully completed, and the reputation of the Leader Arms Company was finally established, and it emerged in Lower Shabelle State and Hama City. In the entire country of Aden, there are only a handful of companies that can produce main battle tanks and armed helicopters. The emergence of the leader naturally attracted attention from many parties. It is no longer the era of weapons flooding the North Country. There are not many arms companies with ready stocks. Sui has established a firm foothold with his strength. At this moment, he stood in front of the window on the second floor of the company, looking at the city buildings that looked like the style of Yen country in the 1950s and 1960s, and fell into deep thought. Although this is one of the capitals, after the baptism of war, the city was scarred and no longer suitable to continue to be the company's headquarters. Sui murmured, "This place really needs to be changed. It's time to move to a safer and more spacious place." Now that he has money in his hands, he naturally doesn't want to stay in the slums forever. He has already considered the new location of the headquarters. He wanted to do more than just arms trade. He also wanted to turn his company into a security group with a private militia system, which required a large piece of land. Training bases, soldier accommodation areas, large warehouses, all of which could not be accommodated in the city center, so he decided to find another more suitable site. In order to select a more professional site, he called Price to get more reliable advice from his perspective as a combatant. "Where do you think is the most suitable and safest place for the headquarters?" Sui asked while looking at the map. Price carefully searched the map, and after a few minutes his eyes stopped at a corner. "Sir, there is a military airport here that has been abandoned for 30 years. It is very suitable. This place is sparsely populated, secluded, close to the sea, and has a small port. It is convenient for transportation and is more suitable for our arms import and export. Most importantly, this land is cheap." Hearing this, Sui's eyes lit up. "This place is perfect for the headquarters." "Very good, contact the city government immediately. I want to rent this place. Spend money when it's necessary. Don't be stingy." Sui made a net profit of nearly $20 million from this transaction, which also included diamonds and gems worth millions, which was a huge sum of money in 2007. Soon after, the Hama municipal government responded and was willing to rent the abandoned airport to him for an annual rent of $300,000. However, the maintenance and reconstruction are all at his own expense, and the government will no longer intervene. For the financially tight city of Hama, making money is good enough. In addition, they don't want to offend this new arms dealer. After all, this person has power behind him, and building a good relationship with him may be a way to survive. Especially at the moment, the situation is unstable. Hama City has just regained control from the sectarian armed forces and is at risk of counterattack at any time. Sui was able to acquire nearly 50,000 square meters of land at a relatively cheap price, which was a great bargain. He immediately ordered, "Contact a Yen country infrastructure company immediately. I want to rebuild this military airport." Although the local construction team offered lower prices, their efficiency and quality were not satisfactory, so Sui simply asked for the Yengwe construction team. Yengwe is known as the infrastructure maniac, for its fast speed and stable quality, which is in line with Sui's expectations. He plans to completely renovate the old airport and build a combat-capable military base, as well as a training camp and office area that can accommodate thousands of people. Although it is only more than 50,000 square meters now, there is still a large area of open space around that can be expanded. As long as you are willing to pay, the land is available. Land in war-torn countries is worthless, and people like Sui who work in arms are most willing to take root in such places. Soon, a Yen country construction team took over the project, and the construction budget was as high as millions of dollars, which shows Sui's determination. After the project was launched, Sui personally went to the construction site to inspect it, and also to see the prototype of the future new base. When he arrived in a Hummer, a middle-aged man came up to him with a big smile on his face. "Hello, Mr. Su, I am Yu Yang, the construction manager. You are so young and you have made a name for yourself abroad. I admire you." Hearing the compliment from his compatriot, Sui smiled and shook his hand. No, let's talk about the progress. How long will it take for this project to be completed?" Yu Yang pointed at the dilapidated runway and the old building overgrown with weeds in front of him and said, "According to the contract, everything can be completed in 3 months at most." Sui nodded, and after a brief chat, he left the construction site. He really couldn't stand the environment there. After returning to the Hama city headquarters, he received a dinner invitation from the city government's top brass before he even had time to warm up. He had long expected the other party to do this. After all, his move was so eye-catching that everyone wanted to win him over. Price looked at Sui and asked in a low voice, "Sir, will you attend the celebration banquet tonight?" In addition to being responsible for security, he is also temporarily serving as Sui's assistant, and he is always alert. In this chaotic area, especially with his recent frequent actions, he has attracted the attention of many forces, and safety has become a top priority. Even if he controls the space military factory system, once he loses his life, everything will be reset to zero. At this time, the 141st Task Force was led by Ghost, and Price was the deputy captain, with multiple identities. This banquet was a large celebration banquet held by the Moma tribe to celebrate the annexation of Shabelle State. Moma became more and more powerful and invited many local celebrities. They hoped to use this opportunity to stabilize their position and further demonstrate their strength. "Of course I'll go. Sui nodded in agreement, his tone relaxed. There will be further cooperation with the Moma tribe, and attending the banquet is an important part of consolidating the relationship. Although he was not in a familiar territory, Sui still cautiously brought all members of the 141st Task Force with him. He knew very well that Aden was not a peaceful place, and any slackness might have a price to pay. The banquet was scheduled at a high-end hotel in the center of Makar at 8 p.m. Considering the possible attacks on the way, he did not choose ground transportation. Sui finally decided to go to the scene in a Mi-24 Jaguar armed helicopter, which is not only safer but also can quickly leave the battlefield in an emergency. The pilot of the DO is Nikolai, a former ace pilot of the Northern Kingdom, proficient in various military helicopters and some fighter planes. He is one of the few elite airmen under Sui. At around 7 o'clock that evening, the banquet was about to begin, and a large number of guests arrived at the hotel gate one after another by car. Although Aden was in constant war, the rich still had plenty of money and luxury cars. Standing at the hotel entrance to welcome guests was the black mixed-race young man Sui had met before. He was smiling and well-mannered, and was responsible for welcoming every distinguished guest. Suddenly, a deep rumbling sound came from a distance, attracting the attention of everyone present. Everyone looked up at the source of the sound, with alertness and curiosity in their eyes. Soon, a desert-painted DO helicopter with its navigation lights on flew straight toward the hotel. The 4 rocket nests under the pylons looked like the eyes of death, giving people a chill. In Aden, it was rare to see armed helicopters, let alone such a fully armed combat aircraft. Even the upper class rarely saw such a grand display. The mixed-race youth's eyes lit up instantly, and a hint of fanaticism flashed in his eyes, but soon subsided. He knew that such a force should not be easily provoked. The female deers slowly landed on the lawn in the backyard of the hotel, causing everyone to stop and watch. The aura was full and the shocking power was immediately full, and many people quietly remembered Sui in their hearts. This is also a good opportunity to demonstrate strength. The leading arms companies are gradually becoming famous in the local area. Although there was a lot of movement before, it was mostly small buyers, which had limited appeal to large customers. Many important figures from other tribes happened to be present at this banquet. Sui knew very well that these people were the big fish he really wanted to eat. The Moma tribe is now the only one in power, so the leaders of other tribes are naturally wary and uneasy. If Sui can win their cooperation at the banquet, his market will be further developed. On the lawn, Gross, the leader of the Moma tribe, and a noble black lady came to greet Sui in person. When he got off the plane, Gross smiled and extended his hand to greet him. "Welcome, Elder Su. Your help is the biggest contributor to our ability to hold this banquet." Gross was sincere and cordial, as if he was treating an old friend. Sui shook hands with him and responded with a smile. "I prefer real transactions rather than thanks. For example, this helicopter, you can own it for only $5 million US. His tone was relaxed, but full of sales pitch. Gross laughed but was not really interested. He waved his hand and said, "Stop joking. Our tribe can't afford to keep this thing." He knew very well that no matter how powerful a helicopter was, it would still be troublesome. Maintenance alone was enough to be a headache. At present, 40-72 tanks are enough to defend Moma's territory, and he does not intend to expand his power further. Time has made him cautious and no longer keen on pursuing military power. Seeing this, Sui dropped his joking tone and said calmly, "Let's put it aside for now. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. We can provide any weapons you want." He left a way out as he was not in a hurry to make a deal. Gross smiled and nodded. Of course. The banquet is about to begin. Please take your seat first, Mr. Su." The two chatted as they walked into the back hall. The scene looked very harmonious. The banquet was a Western-style buffet, with hundreds of guests gathered in the hall, making it very lively. People were chatting in groups of 3 or 4, and the atmosphere was relaxed but full of undercurrents. Sui brought Price to the wine table and picked up a glass of champagne. However, as soon as he picked up the glass, he heard Price's low voice in his earphones. "Sir, someone is approaching." Sui had already seen the person coming from the corner of his eye. It was a familiar face. From his memory, it seemed to be one of Gross's sons or a direct relative. Not long after Sui stood still, A young man in a long robe and with a warm smile came over and stood a few steps away from him. He introduced himself as Mahmud Musa Abdullah, the third son of the tribal leader, and was responsible for receiving Sui tonight. Hearing this, Sui thought to himself that it was indeed him, but he responded calmly. Thank you for your hospitality, and congratulations on your victory. Abdullah clasped his hands together and said devoutly, May Allah bless us, and it is thanks to Mr. Su's help. Otherwise, we would not be the ones celebrating tonight. After that, he hesitated again and carefully asked a seemingly casual but obviously meaningful question. Mr. Su, what do you think of the relationship between arms dealers and partners? This question made Sui raise his eyebrows, and he felt a little alert. He looked at Abdullah's smiling face and knew that this man was definitely not a simple person. He pondered for a moment, and then said bluntly, For arms dealers, everything is about profit. War brings business, and whoever offers the highest price is a friend. This answer made Abdullah's eyes light up, and the smile on his face became more genuine, as if he had received a satisfactory answer. Mr. Su is indeed an expert in this field. He smiled and invited Sui to take a seat, saying that the banquet was about to begin. The two found a seat near the center and sat down. Price stood at the back, alert, observing the movements of the guests around him. Not long after he sat down, Sui felt a sharp gaze. He looked in the direction and found a middle-aged man with a scar on his face not far away staring at him. When the man noticed Suyi's gaze, he curled his lips and showed a contemptuous smile, and then he started talking to the white man next to him. Abdullah approached Sui and introduced him in a low voice. That man is Hassan, a famous underground arms dealer in Aden, who participated in the black-eating black operations of the Heir tribe. Hearing the name, Suyi's eyes narrowed, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He replied lightly, So we are colleagues. Thank you for the information. Although Sui has not been in Aden for a long time, he knows that information held by local forces like this is truly first-hand. At this time, Abdullah changed the subject and said softly, I hope we will have more opportunities to cooperate in the future. Sui glanced at him and knew that this guy had already made plans, so he smiled and replied, Of course there will be. While the two were talking, the spotlight on the main stage came on, and a middle-aged man in fine clothes and in high spirits walked up. It was Gross, the leader of the Moma tribe. He held the microphone and addressed the guests with a smile on his face, and the scene became lively. Tonight is the night of our victory celebration. I must thank one person in particular, Mr. Su from the Leader Arms Company. Hearing his name being called, Sui stood up with a smile on his face, accepting the applause and gazes from everyone. Gross continued, At the most critical moment, Mr. Su brought key equipment. 4 tanks changed the situation and helped us complete the important decapitation mission. We in the Moma tribe will never forget this favor. After discussing with the elders, we decided to grant Mr. Su the status of honorary elder. In the future, we will carry out deeper cooperation. Everyone, enjoy tonight! As the applause rang out, Gross walked off the stage, and the atmosphere in the venue became heated. Sui became the focus of everyone's attention. However, not everyone looked happy, especially those old subordinates who surrendered from the Heir tribe, and Scar Wolf Hassan, who was sitting not far away. Hassan looked at Suyi's high-spirited appearance, his face gloomy, and he immediately got angry at his men. After investigating for so long, you still haven't figured out where the weapons came from? You've been kept for nothing! The black man explained with a wronged look on his face. Boss, I contacted the Cuckoo Intelligence Agency, but they couldn't find the factory records of these weapons. Humph, he won't be so arrogant for long. Hassan sneered and stood up, turning away. He came to the dinner this time just to see this troublemaker with his own eyes, a mysterious guy who could get a main battle tank. In his opinion, Sui was not only a threat, but also a disruptor of the order of the underground arms market, and he would have to be eliminated sooner or later. The arms market in Aden was not big, and most of the shares were divided up by international arms giants, and the remaining space was filled with local snakes like Hassan. Sui not only has advanced products, but also ridiculously low prices. The existence of such a person directly threatens the balance of interests they have established over the years. What's more, Aden's geographical location is very sensitive. It is located at the throat of the Red Sea Channel and has always been a strategic location for the great powers to compete for. In such a place, if one side becomes stronger and unified, I am afraid that not only arms dealers but also some big countries will be worried. In Hassan's opinion, Sui not only carries a gun, but also carries poison. If he doesn't act sooner or later, he will shake the whole profit pie. Just like the old saying of Yen country, holding a treasure is a crime. Sometimes being too powerful is not a blessing, but a trouble. Because the International League imposed a strict arms embargo on Aden, all weapons and supplies could only be smuggled into the country through secret channels, which directly pushed up local arms prices. The price of the arms brought by Sui was much lower than that of the local dealers, which was a huge temptation for the tribal leaders, elders, and even the local tyrants at the scene. Before long, many people took the initiative to surround him, holding champagne and red wine, and showed their goodwill to Sui, trying to get close to him. However, this kind of cocktail party was not suitable for formally discussing arms deals, so Sui led his men to a closed conference room to continue discussing business. He did not ask his men to come forward, but negotiated and signed the contract in person. He naturally did not want to miss this opportunity to make money quickly and steadily. After 3 full hours, he finally finished all his work. He stretched and said to himself, "It seems like I really need to find someone to run these orders for me." Although the negotiations made him exhausted, today's results were fruitful, including several very large orders. If all these orders were completed, the transaction amount would exceed $20 million, and this amount of money would be just enough for him to upgrade the space military factory. He was secretly glad that he had not been impulsive in upgrading the system before, otherwise the capital chain would be broken and the orders could only be completed in batches, which would greatly reduce the efficiency. Thinking of this, he turned around and instructed Price beside him. "After returning tonight, arrange the shipment according to the order immediately. If there are any problems, please contact me directly. If necessary, I will mobilize the task force to escort you." Price nodded immediately, stood at attention and saluted and said, "Understood, sir." As night falls, wolves in the desert begin to gather and roam the wilderness, as if they have smelled blood. At this time, the construction area of the military airport is still brightly lit. In order to meet the deadline, the workers can only work day and night to deliver the project on time. Yu Yang, the construction manager, was inspecting the construction site wearing a hard hat, and a young-looking girl was beside him. "I didn't expect to have to work overtime when I go abroad." The girl pouted and complained quietly. Yu Yang couldn't help but smile when he heard his daughter complaining. "I'm afraid this summer vacation is ruined. This project is expensive, and the cost of breach of contract is not something we can afford." The girl looked around and whispered, "Dad, this place is designed according to military standards, and they are going to build a runway. Do you think Boss Su is doing arms trading?" She said it casually, but Yu Yang's expression changed instantly, and he scolded in a low voice. "Don't talk nonsense. This is a foreign country, not like China. If something happens, your life will be in danger." Seeing her father's serious expression, the girl lowered her head aggrievedly and said softly, "I know." Although Sui usually looks very friendly, the armed guards on the construction site are not just there to protect the workers. Old Yu Yang has been working in this area for more than 10 years, so he naturally understands that if something really happens, these armed men will not show any mercy. Bang! A gunshot broke the darkness of the night. Even if the construction site was noisy, the sudden sound was still harsh to everyone's ears. Then, a series of dense gunshots rang out like frying beans, as if they were right outside the construction site, instantly causing widespread panic. Yu Yang's face instantly became solemn. He immediately realized that something was wrong and said to his daughter, "Hide somewhere quickly. Don't come out. I'll go out and take a look." The girl turned pale with fear. She held him and said in a trembling voice, "Dad, you must be careful. I don't want to lose another loved one." Yu Yang patted her shoulder and nodded solemnly. "I promise you." After that, he turned and rushed towards the direction of the gunshot. He was not only a foreman, but also shouldered the responsibility of protecting the safety of the workers. At this time, he had to step forward. He had seen blood and chaos over the years, so he would not easily lose his composure. As soon as he rushed to the outside of the construction site, he met the guard Captain Terrence, and immediately asked in English, "What happened? How many enemies are there?" Terrence didn't have time to say more, and responded quickly. "We encountered an unknown armed attacker with over 100 people, and we are seriously short of manpower. Do you have anyone with military training? We are in urgent need of support now. Yu Yang nodded without hesitation. I used to be a soldier of Yen country and participated in the war in Southeast Asia. I will bring a few workers who can use guns to support us. Very good, Terence said loudly. Let them go to the dormitory to get their weapons immediately. If there are any casualties, we will compensate them. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around, rushed to his position, and joined the battle. Da-da-da-da! The flares went up into the air, and Terence picked up his rifle and killed an enemy soldier who was about to launch a rocket from a distance. Are these guys crazy? They are not afraid of death at all, he yelled at the signalman. Any news from the commander? The signalman fired back while shouting. We're on our way back. Let's hold on for an hour. Shit! Terence cursed through gritted teeth. I hope we can hold on, otherwise we'll just have to pick up our brother's dog tags. Boom, boom, boom! Next to the position, the installed NSV heavy machine gun finally opened fire, and the firepower was like a battlefield broom, suppressing the enemy position. Although the pressure was temporarily relieved, facing the enemy's numerical advantage, these light weapons still seemed stretched. At this moment, Sui, who was hundreds of kilometers away, was still on his way back in an emergency. The helicopter propellers cut through the night sky rapidly, making a deafening roar, and strong winds swept through the cabin. Sui, who was sitting on one side of the cabin, looked solemn and silent, which made the task force members around him dare not breathe. Although this Gazelle attack helicopter has powerful firepower, the Russian-made things are always rough and the comfort is almost zero. His slightly hoarse voice came from the headset. How is the battle situation? How long will it take to reach the target area? Adjutant Price looked down at his watch and immediately replied. It is expected to arrive in 10 minutes. The situation on the scene is not good. The other side has a clear advantage in numbers. Although their firepower is weak, the impact force is amazing, and has caused 3 casualties on our side. Fortunately, the workers on the scene temporarily joined the defense line and barely withstood the first wave of attacks. Price's tone was also anxious. Sui frowned after hearing this. He had already imagined the chaotic scene on the battlefield in his mind, and his mood became heavier. Find out who is behind this. If anyone dares to touch my things, I will make him disappear without a trace, he roared in a low voice. His good mood due to receiving a large order was completely destroyed. We have contacted the intelligence team, and they have agreed to provide preliminary intelligence tonight, Price added. Although there is no conclusive evidence, Sui already has an answer in his mind. It is very likely that Scarwolf was responsible. In this chaotic situation, those who have the ability and motivation to launch an attack are not unknown people, and Scarwolf is the most likely suspect. At the same time, on the front line of the battlefield, a fierce exchange of fire was going on. Terence lay behind the bunker, bullets whizzed past, and he shouted, Quickly seal the gap over there! The enemy is about to rush in! A soldier immediately adjusted his position, used night vision goggles to accurately aim at the advancing enemy, and quickly hit the enemy with a series of 3 bullets. The black soldier who was hit was still holding an old bolt-action rifle in his hand, which could not withstand the modern firepower at all and fell to the ground instantly. Seeing 2 people being shot in succession, the enemies in the rear began to waver, and some even turned around and ran for their lives. The offensive on the front line was temporarily suppressed, and Terence finally breathed a sigh of relief, but bad news came soon. Captain, a Yen country worker was shot in the lungs and is in critical condition. A soldier came running to report. Upon hearing the news, Terence's face changed, and he immediately rushed to the cover wall on one side of the factory and saw the person lying on the stretcher. That was Yi Yang, the leader of the construction team, who was lying on the ground with blood on his chest. Yu Yang turned his head with difficulty and looked at him, saying weakly, Please, take good care of my daughter. If I leave, she will have no one to rely on. Terence didn't say much, but nodded silently. This scene deeply touched even a veteran of the battlefield. Life and death are commonplace on the battlefield, but when faced with such pleading eyes, who can really remain indifferent? At this time, a new shout came from a distance. Captain, the enemy has launched another attack. Terence immediately stood up and returned to the bunker. Stabilizing the front line was more important than anything else. Through the night vision goggles, Terence clearly saw hundreds of black soldiers on the opposite side advancing towards this side. The formation was chaotic, but the number was large. He lowered his voice and asked, "Sir, how long will it take to arrive?" "Report, according to the plan, it will arrive in 3 minutes." The reply came from the intercom. Hearing this, Terence finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been a few minutes later, they might not have been able to hold on. A few hundred meters behind the battlefield, on the gentle slope, a black leader in military uniform was shouting angrily. "Useless! There are only a dozen people on the opposite side, and you more than 200 people have been charging for a long time and still can't take them down, and a lot of people have died." His subordinate bowed his head and replied, "Boss, the enemy's shooting is too accurate and the firepower is too strong. We can't suppress it at all. How about we retreat?" The black man in military uniform was furious. "Retreat? Tell me we have a way out. The only way to survive is to rush in and capture hostages." However, before he could continue to roar, a huge roar broke the silence of the night sky. The sound of the helicopter propellers was getting closer and closer, even the sound of gunfire on the battlefield was suppressed, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. The black man in military uniform had a drastic change of expression and gritted his teeth. "Their support is here, retreat quickly!" Before he finished speaking, he turned around and ran, not even caring about his comrades, and jumped directly onto the pickup truck and fled madly. These black militants who were charging frantically had almost no reaction to the roar coming from the sky. They had never seen a helicopter, and they didn't understand what this cold aerial weapon meant and the disaster that was about to come. The experienced Nikolai was the one flying the helicopter. He saw through the danger of the airport at a glance, but because his superior was still on board, he did not risk getting too close to attack. After locking onto the ground target through the avionics system, he simply shouted one word in a low voice. "Fire!" The co-pilot, Soap, could no longer contain his anger, and before he could finish his order, rockets had already whizzed out. Several 57mm rockets flew out from both sides, heading straight for the center of the crowd and exploding, instantly setting off a panic of flames and flying flesh and blood. The explosions resounded across the battlefield, and the enemies on the ground had no idea what was happening. A large number of people were instantly engulfed in the sea of fire. They had no time to react, and the poorly equipped black soldiers were already dizzy. And this was just the beginning. The 12.7mm machine gun operated by Soap followed closely behind, roaring and raging. Bullets lashed the ground like a storm, and each one carried the fury of death, leaving no chance of survival for those hit. Gunshots rained down like raindrops, blood splattered on the ground, and broken limbs and debris were everywhere. In this massacre, the black uncles realized that the monster in the sky was a vicious helicopter. The Mi-24, Jaguar, helicopter was like the god of death from hell, and its deterrent power was far beyond their imagination. Many people simply dropped their weapons and ran for their lives, trying to crawl away from this hell on earth. But Nikolai and Soap obviously had no intention of letting them escape, and continued to pursue the fleeing crowd with firepower. Rockets and bullets rained down like raindrops, and the fleeing enemies were like dogs that had lost their homes, crying and shouting without any ability to fight back. After several minutes, the machine gun on the helicopter finally stopped rotating, and the ground was a ruin. Hundreds of black militants fell in a pool of blood, and they could not escape the tracking and locking of thermal imaging. Nearly 200 people were killed in this battle. The airport defenders finally breathed a sigh of relief, and cheers of excitement rose one after another. This night attack brought them huge losses, but it also completely reversed the situation of the war, and they finally survived. The helicopter slowly landed on the runway. Terence and a soldier came forward to wait for the arrival of the commander Sui. Sui was the first to walk out of the cabin, looking at the embarrassed soldiers in front of him, and asked with a heavy face, "Casualties?" Terence immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Report to the commander, 2 people from the escort team died and 4 were injured. There were 4 Yen country supporters, 1 was seriously injured, and the rest were fine." Hearing this, Suyi's eyes turned cold and he asked in a deep voice, "Where is the seriously injured person placed?" "Inside the barracks, 2 military doctors are already treating the injuries urgently. Take me to the scene. Price will lead people to clean up the battlefield, and Simon will go to comfort the frightened workers." When Sui arrived outside the barracks, he heard heartbreaking cries. "Dad, don't scare me. Dad! Wake up! Don't leave! He frowned and asked, Who is that person inside? Is there a woman? Terrence immediately replied, The seriously injured person is named Young. He was shot in the lungs and I'm afraid he won't survive tonight. His daughter just arrived. Sui was silent for a long time, feeling heavy in his heart. They had been talking about the future together just a few days ago, but now they were separated by life and death. As an arms dealer, this was not the first time, nor would it be the last time, that he would bid farewell to the soldiers around him. He finally did not step into the barracks again, because he did not want to disturb the final farewell between father and daughter. He turned around and ordered, Give Yang a pension of $500,000, and send the wounded to the best local hospital. Those who cannot fight will be transferred to logistics. Understood, sir. Half an hour later, Sui finally got the information he was most concerned about. Information came from Cuckoo that the attackers this time were the Blood Shark Gang in the eastern suburbs of Hama City. This armed group is also involved in piracy activities. It has 500 to 600 members and its base is hidden in a town in the suburbs. Their leader is named Bar, nicknamed Blood Shark. $1 million suddenly transferred into his account today. The source of funds is unknown, but we have more crucial information. Last night, a white man contacted Bar. His identity has been confirmed to be a close confidant of Scar Wolf Hassan. This means that Hassan is the mastermind behind the scenes. We highly suspect that the Blood Shark Gang has been able to develop to this day because of Hassan's secret support. Chapter 15 System Upgrade. Now that everything has been investigated, you can deal with it. No matter what means you use, this person cannot live beyond tomorrow. He must pay the price for his actions. This is Suyi's personality. He will not let go of anyone who dares to provoke him. To deal with a small gang like this, it would not be a problem at all for a top special forces unit like Task Force 141 to take action. What's more, they have asymmetric strike weapons such as armed helicopters, so it is not difficult to deal with them. As for the Scarred Wolf Hassan, we will talk about him later. Sui still doesn't know the details of his situation. Although he wanted to kill him very much, he also kept in mind the truth that knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. Rash actions would only cause him to suffer unnecessary losses. After getting up the next day, Sui began to arrange the transportation of arms. Price and others had gone to prepare for the action, so he had to do this kind of thing himself. During yesterday's dinner, Sui received dozens of orders totaling more than $20 million. These orders are basically for light weapons, the largest of which are AKM rifles, RPG-7 rocket launchers and PKM general-purpose machine guns. These weapons are still very popular in Heizhou, especially the weapons in Suyi's hands are priced far lower than the current market price, and no one would not be tempted. Even if they don't need it, they can make a lot of money by buying the goods from Suyi and reselling them. In fact, many people present are thinking of this. Due to the embargo, the price of arms in Aiden's arms market is not much lower than that in the black market elsewhere. It is not impossible for an original AK-47 rifle to be sold for thousands of dollars. At present, Sui does not have enough manpower, but for such important matters as arms transportation, he still trusts his own people. So he spent a full 20,000 points of funds to recruit a full 100 elite soldiers from the Space Military Factory, as well as a full 6 BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicles. What happened last night was a good warning to Sui. Things were not peaceful around him, and there were many people targeting him. Among them, the appearance of the BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicle may be able to deter them effectively, and can also be used for security work in arms transportation. The BMP-2 is the second-generation infantry fighting vehicle that was put into service in the North in 1980. Its performance does not seem outdated even now. Its combat weight is 14.6 tons, with a crew of 3 people, and the rear cabin can carry 7 fully armed soldiers. In addition to its strong carrying capacity, its firepower is also quite fierce. Its main weapons are a 30mm caliber dual-purpose gun, a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun, and a Cornet anti-tank missile launcher. The price of this infantry fighting vehicle in the market is around $500,000. When Northland was clearing out its inventory, it was even sold for $20,000 to $30,000 per vehicle. The price in the system is 2,000 points of capital per vehicle. 4 of them will be involved in the security of arms transportation, and the other 2 will be stationed at the military airport. If it had been their last time, those minions wouldn't have dared to touch his tiger's whiskers. After finishing all this, the funds in Suyi's hands were severely reduced. In the last operation, Suyi cashed in all the diamonds and gold he seized, which also made his funds exceed $20 million for the first time. The military airport cost nearly $5 million. The loss of the night attack was as high as $1 million, the recruitment of personnel and equipment was $2 million, and the cost of this order was as high as $10 million. The remaining funds he has in his hands are only about $2 million, which means 20,000 points in funds. However, this amount of money is more than enough to upgrade the system. It only takes 10,000 points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. I still have 10,000 points in my hand, which should be enough for the next few days. These past 2 days he has been waiting for the diamonds, gems, gold, etc. to be converted into cash, otherwise he would have started upgrading the system long ago. Should I spend 10,000 points on system upgrades? This upgrade will take 12 hours. If you cancel it during this period, your funds will not be returned and all upgrade progress will be reset. After hearing the system's voice, Suyi said without hesitation. Confirm. The system is being upgraded, please do not disturb. In the afternoon, there was a knock on the door of Suyi's temporary office. Come in. With a creak, the door opened and it was Terence who came in. In this night attack, Terence's performance was very good. Only a dozen people resisted the attack of more than 200 enemies. So he was successfully promoted to the captain of the security force. This department had just been established, and was mainly composed of 2 departments. They are airport guards and arms transport security, with more than 100 people. The purpose of this is to facilitate management. Sir, I have a question for you now. It's about Yu's daughter. Suyi glanced at him and asked in confusion. What happened to his daughter? Terence said. This girl's situation is a bit special. Her mother died after she was born. Her father is her only relative. She just graduated from Tsinghua University in Yen country some time ago and came to Heizhou. She is homeless now. I don't know how to arrange it for her. Suyi couldn't help but frown after hearing this, and then said, His father died because of us, so we have the obligation to take care of her. We can arrange her to be the leader. You go and ask her opinion. Terence smiled and said, Sir, I see that you have no one to take care of you. Why don't you keep her by your side as a life assistant? This way, no one will dare to bully this girl. Terence really hit the nail on the head for Suyi. He really needed someone to take care of some trivial matters for him now. Chapter 16 Missiles, Cornet, Long-Range Sniper Kill. The time is August 4th, 2007. Aden State, northern suburbs of Hama, a small town in Mali. The town today is no different from usual, but there is a turbulent undercurrent in the dark corners of the town. In the town's largest bar, Bloodshark Bar was smoking a cigar and frowning as he looked at the cards in his hand. At this time, one of his subordinates asked, Boss, is there really no problem? I heard that Su has a very powerful background and can even get tanks. The Hai tribe in the neighboring state was defeated by him. Bar replied without much concern. Don't worry, although his background is strong, our background is not weak either. And his people, although they are very powerful, dare to come to our Mali town? I have already mobilized so many people to guard here, no matter how powerful they are, it will be useless. There was a reason why he was so confident. The people behind him had already told him about Suyi's situation and some details, and he had also made arrangements, so he was not panicking at all. Hearing that their boss was so confident, the subordinates felt relieved and continued to play cards at the table. At this time, a cockroach-sized creature fell on the windowsill outside the room. Its eyes saw the scene inside through the transparent glass and the gaps in the blinds. On the top of a hill 5 kilometers away, Simon the Ghost looked at the screen on his monitor and said, We have confirmed that the target is inside. Based on facial recognition, most of the top leaders of the Blood Shark gang are inside. We can start executing the plan. That cockroach-sized thing is a miniature remote-controlled robot equipped with a high-definition camera that can transmit images in real time. The maximum distance is 10 kilometers and the battery life is about half an hour. Then let me give them a surprise, hee hee. With a smile on his face, Soap opened the ammunition box and loaded an anti-tank missile into the anti-tank launcher. The equipment they used this time was the 9M133 Cornet anti-tank missile. This anti-tank missile is very excellent, and is also a northern-made equipment. It can attack both tanks and helicopters. Its maximum combat range is 10 kilometers, and it uses laser beam guidance, so its hit accuracy is very high. In 2006, this missile even destroyed the Merkava main battle tank, which is known to have the strongest protection, which shows how powerful it is. The plan formulated by Price and Simon was also very simple. They did not need to capture anyone alive, and since they knew the exact location of the target, they could directly use the long-range sniping method. The missile's warhead has also been replaced with a high-explosive warhead, and this mission does not require dealing with armored targets. Since the town was not small and had strict defenses, the white people would be too big a target to enter, so they chose to use Cornet anti-tank missiles for sniping. The reason why we did not choose the Gazelle attack helicopter was very simple. Firstly, urban combat is a high-risk area for attack helicopters. Secondly, the noise is too loud and can easily alert the target. After stuffing the missile in, Soap moved to the laser sight under the launch tube and began to lock onto the target area. Due to its high altitude, the laser easily locked onto the target building and accurately located it in the window on the 3rd floor. Military lasers are invisible light. They are presented this way in movies and TV shows for visual effects. This type of laser can only be seen with professional equipment. Target locked. Requesting launch. Fire! Simon gave the order without hesitation. A Cornet anti-tank missile was ejected from the launch tube, and its solid rocket engine ignited in the air more than 10 meters away, heading directly towards the target several kilometers away. Looking at the missile in his sight, Soap made fine adjustments to the missile's flight based on his own experience. This is the advantage of laser beam guidance, and it is also the most accurate guidance method among laser guidance. Simon quickly operated the microaircraft to take off. It could confirm the damage effect on the target area and confirm the target was killed. The Cornet anti-tank missile flies very fast. For it, which flies at a speed of over 1,000 meters per hour, a distance of 5 kilometers is only 3 or 4 seconds. Boom! The Cornet anti-tank missile easily penetrated the thin wall. The people playing cards inside only heard the sound before being engulfed by the flames produced by the explosion. Flames shot up into the sky, and the huge explosion basically blew away the 3rd floor of the bar, leaving no chance of survival for the people inside. They did not consider whether this would accidentally hurt innocent people. They only knew that completing the tasks assigned by their superiors was the top priority. The explosion immediately plunged the entire town into chaos. The Blood Shark gang members who were lying in ambush nearby stared at the bar that was blown up into the sky in amazement, and began to panic. "I'll give you another one!" Soap stuffed the second Cornet into the launch tube, and soon another Cornet flew out, refueling the burning bar. Looking at the target area that was already engulfed in flames, Simon said expressionlessly, "Let's go, the target is confirmed dead." The image on the remote-controlled display in his hand froze on the face covered in blood. Chapter 17, Furious Hassan, Head-on Confrontation. The death of Blood Shark Bar caused quite a stir in Hama. He was a notorious member of one of the largest social groups in the area, and he also worked as a pirate from time to time. He had hijacked merchant ships from many countries, including Yen State, Goryeo, and the United Kingdom. Normally speaking, someone so arrogant should have been dealt with long ago, but he is still alive and well because he has Hassan the Scarwolf, known as the Underground Emperor of Aden, behind him. Bar is one of the forces he supports. As one of the largest underground arms dealers in Aden, Hassan's strength can be imagined. In this chaotic country, only guns can make people stand firm, and the Aden government does not want to offend this person at all. Moreover, the current interim government is cooperating with him and purchasing a large amount of arms from him. Now Bar died in front of everyone. Under the eyes of tens of thousands of people, he was blown into the sky by a bomb that came from nowhere. This would undoubtedly anger Hassan, the underground emperor, and the atmosphere in the entire Mali town became unprecedentedly tense. In the afternoon of the same day, 3 helicopters landed in a small town in Mali, 2 of which were AH-6 Little Bird armed reconnaissance helicopters. He was accompanied by a team of mercenaries, who were previously ranked high in the mercenary world and have now become his personal guards, not to mention how well equipped they are. Hassan the Scarred Wolf walked on the cleared street, stood in front of the ruins of the bar, lit a cigar, and watched silently. After a long while he said, "Who did it? Have you found out?" A middle-aged man with a beard came up to him and whispered, "Boss, it's the Northerners' Cornet anti-tank missiles. The launch site is on a hill about 5 kilometers to the east." "Cornet. The Northerners don't have many of these missiles. I know who did it. Is this a declaration of war against me? It's been a long time since anyone dared to provoke me like this. This young man from Yen country is really brave." Bearded Odysseus, nicknamed Hellhound, is the former captain of the Abyss mercenaries and now he is Hassan's right-hand man. "Boss, although we haven't figured out Su's background, he is equipped with so many Russian-made equipment, which should be closely related to this country. Maybe he was supported by this country. Unless there is a cover-up from the power of the country, it is impossible for us not to be able to find out his background." Hassan exhaled a puff of cigarette and said, "Then let the North country choose a new agent. He is too arrogant. I want to get rid of him. What's your plan?" Odysseus was silent for a moment before he said, "The troops around him are very powerful, all of them are top experts. If it's an assassination, I'm afraid there's no chance. In that case, let's have a head-on fight. Only in this way can I re-establish my prestige." Su Yi's existence has seriously threatened his position, especially the news that came out a few days ago, which dealt a serious blow to the underground arms trade rules he established. He simply cannot afford this kind of price war. He asked Bar to lead people to raid the military airport in order to give Su Yi a warning and strike a blow to his forces at the same time. However, he did not expect Bar's men to be so useless, nor did he expect Su Yi's counterattack to be so fierce that he killed his men without saying a word. This is a complete breakup. Since this is the case, he will not be polite. Any prey that challenges the tiger will only become his meal. Although he has not fully understood Su Yi's strength, he is still very confident in his own strength. All conspiracies are paper tigers in the face of absolute strength. On the same day, Hassan began to gather troops, and several mercenary groups far away in the desert area and northern Africa began to rush to Hama city by various means of transportation. At the same time, he also greeted the interim government of Aden and asked them not to pay attention to what happened at the military airport. The provisional government, which had not yet established a firm foothold, happily agreed to his request, and the provisional government also received a batch of gifts. Hassan did not intentionally conceal such a big move. He wanted to use his absolute strength to crush Su Yi and warn everyone that his authority, Hassan, could not be challenged and that he was still the underground emperor of Aden. Although Su Yi did not establish his own intelligence system, he soon received intelligence from unknown sources. There are still some people in Aden who hope that Su Yi can break Hassan's rules so that they can also benefit from it. "Hey, this is quite a big battle. Are you ready to fight me?" Su Yi saw the information in his hand and said with a smile, without any nervousness. As long as he wanted, killing Hassan was not a difficult task. He only needed to exchange for a fighter jet or a few cruise missiles to easily kill him from a long distance. Since Hassan wanted to kill him head-on, Su Yi naturally chose to accept the challenge. Only by fighting could he take over Hassan's position and become the new underground order maker in Aden. After all, no matter how powerful you are, if you don't show your strength, no one will be convinced. Chapter 18 Upgrade completed, Rich rewards. Aden, Lower Shabelle region, Odegil City, Derma town. A BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicle drove into the town first, followed by a total of 6 military off-road trucks of about 20 tons. There are also 2 armed pickup trucks following behind, each equipped with a 20mm caliber double-barreled anti-aircraft gun, which is a perfect battlefield broom on the battlefield. Even though the Black Uncle does not have the conditions, he still likes this kind of armed pickup truck very much, and the market in Black Europe is not small. The convoy stopped at the gate of a barracks, and after checking the certificates, they let the convoy in. A middle-aged officer in military uniform walked up to the convoy that had stopped to unload the goods, and said as he looked at the man in front of him who was wearing camouflage uniform without any markings, "You are really efficient. When we bought from other people before, the fastest one took a week. And your weapons are like they were just released. They are well maintained. I think my uncle will be very satisfied. This convoy is the leader in transporting arms. The Derma tribe has ordered more than $5 million worth of various equipment, which is also the largest order among all. That's as it should be. Our goal is to deliver the goods to customers as quickly as possible, but your payment. After hearing this, the middle-aged officer said, Don't worry, after the cargo is unloaded, your boss's account will have an extra $5.3 million. He and even the entire tribe did not dare to covet these weapons. Although weapons are good, one must have a good set of teeth, otherwise one's teeth may break at any time. Very good, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. After unloading the goods, the camouflage soldiers also received news from headquarters. The payment has been received. Seeing that there was more than 50,000 yuan in the account again, Sui couldn't help but feel relieved. At least these funds are enough for him to face the attack from Hassan. After the system is upgraded, he will have to reorganize his armed forces. The system upgrade was also a torment for him, and the waiting time seemed like a year. During the waiting time, he took a walk around the construction site. Although there was a night attack the day before yesterday, it did not cause too many casualties, so construction has resumed. The main reason is that Sui strengthened the airport's defense capabilities, and 2 BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicles were placed there, which made the workers feel safe, and the construction has been proceeding in an orderly manner. The construction company from Yen State also sent a foreman over again and promised that the project would be completed on schedule. Seeing that his headquarters was being built in an orderly manner, Sui felt very satisfied. Time flies, and the 12 hours before the system upgrade have passed. Ding! The Space Military Factory has been successfully upgraded to level LV.2. The weapons and personnel have been upgraded. The prices have also been adjusted. The blueprint function has been added, and 2 hero-level biochemical personnel have been rewarded. After seeing the system prompt, Sui's eyes lit up. The information about this upgrade was really huge, and the rewards looked very generous. Sui first opened the weapon interface, and sure enough, there were many more weapons in it, all from 2000 to 2010. It was indeed as the system said, each upgrade of the weapon technology improved by 10 years. The weapons technology in 2010 has already surpassed the current era. It is only 2007 now, and the most advanced weapons are 3 full years ahead. In this way, he might be able to start getting involved in the high-end arms market, but unfortunately he is still too unknown. Moreover, if they get involved in the high-end arms market, it would undoubtedly be equivalent to touching the cake of the 5 major gangsters. It is better to wait until they have enough strength in the future. First, they should stay in Black Continent and accumulate strength. Looking at the weapons on the weapon interface, Sui was still very envious, but the money in his pocket was too little, so he still focused on practicality. First solve the problem of having and not having, and then solve the problem of good and bad. Just like the armed helicopter, if he had money, why would he choose the antique Mi-24? He would definitely choose the AH-60 for Apache. However, the high price of Apache at 200,000 yuan directly discouraged him. The price difference with Mi-24 was too huge. Of course, the difference in combat effectiveness was also huge. Another big surprise was the price adjustment. He found that the prices of weapons before 2000 were reduced by almost a quarter. Now he regretted delivering the goods so early. If he purchased them after the upgrade, he could save at least more than $2 million, which is a considerable amount of money. After looking at the weapon interface, Sui came to the personnel interface. Sure enough, there are still some significant changes here, even some surprises. Chapter 19 Heroic Biochemistry, Lord of War. There was only one interface for biochemical personnel before, Biochemical Warrior. Now there are 2 more in the interface, namely Elite Biochemical Warriors and Biochemical Workers. Sui took a look and found that the cheapest Biochemical Warrior only cost 100 points of funds, and his combat effectiveness was about the same as the active soldiers of the 5 major countries. He should be what is often called cannon fodder. However, their performance is still very good, as can be seen from the last night attack. The most important thing is the loyalty of the biochemical soldiers to him, which is beyond doubt. The combat effectiveness level of elite biochemical warriors should be that of special forces, and their price is also very expensive, with each one costing up to 2,000 points, which is 20 times that of ordinary soldiers. However, this price is worthy of their combat effectiveness. After all, if countries want to train a special forces soldier, it is not possible with just 200,000 US dollars. There is also the biochemical worker. The appearance of this template should be closely related to the newly added drawing function. Biochemical workers here are also divided into several levels, including ordinary biochemical workers, intermediate biochemical engineers, and senior biochemical engineers. The corresponding prices are 500/5,000/50,000 respectively, and the prices increase tenfold. He didn't know what their abilities were, but since the system dared to charge such a high price, their abilities must be good. Next, Sui took a look at the newly added drawing function. The drawings are roughly divided into 3 categories. The first category is material drawings, the second category is industrial machine drawings, and the third category is military production line drawings. The prices of these drawings are not cheap. However, it goes without saying that the value of these drawings cannot be measured by money at all. This is planning to let me build a space military factory myself. After reading the general idea, Sui couldn't help but say with emotion. The system can directly exchange weapons, which is a bit like a castle in the air. If something unexpected happens and the system fails, no matter how powerful his power is, it will quickly decline. However, if he could build a complete production line by himself, then he would be truly powerful. If he has sufficient funds later, Sui will still choose to go this route. Build a military-industrial empire of your own instead of relying entirely on this golden finger. The newly added biochemical worker template is probably prepared for this function. Sui turned his eyes to the rewards after the system upgrade. This time, after upgrading to level 2, he was rewarded with 2 hero-level cyborgs. Just by hearing the name, you can tell how extraordinary it is. Now the most powerful people you can recruit are elite biochemical warriors. And this hero should be the highest level cyborg that the system can recruit. Sui looked at the first person. Although there was only one profile picture, he already had a familiar feeling. Name Yuri Orlov. Gender male. Age 38. Description: from the King of War, with a strong business mind, can help the host sell arms better. Sui had watched the movie Lord of War before traveling through time, and had a deep impression of Yuri Orlov. The system solved his urgent problem. He just lacked such a strong manager who could help him build the basic framework of his military-industrial empire. There may be no shortage of people in this world who are more capable than him. As long as Sui is willing to spend money, there will be no shortage of talent. But there is no one he can truly trust. Only this kind of biochemical person can guarantee absolute loyalty to him. After reading his information, Sui looked at another avatar. It's actually a woman! Name: Pete Chris. Gender: female. Age: 28. Description: intelligence genius, with rich experience in intelligence gathering, can help the host build an intelligence network. Whatever you ask for, the system will give you. I give this service full marks. The 2 heroic biochemical personnel awarded this time are what he currently lacks the most. It seems that the system's rewards are targeted rather than random. If it weren't for the lack of funds, he would have wanted to upgrade the system directly to level 3, but looking at the 100,000 funds, he silently retracted the idea. Show both of them. Yes. The space-time channel is being built. The space-time channel is completed. Identity generation in progress. Identity generation completed. Transporting personnel. Transporting personnel completed. Host, please be patient. The 2 will come to you one after another. Sui thought that the 2 of them appeared directly in front of him like those biochemical warriors. It seems that the hero-level biochemical people are indeed special. Once the 2 of them are in place, my plan may be able to be completed and implemented. However, this is premised on surviving this crisis. It must be said that the existence of Hassan the Scarwolf still poses a certain threat to him. Facing this local tyrant, he can despise him strategically, but he has to take him seriously tactically. It would be really funny if the boat capsized in the ditch. Now that I have 50,000 points of funds, perhaps I can plan carefully how to deal with it. Simon and Price, come to my office. Chapter 20. Gathering of powerful warriors, responding calmly. After receiving Su Yi's order, Captain Price of Task Force 141 and Deputy Captain Simon rushed to his office as quickly as possible. After seeing the two people coming, Sui took out a stack of photos and handed them to them. These photos are all aerial photos, including the M60A2 main battle tank, AH-129 Mongoose attack helicopter, SA-342 Gazelle multi-purpose helicopter, Little Bird helicopter, and BMP-1 infantry fighting vehicle. These heavy weapons were photographed in a military base, which is the base camp of Hassan the Scarwolf and the headquarters of his mercenary group. From this we can see how powerful Hassan's men are. They have no shortage of all types of heavy weapons. This is why the interim government does not dare to provoke him. Because they knew that if they offended this underground emperor, they might lose the opportunity to dominate the country. They themselves came to power through armed seizure, so Bong might not mind supporting their political enemies. Power comes from the barrel of a gun. Hassan's ability to become the underground emperor of Aden was absolutely due to the contribution of his mercenary group. Sui also has detailed information about this mercenary group. The Hellhound mercenary group may not be ranked high in the world, but it is definitely a well-known existence in Black Continent. It has many heavy weapons and a number of more than 300 people. These mercenaries are basically veterans from various countries, and their fighting capabilities are unquestionable. They are the main support of Hassan's underground arms empire. When Simon saw the photos, his face turned very serious. "Sir, with our current strength, it will be very difficult to resist their attack. They are stronger than us in terms of numbers and equipment." Sui currently has two main combat forces under his command. One is the 141st Task Force, another is the Security Force, and there is also an Mi-24 Hind attack helicopter, 6 BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicles, and a total of about 150 people. Although the 141st Task Force is the world's top special forces, the main role of special forces is special operations, not frontal combat. They are not gods. In the battlefield of fighting for face, they are just slightly stronger than ordinary soldiers. A stray bullet is enough to take their lives. Sui certainly knew his background. He smiled and said, "This is exactly why I asked you to come here. Simon, you are better at commanding operations. According to your ideas, what equipment and tactics are needed can easily resolve this battle. And it would be best if the movement is louder, enough to attract outside attention." After hearing Sui's words, Simon Riley was silent for a moment, and then continued to look at the photo in his hand. After a long while, he raised his head and said, "Airstrikes. The enemy does not have air superiority at all. Only airstrikes can end this war at the lowest cost and the fastest speed, and achieve a greater sensational effect." Sui showed a satisfied smile and said, "Your idea coincides with mine, so you go and make a plan, and I'll take care of the equipment. Leave it to me tonight." War is no joke. Only a detailed battle plan can avoid unnecessary losses on the battlefield. Sui knew that he was not good at military command, so he handed over the command of the operation to Simon Riley, who was more proficient in it. "Yes, sir. You go out first, Price stays." After Simon left, Sui looked at Price and said directly, "I plan to expand the size of Task Force 141. The number of people is tentatively set at around 50, including 36 combat personnel and 14 logistics support personnel. You will be responsible for the position of captain and be responsible for their daily training." Although Task Force 141 is very powerful, their size is too small, with only 8 people. As it develops, the size of Task Force 141 will inevitably have to expand so that it can carry out more intense missions. "Yes, sir, I have no problem at all." In order to expand his own strength, Sui invested a huge amount of money this time and was prepared to put out a full 100,000 points of funds, of course not all at once. If all his orders are completed this time, it will be $22 million US, plus the previous 1 million, which is $23 million US, 230,000 points of funds. This time, Task Force 141 will expand its staff to 42 people, which requires a total of 84,000 points of funds. It is impossible for him to come up with so much at once. Another 100,000 points must be left as the capital for the next arms deal. After about 4 hours, Simon Riley handed Sui a relatively detailed battle plan, which also included the requirements for equipment and ammunition. The content of this combat plan is actually quite simple, which is to use fighter jets to carry out asymmetric strikes. According to intelligence, the enemy has no short, medium, or long-range air defense missiles, and the most threatening one is the Stinger. This portable air defense missile may pose a huge threat to helicopters, but it is actually very low risk to fighter jets that fly higher and faster. Only under certain circumstances can a Stinger air defense missile shoot down a fighter jet. Chapter 21 Fighter Flanker, Active Attack. However, Sui was in a dilemma when it came to choosing a fighter plane, given his current budget of 200,000 points. The first thing to do is to cut off 100,000 points as the capital for the next arms trade. In addition, this operation also requires a drone to monitor the actions of the Hellhound mercenaries throughout the entire process. There is no way they can escape the 20,000 points here. In other words, Sui only had 80,000 points of funds to purchase fighter jets, ammunition, and after-sales maintenance equipment and personnel. This was very tight, and not very realistic at all. So he decided to take out another 50,000 yuan, a total of 130,000 yuan to purchase fighter jets. If this fighter jet was produced before 2000, there is still a 1/4 discount. And he did not make this decision without reason. Because the King of Arms, Orlov, is about to take office, with him running the operation, even if there are only $5 million, it probably won't be a big problem. Otherwise, he would not be worthy of the system's title of Heroic Biochemical Personnel. Of the 130,000 yuan, 30,000 yuan is used to purchase ammunition, maintenance personnel, maintenance equipment, fuel, etc. A budget of 100,000 yuan is more than enough to buy a fighter jet. The system's selling price of fighter jets before 2000 is basically about half of the actual selling price. Add a 1/4 discount, and the price becomes quite comfortable. At least the current mainstream fighter jets are still worth a look. Sui used the system to filter and quickly selected a series of fighters, among which the most prominent one was the current mainstream third-generation fighter. The fighter classification in this book is uniformly based on Western standards. The main task of the fighter jets in this operation is actually ground attack, and there are only a few helicopters for air defense. There is no need for powerful air defense capabilities, so the multi-purpose third-generation aircraft became the first choice. The F-16E divided by F fighter jet is the most popular fighter jet sold by Singapore to other countries. Its current selling price is $26 million, and the system price is $97,000. There is also the famous Russian-made Su-27SM flanker fighter, which is currently priced at $30 million and the system price is 110,000 yuan. The MiG-29 Fulcrum fighter is priced at $28 million, and the system is priced at $105,000. These three fighter jets were selected by Sui. As for the F-18, Tornado fighter bomber and the like, they were not within his consideration. It's not that expensive. As the prices were similar, he also ruled out the short-legged MiG-29 Fulcrum, known as the Airport Defender, as its combat radius of 600 kilometers was too short. It is actually not difficult to make a wise choice between the F-16D fighter and the Su-27 fighter. The F-16D fighter has more advanced avionics, and multiple actual combat operations have proven its reliability and combat effectiveness, so Sui decisively chose the Su-27 flanker fighter. There is no need to compare these two fighters at the same price. The advantage of Su-27 is too obvious. The F-16E divided by F fighter has a combat weight of 19 tons, a combat radius of 900 kilometers, a maximum flight speed of Mach 2, a thrust-to-weight ratio of 0.91 to 1, and a bomb load of about 6 tons when fully fueled. As a modern upgraded version, the Su-27SM flanker fighter also has good avionics equipment. Its combat weight is 33 tons, its combat radius is 1,500 kilometers, its maximum flight speed is 2.35 Mach, its thrust-to-weight ratio is 1.12 to 1, and its bomb load when fully fueled is 7 tons. In terms of data, as a heavy fighter, the Su-27 far outperforms the F-16, a medium multi-purpose fighter. When the price difference is not much, Sui will definitely choose the heavy fighter without a brain. In fact, there is another crucial factor. If he uses F-16 fighter jets, it will undoubtedly attract the attention of Singapore. Although a lot of this fighter jet has been exported, Sui, a private arms dealer, owns one, so Singapore will definitely investigate where it came from. The Su-27 is different. After the disintegration of the former Northern Kingdom in the early 1990s, no one knows how many of these fighters were sold at low prices. The distribution channels are very complicated, and it is very difficult to track. There is also the issue of drones. Sui directly chose the MQ-1 Predator drone, which became cheaper due to the discount effect. Anyway, this drone will not be unveiled in a high-profile manner, so he is not afraid of attracting much attention. The price of the MQ-1 Predator drone is $6 million, the purchase price of the Singaporean Air Force in 2004, and the current system price is $22,500. The power of this drone can be clearly felt in many film and television dramas. As a reconnaissance and strike drone, its powerful reconnaissance capabilities are unquestionable. It is equipped with the most advanced optoelectronics/infrared reconnaissance equipment, GPS navigation system and high-precision synthetic aperture radar capable of all-weather reconnaissance in the Star Army. At an altitude of 4,000 meters, its resolution reaches 0.3 meters and its positioning accuracy is 0.25 meters. Equipped with 2 Hellfire missiles, it also has precision strike capabilities. The 2 fighter jets cost Sui a total of 150,000 points of funds, which included after-sales equipment, ammunition, etc. for the 2 fighter jets, which just spent the budget. After having 2 fighter jets, Sui began his plan: offense is the best defense. When they hit the road, they really should hit the road. Chapter 22, Heroes in Place, Intelligence Costs Money. The airport's runway was prepared first during the construction, and its strength was also strengthened, so it can easily accommodate the takeoff and landing of Su-27 and MQ-1 Predator. The fighter jets and personnel were retrieved by Sui that night. Under the system's shielding, no one noticed anything unusual. After all, the airport security forces are all biochemical warriors. Even if they know everything, they will not reveal a word to anyone. As long as the construction workers don't find out anything, the confidentiality work is still easy to do. After the exchange, the ground crew became busy, such as testing the fighter jets, installing equipment, and debugging. 1 or 2 days would be enough for them to accomplish all this, but Hassan was still a little slow in gathering his troops. After all, most of their people are scattered in Black Continent and desert areas, and it will take some time to get back. This also gave him just enough time to conduct investigations. Although Cuckoo's intelligence had never been problematic, Sui naturally distrusted these intelligence companies. Once Chris is in place, we can almost develop our own intelligence system, or at least build a local intelligence network in Aden first. However, intelligence work is destined to be a money-burning business. Without looking for new clients, this little money will not be enough. After defeating Scar Wolf Hassan, it will be time to divide the victory cake, and there will probably be no shortage of orders by then. For example, the current interim government is a very good client. As armed forces, they have robbed a lot of money and are in need of arms dealers like him who can provide high-quality equipment. After waking up, Sui found that there were 2 more people in his office. They were the 2 heroic biochemical personnel, Orloff and Chris. Orloff looked no different from his image in the movie, wearing a brown suit and looking very serious. Chris standing next to her added a beautiful scenery, especially when she was wearing a black oil work suit, which gave her a unique look. He didn't have too many thoughts about Chris, the white beauty. He still couldn't fully accept cyborgs in his heart, but at least she was pleasing to the eyes when she was around. After seeing Sui, the 2 men stood up and said in unison, "Hello, sir, I am Orloff, Chris." Sui sat down at the desk and waved his hand, saying, "Don't be so serious. I don't really like this atmosphere." "Yes, sir." Sui couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These cyborgs were good in every way, except that they always looked serious when in front of him. Maybe it's because I hold too high a position in their hearts. He turned his gaze to Orloff and said, "Orloff, have you learned about the leader's current situation?" Orloff stood up and said, "Sir, I already knew the details before we set out." "Very good. I will now appoint you as the general manager of Leader Company. You will be fully responsible for the daily operations of Leader Company. The company's framework must be set up as soon as possible. I only have one request. which is to sell our weapons and make as much money as possible. Sui is not very good at company management. He is just a lucky guy who got a golden finger. But if being a boss still requires so much hard work, then what's the use of this golden finger, and so much money? Orlov's arrival can not only share most of the company's daily affairs with him, but also put the company on the path of rapid development, which is what he values most. After giving the instructions, Sui let Orlov go out and left Patrick Chris alone. Chris, if I provide you with enough funds and manpower, how long will it take for you to build our intelligence network in Aiden? The importance of intelligence work in the 21st century is self-evident, and it can even determine the rise and fall of a leader. Compared to Orlov, he still values Chris more. After all, the cuckoo line is unreliable. For money, they may sell their information to the whole world at any time. Chris said in fluent Chinese, "Sir, it only takes 3 months for me to build a complete intelligence network. No matter it is online or in reality, nothing can escape our eyes. But you need to provide at least $50 million in funding. These funds are mainly used for bribery and bribery. This is the fastest way to establish an intelligence network and the most effective way." As for the current situation in Aiden, it is indeed as Chris said, all officials are thinking about how to make money. After all, this interim government may fall at any time. A new emperor appoints new ministers, and money is the only thing that matters. As long as you give them money, using the power of the government to collect intelligence is indeed the fastest and most effective way, but it is a bit too expensive. Fortunately, this money was not paid out all at once. The amount was a bit large, but it had to be paid. He didn't want to be controlled by others in terms of intelligence. After all, without his own source of intelligence, once someone chokes him, he will just become a slightly stronger blind man, and his combat effectiveness will inevitably be greatly reduced. Chapter 23 Predator Attack, Aerial Reconnaissance. Sir, the drone equipment has been assembled and will soon begin its first mission. Do you want to go and watch? Simon Riley found Sui and asked. Now, 2 days have passed since he exchanged the fighter jet, and the MQ-1 Predator drone has finally been installed and debugged. Sui was still very interested in this kind of thing. Come on, take me there. On the runway, Sui saw the MQ-1 Predator UAV painted in matte silver-gray color. Its appearance is very different from that of the MQ-9 Reaper UAV. It uses an inverted V vertical tail, while the Reaper drone uses a normal vertical tail. The upgraded version of the MQ-9 Reaper appears more often in film and television dramas. In 2007, the MQ-1 Predator was still the most advanced military drone in the world, and no other drone could shake its position. We arrived at a room downstairs of the airport tower. The area here is quite large. The first thing that catches our eyes is the remote control console. At this moment, 3 people are already in place. They are the drone operators. A drone crew basically consists of a pilot, a sensor operator, and an intelligence coordinator, and the 3 of them cost Sui 6,000 points of funds. After saying hello, Sui moved a stool and sat down behind the pilot, looking at the remote control screen with curiosity. The remote control console has multiple screens, which can be used to observe the surroundings from different perspectives, and also to view various current data of the drone. The sensor is normal, the oil circuit is normal, the transmission rudder is normal. We can take off. It can be clearly seen on the screen that the vortex at the tail of the MQ-1 Predator drone begins to rotate. As the rotation speed increased, the thrust generated began to push the nearly 1-ton drone forward, and it successfully completed its first flight in this world. Is that a plane? The plane is quite small, why can't I see the cockpit? The workers who were working on the construction site saw the Predator taking off from the runway not far away and watched with curiosity. After all, this kind of scene is rare to see, so naturally you have to take a few more glances at it. What are you looking at? Stop looking and get to work. You have to remember that you are here to make money. Remember the confidentiality agreement you signed the day before yesterday. Don't cause trouble for yourself. This is not something you should be curious about. Under the foreman's scolding, the workers turned their gazes away. After living in Heizhou for so long, they are very clear about many things. Curiosity can really kill people here. The cruising speed of the MQ-1 Predator drone is 165 km per hour. Since it does not carry Hellfire missiles, its maximum flight time is about 60 hours. The target of this reconnaissance is not very far from the airport, only about 200 kilometers, and it takes more than an hour to fly over the target. With the intelligence from the cuckoo, the Predator drone found the target location very accurately. Although the Hellhound mercenary group's base had old-fashioned surveillance radars, it did not detect the Predator drone at 2,000 meters in the air. Its radar cross-sectional area is only 1 square meter, and because it is coated with stealth material, the cross-sectional area is only 0.1 square meters, so the stealth effect is very good. After all, its size is not large, and it does not carry any missiles that would destroy its stealth effect. It is just a small dot on the radar display. After all, it is not the current more advanced phased array radar, but an old-fashioned air defense radar, which has relatively weak detection capabilities for aircraft with stealth capabilities. With the Predator's sensors and synthetic aperture radar, the situation of the entire base was clearly presented to everyone. The location of this base is relatively hidden, in an uninhabited desert, with only a small road connecting it. The base was still very busy at this moment. The smoke and sand caused by the movement of tanks and armored vehicles covered a large area of the base, and people were moving around quite frequently. Simon watched the scene carefully and said, "I'm afraid they are almost ready. Tomorrow should be the time for them to launch the attack." Based on the equipment and personnel on the scene, he made this judgment with certainty. Sui raised his eyebrows and said, "If that's the case, then we should launch the attack tomorrow and destroy them halfway." He did not choose to destroy them in this base, mainly because this base contained medium and short-range air defense missiles, which would pose a serious threat to the Su-27. So he chose to launch a surprise airstrike halfway to catch them off guard. In the wilderness without any cover, they were undoubtedly lambs to be slaughtered. After staying in the control room for nearly an hour, Sui couldn't stand it anymore due to boredom. "Keep an eye on it here. If there is anything unusual, notify me immediately." "Yes, sir." Chapter 24 Arms Alliance, Battlefield Live Broadcast. Things are developing just as Simon Riley predicted. On the second day of reconnaissance, the Predator drone, which had just arrived for more than an hour, discovered something abnormal about the base, and the entire military base began to operate like a tight machine. At around 7 in the morning, 6 M68 two main battle tanks drove out of the military base first, followed by a long convoy. Helicopters began to take off one after another in the air, and a total of 8 helicopters of various types formed a powerful air mobile force. If they fight together with ground tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, their combat effectiveness in the entire Aden state will be unstoppable by any force. If it weren't for the military embargo, Hassan might have been able to get even the fighter jets, but he didn't have the courage to offend the master behind him. "Sir, they are starting to move." Sui received the news immediately. He was still a little sleepy, but suddenly woke up and immediately went to the drone control room in the tower. "Sir, look!" On a large display screen, a live march began, and a large-scale mobile force appeared before everyone's eyes. Many people in Hama who were paying attention to this matter received first-hand information and began to pay close attention to the impending war. The victory or defeat of the two men determined the change of underground forces in Aden. Hassan the Scarwolf is too powerful. Relying on his background, he has divided up most of the underground arms in Aden, leaving many local arms dealers to survive in the cracks. This naturally caused their strong dissatisfaction, but because they were afraid of Hassan's powerful strength, they dared not speak out. If Sui, the man who broke the rules, defeated Hassan, then they would be able to share this feast together. This is a market worth tens of billions of dollars, enough for many people to make a good living. Scarwolf Hassan made such a big fuss this time, gathering all his men and equipment, as if he wanted to let these people see how powerful he is. By forcefully defeating Sui, the rule breaker, he could effectively deter them and continue to secure his own throne. In fact, his actions this time were instructed by the forces behind him. As for the mysterious Sui, they naturally chose to nip him in the bud. If Sui is allowed to grow up, it will inevitably disrupt their layout in Aden. Several other arms dealers in Aden also sat together at this moment. They and Hassan formed the structure of the entire arms market in Aden. Although they can only survive in the cracks, their united strength should not be underestimated, as behind these people are all international arms giants. An arms dealer from the Lyri country, looked at the crowd and said, "Do you think that Sue has a chance of winning?" The arms dealer from Lapland, Finland, shook his head and said, "Sue has only more than 100 men, 6 BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicles and an Mi-24 helicopter, while Hassan not only has many tanks and helicopters, but also nearly 3 times the number of people. I don't see any chance of winning." The arms dealer from Russia, Ukraine, also agreed. "The difference in strength between the two sides is too great, but it should be able to cause some damage to Hassan. In fact, I don't think too highly of Sui. What I care about is the future development of the situation. If Sui is defeated, it will undoubtedly anger the people behind him. I think this mysterious force will definitely not sit still. I don't think anyone can stand this kind of face-slapping behavior. As long as these two forces compete with each other, our real chance will come. The latest intelligence has arrived. Cuckoo can provide a live broadcast of the entire process, but we will have to pay $1 million for it. Pay the money. We can split the bill." Naturally, these arms bosses would not let go of such a good opportunity, but they didn't know that this was actually just a collaboration between Hassan and Cuckoo. The purpose is to let them see how he will win a complete victory in this war in a crushing manner. However, at this time, many people looked at the military airport with very strange eyes. Because Sui acted too calmly, the entire airport was not put under martial law and the construction team was still continuing work. They were very sure that the information had already reached Sui, and this was also what surprised them the most. The confidentiality level of the Su-27 and Predator is still very high. Except for the 2 sorties of the Predator, the Su-27 has always stayed in the hangar. So even Cuckoo is still unaware of all this. Their intelligence work is indeed very impressive. However, it is impossible to place people in Sui's place, because all his subordinates are biochemical warriors. Although the military airport seemed calm at the moment, the ground crew in Hangar No. 1 were extremely busy loading ammunition into the Su-27 fighter jets. Chapter 25, Flanker in the air, ready to go. Buzz buzz buzz! The door of Hangar No. 1 at the military airport slowly opened to both sides, revealing the true appearance of several sides of the hangar. As the gate opened, a ferocious war monster slowly drove out, towed by a trailer, and finally stopped at the end of the runway. Inside the tower, a total of 4 soldiers in camouflage uniforms were making preparations for takeoff. Sui, Price, Simon, Chris and others were all looking at the handsome figure of the Su-27 flanker on the runway. I have to say that this fighter is very good looking, especially its racks are full of various ammunition, showing the dominance of this war behemoth. 001, runway crosswind force 4, clear for takeoff. 001 understood, crosswind force 4, takeoff. The voice that came out was Nikolai from Task Force 141. After Sui made this fighter jet, he directly appointed Nikolai as the pilot of this Su-27 fighter jet. You should know that Nikolai was one of the former ace pilots of the northern country. He had participated in many wars and could easily control helicopters, fighter jets, and transport planes. As Nikolai's voice fell, the 2 AL-31F-1 engines at the tail spewed out orange-red tail flames, and the roar became louder and louder, filling the sky above the entire airport. The noise it makes is much louder than the MQ-1 Predator drone. As the power accumulated, Nikolai released his brake and stepped on the accelerator to the maximum. The Su-27 slid forward suddenly like a tiger out of a cage. When it was halfway along the runway, it raised its nose and roared towards the sky at a high angle. Since it is not participating in long-distance combat, and is only less than 200 kilometers away from the target combat location, the fuel is only half loaded, making it easier to perform various difficult maneuvers. Sui looked at the Su-27 fighter jet flying away until it could no longer be seen, and then he withdrew his gaze. The Hellhound mercenaries did not receive any intelligence about the situation at the military airport, because even Cuckoo was not very clear about it. Hassan also went out with the mercenary group. At this moment, he was sitting in a BMP-1PK armored command vehicle, commanding the operation of the entire force. He was able to develop a small group of Hellhounds into what it is today, and he is quite good at commanding battles. After all, he is just a middle-level commander of the Gallic Foreign Legion. If he doesn't have the ability, the forces behind him will not support him. Boss, we have absolute air superiority. That Su only has one Mi-24. Why don't our helicopter fleet rush in and launch an airstrike on him first? Hassan looked at his equally reckless subordinates and said, We have very little intelligence about this airport, and Sui is also very mysterious. There is no guarantee that this airport does not have anti-aircraft missiles installed. If we rashly send out a fleet of helicopters, we will suffer heavy losses. Let's wait for the ground armored forces to attack first, and then the air fleet to follow up. It's a pity that I don't have any self-propelled artillery in my inventory, otherwise I could send him some gifts first. He had several old Tu-S3 howitzers in his arsenal before, but unfortunately they were sold to a neighboring country not long ago, otherwise they could have been used this time. Now more than an hour had passed since they set out, and they had advanced about 50 kilometers. At this moment, an emergency call came from the base behind them. My name is Hassan, what happened? Under normal circumstances, the base would not contact me. Could it be that I mobilized all my troops and Sui sent troops to take the opportunity to destroy my nest? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel nervous, because his ammunition warehouse was located underground in the base. If I were really ambushed, I would suffer heavy losses. Boss, our warning radar has detected a high-speed moving target. Its flight path is right across the marching route. It is less than 50 kilometers away from you, and its purpose is unclear. The Su-27 is such a large target that even though the radar at the Cerberus base is a bit old, it can still easily detect such a large target. What? Okay, I get it. After hearing the news, Hassan's heart sank. It was obviously a fighter plane, and it was heading towards his side. He was probably thinking badly. Thinking of Suyi's mysterious background, his heart sank to the bottom. Now he understood why Sui was so calm until now. Perhaps this fighter plane was the source of his confidence. Pass on my order. Stop advancing. All troops disperse. There are unidentified enemy aircraft coming towards us. Prepare for air defense. Hassan gave the order decisively, but it was too late. Along the way, Nikolai relied on his superb flying skills to fly the Su-27 at ultra-low altitude to avoid radar detection. He took off only 50 kilometers away from the target, which meant he was about to launch an attack. Chapter 26 Cluster Bombs, Heavy Rain of Pear Blossoms. Nikolai's first target was not the ground target, but the air fleet of the Hellhound mercenaries. Two of the AH-129 Mongoose attack helicopters posed the greatest threat to the airport, so they became his first targets for elimination. Two R-77 Viper active radar-guided air-to-air missiles fell down from the wing racks, and then the engine at the tail ignited and roared towards the target. This air-to-air missile is the first active air-to-air missile developed by the former Northern Kingdom. Its performance is comparable to that of Singapore's AIM-120, and its maximum range can reach 90 kilometers. Once a helicopter is locked by its radar, there is no possibility of escape. The two sides were less than 50 kilometers apart. With the help of inertial and mid-course command guidance, the two R-77 missiles found their respective targets. The active guidance head on the missile was turned on. The two sides were only about 20 kilometers apart, and were already within the locking range of the active guidance head. Ding ding ding! At the moment when the active guidance head locked onto the two helicopters, the missile warning devices on the two armed helicopters received the signal, and suddenly the alarm sounded inside the cabin. You have been locked by a missile, please evade quickly. Oh shit, we've been targeted by missiles. It's the R-77 from the North Country. Fake. When the pilot of the Mongoose attack helicopter saw the signal displayed by the radar warning signal, his face suddenly changed and a trace of despair flashed in his eyes. The speed of armed helicopters is very slow compared to fixed-wing aircraft, not to mention their maneuverability. The maximum speed of an air-to-air missile exceeds Mach 3, and the maximum overload is 40 G. How can a helicopter dodge it? The answer is very obvious. Although they have tried various maneuvers, such as flying at ultra-low altitude, it did not save their lives. Boom, boom! Two explosions were heard one after another, and the two aggressive AH-129 attack helicopters suddenly turned into two balls of fire in the air, with debris scattered all around. After seeing this scene, the other helicopters in the fleet immediately scattered like birds and beasts and flew in different directions. When being targeted by a fixed-wing aircraft, a helicopter can do nothing but escape. Although both sides can fly, how can a sparrow beat an eagle? However, Nikolai had no interest in these light helicopters. He had fired both R-77 missiles carried by his fighter jets, and could only rely on the remaining 2 melee missiles and machine guns to fight. Next, he set his sights on the crowd that was still in the evacuation formation. However, a distance of 40 kilometers can be reached in more than a minute for a fighter jet flying at 2,000 kilometers per hour. Soon Nikolai saw the target several kilometers away. The Su-27 fighter was now at an altitude of about 800 meters. "Let me give you a surprise!" After saying this, a bomb under the belly of the plane fell freely towards the evacuated crowd. This bomb is a powerful weapon. Its full name is CBU-107 Cluster Guided Bomb, and another name is Cluster Bomb. Since there are no precision guidance components controlled by the fire control system, such as laser, infrared, etc., the Su-27 fighter can use it directly. There are a total of 3,750 metal rods inside it, and when it explodes it's like a rain of pear blossom needles falling from the sky. To deal with this kind of infantry group exposed in the wild with no cover at all, it is simply a weapon of destruction. "Shit, find cover, everyone find cover." The crowd below was in chaos at this moment. The mercenaries were not as disciplined as the regular troops of various countries. After the CBU-107 bomb reached above the crowd, it exploded with a loud bang due to the action of the timing device. The 3,750 metal rods of various types loaded inside shot downwards like wild horses. These metal rods fell like raindrops, and those who were lying on the ground to avoid the explosion were the first to suffer. Puff, puff, puff! The entire scene was filled with the sound of sharp blades piercing bodies and screams. The attack of cluster bombs was so widely distributed that it basically covered an area as large as several footballs. The tragic scene after the attack was simply unbearable to watch. The bulletproof vests and bulletproof helmets they were equipped with did not provide any help. Some people even had metal rods stuck in their bodies, which were somewhat dazzling under the sunlight. Some people did not die directly under the attack. Those who were luckier were not hit in fatal parts, but the pain was real. Help me, someone come and save me. I surrender. I won't fight anymore. Fake. It hurts so much. Hassan was lucky enough to escape the disaster by hiding in a single-person bunker, but when he saw the scene at the scene, he was stunned, as if he was stupid. After a while, he suddenly shuddered and shouted like a madman. Retreat, retreat, everyone retreat back to the base. The power of asymmetric strikes was revealed at this time. There were only more than 300 people, even though they had many main battle tanks and armored vehicles. However, under the airstrikes, they had no power to fight back and could only watch as they were beaten. This feeling of powerlessness made people very desperate. Chapter 27 White Phosphorus appears, and the hero dies. After completing the first round of attack, Nikolai looked at the mercenaries in chaos below and sneered. Do you think you can escape? After saying that, he dropped another CBU-107 cluster bomb weighing 450 kilograms, and thousands of them fell like flowers from the sky. Once again, this bomb caused heavy damage to the panicked crowd. Dozens of casualties were caused by this one bomb. Nearly half of the more than 300 members of the Hellhound mercenaries were killed or injured by these two bombs, and their morale had collapsed. However, this is not the end of their nightmare, as there is only one Su-27 fighter this time, in order to make up for the shortage of numbers. Sui directly ignored the so-called international rules and mounted a number of internationally banned weapons on it, including a cluster bomb and a white phosphorus incendiary bomb. If you are not ruthless towards your enemies, you are hurting yourself. As for any international conventions, what does it have to do with him? He did not use these weapons in civilian areas. At most, he was condemned on the fishing boat. The big baby is coming! Dropping 2 CBU-107 submunitions was just an appetizer. This is the real killer weapon this time. The power of the white phosphorus incendiary bomb was immediately revealed when it exploded more than 60 meters in the air. Countless white phosphorus were thrown out after the explosion, falling like snow. As the white phosphorus fell, a sea of fire was formed immediately, covering a large area and engulfing most of the collapsed Hellhound mercenaries. Many people were swallowed up by the sea of fire before they could react, and others were burned to death after being stuck with white phosphorus. Miserable screams were heard everywhere in the sea of fire, and in a moment it became a hell. Nikolai rolled the Su-27 fighter over nearly 1,000 meters in the air, looked down, and admired the hell he had created. "The mission has been completed, and now it's up to you." His radio was connected to the Mi-24 Gazelle attack helicopter dozens of kilometers away. This helicopter would be responsible for the mopping up work and cleaning up the battlefield. He drove his fighter plane and chased after the fleeing helicopters. The burning of the white phosphorus bomb continued until the arrival of the Gazelle attack helicopter. Black smoke continued to rise from the ground, and the entire desert had been burned to a charred color. Black charred corpses were scattered everywhere, lying in all directions in the area. "Oh my God, this is hell!" When the Gazelle attack helicopter approached, the pilot inside was stunned when he saw this scene. "Shit, don't get so close, this is a white phosphorus bomb, the smoke is poisonous." The weapons officer in the back seat saw the smoke drifting in front, and his face suddenly changed. The pilot shuddered with fear and immediately flew the helicopter around this hell. The smoke emitted by the burning white phosphorus bomb is highly toxic. Just inhaling a little is enough to make people feel nauseous and dizzy. If you stay inhaled for more than 30 seconds, the smoke inhaled is enough to be fatal. Many people here were not burned to death by white phosphorus bombs, but died from inhaling too much poison, including Hassan the Scarface, who was still lying in a single-soldier bunker. No one expected that the hero who dominated the underground arms market in Aden for nearly 10 years would die in such a small place. "Are you asking us to clean up the mess? There's no way anyone is left alive." The pursuing Nikolai turned into a killing god in the sky. After catching up with a little bird helicopter, he directly fired several 30mm caliber machine gun shells, blowing it up in midair. "It's all over." Through the images projected by the MQ-1 Predator drone in the sky, Sui almost watched an entire live broadcast. Looking at the scene created by his own orders, he felt a little complicated, but he quickly recovered. "It's all over. This Su is really a ruthless person. It's best not to provoke him in the future." Also watching this live broadcast were the top leaders of the Arms Alliance, and they felt very complicated after seeing this scene. This war, which was broadcast live throughout, shocked them greatly, and they felt very complicated after it ended. "Yes, but I think we can go have our cake and eat it first." After the words fell, several people looked at each other. "I think we should say hello to him. We better discuss how to divide it. I'll contact him right away." Orlov came to Sui, who had returned to the office, and said, "Boss, the Arms Alliance asked us how to divide up the arms warehouse of the Hellhound base." Sui glanced at him and said, "We don't need these junks. We can give them all to them, but they have to agree to one request of mine. They have to disband their Arms Alliance and join my newly established Leader Arms Trade Association. I will serve as the president of the association." "Have we established this association?" Orlov asked in a very doubtful tone. "Isn't it there now?" Chapter 28, Arms Association, Large Orders. When the war started, Sui knew that victory would belong to him, so how to unify the arms market in Aden became his priority. The 21st century is an era of win-win cooperation. Although it is comfortable to eat alone, the disadvantages are also quite obvious. He has only been in this world for less than 2 months, and the leader, to put it bluntly, is still a regional arms company with no significant influence. Everything he relied on came from his own golden finger, but his foundation was still too weak compared to those old arms dealers. Besides, with his current financial and human resources, it is simply impossible to forcibly take over Aden's underground arms market. In this case, it would be better to share a portion of the profits with several arms dealers in Aden, pull them into your own camp, and cooperate with them to divide up this market. Although they all have the support of international arms giants, they cannot compare with themselves in terms of the richness of weapons. Another benefit of doing this is resources. We can cooperate with these arms giants, and use their resources to develop ourselves. Only when everyone forms a community of interests will they be willing to help themselves develop. Take the 4 major international grain traders as an example. They are a good example. These international giant grain traders all sell grain, and they are actually competitors to each other. If they invade each other's markets, it will inevitably lead to a drop in food prices, and the beneficiaries will be those countries that are watching the show. However, these four major grain traders did not compete with each other. Instead, they cooperated to form an alliance, joined hands to manipulate international grain prices, and advanced and retreated together, swallowed up grain companies in other countries, and gradually took control of the entire world's grain market. In this way, they can manipulate the price of food at will, which is one of the main reasons why food prices have continued to rise in recent years. There are actually countless examples of this in the world, and basically all bulk trade products are traded in this way. Sui established this leading arms trade association with this idea in mind. Only by gathering these scattered soldiers and forming a community of interest can we compete with the national teams of the 5 major gangsters, and also use them to enter the arms markets of various countries. There is no doubt that the 5 major countries are the largest arms dealers in the world. If you want to touch their cake, you will probably die miserably if you don't have enough allies and strong power. The war lasted only half a day, but it brought about great changes to the situation in Aden. It is difficult for ordinary people to feel this change, but for the senior government officials in Aden, they can feel it very clearly. The new Minister of Defense of Aden went straight to the interim president of the government and said, "President, Hassan has been defeated. That Sui has killed him. It is foreseeable that he will become the largest private arms dealer in our country." After hearing this, the black president stopped what he was doing and said, "I don't care who wins or loses, as long as they can provide us with a stable supply of weapons, then this order will be given to him. I hope he won't make me wait too long. We don't have time." A few months ago, they overthrew the previous government with the help of reactionary armed forces, and now they are facing such a problem. The hostile parties took advantage of the corruption in their government to instigate war across the country. The major tribes also broke away from the control of the government, and their regime was crumbling. They had no choice but to strengthen their armed forces to protect the fruits of their victory. However, faced with an international arms embargo, they can only purchase high-priced arms from private arms dealers, which is why Hassan is able to influence the situation in the country. Without these arms dealers, light weapons might be able to flow into Aden through various channels, but heavy weapons would definitely be difficult to import. In the afternoon of the same day, Orloff and Price found Sui respectively and brought him 2 good news, which was also a bonus after the end of the war. Orloff found Sui and said, "Boss, the Ministry of Defense of the Provisional Government has responded to us. We have successfully won this order. The total amount may exceed $100 million US. He had received news before that the interim government had given a large weapons order to Bang due to the tense war situation. Only he had the appetite to take such a large order. He had been killed by himself, so Sui and Orloff naturally set their eyes on this order. They successfully got through to the Minister of Defense by means of bribery and rebates, and naturally got the order. Although it was expected, Sui's face was full of joy at this moment. "Bring the contract here so I can see what weapons the interim government needs." This time the interim government was absolutely ruthless, and the number of weapons it purchased was also very large. At the same time, they were also very aware of their own situation and did not purchase any too advanced weapons. Not only were they expensive, their soldiers would not be able to use them either. Chapter 29, $100 million, Extra Gain. The order includes a total of 20,000 AK-47 rifles, 500 SVD sniper rifles, 500 light and heavy machine guns, 1,000 RPG-7 rockets, and 20 TOW anti-tank missiles, all of which are light weapons. The quantity of heavy weapons purchased is not large, but the amount is not small. 12 M198 howitzers, 50 M40 recoilless guns, 10 35mm Oerlikon twin anti-aircraft guns, 12 T-72 main battle tanks, 24 BMP-1 infantry fighting vehicles and 4 Mi-24 Hind attack helicopters. Although the unit price of weapons for this order has not yet been determined, which requires both parties to sit down and discuss, we can actually calculate a rough estimate now. The total order amount for the 20,000 AK-47s alone is as high as 12 million, calculated at a unit price of $600. Generally speaking, the black market price of an original AK-47 is over $800 per piece, and it is normal to sell it for $1,000. There are also sniper rifles, light and heavy machine guns, and rocket launchers, whose prices also exceed $15 million. 20 Dow anti-tank missile launchers, with a minimum unit price of $300,000, total $6 million, not counting anti-tank missiles. The unit price of an anti-tank missile is $50,000. If ammunition is included, the weapons orders alone would be worth around $40 million, including ammunition. Then there are 12 M198 howitzers. This old-style howitzer is not very expensive now, costing $500,000 each, with a total price of $6 million, excluding ammunition. 50 M40 recoilless guns, each costing $50,000, for a total of $2.5 million. 10 35mm Oerlikon anti-aircraft guns, each priced at $150,000, with a total price of $1.5 million. 12 T-72 main battle tanks, with a unit price of $1.5 million and a total price of $18 million. 24 BMP-1 infantry fighting vehicles, with a unit price of $400,000 and a total price of $9.6 million. 4 Gazelle attack helicopters, each costing $5 million, with a total price of $20 million. The total value of this order is definitely over $100 million, and Sui only needs to pay less than $30 million for it. From this we can actually see how high the profits of arms are. No wonder the 5 major countries are so keen on exporting arms trade. However, this arms order worth $100 million is not that eye-catching compared to the global arms orders worth tens of billions of dollars. However, this order is very important to Sui. If he can get this order, his power will be able to develop rapidly. In this way, he would have enough strength to sell arms to other countries, instead of focusing on a small place like Aden. The global arms market was his target. Although Sui cannot take out the $30 million to purchase arms in the system now, the arrival of Price easily solved this problem. Sir, I'm back. This time we made a great haul. We found more than $20 million and euros in cash, as well as a large number of diamonds, gems, gold, and even cultural relics. The value of these items is about $13 million. We found out that he had a large amount of money in a secret account, but unfortunately we didn't have the password and related information, so we couldn't get it out at all. After hearing the good news, Sui was in a particularly good mood. He said without much concern, "It's okay. If you can't get it, forget it. If you get it, I'll take it. You ask Orloff to cash in all those diamonds and gems, and then take out $10 million from them and give it to Chris to handle. Building an intelligence network requires a lot of money. If Chris doesn't have enough funds, no matter how capable she is, it will be useless. After all, if you want to bribe someone to collect and provide intelligence for you, how could others do that without money?" After the battle, Sui's funds were finally sufficient, but he still had to complete the order as soon as possible. Getting the money was the most important thing. "Olive, please reach a deal with the provisional government as soon as possible. As for the price, you decide it yourself. I believe in your ability." "Okay, boss, I will definitely not let you down." This is the first order since he took office. If he doesn't hand in a good answer, he will not let himself go. Sui now still has $25 million in funds, which he originally reserved for arms trade. Now it seems that he can spend some of it first. No matter how much money you have, if you don't transform it into your own power, it's no different from toilet paper. First of all, on Price's side, the expansion of the 141st Task Force is imminent. There are a total of 42 elite biochemical warriors, which means 84,000 funds, plus various equipment, a total of 100,000 funds will be needed. Once Price has trained them and completed the running-in period, they can be released for actual combat training and start taking security and mercenary orders. Chapter 30 Ambition emerges, Private Arms. Sui's ambitions are still very big. He is not just engaged in arms trading. He also hopes to become the leader in the mercenary world and build a private armed force that no country dares to provoke. Moreover, the route he wanted to take was the route of elite soldiers. In modern warfare, quality of soldiers is more important than quantity. Just like Star Country, although its army has only 500,000 to 600,000 people, it is the smallest in number compared to several other countries. But who dares to challenge this army head-on? The Star Army's army is not only well-equipped but also well-trained. It is a force with rich combat experience. Although the cyborgs are not weaker than the Star Army, they actually have zero combat experience when they come out of the space military factory. Just like the previous night raid, if they had combat experience, they would not have let the blacks get so close before they discovered them. The reason why they were able to resist the enemy's attack at such a small cost was due to their excellent equipment and the advantages of fighting at night. Each of them has a binocular night vision goggles, which allows them to see the enemy clearly in the dark, while those black uncles just shoot blindly. There is a real combat case where several American soldiers relied on night vision equipment to survive until dawn, waiting for the arrival of the support troops without any casualties. Therefore, the mercenary route is a very good practical route. Only in this way can the troops be pulled out to engage in actual combat in a fair and open manner. The most important thing is that he can make money this way. He doesn't expect to make too much, as long as he can support the army. This made Sui think of someone. That person was the boss in Call of Duty 11 that he played before traveling through time, Jonathan Irons. Relying on advanced technology and capital, he made Atlas the world's largest private armed group, and successfully joined the United Organization, becoming the first enterprise to enter the United Organization as a company. Then he can use this identity to interfere in the affairs of various countries. Sui wanted to build the leader company into a giant private armed group like Atlas. This time he readily took out 84,000 points of funds and recruited the 42 elite biochemical warriors mentioned earlier. Moreover, he also plans to strengthen the individual weapons and equipment of Task Force 141 this time, so that even if they go to the battlefield, their chances of survival will be higher. Because on the battlefield, if they enter other countries to fight, it will be difficult to provide them with direct support, and they can only rely on themselves. When they were first recruited, the Space Military Factory was very considerate, and at least equipped them with basic combat equipment. For example, Kevlar bulletproof vests, M16A2 assault rifles, and binocular night vision goggles are their standard equipment. However, this kind of equipment is too crude for use in combat. Even the current equipment of Task Force 141 is not very good. There was no other reason, because Sui was too poor before, and now he had sufficient funds, so naturally he would equip his elite combat force well. In terms of individual combat equipment, it is at least on par with several top special forces of Singapore, such as the famous SEALs and Delta. First of all, in terms of firearms, they had all the rifles available for them to choose from 10 years ago, such as 416 Hong Kong dollars, FNSCAR, M24 sniper rifle, M240 light machine gun, etc. In addition, they can choose from individual heavy weapons such as individual anti-tank missiles. This set doesn't seem to cost much money, but considering the number of people, at least the 10,000 points of funds will not run away. There is also the 4-channel night vision goggles that are standard equipment for the Singapore Special Forces. This night vision goggles is more advanced than binocular night vision goggles and can observe 120-degree scenes, while traditional binocular night vision goggles only have 45 degrees, so there is basically no blind spot. The role this equipment plays in night vision is crucial. Special operations usually take place at night, so its importance is unquestionable. These equipments are actually not a big deal. Each person basically only spends 2,000 to 3,000 points of funds. The real big pieces are still helicopters, combat vehicles, drones, etc. These equipment can only be considered after completing the order from the provisional government, and we should directly equip ourselves with the most advanced ones. Anyway, they still have to train for a while, enough time for him to complete the order from the provisional government. The provisional government was still very anxious for this batch of equipment. Unrest had been spreading across the country, and the situation was becoming increasingly chaotic. Among them, neighboring countries are fanning the flames, and there are even rumors that neighboring countries will directly send troops to intervene in Aiden's affairs. Neighboring country Ethiopia. Therefore, the provisional government was very eager for this batch of equipment. After all, they were not short of money and had a lot of money looted. This also gives Orloff a lot of room for negotiation. Perhaps he can gain more than $100 million this time. It all depends on Orloff's own ability. Chapter 31 Negotiation completed, Transportation System. The interim government is aware of its own urgency and may pay a lot more for this arms deal. After all, you appear to be so anxious. As a qualified businessman, others would seem to be letting you down if they don't raise the price, but this is also their helpless move. Orloff soon received a notice from the provisional government that the Minister of Defense would negotiate with him in person. The main issues discussed by both parties were price and delivery time. At such a close distance, delivery was actually not a problem for Sui at all. He only needs to get these weapons into a secret warehouse, and then transport them from there to the hands of customers. As for the exposure problem, he had also thought about it, compared to constructing a transportation line to cover up the source of weapons. It would be better to cover it up like this, because no matter how you construct this non-existent transportation line, there will always be loopholes and traces. Only this kind of black tech transportation method can do it without anyone noticing. Because no one would have thought that weapons would appear in this way. They will only investigate how these weapons were delivered to Aiden without anyone noticing. Before leaving, Sui also gave Orloff instructions to raise the price as high as possible. Coming from the future, he still knows something. This interim government will almost collapse next year, and a new government will take office in 2009. Therefore, there was no need to be too polite to this government that was about to collapse. He had no intention of gaining the friendship of this interim government. This interim government is still very weak, and the territory it actually controls is only the city of Hama, Moga, and several surrounding areas. Other local states are basically controlled by major tribes and some warlords. To say that he only obeyed orders and not announcements was being polite was the real move. He completely refused to listen to announcements, and was bent on rebellion. There is no need to say much about Orloff's talent and ability in the arms trade, which can be clearly seen through bits and pieces of film and television dramas. After 3 days of negotiations, the two sides finally reached an agreement on the prices of all weapons. When Sui looked at the price, a smile appeared on his face. The actual total order amount is 150 million, which is 50 million more than the estimated price. Orloff, you performed very well this time. $5 million will be your bonus. The actual amount refers to the amount you get after the kickback has been deducted. Although Orloff is a cyborg, cyborgs are also humans and are no different from ordinary people. Apart from not having a family yet, they live the life of ordinary humans, and money is naturally indispensable. Just like those ordinary biochemical soldiers he recruited, Sui paid them wages, and they were not low. After hearing Sui's praise, Orloff broke into a big smile. Thank you, boss. I won't let you down. I still have work to report to you. Explain. It's like this. In the past 3 days, many people have come to me and want to order weapons from us. There are more than 100 orders of various sizes, with a total order value of more than $30 million. These orders are scattered all over the country. Our transportation staff is not very sufficient, and the transportation system is a little chaotic. But I've dealt with it, but it doesn't solve the underlying problem. I think we can refer to the current logistics system in the e-commerce field and establish a weapons transportation channel that integrates air, sea and land transportation. Orloff's words made Sui's eyes light up, and he also associated a lot of things, and a brilliant idea formed in his mind. Thinking of this, Sui smiled and said, Give me a plan and tell me what you need. As long as we complete this government order, I think personnel, air transport and sea transport will not be a problem. After the end of this asymmetric war, Sui's wallet was completely filled up. Among them, $50 million were seized during the war. Now the provisional government's orders are $150 million, plus these scattered orders are another $30 million. The profit was as high as $230 million, while he had only earned tens of millions of dollars after working so hard before. The delivery of weapons began the day after the negotiations were completed, and all weapons were delivered in about 2 days. The weapons were purchased with a $30 million deposit from the interim government. Every time a batch of arms is delivered, the provisional government must settle the amount of the weapons, which can also prevent the provisional government from reneging on its promises. Although Sui felt that they dared not, after all, the war that day was also a deterrent to the provisional government. Such a powerful hellhound mercenary group was actually destroyed in the desert. Given their current situation, they dared not even think of any evil ideas. Chapter 32 Humble Assistant, Xiao Yu Shu Shu. Early in the morning, Sui came to his office as usual. However, when he opened the door, he saw a figure that surprised him. A woman in gray oil clothes was tidying up the messy documents on his desk. Judging from the back view, this woman does not look very old and still has a strong student vibe. When the woman heard the office door open, she couldn't help but look back, and a beautiful and innocent face appeared in Suyi's eyes. When he saw the woman, he actually guessed her identity in his heart. Apart from the assistant that Terence had mentioned before, the guards would not let anyone else in. Not just anyone can enter his office. Even if Orloff and Chris want to come in, they have to inform him. When the woman saw Suyi, she suddenly became flustered and nervous. She put her hands in front of her and bowed slightly. "Hello, Mr. Su, I am your new assistant Yu Shushu." After saying this, Yu Shushu lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Suyi at all. Suyi glanced at her and said, "Go make me a cup of black tea first." "Okay, Mr. Su." After saying this, Yu Shushu walked towards the tea room with somewhat messy steps. After sitting down at his desk, Suyi's thoughts began to recall the idea that suddenly came to him yesterday. The logistics scale that Orloff mentioned suddenly reminded Suyi of the developed e-commerce system of Yen's state in later generations. With the rise of online shopping, many e-commerce giants have emerged in China, allowing people to buy a variety of things without leaving their homes. So can he also build such an e-commerce website? However, his e-commerce website is not for selling daily necessities, but for buying weapons and ammunition, and it mainly targets customers with needs from all over the world. The B2C model is very suitable for his idea, especially for businesses to conduct individual transactions. In the future, this website will not only have his company, but it will also be able to attract other arms dealers to participate. This is equivalent to bringing these scattered arms dealers into one's own camp, and one can also build a logistics system of one's own to make money by transporting arms for them. This is very similar to a certain dong in later generations. Suyi's own arms are directly sold in a certain dong store, and the arms transportation system is a certain dong logistics. Suyi thinks this idea is very bold and advanced. If it can be realized, it will be very beneficial to the development of the leading arms company. However, arms trade is different from ordinary commodity trade, as it involves many other things, such as political issues. Therefore, it is definitely impossible to open it to the general public. Instead, it adopts the dark web model and is only open to customers who have sent-in access permits. Whatever weapons they want, they just need to click the mouse on the website and place an order. After verifying his identity, the company will deliver the weapons to the location he specifies. It completely eliminates many of the intermediate steps, such as bargaining and other wrangling. The prices are clearly marked, and you can buy it if you want. Of course, for some special customers, you still have to negotiate in person. This website is actually mainly aimed at small and medium-sized customers. But this group is also the largest in number, and their existence cannot be ignored. It is relatively easy to build such a website. The most troublesome and expensive part is probably the establishment of the arms transportation logistics system. However, in the early stage, the main customers were still concentrated in Aden and several surrounding countries. After all, the fame of the leading arms trading company is limited to Aden. Although he defeated Hassan, Hassan was actually just a small character. If one wants others to come to him to buy arms, he has to show them the weapons he has and the channels for safe transportation. After coming up with the idea, Suyi turned on his computer and prepared to write the plan he hated the most. At this time, the young assistant Yu Shushu brought a cup of black tea and gently placed it on his desk. During this time, he also stole a glance at Suyi, who was thinking hard. "I have ideas, but when it comes time to actually start writing, I don't know how to write them." He suddenly raised his head and looked at the humble assistant, his eyes shining. Seeing Suyi suddenly looking at her, the young assistant Yu Shushu was startled like a frightened little rabbit. "You, Shushu, can you write a plan?" After hearing Suyi's question, the assistant suddenly felt relieved and lowered his head and said softly, "I know. I learned this in school. I graduated from the Department of Economics and Management of Tsinghua University." It turns out that he graduated from a jack-of-all-trades department. That's the best. He can definitely help me deal with some trivial matters in the company. Suyi smiled amiably and said, "Okay then, come sit in front of the computer and help me write a plan. I'll give you my ideas and you write one for me, and try to make it as detailed as possible." "Okay, Mr. Su." The assistant couldn't help but reveal a forced smile. Looking at such a humble assistant, Sui couldn't help but shook his head slightly and said, "Hurry up, I won't eat you." Chapter 33 Website Preparation, Intelligence Security. In the afternoon, after reading the plan that Sui handed to him, Orlov showed surprise on his face. "Boss, if this plan can be fully realized, you will soon become the leader of all arms dealers. It is hard to imagine how your future will develop." Although Orlov's words might sound like flattery, they were not exaggerated at all. This is like Taobao in the Yen state in later generations. If Jack Ma directly closes a store, the owner of this store can still continue to buy and sell offline, but will undoubtedly lack many orders. Unless they are very famous sellers, these sellers are unlikely to participate in Suyi's platform. One reason is that these national teams never lack orders, and their arms trading is heavily influenced by political factors, so it is impossible for them to trade freely. Secondly, this would mean being restricted by Sui. Sui had never considered Lockheed Martin, Boeing and the like. The main targeted companies are still small and medium-sized military-industrial enterprises and arms dealers running around the world. Also, if some countries want to dispose of weapons they don't want, they can also put them on this platform. It is not easy to implement this B2C plan, and there are still many problems to be faced. For example, export restrictions imposed by arms dealers in various countries, etc. This is a very practical issue. However, the main goal of this platform is to sell its own arms. As for whether other military-industrial enterprises want to participate, that is their business. If you have any questions, you can always come to me. Funding and manpower are not a problem. We just need to build it first. By the way, my assistant can participate in this project. I think she has some talent in this area." Orlov nodded and said, "Okay, boss." Orlov was very interested in this plan and started preparing for the establishment of the website that evening. On the same day, he asked Sui for $5 million in funding, and also hoped to support his 10 junior network engineers and 1 mid-level network engineer. Now Sui still has a total of 300,000 points of funds in his hands. Although Orlov took away 60,000 points at once, he did not feel heartbroken at all. If the plan goes smoothly, then this is nothing compared to the future benefits. "Boss, we caught a spy. He took many photos of our airport and sent them to an overseas mailbox. Now he has been caught by us." Intelligence Chief Chris found Sui and his face looked very serious. "What?" After hearing the news, Sui's face changed and he asked, "These photos. I've seen these photos. I didn't see anything. I just got those 2 planes. But I think the airport's intelligence security issue must be taken seriously. Who took the photo? Our people can't be spies, so it can only be those workers." Sui's good mood was completely ruined by this news, and his face became a little gloomy. "Yes, it was a worker from Yen country. He was bribed, and there was an extra transfer of $100,000 in his account." In the past, Sui's fame was limited to a few local areas, and even in Hama City he was not very famous. However, the strength displayed in defeating Hassan forced many people and forces to take it seriously. After all, this is Aden, and the importance of its strategic location has been recognized by many countries. The appearance of Su-27 fighter jets is enough to threaten the shipping lanes in the Gulf of Aden. Many forces are now speculating that the person supporting Sui must be the polar bear. Because in this world, there is basically no other force that can do something so stealthily, except the power of the country. The many Russian-made equipment in Sui's hands can well support this speculation. The polar bear has set its sights on Aden. This is the conclusion reached by many people, and Sui is naturally on the list of Western intelligence organizations. It was completely normal for them to bribe these workers to find out information about him and uncover his mystery. This problem did not exist before, but now the issue of intelligence security has been infinitely magnified and the problem must be solved. Contact the construction company immediately and unilaterally terminate the contract. Pay them the balance. I will solve the engineering problems. As for the worker, he took something he shouldn't have. You know what to do. The construction company did not have much responsibility, so Sui directly paid them the several $1 million in project funds. After all, he was the one who breached the contract first. The issue of credibility is crucial for an arms dealer. If there is any stain on his credibility, who would dare to buy arms from him? After sending away these workers, the construction of the airport must not be stopped, so we might as well recruit an engineering team ourselves. Now only cyborgs can make him feel absolutely at ease. Chapter 34 Engineering Corps, Airport Security. That night, Sui spent a full 10,000 points of funds to recruit 100 biochemical soldiers with construction skills. These more than 100 biochemical soldiers will form an independent engineering corps, and their main task is construction. In the future, military airports and even more top-secret projects can be entrusted to this unit for construction. Only they can make Sui fully trust them. This also made Sui feel relieved. Having outsiders around him always made him feel uneasy. In addition to intelligence security issues, the airport's defense needs to be rebuilt. Previously, due to lack of money, the airport defense consisted of less than 100 guards and 2 BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicles. Task Force 141 has left the airport and has taken over Hassan's secret military base. Price was there training the new members of Task Force 141. If the airport were to be raided by elite foreign special forces, the consequences would be very serious. Although we have not encountered such a situation yet, as we develop, it will inevitably touch upon the interests of certain countries. There is no guarantee that there won't be a country that dislikes me and sends out special forces to kill me. Sui has always attached great importance to safety issues, and he doesn't mind spending money on it. The first thing was to separate the airport guard force of about 50 people and set up a new special security department within the leading company, referred to as the Special Security Department. Their main task is to provide security for the base. In the future, the leading company will definitely have more than one base. Therefore, it is very necessary to set up such a department separately. There are more than 50 people defending the airport, but the manpower is still insufficient, and their equipment also needs to be strengthened. The first thing we did was to set aside a portion of the funds to purchase various surveillance and security equipment, and the number of staff also increased from more than 50 to 200. There are 3 squadrons among these 200 people. One of them is the patrol squadron, which is responsible for daily patrols and guard posts at the airport, and they have the largest number of people. There are also mobile squadrons, which will be equipped with heavy weapons such as tanks, armored vehicles, etc. Once they encounter an enemy invasion, they will deploy these heavy equipment to annihilate the attacking force. Another one is the Mobile Air Defense Squadron, whose main responsibility is naturally the air defense of the airport. This issue must also be put on the agenda. An air strike on the airport would be catastrophic. Since they are defending their own airport, and Sui has nearly 250,000 points of funds, the equipment must be the best, and they can no longer use outdated main battle tanks such as the T-72. Moreover, these people can be pulled out to fight at critical moments, so it is necessary to equip them with advanced heavy mobile weapons. After much selection, Sui finally settled on 3 main battle tanks. M1A2 Abrams, Leopard 2A6 and the unique Merkava 4 main battle tank. There is no need to introduce the first 2, their strength can be seen from their sales volume. In the tank rankings, these 2 are either first or second, and they take turns to be the big brother. The Mekal tank is quite interesting. It is the least tank-like tank and is known as the strongest infantry fighting vehicle. The Merkava 4 main battle tank is a tank independently developed by the Hebrew Kingdom, and its protection capabilities are unmatched. Especially the front engine layout and the thick front and side armor, the protective armor accounts for 75% of the total weight of the tank. Its data in other aspects is also good. The 1,500 horsepower engine allows the tank to travel at a speed of more than 65 km per hour. The 120mm caliber smoothbore gun it carries is also average, but its fire control system is quite eye-catching. And it has another amazing feature, because it adopts the front engine layout. So it has a large rear cabin space that can carry 10 fully armed soldiers. Among all tanks, it has the most soldiers, and among all infantry fighting vehicles, it is the strongest. Being the strongest infantry fighting vehicle is no joke. Compared to the expensive M1A2 tanks and Leopard 2 tanks, Sui still appreciates the Merkava 4 Malawin Quach's main battle tank more in terms of airport protection. Countless actual combats have proven its protective capabilities, and it is sufficient for defense work. In the Space Military Factory, The Merkava 4 main battle tank is priced at 25,000 yuan, the M1A2 main battle tank is priced at 40,000 yuan, and the Leopard 2 main battle tank is priced at 35,000 yuan. In the current market, the three types of tanks are priced at $5 million, $8 million, and $7 million respectively. Since the model purchased was the latest for Malawin Quachas, which only appeared in 2002, there is no discount. The four Merkava main battle tanks cost Sui a total of 100,000 points of funds, reducing his current capital to 140,000. However, he did not stop, but began to select other equipment, such as infantry fighting vehicles, air defense missiles, and various types of air defense radars. It doesn't matter even if the 240,000 yuan is spent. The first payment for the goods will be deposited into his account tomorrow. Chapter 35, Air Defense System, Make Up for Shortcomings. The previous choice of infantry fighting vehicle was the BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicle, which was a helpless move. As a mobile vehicle that can accompany tanks in attacks, we will definitely choose the best one after we have money. Given the current road conditions in Aden, a tracked vehicle is necessary. The M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicle is currently a better choice and can provide good cover for tanks. The performance of this infantry fighting vehicle is absolutely top-notch, especially its electronic system, which has a strong ability to perceive battlefield situations, and its firepower is not weak either. The key is that its price is not expensive. Its M2A3 improved model is just in 2,000 and enjoys a system discount. Its selling price in the Star Army is about $2 million, and the system price is 7,500 points of funds, which is $750,000. Sui bought 6 cars without any hesitation, spending $45,000, and he still had $95,000 left. Then comes the most important issue of air defense. On land, unless long-range weapons such as tactical ballistic missiles are used, but this is impossible in Black Africa. However, the threat from the sky cannot be ignored, so Sui directly bought the best air defense radars. As for the long-range early warning radar with a detection range of several thousand kilometers, Sui did not buy it. Firstly, he did not need it, and secondly, it was too expensive. These air defense radars alone cost Sui 30,000 points of funds, but they made up for his shortcomings, so the price was still well worth it. There is also the option of short-range air defense missiles. As for medium-range air defense missiles, Sui cannot afford them. Even a relatively cheap set of Hongqi 9 air defense missiles costs more than $100 million, and the system price is 500,000 yuan, so we can only use short-range air defense missiles. The Yen State Hongqi 7A short-range air defense missile is inexpensive and of high quality. It has a maximum range of 12 kilometers, a firing altitude of 5.6 kilometers, and a single-shot hit rate of over 80%. It uses 3 composite guidance methods, infrared, television, and radar, and its performance is still very powerful. The key is its low price. Basically, the Hongqi 7A air defense system consists of a search and command vehicle and 3 launch vehicles. The system is priced at 5,000 points of funds, or $50,000, as a complete set. Of course, this does not include missiles, each of which costs 200 points. Sui directly purchased 3 sets to form a mobile air defense squadron, spending a total of just over 20,000 points. All personnel and equipment were in place the next day, as the construction workers at the airport were sent back to their company overnight. Therefore, Sui did not hide anything when recruiting these personnel. After all, the system has the function of shielding satellites. Unless someone was always watching the direction of the airport, how could Sui leave such an obvious loophole? With this wave of expansion, the total number of people inside the airport exceeded 300. When Sui woke up, he saw the Special Forces members who were doing their daily training. The airport finally became popular. He was in a very good mood today because he received a sum of $20 million early in the morning. The first batch of weapons was transported to the military camp of the Provisional Government Forces in the early morning. They have a very high opinion of this batch of weapons. Although the first batch was only light weapons, these weapons were all original products from the North Country, and you could smell the pungent smell of butter when you took them out of the boxes. Take the AK-47 assault rifle for example. This rifle is the favorite of black uncles and is completely everywhere. However, the price of this rifle varies, mainly because this rifle actually has many versions. Basically, several satellite countries of the Northern Kingdom at that time had production lines for AK rifles. This also results in the quality of this rifle varying, and the price is naturally different. In Africa, if you just want a weapon, you can buy an AK that has been used countless times for just a few $dozen. However, a new gun manufactured by Northland costs more than $500, and is generally sold for more than $800 on the black market in Africa. The defense minister said at the time, "Sue is an honest arms dealer." Of course, he said this in public because he received the money. You have to know that the actual price of this transaction was $170 million, of which $20 million was divided between them. Sui also admired them very much. At such a critical moment, they were still so corrupt. It seemed that they all wanted to make a fortune and run away. With the arrival of $20 million, Suyi's capital pool has increased to 270,000 points again. After all the funds are in place, he may be able to consider the issue of building an arms transportation system. The main expense is still on air and sea transportation. Needless to say, air transportation is not very dangerous. However, there are many problems to be faced if it is transported by sea. For the coastal country of Aden, this is probably the main mode of transportation. Chapter 36, Delivery to Home, Transportation System. As for the arms transportation system, Sui has also asked his assistant Yishushu to write a plan and handed it to Orlov to improve. He did not use a certain logistics company, and he had better forget about building arms warehouses around the world, as the cost was too high and it was not realistic. If you build an arms warehouse in another country, once someone becomes jealous, the arms in the warehouse will be confiscated in minutes, and Sui will have nowhere to go to reason. And it is even more unrealistic to fight with a country. He is an arms dealer. How can he compete with the power of a country? Unless he possesses the power to make all countries cautious, which he cannot do at least now. If you want to make a name for yourself in the arms market, arms transportation is absolutely very important. Home delivery is the most basic service, which can also improve the competitiveness of leading companies. After all, he is not a member of the national team, so if cross-border transportation is carried out in the future, it will still be a bit troublesome. Of course, the transportation costs will definitely not be paid by Sui himself, but will be added to the account, but the transportation tool will have to be paid for by Sui. Sui must have purchased all the vehicles, aircraft, and ships directly on the system. Compared to purchasing in reality, not only is the speed slow, but the price is at least twice as high as the system. Sui is still very short of money now. Although he recently received a large order of more than $100 million, it is only one order for now. The main consideration of the arms transportation system is how to efficiently, accurately, and safely transport weapons to every customer. Air transport is the most efficient mode of transport in the entire transport system, mainly covering customers over medium and long distances. Sea transportation is the largest type of transportation, and its main destinations are customers in coastal areas and places that cannot be reached by airplanes. The Army's customers are all close by, so the logistics system needs to identify the most efficient mode of transportation. In fact, we can see from here how much it costs to build a complete arms transportation system. But once it was built, the money would flow into Suyi's pocket. He spent such a huge amount of money to build this arms transportation system not really to serve customers, but to make money. Haven't you seen how many people are scrambling to get in on the express delivery business in Yen State in later generations? Isn't it just to make money? In the future, we can also undertake transportation tasks for other arms dealers and make money from both ends. After all, he has raised the threshold for arms dealers. Suyi's arms are inexpensive and of good quality, and can be delivered to your door for a little money. This includes a contraband item, which naturally makes it more attractive. If other people don't keep up, why would they spend money to buy your things? Once the plan is complete and the website is officially built, Sui will start purchasing transportation tools. It was a huge expense at that time, but fortunately it was a batch of capital investment, so the pressure was not particularly great. After a few days of hard work, the B2C plan is currently progressing very smoothly. Although Sui only spent 500 yuan to recruit 10 junior network engineers. However, their working ability is very outstanding. In this era, with their abilities, they can easily serve as a deputy, or even a supervisor of a small or medium-sized project. This was not the kind of intern that Sui had imagined. In this respect, the system was very conscientious. At present, the system's website has been built, and we just need to fill it with content. Sui also proposed a detailed plan for this website, which focuses on simplicity and convenience, allowing customers to find what they want quickly and accurately. As for the arms sold there, Sui did not intend to be too high-profile. For example, you now have F-22 fighter jets, nuclear-powered submarines, aircraft carriers, etc. Regardless of whether others believe it or not, Xinhua will definitely do its best to deal with Sui, and it is not impossible to launch another battle in Aden. The weapons and equipment he put on the shelves were not that sensitive. It was better to be low-key when facing insufficient strength. Anyway, his main users at present are the black uncles in Heizhou, and their IQ is not high enough to use overly advanced weapons. As for those mid to high-end customers, we should wait until we have enough financial strength before reaching them, as they are the main customers of major countries. As for the price of weapons, he chose a pricing strategy that is slightly lower than the current market price. He mainly deals with low-end customers such as those in Heizhou. Firstly, they don't have much money, so naturally they choose more affordable weapons. Secondly, if we want to compete with those international giants and those big arms dealers, then we must offer more favorable prices to be more competitive. As for what kind of client the transaction is with, it has nothing to do with him. No matter whether they are terrorists, drug traffickers or other anti-government forces, as long as they come to buy, he dares to sell. Making money is the most important thing for him, and he doesn't need to consider other things too much. Chapter 37 Desert Arms, Moment Changes. In the midst of the busyness, I didn't realize that nearly half a month had passed. During this period, Suyi's wealth accumulation reached a new height. After completing the order from the provisional government, $150 million was deposited into his account. Adding the seized $50 million and other scattered orders, the total amount reached more than $50 million. Excluding the funds that have already been spent, Sui currently has nearly $200 million, or $2 million in funds, in his account. He didn't spend anything during this period because the money had other uses. As for upgrading, there is no rush. We will do it after completing the B2C plan. If the funds are sufficient, there is no rush to upgrade. He does not want the upgrade to slow down his development. After all, the current weapons technology is more than enough for him to use, and it is difficult to show off those that are too advanced. Another thing happened 3 days ago, that is, the 141st Task Force was officially established. After the expansion, the strength of the 141st Task Force has been greatly enhanced, especially after the devilish training in the past half-month. The entire brigade has completed the initial running-in and has initially formed combat effectiveness. The Desert Arms Security Company was also smoothly established and became one of the wholly owned subsidiaries of the leading arms trading company. The current leading arms company is no longer the empty shell it was a month ago. After more than half a month of development, the number of personnel has exceeded 500, of which more than 300 are from the Arms Transportation Department, and the remaining more than 100 are members of various departments. Except for Orlov and key positions, the rest were recruited through international headhunting companies. The only armed force of the Desert Arms Security Company is the 141st Task Force, and they will begin to undertake various war or security-related tasks. The most famous mercenary group in the world today is probably the notorious Blackwater International. However, the real mercenary leader in Star Country is the MPRI Group. Since its establishment in 1987, its smallest order has been over $4 million. In addition, there is the EO Group of the Cape Republic, South F, and the IZO Group of the Hebrew Kingdom, Israel. These three groups are also the three most famous mercenary organizations in the mercenary world. They can be seen wherever there is war. Moreover, Western governments are also very fond of using these money-hungry mercenaries. Compared to using their own soldiers, they have lower costs, do not have to worry about casualties, and their mission completion rate is also very good. Although the 141st Task Force is just a newcomer in the mercenary world, their fighting power is unquestionable. Sui believed that they would soon make a name for themselves in the mercenary world, and it would be worthwhile for him to spend so much money and energy to train them. And indeed, just as Sui thought, the newly established Desert Armed Security Company soon received their first order. But that was a few days later. September 4, 2007. Early morning. 4:32 minutes. Moma Manor of Moma Tribe, Lower Shabelle Region, Aden State. Abdullah looked at his father Gross's incredulous eyes and put down the gun he was pointing at him. Father, you are already old, and the passion in your heart has probably cooled down a long time ago. This era is an excellent golden opportunity for the development of our Moma tribe. We have solved our old enemies, the entire Lower Shabelle State is under our timing control, our strength has been unprecedentedly developed, and we have established friendships with leading companies. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity to expand, we will be wasting the opportunity God has given us. Maybe we will still have a chance to unify the country. After receiving hints from the tribal elders, Abdullah, who had strong ambitions, could no longer conceal his ambitions. He took the opportunity to launch this coup tonight, and all the actions went very smoothly. Only his old and confused father was kept in the dark. Listening to the quiet manner outside, Gross couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. It seems that they finally can help it. In this case, let's do as you say. I hope this will not drag the Moma tribe into the abyss. Gross was well aware of the difficulty of this road. If he failed in this armed game for power, the Moma tribe would be destroyed. The danger in the period was so great that he, who was already old, did not dare to fight for it. However, the tribe's elders were not willing to sink, and instead encouraged him to seize this opportunity to expand, but he suppressed them all. At this time, Abdullah, who showed a certain ambition, caught the attention of the elders, and so the scene that happened tonight happened. The next day, Abdullah was crowned by the chief elder of the Council of Elders in the presence of tens of thousands of tribesmen in the town, and became the new leader of the Moma tribe. Chapter 38 Abdullah, the boy who brings wealth. On the evening of September 4th, Sui actually saw the information from the Moma tribe. After all, the Moma tribe and Sui have a close relationship, so Chris naturally planted a mole among them. After more than half a month of development, and an investment of nearly $20 million, the intelligence network was built very quickly and effectively. Now Sui is at least not completely ignorant of the outside world. He knows almost everything that happens in Hama and its surrounding areas. Chris's method of building an intelligence network in the early days was actually very crude. It was nothing more than spending money and placing intelligence personnel everywhere. At present, more than 100 intelligence personnel have been sent out. As for the changes that had taken place in the Moma tribe, Sui just smiled indifferently. Interesting, it looks like we will have contact with this new leader soon, and Plan A will depend on him. Sui personally felt the ambition of this young man at the last banquet. He is like a lurking wolf, and sooner or later he will show his fangs. In fact, it had already started to show since the last time he deliberately approached me, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. However, considering the current situation in Aden, he also understood the urgency of Chief Abdullah. It is not an exaggeration to describe the current situation in Aden as a warlord melee. It is even more chaotic than the situation in Yen at the beginning of the last century. Tribal armed forces in various places are independent, and some tribes have even united to form opposition factions with the aim of getting their hands on that position. The current interim government has completely lost control of the situation in various places. In particular, the recent actions of neighboring countries have tied up most of the interim government's military forces. This neighboring country is naturally the Republic of Abyssinia, Ethiopia, in the north. They want to send troops to interfere in the internal affairs of Aden in order to achieve their demands on the border conflict. After all, the situation in Aden is in chaos. It is the best time to send troops. How could they let it go? This is also the main reason why the Aden provisional government purchased such a large batch of weapons from Sui but still failed to suppress the restlessness of local forces. This has many similarities with the Yen state in the last century, with coveted forces within and powerful enemies outside. Fortunately, there are peacekeeping forces from various countries in Hama, and other armed forces dare not attack Hama. If these soldiers are accidentally injured, they will probably be met with a thundering blow from these forces, which is the significance of the existence of the peacekeeping force. Abdullah was, as Sui had expected, very anxious. On the evening of September 6th, we secretly drove to the military airport base. Abdullah came to Sui in person this time with two main tasks. In order to complete these two tasks, he and the Council of Elders spent a lot of money. In the reception room, Sui looked at Abdullah, who looked a little haggard, but still as high-spirited as before. After seeing Sui coming in, Abdullah quickly stood up and said respectfully, "Su, I'm sorry to bother you this time." Seeing Abdullah's humble attitude, Sui smiled and said politely, "Thank you, Chief Abdullah. I am the honorary elder of the Moma tribe. We are one family. I would like to congratulate you on becoming the chief of the Moma tribe." Sui vaguely guessed what he was here for this time, so he naturally had to be polite to this boy who brought him money. Abdullah forced a smile on his face and said, "Su, I think you should know about the Moma tribe. We want to expand our troops and urgently need a large number of weapons. Money is not a problem. I wonder if you can afford it?" When Sui heard this, he was shocked. The boy who brought money was indeed generous. He even dared to say that money was not a problem in front of him. "I can eat it, of course I can eat it. No matter what weapons you want, except nuclear weapons, I can get them for you." Abdullah still regarded Sui's words as bragging. However, the power behind Sui is indeed huge, and this government transaction cannot be hidden from these local tyrants. "We want to establish 2 infantry divisions and an armored brigade, with a total of about 20,000 people. However, our weapons and equipment are not enough to equip them, and we do not have enough instructors to train them. I am here to solve these problems." This is a big order. This was Sui's first reaction. More than 20,000 weapons is not a small number. This order may exceed that of the provisional government. Abdullah then handed a document to Sui and said, "This is the organization of our troops and the weapons we need. As for the specific weapons to be used, I hope Su can give some suggestions. I will stay here for 2 days. Su, to be honest, we are here to seek long-term cooperation. I hope you can make the right decision." Sui had no intention of cheating them. After all, this was related to the implementation of his Plan A. Pigs have to be fattened before they can be slaughtered, and leeks have to grow taller before they can be harvested. Sui is very clear about this. "Don't worry, I'm an honest arms dealer. I still have feelings for the Moma tribe. I will definitely choose the right weapons for you and give you the most favorable price." Chapter 39 Beautiful Vase, Luxurious Configuration. Watching Abdullah leaving, Orlov asked the question in his mind. "Boss, why don't they choose their own weapons instead of letting us choose? I don't think they have much trust in you." It is really strange that a customer comes to buy something and asks the boss to help him choose. Sui smiled lightly and said, "Because this is actually just a test. He did ask us to help them choose the right weapons, but he didn't say that he would pay for unreasonable weapons, right?" Orlov nodded and said, "I see you seem very interested in him, boss." "That's right, don't you think he is the most suitable candidate for Plan A that you proposed?" Sui looked at Orlov and said with an inexplicable smile on his face. After a moment's silence, Orlov said, "Indeed, I think I know what to do." "Then do this thing well for me. He and the Moma tribe are both very important chess pieces. You and Chris must work closely together. As for the weapons list, leave it to you, Shu. I want to see how much this girl has learned over all this time." Orlov pursed his lips and said, "She is the most diligent girl I have ever seen. Since you asked her to learn about weapons, she has taken out her spare time every day to read the information. She is growing very fast." Sui said, "So this is a test for her. I will not allow a vase to exist by my side. If she can't grow up, then give her a leisurely position and a salary of $10,000 to $20,000 a month. That would be worthy of the late old you." Although he also likes vases, he prefers a useful vase even more. Since she has chosen this line of work, she must bear the pressure. "Boss, I'm going back first." When Orlov was about to reach the door, he heard Suyi's words from behind him. "You can help her a little, but you have to know when to stop." Yu Shu, the young assistant who was organizing documents in the office, had no idea that a difficult task had fallen on her. Selecting these weapons is not an easy task, especially for Yu Shu who has just started in this industry. After hearing the task assigned by Orlov, Yushushu said in confusion. Me? This task is too important. I'm afraid I will mess it up. Orlov smiled and said, This is what the boss expects of you. You need to be more confident. Confident girls are the most beautiful. Okay, I'll definitely finish it as soon as possible. Well, give it to me when you're done, and I'll check it for you. After spending a whole night consulting a large amount of information in the database, the weapons list was finally completed. Of course, the reason why she finished so quickly was mainly because her job was just to fill the framework with weapons. There is no need to consider whether the firepower configuration of the troops is reasonable, because Abdullah has already completed these tasks before coming. Looking at Yushushu with panda eyes, Sui took a quick look at the weapons list and said, Go back and have a rest. I'll give you 2 days off. Ah? Oh, thank you, Mr. Su. After Yushushu, who was a little confused, reacted, a lovely smile appeared on her face. She hadn't had a holiday for more than half a month, but she was still very happy when she heard the news. Sui was generally very satisfied with this list of weapons. It met the requirements of good quality and low price. It was already a very reasonable choice and price. The choice of light weapons is a complete set of Northern Standard equipment, such as rifles, general-purpose machine guns, heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, anti-tank missiles, etc. The firearms are basically the standard weapons of the previous generation of the North Country, and the price is quite cheap. Equipment for 20,000 people only costs about $40 million. The heavy weapons and dispatch of orders are the real big deal, and their ambition can actually be seen through these heavy weapons. Although these equipments are outdated in the mainstream world, in the Black Continent region, this weapon configuration can be considered luxurious. In terms of artillery, Sui did not choose expensive self-propelled artillery for them. For the infantry division, towed artillery was enough. D-20 152mm cannon howitzer, market price, $300,000. Each division will be equipped with an artillery battalion, each equipped with 18 D-20 howitzers, a total of 36 guns, priced at $10.8 million. Another type of artillery is the BM-21 Grad rocket launcher, and Abdullah also wants to equip a battalion with a total of 18 guns. The price of this rocket launcher is not very expensive, only $200,000 per unit. What is really expensive is the rockets, which can fire 40 rockets at a time. The price of 18 BM-21 rocket launchers is $3.6 million. Just the artillery pieces deployed to the battlefield in Aden would have absolutely brutal firepower. Even the current interim government forces are not so strong, let alone those tribal armed forces. Although these old-fashioned artillery pieces are out of date, they are powerful and cheap, and have always been the favorites of black uncles. They are also the main sellers in the low-end arms market. Chapter 40, Emptying the Old Bottom, 200 million orders. This is about the equipment for 2 infantry divisions, and this equipment alone costs $54.4 million. They also purchased a large amount of ammunition, which was enough for the 2 infantry divisions to fight a large-scale battle. The ammunition cost a total of $23 million, totaling $77.4 million. Compared to their previous orders worth millions of dollars, it was a complete difference. From this we can see how rich this tribe is, it just depends on whether they are willing to spend it. However, the heavy equipment of these 2 divisions may not be as valuable as the equipment of an armored brigade. Abdullah adopted the Western organization in the organization of the armored division, but the equipment he chose was still the bulky and rough northern-made equipment. Although this arrangement seems a bit weird in Suyi's eyes, it is none of his business. As long as the client likes it, it's fine. This armored brigade consists of 1 tank battalion, 2 mechanized infantry battalions, 1 fire support battalion, 1 aviation support battalion, 1 armored reconnaissance company and 1 direct affiliated battalion. From the perspective of organization, each organization is very complete, but the configuration of equipment is extremely unreasonable. We can only say that they are happy as long as they are happy. However, this armored brigade requires a lot of heavy equipment, which Sui is happy to see. 1 tank battalion has 18 main battle tanks, 2 mechanized infantry battalions have 20 infantry fighting vehicles, 30 armored personnel carriers, and 6 anti-tank launchers. This is the equipment needed for a tank battalion and 2 mechanized infantry battalions. The Fire Support Battalion requires a total of 9 self-propelled artillery and 12 anti-aircraft vehicles. The Armored Reconnaissance Battalion and the Direct Affiliated Battalion are mainly equipped with reconnaissance vehicles, small reconnaissance drones, armored maintenance vehicles, off-road trucks, engineering equipment, etc. The Aviation Support Battalion is quite interesting, with a total of 9 helicopters of various types. The entire armored brigade has about 5,000 personnel. It can be seen from the equipment and quantity above that this is the bulk of this arms sale. This will also be the first time that Sui sells such a large amount of heavy equipment. It seems that he will have to face another wave of attention from major forces. But he didn't think about these things, as long as he could make the money. As for the attention from intelligence agencies of various countries, he doesn't care much about it. As long as he is strong enough, he will not be afraid of these countries. This batch of heavy equipment has also been selected for the Moma tribe on the weapons list. 18 T-72 main battle tanks cost $27 million, with a unit price of $1.5 million. 20 BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicles cost $10 million, with a unit price of $500,000. 30 Type 63 armored personnel carriers for $6 million, with a unit price of $200,000. 6 Dow tank launchers cost $7.2 million, with a unit price of $1.2 million. 9 2S3 self-propelled howitzers cost $18 million, with a unit price of $2 million. 12 Type 23-4 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns cost $3.6 million, with a unit price of $200,000. $14 million for various types of vehicles for the Armored Reconnaissance Battalion and its subordinate battalions. 4 Mi-24 Hind attack helicopters for $20 million, with a unit price of $5 million. 5 UH-1 multipurpose helicopters cost $12 million, with a unit price of $3 million. These equipment are all the equipment needed by the Armored Brigade, excluding ammunition, and the total price is $117.8 million. The various artillery shells, missiles, etc. it purchased cost $30 million. Adding the sales price of the equipment for the previous 2 infantry divisions, the order amount is as high as $225 million. It exceeds the provisional government's arms order of $70 million, and is also the largest arms order to date. And this is really a friendly price given by Sui. If it were sold at a normal price on the market, it would be worth at least around $280 million. However, the cost that Sui needs to pay for this batch of weapons orders is not high, only about $80 million. That is to say, he made a net profit of $140 million from this order. Adding the $200 million he has now, his assets will reach $340 million, 3.4 million points of capital. The Moma tribe really spent a lot of money this time. The Moma tribe is definitely not a very wealthy tribe, which can be seen from the information provided by Chris. It seems that the Moma tribe has spent all their savings to come up with this money. This is in his interest, especially for his Plan A. The stronger the Moma tribe is and the faster it expands, the more beneficial it will be for him. Plan A was proposed by Orloff before, and the ultimate goal of this plan is actually very simple. Support a small or medium-sized tribe with potential, use arms to gradually erode and control them, and at the same time help them grow stronger and become the strongest armed force in the country. When this tribe takes control of the country, it will be equivalent to the leading arms company secretly controlling the country. The benefits of doing so to the leading company are self-evident, especially for the development of its own armed forces. Of course, there are still many variables in the implementation of this plan. Once successful, it will be the day for the leading company to take off. Chapter 41, Troop Concept, Deep Cooperation. The Moma tribe fully meets the requirements of Plan A. Firstly, although the Moma tribe has become the largest tribe in Lower Shabelle State, they are still a small or medium-sized tribe in the entire Aden State. They are just the leading tribe of the DR tribe. The entire DR tribe has dozens or even hundreds of tribes, large and small. The DR tribe is just one of the 6 major tribes in Aden. However, there are constant conflicts and disputes between the various tribes, and the tribes within each tribe are still very fragmented. Secondly, the two sides had had very pleasant contacts before, and Sui was also the honorary elder of the Moma tribe. With this identity, he can reach out to the internal affairs management of the Moma tribe and slowly control the tribe. Sui had never thought that the title of honorary elder would actually come in handy one day. The difficulty of this plan would be completely different with or without this identity. It is actually not very difficult to control the Moma tribe. First, it can be controlled through arms. They have a lot of weapons, but if they lack ammunition supply and logistical maintenance, they will become a pile of scrap metal. The leading arms trade association is about to be established. In the entire country of Aiden, no one except him dares to provide these to them. The second is to let Chris carry out the plan of using someone else as a substitute, which requires the use of a very convenient function of the system cyborg. There is a very important function in the interface of the cyborg, which is the face-shaping function in online games. The tactic of using a substitute for a replacement is to use cyborgs to replace the top leaders of the Council of Elders, or even directly replace Abdullah. But he is still useful now, it's not time to replace him. In fact, these conditions have an important prerequisite, which is one's own strength. If you don't have strong strength, then all this is just empty talk. Currently, his armed forces mainly consist of two parts. The first is the Desert Forces, namely the 141st Task Force, and the second is the Special Security Forces. The 141st Task Force is positioned as a Special Forces unit, with a total size of no more than 2,000 people. The Special Security Forces are positioned as base defense forces. Their main task is to guard important bases rather than fight. Therefore, it is very necessary to have a combat force on hand at all times, just like the Foreign Legion of Gaul, which is also the largest mercenary corps in the world. His ambition is to become the Atlas Corporation that even surpasses Call of Duty 11, and establishing a combat unit has always been in his plan. Money is the main factor restricting his development at present. This plan will be put on the agenda after completing this order. Abdullah looked at the list of weapons in his hand. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at Sui, who suddenly smiled. Su, you are indeed an honest arms dealer. I am very satisfied with this list, and I think the Council of Elders will also be very satisfied. In fact, before coming, the Council of Elders and even he did not quite believe that Sui could provide so much arms at one time. Moreover, their budget for this arms deal was $300 million, but they didn't expect to only need $225 million, which was nearly $80 million less than expected. After all, Aiden is one of the countries subject to an arms embargo, so the price of weapons is bound to be higher. If it weren't for Plan A, Sui certainly wouldn't mind making a fortune from them. Sui nodded and said, Of course, I am a member of the Moma tribe after all, and the price is already an internal preferential price. Su, I think we can have in-depth cooperation. In the future, our Moma tribe will only purchase arms from the leader company. Oh? Sui glanced at him and said, How can we cooperate? You also know that our troops lack training. Even if we buy these weapons and equipment, we don't know how to use them. So I wonder if you can provide us with a group of instructors to help us train the troops and teach them how to use these advanced weapons. The cultural level of Black Uncles is generally low, just like the 4 T-72 tanks traded last time. If it weren't for the instructors provided by Sui, they probably wouldn't even know how to drive, because their tribe had never come into contact with these heavy weapons before. Of course, no problem. A bright light flashed in Sui's eyes. It was like he was delivering a pillow to him while he was dozing off. Based on our friendship, I can provide you with a group of instructors. Let's set the number at 200. However, you need to pay their salaries and provide them with food and accommodation. Abdullah said. No problem, I will offer them a salary of $500 a day. After seeing Abdullah leave with satisfaction, Sui was also very satisfied. Once they accept this group of instructors, this unit will bear his imprint, and it will be easier to control in the future. This is why he agreed so readily. Chapter 42, Air Nanny Super Toucan. Is this the Hebrew Merkava 4 Malawin Quacha's main battle tank? They have never exported it. I didn't expect you could get 4 of this type of tank. Looking at the Merkava main battle tanks undergoing daily training in the distance, Abdullah's eyes flashed with jealousy. This was not the first time he had watched the Merkava main battle tank training, but every time he saw it, he felt excited. Although the Merkava is not the most advanced tank at present, it is already one of the top echelons and is far beyond the reach of the T-72 they purchased. He also wants to purchase these more advanced main battle tanks. However, he simply could not find enough soldiers to operate the complex electronic systems and various advanced instruments, and the cultural requirements were relatively high. Moreover, they cannot afford the subsequent maintenance costs, and the second-generation main battle tank such as T-72 is more suitable for them. The key is the low price. The money to buy a third-generation main battle tank is enough to buy 4 T-72 tanks. After hearing his words, Sui put his hands in his pockets and said confidently, "As long as you can name a weapon, I can take it out. You may think I am bragging, but this is the truth." Abdullah looked at Sui with a puzzled look. The mystery of this man has not been revealed yet. Perhaps what he said was indeed true, but until now they all thought it was too crazy and they dared not admit it. "Luckily we are friends, otherwise I would not be able to sleep." That afternoon, Abdullah left the base with a convoy, escorted by 4 BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicles. The convoy consisted of more than 30 desert off-road trucks, and the total value of the arms was more than $20 million. The huge convoy naturally attracted the attention of many forces, especially after seeing the logo of the leading arms trading company. Everyone understood that this was the transport convoy of the leading arms company. Such a huge transport convoy still made many people jealous, but no one dared to pay attention to the convoy. Money is a good thing, but what is worrying is having money but not having the life to spend it. Hassan is a very good example. This batch of arms worth more than $200 million will be delivered in multiple batches. The helicopter will be flown directly to the airport prepared by the Moma tribe at night by the helicopter pilot instructor provided by Sui. The arms are expected to be delivered within a week. The journey is only a few hundred kilometers, and all the arms will be transported by land. Although no one dared to pay attention to this convoy, one should always be prepared for the worst. Although the 4 BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicles have powerful firepower, they are not very safe. Maybe we should get some flying nannies for the transport fleet. There must be no problems with the orders. Looking at the transport convoy that had disappeared, Sui couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The land transport route is the most dangerous of the 3 modes of transportation, especially in a chaotic place like Aden. Not to mention arranging infantry fighting vehicles for escort. Even if main battle tanks were arranged for escort, the transport convoy would be very dangerous if it encountered an ambush. And if Air Force also joins the escort team, air support can be obtained at any time, and transportation routes can be scouted in advance to prevent ambushes. However, the role of the flying nanny is not an easy one to choose. The first point is that the cost of using it is low. The second point is the need for powerful firepower and advanced reconnaissance systems. The third point is the need for long battery life. There are not many aircraft that can meet these 3 requirements, but one aircraft came to Suyi's mind. He quickly opened the interface of the Space Military Factory to check it out. A propeller plane came into Suyi's sight. The A-29 Super Tucano patrol and attack aircraft uses a Pratt & Whitney turboprop engine with a power of 1,600 horsepower. Its maximum flight speed is 590 km per hour, and its maximum range is 2,800 kilometers. If it is loaded with a maximum load of 1.5 tons of ammunition, it still has a combat radius of 550 kilometers. This aircraft is very suitable for air escort, and is more than enough for ordinary militants. After all, this is Aden in Black Africa. It doesn't even have decent air defense missiles, so it is still very safe. The most important thing is that its price is not expensive. The unit price on the market is $20 million, and the unit price of the system is 78,000 funds. The wealthy Sui directly ordered 2 A-29 Super Tucano attack aircraft, which are usually used to escort transport convoys and can also be used for air support when there is a mission. In this way, Suyi's current aviation fleet has added 2 more aircraft, an MQ-1 Predator drone, a Su-27 fighter, and these 2 A-29 attack aircraft. However, Sui was not very satisfied with the Su-27 flanker. If possible, he would still choose to sell it because it does not currently meet his needs. Chapter 43 Desert Force First Mission. Sui really likes the Su-27 flanker, but its role is more of an air superiority role. Moreover, due to its design, its structural strength is not high and it cannot carry missiles that are too heavy, which limits its ground-to-ground performance. Now with the development of the Air Force, multi-purpose fighter jets have become the mainstream. This can actually be seen from the retirement of the F-14 Bearcat carrier-based aircraft. Despite its huge advantage in air superiority, the Star Army ultimately chose the F-18 Super Hornet multi-purpose fighter. The improved versions of Su-27, whether it is Su-30, Su-33 or the Su-35 with the strongest comprehensive capabilities, are all very good choices. After the Maul goes online, he will start upgrading existing weapons, such as Su-27, MQ-1 and Gazelle helicopters. He had spent real money to buy these weapons, so it was impossible for him to just discard them. Even if it is sold at a second-hand price, it is still a great profit compared to the price he paid for it. Perhaps the best-selling of these weapons is the MQ-1 Predator drone. Reconnaissance and strike drones are still very advanced at present. The U.S. military's MQ-1 has only been in service for 1 or 2 years. There will definitely be many countries that are very interested in this fighter, especially those countries that have great ambitions for drones. Whether it is sold to the northern country or the yen country, it can be sold at a very good price. Of course, ensuring the confidentiality of the transaction is also very important. If Singapore knew that he sold their most powerful reconnaissance and strike drone to these two countries, they would definitely go crazy. Boss, we have received a mission from the interim government. While Sui was working, Price came to him. As the general manager of the Desert Armed Security Company, Price, the immortal old man, has begun to prepare for retirement. While handling daily affairs, I also serve as an instructor and do these behind-the-scenes work. He is indeed a bit old, and it is no longer suitable for him to go to the front line to fight. Sui's eyes lit up at the mission Price mentioned. He didn't expect that he would be able to receive the mission just 1 week after the company was established. However, the 141st Task Force's record is very clear to the forces in the area surrounding the city of Hama. Their swift and decisive decapitation operation left a deep impression on many people. What mission? Sui asked hurriedly. It's like this. A senior official of the interim government army was suddenly attacked by a group of armed elements while inspecting the border city of Beledweyne. The guards he'd brought with him fought desperately and sent him to a safe house. They are still in a standoff with the militants. However, according to the description of the interim government, they may not be able to hold out for much longer. They can only hold out until tomorrow at most. The interim government is willing to spend $10 million on this mission, but if the mission fails, they won't pay a penny for it. After hearing about this mission, Sui asked, "Don't they have troops on the border? Why don't they send troops to support us? How many militants are there? Have they provided relevant intelligence?" He knew the city of Beledweyne, which was a city adjacent to Abyssinia, Egypt. It was only more than 30 kilometers away from the national border and was a town with a very important strategic location. As long as the Abyssinian Defense Forces break through here, they can advance all the way along the highway and head straight for the capital city of Hama. Price said, "There was a conflict on the border last night. The two sides exchanged fire for nearly an hour. The interim government forces were at a disadvantage in terms of both manpower and equipment. If we divide our forces too much, it will affect the border defense, but if we divide our forces too little, it will be useless, so they want to hire us to rescue this senior official. The number of militants in this group is unknown, but it is definitely more than 100. They have weapons such as armed pickup trucks and mortars, and their firepower is very strong. If it weren't for the fact that the safe house is easy to defend and difficult to attack, I'm afraid they would have already lost it." There has been an exchange of fire on the border? I didn't expect the situation to become so serious. After hearing this information, Sui began to think about the pros and cons. However, this mission is still very important to Task Force 141. If he could break through the enemy's siege and rescue the senior official, he would become famous in the mercenary world. As long as the Desert Armed Security Company gains fame through this battle, it will no longer lack orders in the future. Take this task? I will do my best to support you in completing this task. Although this mission has unknown dangers, he believes more in the capabilities of the 141st Task Force. With their combat effectiveness, they will have no problem fighting against enemies that are several times their number. What's more, they have their own support behind them. At least in terms of equipment, they can crush the enemy. However, it is foreseeable that this mission will definitely result in a loss, but Sui does not care much about the $10 million. The most important thing is the task itself. Chapter 44, Black Hawk Longbow, Divine Machines Gathered. Currently, the entire 141st Task Force has a total of 50 personnel, of which there are only 3 combat teams with a total of 36 people. The remaining 14 people were actually logistics support personnel, and the MQ-1 Predator drone was assigned to them by Sui for intelligence support of the task force's operations. The individual equipment of these 36 combat team members is completely in line with the world's top special forces. All the equipment selected by Sui are the most advanced ones currently, whether it is individual equipment or tactical computers. On average, the amount he spends on each person will not be less than $5,000 or $500,000. However, due to funding issues, they have not been equipped with various types of helicopters used in the operation. Helicopters are essential for this mission. Sui now has about 1.8 million yuan in funds in his hands, and in the next week, he will receive about 1.4 million yuan in funds. Therefore, when equipping Task Force 141, we must definitely choose the better one. Sui plans to equip them with 4 general-purpose helicopters, 1 transport helicopter and 2 armed helicopters. A total of 8 helicopters are enough for them to carry out a medium to low-intensity combat. Among them, the general-purpose helicopter is undoubtedly the UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter, which is currently the leader among all helicopters. Although the famous Black Hawk Down incident occurred in Hama, it was shot down by an RPG. But its performance is unquestionable. Even 10 years later, it will still be the most advanced general-purpose helicopter. The UH-60K Black Hawk general-purpose helicopter is equipped with 2 turboshaft engines with a horsepower of up to 1,490 kilowatts, a maximum takeoff weight of 10 tons, a maximum flight speed of 357 km per hour, and a range of 2,200 km. The Black Hawk helicopter has a very strong loading capacity, and can carry 14 fully armed soldiers, and can carry a full 20 people in an emergency. Even without people on board, the belly of the aircraft can still carry a full 4 tons of cargo. The firepower is sufficient to deal with ordinary militants. 2 7.62mm 6-barrel mini-cannons are equipped on the machine gun windows on both sides. In 2007, the price of the UH-60K Black Hawk helicopter was $10 million, and the price of each helicopter in the system was $37,500, which means $150,000 for 4 helicopters. This is not a big number for Sui, who has more than 1.8 million in funds. With a wave of his hand, he directly purchased 4 Black Hawks, and his funds were reduced to 1.7 million. General-purpose helicopters are generally used for emergency landings, so it is very necessary to equip them with transport helicopters. The most frequently seen transport helicopter in the world today is none other than the CH-47 Chinook medium transport helicopter. The CH-47D Chinook medium transport helicopter uses 2 3,750 shaft horsepower turboshaft engines, and has a maximum takeoff weight of 22 tons. Its loading capacity is also very strong. The cargo hold can carry 12 tons of cargo or 44 fully armed personnel, and the belly can also carry 12 tons of cargo. Sui had been eyeing this transport helicopter for a long time, but he had been reluctant to buy it. After all, the price of this helicopter is still very expensive. The market price is as high as $30 million, and the system price is 112,000 yuan, which is equivalent to a Su-27 fighter. However, it is still needed for this mission, mainly for rescue personnel. With a wave of his hand, Sui's funds shrank again to 1.6 million. As for the armed helicopter, the choice is undoubtedly the AH-64D Apache Longbow. After all, the other 2 models are both American. The equipment is not chosen randomly, because the standards and systems used by different countries are different. For example, in terms of helicopters, if helicopters of different systems are selected, the 2 sides will not be able to cooperate at all, and the logistics support will be very complicated. This is just like choosing guns or artillery of different calibers. If the ammunition cannot be used interchangeably, it will undoubtedly increase the pressure on logistics support. In the 21st century, the logistics support system becomes even more important. The AH-64D Longbow Apache is the most important modification of the Apache. The most obvious feature is the Longbow millimeter-wave radar on its top. Once an Apache detects a target, it can share it with other helicopters, greatly increasing the attack efficiency and safety of the Apache helicopters and greatly enhancing their coordinated combat capabilities. As a heavy-armed helicopter, the Apache is equipped with two 1,490 kilowatt turboshaft engines, the same type as the Black Hawk. Its maximum flight speed can reach 293 km per hour, its combat radius is 480 km, and its maximum distance is 1,900 km. The nose of the aircraft is equipped with a 30mm caliber cannon, and the wings on both sides can carry a variety of air-to-ground missiles. For example, Hellfire, Maverick, etc. can also carry rockets, and their ferocity and firepower is unquestionable. The unit price of each Longbow Apache is $45 million, the system price is 160,000 funds, and two are 320,000. Although he felt a little sad, thinking about this mission, Sui bought two without hesitation. The purchase of 8 helicopters cost him a total of 600,000 yuan, but the pilots did not cost him much. The price of one crew member is 2,000 points of funds, and a total of 16 crew members means only 32,000 points of funds. Sui currently has about 1.1 million in funds left, so his small treasury is still very sufficient. Chapter 45, Combat Plan, Aircraft Group Dispatched. A total of 7 helicopters were pulled out of the secret warehouse and sent to the newly built helicopter base as quickly as possible. The helicopter base is actually right next to the airport. Considering that more helicopters will be equipped in the future, this new helicopter base was built. Anyway, the helicopter takeoff and landing site is not very high, and each hangar can park 2 10-ton helicopters. Now the number of engineering troops under Su Yi's command has expanded to about 300 people. Basically, all the construction work of the airport will be completed in less than a month, and the second phase of the project will be started. The second phase of the project is to lengthen the runway and strengthen it, increase the number of runways, build new hangars, build second phase barracks and training grounds, and build underground munitions depots. At that time, the airport's construction area was far more than the number stated in the original contract, but who would care about that? Although these 8 helicopters have just been transported out of the secret base, they can be put into use immediately after refueling and loading. At this moment, Price and Simon were discussing the tactics of this operation. It took them more than 2 hours to determine the final combat plan. They will launch a raid on the militants at night, and forcibly create a landing area in front of the safe house. Then, attack aircraft came in from the air and suppressed the militants with firepower, and then evacuated immediately after the target boarded the plane. This tactic is also very simple. Relying on their air advantage, the militants cannot be their opponents. At this time, the two A-29 Super Tucano attack aircraft that Sui had exchanged before came in handy, and they will also participate in this operation. It would be a waste if you don't use your air advantage. According to the reconnaissance of the MQ-1 Predator drone, although this group of militants had an advantage in numbers, they did not have air defense weapons. At least the Predator did not find any portable anti-aircraft launchers. At most it was an RPG-7, which would not pose much threat to the helicopters clearing the site. September 7, 10:02 p.m. At the Hama Military Airport, helicopters at the helicopter base started their engines and the propellers began to rotate at high speed. Soon the entire military airport was filled with the noise of rotating helicopter propellers. There were a total of 36 members in the 3 combat teams, and each team boarded a UH-60 Black Hawk general-purpose helicopter. A total of 2 Apache Longbows, 3 Black Hawks and 1 Chinook medium transport helicopter were deployed for this operation. The Chinook is mainly used for the evacuation of target personnel and wounded soldiers. The Black Hawk obviously does not have such a strong transport capability as the Chinook. Set off! Price's voice was heard on the radio channel. This time he would not move with the team, but would stay in the rear to command and coordinate. The on-site command was handed over to Simon Riley. As Price gave the order, an AH-64 longbow Apache took off into the air, followed closely by a second longbow Apache. 6 helicopters lined up in a row and flew into the night sky, forming a cluster about 300 meters in the air. At the military airport, 2 A-29 Super Tucano attack aircraft had completed loading of ammunition, taxied on the runway, and leapt into the dark night. This scene had a huge impact on the forces that were closely following the developments at the military airport. Radio waves filled the sky above the entire city of Hama, and information was transmitted silently. Beledweyne City, Safe House Base. This stronghold was once an outpost of the Star Army. Although its area is not very large, it is surrounded by high walls. In the middle is a 3-story building made of high-strength military cement. The remaining soldiers of the Provisional Government's National Defense Force built positions on the roof and the second floor to resist the attack of the militants. However, they are now facing a situation where they are out of ammunition and food, and if there is no support tomorrow, then wait for their death sentence. Distribute all the food and tell them that our support will arrive in an hour. Do not let your guard down no matter what. After receiving the latest news, the senior official said with a look of relief on his face. After hearing the news, a lieutenant colonel of the Provisional Government Army smiled and said, "Okay, I'll notify them right away. Mr. Minister, I wonder which unit is coming this time?" There is nothing to hide about this information, and boosting morale is the most important thing at the moment. It's the 141st Task Force that's leading the charge. The President has hired them to rescue us. What? It's them. God bless us. We are saved. How could a middle-level officer of the Provisional Government Army not know about the reputation of the 141st Task Force? If they came to support them, the militants outside would not be their match at all. Chapter 46: Longbows and Maverick Missiles. However, they were not the only ones who knew the intelligence of Task Force 141. The intelligence of the Provisional Government was like a sieve, and it was not difficult for anyone who was interested to know the information. In a group of houses outside the safe house, an officer wearing the uniform of the Abyssinian Defense Force looked at the bearded man opposite him with an unpleasant expression. The latest intelligence is that they have hired the leading 141st Task Force to rescue them. We must act quickly and capture this place before they do. We have been fighting for such a long time. I know you have suffered a lot of casualties, but the other side is not much better. I promise you that if you complete this mission, we will provide you with more weapons and support your tribe in ruling this area. The bearded man looked at him quietly and said, "You must remember what you said. If you dare to lie to me, I will not let you go. Gather your troops immediately and launch an attack. Take down this building and capture Muhammad alive." Following the order from the bearded man, the group of more than 300 armed men took action again. Even though many people were cursing and had little rest after fighting all day, they dared not disobey the orders from their boss. A team of hundreds of people launched an attack towards the safe house in a scattered manner. Faced with enemies attacking from all directions, they felt the pressure again. Chew! Mortar shells cut through the night, and a flare rose into the air, launched from the direction of the safe house. After seeing the incoming enemy clearly, several deployed RPK-74 light machine guns began to fire. Bullets mixed with tracers flew towards the enemy, instantly knocking down several militants. The militants also began to fight back, with mortar shells flying towards the building and exploding on it, and the two sides began to bombard each other back and forth. Uncle Hayes' shooting accuracy is really touching. The Provisional Government forces are better, after all, they have received some training. The militants were not at all complimented, and many even used their casual marksmanship. He hid behind the cover, raised the gun above his head and started firing. As for where the bullets hit, it depended on fate. Whoosh boom! An RPG-7 hit the wall again. Unable to withstand such high-intensity bombardment, the outer wall finally collapsed, and the situation became more critical. There are still about 10 minutes left before Task Force 141 arrives. Captain, the safe house has contacted us. The outer wall has been breached and the militants have already rushed in. They can't hold out for much longer. Price looked at the various data on the screen in front of him, stroked his beard, and said, "Let longbows speed up and rush over to provide support. The other helicopters will fly as usual." Although it was a bit risky to send 2 longbow Apaches to confront the militants head-on, he believed in the performance of the longbow Apache. As long as you don't get too close, there won't be any big problems. After all, the Apache is not a Black Hawk and is not so easy to be shot down. After receiving the order from the headquarters, the two AH-64 longbow Apaches immediately separated from the fleet and flew at a speed of 280 km per hour. It is expected that they will reach the target area in about 5 minutes. A lot happened in 5 minutes. Under the death order, the militants launched a fierce offensive, and some even broke into the building. However, they were all repelled by the provisional government forces who were guarding the gate. Both sides were already bloodthirsty at this point, if the building was not made of high-strength concrete. I'm afraid they have been defeated under such an intense battle, and the two sides have entered a stalemate again. If the provisional government forces do not have support, with only 16 combatants currently available, they will be wiped out within an hour. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The longbow Apache helicopter flew low over the town below, the noise of its propellers echoing over the city of Belladwayne. At this moment, the two helicopters have turned off their navigation lights. Under the cover of night, even someone cannot see their figures with the naked eye because there is no moon tonight. The intense gunfire masked the sound of the approaching Apache helicopter. On the roof of the safe house, a red and green smoke rose, which was the mark agreed upon by both parties. When the target was still about 2 kilometers away, the Apache launched an attack at 300 meters in the air. Each of the two helicopters launched a Maverick air-to-ground missile, which has a launch weight of 306 kilograms and a warhead containing 57 kilograms of high explosive. The killing range of a missile reaches tens of meters. The targets of the two missiles were two armed pickup trucks that were suppressing fire. They were equipped with NSV heavy machine guns, which are also the most common equipment in Heizhou. Chapter 47, Chain Guns Unleashed, Mad Escape. The tail flame of the missile engine is still quite bright in the night sky. The missile cut through the night sky at a speed of hundreds of kilometers per hour and hit the target 2 kilometers away in only about 6 or 7 seconds. Boom, boom! The infrared seeker of the Maverick air-to-ground missile easily found its respective targets and delivered 2 big fireworks to the group of militants. What? What happened? The pickup truck and the missile caused an explosion over a very wide area. Some militants who passed by the pickup truck were affected. Under the huge shock wave, there was basically no chance of survival. After all, its warhead contains more than 50 kilograms of explosives, which is more than twice as much as that of a 152mm shell. The murderous militants were also awakened by the 2 shocking explosions. Everyone couldn't help but look in the direction of the explosion, and they only saw 2 balls of fire shooting into the sky. Damn it, their reinforcements are coming, we have to retreat. After seeing this scene from the balcony, the bearded man's face changed drastically and said. The officer glanced at him and said disdainfully, Retreat? It's too late. Unless you send someone to rush in and capture the person, you will die. Do you think you can outrun the armed helicopter? The officer had anticipated this, and his previous words were just a trick to fool him. His goal was to capture or kill the other party. The life or death of these people was not important at all. The bearded man opened his eyes wide and stared at the officer with murderous intent in his eyes. The officer said nonchalantly, You have to think carefully. I represent the Abyssinian National Defense Force. If you offend both sides, there will be no place for you in Aden. Follow my instructions and attack regardless of casualties. This is your only chance. Let your people rush to the building. Even if the enemy has armed helicopters, they will be concerned about casualties and will not dare to use heavy weapons. As long as your people rush in and capture the people, we can retreat safely. The bearded man said, I'll remember you. Then he turned and left. After launching 2 Maverick air-to-ground missiles, the 2 longbow Apaches were only more than 1 kilometer away from the target location. At this distance, all the militants were within the attack range. Seeing the crowd constantly charging into the gap, the crew members made a quick decision. Fire! Before the 2 armed helicopters took off, 2 M261 rocket launchers were mounted on the short wings on both sides of the outside. Each launcher is loaded with 19 Hydra 70mm rockets, for a total of 38. Swish, swish. Several Hydra 70 aerial rockets flew towards the gap, which was a safe enough distance from the safe house, so there was no need to worry about being affected. Boom, 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 boom! As the explosion sounded, almost instantly the entire gap was surrounded by flames rising into the sky. The militants who attempted to rush in suffered heavy casualties from several rocket attacks. After seeing this scene, some militants in the back looked at each other, and then ran towards the back in tacit understanding. They left more easily, but those who had already rushed in were unlucky. We attacked from different directions and couldn't let them get into the building. They can see the current situation in the building from the infrared sensors and night vision systems, and a large number of militants have gathered outside. The battle between the two sides for the building has entered a white-hot stage. The two longbow Apache attack helicopters began to disperse, each responsible for the militants in their respective directions. They did not dare to use weapons with a large killing range such as rockets or missiles, but they seemed to have forgotten the fear of being dominated by 30mm caliber chain guns. The M230 chain gun has 1,200 rounds of ammunition, enough for them to shoot for a long time. The driver is equipped with a helmet-mounted aiming system, and when his eyes look somewhere, the chain gun points to that place. He looked at two militants holding RPG-7 rocket launchers. Their target was him. If he got close, they would be hit by two rockets. But how could he give them this opportunity? Duh. He pressed the fire button decisively, and several shells flew out with a burst of fire. Boom, boom, boom! The 30mm caliber machine gun shells covered the area where the two rocket launcher operators were, and the smoke was mixed with blood mist. When the smoke cleared, there wasn't even a single intact piece of meat to be found. Duh. The M230 chain gun kept firing, and every time it fired, it meant that militants were reporting to their leader. At this time, even the world's best star army would not be able to withstand this situation, let alone these militants whose morale was already very low. When they saw the longbow Apache attack helicopters that were dealing crazy damage and their companions who kept falling around them, they lost all morale and ran away in all directions without caring about anything. However, no matter how fast they are, they cannot outrun the speed of the shells, and only death awaits them. Chapter 48. Killing a chicken with a butcher knife, the sensation spreads. On the balcony in the distance, the officer and the bearded man stared in amazement at the two longbow Apache attack helicopters that were frantically attacking the crowd of militants. After a long pause, the officer said, "How is this possible? Apache, how could there be an Apache here?" The Apache attack helicopter is the most advanced attack helicopter in the Star Army and even in the world, and it uses many cutting-edge technologies. Therefore, Singapore has very strict export restrictions on Apache attack helicopters. So far, only close allies are equipped with this type of attack helicopter. There are only 17 countries that use Apache attack helicopters, and only one country in the entire continent is equipped with this type of helicopter, the Kingdom of Farouk, Egypt. And now there are two longbow Apache attack helicopters in Aden. The amount of information contained here is really too huge, no wonder the officer was so shocked. And what shocked them even more was yet to come. Two longbow Apache attack helicopters arrived at the scene first to provide support, and the speed of the group of aircraft behind was only a few minutes slower. Just when this one-sided massacre was about to come to an end, the air fleet in the rear finally arrived, and three UH-60 Black Hawk general-purpose helicopters headed straight for the safe house. Three UH-60 general-purpose helicopters began hovering over the safe house. When the shooters saw the militants fleeing in the open space, they also joined the shooting. Whoa. The 7.62mm caliber 6-barrel Gatling gun rotates at high speed, and bullets fall down like raindrops. Several militants who were running were shot to pieces. The site is safe and you can land. After a few minutes, the entire safe house finally became quiet, and almost all the militants who rushed in were wiped out. The militants on the periphery had already disappeared, leaving their weapons all over the ground. They rushed into the village a few hundred meters away. Three UH-60 Black Hawk general-purpose helicopters rapidly descended in altitude and hovered less than 1 meter above the ground. In the cabins on both sides, fully armed members of Task Force 141 jumped off the helicopter and headed towards the safe house. After ensuring the landing site was safe, the CH-47 Chinook transport helicopter also landed nearby. Simon Riley entered the safe house and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the target was safe. "Sir, it's safe outside. Please board our plane and leave here. The militants may attack again at any time." Some of the senior officials cried with joy and said, Thank you. I almost thought I was going to see Allah." Only when you face death do you know the fear of death. Under escort, the target and his entourage boarded the CH-47 Chinook, and some wounded were also carried up on a single aircraft, staying here for less than 10 minutes. "Reporting to headquarters, we have received the target and are on the way back." "Roger that. 2 Super Tucanos will escort you back home." "Receive." The officer witnessed everything that happened in the safe house. The bearded man said with a pale face, "Damn it, you lied to us. It wasn't 141 who rescued them, but the Star Army. Apache, Black Hawk, and Chinook are the 3 musketeers of Star Army helicopters. In Black Continent, apart from the Star Army, there is basically no other force or country that can deploy such a large fleet of helicopters." After hearing this, the officer became a little uncertain. No matter how powerful the leader company was, the Star Army could not give them so many advanced helicopters. "I'm going to report the situation here to my superiors. I got the intelligence that it was indeed Task Force 141. The officer didn't look like he was lying. This operation against the senior official of Aden was actually planned by the Abyssinian Defense Forces, and their goal was to capture this senior official. Because this senior official is the leader of the hawkish faction in Aden's interim government, and advocates a tough stance on border issues. It happened that he came to the border for inspection this time, so they tried to kidnap him to achieve their political goals. But they didn't expect that the tribal armed forces that carried out this operation were so useless. However, judging from the current situation, it has completely exceeded their expectations, as well as Suyi's expectations. The mission was completed so smoothly that he couldn't help but feel a little confused. This was mainly due to the influence of the movie Black Hawk Down, and he thought a big battle would break out. However, no one expected that just 2 Apaches could resolve the crisis so easily. This time, Task Force 141 was just there to make up the numbers, without firing a single shot. This time, Suyi overestimated the fighting power of the tribal militants, and the deployment they made this time was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. However, the impact of this rescue operation began to spread rapidly and became the focus of attention of countries around the world. Chapter 49: Missing Weapons. The Star Kingdom is furious. The military of the Republic of Abyssinia was extremely shocked after hearing the news, especially after seeing the extremely clear group of helicopters in the photo. Anyone who saw this scene would think that this was a rescue operation by the Star Army, and the Republic of Abyssinia also thought so. "Mr. Ambassador, our president is very angry about this matter. Why did your country's troops appear on the border between us and Aden and carry out a military operation? We protest against this." A senior government official approached the Singaporean embassy in Abyssinia. The ambassador looked at the stack of photos in front of him innocently and shrugged. "Sir, I will report this matter to the higher-ups, and I will also convey your protest. In fact, I know nothing about this matter. Moreover, there are no signs of our country on these helicopters, so it is unclear whether this is an operation by our military," the senior official said angrily. "Besides you, who else has a military base nearby? Could it be that these helicopters flew thousands of kilometers to get here?" The ambassador was immediately speechless. At the same time, he cursed the generals in the Ministry of Defense building in his heart for not notifying them of such a big operation. So this matter was reported to the desk of Guo Wuqing of Xinhua. "Kevin, has the military conducted any rescue operations in Aden recently?" Guo Wuqing was very puzzled by this matter. A senior official of Aden was about to be kidnapped. Why would their army go to rescue him? What was the point? And usually they asked the military to take action on such things, but as the Minister of National Martial Arts, he was not aware of it, and the whole thing was weird. Kevin picked up the photo and looked at it with a frown. "Sir, there is no report about this operation from the Ministry of Defense building." The Apache, Black Hawk, and Chinook in the photo clearly prove that they were the work of the Department of Defense building. "Go to the Ministry of Defense building to confirm it." "Yes, sir." However, the people at the Ministry of Defense building expressed great doubts about the rescue operation Kevin mentioned. because they have not planned any military operations in Aden recently, and they have not deployed longbow Apaches in Black Continent. Obviously this didn't happen to them, but who did? Which country dispatched these American-grade equipment to carry out this rescue operation? Perhaps it was only the ancient kingdom of Farouk, or the Hebrew kingdom. However, these two countries have no interest in Aden, so why would they go to such great lengths to send a fleet of aircraft to rescue? And there is a very strange thing in this report, according to the statement of Abyssinia. The intelligence they received was that a newly established mercenary company in Aden was sending personnel to rescue them, but what appeared was this luxurious fleet of helicopters. The weirdness of the whole incident attracted the attention of the top officials in the Ministry of Defense building. Immediately confirmed the information with all the countries that purchased these helicopters. Give me all the information about this leading company and this desert-armed company right now. A big boss immediately spoke up and his men took action on this matter. News from various countries have been reporting relevant intelligence to the Star Army one after another. Both their surveillance system and reports from various countries have confirmed that this batch of helicopters is not in the Star Army series, nor is it in their export numbers. What the hell is going on? Were all these helicopters smuggled in? That's impossible. There is no possibility of smuggling such large weapons and equipment, but what about these weapons and equipment? Although this was unlikely, the Pentagon launched an investigation into Boeing and Sikorsky. It's not an investigation into arms smuggling or anything like that, but rather an investigation into whether their weapons blueprints have been leaked. At the same time, the CIA in Aden also launched a series of investigation operations, and their main task was to investigate the military airport. If these helicopters are really parked in this military airport, then this matter will be a serious matter. A comprehensive investigation has been launched into the leading arms trading company from multiple aspects. Chris, the intelligence general under Sui, knows this best. Boss, since this morning, a large number of intelligence personnel have been targeting us, but most of them have been captured by us and thrown into the desert. Sui said, "It's too hasty. If I knew these militants were so weak, why would I have made such a big fuss?" He had considered this aspect before purchasing this batch of helicopters, but he did not expect that the actions from Singapore would be so swift. This is also a test for these countries. To be honest, there are so many of the most advanced weapons and equipment from various countries here. When the scale grows, it will be impossible to cover it up. In this case, we might as well take advantage of this opportunity to see the reactions of other countries. Anyway, they can't do anything to him, even if the Star Army dares to take military action against him. With the home advantage and if their equipment is equally advanced, the Star Army that has come from afar to fight will not be his match. Moreover, this kind of focus event will make the leading company known to all countries. Once the reputation is established, will it still worry about not having orders? Chapter 50. Keep it secret and be cautious. There is actually an essential difference between arms dealers and arms dealers. Arms dealers refer to those regular arms companies, the most famous of which are Boeing, Lockheed Martin, etc., and the 5 major countries are the largest arms dealers. Arms dealers are more like street vendors, purchasing goods from major manufacturers or other channels and then selling them. But now Sui is actually just an arms dealer, and all his arms are purchased from the system party. For an arms dealer, the most important thing is the source of goods. The more types of arms you have, the greater the possibility of receiving orders. If he wants to fulfill his ambition of building a military-industrial empire, then selling weapons and equipment currently in service in various countries is inevitable in the early stages. So far he has not found a good way to cover it up and can only remain silent. This will actually help it maintain its mystery and make other countries cautious. Because Su Yi's background is mysterious, there would be no point in killing him unless the mysterious force behind him is found out. In the eyes of other countries, Su Yi is just a superficial spokesperson. Su Yi's identity and background had already been thoroughly understood by intelligence agencies of several countries. The intelligence agencies have found clues about everything he has experienced since birth. But they still didn't find any clues from that force. Su Yi was sure that there were countless satellites staring at this place overhead, and they were doing so continuously. However, this time the commotion was indeed quite big. Now Singapore has noticed me and sent elite CIA officers to investigate and monitor me. If they don't get the information they want for a long time, there is no guarantee that they will not resort to overt means. It is imperative to expand our forces. Although this somewhat disrupted Su Yi's development plan, this step had to be taken sooner or later. We need to speed up our engineering core first. The construction progress of the military airport base is still a little behind schedule. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. The project has undergone several rounds of expansion, but its construction speed still cannot keep up with the speed of development. The area of the camp, the airport runway, the hangar, etc., even if you have money to buy fighter jets and recruit personnel, there is no place to put them. As for establishing branch bases, it is not the right time yet. Our strength is not strong enough now, and it would be foolish to disperse it. Give them another 200 people first, and expand the scale to 500 people. More than 200 people plus some engineering equipment only cost about 30,000 yuan in total. Now, tens of thousands of funds are just a small amount of money for Su Yi. He receives tens or even hundreds of thousands of funds every day. Olive, inform them immediately that the venue for the First Leader Arms Trade Association will be changed from the Farah Hotel to our conference room tomorrow. Now that he has been targeted by the CIA, if he continues to run around, he would undoubtedly be playing with his life. Although he believed in the combat capabilities of Task Force 141, they were ultimately an offensive force rather than a professional security force. Everyone has their own expertise in this area. If you run away now, you will be asking for death. Don't doubt the CIA's ability. The first Bellwether Arms Trade Association was very simple, with only 6 arms dealer agents from several countries. They mainly sell firearms, such as pistols, rifles, etc., while Su Yi mainly sells northern-made weapons such as AKM. There is not much competition between the two parties. The reason why these arms agents were willing to come was actually because they had received instructions from the companies behind them. There is no doubt that these arms companies also want to contact him, but as for what their purpose is, Su Yi is not very clear. The main reason Su Yi wanted these people to join was to promote his own website and let the companies behind them list their own weapons on their websites. He provides these companies with an online platform, where all weapons are placed online for customers to choose from, and then transported using the transportation system he established. I think these arms companies will not refuse this kind of cooperation. He is the first person who dares to set up such a website, and probably the only one in the world. Because there is no arms dealer or country in the world that possesses more weapons than itself. Other arms companies or arms dealers have relatively few types of weapons and each has its own business scope. It is impossible for them to take the lead in doing this. What he is doing is equivalent to integrating the resources of these arms dealers or arms traffickers. After all, online transactions are far more convenient and comprehensive than offline transactions. In fact, this is very similar to the various weapons and defense exhibitions held every year. Arms dealers from various countries are very keen to participate in these weapons exhibitions. The website established by Su Yi is the same, the only difference is that one is online and the other is offline. Anyway, this does not cause any loss to the major arms dealers. Instead, they have an additional sales channel. Of course, Su Yi's original intention in establishing this website was to sell arms to himself, and he has never been afraid of competition. He is even now able to take out weapons that are still in the laboratories of various countries, and his price advantage is unmatched by other forces. Chapter 51, Interest Bundling, Arms Mall. This was the first time that Su Yi met his colleagues in Aden. They all looked at him with curiosity. His eyes were filled with amazement, surprise, envy, and other expressions. Although I knew Su Yi was very young, I only knew this feeling after meeting him. They came here with their own missions. To be honest, none of them cared much about this so-called association founding conference. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Wada Military Airport to participate in the founding conference of the First Leader Arms Trade Association. I still have high hopes for this association. I hope everyone can sit down and formulate rules for the arms market in Aden. No matter how we compete, we are all playing by these rules, and everyone knows that my ambitions are definitely not limited to the small country of Aden. In the entire continent and the world, my ambition is to make every country my client. This is not a joke. What I can offer is actually far beyond your imagination. Su Yi's point made everyone nod secretly. Every time Su Yi took out various advanced weapons unexpectedly, and under the noses of various countries. For example, the Su-27 flanker last time, and the 3 Musketeers of Star Army helicopters this time. Especially the 3 Musketeers, Apache, Black Hawk and Chinook, which are the active equipment of the Star Army, and the export control is also very strict. They heard that Singapore is still very confused and is tracking down the traces of these helicopters everywhere, trying to dig out the connection behind Sui. I, Sue, actually really like making friends. I also hope that as I develop, I can also expand with you. Let us work together to explore the arms markets of various countries. In fact, this is the real reason why I invited you all here. I hope to reach cooperation with you and the companies behind you. As we expand, I am sure your positions in your companies will grow with us. Kelly Gedgier, FN's representative in Aden, said, On behalf of FN, I agree to this cooperation, and we are not afraid of competition. As a century-old military-industrial enterprise, FN is still very confident in light weapons. This company is also the pride of the country of the sun, and the firearms it designs are world-famous. For example, the FN Fail automatic rifle, the FNC assault rifle, the FN 2000 assault rifle, and one of them is the most famous. That is the SCAR rifle commonly used in PUBG. This rifle is a strong rival of the 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle, competing with it in markets of various countries. After FN Company made its statement, several other representatives also expressed their opinions. Their purpose this time was to seek cooperation with Sui, and they just needed to cooperate. However, what Sui said did make them very excited. Who would be willing to be a representative of Aden forever? Perhaps this was their chance to take off. Of course, it is simply impossible to tie them to your chariot in order to test this. Only relationships linked by interests are the most unbreakable, and this is true for all countries and major companies. No matter how good friends or even brothers are, once their own interests are involved, they will often fall out. Sui expected that they agreed. After all, it was not a big loss for them. Aden was just a very small market for them. In fact, the establishment of the association is only the first thing I asked you to do. There is another more important thing, but I think this matter is not something that you can decide. After the meeting, I will give you the details of this meeting. You can give it to your company's senior management and let them decide. After hearing Suyi's words, everyone present looked at each other, wondering what he was up to. Looking at the reactions of the few people, Sui continued. You should all be familiar with Amazon, right? Unless some of you don't use the internet, it is impossible that you don't know about this company. This company can be said to be the largest e-commerce company at present. It provides an excellent online platform for major merchants. The current market value of this company is as high as hundreds of billions of US dollars. At this point, anyone who is not a fool would know what Sui meant by giving this example. Mr. Su, are you planning to build an e-commerce website like Amazon? Looking at the person who was speaking, Sui smiled and said, Bingo, behind me. Sui paused for a moment, then as if he had realized something, he quickly said, One of my team has developed a website that allows our customers to just click their fingers at home, pay, and then wait for the weapons to be delivered to their door. We will establish a special line for transporting arms for this purpose. You only need to put your company's weapons on the shelves of our mall and wait for orders to be placed. All you need to pay is the rental fee and part of the shipping fee, which is actually a small number compared to the orders. Chapter 52, Furious Director, Transport Line. There is indeed a force behind him. After the meeting, several people returned to the city of Hama. This is already a recognized fact. Otherwise, how could he come up with so many weapons? Let's each contact our superiors and see how they handle this matter. In less than a day, the video of the meeting was on the desk of the director of the CIA of Singapore. This is worthless information. Keep an eye on this website. I want to see what they are up to. Director, we don't have an invitation letter from this website. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do now. A CIA deputy director said. Don't you know how to hack into this website? Their website uses an algorithm that we have never heard of before, and I am afraid there is nothing we can do about it for now. There is something interesting about Suyi's website. Its server is actually the system, which is one of the conveniences the system provides him. With the current technology on Blue Planet, it will be impossible to crack the system in hundreds of years. Has it been so long? And your operations department doesn't have any valuable intelligence? The president has personally inquired about this matter. This is a very strict leak. We must find out where those helicopters came from. Have the blueprints of my major arms companies been leaked? Also, how did they transport the weapons into the airport? I only give you 1 month, and you must give me valuable intelligence. He is still under a lot of pressure now. If they were not afraid of alerting the enemy, they would probably have already deployed their forces overtly. But this doesn't make much sense. Even if they destroy the Vita military airport, it won't make much sense unless they can catch Su Yi. But Su Yi's stamina was beyond their imagination. He stayed in the airport and didn't go anywhere. And he has no relatives in this world, which makes him absolutely impeccable. The deputy director said with tears in his eyes, "Yes, director. A higher-ranking official can crush a person, so perhaps we have to plan a more radical action." After the founding conference of the leading arms trade association ended, the Armed Arms Mall officially opened on the dark web. It is very easy to enter this dark web, but you cannot enter without an invitation letter. This invitation letter will only be sent to customers in need, and it doesn't matter whether it will fall into the hands of intelligence agencies of various countries. A large number of weapons and equipment have been put on sale in the mall this time, and these are the best-selling items in Black Continent. Since the current transportation system is not yet perfect and Su Yi's own strength is not very strong, the target customers are actually limited to a few nearby countries. If someone wants to take advantage of this batch of arms, we can quickly dispatch combat forces to provide support. As for the high-tech equipment currently in service in various countries, such as main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, drones and even combat aircraft, they have not yet been put on the shelves. The helicopter incident itself has caused quite a stir, so it's better not to provoke other countries for now. Anyway, even if I put it on the shelves, these countries in Black Africa won't buy it, and even if they do, the order won't be too large, so why should I cause trouble? If I have armed forces that are not afraid of other countries in the future, then I will not be afraid of anything I sell in the mall. With the system in his hands, he is not afraid of any war. As long as he has enough money, he can directly defeat the Star country. Of course, unless it is absolutely necessary, Su Yi is still unwilling to engage in a head-on conflict with the country. He is just an arms dealer, and making money and developing is his main goal. The mall has been established, so matters concerning the transportation system need to be put on the agenda. Otherwise, it would be a joke if we couldn't transport the weapons even after others placed an order. For several countries surrounding Africa, the main transportation routes are land and air. Land transportation is now relatively complete, and the main means of transportation for the entire Arms Transport Department, Military Transport Department, is still off-road transport trucks of various levels. There are several types of heavy-duty transport trucks, including 5-ton, 10-ton, 20-ton, 30-ton and 50-ton trucks, as well as various heavy-duty trailers, which are mainly used to transport tanks and helicopters. In addition to developing this website, several network engineers also developed a dedicated transportation management system for the Transportation Department to schedule arms transportation. There is no perfect road traffic and railway in Heilongjiang, and this mode of transportation generally does not exceed 1,000 kilometers. Of course, if you want to transport heavy weapons such as tanks, this is an exception. Currently, only land transportation can be used. Although this type of transportation has the lowest cost, it is also the least safe, so the distance must not be too far. For places over 1,000 kilometers or where trucks are difficult to reach, air transport is undoubtedly the best mode of transportation. Anyway, Su Yi doesn't have to pay for the transportation himself, and he can even make a profit from the transportation fee. He only needs to pay for the purchase of transportation tools, and he will almost get his money back after a few more shipments. After all, arms are a rather special and sensitive thing, and I think many forces would be willing to pay an expensive transportation fee for them. Chapter 53 Transport Fleet Upgrade Ideas. The establishment of air transport channels in the land of Black Continent is relatively safe. Because the countries in Black Africa do not have a complete air defense system, basically there will not be any major problems as long as they are well managed. If any important items are being transported, fighter jets can be dispatched to escort them to ensure safety. When choosing these means of transportation, you only need to meet a few conditions. The first and most important thing is that the requirements for the runway are not very high, and the aircraft can take off and land on a simple runway. The second is that it is cheap. After all, it is only used to transport arms, and as long as the arms can be delivered safely, it is fine. The third is range and loading capacity, which are also two important points. In fact, there is only one model that can meet these conditions, and that is the C-130 Hercules transport aircraft that the Star Army put into service in 1958. This transport aircraft is the most outstanding tactical transport aircraft in terms of reliability, economy, and other aspects. It is absolutely suitable for transporting large quantities of arms. The C-130J tactical transport aircraft uses four 3,500 kilowatt Rolls-Royce turboprop engines, with a maximum flight speed of 670 km per hour and a maximum range of 3,300 km. The transport capability of this tactical transport aircraft is undoubtedly outstanding. Its maximum takeoff weight is 74 tons, and its load capacity is up to 33 tons, J-type. It can carry 124 soldiers, two wheeled infantry fighting vehicles, or an M777 howitzer. Moreover, its requirements for the runway are not very high. The takeoff distance is 950 meters and the landing distance is 518 meters. Since the J model is a modernized model in 2004, there is no discount on its price, and the unit price is as high as 150,000 yuan. Although the price is a bit expensive, you will be able to get your money back sooner or later. As long as you don't lose money, it's fine. Since it has just been put on the market, and there are not many users yet, I am only going to purchase one to have a look first. Generally speaking, this type of transport aircraft is used for long-distance transport missions or large-scale arms trade transportation. It's just 150,000 yuan of funds, which is not a big deal for Sui at the moment. However, it is impossible for C-130 to transport all orders. Most orders are not large, perhaps only a few million or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Therefore, a small transport aircraft with good economy and low price is needed. When he was playing games in his previous life, he was very interested in the arms smuggling mission in GTA 5, and he often drove this kind of small plane to transport arms everywhere. Finally, he picked one from the system, which was the YC-125 Raider transport aircraft that had been in service with the Star Army for 50 years. It adopts a high-wing layout and is equipped with 3-piston engines. Its maximum flight speed is only 331 km per hour, but its maximum flight distance can reach 2,970 km. Its loading capacity is also not weak, with a maximum takeoff weight of 19 tons, an empty weight of 11 tons, and a load capacity of about 4 tons. It is mainly used for the transportation of light weapons, has very good fuel economy, and most importantly is cheap. The unit price of a YC-125 transport aircraft is only 30,000 yuan, which is only $3 million US. This small transport aircraft is cheap and has a strong loading capacity, making it very suitable for short-distance and small-batch arms transportation. Sui directly purchased 2 of this type of aircraft and kept them there, spending only 60,000 yuan. Once orders are received, the size of the transport fleet can be expanded at any time according to demand. As for the strategic transport aircraft used to transport heavy weapons, Sui chose to give up. He cannot afford to buy or maintain such an airplane now, so it is more cost-effective to travel by land or sea. The only fighter under his command, the Su-27 flanker, will be responsible for escorting the fighters. Originally Sui still wanted to sell it at a high price, but now it seems that it is completely unnecessary. However, the MQ-1 Predator drone can be dealt with while on the move. Although it is advanced, its payload and other data are not as good as its upgraded version, the MQ-9 Reaper drone. In the early stage, Sui would definitely not be equipped with too many fighter jets, so he would naturally choose the most advanced and most useful ones. Sui has asked Orlov to contact the black market, hoping to sell the drone for a high price. I think all countries are willing to pay a large amount of money for this drone. Because for many countries, a complete MQ-1 Predator drone simply cannot be measured by money. Moreover, doing so can temporarily divert the attention of the star country and allow them to focus here. After all, it is very easy for Sui to hide his identity in the black market. You have to know that he has an infinitely large system warehouse, and he can take away the fighter jets purchased from the system at any time. But this also means that if the drone is sold, he will need to go to a safe place in person to release the drone. Although this is a bit risky, it is worth the risk for the money. Just keep it confidential. Sui still trusts Chris in this regard. But at this time Sui thought of another thing. Maybe it's time to upgrade the system. Chapter 54 Security Requirements, Mall Startup. When the system was upgraded from level 1 to level 2, it still gave Sui a very good reward. If you upgrade from level 2 to level 3, I think the reward won't be too bad. He was not in a hurry to upgrade before, mainly because of demand issues. Because even if he upgraded before, most of the weapons 10 years later would not be affordable, so why bother upgrading? Moreover, the upgrade requires 100,000 points of funds, which was not a small amount before, but of course it is nothing now. This time he upgraded mainly because he hoped the system would reward him for his always strong security team. Based on the experience of the last system upgrade, this time the rewards are generally distributed according to one's reasonable needs. After purchasing the fleet of helicopters, Sui still had about 1.1 million in funds left, plus the funds coming in from the Moma tribe every day in recent days. There is also a 10 million commission from the government, and now the funds in his hands have returned to 2 million. The Moma tribe currently has a balance of about $50 million to pay. Once this money arrives, the balance in his account will reach 2.6 million. Ding! The system is upgrading. This upgrade will take 24 hours. After hearing the system prompt sound, Sui couldn't help but frown. Does it mean that the system will also gradually double when upgrading? If this is the case, then the higher the level, the more time it would take. The system should not have such an unreasonable setting. At this time, Yushushu's voice came from the phone on his desk. Mr. Su, Mr. Orloff wants to see you. Outside his new office, the young assistant Yushushu has her own desk. She is not only an assistant, but also serves as a secretary. Let him in. Sui guessed that Orloff was here to report on his work, and the fact was exactly as he expected. Boss, we have issued a total of 143 invitations this time. These clients are all forces with potential needs, and they are distributed in 6 countries. This is the list of clients. These people were carefully selected by me based on the existing intelligence. Orloff's ability is unquestionable, but Sui still took the list and started reading it. Being familiar with history, he knew very well that there were only a few stable countries in the entire Black Continent. Although some countries have not fallen into war, tribal armed conflicts, religious, ethnic and clan armed conflicts continue. There are also countless unrests caused by corruption. This place is simply a paradise for arms dealers. Wherever there is unrest, they can be seen, including Sui. Of these 6 countries, the farthest one should be Shiba on the other side of the sea. However, with the existence of transport planes, it is not difficult to transport arms and ammunition over. Even if the other party does not have an airport, there are still airdrops. The invitation letter to the dark web has been sent out, but I don't know whether they believe in Mr. Su's credibility. This helicopter incident actually brought him a lot of fame. Unless they don't care, everyone basically knows that Su got several active helicopters of the Star Army from unknown channels. Reputation is very important no matter what industry you are in. If it weren't for this incident, the online armed munitions mall would definitely be unknown, and at most it would struggle in Aiden in the early stages. Sui opened the back end of the armed arms mall. Currently, there are more than 100 people browsing online. It seems that many people are very interested in it. No one has taken the first bite of the cake yet, just like TB in Yen country before. Isn't the slow development in the early stage due to the fear that the merchants will not deliver the goods after paying? Something like credibility still needs to be built up order by order. Even if we lose some money in the early stages, there will be no problem as long as the credibility of both parties can be established. In addition, there is another very important thing in the mall, and its existence is to support the operation of the mall. That is the third-party payment platform. Users will purchase a virtual currency on this payment platform, and then purchase arms in the mall, with the exchange rate being $100, 1. The funds used to purchase arms will be directly deposited into the system account. This is done to prevent intelligence agencies of various countries from tracking the money. Of course, even if their technology is advanced, they cannot track the system, so this is destined to be a dead end. After taking a look at Sui, he turned it off directly. Orloff would handle these things himself, and he would not interfere in the daily management of the company. Firstly, he knows his own weight, and secondly, he is lazy. There are professionals to handle it, so why make yourself so tired? The best example is the emperors of various dynasties. They stood at the pinnacle of power, and the entire country served him alone. However, many emperors died early. Isn't it all because they were overworked with handling state affairs every day? Sui would never admit that this was an excuse for being lazy. Boss, there is one more thing I need to report to you. Chapter 55, Black Market Storm, Serious Leak. Has the drone issue been resolved? Now that Orloff has come to report in person, there is nothing else to do except the drone. Orloff nodded and said, Boss is really very predictable now. Our drone is very popular in the black market. When we released the news, many people contacted us. Although we don't know their identities, we think they are from various countries. The MQ-1 Predator drone is certainly not as important to arms dealers as it is to the country. Such an advanced drone has been put on the black market, so you can imagine the level of attention it has attracted. Moreover, the Singaporean side will definitely know about this matter. Sui is looking forward to the expressions of the Singaporean high-level officials after they know about this matter. Then you must have already negotiated the buyer and the price, otherwise you wouldn't be reporting to me now. Orloff smiled and said, Yes, Chris and I worked together and finally selected a buyer with the most generous price. It is very likely to be from the North Country. They are very interested in this drone. They are willing to pay $100 million for this drone, and they have already deposited a deposit of $5 million into our secure account. Sui raised his eyebrows and said, It seems that Bagua has really invested a lot of money. In such a bad economic situation, they are willing to pay such a high price. The poverty of the North is obvious to all. Under the blockade of the entire Western world, their economy has never been very good. However, they have never stopped their research and development of weapons, especially in the area of drones. They have never given up the pursuit. It was not surprising to him that a $6 million drone could be sold at such a high price. After all, the technological content of this drone cannot be measured simply in terms of money. Once the technology above is fully understood, it will be a significant step forward for a country's military industry. And only if you study this drone thoroughly, it will be very easy to deal with it. If possible, he would like to sell a few more planes, which would completely solve his problem of shortage of funds. Unfortunately, if Singapore does this, it will definitely go crazy. It's okay to stimulate it a little, but excessive stimulation is unnecessary. It will harm others and not benefit oneself, and the one who benefits is others. They agreed to conduct the transaction in Bandar Abbas, Persia, and have already prepared a landing site for us there. But in order to prevent Singapore from tracking us down, I suggest taking off from Seberang Persa and then flying directly to Bandar Abbas along the coastline. That will require some trouble for the boss. We are already in a safe place there. No one except Sui could transport this drone to the country of Sheba quietly, whether by direct flight or by sea. I can't say anything else, but as long as the MQ-1 takes off, it will definitely be targeted by Singapore. They only need to send out early warning aircraft to follow it from a distance to know its entire whereabouts. Not to mention sea transportation, the escort warships in the Gulf of Aden can be intercepted at any time. Never underestimate the CIA's intelligence capabilities. Moreover, since Orloff and Chris dared to let him go to Sheba, his absolute safety could definitely be guaranteed. Once there is any sign of danger, they will not allow themselves to go out. After being stuck in the airport for so long, he wanted to go out and get some fresh air, otherwise he would really go crazy. I just don't know if this system upgrade can provide an additional layer of insurance for this operation. The CIA, as one of the world's 4 largest intelligence agencies, must have known about the news on the black market, and they also knew that the deal had been reached. Unfortunately, they did not know the details of the transaction, nor did they know the identities of both parties. Although the CIA is very powerful, the North also has a strong federal security service, whose predecessor is the famous KGB. Shit, you guys are such a bunch of losers. You must stop this deal, or I'll shove your head into the toilet. The CIA director roared like an angry lion. The matter of Sui has not been investigated clearly yet, but unexpectedly another incident like this broke out in the black market. This is definitely the most serious weapons technology leak since the founding of Star Country. If he can't stop it, I think the president won't mind replacing him with a more capable person. Whether it is to prevent himself from being fired or to prevent the leakage of advanced weapons, he must do his best to stop it. Director, this matter may be related to Sui. Perhaps we need to strengthen the detection there. I request to dispatch drones to conduct reconnaissance of the airport. And this time the predator on the black market appeared very suddenly. Could this be a warning to us from the forces behind Sui? After hearing what his subordinate said, the CIA director was silent for a moment, and then he said, "Do as you say. Be careful. I don't want to see our drone crash in Hama. It's not a pleasant thing." The Black Hawk Down incident was still fresh in my mind. If the drone crashed again, I would definitely be in trouble. Chapter 56, Enemy Planes Approaching, Shot Down. The waiting time for system upgrades has always seemed very long to Sui. Only at this time would he be full of anticipation for the system upgrade. After this upgrade, the next upgrade will require a full 1 million yuan in funds, which will be another long wait. What he was most looking forward to was the rewards after the system upgrade. However, he did not get the system upgrade, but instead received another piece of bad news. Reporting to the commander, the radar has detected an unusual target, an MQ-1 Predator drone, which is approaching us rapidly. As the director of the Special Preparation Department, Terrence reported this important situation directly to Sui. Sui also knew the seriousness of the situation and immediately rushed to the radar room of the airport, where Terrence was already waiting. "What exactly is going on?" Sui asked, looking at the flashing dot on the screen. "Sir, our radar detected this target at 7:52 this morning. At first we didn't pay much attention to it, thinking that the drone was just passing by. But its flight path is heading directly towards us, so I reported this to you," Sui said with a serious face. "It seems that the Singaporeans want to have a direct confrontation with us. Since the guests are here, we should entertain them well and immediately have the aviation team launch the Su-27 and shoot it down." Terrence stood at attention and saluted, saying, "Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Notify the aviation team to take off and intercept hostile targets." Sui is not very afraid of the Star Country. It is indeed very strong in terms of conventional military force, but he also has the ability to fight back. If the Star Army's drones can fly over his head unscrupulously this time, then he is basically developing under the surveillance of the Star Army. He would never give in this regard, and he also didn't believe that the Star Army would dare to start another war against him, because it would be a completely thankless task. Moreover, if they send troops to invade Aden again, Sui doesn't mind letting them cause an incident even more serious than Black Hawk Down. Besides, Singapore has no intention of starting another war this year or even in the next 1 or 2 years. The subprime mortgage crisis that started in 2007 is enough to deal a heavy blow to Singapore. Singapore was the epicenter of this subprime mortgage crisis and also suffered the heaviest losses. The subprime mortgage crisis was not a good thing for Sui. The wider the scope of the economic crisis, the less money he would have to buy arms. Beep, beep, beep. Alarms sounded throughout the airport, and the Special Forces personnel who were in training began to return to their posts one after another. In the Mobile Air Defense Squadron, all the Hongqi 7A short-range air defense missile radars were turned on, and the missile safety devices were opened. As long as the target is locked, it can be launched at any time. It's a pity that he doesn't have a medium and long-range air defense system, otherwise he wouldn't have to send out fighter jets at all, and one missile would be enough to deal with the slow-moving drone. However, the medium and long-range air defense systems were too expensive, and he simply could not afford them, so he could only send fighter jets to defend the sky above the airport. Boom, boom, boom! The 2 engines of the Su-27 flanker fighter on the runway spewed out orange red tail flames. The powerful power output pushed it to glide quickly on the runway. After a few hundred meters, its beautiful figure took off into the air. The Predator UAV is not equipped with air detection radar, etc., because its internal load is limited, only 204 kilograms. Most of the equipment is used for ground monitoring, and there are also electronic countermeasure systems. Faced with the approach of the Su-27 flanker fighter, the Predator, which was still flying at a cruising speed of more than 120 km per hour, did not detect the approaching danger. This time, the Su-27 carried out an air interception mission, carrying a total of 4 R-77 medium-range air-to-air missiles. The most distinctive feature of this missile is the 2 mesh tail fins at the tail, which give it very powerful maneuverability. As a fire-and-forget air-to-air missile, its active radar can detect targets at 20 km, and its maximum effective range reaches 60 km. At this time, the drone was less than 100 km away from the military airport. Within a few minutes after taking off, the flanker approached to a distance of more than 40 km. Swoosh! An R-77 Viper air-to-air missile that had completed preheating was launched. Using inertial guidance and command correction guidance, the missile flew directly to the target detected by the carrier aircraft's radar. The R-77 missile is equipped with a 2-stage solid rocket engine and can reach a maximum flight speed of Mach 3.3. In just over 20 seconds, the missile flew more than 20 kilometers, and its active radar was turned on at this time. The maximum detection range of the 9B-1103 M-200 seeker is 25 kilometers. The missile radar can quickly lock onto the target in just a few seconds. Boom! The leisurely flying Predator drone was directly hit by an R-77 missile. The 21-kilogram fighter jet directly reduced the more than 1-ton drone into aerial fragments. Chapter 57 Upgrade completed, Shielding Artifact. The control console far away on the mainland lost all images at the moment of the explosion. Fake, what's going on? An officer who was holding a cup of coffee and watching this scene was stunned, with his mind full of question marks. Soon, a senior CIA official entered the drone control room with a gloomy face and asked, "What happened? Why did the drone lose contact?" An officer said with a stiff face, "Report, this is the last picture sent back by the drone. It has been shot down." The image frozen in the photo is an incoming R-77 air-to-air missile, the tail flame of which is clearly visible. It was captured and transmitted by the optoelectronic system of the drone. "Assholes, they are really too bold. I will go and report the intelligence." When a drone is shot down, there is always an explanation. However, after seeing this scene, the CIA director fell into silence and spoke only after a long time. "Stop the reconnaissance operation and continue monitoring this place as before. We have already planned a large-scale plan for him. The operation planned by the CIA has been tacitly approved by the President. Although they cannot use overt military force, they can use other things. This plan is actually related to the current border conflict between Aden and Abyssinia. In his opinion, the possibility of success of the plan is still very high." And Sui, who was far away in Aden, returned to his previous peaceful life. Shooting down a Star Army Predator drone didn't make him nervous or excited. As an arms dealer with global ambitions, his rise will inevitably threaten the interests of some countries. As the world's largest arms dealer, Singapore occupies more than 50% of the entire market. Naturally, they would not stand by and watch the rise of a competitor. There is a natural conflict of interest between the two parties, and he has no good feelings towards Singapore. After waiting for a long time, he finally welcomed another upgrade of the system. Ding! The upgrade is complete, new weapons and blueprints have been added, and rewards are being distributed. Security Gift Pack 1, SOG Team 1, Jammer 1. Equipment before 2000 enjoys a 50% discount, and the discount will not be reduced after that. Equipment before 2010 will enjoy a 25% discount. When seeing the direct reward from the system, Suyi's mouth couldn't help but crack. Sure enough, the system's rewards were just as he expected. They gave him exactly what he needed, and it seemed to include some black technology. Sui directly opened the instructions of the jammer and started reading. After seeing the above introduction, the joy on Suyi's face became more and more obvious. Its function is very simple and powerful, and it can block all filming and surveillance from any external satellites, drones or other detection equipment within 50 square kilometers. Moreover, everything they filmed was what Sui wanted them to see, and what they didn't want to see could not be seen at all. This undoubtedly solved the problem that worried Sui. After all, he didn't know how many satellites were flying over his head every day. It was as if there was a surveillance camera installed above his head that he couldn't reach, and every move in the entire airport was being seen by others. All actions must be performed carefully, otherwise many secrets will be photographed. But now it's different, with this jammer, and the range is so large. 1 square kilometer is equivalent to 1 million square meters, and 50 square kilometers is 50 million square meters. Of course, this range refers to the maximum range, and can be adjusted according to actual conditions. Wherever the jammer signal covers, all detection equipment will fail. This is definitely a magic weapon for him at the moment, and he can finally expand his armed forces with confidence. The reason why he did not expand on a large scale before was because of this reason. If he carried out large-scale expansion in a short period of time, this will undoubtedly expose a lot of information to various countries, and all previous actions must be cautious. Now that we no longer have this concern and we are not short of funds, we can naturally expand. Then Sui turned his attention to the SOG team. It was obvious that this was a special forces team, just like the 141 task force at the beginning. Sui still had some impression of this team. If he remembered correctly, this team should be from Call of Duty 7. This means that just as he guessed, this SOG group did come from this game. Mason, Hudson, Woods, Bowman, Weaver, Brooks, and 2 others whom Sui did not recognize. This Hudson is not the same person as the one in 141, and the years do not match. This Special Forces unit is also very powerful and exists in reality. It brings together the elites of multiple special forces of the Star Army. If Delta and SEALs are the top special forces, then SOG is the special forces of the special forces. The arrival of this special forces team did not cause any fluctuation in his mood. It can only be said that it is better than nothing. After all, he no longer lacks special forces. With the current strength of the 141st Task Force, it can already carry out most of the tasks. But since the system has given him this SOG Special Forces unit, he should still train them well. Then he turned his gaze to the last gift package, which, as the name suggests, has a lot to do with security. Chapter 58 Super Gift Pack, Fighter Selection. Open the security package. Congratulations on receiving 1 professional security team, 3 armored command vehicles, 1 commander's plane, 5 commander's helicopters, and 1 primary gene enhancer. This gift package is indeed a big gift package. The amount of information contained in it is really not small, and the rewards are also extremely rich. Everything is tailor-made for your own safety, especially when it comes to transportation. In addition to those running in the sea, those running in the air, on planes and on land are all prepared for you. As the name suggests, the professional security team is a top security team rewarded by the system, with a number of about 80 people. This includes the drivers and crew members of these vehicles. In terms of special operations, they may be slightly inferior to the 141st Task Force, but in terms of security, they are far better than the 141st. With their protection, Sui felt much more at ease. At least he could go out and have some fun when the situation was not so chaotic. There are a total of 3 armored command vehicles awarded, and their appearance is not much different from that of ordinary bridge vehicles. Although it looks very low-key in appearance, it is luxurious and majestic. Its bulletproof level is probably not lower than that of Army No. 1, and may even be better. There is a reason why the system rewards 3 vehicles at one time. For safety reasons, the 3 vehicles usually travel together. Even if they were ambushed, the 3 sturdy bulletproof armored vehicles and the bodyguards inside were enough to hold out until support arrived. As for the commander's private plane and helicopter, they were modified from the Boeing 787 passenger plane. The most interesting thing is that this type of passenger plane only made its maiden flight in 2009. Boeing is probably still developing and assembling the prototype of this passenger aircraft. Compared with Singapore's Air Force One, it has a larger body. Not only does it have a luxurious cabin, but it is also an airborne command platform, surpassing Air Force One in terms of avionics and other aspects. The helicopter is modified from the UH-1 Black Hawk helicopter and will generally become Sui's main means of transportation in the future. Giving 5 helicopters at a time is also based on the same safety considerations. The remaining 4 helicopters are actually to confuse the enemy's eyes. Among these rewards, the one that interested Sui the most was this primary gene enhancer. Sui was not unfamiliar with this name. It had appeared in countless novels and was simply a magic weapon for the protagonist to strengthen his body. I didn't expect that he would enjoy such treatment today. He is worthy of being the son of the plane. Sui looked at its function and found it was indeed similar to what he imagined. It is mainly used to enhance the body's strength and increase immunity. To a certain extent, as long as you inject it, you will not get any disease in a short period of time. However, in order to maximize the effect of this gene enhancement liquid, Sui still needs to exercise continuously. Moreover, only a certain dose can be injected each time, otherwise the current physical strength will not be able to bear it. I still can't escape the fate of training. Although Sui understood very well that the body was the capital of revolution, knowing it was one thing, but whether to exercise or not was another. However, in order not to waste this precious gene enhancement liquid, he decided to set aside a certain amount of time every day for exercise. Anyway, Orlov is responsible for handling most of the daily affairs of the leader company, so he still has plenty of time. The rewards for this upgrade are as generous as ever, and Sui's strength will experience a dramatic increase in the future. Because the reward for this upgrade solved all his worries. However, to expand your upgrades, you have to wait until you deliver the drone to the target. In this way, there will be an additional 1 million yuan in his account. Adding to the current 2 million yuan, the account balance will reach an unprecedented 3.6 million yuan. He only needs to leave 600,000 yuan for daily operations, and he will have 3 million yuan to expand his armed forces. He has no intention of saving any money when expanding his strength this time. After all, we have provoked the Star Country. In order to prevent any unexpected incidents, it is better to strengthen our own strength. Otherwise, if we expand when the Star Army attacks, it will be too late. Of course, this possibility is not very high, but we still need to take precautions. However, in order to ensure the safety of this trip, Sui decided to expand his air force first. At present his aviation force is still too small and too weak. There is only one Su-27 fighter and 2 A-29 attack aircraft, and the remaining 3 are military transport planes. Su-27 fighters will serve as a dedicated air escort echelon in the future. The development trend of air power in the future is actually multi-purpose. For major countries, air superiority is generally left to the 4th-generation aircraft. For Sui at present, although the 4th-generation aircraft is good, he really cannot afford to enjoy it. Once he has the 4th-generation stealth fighter in his hands, there is no doubt that several air combat groups of the Star Army will come to attack him. Therefore, the 3rd-generation and a half multi-purpose fighter is his best choice, and there are still many options. Chapter 59 Superflanker, 2 highlights. There are quite a few of the world's top 3rd-generation fighter jets. For example, the F-18E divided by F Super Hornet, Typhoon Fighter, F-15, Rafale Fighter, Su-35 Fighter, and many more. There are also several medium-sized multi-purpose 3rd-generation aircraft such as the F-16, JS-39 and J-10. These fighter jets are basically the mainstream 3rd-generation aircraft in various countries and are the backbone of aviation in various countries. However, after much deliberation, Sui finally chose the Su-35S fighter jet with the strongest comprehensive capabilities. The first thing he thinks of is the impact, followed by performance, and finally price and other factors. If he chose the other 3rd-generation aircraft, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the convention organization again. With the pressure from the convention organization and Star Country, Sui is currently unable to withstand it. Then the only choice is the Su-35S multi-purpose heavy fighter from Bagua. Because of the northern country's influence and other factors, it posed no threat to him who was far away in Black Continent. Unless this fighting nation uses ballistic missiles to attack itself, but this possibility is not very high. Although the fighting nation is reckless, it does not mean that they are brainless. Moreover, in terms of performance, the Su-35S is not inferior to other 3rd-generation fighters. The one he chose is the most advanced version of Su-35, the S-type, which has 2 biggest highlights. The first is its engine, the AL-41F1 engine, also known as the 117S vector turbofan engine. As of today in 2007, apart from the F-22, no other fighter jets are equipped with vector engines. Moreover, this engine is not the F-22's two-way vector engine, but a three-way vector engine. The nozzle of a two-way vector engine can only move up and down, while the nozzle of a three-way vector engine can move up, down, left, and right. The advantage is still very obvious. Its thrust is also very strong, with a single unit thrust of 117 kilonewtons and a maximum thrust of 175 kilonewtons under afterburner. It does have disadvantages, but the only downside is that it sacrifices lifespan to increase power, and its lifespan is only 4,000 hours. Compared with the Star Army's F-119 engine, its lifespan is as high as 12,000 hours. But is this a problem for Sui? He can always take out a new engine for replacement, and 4,000 hours is enough for him. Driven by powerful power, as a fighter with a maximum takeoff weight of 34 tons, it can fly at a speed of 2.25 Mach per hour. It also has an extremely important highlight, that is, its range. When equipped with auxiliary fuel tanks, its maximum range can reach 4,000 kilometers. For a fighter jet, this range is already the best. The second biggest highlight is its avionics system and the Snow Leopard passive phased array radar it is equipped with. The Su-35S's avionics equipment has already caught up with the level of advanced Western countries, refreshing the outside world's impression that Northern equipment is clumsy and crude. Although the Snow Leopard is only a passive phased array radar, its performance is not very weak, and compared with active radars, it also has its own advantages. Compared with active radar, passive phased array radar relies on receiving electromagnetic waves emitted by the target to find the target. It is less likely to expose itself, and will not be locked by anti-radiation missiles. Its maximum detection range can reach 400 kilometers, and it can detect and track 30 targets at the same time, while guiding 8 active air-to-air missiles to attack. As for Snow Leopard's doubts about the detection of stealth fighters, this is probably exaggerated for better sales. This fighter jet meets Sui's current needs in all aspects. The most crucial thing is that the Su-35S fighter jet of northern China will not make its maiden flight until 2008, which is next year. They never imagined that the first army to be equipped with this fighter jet would not be their own army, but this arms dealer far away in Black Continent. Who asked Sui to get the goods from the system? If it weren't for the consideration of keeping a low profile, Sui wouldn't mind equipping a few F-22 and F-35 fighter jets, but after thinking about the consequences, he decided not to. Do as much as you can according to your ability. There is no need to try to be strong and cause unnecessary trouble. He is an arms dealer, not a politician or warlord looking for attention. The lower the profile, the better. Finally, the price of this fighter jet is around $80 million, which is still very expensive. In the system, since it is a fighter jet from 10 years ago, it has a 25% discount, and is sold at 300,000 yuan per unit. This price is within Sui's affordability. Considering the current capacity of the airport and its own needs, Sui decided to purchase 4 aircraft, which will be enough for use in the future. The 4 planes cost Sui a total of 1.2 million yuan, and his 2.6 million yuan was reduced to 1.4 million yuan. But having fighter jets alone is not enough, we also have to purchase an early warning aircraft. We cannot be careless when facing the Star Army. However, with his current funds, he can forget about purchasing those large strategic early warning aircraft, as this amount of money is totally insufficient. Chapter 60 Air Warning, Travel Preparation. The choice of early warning aircraft gave Sui a lot of thought, and there were very few options. In the end, he could only choose the ZDK-03 medium early warning aircraft that had just been in service in Yen State for 10 years. This early warning aircraft was tailor-made by Yanhua for Pakistan. Its performance in radar, carrier aircraft, and other aspects exceeds that of the Falcon early warning aircraft. It is a medium-sized early warning aircraft with a very high cost-effectiveness. This early warning aircraft is the Yen State's Y-9 tactical transport aircraft, with a maximum range of 5,000 kilometers and an air endurance time of 8 hours. It is also equipped with a refueling pipe, so its maximum flight time can be increased to 12 hours if it is refueled in the air. Although this radar does not use Yen country's most advanced digital phased array radar technology. This radar is a very important breakthrough for Yen country, and is one generation ahead of the Western world. At this time, Sui recalled a program he had watched in his previous life, in which Director Zhang said something. If the KJ-500 had not experienced actual combat, it would definitely be ranked first. Of course, Sui was also very envious of this early warning aircraft, but the high price of $200 million directly discouraged him. The system costs $1 million, which is totally beyond his ability to afford, unless he does not want to expand his ground forces. The KZD-03 medium early warning aircraft was enough for him to use, although it still used a mechanical electronic scanning radar with a maximum detection range of about 450 kilometers. In terms of performance in all aspects, this early warning radar is no inferior to the Star Army's E-2C Hawkeye early warning aircraft, and is enough to defeat any country in Africa. The price of this early warning aircraft is much higher. The market price is $80 million, and the system price is 300,000 yuan. He was very satisfied that he could buy an early warning aircraft with only 300,000 yuan, and it was a second-tier early warning aircraft. The first-tier aircraft was the strategic early warning aircraft. Although the purchase of these 5 planes reduced his small treasury to 1.1 million, all the money of Task Force 141 in the Moma tribe had been spent. But this money can be exchanged for 4 Su-35s and a ZDK-03 early warning aircraft, which is a pleasing thing no matter how you look at it. After completing the purchase of these fighter jets, Sui immediately equipped them with the jammers given by the system. Its appearance is like a tall iron tower, about 50 meters high. It looks ordinary and no one can associate it with black technology when seeing it. After the jammer was equipped, Sui turned it on directly and set it up in the system. This also took him nearly an hour, but after that, whether the Star Country used satellites or other remote detection equipment, the images they saw were what Sui wanted them to see. After the biggest hidden danger was solved, the fighter plane was pulled out of the hangar in broad daylight. After more than a month of construction, the first phase of the project has basically come to an end, and the second phase is about to begin. The military airport has changed a lot compared to before. The area alone has reached 2 square kilometers, which is a lot larger than before. This military airport has reached the standards of a second-level permanent military airport, and is fully capable of taking off and landing medium-sized aircraft. There are more than 20 hangars on both sides of the taxiway, constructed with high-strength concrete that can withstand general aerial bomb attacks. This airport is more than enough to accommodate these fighter jets. After the aviation team was expanded, Sui's final preparations before travel were also completed. Before the trip, Sui also assigned a task to Simon Riley, deputy commander of the 141st Task Force, which was the organization of ground armed forces and the selection of weapons and equipment. The reason why he gave it to Simon was actually because he wanted Simon Riley to serve as the commander of this ground armed force. He currently had no better choice than him. At around 5:30 in the morning of the same day, a total of 5 commander-specific helicopters and 2 Longbow Apache attack helicopters took off from the helicopter base on the east side of the military airport. This time the helicopter's flight route is along the road leading to the north, thus avoiding the tense border situation. After flying to the northern coastal city of Bosaso, the route will be changed directly across the Gulf of Aden to Mansoura in the Kingdom of Sheba. Of course, this is not the delivery location agreed by both parties. The real location is the port of Abbas in Persia. The Predator drone will take off from Mansoura and fly directly to the port of Abbas, 2,000 kilometers away. Although flying in the desert area will pass through several countries, even if their radar detects the Predator, they will only think it is some action of the Star Army. Given their relationship with Star Country, they will not pay too much attention to the Predator drones flying over the border. As long as the drone arrives safely, the subsequent towed console will be delivered to them through the secret transportation channels provided by Northland. In this way, the transaction between the two parties will be successfully completed, and the $100 million will be directly transferred to Sui's account. Although the transaction is somewhat cumbersome, it is safer and will not leave any obvious traces to be discovered by the Star Country. P.S. I won't introduce the equipment data anymore. If you are interested, you can go to Baidu. Otherwise, I will just give out empty numbers. The main reason is that there are too many equipments, and it will be troublesome to introduce them. If I write it down, you will be bored reading it too. Chapter 61. Discovering a fleet of aircraft, a storm is brewing. Two of the 5 Marine One's Black Hawks flew at the front of the formation, escorted by an Apache longbow. The main function of these 2 helicopters is to explore the way. Once encountering danger, Sui can react quickly. It is still a bit risky to take a helicopter in a country that is not very safe. However, the noise made by the special plane is too loud, and the helicopter is already the fastest and safest option. In addition to these 7 helicopters, there are 6 aircraft flying at an altitude of up to 8,000 meters. The 5 fighter jets were divided into 2 groups, one of which consisted of a ZDK-03 Airborne early warning aircraft, a Su-35S fighter and a Su-27 fighter. Their main role is also to explore the way. If there are drones or manned aircraft approaching, they will be able to discover them at the first time. There were also 3 Su-35S fighter jets forming an escort group, which were not far from the helicopter group. Under such strict protection, there is basically no security problem unless someone knows Suyi's exact location. The target of the 7 helicopters was neither big nor small, and they were basically flying a few hundred meters in the air. Although he tried his best to avoid densely populated areas, he was still discovered by someone, and that person was a CIA agent. Director, there is an unusual situation reported from the Aden intelligence station. Here are the photos. This photo shows an unmarked Apache helicopter and 2 civilian Black Hawk helicopters painted in camouflage colors. I suspect our target is inside. I request the implementation of the emergency arrest plan. This is a very good opportunity for us. If the CIA cannot discover such a large fleet, then it underestimates them, not to mention that they are cooperating with many intelligence dealers. They have woven a stunning intelligence network specifically for Sui, and their purpose is nothing more than to uncover the secrets of Sui. After seeing the photo, the director asked, "When was this taken?" 20 minutes ago. The director pondered for a moment and then said, "We don't have any military bases in Aden or nearby, so we will contact the Abyssinian military and ask them to send fighter jets to cooperate with our operation. If they succeed in capturing the suspect, they will receive a reward of $20 million. As the director of the CIA, he has the power to freely allocate CIA funds, and their funds are confidential. Even Congress has no power to inquire." "Yes, I'll arrange it right away." Abyssinia is a chess piece deployed by Singapore in the important strategic location of the Gulf of Aden. The previous Black Hawk Down incident caused Star Country to lose control of Aden, but they were unwilling to lose this important position. It just so happened that Abyssinia wanted to find a big leg to cling to, and it also had conflicts of interest with Aden in terms of territory and other aspects. So the 2 sides hit it off and became one of Singapore's lackeys in Black Continent. Faced with the request from the CIA, the Abyssinian Air Force readily accepted it. In their opinion, this mission is easy and there is a bonus of up to $20 million to be won, so why not do it? The Singaporean side's request was for them to intercept the fleet, let it fly to the border airport of Abyssinia, and capture an important figure inside. And this important person is Sui, who had a feud with Abyssinia, and they are now sharpening their knives. Based on some intelligence provided by Singapore, the Abyssinian Air Force decisively dispatched 2 Su-27 flanker fighter jets, crossing the border of Aden and heading straight to the north. Abyssinia's military strength is still relatively strong, and it is the 3rd largest military power in Africa. It has more than 120 fighter jets of various types, more than 1,600 tanks and armored vehicles, and a population of 120 million, which is incomparable to the state of Aden. Although their equipment is old, the quantity is there. However, what the Abyssinians did not know was that they had encountered a tough opponent this time. ZDK-03 Airborne Early Warning Aircraft. Report, radar fluctuations detected. Judging from the frequency band, they are 2 Su-27 fighters. They have taken off from the airport in the Debuine area and are only 356 kilometers away from the commander's fleet. Report the other party's heading, speed, and altitude. Heading east-northeast, speed 1.2 Mach, altitude 3000. The officer frowned upon hearing this information and said, "Send fighter number 004 to intercept and shoot them down, and report this news to the commander." Through the data link system between fighter jets, the command from the early warning aircraft was immediately transmitted to the Su-35 fighter jet numbered 004. After seeing the information on the HUD, the pilot immediately turned and flew northwest. But in less than 2 minutes, 2 targets appeared on his radar screen. The 2 Su-27 fighter jets were very arrogantly scanning everywhere with their radars, apparently trying to use the radar to find the helicopter fleet. However, it is not so easy for them to find the helicopter group, as all 5 helicopters are equipped with electronic countermeasure equipment and equipment to prevent infrared missile locking. Although it flies slowly and low, it is very thoughtful in terms of safety. After all, it is a system product. Things that can appear with Air Force One are not as simple as they seem on the surface, and they all contain black technology. Otherwise, how could Sui choose to fly such a long distance by helicopter in such a high-profile manner? Chapter 62, Attack from Behind, Early Warning. There is no need to elaborate on the role of airborne early warning aircraft in air combat. With its powerful detection capability, all enemy aircraft within the radius can be detected. It is precisely under this circumstance that stealth fighters were born and became the future development trend of fighters. As long as our side has early warning aircraft, we are basically halfway to victory in the air battle. Just like the 2 incoming Su-27 flanker fighters, they had no idea what was going on. It's like a blind man shining a flashlight in the dark, while their opponents are already in front of them, closely watching their every move. The Falcon radars equipped on these 2 flanker fighters have a head-on search distance of only 150 kilometers, and are simply unable to detect the Su-35 fighters flying outside their radar detection range. The pilot of the Su-35 fighter has turned off his own onboard radar, and is flying strictly according to the route marked by the early warning aircraft. This operation concerns the safety of the helicopter fleet, and no one dares to take any risks. Inside the airborne early warning aircraft, the officer looked at everything on the radar screen with a serious expression. Their battle plan was relatively simple. They ordered the Su-35, whose radar had been silenced, to go around behind the 2 Su-27 fighters. Then give them a thundering blow from behind, knocking them down with lightning speed. The tail sections of the 2 Su-27s are also equipped with rear-view airborne radars. However, due to limited space and the relatively large size of Northland electronic components in the 1990s, the detection range of the rearview radar was only about 30 kilometers. If the attack was launched from the rear, there would be no chance of survival for these 2 planes. Time passed by minute, and the group of helicopters ignored the 2 incoming fighter jets and flew along the predetermined route. The flight distance of about 1,300 kilometers will take 6 hours for a group of helicopters flying at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. The Longbow Apache attack helicopter will return after escorting for a distance, and will then be escorted by 2 A-29 Super Tucano attack aircraft throughout the journey. It seems that our whereabouts have been discovered, but they don't know where our destination is, and the transaction is proceeding as usual. Only a few people knew about this transaction. Sui didn't believe that the CIA had such great power to place people around him. It was absolutely impossible. How are the 2 fighters? Sir, the AWACS is arranging for fighters to handle the situation. There will be results in less than half an hour. Sui is still very confident about the combination of early warning aircraft and Su-35 fighter jets. However, if he shot down these 2 Su-27 fighter jets, he would inevitably have a deep feud with Abyssinia. I must quickly expand my strength when I go back. Sui couldn't help but think to himself. Faced with the Su-35 fighter jets that had arrived behind them, the 2 Su-27 fighter jets were still unaware. Now they are less than 180 kilometers away from Sui's fleet, but this distance has become a distance that they can never cross. The pilot of the Su-35 fighter jet input the data transmitted through the data link into the 4 AIM-120s carried. This time, the Su-35 fighter jet carried not the R-77 air-to-air missile, but the AIM-120 Beyond Visual Range air-to-air missile with more advanced avionics equipment and anti-interference capabilities. As long as you master the source code of the fighter's avionics system and the source code of the missile, it is actually very easy to decide which missile to use on the fighter. That's why we see the scene of Su-35 fighter jets carrying AIM-120 missiles. When the distance between the 2 Su-27 fighters and the aircraft was less than 80 kilometers, 2 AIM-120 missiles fell, the tail engine started, and they flew away with a roar. In less than 2 seconds, another 2 AIM-120 missiles fell and followed the 2 missiles in front under inertial guidance. Generally speaking, the radar warning devices on fighter jets are all aimed at X-band radars, that is, the signals emitted by fire control radars to issue alarms. Therefore, facing the detection of the early warning aircraft search radar, the two fighter jets could not detect it at all. The missile flew forward according to the data provided by the early warning aircraft. In just a few minutes, the missile was less than 25 kilometers away from the target. "Hey, why is there a fluctuation in my rear radar?" A pilot couldn't help but ask a question while looking at the image on the radar screen. Then he turned his head and looked back, but saw nothing except some white clouds. "My radar has also been fluctuating." At this time, the other pilot's voice was full of surprise and doubt. The two men immediately fell into silence. If they didn't understand at this moment, they would be unworthy of being the pilots of two Su-27 fighter jets. It was obvious that a missile appeared behind them. If it was an enemy plane, the radar fluctuation would not be so small. Chapter 63, Mid-Range Buzzer Beater, 2 Possibilities. AIM-120, we're done. No, evade. Just when the two of them were still wondering where the missiles were, 2 AIM-120 air-to-air missiles penetrated the clouds and headed straight for the two of them. At this time, the missile was less than 10 kilometers away from them. In addition, the active radar of the AIM-120 missile was already turned on, and it locked onto the two fighter jets in less than 2 seconds. At this time, their radar warning device also told them what kind of missile was coming. However, this is the most desperate situation. At a distance of less than 10 kilometers, it is basically impossible for them to avoid the attack of such an advanced missile as AIM-120. Because they have entered the missile's kill zone, it is no longer a no-escape zone. However, they still chose to struggle, thinking that there might still be hope of escaping, but if they didn't, they would surely die. The two fighter jets began to make large-scale maneuvers in an attempt to escape the lock of the missile radar. If this missile could take off at such a close distance, it would not have been in service in the Star Army for nearly 30 years. The missile's terminal speed has now reached Mach 4, with a maximum overload of 40 G. "It's behind me, I can't get away." A pilot looked at the approaching missile in despair, but he chose not to struggle. Bang! The hatch exploded, and the pilot flew out directly under the eruption of the ejection seat. However, in less than a second, the missile hit the Su-27 fighter directly, and the 20-kilogram high-explosive warhead directly blew the front of the fighter to pieces. However, the other pilot was not so lucky. He was performing large maneuvers and had no conditions to eject. He was buried in the sea of fire of the explosion, and the fighter plane accompanying him fell to the ground. The two subsequent AIM-120 missiles lost their target, and could only fly aimlessly in the air until their fuel ran out. The pilot was not familiar with the missile's performance. After all, he had never used this missile before and had no idea about its literal data. Therefore, launching 4 missiles at a time is also to prevent accidents, and to achieve a one-time kill. In terms of avionics equipment and hit rate, this AIM-120D missile is indeed more powerful than northern countries' R-77 missile. Airborne Early Warning Aircraft. The officer looked at the 2 radar waves that were gradually disappearing, and couldn't help but feel relieved. He said, 004, return to the formation immediately. Yes. This Su-35 carried a total of 10 AIM-120 air-to-air missiles and 4 AIM-9 Sidewinders, which is the maximum payload in air superiority mode. A total of 4 AIM-120 medium-range missiles were launched in this operation, and there are still 6 medium-range missiles left, which has very strong combat capability. In fact, this airstrike was a typical asymmetric airstrike, and the difference between having early warning aircraft and not having early warning aircraft was revealed at this time. If there is an early warning aircraft, our early warning aircraft can command radar-silent fighters to go around the rear of the enemy aircraft formation and launch a fatal attack. Generally speaking, the tail of a fighter plane is a radar blind spot. Even if some fighter planes are equipped with a tail radar, their detection range is limited. Countless battle examples in history have proved the importance of early warning aircraft in air combat, so Sui spent such a huge price to exchange it. What I didn't expect was that it would play such an important role the next day. After the alarm was lifted, the fleet flew as usual. There shouldn't be any accidents that would disrupt the operation. The Star Army also lost track of the fleet afterwards, and they had no idea where Sui was going. According to the CIA's speculation, there are two possibilities for Sui's trip this time. The first is related to the MQ-1 Predator deal. The second possibility is to go to a secret base, where it is very likely that the mystery behind him will be revealed. No matter which of these two possibilities is true, it is extremely important to the CIA, and they are still very confident about this operation. After all, there is no problem no matter how you look at it for two relatively advanced Su-27s to capture a fleet of helicopters. However, they heard the pilot's cry for help, and then lost contact. In the tower of an Air Force base, CIA intelligence officers and the captain of a fighter squadron looked at each other in bewilderment. The squadron leader glared at the CIA agent and yelled, "Asshole, why didn't you inform them of the fighter jets? You caused us to lose two Su-27 fighters." The Su-27 fighter is the most advanced fighter in their Air Force, and the number of them is not large, only 24. They lost two planes at once this time, and the loss was inexplicable. How could he not be heartbroken? This time, the CIA once again upgraded its intelligence on Sui to a higher level, because a lot of information they did not know was exposed in this air battle. Chapter 64. Situation changes. Dark clouds loom over the city. It took the helicopter group more than 5 hours to finally reach the destination. The helicopter that Sui was riding landed on a large flat ground, surrounded by endless yellow sand. It was obvious that this was a base deep in the desert. "Sir, I am the head of the intelligence department in Shiba country." A middle-aged man of Central Asian appearance came up to Sui. Sui smiled in response, and then asked, "Has the venue been arranged?" "Sir, everything has been arranged. I promise there won't be any problems." "Very good, go arrange for helicopter refueling." "Yes." Led by a soldier, Sui came to a large warehouse. The entire warehouse was quite large and could easily accommodate a Predator drone. "Manifest Predator drone!" Then a blue light curtain appeared in front of Sui. When the blue light curtain dissipated, the Predator that had been taken away appeared in front of him. Sui didn't know how many times he had seen this scene, and there was no longer any fluctuation in his heart. The purpose of his coming to Shiba country this time has been achieved, and of course he also came out to relax. At present, Chris's intelligence department is expanding at a very fast speed, through Sui's explanation of the future development of the previous life. The capable Chris no longer needs Sui's funds to develop the intelligence department, but instead makes money on his own through various means. Sui didn't expect that Pete Chris was not only an intelligence expert, but also a business genius. Currently, the entire intelligence department has more than 2,000 intelligence personnel, who are distributed in many neighboring countries. In addition, it also cooperates with many intelligence dealers, so that Sui's ears are no longer blocked and he is completely free from dependence on cuckoo intelligence. Although there is a big gap between the Ministry of Intelligence and the major intelligence departments in the world today, given its growth rate, it will soon become a terrifying existence. Aden State, Presidential Palace in Hama. Defense Minister Mahmud looked at the president slumped in his chair with a smile on his face and said, "President, you should announce your resignation. This position should have been occupied by me a long time ago." The president looked at the room full of officers and the soldiers pointing guns at him, and he suddenly seemed to lose all his life. "You will pay the price for your actions sooner or later. If you cooperate with them, you will never have a good ending." Mahmud snorted coldly and said, "I don't know what will happen if I cooperate with them, but I know what will happen to me if I don't cooperate with them. Take the president away." Looking at the president being dragged away, Mahmud sat on the president's luxurious chair, and the smile on his face became even brighter. At this time, a major general came forward and answered, "Congratulations, General, you will become the new president of Aden. With their support, we will definitely be able to unify the entire Aden." "Yes, he is a waste. For so long, the area under our control has not expanded at all. If it were you, General, we would have unified long ago. When the weapons and equipment they promised arrive, that's when we launch our counterattack. I will wipe out those tribal armed forces one by one." Listening to his men's flattery, Mahmud said in high spirits. On Sui's way back, a situation reported by Chris made Sui's heart sink. The world has changed in Aden. The former president announced his resignation and former defense minister Mahmoud became the new president. Although the Leader Arms Company had cooperated with Mahmoud before, Chris's intelligence was not optimistic. Mohammed has had very close contact with the Abyssinian side recently. It was this information that allowed Sui to make a judgment on the current situation. Abyssinia is a country that is clearly pro-American, and Mahmoud has close ties with Abyssinia, which is also related to this coup. It is obvious that something big is going to happen next, and it may be the beginning of war in Aden. Moreover, Sui had a hunch that this change might have a lot to do with him. This made him feel a little anxious. It was imperative to expand the ground armed forces. Sui returned to the Vita military airport base very smoothly. At this time, the balance payment from the northern country had already been paid. Their payment efficiency is still very high, so naturally they hope to continue cooperating with Sui. After all, they can even get something like the MQ-1 Predator, so maintaining a good cooperative relationship will definitely benefit future cooperation. $95 million have been transferred to Sui's account, and there is currently a total of 2.2 million funds. Originally, there was only 1.1 million in Sui's account, and the extra 100,000 was the income from the mall. Although there are no large orders on the dark web mall at present, small orders continue to come in. Perhaps this is also a test of the mall by all parties. It is not easy to build up credibility, and it is built up through small orders. Chapter 65, Troop Establishment, Far Exceeding Budget. Simon Riley handed Sui a stack of documents and said, "Sir, this is the troop organization and weapons I compiled. They are all configured according to your requirements, Commander." Sui took the document and read it carefully page by page. I have to say that Simon Riley is not only very efficient, but also very knowledgeable in this area. The various weapons and personnel arrangements are very reasonable. Sui has been frantically supplementing his knowledge in these areas during this period. He can still understand some things. It seems that he did not find the wrong person. Sui's requirement for this armed force is very simple, that is, an armored, information-based mechanized force. Quality is more important than quantity. Of course, this does not mean that there should be fewer soldiers. It is about equipping a reasonable number of people with the most sophisticated weapons. This is what it means to have quality over quantity. This brigade-level combat team includes multiple arms, and the unit size is similar to the brigade-level organization of various countries. This organization is actually equivalent to a mini-division. Although small, it has all the necessary facilities and has everything a division-level unit should have. The brigade combat team consists of 2 synthetic armored battalions, a brigade headquarters battalion, a field artillery battalion, an armored reconnaissance battalion, an engineer battalion and a support battalion. The synthetic armored battalion is a mixed battalion of tanks and various infantry fighting vehicles, and it will be highly informationized. It can defeat mechanized infantry regiments of various countries if deployed alone. Each battalion consists of 2 tank companies, 2 mechanized infantry companies, a support company and a headquarters company. The 2 battalions are equipped with a total of 58 main battle tanks, 72 infantry fighting vehicles and 8 self-propelled mortar vehicles. The Field Artillery Battalion is composed of 3 artillery companies, a battalion headquarters company and a target search platoon, and its main equipment is 18 self-propelled artillery. The Armored Reconnaissance Battalion consists of 3 armored reconnaissance companies and 1 tank company. The Engineering Battalion consists of an intelligence company, a network information support company, and 2 combat engineering companies. The Brigade-level Support Battalion is composed of multiple companies, such as a material supply company, a maintenance company, a medical company, 3 fire support companies, a self-propelled rocket artillery company and a combat engineer company. This brigade combat team requires a total of 72 main battle tanks, 72 infantry fighting vehicles, 110 armored personnel carriers, 18 self-propelled artillery, 6 self-propelled rocket launchers, and 8 self-propelled mortar vehicles. In addition, there are hundreds of various vehicles, such as various multi-purpose off-road vehicles, maintenance vehicles, pontoon vehicles, reconnaissance vehicles, artillery reconnaissance radars, drones, etc. Generally speaking, the combat radius of this brigade combat team is about 200 kilometers. As the main combat force under his command, their equipment is also quite luxurious. Since they are different from special operations forces, their equipment must be of standardized caliber to reduce logistical pressure. Therefore, each soldier in the brigade is equipped with a standard 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle, bulletproof helmet, bulletproof vest, pistol, scope, etc. A soldier's individual equipment requires about 20 points of funds. The most expensive item is not the 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle, which only costs 7.5 million yuan, but the IOTV bulletproof vest, which can withstand bullets lower than AK-47 at a distance of 50 meters. There are about 4,500 people in the entire brigade, and these individual equipment will cost about 100,000 yuan in total. According to the budget given by Simon, in addition to the main weapons such as main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, armored personnel carriers, self-propelled artillery and self-propelled rocket launchers, a total of about 800,000 yuan of funds is required, which is not a small amount of money. The main battle tank chosen is the famous Leopard, the Leopard 2A6 main battle tank, with a unit price of 20,000 yuan per unit, which costs 1.54 million yuan here. The infantry fighting vehicle is the M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicle, with a unit price of 5,000 yuan and a total price of 360,000 yuan. Armored personnel carrier M113A2 armored personnel carrier, unit price 1,000 funds, total price 110,000. The self-propelled artillery chosen is the PZH-2000 self-propelled howitzer, which is known as the strongest. This 55-ton self-propelled artillery has no outstanding shortcomings and its performance is very advanced. This self-propelled artillery is very powerful and its price is not expensive. It is priced at $5 million. The unit price of the system is 18,500 per vehicle, and the total price of 18 vehicles is 330,000. The self-propelled artillery chosen is the M270 tracked rocket launcher, with a unit price of only 5,000 yuan and a total price of 30,000 yuan. The latest model was produced before 2000 and is directly 50% off. Apart from the 800,000 yuan, these heavy equipment alone require a full 2.37 million yuan in funds, in addition to the supply of ammunition and various fuels for the entire division. It would require 3.27 million in funds, plus 4,500 soldiers with a total price of 3.72 million. He could only come up with 1.6 million in funds at the moment, leaving a gap of more than half. Therefore, it is impossible to complete the procurement of so much equipment at one time. After the funds from the sale of arms arrive in batches, the personnel and equipment of this brigade-level combat team will be gradually improved. So for now Sui has to settle for the second best and equip an armored battalion first. He can still afford this amount of money. An armored battalion has 29 Leopard 2A6 tanks, 36 M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles and 4 self-propelled mortar vehicles, with less than 1,000 personnel, and it will cost about $900,000. With this armored battalion guarding the airport, it will be enough to support the city of Hama for a while even if there is a drastic change. The mere presence of these tanks was enough to intimidate Mahmud. If it weren't for the lack of money, Sui would even want to set up an aviation combat team. Dozens of helicopters of various types plus these tanks can defeat all forces in Aden. Chapter 66 Small Promotion, Hot Scene. Faced with the current situation in Hama City that is about to change, Sui sat quietly in the Vida military airport and watched. For him at the moment, making money is the most important thing. As long as he has money, he can build any army. However, he currently focuses on the low-end military market, and his credibility has not yet been established, so it is still difficult for him to receive any large orders. Why not just organize an event? Sui stroked his chin and looked at the simple interface of the arms mall, and his slow mind suddenly reacted. If you want to attract others to consume, then lowering prices is definitely the most effective means. And even with a discount, Sui can still make a huge profit. Especially for those equipments before 2000, the system price is equivalent to 1/4 of the world arms market. The current equipment in the system is already half the price of that in the outside world, and with another 50% discount, you can imagine the profit. Take the Leopard 2A6 main battle tank bought by Sui for example. The price was 20,000 yuan per tank, or $2 million. The market price is between 5 and 7 million, and the price varies depending on the configuration. But even if Sui sells one for $4 million, it is still pure profit. This promotion should be done on medium and large weapons. The promotion of individual weapons will be less effective. Heavy weapons such as main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and artillery not only have high prices, but also have the highest profits. For him who is extremely short of money at the moment, this is the main way to make money. Sui called Orlov over and explained this idea to him. Boss, this is indeed a good way to break the impasse. We should be able to see results tomorrow. Orlov currently has a strong army, and the event plan was quickly completed. The banner was placed at the top of the mall, and the content of the event was presented to everyone. Although there are currently few people placing orders at the arms mall, it has only made a total of more than $10 million in all these days. However, there are still many people paying attention to this mall, they just don't dare to take risks. Many of the weapons inside are still very attractive to them. If it is a normal arms sale, many weapons cannot be purchased with money and often come with many conditions. Singapore loves to do this the most. The reason why Singapore did this is naturally to prevent weapons leaks, but he, Sui, has no such concerns. As long as he can make money, what can't he sell? When I saw this activity interface, the traffic of the entire website suddenly increased. At present, nearly 300 invitations have been sent out, and the number of people online exceeded 200 within an hour. These people are all people with real purchasing power. Some of these weapons are very tempting to them. The original price of the T-72 main battle tank is $1.5 million, but after the discount it only costs $1 million, and it comes with free shipping. Although transporting arms is troublesome, some sacrifice is necessary if you want to dispel these people's concerns. In addition, there is the Mi-24 attack helicopter, with an original price of $5 million and a promotional price of $4 million. Mi-8 transport helicopter, original price $5 million, promotional price $4.2 million. In addition to these, the Arms Mall has also put some new products on the shelves, the most eye-catching of which is a fighter jet. Among them, the most popular ones in Africa are undoubtedly Soviet-made fighter jets. Firstly, they are cheap, and secondly, they are durable and can adapt to the harsh environment of Africa. The most popular aircraft among these customers is undoubtedly the MiG-21 fighter jet. This fighter jet has a large number in Africa and is also used by many countries. The aircraft Sui is selling is the MiG-21-93, which is also the latest improved model. The main upgrades include the avionics system, weapon system, and multifunction radar. This upgrade has enhanced its multi-purpose capabilities, and its air defense capabilities are also very powerful. It can even launch R-77 medium-range missiles and a variety of ground-to-ground missiles, and many of its standards have reached those of third-generation aircraft. Isn't such a fighter jet tempting enough for these black uncles? In addition, the low price is also what attracts them. The unit price is only $15 million, and the mall promotional price is only $13 million, and in the system it only costs $37,500 per unit. Selling a Sui is a huge profit. Excluding the cost of $37,500 and the transportation fee of about $25,000, the net profit is a full $90,000. There are only 20 of these fighter jets available in this promotion, and they will be gone once they are sold out. Sui knew very well that there were not many countries that could really afford this fighter jet. If there were more countries, the northern country might have to directly send its nuclear submarines over. Buying one can save $2 million, and buying 5 can save a full $10 million. This price discount instantly attracted many people. Moreover, these fighter jets are in stock and can be delivered in a short time, which has made some people who are still hesitating make up their minds. The power of promotion is extremely destructive to those who are still hesitating. They are not very rich in the first place, so it is considered good if they can buy weapons at normal market prices. They have basically never seen weapons with such big discounts, unless they are second-hand weapons. However, the dark web arms store also promised that if they received second-hand weapons, they would be compensated 3 times as much. After all, the system's weapons could not be second-hand. The most popular product, the MiG-21, became a hot commodity, with the number of people who booked it exceeding 80 in a short period of time. That is to say, there are more than 80 forces competing for this fighter. When seeing this, the smile on Suyi's face never faded. Once it is on the shelves, it will be snapped up by all major forces. He can make a total of $180 million from these 20 aircraft. Add to that other merchandise, and it won't be a big problem to make a few $100 million from this event. And if this method works, he will continue to put other planes on board. As long as the interests of major powers are not affected, these transactions will not encounter much resistance. At this moment, not only them, but even Sui wanted to wait until the event started. He wanted to see how much arms he could sell this time. I hadn't thought of it before, otherwise he would have started doing this a long time ago. It turns out that we still need to learn from domestic e-commerce companies in this regard. Perhaps in the future a famous saying will appear in the dark web arms mall. Brother, help me cut it! Chapter 67, Crazy Shopping, Getting Rich Overnight. The Minister of Defense of Shiba was staring at the screen in front of him. There was only one interface on it, which was the pre-sale of MiG-21-95 fighter jets on the dark web arms mall. Although the country of Shiba is also located in the desert area, they are not as lucky as the other countries. Years of civil war have made them one of the least developed countries in the world. They still rely mainly on the export of oil and natural gas, and the government still has some money, but it cannot be compared with the other countries. Therefore, they want to buy the third-generation aircraft that cost tens of millions of dollars, but they are unable to do so. However, they still like the modified fighters like the MiG-21-95 very much. Their Air Force is also equipped with some MiG-29 Fulcrum fighter jets, but this type of fighter jet is too old and has not undergone any upgrades, so it can no longer fly well. So now they are continuing to add new fighter jets to the Air Force. The MiG-21-95 fighter jet is very suitable, and the price-performance ratio at $13 million is still very high. The only bad thing is that there are only 20 of this fighter jet. If they are sold out, they will not be put on the store shelves for a short time. Therefore, many people are eyeing this fighter, including arms dealers from some countries. After buying it and reselling it, there was always someone willing to buy it for $17 million, and the difference was $4 million. Sui didn't pay much attention to their behavior. Because his clients are not ordinary people, these arms dealers may not be able to compete with them. Of course, some people plan to use scripts to snatch it, but how could Sui allow such behavior? When the time came to 22:37, the Minister of Defense and others were very anxious. Because at 38 minutes, the MiG-21-95 fighter was officially put on the shelves. Time difference based on the time of so. It seems that this marketing method is not only effective for ordinary people, but also for senior executives in these countries. 2 minutes passed in a flash, and when the pointer jumped to 0, the fighter jets, each worth $13 million, were sold out in less than a second. Minister, 5, we got 5. The soldier operating the computer said excitedly after seeing the order. Great, your bonus can be doubled. At this moment, Sui watched the funds in his account begin to grow rapidly, especially at the moment just after 0 o'clock. All 20 fighters were sold out, bringing him $130 million. The reason why it is not $260 million is that goods worth more than $10 million are purchased at half price, and the balance is paid after delivery. This way of trading has also alleviated some people's concerns to a certain extent. They were afraid that Sui would not ship the goods, and Sui was also worried that they would not pay, so this method was the most appropriate. Because even if they didn't pay, at least he wouldn't lose money. Sui also dared to guarantee that those who did not pay would be made to pay a greater price than this amount. He is an arms dealer, so he has no worries when taking action and does not need to consider the political factors between countries. Then he saw with his own eyes that the money in his account grew wildly at a rate of almost millions of dollars until it slowed down after a few minutes. In less than 5 minutes, his account had accumulated as much as $370 million. If the balance that has not yet been settled is included, the total amount is as high as $620 million, and the balance is as high as $250 million. Based on today's activities, reaching $800 million in turnover may not be a big problem. Based on the $620 million, a profit of around $400 million will not be a big problem. If the freight loss is taken into account, the fluctuation will not be too big. Online sales are the only way to make money. I made more money in 5 minutes than I did before. At this moment, Suitsai witnessed the power of the arms mall. Before any activities were organized, those customers would not show their eagles until they saw the rabbit, and they would keep their wallets tightly. This also caused the arms mall to be half dead. It would be a lie to say that Sui was not anxious. The expectations for this arms trade mall are still very high. He was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling after the successful breakthrough of this event. You can sleep peacefully now. However, Sui, lying on the bed, couldn't fall asleep. He kept staring at the ever-increasing money in the system account. He didn't know how long he stared at it before he fell asleep in a daze. When he got up, it was already past 10 in the morning. His daily workload was not heavy anyway, so it didn't matter if he slept a little late. But he was obviously wrong. Boss, if you don't come, I might open your door and call you. Orlov was walking around the office anxiously. When he saw Sui coming in, he rushed up and said. Sui looked at him and asked in confusion. What's wrong? What's the matter? If there is an emergency, you can always wake me up in the future. He still knows which is more important, sleep or his career, and he is not getting carried away yet. Boss, we don't have enough means to transport arms. We have too many orders. Even if our arms logistics are running at full capacity, it will take more than half a year to deliver today's orders. It's time to expand. Then expand it. Just write a report with the specific amount you want. The amount in Suyi's account has reached $600 million. $150 million was the previous amount. Excluding the cost of purchasing weapons, at least $400 million can be mobilized. At this moment, he finally experienced the feeling of becoming rich overnight, which was really great. It seems that if this kind of large-scale event is to be maintained, it should be no problem to hold it once a month. I have prepared the report, boss. Please take a look. Looking at Orlov, who looked a little haggard, Sui nodded and said, You go and rest first. I'll take care of these. Okay. Orlov knew that his condition was not very good at the moment, and he would not be able to handle things normally without rest, so he did not refuse. There are quite a few means of transportation for replenishing the arms logistics this time, including sea, land and air. About 100 trucks and trailers of various types need to be added on land. In terms of aircraft, for C-130 medium transport aircraft and 15 YC-125 small transport aircraft will be added, with a total price of $1.05 million. As for the sea, Sui had other considerations. Chapter 68 High-speed ships, reaching 1 billion. The Space Military Factory does not have any civilian products, all of them are military-related, and there are no commercial ships for sale. If he wanted to buy a ship, he could only order it, but that would be a waste of time, and he didn't have enough money at the moment. Of course, although there are no civilian transport ships in the system, there are military fast transport ships, which may be a good choice. Sui has currently set his sights on a Jervy Bay wave-piercing catamaran fast transport ship built by Oceania in the 1990s. It was also converted from a high-speed civilian ship. Its full load displacement is 350 tons, its maximum speed can reach 44 knots, and its cruising range is 400 nautical miles, or about 750 kilometers. Although its range is shorter, its loading capacity is still strong and can carry 500 soldiers or 200 vehicles. Its performance is sufficient to meet current needs. After all, Suyi's current users are mainly concentrated in several neighboring countries, which are not too far away from each other, so there is no problem in using them for short-distance transportation. Of course, the higher the ship's sailing speed, the greater its transportation cost, which is directly proportional. However, if there are no activities in the future, the freight will not be paid by Sui, and he can also make a little profit to cover the loss of the ship. Since it is a product of the 1990s, the system is sold at a 50% discount. The original market price is $30 million, and the system is sold at a quarter of that price, or $7.5 million. The system is half the price of the market. Compared to it, Sui liked the Pioneer-class high-speed combined transport ship built by Xinhua 10 years later, but the funding of more than 600,000 made Sui give up this idea. If there is a need for long-distance transportation in the future, he would be happy to choose this transport ship of more than 2,400 tons. The demand for maritime transportation was not too great, so Sui only purchased 4 ships, plus about 100 crew members, and it cost less than 400,000 yuan. This expansion of arms logistics cost him about 1.5 million. Although his capital pool has shrunk to 4.5 million, the expansion of the logistics system is enough to support him for a period of time. This event made the dark web arms mall famous in the arms world in a short period of time. Although many international arms giants do not take it seriously, they at least know of its existence. This breakthrough is very important for Sui. In the future, the dark web arms mall will be his main source of arms income. With the existence of this mall, these customers can pay with just the movement of their fingers. Unless you have any special requirements, or want to bargain, online transactions are much more convenient. Time passed quietly, and the activities of the dark web mall were offline after midnight, and all weapons returned to their previous prices. The harvest of the day was very rich, and the largest sales volume was definitely the light weapons. For example, the original price of the AK-47 assault rifle produced by the Northland factory was $500 each, and the promotional price was $300. On that day, nearly 70,000 rifles were sold with a total price of 21 million. The T-72 main battle tank is also quite popular. More than 180 tanks were sold at a price of $1 million each, with a total value of 180 million yuan. In addition to these, there are other weapons. The total transaction volume on that day was as high as 940 million, almost reaching the $1 billion target. Excluding the 150 million yuan spent yesterday, Sui currently has nearly 700 million yuan in his account, with a balance of less than 250 million yuan to be settled after delivery, which will take about a month. Sui could probably earn 600 million yuan in profit on this day alone. One can imagine the huge profits in the arms industry. In particular, the higher the technological content of weapons, the higher the profit when sold abroad. After all, I have something that others don't have, and I would be doing a disservice to this technology if I didn't pay a higher price. After he had money in his wallet, Sui directly spent 5.82 million to purchase the weapons needed for this transaction as well as all the personnel and equipment needed for the Armored Brigade combat team. Due to the limited capacity of the current Vita military airport, these things are kept in the system's own warehouse. The second phase of the airport project has already started, with construction starting both above and below ground. It is estimated that after the completion of the second phase, the total area will reach 10 square kilometers. It includes the airport, training grounds, underground and above-ground storage areas, etc., and can accommodate nearly 8,000 people. The fame brought by the dark web arms mall soon played an important role. The arms dealers who had previously consulted their superiors came to the door the next day. Su, our head office has agreed to this cooperation and is willing to list all our company's products on the shelves. We are the same. The head office has already agreed to this cooperation plan. To be honest, if Sui didn't need the influence of their company, he could just shake them off and continue working. However, it is still too disadvantageous for arms dealers to fight those national teams alone, especially since they can use official means. And if Sui has a lot of allies standing behind him, then even if they are competing with the national team, they will have to take them into consideration. This is the important reason why Sui wants to bring them into the group. For a businessman, it is always better to have one more friend than one more enemy, unless there is a natural conflict of interest. Just like the current world situation, why can Singapore occupy more than 50% of the arms market? In addition to their advanced weapons, there is another very important reason, which is that they have many allies. It is extremely difficult for other countries to compete on Singapore's home turf. Although this method will result in a reduction in his own income, his profit is high enough to make up for the loss in this regard. Moreover, the invisible capital gained cannot be measured simply by money. For example, the channels for arms export can be opened up by utilizing their energy, so that arms can be exported to more countries. Okay, go and reply to your head office. I will gladly accept your request for cooperation. Chapter 69, Changes in the Situation, Continuous Actions. October 3, 2007. A major event occurred in Lower Shabelle province of Aden, causing the situation in the country to become turbulent again. On the evening of the 2nd, the Moma tribe in Lower Shabelle State sent more than 10,000 troops to attack Beizhou in the west. There have been constant conflicts between the two states recently, and tribal forces on both sides often exchange fire over trivial matters. This was actually a dispute deliberately provoked by Abdullah. His purpose was self-evident. He wanted to use force to regain this strategically important state. Bay Province is located in the northwest of Lower Shabelle Province, and the territory of Aden is long and narrow, so it only needs to take over Bay Province and Baikal Province. Then the Moma tribe could cut off the north-south connection of Aden, thus achieving his ambition of annexing several large states in the south. The Moma tribe is now strong in both men and horses. The large batch of weapons purchased from Sui before has enabled his army to have relatively sophisticated equipment. This army of nearly 20,000 people was enough to support his ambitions, so he finally took action against Beizhou last night. Once he swallows up the state by force, the population under his command will exceed 2 million. Although 2 million people may not be a large number, the entire country of Aden has only about 15 million people, which is already 1/7 of the country's population. Although Beizhou has a large population, their warlords are very complex and do not have much power. Even if they joined forces, they could not stop the attack of more than 10,000 troops. In order to achieve the goal in one battle, Abdullah also deployed part of his armored brigade into this war. When several tanks and more than a dozen armored vehicles appeared on the battlefield, the battle became one-sided. Besides, Abdullah has a powerful artillery force at his disposal. Although they have not received training for a long time and their combat capabilities are not strong, they are still very strong compared to the scouted soldiers on the opposite side. On the second day of the battle, the army of the Moma tribe marched straight to the eastern gate of Beizhou, Bulgabo, and captured it on the same day, killing and capturing more than 3,000 people. The city of Bulgabo is only about 60 kilometers away from the capital of Bayan province, which is very close. At this time, the major tribes in Beizhou began to unite, and their troops also gathered towards the capital, Baidota. On the third day, a great battle broke out outside the city of Baidota, with a total of nearly 30,000 people from both sides. 152mm caliber artillery shells hit the coalition positions as if they were free, and with the help of tanks and Gazelle attack helicopters, the defense line was torn open in less than 4 hours. The Baidota defenders at the gates of the city wisely chose to surrender, and all the major tribes also expressed their submission to the Moma tribe. There is no way to refuse surrender. You can't beat him, so you have to obey. Abdullah also knew the complex situation among the major tribes, and he wisely chose to accept the submission of these tribes. And by adopting the method of suppressing one group, winning over another group, and neutralizing another group, the power of the entire Beizhou can be weakened in a short period of time. I have to say that Abdullah is worthy of being a graduate of a prestigious university, and he does have some skills in this regard. This is also the reason why Sui decided to implement Plan A on him, because he saw his ability. Of course, his ability is still very useful before the unification of Aden. In the early stage, a ruthless and ambitious person is needed to end the chaos here. But once the situation stabilizes, perhaps there will be no need for a strong leader. Abdullah has recruited a lot of soldiers during this period, but he didn't know that some of them were actually biochemical warriors planted by Sui. As he grows stronger, his army will be filled with large numbers of biochemical warriors. Moreover, these biochemical warriors have outstanding combat capabilities and certain command abilities. Many people have become middle-level officers in his army, which means that Sui is in control of this army. This is also part of Plan A. Only by secretly controlling this place can we ensure the safe development of the leading arms company, and avoid a fire in the backyard. This war between the two states did not happen often in Aden, so it still attracted a lot of attention. What attracted the most attention was not that the Moma tribe unified Beizhou, but their equipment. Although these equipments have been eliminated for decades in the eyes of many powerful countries, they are still very advanced in Africa. The combat power unleashed by these equipment frightened many people, including Mahmud. This damn leader is simply a destroyer of the situation in Aden. Mahmud cursed angrily. He also knew about the arms deal, but he was only the Minister of Defense at the time, and now he is the interim president, and his head follows his butt. His ambition is also to unify the whole territory, and the Moma tribe poses a substantial threat to him because of the arms provided by the leader. You have to know that Lower Shabelle State is right next to Hama City. The combat power it has unleashed makes him terrified. How can he not be afraid? President, don't worry. The first batch of arms provided by them will be transported from Abyssinia soon. By then, our combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Once the weapons they promised are all in place, no one in the country will be able to defeat us. These are all American-made equipment, much more advanced than theirs. Of course, he had to pay something for taking over this batch of arms. Once they were in place, it might be time for them to fulfill their promise to the Star Country. The Star Country could no longer hold back and was ready to deal with Sui. As he took out more weapons, his strength was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The greater the threat to Singapore's layout in the countries surrounding the Gulf of Aden, the more they will not allow such a threat to exist. If Sui had not been hiding in the airport, and the defense was very strong, they might have sent special forces to carry out a decapitation. Unfortunately, they have never found an opportunity. They have also thought about airstrikes or long-range cruise missiles, but the political impact would be too great. Of course, the main reason is that they are afraid of revenge from the forces behind Sui. It is not difficult for an unknown force that can produce so many advanced weapons to retaliate against them. So they chose to take out the obsolete equipment from the inventory and ask the officials of Aden to cooperate with them to complete this operation. There is a huge difference between direct strikes and strikes by proxy, otherwise the wars in the 21st century would not be called proxy wars. This operation will be led entirely by the CIA. No matter what, we just need to knock out this force's stronghold in Aden first, and we can deal with the follow-up matters in the future. Chapter 70, Bringing More Money and Upgrading Again. Mr. Su, we meet again. Sui saw Abdullah with a stubble on his face and a bright smile. This boy who brings money has come to his door again. Welcome, Mr. Abdullah, to our company. I would like to congratulate you on taking over Baizhou. The strength of the Moma tribe has reached a new level. I am very happy every time I see Abdullah Sui. One reason is that he is the core pawn of Plan A, and the other is that every time he comes, he will be given a large sum of money. I think this time it won't be a surprise. Coming here to buy weapons and equipment should be one of his purposes. A smile also broke out on Abdullah's slightly weathered face, revealing his white teeth. Mr. Su, we are all family. You don't have to be so polite. You are the only honorary elder of our Moma tribe. The current Moma tribe is different from the previous Moma tribe, and its weight is much heavier than before. However, he didn't know that Sui didn't care about this so-called elder at all, and he didn't want to sit there even if he was given the position of clan leader. Yes, but Mr. Abdullah's visit to me this time is probably not just for a chat, right? If there is anything I can do to help, just let me know. Sui went straight to the point. What he hated most was people beating around the bush. Abdullah straightened his face and said, The equipment provided by Mr. Su played a big role in our victory in this war. So the elders and I decided to continue expanding our forces, so we need to purchase another batch of equipment. But we want fighter jets. I wonder if Mr. Su can provide them. Sui raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the war had made the Moma tribe a lot of money. They even wanted to buy fighter jets. Of course, give me a list of weapons and I'll calculate the price. As an elder of the Moma tribe, I can't just do nothing. All of these weapons and equipment will be discounted by 10%. The equipment purchased by the Moma tribe is generally from before 2000. Even if it is discounted by 10%, the profit during the period is still very large. Hearing this, Abdullah also showed a satisfied smile, took out a document from an officer behind him and handed it to Sui. Sui opened it and read it carefully. It turns out that war is also a good way to make money. The quantity Abdullah purchased this time was still very large, at least much larger than last time. A total of 50,000 AK-47 assault rifles alone were purchased, as well as various other types of firearms, rocket launchers, anti-tank artillery, portable air defense missiles, recoilless guns, etc. According to his previous organization, these equipments were enough to equip several light infantry divisions. You have big ambitions, but aren't you afraid of taking too big a step and causing trouble? In addition to these weapons, there are 36 T-72 main battle tanks, 70 BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicles, and 18 large-caliber D-20 towed artillery. The total cost of heavy weapons and light weapons is about $150 million US. The bulk of this deal is still the purchase of 4 fighter jets. They want to purchase 6 MiG-21-95 fighters, 2 Su-25 Frog foot ground attack aircraft, and 4 Mi-8 transport helicopters. The market price of 6 MiG-21-95 fighter jets is $90 million US, while the Su-25 Frog foot is cheaper, with a unit price of $10 million US and a total price of $20 million US. I think many people are familiar with the Mi-8 Hippo transport helicopter. It is a medium-sized transport helicopter. The internal load is 4 tons and the external load is 3 tons. The overall performance is still good. The price is not very expensive, with a unit price of $8 million US and a total price of $32 million US. The 3 aircraft cost a total of $142 million US, plus the previous $150 million US. The purchase contract is as high as $292 million US. In addition, they have to pay about $3 million US in transportation costs, which is $295 million US. However, Sui said that this arms purchase would be discounted by 10%, so the actual transaction price was $265.5 million US. Sui's actual purchase price in the system was only about $80 million US, and the profit was about $180 million. The two sides chatted in the reception room for nearly 2 hours, at which time Yu Shushu brought over the list of weapons and prices. Abdullah took a look at the list, his smile grew brighter, and he said, "I hope we can continue to cooperate. In the future, all weapons for the Moma tribe will be provided by you." The budget for the weapons price was not much different from what he had imagined. The 2 large-scale arms deals made him feel that Sui was indeed a very conscientious person. "Mr. Su, since you have shown your sincerity, we cannot be stingy. The money will be transferred to your Swiss bank account in an hour. It's a pleasure to work with you." How could Sui not like the money arriving in advance? Naturally, he accepted it with pleasure. "Good comrade." After watching Abdullah leave on the helicopter, Sui couldn't help but sigh. Every time he comes, he buys arms without saying a word, and he pays the money so quickly. It would be great if all customers were like this. "Give priority to the transportation of the Moma tribe's munitions." "Okay, boss, I'll make the arrangements." Just as Abdullah said, there was an extra $265.5 million in his account, which filled his wallet again. Although he had $700 million in his account before, the purchase of personnel and equipment for the brigade combat team cost nearly $580 million. As a result, he only had $120 million US in his account, and after the cost of purchasing, his account returned to $300 million. "System, after the upgrade, can the system arrange whatever I want as a reward?" "Yes, rewards are actually a great benefit of upgrading, but the rewards are auxiliary in nature and cannot be too unrealistic." "Okay, I understand." "Upgrade!" "Ding, the system is being upgraded. This will take 24 hours. Sui will only upgrade the system when necessary, not just for the sake of upgrading. I just don't know if the rewards from this upgrade can make up for my last shortcoming. As long as this shortcoming is resolved, I will have no worries about selling arms in the future. Chapter 71 Artificial Intelligence, Second Base. October 9, 2007. Sui stood on the pier of a small port by the sea, closed his eyes, and felt the caress of the sea breeze. After a long time, Sui opened his eyes, looked around the small port used for fishing, and said, "It's time to use this port. Let's make it our second base." Developing maritime power is Sui's goal for the next stage. Because with the development of leading arms companies and arms malls, it won't be long before their own customers will appear in other states. Although air transport is highly efficient, its cost and load capacity mean that it cannot be used to transport bulk commodities, even if he develops the N-225 strategic transport aircraft. Merchant shipping is the best way to transport goods across continents in order to deal with harassment from pirates or warships of other countries. It is very necessary to equip warships for important arms transportation tasks, and pirates are rampant around Aden, which must be prevented. However, Sui still has great ambitions. He wants to develop a powerful naval and air force that is strong enough to threaten or even surpass the Star Navy. This is also his current ambition. However, the Air Force is already enough to give him a headache. The Navy is a veritable money-eating beast and is simply not something he can afford at the moment. And if you want to develop the Navy and Air Force, there is a problem that must be solved, and that is the problem of oil. These things are big oil consumers, so it is necessary to have oil fields that you can control. Sui has already started to solve this problem. The last time he went to Shiba country, he did more than just send the MQ-1 Predator over there. There are many reasons why Sui chose this port as his second important base. On the one hand, a port is needed for future maritime transportation, and on the other hand, it is necessary to connect this place with the military airport to expand the area and capacity of the base. We will build this place into a large dual-use military and civilian port, and we will also build an airport mainly for the takeoff of naval aircraft. Okay, I've written it all down. I'll arrange for the engineering team to start construction after I get back. The young assistant Yushushu nodded. Since Sui was not very satisfied with the current progress of the project, he expanded the size of the engineering team to 1,000 people, which also caused the current military airport to appear a bit crowded. The cleared flat ground is full of detachable mobile houses. The current dormitories can only accommodate about 2,000 people, and nearly 5,000 people live in mobile houses. The main reason is that its expansion speed is too fast and the construction team simply cannot keep up with the development speed. This problem will be greatly alleviated after 2 months. There are more than 1,000 engineering teams working on the construction, and with no shortage of various engineering machinery, the construction speed is still very fast. Basically, a dormitory that can accommodate 2,000 people can be built in about 10 days and can be occupied within half a month. Let's go back. It's almost time. Sui looked at the countdown on the system interface and said to Yushushu. Then the two of them walked towards the convoy behind them. This place was less than 5 kilometers away from the military airport, which was perfect as a branch base. Less than half an hour after returning to the office, the system prompt sounded again. System upgrade completed. Current level 4, technology level upgraded to 2030, new weapons, blueprints, and new intelligent robots added. Rewards: 1 primary artificial intelligence brain, 1 shield generator, 1 primary weapon blueprint optimizer. When Sui saw these rewards, he said, "Sure enough, my bet was right. This 100 million is worth it." To upgrade from level 3 to level 4, you need a full 1 million in funds, and to upgrade from level 4 to level 5, you need a full 10 million in funds, which is $1 billion. It is estimated that he will not be able to upgrade his level for a long time in the future. But this is enough for him. The weapons technology has surpassed the current world by more than 20 years. Even if it were 20 years before the time travel in the previous life, the weapons here were 10 years more advanced. Don't underestimate this decade. For weapons technology, generational leaps are very common, especially the 20 to 30 years are the era of explosive growth in weapons technology. Sui looked at a new feature added to the system with great curiosity: the intelligent robot. Future wars will definitely be unmanned and robotized, and he is very curious about this newly added robot interface. Robot interface. There are currently very few types of robots, only one engineering machinery intelligent robot, and there are various small, medium and large robots, but they are all used for construction. As for the war robots that Sui expected, they were not there. He was also thinking of bringing a team of T-800 bodyguards, but it seemed he was overthinking. This robot interface is probably the same as that of the Bionicle, and more types of robots will only be added as the level increases. Perhaps the next level will have the option of war robots. The current robots probably have simple logic and cannot think like humans, so they can only be used for simple tasks such as construction. However, this is still a great help to him. The price is the same as that of the Bionicle, and it is divided into small, medium and large engineering robots, with prices of 100/500/1000 respectively. Let's just hand over the port to them, and see if they can be more efficient than humans. He was not very satisfied with the speed of construction, and the addition of engineering robots might solve this problem. Sui looked at the second reward that interested him: a primary artificial intelligence brain. The prototype of artificial intelligence brain, which can enhance its ability through learning and can unconditionally execute the host's commands. The more powerful the carrier, the more powerful the artificial intelligence will be. After reading this introduction, Sui almost understood the overall situation. It seems that this primary artificial intelligence brain is still an artificial idiot. In his previous life, Sui had watched many movies and TV series, and the artificial intelligence in them left a deep impression on him. For example, Red Queen, Skynet and Jarvis, but from the current situation, it is quite good for this artificial intelligence to grow to the level of Jarvis. But it is enough for the current situation, but we still need a powerful carrier for it. Ordinary computers simply cannot withstand the computing power of artificial intelligence brains, only supercomputers can meet its needs. Chapter 72 Weapon Optimization, Changing Appearance. Sui must get a supercomputer, but where to get it requires careful consideration. Currently, there are very few countries in the world that can produce supercomputers, and there are even fewer countries that can produce advanced supercomputers, only 3 countries. They are Qing Kingdom, Yan Kingdom, and Yi Kingdom. Before Sui traveled through time, in the world's top 500 supercomputer rankings, Qing country had 114, Yan country had 226, Yi country had only 30, and the rest were supercomputers from other countries. Basically, the supercomputer market is controlled by these 3 countries. If Sui wants to get one or even several supercomputers for the primary artificial intelligence brain, he can only find a way from these 3 countries. There is no need to even think about Singapore. It is good enough that they have not got it. But they are thinking too much about building a supercomputer. However, Sui of the Yi Kingdom has always been very annoying. No matter in his past life or this life, no matter where he is still a descendant of Yan and Huang after all. It is impossible to forgive this country. No one, including him, has the right to forgive the barbarians on behalf of their ancestors who sacrificed their lives and shed their blood. So he never thought about any cooperation with the Yi people. Although this is not what a businessman should do, he will not violate his bottom line for money. Then there is only Yan country left, but it is still difficult to get a supercomputer from this country, and both sides need to make an equal exchange. However, the specific nature of the exchange depends on what the other party needs. As long as it is technology related to weapons, Sui has no problem at all. There would be no problem even if the blueprints were given to Yanhua. It would be an easy thing for him anyway. Leaks are none of his business. Even without Zhang San, he still has the more advanced Li Si. The second reward for system upgrade is the shield generator, which is actually a generator for individuals. Its maximum coverage area is only about 500 square meters. The larger the shield, the lower its strength, but it can no longer be broken by ordinary weapons. According to the strength of this shield, unless more than 10 nuclear bombs hit Sui, he will be safe. But there is no such possibility at all, because 1 is enough for an ordinary person. Why would he need 10? No one would think that he has such a thing. With a shield generator, his life safety is completely guaranteed. As long as he doesn't go too far, basically no one can hurt him. Sui immediately received the shield generator, which looked like a luxurious watch. There is a sheep's head logo printed on the dial, which is also the logo of the Leader Arms Company. Sui tried its function out of curiosity. This shield was not blue or other colors like in movies and TV dramas, but invisible. Although it cannot be seen with the naked eye, Sui can feel it clearly. It is a very wonderful feeling. After testing the shield generator, Sui looked at the last reward, which was also his main goal of this upgrade, the primary weapon blueprint optimizer. Its function is actually very simple, which is to optimize the appearance without modifying the performance of the weapon. Take the Su-35S fighter jet currently equipped by Sui as an example. This optimizer can optimize and upgrade its appearance, and turn it into a brand new fighter jet. However, its overall performance has not changed much, which is the role of the optimizer. Why didn't Sui dare to sell the current equipment of various countries? It was because it would provoke these big countries. Just like the last time he deployed the Apache attack helicopter, the Star country launched several operations against him, and is still keeping an eye on him. If this thing had existed in the beginning, perhaps there wouldn't have been so many problems, but he didn't care. With this thing, many of the weapons in his hands can be put on the table for sale. Despite this, other countries will still keep their eyes on him. After all, the weapons in his hands are ones they have never seen before. But this is better than selling other countries' most advanced equipment, which is simply a provocation to other countries. It's like your company has an exclusive product that dominates the market, and suddenly someone comes out with the same product and sells it everywhere at a cheaper price. So what would you do? You would definitely suppress this copycat company until it is destroyed. This is no longer just a matter of competition, it is a matter of survival. This involves the most advanced technologies of various countries. No country will tolerate the leakage of technology, which will seriously threaten the security of the military. With this thing, Sui can start to get involved in the mid to high-end arms market, which is basically controlled by the 5 major countries. Because their influence is greater, basically covering most of the countries. Buying and selling arms is not as simple as buying vegetables. Price is only one factor, and political and other influences are the most important. It would be difficult for Sui to squeeze into this market, so he chose to attract more arms dealers to join in order to expand his team so that he could gain a foothold in this market. Due to the lack of optimizer, he was previously engaged in the low-end arms market, and his main customers were countries such as Black Africa. Low-end arms are valuable because they have low technological content and are products that have been eliminated by various countries. These products can only be sold to poor countries in the third world. Mid to high-end weapons have high technological content and huge profits because they are more expensive. Just like the T-72 and T-14 tanks, the price difference between them is several million. Although they are both main battle tanks, their prices are completely different. Of course, even so, he cannot give up the low-end arms market. For a long time in the future, his base will be in Black Africa. Only after unifying the entire arms market in Black Africa could he devote himself to developing the mid to high-end arms market. This primary weapon technology blueprint optimizer is actually no different from an ordinary laptop computer, but its contents are the weapons and blueprint functions presented in the system. If Sui wants to optimize a weapon, he only needs to click on the weapon and the optimizer will automatically optimize the weapon. The price and performance are the same, only the appearance has changed. When he buys weapons in the future, he only needs to buy the optimized blueprint. Chapter 73 Weapon Recovery, Optimized Again. Can the fighters that the system has already purchased be recycled and optimized for appearance? Sui asked curiously. Our armed forces purchased so many advanced weapons from other countries a few days ago. If it weren't for the jammers, they would have been discovered long ago. It would be better for me not to be so high profile. If I reveal everything, I will definitely offend the current Pooh country and the northern country. These two countries have a strong influence among countries around the world, so it is better not to offend them if possible. After all, he is a businessman and he may have to cooperate with these countries in the future. No! However, the system's answer poured cold water on him. But the system allows for returns within 7 days without any reason. As long as the weapons and equipment are no older than 7 days, they can be returned at the original price. Why didn't you tell me about this benefit before? Because you didn't ask, host, and this is a privilege only available to level 4 VIPs, and you just got it. After hearing this, Sui was speechless. Since it can be recycled at the original price, it will be much more convenient. Anyway, there is no one from outside in this base except Yushushu, and she has no power to move freely in the base, and many military restricted areas are prohibited for her to enter. She is just an assistant to Sui, and Sui does not completely trust anyone from the outside world. Sui went directly to the hangar and recovered the 4 Su-35 fighter jets. At this time Sui discovered something very interesting. He didn't know if it was because of a loophole or the system simply didn't care. The 4 Su-35S fighter jets brought him a total of 1.2 million in funds, but when he checked the system again, he found that the price of the fighter jets only required 200,000 funds, or $20 million US. Compared with the original purchase price, it cost 100,000 less, which saved the money for 2 aircraft out of 4. Sui's eyes lit up when he saw this. It seemed that this was the discount effect after the system upgrade. Now, equipment from 10 years ago is 50% off, and equipment from 20 years ago is 25% off. Of course, this discount is only for Sui. His is a real compromise, which is a discount given by the system based on half the market price of equipment. If you recycle all your previous equipment, you can save about 1/4 of the money. He spent a total of $3.27 million on purchasing equipment, 1/4 of which is $815,000, which converts to US dollars as $81.5 million. Forget it. Let's use the money we saved to buy some more planes for the aviation team. The Air Force is not yet complete. Although it has fighter jets, early warning aircraft, and transport aircraft, it still lacks other fighter aircraft, and is still relatively small in scale. Now I am not very short of funds. Apart from the recovered funds, there is still a full $2 million in the account, plus there is still a balance of about $250 million that has not been collected. He has a total of $4.5 million in his account at his disposal. Since the ground armed forces have been expanded, we should also expand the Air Force until the $800,000 funds are used up. The Air Force currently has a total of 4 A-29 Super Tucanos. This fighter is very useful. There are currently 5 aircraft in the air escort fleet, and one is the Su-27 fighter. The transport fleet is the largest, with a total of 5 C-130 transport aircraft and more than a dozen YC-125 small transport aircraft. The airport has built 10 new hangars in recent days, which can accommodate more fighter jets. Those YC-125 small transport planes are all in their dedicated iron sheds. With the 800,000 yuan budget, Sui once again expanded the fleet of Su-35S fighter jets and purchased 6 Su-35S, optimized, at one time, with a total of only 1.2 million yuan. 6 fighter jets can form a fighter squadron, which is very powerful in both air and ground combat. Sui still likes this fighter jet very much. If Sui had not been afraid that the stealth fighter would be too high profile, he would have directly developed the F-22 Raptor. Despite the existence of optimizers, the stealth fighter is still a stealth fighter no matter how its appearance is changed. If he had a stealth fighter in his hands, and it was the second one in the world, Sui could already imagine the reactions of various countries. Except for the Su-35S, there is no need for other fighter jets to undergo so-called appearance optimization. Although the C-130 is also an active equipment of the Star Army, too many lice will not itch. I don't think the Star Army will mind too much about this half-century-old transport aircraft. Because they had previously disliked the MQ-1 Predator drone and were short of money at the time, they sold it to Northland. I think the Russians have completely dismantled this drone. As for whether it is helpful to their drones, it is none of Sui's business. So this time we need to add 2 advanced drones. In modern warfare, especially in places like Africa, advanced drones play a very important role. This time, Sui naturally chose the Predator's big brother, the MQ-9 Reaper drone. This drone beats the Predator in every way and can carry a total of 6 Hellfire missiles or other guided bombs. Compared to the Predator, it has a more advanced feature, which is the ability to transmit video in real time, which the Predator cannot do. The original market price of this drone is $20 million, and the system price is $100,000, which is 50% off, that is, $50,000 per drone, which includes a complete control system. A typical Reaper drone system consists of 4 drones, a ground control system and a Trojan data distribution system. This is a real drone system that can maximize the combat effectiveness of the drone. So Sui also purchased 4 MQ-9 Reaper drones with optimized blueprints at one time. The name is still the same, the performance is still the same, but the appearance has changed a lot. Of course, we can still see some traces of the prototype, but this is enough to dispel some doubts. As for the problem of internal accessories, there is currently no way to solve it. With 200,000 yuan of funds left, Sui decided to spend some money to add another particularly important aircraft to the aviation team, which is the aircraft's range extender, the aerial refueling tanker. Chapter 74: Aerial Refueling, Supercomputing Ideas. The role of aerial refueling aircraft in modern warfare is unquestionable, especially if long-range operations are to be carried out. It would be impossible without an aerial refueling aircraft. Not only the aviation team needs aerial refueling tankers, but future aviation combat teams will also need aerial refueling tankers. At first, Sui also considered the inexpensive and high-quality KC-130J aerial refueling aircraft. However, this aerial refueling aircraft uses a turboprop engine, which has a slow speed and can easily cause the receiving aircraft to stall. However, it is very suitable for refueling helicopters. If it is used for jet combat aircraft, then it must be a jet aerial refueling aircraft. If we count the aerial refueling aircrafts of several major countries in the world, there is only the KC-135 aerial refueling aircraft. There are currently nearly 400 of these tankers in service in the Star Army. This tanker was modified based on a strategic transport aircraft. As an aerial refueling aircraft, its maximum range can reach more than 17,000 kilometers, and it can carry up to 9 tons of fuel. It can refuel multiple fighter jets at the same time. In addition, it can also carry 3 tons of cargo. It can be said that its performance is still very good, and the price is relatively cheap. Its market price is actually around $100 million. The KC-135R tanker purchased by SUI was built 10 years ago, so the system price is $250,000 per aircraft. Currently, the main force of the aviation team is 6 Su-35S fighter jets with optimized appearance, so it only needs 1 KC-135 aerial refueling aircraft. The KC-135 aerial refueling aircraft, coupled with the Su-35S model, has a range of up to 4,000 kilometers, so its long-range combat capability is unquestionable. After purchasing all the fighter jets, SUI's funds were reduced to $1.65 million. However, after replacing all the weapons, another $800,000 would be deposited into his account. SUI stood in front of the hangar, looking at the fighter jet in front of him whose appearance had changed drastically. If it hadn't been optimized by itself, one would not believe that this was a Su-35S fighter. Of course, its appearance still has many resemblances to Soviet fighter jets. For example, the most famous is the abdominal air intake, but the wings and tail have different layouts. The wings adopt the conventional pointed delta wing layout, and the nose does not look so flat. If it was pulled out, and SUI pointed at it, and said that it was a new type of fighter jet, others would be unable to say anything and would only think that it borrowed some of the aerodynamic layout from Soviet fighter jets. This is the power of the system. Those countries spent countless funds and efforts to design the appearance, but SUI only needed to click lightly on the optimizer to complete it. This kind of technological capability is far beyond the reach of Blue Star's technology. As for how advanced it is, SUI has no clear idea. Anyway, you just know that it's awesome, and you don't need to think too much about other things. You have only one life left, so you won't just pursue your own beauty. The MQ-9 Reaper drone still uses the original layout in terms of aerodynamic shape, but the changes in other details are very large. For example, its flatter nose and longer wings, every detail shows the difference. In fact, almost all conventional drones in the world adopt this layout, either an inverted V vertical tail or a positive V vertical tail. Only after seeing the appearance of these two fighters in person did SUI confirm that this optimizer was really useful. As long as they don't take it apart to look at the various parts inside, it's hard to imagine from the appearance that this is actually the original weapon. I just don't know what the actual effect will be, but considering the black technology level of the optimizer, the performance will definitely not be lower than the original one. It took SUI more than 2 days to complete the replacement of all the equipment of the Armored Combat Brigade. Of course, these modifications only include heavy weapons, such as tanks, armored vehicles, self-propelled artillery, etc. These weapons also made SUI's account funds exceed $2.1 million. He was too lazy to exchange for light weapons, and there was no need to do so. It's time to tackle the supercomputer problem. After much thought, SUI finally found something. This thing was definitely a temptation that Yenghua could not refuse. Although they may see the risk of supercomputer technology being leaked, it is just a risk. Besides, there's no way SUI would leak it out. He was just using it for himself. What SUI provided is Yen country's current biggest shortcoming, the military medium-thrust turbofan engine. Back then, a SPA engine cost Yen country such a huge price. This time, as long as he provides the blueprint of a medium-thrust turbofan engine that is relatively advanced for the current era, the Yen state will take out their national treasure in exchange. SUI has drawings of countless aircraft engines here. If an engine were made entirely of drawings and materials, then this pile of drawings alone would weigh several tons. This time he carefully selected an engine, which is the F-110 turbofan engine of General Electric of Singapore. This includes the design drawings and manufacturing process drawings of the engine core, as well as the material process. If Yen country's high-precision machining technology were more advanced, it would be possible to manufacture an F-110 engine by simply copying it. This engine is no longer the most advanced engine in Singapore. They also have the F-119 engine equipped on the F-22 and the F-135 engine. This engine is mainly equipped on F-16 and F-15 fighter jets. If this is the case, perhaps the temptation is not so strong that it is absolutely necessary. This point has to start with the aircraft engine developed by Yen State. You must know that any aircraft engine cannot be separated from one thing: the core engine. The core engine of the F-110 engine is the G9 core engine, and its structure is 3-9-1-2. The core engine of the Taihang series engines independently developed by Yen State also adopts this structure, and the literal data are very similar. This is also the reason why Yen country could not refuse. As long as the technology of G9, the core engine of the F-110 engine, is fully mastered, Yan's aviation engine industry will take a big step forward, and it will take at least 10 years to take this step. He had his own considerations when coming up with this engine. It's not too advanced, nor too backward, but just right. To say that he is giving the most advanced things to Yen country means that he is crazy. Good things cannot be given out all at once. Moreover, he would not give up any technology without an equal exchange, even though Yen country was his former homeland. But as the leader of a force, his head is determined by his butt, and his position is completely different. Chapter 75, Deal Done, Strategic Reorder. It is relatively easy to contact Yen State. The diplomatic embassy they set up in Aiden's neighboring country is the main communication channel. Why did Bellwether Arms contact us? They won't explain their intentions? The military attaché shook his head and replied, No, he insisted on seeing you. The ambassador frowned. He had survived this arms company. It was very popular in Aden, and it was said that there was a powerful force behind it. As the person in charge of Aden's foreign affairs, he is aware of this, and the recent unrest in Aden has a lot to do with this arms company. Then let him in. Since the other party came to him by name and acted so mysteriously, he definitely wasn't trying to play tricks on him. A middle-aged black man in ordinary clothes walked in. He looked very ordinary. Hello, I am the special envoy representing the Bellwether Arms Company. Hello, I am the ambassador of Yen country to Kenny country. I would like to know the purpose of your visit this time. The black man took out a letter from his arms. The letter paper had been carefully sealed. I'm here to deliver a letter. Our company wants to cooperate with your country. I think you should know your country's confidentiality regulations. It's best if you don't get involved in this matter. Just send the letter to the top leaders of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Yen State. The content here is very important. I believe you will not refuse our cooperation. The ambassador's face changed slightly after hearing what he said. He glanced at him and said, It's best to do this. You can leave the letter. I will arrange for someone to send it back. Although the other party is just an arms company, its power is considerable, and he cannot ignore the existence of the leader. Since the other party spoke so seriously, he guessed that the letter contained something they wanted to secretly trade with Yen country. Otherwise, why would an arms company far away in Asia look for Yen country? And judging from the other party's expression and the way he did things, this thing must be extremely important, so it attracted his special attention. The black man looked at him silently, put the letter on his desk, and said, You'd better send it over quickly, otherwise our boss will be unhappy, and it will be difficult to cooperate with us then. I'll arrange a flight this afternoon. After hearing this, the black man turned around and left. The ambassador silently looked at the concise letter in front of him, and after a long while he said, Send this letter back to the country, and make sure to send it to the minister's office. Yes. As a diplomatic ambassador, I do have this power. There was no other way for Sui to choose this method to contact Yenhua. This was also a friendly and formal way of contact. It's impossible to just run up to their door and ask to exchange the engine for a supercomputer. The ambassador did not choose to read the contents of the letter because he understood that once he read it, he would have to pay a price for it. However, he was able to restrain his curiosity. The next day the letter was placed on the minister's desk. The minister curiously opened the letter with a red seal. Few people use this traditional way nowadays. When he saw the content of the letter, his expression froze for a moment, then became serious. Prepare the car, I'm going to meet the leader. Boss, we got a reply from Yen country. They agree to this cooperation and hope that we can complete the transaction as soon as possible. Orlov brought the latest news to Sui. Oh? Is it that fast? Sui was somewhat surprised that Yen's state responded so quickly. After all, supercomputers were important national equipment, and it was unexpected that the decision was made so quickly. It is obvious that they think the engine is more valuable than a supercomputer, otherwise they would not have agreed so quickly. The technology of this engine is so precious that it will not only benefit the Air Force, but the entire aviation industry. In that case, let's arrange the deal. The supercomputer must be recovered as soon as possible. I can be of great use. Understood, boss. He had long wanted to see the power of the primary artificial intelligence brain awarded by the system, but had no suitable carrier. He had tried it on ordinary computers and even general servers, but it didn't work at all. The components inside would be burned out when the program was loaded into them. It is obvious that these ordinary devices can hardly support the operation of primary artificial intelligence brains, even the most basic operations. In order to complete the deal quickly, Sui decided to try something cool, since this operation was within the range allowed by the system. Purchase AC-5 Galaxy Strategic Transport Aircraft. There are no civilian passenger planes in the system, so he can only choose a heavy strategic transport aircraft. He had long been coveting the C-5M Super Galaxy, and in order to ensure that the deal went smoothly, he decided to first purchase a transport aircraft that was capable of completing the mission. After completing the transaction, he used the system's 7-day no-questions-asked return policy to return the goods. Anyway, he didn't need the strategic transport aircraft at the moment. The Star Army itself purchased this transport plane for $300 million each, and although Sui had a compromise, he still had to pay $750,000 for it. However, this strategic transport aircraft is indeed worth the price. When fully loaded with 120 tons, it can still fly 5,500 kilometers and still have fuel left. This excellent performance is enough to complete this task. On the same day, Sui contacted the other side through a dedicated line provided by Yen State, and the two sides discussed the transaction process in less than 2 hours. Sui's transport plane will enter the territory of Pakistan along the coast of the desert area, and then land directly in Urumqi, Yen State. The two parties will complete the transaction at the military airport here. The reason why Sui chose the C-5M Super Galaxy to go to Yen country this time was also to demonstrate his strength. When a weak person wants to make a fair deal with a strong person, he must undoubtedly show his cards in order to get enough attention from the strong person. Although the leader is developing very well now, the arms sold have exceeded $1 billion. But this is nothing in the eyes of a powerful country like Yen State, which is still a weak country. If the other party dares to attack this transport plane, he can directly control it remotely and blow it to pieces. Chapter 76, Galaxy Lands Shocking. A huge C-5M Super Galaxy transport aircraft took off from the runway of the Vida Military Airport and rushed into the sky. Then 4 Su-35S fighter jets and a KDZ-03 Airborne early warning aircraft took off from the runway one after another, and the last to take off was the KC-135 aerial refueling aircraft. 4 Su-35S fighter jets will escort the C-5M Galaxy transport aircraft to Pakistan, and then return after aerial refueling over the Persian Gulf. They will be escorted by their F-16 fighter jets within Pakistan, flying across the entire territory of Pakistan, crossing the Himalayas, and finally entering the territory of Yen State. Yen country attaches great importance to this operation because there are things very important to them in this transport plane. If anyone dares to sabotage this operation, Yen State will use the iron fist of a great power to hit it. The C-5M Super Galaxy transport aircraft flew at a subsonic speed of 800 km per hour in the stratosphere, only 6,000 km away from its final destination, Urumqi. Since it is not fully loaded, its current range is about 8,000 km based on the amount of fuel. On the return flight, it will refuel at the military airport in Urumqi, and then load the Galaxy 3 supercomputer required by Sui back to the military airport. Although Galaxy 3 is not the fastest supercomputer in the world, it is among the first tier, with a computing performance of up to 13 billion times. Although it is very different from the rapidly developed exascale supercomputers in later generations, it is only 2007. It was not until the emergence of the Tianhe supercomputer in 2009 that Yen State dominated the supercomputer rankings and became number 1. The Galaxy 3 supercomputer was successfully developed by Yen Country in 1999 and is currently the most advanced supercomputer in the country. The fleet flew along the coast of the desert area and finally arrived in Pakistan after several hours. The Su-35S fleet carried out its first aerial refueling over the high seas. The operation went very smoothly throughout the journey and basically encountered no obstacles. The main reason was that both sides kept the operation secret, and Sui also turned the jammer to the maximum for the first time, covering the takeoff of the C-5M transport plane. After spending nearly 8 hours, the C-5M Super Galaxy strategic transport aircraft finally arrived over Urumqi and established contact with the local air force. Under the command of their tower, they began to land on the airport runway. Yen State attached great importance to this transaction and directly dispatched a lieutenant general and a group of experts from major airlines. Basically, all the top aviation engine experts in the country are gathered here. Here I come. In the open space far away from the runway, a group of people were looking eagerly at the dim sky. When someone saw a black dot begin to appear, they immediately shouted in surprise to each other. As the strategic transport aircraft approached, everyone could see it clearly at this time. C-5 Galaxy strategic transport plane, is this the rumored Super Galaxy? It's really huge. Everyone's eyes were focused on this strategic transport aircraft at this moment. General, why don't we seize this transport? Not only can we get the information, but we can also get such an advanced strategic transport aircraft for research. The lieutenant general glanced at a middle-aged man wearing glasses as if he were looking at an idiot. Since they dared to drive it onto our territory, do you think they won't have any means of dealing with it? I'm sure this transport plane is not only loaded with the information we need, but also full of explosives. And even if you get it, what can you do? Can you reverse engineer it? Don't be too greedy. Since the other party can produce the technical drawings of the F-110 engine, they must have something more advanced in their hands. Instead of doing this, it is better to cooperate happily and see if we can get more advanced technologies from them. This is the long-term development plan. The middle-aged man blushed when he heard this, but he didn't dare to refute. After criticizing him, the lieutenant general said nothing more, but continued to look at the huge monster that was already gliding on the runway. This transport plane is really big. When will our country have such a big plane? After saying this, the lieutenant general's eyes revealed a gloomy look. As for our own situation, only we know it. Such a large super-strategic transport aircraft is too far away from China at present. When it comes to this type of high-thrust turbofan engine, Yen Country basically has zero experience, and does not have a reliable core engine that can be used to develop a high-thrust turbofan engine. Don't worry, General. As long as we can fully understand its technology, we will have large aircraft sooner or later. The G9 core engine of F-110 is actually the second-generation core engine, and the first-generation core engine is G1. The TF-39 turbofan engine on the Galaxy strategic transport aircraft was developed based on the G1. In addition to the TF-39, the F-110, F-101, B-1B strategic bomber, and CFM-56, Boeing 737, were also developed based on it. It also includes the F-414 turbofan engine used by the F-18, the F-108 engine used by the B-2, and a total of 11 models. From this we can see why Yen Country attaches so much importance to this engine. As long as they obtain this engine and master the technology, Yen Country will no longer have heart disease problems. Of course, the research and development time of aero engines is measured in years, which is why Sui is not worried that Yen Guo will threaten his future layout in the arms market. Because he has no idea how big the business will be in a few years, so why bother about this outdated technology to him? And Sui actually doesn't suffer any disadvantage in this regard. Because what he got in return was not just the Galaxy 3 supercomputer. If Yen Country developed a more advanced supercomputer in the future, it would need to provide him with one as soon as possible. The transaction was completed after the third unit, otherwise how could Sui so readily take out all the drawings of this engine? Both parties got what they wanted most in this transaction, so everyone is happy. Galaxy stayed at the Air Force Base in Urumqi for one night, and then returned with 170 cabinets of Galaxy 3. For a supergalaxy with a loading capacity of 120 tons, the weight of several dozen tons is not a problem at all. Chapter 77 Supercomputer arrives, Desert Armament. The C-5M Supergalaxy Strategic Transport aircraft landed on the runway of Vita Airport. Only at this moment did Sui feel relieved. The supercomputer he wanted most was finally back. He hoped that its performance would be sufficient to run basic artificial intelligence. Among the three things rewarded by the system, none of them is not black technology. And as the level continues to increase, the level of black technology is getting higher and higher. Since this primary artificial intelligence can be placed together with the shield generator and optimizer, it means that its role is no less than these two. Sui guessed that it should be a real intelligent program, rather than the so-called pseudo-artificial intelligence created by those technology companies in the previous life. Anyone who has seen Iron Man should be very familiar with Jarvis, who is Tony's most powerful assistant. However, such an existence is just an artificial intelligence program in terms of level classification. It cannot be regarded as true artificial intelligence, but just a program. Only those like Red Queen and Skynet that have developed their own thinking logic can be considered true artificial intelligence. Sui Yike is very much looking forward to seeing this primary artificial intelligence born in his own hands. Boss, installation and debugging will probably take about a week. Bell, the head of the network security department, said to Sui, who was full of expectations. The Intelligence Advisory Department founded by Chris has several major departments, such as the Intelligence Department, Operations Department, Logistics Support Department, and Network Security Department. The head of the Network Security Department is not only a senior network engineer, but also a person who is good at management, not a traditional nerd. 1 week. Let me know once it's installed. Sui also knew that such a sophisticated thing could not be accomplished in a short period of time. 1 week is a very fast speed for a supercomputer. Go check out the desert base. He hadn't paid attention to the affairs of the Desert Armed Security Company for a long time, and it was about time he went over to take a look. If the Bellwether Arms Company is a company that mainly engages in arms trade, then the Desert Armed Private Security Company is a PMC company, also known as a private military contractor. This is a very large market. Before Sui traveled through time, the size of this market had reached nearly $300 billion, and star countries spent about $50 billion on it each year. The main business scope of this PMC company includes both traditional mercenary business and partial military functions. As the maintenance costs of the military are getting higher and higher, in order to save military funds and reduce expenses, some projects are contracted out. This is also one of the main business areas of PMC. In addition, there is private security, maintaining public order and so on. For example, the Armored Combat Brigade recruited by Sui was nominally under the management of the Desert Armed Security Company. However, this brigade combat team is mainly responsible for protecting the security of the airport, and as a mobile force, it has never undertaken any business. Buzz buzz buzz! A Commander Special helicopter and a Longbow Apache attack helicopter landed on the apron of the desert base. Price and others came here in person to welcome Sui's arrival. This was also his first time to come to this branch base. This base was originally an arms storage area built by Hassan. It also served as the headquarters of his mercenaries and was surrounded by high and thick walls. The only way to enter this base is through the main gate, and the area covered by the entire branch base is not small. It is conceivable that Hassan spent a considerable amount of money to build this base, but he did not expect that it would benefit Sui in the end. Currently, Task Force 141 has expanded to a size of just 50 people. They have undertaken a total of more than $50 million in business during this period. In addition to the company's daily operations, Sui used these profits to expand personnel and update weapons. The 141st Task Force has a personnel size of more than 180 people, and the SOG team currently has 24 members, and it is also the sharpest knife of the Desert Armed Forces. Today, the Desert Armed Company is well known in Aden and even in the mercenary world, and more wealthy people are finding them. Currently, there are more than 180 people in the 141st Task Force, but less than 50 people are left in the base, and the rest have all been sent out. Sui is very satisfied with the current development of Desert Armed Company. He hopes that one day Desert Armed Company can develop to the level of Atlas Company, that is, Giant God Company. He stayed in the desert base for a few hours, learned about the company's specific development, and then returned to the military airport. Because Chris has important information to report to him. Sir, this is the footage my drone captured 2 days ago. Interim President Mohammed was in contact with the CIA Deputy Director. This morning, a convoy set out from Abyssinia and entered a camp in Beledweyne, loaded with munitions. I suggest an airstrike on the camp to destroy the munitions and give Mohammed a warning. He had known for a long time that Mohammed had been in contact with Singapore's CIA, but he did not take any action. Instead, he watched the situation develop silently. Sui rejected Chris's suggestion and said, "No, let them continue to contact each other. If God wants to destroy a person, he must first make him crazy. Let's make this Mohammed crazy for once. Your task is to monitor their every move and report to me immediately if there is any unusual movement." Chris closed the folder, stood at attention and said, "Yes, sir." Sui also had his own ideas about this matter. What would it matter even if Mohammed's army was equipped with this batch of American weapons from Singapore? No matter how powerful the equipment is, monkeys are still just monkeys. The Armored Brigade Combat Team and Aviation Team under his command are the source of Sui's confidence. Unless the Star Army joins forces with them to attack them, but this is not possible. Moreover, even if the Star Country sends troops, our current strength is enough to compete with them. Chapter 78, Harassment, Back and Forth. Boss, I think we might be in trouble. Orloff approached Sui and said directly, his expression quite serious. After hearing this, Sui frowned and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" "Our transport ship carrying weapons was attacked by a group of pirates an hour ago. Fortunately, we have several armed personnel on board and repelled their attack. Half an hour ago, another transport ship of ours was also attacked by another group of pirates. The hull suffered some damage, but it was nothing serious. These 2 attacks were quite sudden. I think we might have been targeted." The more Sui listened, the more his brows furrowed. It was obvious that this sudden appearance of pirates was related to Mohammed, or to Singapore. The dark web arms mall has been developing very well recently, and it receives quite a few orders almost every day. The largest order at one time was as high as $50 million. In addition, as arms were delivered one after another, his wealth continued to increase, and now has reached 3.5 million. Neither Singapore nor Mahmud can tolerate the rapid development of the dark web arms mall. The Star Country's cyber forces have been launching attacks on dark web shopping malls every day, but facing the system's firewall, their attacks can't even create a ripple. Therefore, they can only find a way through the transportation channel and use pirates to cut off his sea route, which will have a huge impact on the development of the mall. After all, some things cannot be transported by transport planes, such as main battle tanks and other heavy weapons. As for land transportation, it is even more impossible to transport them across the sea. Sui's guess was almost true. It was an attack planned by the CIA and Mohammed. If this operation is successful, they will achieve many of their goals. The first and most important thing is to slow down Sui's development speed. The second is to attract Sui's attention, thus creating opportunities for their secret preparations. "Call Chris and Simon over here." Sui picked up the phone on the desk and said, "Okay, Mr. Su, I'll notify them right away." The 2 of them soon arrived at Sui's office. "Chris, go check where the lair of the pirates who harassed us is. After you find it, Simon, you plan an operation to destroy their location. If they dare to touch our things, they will have money but no life to spend it. Since the CIA has given us such a great gift, it is a fine tradition for us Chinese not to reciprocate. Is the deputy director of the other party still in Hama?" Chris immediately replied, "No, he went to Beledweyne City yesterday. He must have gone there to deal with something." After a moment's silence, Sui said, "I don't want him to return to Xinghua alive. Do you understand?" "Understood. I'll arrange it right away." Then Sui said to Orloff, "Arrange more personnel on the transport ship. If there is a shortage of manpower, go to Simon to transfer some. I will immediately cooperate with the escort fleet for you." "Okay, boss." After the departure of the 3 generals, Sui fell into deep thought. The CIA is treating him so unscrupulously. Since the two sides have already torn their faces apart, there is no need to worry about anything. Killing off one of their deputy directors this time is just a small warning, equivalent to collecting some interest. The Vita military airport base, which had been much calmer, became lively again, and Chris's intelligence consulting department began to operate at full capacity. It is not very difficult to deal with the deputy director of the CIA. He is very courageous and does not look like a senior CIA official who was an agent at all. Instead, he looks like a politician. He did not deliberately conceal his whereabouts when he came to Aden, so Chris could accurately locate his position. Minister, according to our latest intelligence, the other party has been in the villa provided by Mohammed since last night, and several women entered the villa at night. Send another person to confirm. If the target is inside, immediately launch an airstrike on the villa and make sure to keep him there, Chris said to the director of operations. Yes, Minister. Then she said to the intelligence department, find the pirates' lair that attacked our transport fleet, and then provide the intelligence to the armed forces. Clear. Under the direct orders given by Sui, the entire intelligence department started to work quickly for these two goals. It goes without saying that Chris is worthy of being a heroic cyborg. Her contribution is undoubtedly the greatest to the current scale of the intelligence department. Report, the target person went out with two women. In the city of Beledweyne, the intelligence officer in charge of monitoring the villa saw three people getting in the car and immediately reported this important information to his superiors. Okay, I got it, keep monitoring. The chief of intelligence rushed to the base in Beledweyne City and cooperated with the operations department to complete this mission. The target person entered a local mall. I will continue to follow up. Don't follow them in, just keep your eyes on the exit. After all, the other party is a senior CIA official, and if the tracking traces are too obvious, it will be easy for the other party to detect it. Moreover, the other party must be protected by CIA intelligence personnel. The other party is not a vegetarian. After about 3 hours, the target person returned from the mall with two women, and the trunk of the car was filled with various gifts. It was obvious that this senior CIA official had a very comfortable night last night, so he brought the two of them out to spend some money. He has already lost the basic qualities of an intelligence worker. But it is understandable. After all, the other party is a senior official of the CIA and a big figure in the whole of Singapore. Moreover, he was under heavy protection, so he had no idea that someone had already noticed him and was preparing to send him to see God. The target has returned to the villa and the plan has begun to be implemented. When the director of the intelligence department saw the other party entering the villa from the image of a small drone, he immediately made a phone call. Okay, let's get started. Chapter 79 Laser Guidance, Events Unfold. Richard, the director of operations, came to the movable ground control console and watched the senior officials of the CIA intelligence agency entering the villa on the monitor. You cannot use real names, I've been warned, there are a lot of sensitive words, so I'm sorry, just make sure everyone understands this. Notify the aviation team, we can start the operation now. Richard said something calmly, which determined the fate of this senior CIA official. At an altitude of about 3,000 meters, a Su-35 fighter jet carried two GBU-24B Paveway 3 laser-guided bombs. This missile is also a precision-guided weapon commonly used by the Star Army, and has been used in many wars. Its missile weighs up to 1 ton, and if it hits the villa, one missile is enough to raze it to the ground. The pilot circled in the air about 40 kilometers away from the villa, and soon his data link received information from the Reaper drone. The Reaper drone carries a laser guidance pod that will provide guidance for this operation. The pilot inputs the laser information into the Paveway LGB on the HUD. Soon after all the data was entered, the two bombs turned from red to green, which meant they could be launched at any time. The pilot pressed the button without any hesitation, and two laser-guided bombs fell towards the villa in the distance. With the help of the wings, the bomb glides all the way and has no problem attacking targets 40 kilometers away. The Reaper drone accurately positioned the laser on the villa, and a few minutes later 2 black spots appeared in the sky. Bang bang. 2 missiles smashed through the roof of the villa with great precision, and the deputy director who was watching TV with a woman in his arms jumped. Then when he looked up, he saw countless flames coming towards him, and the sound of explosions instantly reached his ears. Under the attack of 2 bombs weighing 1 ton, the entire villa was blown away, and flames, mud and debris shot into the sky. Some black soldiers on guard in the surrounding area looked at the villa destroyed by the explosion and looked at each other in surprise. Not only the deputy director of CI was killed in the explosion, but also several intelligence personnel who were providing security inside and outside the villa. FACK, what's going on? Who did this? A white man couldn't help but burst into tears after seeing this scene. As the security chief who escorted the deputy director, the target he was protecting died in front of him. This would be the biggest mistake in his work. Moreover, the identity of the deceased was not ordinary. He was a deputy director of CI. The host country's interim president, Mahmoud, also soon received the bad news. After hearing the news, he couldn't help but stare with wide eyes and asked, "What on earth is going on? Didn't I send so many soldiers to protect him? Why did he die?" This matter is quite serious. The man died on his own territory. How can he explain to the Star Country? It was an air raid. It was an air raid. The whole villa was blown up. Airstrike. Mahmoud murmured, then said, "Who did it? Find out for me right now." "No need to check. I think I know who did it. There is only one person in Aden who has the ability to do this, and has a grudge against CI. The official actually guessed who it was, and the answer to this question was very obvious. "Then what should we do? The Xing countries should have received the news. We must give them an explanation." Mahmoud smiled and said, "Tell them the intelligence truthfully and let them earn it. We may be able to gain greater benefits and gain greater support from Singapore." This didn't seem to be a bad thing for him. When 2 tigers fight, one of them will be injured. No matter who is injured, there is no loss for him, but he can even profit from it. However, in his opinion, Sui was just a lively grasshopper, and the Xinhua side did not take him seriously. If we wait for the world's most powerful country to react, he will be killed with a single slap. I really don't know where he got the courage to challenge the world's most powerful country. Even if the forces behind him are powerful, can they be more powerful than the world's most powerful country? Singapore CI Intelligence Agency. When the director heard the news, he was so shocked that he stood up from his chair. Is this true? Until now, he couldn't believe that his most trusted and capable assistant had died in Aden. It's true. According to the investigation at the scene, it was hit by 2 GBU-24B bombs. It's a provocation. It's a provocation to all our CI personnel. I will make him pay the price for it. The director roared angrily. It is simply a great irony that one of their senior officials was killed by the Singaporeans' precision-guided weapons. The staff had never seen the director so angry before, and after a while they walked out of the office trembling with fear. When the door was closed, the director, who had been extremely angry, seemed like a different person. His face calmed down, and he even smiled. This knife is really sharp. It killed him so quickly. I want to see what those congressmen have to say. Thinking of the faces of that group of people, he couldn't help but snort coldly. This group of people valued money more than anything else and insisted on forcing him to do this kind of thing. The threat posed by Sui to Star Country's interests in Black Continent is growing, especially to the arms alliance behind him, which he cannot tolerate. Whether for the sake of Xinghua's interests in Black Continent, or for the interests of the group of people behind him, Sui is a target that he must eliminate. However, those people in the parliament looked down upon a small arms dealer like Sui, and thought that it was a waste of money to deal with him so seriously. The deployment he made in Aden was rejected in the parliament, so he came up with this idea to send the pig who was eyeing his position under Sui's nose to deal with him. He just didn't believe that Sui could resist taking action against him. Everything was going as he expected. Chapter 80 Pirate Village, Firefight begins. The border between Aden and Kenya is one of the most chaotic places in the entire Aden country, and it is also the favorite hiding place for pirates. Because the control here is very weak, they usually live in the village like ordinary civilians. And when someone summons them, they will transform into vicious pirates, robbing passing ships, taking hostages and demanding ransom, etc. They have done all these things. Mayo Village is a local traditional pirate village with a total population of more than 300 people. They all make a living by the pirate industry, which has a history of more than 10 years. Damn it, this group of people is too difficult to deal with. 3 of us were killed or injured this time. Their firepower is too fierce. They will shoot us as long as we get close to them. It's the same here. Of the 15 people I led, only 10 are still alive. I'm afraid it will be difficult to save the other 2. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. An old man looked at the younger generations who were complaining to him, and sighed. Perhaps we have been deceived. The other party is not a fat sheep at all, but a tiger with fangs. Those people just want to use us to deal with that group of people, so they deliberately described to us how much wealth the other party has. What they said is not wrong. What was wrong was that we went to rob their merchant ships without knowing anything about them. The old man's heated mind has calmed down in the past 2 days, and he has thought about many things. Not only have they gained nothing in the past 2 days, but the loss of young and middle-aged people has exceeded 20 people, which is a heavy blow to their existence. What are you afraid of? We even robbed merchant ships from the Star Country, but we have nothing wrong with us. They can't do anything to us at all. Humph, do you really think it's that simple? The reason why Aiden is in such a mess is because of Shin Country. At this moment, a child came in hurriedly and shouted, Grandpa Elder, the uncle in charge of security said that many helicopters are coming towards our village. What? After hearing the child's words, everyone's expression changed, and the old man's face turned pale in an instant. However, his dark skin concealed his panic, and he immediately forced himself to calm down. Don't panic. Gather everyone in the village immediately. Have them pick up their weapons. The elderly and children should all hide. Yes. Suddenly everyone dispersed and hurried to greet the villagers, and the whole village suddenly became lively. Young and middle-aged men took out weapons from their respective houses, most of which were old AKs. After all, those old AKs whose rifling has been almost worn out are very cheap. You can buy one for just $12, and they are still okay for them to use. Boom, boom, boom. The helicopters arrived faster than they had expected. There was a uniform logo on one side of the fuselage of these helicopters, which was a ram's head. This time, the Armored Brigade Combat Team dispatched a total of 2 Longbow Apache attack helicopters and 6 Black Hawk transport helicopters. The pirates from this small village actually dared to plunder the tiger's whiskers, so they really needed to taste the tiger's power. Otherwise, if Sui did not take any action, the pirates would think that he did not dare to touch them, and they would all rush forward and rob his merchant ships. It's like you are very rich, and someone steals something from your house, but you don't call the police and choose to turn a blind eye. Once this matter is known by other people, they will definitely visit your house frequently because they will think that you are afraid of them, and thus become more unscrupulous. The group of helicopters, under the cover of 2 Longbow Apaches, chose to land in an open space outside the village. If anyone in the village dared to rush over, the Apache would give them a taste of machine gun shells. The Black Hawk helicopter landed directly on the flat ground. Fully armed soldiers jumped off the helicopter holding 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifles, M262 light machine guns, M60 general-purpose machine guns, etc., and then divided into teams and approached the village. If anyone shows up, their accurate shooting skills will send them to see their beloved god. After dropping off all the soldiers, 6 Black Hawk helicopters took off and headed towards a nearby village along with 2 Apaches. There is a 6-barrel Gatling machine gun installed on both sides of the cabin of the Black Hawk helicopter, and its firepower is still very powerful. The helicopters dispersed and flew over the village, taking the entire village in their sight. The village is full of armed men. Almost everyone has a gun in their hands. They are scattered throughout the village. You have to be careful. The co-pilot in the back seat of an Apache helicopter spoke into his headset. Got it. We'll be careful. Don't worry, we will cover you. They don't dare to open fire now. However, what happened next slapped him in the face. I saw an RPG rocket emitting gray smoke coming towards the Apache from the houses below. Asshole, RPG dodge. The Apache helicopter pilot reacted very quickly, and the helicopter rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack of the rocket. The driver cursed with an ugly expression. They are simply courting death. All personnel are free to fire. They are attacking us. Needless to say, all the helicopters saw this scene. Since they chose to open fire, don't blame them, because they were the ones who fired the first shot. Swoosh! A 70mm caliber Python rocket flew towards the place where the RPG had just risen. Boom! The rocket hit a house and immediately demolished the dilapidated house. The rocket soared into the sky and the explosion was so powerful that it even destroyed several surrounding houses. Sizzle, sizzle! A long tongue of fire spurted out from the side of a Black Hawk helicopter, and bullets poured down like raindrops, instantly turning the several people hiding there into sieves. The whole village was filled with gunfire, and everyone in the village picked up their weapons and shot at the helicopter in the sky. However, their 7.62 bullets could not penetrate the helicopter's armor. Even the Black Hawk's armor could withstand the shooting of 12.7mm large-caliber machine guns, not to mention the Apache attack helicopter with thicker armor. Chapter 81 Lottery Game. Kindness is not a good thing. Faced with continuous attacks from the air, the pirates suffered heavy losses. How could their flesh and blood possibly stop the bullets fired from the helicopters? Quick, Squadron 1, go to the right, Squadron 2, go to the left, and Squadron 3, follow me to attack from the front. We can't let them get away. An officer in charge of commanding the battle immediately issued the latest order when he was less than 300 meters away from the village. Yes. The team of 60 people began to split into three and headed in their respective directions. Soon, an exchange of fire broke out between the two sides. After the pirates on the outskirts of the village discovered the approaching army, they opened fire without hesitation. Because their home is behind them, they have nowhere to retreat, and can only pick up their weapons and fight. Bang, bang, bang! The sound of heavy gunfire continued to ring out on the battlefield. Every time a shot from the 14 Malawian Quach's sniper rifle was heard, someone on the opposite side would fall down. The sniper in the distance used this fully automatic enhanced rifle to continuously snipe the enemy's firepower points that appeared. Soon, the pirates on the periphery could not withstand the powerful firepower, and fled madly towards the interior of the village, trying to use the complex environment to attack the troops that rashly entered. However, the helicopters and planes in the sky kept informing them of the situation in the village. Get angry now, raise the white flag and surrender, don't resist anymore. The firepower of the Special Dispatch Brigade completely suppressed the pirates, and caused them heavy casualties, which directly frightened the old man who saw it all. Now he regretted very much why he listened to others' instigation and provoked this group of people. It was obvious that he had provoked a force that could bring destruction to the village. The pirates were frightened by the brutal firepower. When they heard that they could surrender, they put down their weapons without hesitation and raised the white flag. In the village where there had been heavy gunfire not long ago, only sporadic gunshots were heard. It was obvious that some people were unwilling to lay down their weapons. Why are you here to massacre us? The old man came to the officer with an angry face and said directly in an accusatory manner. The officer's eyes narrowed and he slapped the man directly without any thought of respecting the elderly and loving the young. Humph, you should know exactly why we are here. You have launched 14 attacks on our fleet in the past 2 days. Don't tell me you didn't know about this. Our boss is a kind-hearted man. He sent us here this time to teach you a profound lesson and to eliminate only those who led the attack on our fleet. The old man said angrily. We have paid a heavy price. Look at how many of us you have killed. Isn't this enough? You talk too much. I just want to finish the task quickly and go back. After that, the officer pulled out a Colt pistol and pointed it at his head and said, Whoever led the attack on our fleet had better come forward, or I will kill him. If no one admits it after 5 minutes, then we'll play a game and kill people by drawing lots. Devils, you are all devils, the old man said tremblingly after hearing it. People always have to pay the price for their actions, don't they? The officer said with a sneer. At this time, a middle-aged man stood up in the crowd and shouted, I led everyone to launch this attack, just kill me. When the officer saw the person who stood up, he smiled and said, You are very courageous. I admire you. After he said that, he waved his hand, and within a second, a gunshot rang out. The middle-aged black man fell down in a look of astonishment. Is there another one? If not, let's start the game. I won't let you go if you don't kill me to my satisfaction today. You should think about your families. If you don't want them to get hurt, you'd better stand up bravely. What do you think? However, after he finished speaking, no one stood up, and the whole village fell into silence. The officer looked around, nodded, and said, "Very good, it seems that you all value your own lives and don't care about the lives of your family members at all. Then the lottery game begins." After saying this, the officer turned his gun around. With a bang of a gunshot, a young man with fierce eyes and an unwilling look fell down. Suddenly, there were screams and the crying of children. Has anyone admitted it now? If not, the game continues. Please don't kill anymore, please don't kill anymore. The old man knelt down with a thud, tears streaming from his eyes, looking extremely miserable. The officers looked like the villains in the movies, but there was no protagonist to save them. I said, as long as any of you have the courage to stand up, I will not kill them indiscriminately. After the officer finished speaking, several middle-aged and young men in the crowd walked out with determined looks on their faces. We are the ones leading this team. We led the attack on your merchant ship. The officer looked at these people, nodded with satisfaction, and said, Very good, then you are ready to go. Bang, bang, bang. Following a few gunshots, the men fell to the ground. The officer put away the pistol in his hand and said, Very good, my mission has been completed. From now on, just come and take revenge. I promise to kill as many as you come. After saying that, he led the team towards the group of planes that had already landed. Sir, isn't this too harsh? This is totally unlike your usual style. The officer chuckled and said, If you're not ruthless, how can they remember it? This is the effect I want. Remember, you must not be soft-hearted when dealing with the enemy, even if the other party is just a child or a woman. Soldiers are killing machines. Once they put down their guns against the enemy, they are doing the greatest harm to their own people. Yes, I remember it. Chapter 82, Handshake and Peace. The two countries join forces. Sir, we have solved all the problems, but the CI of Star Country may launch a retaliatory action against us recently, Chris said to Sui. Sui chuckled and said, As long as they don't send troops, we don't have to worry about their revenge. Compared to CI, I'm more afraid that the aircraft carriers of Xinhua will come to cause trouble for us. This time you have dealt a heavy blow to CI's arrogance, which is a good thing. Chris said, This is what we should do, sir. You take a rest, I'll go out first. This time he retaliated severely against CI's recent behavior, and he had his own considerations. They chose to do something to him. If he still acts cowardly, is he still a man? Since the enemy has started to attack you, you must fight back hard until they are hurt. It is basically impossible for them to attack us, unless they choose to send out fighter jets for long-range strikes or launch cruise missiles. But it is basically impossible for them to achieve this, all because of the existence of the blocker. Its main function is to conceal the existence of the airport, but this does not mean that it has only this function. It can also shield unidentified electronic components. This means that precision-guided weapons will become ineffective once they enter the coverage area of the jammer. This is also the reason why Sui did not equip the airport with more advanced air defense missiles. With his current funds, he can still afford it if he wants to. The most likely target for them is the arms transportation routes. The air and land transport teams are all protected by personnel and weapons, but the sea transportation lines are the weakest at the moment. And now he needs to make up for this shortcoming. It's just a matter of spending money, so he doesn't mind it. Yesterday he collected several balance payments, and the funds in his account are more than 3 million, which is still relatively sufficient. However, if this money is used to develop maritime power, it may not even make a difference. He certainly didn't need to think about large ships, and large ships would be too conspicuous in Heizhou, so in order to keep a low profile, he chose patrol ships. After all, the current sea transport routes do not require long-distance voyages, so patrol ships are sufficient for current use. Sui chose the P-18 patrol ship that Yen State started building in 2012. It has a full load displacement of up to 1,800 tons and can travel at a maximum speed of 21 knots. In terms of weapons, it is equipped with a 76mm single-barrel naval gun, two 30mm and 20mm caliber machine guns, and it can also carry a helicopter at the back. It is not equipped with any missiles, which keeps the cost to a minimum and can fully meet Suyi's current needs. The cost of building one ship in the market is $20 million, and the system cost 75,000 yuan per ship. Sui ordered 4 ships at one time, which means 300,000 yuan. These 4 P-18 patrol boats will soon join the escort mission of the Sea Transport Lines. The main function of this patrol ship is to prevent pirate attacks. As for dealing with the navies of other countries, forget it. Sui has a Su-35S multipurpose fighter, which, if equipped with anti-ship missiles, is enough to deal with most ships. Of course, if you want to deal with Singapore's aircraft carrier battle group, it's basically a dream. The only thing that can deal with an aircraft carrier battle group is an aircraft carrier battle group. It's like my dad always said, the only thing that can defeat magic is magic. However, if Sui wants to have an aircraft carrier battle group with complete combat effectiveness, he probably still has a long way to go. It is actually not difficult to deal with the Star Country. As long as we make them feel that the losses from dealing with them outweigh the gains, they will naturally stop. For the next period of time, the entire city of Hama was very calm and CI did not take any action. However, various intelligence shows that this is just the calm before the storm. The exchanges between CI and the Mahmud government are becoming increasingly close, and there is also a piece of news that is not very favorable to Sui. According to intelligence in Beledweyne, a battalion of soldiers from the Abyssinian Defense Force crossed the border and entered a temporary camp there. This is enough to prove that the Mahmud government and the Abyssinian government have reached peace under the mediation of Singapore. Moreover, the purpose of the Abyssinian Defense Force's entry into the city of Beledweyne is self-evident. Their target is themselves. This CI really thinks highly of me. They actually persuaded the armies of 2 countries to join forces to deal with me. It seems that they have invested a lot of money. After seeing this information, Sui couldn't help but sigh. If it is just Aiden, the current 1st Armored Brigade combat team will be enough to deal with them. After all, Mahmud's troops have a maximum of more than 30,000 people. And they also have to defend other places, so 10,000 troops would be a lot to deal with him. The 1st Brigade combat team has more than 4,500 troops, and with the helicopter cluster, the total strength is as high as 5,000. It was more than enough to deal with them, so he never worried about any threat Mahmud could pose to him. However, if Abyssinia is added, the situation will be different. This country has a national defense force of up to 180,000 people, including an air force with more than 100 aircraft of various types. Although it is impossible to dispatch many troops to help Mahmud, it is enough to put some pressure on Sui. You force me to do this. Looks like I have to expand my troops again. For nearly half a month, the funds in Sui's account have not been used much, totaling more than 8 million. Among them, more than 4 million are previous funds and the recovered balance, and more than 300 million are earned from selling arms in the past half-month. After this period of development, the Dark Web Arms Mall now has more than 600 customers and has established its reputation in the Black Continent. Moreover, with the continuous development of the arms logistics and transportation system, we now have the strength to cover more countries, and our customer base will naturally expand. Since Xinhua wants to use these 2 countries to deal with him, this time he plans to spend some money to teach his 2 younger brothers a lesson so that they will never dare to target him again. Chapter 83, Force Expansion, Air Assault. The 1st Armored Brigade combat team cost Sui nearly 3.8 million to build. Even at level 4, it would still cost around 3 million. However, for the current situation, an Armored Brigade combat team is actually enough for Sui to use. They can protect military airports in peacetime and can be pulled out to fight at any time during wartime. They are the most powerful combat force in his hands. Although this force is powerful, its combat radius is not large. Because the air strategic transport force he currently has is not strong enough to transport this powerful armored force over long distances. So in addition to this armored force, Sui also wants to establish a rapid response force. If he wants to become the most powerful PMC company in the world, then long-range combat capabilities must be guaranteed. The Star Force has done the best in this regard, and Sui also has his eyes on their Striker Brigade combat team. This force is a mechanized combat force based on the Striker-wheeled armored vehicle. A complete brigade can reach anywhere in the world within 96 hours using various transport aircraft. Of course, this is currently only something that the Star Army can do because they have military bases all over the world. However, It can also be seen from here that the mobility of this unit is still very good, and the C-130 tactical transport aircraft can also easily transport striker-wheeled armored vehicles. This combined arms combat force is a light armored force, and the most outstanding feature of this force is undoubtedly its network-centric warfare strategy. As a light mechanized force, its main combat force is the striker-wheeled armored vehicle. Its modular design allows it to be equipped with various turrets for different combat purposes. This brigade includes a brigade headquarters and headquarters company, 3 striker infantry battalions, a reconnaissance company, a field artillery battalion, an engineer battalion, and a brigade support battalion. The total strength is similar to that of an armored brigade combat team, totaling 4,500 people. The organization is similar to that of an armored brigade combat team. The main difference lies in the equipment and network-centric warfare strategy. Its main equipment is the striker-wheeled armored vehicle equipped with various turrets, which is mainly used for anti-infantry, anti-tank, anti-helicopter, etc. In addition to these armored vehicles, the most powerful firepower should be the Field Artillery Battalion. The Artillery Battalion consists of an exciting firepower system, a battalion headquarters and battalion headquarters company, a target acquisition platoon, and 3 artillery. Due to the need for air transportation, it is equipped with the M777A two-towed 155mm caliber howitzer. I think many people are familiar with this lightweight artillery. It is the most powerful digital artillery in the world. The artillery's digital fire control system allows each gun to receive coordinates directly from the command center and use the global satellite guidance system to carry out precision strikes. The Excalibur shells it is equipped with are also the first precision-guided shells equipped by the Star Army, and they have extremely exaggerated accuracy. The price of this artillery is also very high, up to $1.8 million per gun. The entire Striker Brigade combat team is mainly equipped with more than 300 Striker armored vehicles of various models. For example, armored personnel carriers, reconnaissance vehicles, mobile artillery vehicles, anti-tank artillery vehicles, mortar vehicles, command vehicles, field emergency vehicles, etc. are all modified based on the Striker armored vehicle. The price of the Striker-wheeled armored vehicle is still quite cheap in Suyi's opinion. The market price of a single vehicle is about $3 million. Since it is equipment from 10 years ago, it enjoys a super discount. The selling price of each vehicle in the system is 7,500 funds, and these 300 vehicles only cost more than 2.2 million funds. However, if you add the rest of the weapons and equipment as well as 4,500 combat personnel, the entire brigade will cost around 3 million, which is actually not much cheaper than an armored brigade combat team. After completing the recruitment of the Striker Brigade combat team, Suyi began to expand the size of the helicopter force. In modern warfare, the role of helicopters is unquestionable. Although the costs will be quite high, this shortcoming must be made up. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to face the next war. After all, the enemy has the advantage in numbers, so we must improve the combat capability of our own troops to offset this advantage of the enemy. Now the dark web arms mall is on the right track and can bring him at least more than $200 million in profits every month. As the market gradually expands, the income will naturally increase. The warlords and local tyrants in these African countries may lack money to improve people's livelihood, but they will definitely not lack money to purchase weapons and equipment. They are very willing to spend money in this regard. Currently, he still has about 5 million yuan left in his account, so it is very necessary to form an aviation brigade-level combat team. 3 brigade-level combat teams can be combined to form a division-level force, and they can also possess extremely strong combat effectiveness if they act independently. This is also the experience summarized by the Star Army after many years of war. The Air Assault Brigade combat team is composed of a combat helicopter battalion, 2 air assault helicopter battalions, a medium transport helicopter battalion, and the Brigade Aviation Command Battalion. It will be equipped with 24 Longbow Apache attack helicopters, 12 OH-58 reconnaissance attack helicopters, 60 Black Hawk general purpose helicopters, and 36 Chinook medium transport helicopters. Howitzers, etc. required by 2 air assault infantry battalions. The remaining 22 Apache attack helicopters alone require $2.2 million in funding, not to mention the other larger numbers of helicopters. This air assault combat brigade requires too many helicopters. Even though he currently has more than 5 million in funds, the funds needed to establish this brigade are beyond his current affordability. He still used the helicopter method to build the framework first, and then add personnel and equipment after the money was gradually in place. What we need to establish most at the moment is not the Air Assault Brigade combat team, but the urgent task is to expand the aviation force. Chapter 84 Air Force Expansion, adding early warning. If it is just against the provisional government forces, the powerful combat capability formed by the 6 Su-35SS can easily complete the fight for air supremacy. After all, even at its peak, the Aden Air Force was only equipped with 12 MiG-17s, 8 MiG-21s and 30 J-6 fighters. Not to mention that this is their peak period. Even if they have these fighter jets now, Sui only needs to send out these 6 Su-35S fighter jets to defeat them. But everything changed after Abyssinia joined in. Their air force had more than 130 aircraft of various types. Moreover, the fighter jets they are equipped with are very sophisticated. The most advanced fighter jets are undoubtedly the 22 Su-27 fighter jets, and there are also varying numbers of Su-25 attack aircraft, MiG-21, MiG-23 and other types of fighter jets. Originally they had 24 Su-27 fighter jets, but they listened to the Singaporeans' deception and sent out 2 Su-27 fighter jets to intercept Sui. As a result, they were beaten down by a Su-35S. Since then, Sui has written this country down in his little notebook and will definitely take revenge in the future. Unexpectedly, before he could prepare for revenge, they came to his door first, so there was no need to be polite this time. If we cripple Abyssinia's air force and turn it into a toothless tiger, I think the Eritrean and Farouk countries, Egypt, around Abyssinia will be very happy. Abyssinia relies on the second most powerful military power in Black Continent, and has the support of the world's most powerful country, Star Country. It acts very domineeringly in Black Continent and basically all the surrounding countries have been offended by it. Once their military strength declines rapidly, Sui will not need to send troops, as several surrounding countries will rush up and beat them up. Countries like to take advantage of others' misfortunes. Considering that this operation is mainly based on air combat, and supplemented by ground attack, Sui decided to double the size of Su-35S fighter jets to 12 aircraft. In addition to increasing the size of the Su-35 fighter, a dedicated air-to-air fighter, the so-called air superiority fighter, is also needed. This is actually the same as the high and low matching of fighter jets in many countries. Heavy fighters have excellent performance in all aspects, especially strong air defense capabilities. However, in order to enhance their air defense capabilities, they generally lack effective ground attack means and the cost is also very high. Therefore, each country will redesign a new medium-sized fighter. Fighters such as the J-10 and F-16 were born based on this idea. Their versatility can well make up for the lack of ground attack capabilities of air superiority fighters, and can also assist air superiority fighters in combat. The Su-35 has strong ground-to-air combat capabilities, especially after being equipped with the Snow Leopard phased array radar. Its control capability is undoubtedly powerful. It is precisely because of this that Sui needs a fighter jet to share the burden of ground attack missions with the Su-35 fighter jets, allowing them to focus more on fighting in the sky. Sui finally chose Singapore's F divided by a -18E divided by F Super Hornet fighter. After a substantial upgrade, this fighter has very strong multi-purpose combat capabilities and also has very powerful anti-sea attack capabilities. As a heavy fighter with a maximum takeoff weight of 29 tons, its maximum flight speed is 1.6 Mach, its range is 2,300 kilometers, and it has 11 mounting points, and can be equipped with 8 tons of weapons. These are the performance that Sui attaches great importance to, and its price is not high. The market price of E/F Super Hornet is only $50 million, which means it only costs 125,000 yuan per aircraft after a discount. In preparation for this battle that is likely to happen, Sui directly purchased 8 F divided by a -18E divided by F Super Hornet fighter jets, which will form a flying formation. This cost him 1 million yuan, plus the previous 6 Su-35s, which is only 2.2 million yuan. In addition, Sui also decided to purchase 2 more advanced airborne early warning aircraft. The ZDK-03 early warning aircraft, which uses a mechanical electronic scanning phased array, has a certain gap with the top early warning aircraft in terms of detection distance and other aspects. Since we are not so short of money now, we will naturally equip ourselves with the best early warning aircraft. Before Sui traveled through time, Yen country's early warning radar level had already surpassed that of Xing country. The KJ-500 is equipped with a third-generation airborne early warning radar. The biggest feature of this radar is the fully digital electronic scanning radar on the back. It does not need to rely on rotation to detect targets, but is a fixed radar source that can detect the presence of enemy aircraft in all directions, thus eliminating blind spots for early warning aircraft. Before Sui traveled through time, this radar was still the world's first fully digital phased array radar with a detection range of 470 kilometers and the ability to track more than 100 targets at the same time. Although its performance is not as good as the E-3 Sentry early warning aircraft, the KJ-500 early warning aircraft has a limited carrier size after all, but it is still in the first echelon of early warning aircraft. After all, the E-3 is a product of the last century, and the KJ-500 is an early warning aircraft that only entered service in 2014. Usually when buying a mobile phone, you know to buy the latest one because it has a higher configuration. No matter how the previous mobile phone is upgraded, its performance may be comparable to the new one, but the new mobile phone is definitely better and has greater potential for upgrading. The same goes for the early warning aircraft, as long as its performance is sufficient to meet Sui's needs. The market price of KJ-500 is around $100 million, while the price of E-3 is as high as $270 million. In this regard, KJ-500 still has a great price advantage. An KJ-500 only costs 375,000 yuan, while an E-3 Sentry costs 675,000 yuan. For Sui, who is not very wealthy, the cheaper but not inferior KJ-500 is the best choice. In addition, in terms of operating costs, the KJ-500 equipped with a turboprop engine is of course more advantageous. Sui purchased an KJ-500 early warning aircraft. The purchase of the aircraft cost him a total of about 2.5 million yuan. Combined with the funds for purchasing helicopters, his account shrank to less than 1 million yuan. However, the strength of the armed forces under his command has been greatly strengthened. At this time, facing the alliance between Aden and Abyssinia, he is full of confidence. Chapter 85 Artificial Intelligence, Cyber Attacks. Sir, the supercomputer you requested has been debugged and can be put into use at any time. The director of the Cyber Security Department of the Intelligence and Consulting Department found Sui and informed him of the good news. Sui's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said, "Okay, I'll go take a look right away." Since the supercomputer was put into use, Sui has been going to the supercomputing center almost every day, and he can't wait to put it into use. Even a home computer cannot be used right after purchase. It requires the installation of various wires and the downloading of various software. Supercomputers are more complex and generally take a month to debug. Sui spent tens of thousands of points to recruit the senior network engineer. If he hadn't led the team to debug, it would have taken about 2 months. This is the difference between advanced and elementary, or even intermediate levels. Although there is only one level difference, the gap in ability is very large. The supercomputing center is located behind the airport dormitory area. A special building was built for it, and a very powerful cooling system was installed. Its cooling performance generally exceeds that of the current supercomputing centers in various countries. Sui understood that if artificial intelligence was installed, it would be normal for the supercomputing center to run at full load for a long time, so the heat dissipation performance must be good. Sui stepped into the supercomputing center. There was no one here, only the buzzing sound in the room. Even under the suppression of the cooling system, the current temperature was still over 25 degrees. System, how do I install artificial intelligence? As long as the host gives the order to release him, he will appear inside. Release the rudimentary artificial intelligence immediately. Releasing, release complete. In less than a second, Sui heard the sound of release completion. Wasn't this too fast? Just when Sui wanted to ask, he heard the sound of the fan in the computer room gradually increase, and the temperature was also rising steadily. He glanced at the temperature display on the wall. It had risen to 30 degrees from 25 degrees when he entered. He could already feel the heat. Unable to bear it any longer, he immediately came to the supercomputer's control center, where several network engineers were checking the current status of the supercomputer. They also have some idea of what happens in the computer room because they will be serving this supercomputer exclusively. You all should go out first. After arriving at the supercomputer control center, Sui spoke to everyone who was busy. After hearing Sui's words, everyone left silently without saying a word. His words were like an imperial decree, and they had to do whatever he told them to do, even if it meant committing suicide. The moment the door was closed, the screen in the control center suddenly changed. A Smurf-like figure appeared on the screen, looking at Sui with curious eyes. Sui was also startled by this sudden scene. After taking a closer look, his eyes suddenly lit up. Are you the artificial intelligence? In response to Sui's question, the little elf nodded a little dazedly, and a childish voice came out of the speaker. Yes, are you the human who created me? Not only can it judge its own tone, but it can also directly ask back questions. It seems that it is not the artificial intelligence as imagined. I just don't know how powerful it is. I think so. Do you have a name? No, you can give me a name. Sui smiled and said, Since you look like a Smurf, I'll call you Smurf. Okay, I'll be called Smurf from now on. I really want to study now. Can I go first? Sui nodded and said, Of course, you are free now. Okay, I'm going to study now. See you next time. After saying this, the Smurf disappeared from the screen, and the screens returned to normal. Sui was just about to go out, but even through such thick walls, he could still hear the roar coming from the computer room, and all the cooling fans were running at high speed. The chips in all the cabinets are running at high speed, maximizing the computing power. After seeing this scene, Sui returned to his office. Now that the artificial intelligence has been installed, it has solved one of his worries. He really hopes that one day the Smurfs can grow to the level of the Red Queen or Skynet. Of course, the system has guaranteed that artificial intelligence will not betray him in any way. Compared with artificial intelligence, the system is obviously far superior to him. It is precisely because of the existence of the system that he dares to release him so confidently. Otherwise, he really needs to think about it. If it turns out to be like what happened in movies and TV dramas, he will be at a loss. Singapore CI Intelligence Agency, Cyber Security Center. This is an internal department of CI, dedicated to defending against attacks from external networks and protecting CI's network security, especially their huge database. Not only are they numerous, there are hundreds of red hackers in the entire department, and they are all the top computer experts in the world. It is precisely because of their existence that the network firewall of the CI Intelligence Department has never been breached, especially since they use a super powerful algorithm that is almost impossible to breach. Although the attacks from the outside world are usually very heavy, they can deal with them very easily with their abilities. However, an accident happened today. On the huge screen at the network center, a huge wave of attacks suddenly rushed towards them. Pay attention, we are about to face a wave of extremely strong attacks. If you don't want to be beaten, be alert. An officer looked at the suddenly skyrocketing data on the big screen and was shocked and shouted. Chapter 86, Cyber Offensive, New Discoveries. The Major stared at the constantly changing data on the large screen and murmured. They actually mobilize such a large data flow, but this method is too primitive. It is impossible to break through our layers of firewalls. When the officer saw that it was just a simple data stream attack, he immediately became confused. However, the situation soon changed. The opponent was gradually changing the way of attack and becoming more fierce. It's really strange. These people look like novices, but their defense is so impeccable. How do they do that? A hacker who was frantically inputting codes said this in a very strange way. The situation is a bit strange, be careful. After the two sides fought for a few minutes, they obviously found that the opponent's offensive began to become strange and changeable, almost catching them off guard. At this moment, everyone at the Cybersecurity Center finally put aside their previous contemptuous attitude and began to take these opponents seriously. The current situation is that the opponent seems to be playing a game with them. The defense is flawless, and they can't even track the opponent's position. The intensity of the attack is also gradually increasing, even making some people begin to struggle. Haven't you tracked down the other party's data source yet? The major walked up to a man with glasses and asked. The man with glasses shook his head solemnly and said, "No, the other party should be using a brand new encryption method. I can't do anything about their firewall. And the opponent has too many chickens. It's like an attack that has been prepared for several years. But the opponent's behavior is very strange. Damn it, bastards! Keep reinforcing our firewall. We must not let them break through it, or we will lose face." The major officer couldn't help but curse. The world's top hackers are gathered here. As the top team, it would be a shame if their firewall was breached by others. The offensive has changed again. They are starting to concentrate their forces, hoping to break through our first layer of firewall in one fell swoop. More than 10 minutes later, when the two sides were in a stalemate, the other side suddenly changed its offensive. This is equivalent to two armies fighting each other, and the other side suddenly sends a large number of soldiers to attack one point. "No, I can't stop it anymore, damn it!" A black man stared at the screen in front of him with angry eyes. "Repair the firewall immediately and don't let the enemy in. Damn it, I can't hold on any longer." A few minutes later, the black man suddenly slumped in his chair and his computer screen turned red. "Damn it, how is this possible? Strengthen the second firewall immediately. Don't let them break through again. The enemy has broken through our first layer of firewall and has taken the initiative. We are unable to fight back. Passive defense is ineffective against the enemy's active attack. It is only a matter of time before it is broken." The man with glasses said with a gloomy expression. "What should we do then?" asked the major hurriedly. At first they did not take the attack very seriously, but they did not expect that the other party would break through their firewall in just 1 hour. This was the first time since their department was established that their strongest first layer firewall was breached, and they were almost completely defeated. "There is no perfect solution. We cannot find any loopholes in their defense, and even their offensive methods are a little confusing to us. The other side is not a novice at all, but a top team. They were simply deceiving us before and wanted us to underestimate them. Now we can only mobilize manpower to strengthen defense and build a new firewall. The second is to mobilize another team to consume the opponent's chickens. The other party is using a data stream attack method. As long as we consume their chickens, their offensive will become weaker and weaker." The major nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go find the director for help right away. You take charge of the scene." The major quickly came to the director's office, walked in and said, "Director, we have a problem here. An unknown force suddenly launched an attack on us. The first layer of the firewall has been breached, and the second layer may not hold out for much longer. We need manpower support." "What? Today is not April Fool's Day. You are the top talents I have selected from all over the place, and yet your firewall was breached?" After hearing his words, the director was a little confused. "We don't know this either, but it is a fact that the other party is stronger than us. You go back first. I will contact the NSA right away and assign some personnel to join you." CI's efficiency is still very high, and its energy is also very great. It mobilized nearly 200 people at one time to join this offensive and defensive battle. With the addition of these fresh forces, the situation gradually stabilized. 3 hours into the attack, all the offensives suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when seeing this. They had finally repelled the opponent's attack. Everyone felt physically and mentally exhausted at this moment. The retreat was so clean that all the targets we found were broilers. We couldn't find the enemy's specific location at all, but we can rule out that it was in our territory. After looking at the data on the screen, the man with glasses couldn't help but sigh. The opponent's level was far above his, but this did not discourage him. Instead, it aroused his competitive spirit. After striving for the top spot in the hacker world for so many years, he finally met a strong opponent. However, they did not know that they were not facing a powerful hacker team, but an artificial intelligence from Aden in Black Africa. Since it needs to learn, it must be seeking out experts to compete with. At the same time, it has also allocated some computing power to absorb information from the internet in various countries. He had only appeared for less than half a day, but he had already grown to a very impressive level. This time, he even helped Sui a lot. Ding dong! Sui, who was working at the office, suddenly saw an email pop up in the lower right corner of the computer screen. He saw that the sender was actually Smurf. Seeing this, Sui couldn't help but smile, so he clicked it and started reading. When he saw the above content, his expression gradually became solemn. Chapter 87 Important Intelligence, Codename Raid. Plan Codename, Raid. Implementation Time, Aden, November 4th, 8 a.m. Plan Description, Launch 4 cruise missiles at the target airport to destroy its runway, hangar and other targets, paralyze its air combat capability and air defense weapons system, and create favorable conditions for the Abyssinian Air Force's airstrike. The plan has been approved and will be launched by the Hebrew Army. This is the entire content of the email. This plan still surprised him. He did not expect that the Star Army would actually be involved in this plan. Although the Vita Air Force Base is least afraid of precision-guided weapons, the focus this time is on the personal entry of the Star Army. It seems that the last revenge really pissed off Xinhua, but he is not a coward, so if he wants to do it, he will do it. If the Hebrew nation really launched a few Tomahawk cruise missiles at him, he would not be polite and would have to fire back a few missiles. As people coming from a country of etiquette, we cannot lack these etiquettes. Moreover, through this intelligence, it can be confirmed 100% that the Mahmud government and Abyssinia will take action against him on the 4th, which is a week later. Before, he always felt like there was a string in his heart, but after seeing this information, he felt relaxed. Since we already know when the other party will take action, we can use this week to make arrangements and formulate a new battle plan. However, Suyu was more curious about another point. How did the Smurfs obtain this information? Smurf, how did you get this information? Sui asked directly while looking at the computer. As an artificial intelligence, the Smurf could be found wherever there was an internet connection, so Sui asked directly because he knew that the Smurf would definitely be able to hear his questions. Hey, I stole it from CI, but their technology is very advanced. I learned a lot today and got a lot of information. This one will be of the greatest use to the master, so I sent it to you. What? You stole it from CI? Holy shit! After hearing the Smurf's fierce reply, Sui was stunned. This Smurf is so awesome. It was just released into the supercomputer center this morning, but it attacked CI in just half a day and stole a lot of information. The most important thing is that he can actually tell to whom this information is useful. His logical ability is so strong. As expected, it is worthy of being rated as a primary artificial intelligence by the system. It seems that I have underestimated it before. And as its knowledge reserve becomes larger and larger, its ability will undoubtedly become stronger. Sui was very curious about what was going on, but from the information he could tell that the Smurfs did not suffer any loss. Did you break into the firewall of the CI database? The Smurf on the computer screen smiled foolishly and said, Yes, but they are so powerful that I can't break through their second-layer firewall. My computing power has reached its limit, and I'm afraid it won't be able to do it in a short time. After all, the other side has assembled a group of the world's top hacker geniuses, and the supercomputer used by the Smurfs has a computing power of only 13 billion times. Compared with the supercomputers that will reach petaflops in 10 years, the computing power here is a world of difference. However, he currently did not have any better solution and could only hope that Yen country could quickly develop a new supercomputer to upgrade the Smurfs' home. If he remembered correctly, Yen country's next generation Dawn 5000A supercomputer would be launched in Magic City sometime next year. He remembered that he had read related content in his previous life. After injecting himself with the primary gene enhancement agent, he could clearly feel the enhancement in all aspects of his body, especially his memory, which was basically reaching the level of photographic memory. Nothing that can be rewarded by the system is an ordinary thing, especially during these two upgrades. Almost all of them are high-tech products. The peak computing power of this dawning 5000A supercomputer will reach 230 trillion times, and its computing power is unknown how many times that of the Galaxy 3. However, Galaxy 3 is a product of the last century after all. It is not surprising that this supercomputer was born after several years of hard work. Using this supercomputer with a peak capacity of only 13 billion times, the Smurfs dared to invade CI. Although it did not completely defeat the opponent's firewall, it was enough to prove its strength. Once the new supercomputer is in place, the Smurfs may become a nightmare for intelligence agencies around the world. Its ability to collect intelligence from the internet is so powerful that it would be great if it could allocate some of its capacity to assist Chris's intelligence consulting department. Perhaps it won't be long before the Intelligence Advisory Department becomes the world's most powerful intelligence agency in terms of cyber intelligence gathering capabilities. Especially in today's internet age, cyber intelligence collection has become a key area for major intelligence agencies. If both parties cooperate, they will be invincible. You have collected a lot of intelligence? Give all that information to Chris and let her deal with it. Okay, Master, I'm leaving now. I have to go study again. Sui was not too curious about the information collected by the Smurfs, so he just handed it over to the Intelligence Consulting Department. If there was any important information, Sui believed that Chris would inform him immediately. After the Smurf left, Sui fell into deep thought. If the Star Country wanted to take action on the 4th, then he would set up a tight net and wait for them to arrive. He had thought about taking the initiative to attack, but that would do more harm than good, and he would not gain anything even if he won. After all, he is just an arms dealer. If he actively launches an attack on a sovereign country, it would be considered a blatant invasion. If the news gets out, your reputation will be bad after all. For a businessman, reputation in the industry is still very important. Don't be the first person to shoot. If someone comes to shoot you, being forced to fight back is better than taking the initiative. Shoo, call Simon over. Okay, Mr. Su. Chapter 88, Battle Axe Attacks, Strong Counterattack. November 4th, 2007 was a very ordinary day, and Aiden fell into a brief period of calm. However, only those who are in Hama can truly feel the impending storm. On November 1st, the Mahmud government announced that it would conduct a friendly military exercise exchange with the Abyssinian Armored Brigade in the northwest of Hama, near the central Shabelle state and neighboring countries. A large number of troops moved into the camp that had been prepared over there, which seemed to be a very normal military exchange to outsiders. After all, the two countries almost went to war last month, but after the political situation changed, the two sides entered a honeymoon period and the border became peaceful. However, what the outside world does not know is that this is a trap set by the Star Country, the purpose of which is to target the increasingly powerful Sui. CI issued a military order in the parliament in order to deal with Sui. Considering the importance of the situation in Aden to Star Country, the parliament also approved CI's plan. Today is the beginning of the implementation of the CI plan. However, what they don't know is that this top-secret intelligence has been leaked, allowing Sui to prepare in advance. On the morning of the 4th, the exercise area suddenly became quiet. The Abyssinian armored forces began to assemble, and Mahmud also assembled an infantry division. The total strength of both sides reached more than 15,000. Everyone stayed obediently in the camp waiting for the attack horn, and this horn was the Tomahawk cruise missile launched by the Hebrew side. The Tomahawk cruise missile seems to have become a symbol of the Star Army's launching of foreign wars. It has been present in many wars and has played a very important role. November 4th, 6 a.m. At a field launch site in Hebrew, 2 launch vehicles have completed all preparations for launch. After receiving the launch order, the launchers of the 2 launch vehicles pressed the launch button, and 4 land-based Tomahawk cruise missiles soared into the sky from the launch box and flew towards the predetermined target. According to intelligence obtained by CI, only some small air defense radars have been found at the Vida military airport. There is no problem using it for close-range defense, but it is impossible to use it against a battle axe. Therefore, they are full of confidence in this airstrike. After the Tomahawk cruise missiles paralyze the Vida military airport, the Abyssinian Air Force will dispatch all their fighter jets to carry out airstrikes on the airport. Then the ground forces moved out at the same time and directly occupied the airport. The director of CI had a hunch that if they could take over the airport, they might be able to obtain a lot of useful information and perhaps even uncover the mystery. Of course, it doesn't matter if the expected goal is not achieved. The main goal is to destroy this place, nip the increasingly popular dark web arms mall in the bud, and restore the normal order of the Black Continent arms market. Although it seems that the most numerous weapons in the Black Continent countries are Soviet-made weapons, in fact, the largest number of weapons come from Star Country. Relying on the influence of the Star Country in Black Africa and through government control, it controls most of the Black Africa arms market. You should know that the most chaotic place in the world is Africa, and the more chaotic a place is, the more it is loved by arms dealers. The world's largest arms dealer is Star Country. How could they possibly give up this market? Sui didn't know this before. The popularity of AK in Black Continent deceived his vision. Through the intelligence obtained by Chris, he learned the truth about the arms market in Black Continent. Sui had previously thought that the reason why Star Country attacked him so frequently was simply because of the Longbow Apache attack helicopters. Of course, this was also one of the factors. But the most important factor is actually their own excellent equipment with prices lower than the market price, which has affected Star Country's share in the Black Continent arms market. This is the main reason why they are targeting us. The reason they are so eager to destroy themselves is because the dark web arms mall threatens their vital interests. 4 Tomahawk cruise missiles flew at a subsonic speed of 800 km per hour at an ultra-low altitude of about 30 meters. How could Sui not be prepared when he knew that Hebrew was going to launch Tomahawk cruise missiles? At around 4 or 5 in the morning, an KJ-500 early warning aircraft flew over the Red Sea. Computer simulation showed that this was the necessary route for cruise missiles. Report: target found for Tomahawk cruise missiles, flight speed 823, flight altitude 13, route. The omnidirectional electronic minesweeping phased array radar on the back of the KJ-500 has a strong ability to filter ground and sea clutter. Although the Tomahawk cruise missile has a certain stealth capability, it can still be detected by the KJ-500's scanning radar at a distance of about 300 kilometers. Report the intelligence to the headquarters immediately and continue to closely monitor the traces of these cruise missiles. We cannot lose track of them. Yes. Wait a military airport. Sir, the number 1 AWACS called and detected 4 Tomahawk cruise missiles. We are the target. After hearing this intelligence, Sui said, "It is impolite not to reciprocate. Order the War Defense Department to launch missiles at the designated targets as a counterattack." Yes. In the past few days, Sui's small treasury has shrunk to about 500,000, and the rest has all been used to purchase weapons and equipment. Despite the existence of the shielding device, it is better not to expose it, otherwise the Star Country will definitely be able to detect certain abnormalities. Jammers are too important for airports to have any problems. The Strategic Defense Department is a new department established a few days ago. Their main equipment is various types of land-based missiles, and their first battle will be today. The launch site of the Strategic Defense Department's cruise missile force is in an area near the port. Following the order, missiles shot into the sky from the launch tubes. These missiles are none other than the North's KH-55 ultra-long-range cruise missiles, which are also one of the most advanced cruise missiles in the world, and their performance has surpassed that of the Tomahawk cruise missiles. In response to the Tomahawks launched by the Hebrew nation, Sui returned 3 times the number of cruise missiles to them, a total of 12 missiles, which should be enough to give them a hard time. Sui is just like this. Coming from a country of etiquette, he is very enthusiastic. If someone gives him a gift, he will of course return it several times the amount. Chapter 89 Laser Air Defense, all destroyed. Facing the cruise missiles from the Hebrew country, Sui was not at all panicked. In order to deal with these missiles, he had made careful preparations. Not to mention there were only 4 missiles, even 10 missiles would not be able to hit the airport. Besides, it is impossible for the Star Army to carry out a saturation cruise missile attack on a small military airport at one time. The Mahmud government also received news from the Star Army that the Hebrews had launched several Tomahawk missiles. As long as the airport was paralyzed, the ground forces could begin the attack. This yellow monkey is really arrogant. He actually dared to go against Xinhua. From today on, we will divide all the things in his warehouse equally. I heard that he has a lot of good things there. A senior general of Mahmud's government army said to a major general of the Abyssinian Defense Force. Yes, there are truckloads and boatloads of munitions shipped out every day. If I wasn't afraid of alerting him, I would have wanted to intercept these munitions. The airport is like a bottomless pit. A large amount of arms are moved out every day, but no one can find a channel for the arms to get in. They even suspect that there is a huge arms factory under the airport. This is also the most reasonable explanation at present, otherwise this strange situation cannot be explained at all. It's okay. We will be able to divide this batch of arms soon. This is also the reason why both parties are willing to join forces. You know, they were fighting each other to the death before. This is how the world is. As long as both parties have the same interests, even enemies can shake hands and make peace immediately. As for what happens after that, it is hard to say. They are still dreaming of their grand dreams, waiting for the successful launch of the Hebrew cruise missile so that they can share this feast. All cruise missiles have entered the range of air defense firepower and are less than 100 kilometers away from the military airport. The 4 cruise missiles flew a distance of nearly 2,000 kilometers at an average altitude of about 10 meters, which took a total of more than 2 hours, and were finally about to reach the target they were going to attack. Lock on the target and destroy it immediately. It is about 100 kilometers away from the airport, and the threat to the airport is still very great. Report, AWACS number 305 called, the Abyssinian Air Force has entered the country, a total of 26 aircraft, including 12 Su-27s, 6 Su-25s and 8 MiG-17s. Let all the Su-35 fighters of the 1st Squadron of the Air Force attack and shoot down all the enemy's incoming fighters. Yes. In the command center, Simon, commander of the Titan force, issued orders one by one. The Colossus Force is the name of Suyi's troops. The reason why he gave it this name is that he hopes that this army can grow to the same height as the armed forces of Colossus Corporation in Call of Duty 11. His expectations for this are still very high, and it may not be impossible to achieve this goal. Target found, locked. In a radar vehicle outside the field, a radar soldier looked at the Tomahawk cruise missile that had been locked and said immediately, "Emission!" "Yes." "Fire!" I saw a very sci-fi weapon placed on the roof of a 6-story dormitory building at the airport. Although it is an air defense weapon, it is neither an air defense missile nor an air defense artillery. Instead, it is like a cylindrical telescope, and there is a movable power station next to it, which is specifically used to power this weapon. This is a tactical laser air defense system. It is the world's first laser air defense weapon that was successfully put into service in 2028. It was developed by the Star Army and was the first to be put into service. Sui purchased a total of 2 laser air defense systems of this model this time. Compared with traditional air defense systems, it has natural advantages in air defense, and there is no need to elaborate on it. Of course, its price is also very expensive. Since it is a mature laser air defense system that has been put into mass production, it has no problem dealing with hypersonic weapons, not to mention subsonic cruise missiles such as the Tomahawk. When the missile was only about 50 kilometers away from the Vida military airport, the Athena tactical laser air defense system began to show its power, and the number 1 gun position, which had been fully charged, instantly fired a beam of high-energy laser. In an instant, the warhead of the Tomahawk cruise missile, which was flying forward along the route, turned red in less than a second. In less than 2 seconds, the body of the warhead was melted directly by the laser at a temperature of thousands of degrees Celsius. The warhead seeker was instantly melted by the high temperature, followed by the warhead. Boom! The gunpowder in the warhead could not withstand such high temperature, and was directly ignited and exploded, turning the entire cruise missile into a pile of fragments in the air. After dealing with this target, the Athena laser air defense system at gun position 1 again aimed at the second incoming missile. Athena at the number 2 gun position aimed at the subsequent incoming Tomahawk missiles. In less than half a minute, the 4 Tomahawk cruise missiles that were highly anticipated were all destroyed in the air. The missile signal disappeared, but it has not yet reached the target location. It has been shot down. In a Hebrew military command post, a soldier looked at the 4 disappearing signals and shouted in surprise. "What? How is it possible? Were all 4 missiles shot down?" "Yes, we were still about 40 kilometers away from the target location when all the signals disappeared, with a time interval of about 20 seconds. A Hebrew officer murmured. "How is this possible? The intelligence provided by CI shows that the air defense missiles equipped at the airport are only Yen country's Red Flag series short-range air defense missiles. How is it possible to shoot down our Tomahawks at such a long distance? Damn it, they must have hidden a new air defense system, but the CI just didn't find it." He quickly determined the true situation, but he had no idea what air defense system had shot it down. Their mission is to help the Star Army launch a few cruise missiles. For a small arms dealer, this war actually has nothing to do with them. But what they didn't know was that this war would soon have a lot to do with them. Because they got involved in a war that they shouldn't have been involved in. Chapter 90: Cruise Missiles, Air Attacks on Airports. Naval Air Force Base is one of the 12 military airports in the Hebrew Kingdom. It is also a frontline airport in that area, with a relatively strong Air Force stationed there. Among them are many types of fighter jets such as F-15, F-16, C-130, and even a Falcon airborne early warning aircraft. There are about 50 or 60 of them, which is a very powerful air force. It was a sunny day, and the Hebrew Air Force at the air base began its daily patrols and training. Even though they were surrounded by enemies, their training never stopped for a moment, and they truly became a nation of soldiers. Needless to say, China's combat effectiveness is very strong. There is a battle almost every few days. China is the country with the richest combat experience in the world. But today the airport welcomed an uninvited guest. What is that? A radar soldier saw the echo appearing on the display screen of a low-altitude detection radar, and his eyes were filled with surprise and suspicion. Sound the battle alert, the enemy is approaching. Although it is still unclear what it is, the fact that the low-altitude radar has detected more than a dozen echoes is enough to explain the problem. The air defense alarm entering Level 1 combat readiness sounded over the airport. As an airport with strong defense capabilities, they were also equipped with relatively more air defense weapons. Whoa! The shrill air defense alarm sounded, and all the soldiers who heard it immediately put down their work and ran frantically towards their respective posts. The first level combat alert was enough to show the seriousness of the problem. What happened? An officer ran into the search radar room, panting and asking. Report, low-altitude radar waves detected, suspected cruise missile, heading southeast, speed 812 km per hour, only 30 km away. What? Immediately prepare for air defense. Immediately send off as many planes as possible from the airport. There were a total of 12 echoes on the radar, which meant that there were a total of 12 cruise missiles heading towards their airport, which was enough to destroy the entire airport. As the cruise missile gets closer to the airport, the radar detects the target more accurately. The entire Nevada Air Force Base has entered a Level 1 combat readiness state. All air defense systems are turned on at this moment, shining in the direction of the incoming cruise missiles. When the cruise missile was less than 15 kilometers away from Manhwaedit Airport, several anti-aircraft missiles immediately soared into the sky from the airport. Then, one anti-aircraft missile after another soared into the sky. There were more than 30 of them. Soon the cruise missiles encountered these air defense missiles, but at ultra-low altitudes, these air defense missiles were not very effective. The main reason was that the interference capability of ground clutter was too strong. Many air defense missiles directly plunged into the ground. Only 3 Kh-55 cruise missiles were defeated, and the remaining 9 were still flying towards the target. When they were about 10 kilometers away from the airport, the 9 cruise missiles entered the terminal penetration state one after another. The tail engines began to spew out more intense flames, and the speed of the cruise missiles began to increase. Bang bang, boom boom boom, sizzle. Various low-altitude anti-aircraft weapons in the airport began to fire in unison. Of course, the best way to attack low-altitude targets is these anti-aircraft machine guns and anti-aircraft artillery. However, facing cruise missiles with terminal penetration maneuverability, these anti-aircraft artillery are not so effective. Because the trajectory of the Kh-55 cruise missile began to change, and its speed had exceeded 1,000 km per hour, a distance of less than 10 kilometers, and only half a minute. In fact, the time left for the Manhwaedit Air Defense Force was very short. 4 Kh-55 cruise missiles plunged into the air defense network woven with dense firepower, and were exploded one after another in less than 10 seconds. However, the remaining 5 Kh-55 cruise missiles successfully broke through their air defense network and dived towards their respective targets. For a cruise missile weighing up to 1.5 tons, its killing capability is still very considerable, especially for taking down cruise missiles equipped with anti-runway submunitions. Boom, 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 boom! Explosions sounded one after another in the Air Force Base, and soon billowing black smoke rose into the sky. The hangar was undoubtedly the area that suffered the most damage in this wave of attacks, and it was also the focus of the attack. The 5 Kh-55 cruise missiles caused heavy losses to the Hebrew Air Force. According to their post-war statistics, a total of 2 F-15 fighters and 5 F-16 fighters were lost. Among them, the Falcon Airborne early warning aircraft had very bad luck. It was hit by an anti-runway submunition during takeoff and was riddled with holes, making it impossible to repair it. In addition to these, several helicopters were also lost. As for casualties, there were not many people, only a dozen or so, but the loss was already heavy enough. A Hebrew Air Force Major General watched all this with red eyes and shouted angrily, "Who is it? Who did this?" There are not many countries in the world that have the ability to launch cruise missiles on such a large scale, only a dozen at most, but none of them have a grudge against the Hebrews. Because these neighboring countries don't have anything like cruise missiles. Judging from the images taken, it was the North's Kh-55 cruise missile that attacked their airport. This immediately made the Hebrew Air Force Major General point the finger at the northern country, because this type of cruise missile was not exported here, and who else could produce so many except them? But why did the Northland bomb their airfield? At this moment, the Major General did not associate the air raid with Sui, because he did not participate in the operation and was not aware of it. This is like sitting at home and having the pot fall from the sky. They never expected that suddenly more than a dozen cruise missiles would hit them. The attack on the Nevada Air Force Base occurred after a legendary air battle. This dazzling air battle attracted the attention of all countries that paid attention to this place. Chapter 91, Undecided, Take the Initiative. November 4, 2007. Over the Baikal province in northern Aden, a large fleet of aircraft was flying at an altitude of about 3,000 meters. According to the order of the Abyssinian Air Force, they will attack in full force after the cruise missiles successfully destroy Vita Airport, carry out supplementary strikes on Vita Airport, and seize air supremacy in this airspace. Then the entire Vita Air Force base would become a piece of fish on a sticky board, at their mercy. However, they had not received any orders from the Air Force Command, so they could only hover over the area. The Abyssinian Air Force was in a dilemma at the moment, because there was an accident in the attack and the cruise missile was suspected to have been intercepted. But CI wanted them to continue the attack and promised that they would dispatch the 5th Fleet in the Persian Gulf to reinforce them. At the same time, if combat damage occurs, they will be able to purchase F-16 Falcon fighter jets from Star Country at a preferential discount. In fact, CI's words are completely empty promises. They are simply unable to mobilize the Navy, and the so-called discounted F-16s are actually F-16A fighter jets that are more than 10 or 20 years old. Their purpose is very simple, to let the Abyssinian Air Force act as cannon fodder in order to find out the current strange situation. Because they found that they didn't know much about the situation at the Vita Air Force Base, and it seemed that Sui had hidden some power, which made them a little unsure. Of course they chose to abandon their younger brothers. After all, they were just one of the many younger brothers in Heizhou, and it was not the first time they did such a thing. It is precisely because of this situation that the Abyssinian Air Force is somewhat indecisive, which has led to the current situation. Anyway, the fleet still has plenty of fuel, so it's okay to let them fly a few more circles in the sky. Let's wait for the higher-ups to come up with a result. However, it was this hesitation that brought devastating disaster to the Abyssinian Air Force. The fighter planes of the Abyssinian Air Force were hesitant, but Sui was not hesitant. Since the war has already started, he feels there is no need to be polite. Since they choose war, then I will give them war. For an arms dealer, this deal is not a loss, and victory in this war may accelerate the progress of Plan A. A ZDK-03 early warning aircraft was patrolling over the city of Hama, and an KJ-500 was patrolling over the Red Sea to prevent reinforcements from the Hebrew direction. The other KJ-500 stayed in the base as a supplementary force. After all, the flight time of these two early warning aircraft is limited. The first squadron of the aviation team has a total of 12 Su-35S fighter jets. In addition, Sui also added a small team to them with a total of 4 EA-18 Growler electronic warfare aircraft. You must be familiar with this fighter. It is an electronic warfare aircraft modified based on the F/A-18 Super Hornet fighter. It is also the aircraft with the strongest electronic warfare capabilities in the world. This fighter jet has not yet been put into service even by the Star Army. It was only put into service in September 2009. This fighter has three main functions: electromagnetic attack, electronic countermeasures, and electronic monitoring. In particular, its powerful electronic jamming capability can specifically carry out electromagnetic interference on the enemy aircraft's radar, thereby achieving the effect of blinding the opponent's radar. A fighter jet with a useless radar is just a target in the air no matter how good its performance is. This is the biggest role of electronic warfare aircraft in air combat. 16 of the most powerful fighter jets today are facing an opponent whose aircraft are almost a generation behind, and they are also assisted by early warning aircraft. There is actually no suspense in this air battle. At this moment, the 26 fighter jets of the Abyssinian Air Force have been closely monitored by the ZDK-03 Airborne early warning aircraft. All their data, such as altitude, speed, movement trajectory, and other information, are transmitted to the HUD of each fighter through the data link. This time the fleet did not carry out the sneak attack from behind like last time, because there was no need for it. A formation of 16 advanced fighter jets attacked the enemy directly from the front, and the Abyssinian fleet was the first to enter the field of view of the Su-35's Snow Leopard E passive phased array radar. When the distance between the two sides was about 200 kilometers, the radar on the opponent's Su-27 fighter finally discovered the trace of the fleet. "We have spotted a group of fighters. They are less than 200 kilometers away from us. Everyone, get ready for battle. They must be fighters coming from Vita Airport." They discovered it, but they had no means to deal with it at such a long distance. Among them, the most advanced air-to-air missile carried by Su-27 is the R-27 Poplar air-to-air missile, which has a maximum range of 50 kilometers and adopts inertial plus semi-active radar guidance. Their fighter jets are not equipped with active medium-range air-to-air missiles. One reason is that they cannot buy the North country's most advanced R-77 missiles, and the other is that their current avionics equipment does not support the launch of active missiles. However, they had no idea what was going on, and just rushed forward like in an air battle during World War II. After seeing this scene, everyone on the early warning aircraft responsible for commanding this air battle smiled knowingly. Unexpectedly, they did not run away, but rushed straight over to die. So it would not be a big problem for them to wipe out this air force. However, we did not take it lightly when facing the Abyssinian Air Force. We could despise the enemy strategically, but we must never underestimate any enemy tactically. When the distance between the two sides was only 100 kilometers, the first squadron took the lead in launching an attack. However, what they launched were not air-to-air missiles, but electromagnetic waves. The AN/ALQ-99 high-frequency jammer pod carried by the EA-18G Growler electronic warfare aircraft conducted strong electromagnetic interference on the enemy aircraft's radar. The electronic jamming squadron composed of 4 EA-18G Growler electronic warfare aircraft would probably not gain any benefit even if the F-22 came. "What happened to my radar? I lost the target. It seems to be broken. My radar is the same. The screen is full of snow and I can't see anything." Radar is the most important eyes of a fighter jet. Losing radar is no different from being a blind person. Chapter 92: Electronic Warfare, Air Combat Victory. Electromagnetic interference. They have electronic warfare aircraft. Damn it, we are done. Retreat immediately. Looking at the snowflakes on the radar screen, the navigator who was in charge of the air operation immediately gave the order. Sizzle, sizzle. However, it was not only their radar that was interfered with, their communication channels were also interfered with. How could a fighter jet that has been in service for more than 10 or 20 years and has not undergone any upgrades escape the interference from the EA-18G Growler electronic warfare aircraft? Shit! The officer cursed fiercely, then turned the nose of the plane and ran towards the rear. Some pilots saw this and knew what to do. However, it was too late for them to escape at this time. 12 Su-35's fighter jets were divided into two groups and encircled them from both sides, and were only 60 or 70 kilometers away from them. Execute the second plan and turn on the afterburner to pursue. With the afterburner thrust mode turned on, the Su-35's fighter roared like a beast out of its cage, and its speed continued to increase, soon breaking through Mach 2. Since the enemy was fleeing backwards and the radar was out of service, we could not know anything and could only rely on the navigation system to fly towards Abyssinia. The two sides started an aerial chase. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the distance shortened to about 50 kilometers, the fighter jets launched AIM-120 medium-range air-to-air missiles at their respective targets, flying towards the targets at a speed of more than Mach 3 under inertial guidance mode. Although the opponent was also flying in supersonic mode, it could not last long in this state, only about a minute at most. At this time, their speed suddenly dropped to subsonic state, which was also the attack time period deliberately chosen by the Su-35S fighter. Chasing enemy aircraft forces them to turn on afterburner thrust and cruise at supersonic speed, thereby consuming their limited fuel, and then launching a fatal attack on them to ensure that they cannot escape. Otherwise, they could have started the attack at 80 kilometers, without having to wait until about 50 kilometers. One after another, AIM-120 medium-range missiles quickly caught up with the Abyssinian air fleet, which had slowed down. When the missiles were only about 15 kilometers away from their respective targets, the active radar of the Seeker was turned on, and the fire control radar locked onto the enemy aircraft in less than 3 seconds. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The radar warning device immediately sounded the alarm after receiving the signal that it was locked by the fire control radar, but it was too late. The missile, which had a range of less than 15 kilometers, underwent terminal acceleration and its speed increased directly to Mach 4, which is 1.36 kilometers per second. They had less than 10 seconds to react. The no-escape zone of a missile does not mean that it is impossible to escape. It is still possible to avoid the missile in various ways. But at such a close distance of more than 10 kilometers, it is no longer as simple as being impossible to escape. 7041, you've been locked onto by a missile. Evade quickly! Evade quickly! However, the only response he got was still the crackling sound from the radio headset. Boom! He could only watch helplessly as the Su-27 flanker fighter jet numbered 7041 was blown up in midair. The AIM-120 warhead weighs 18 kilograms, and the violent explosion caused the huge fighter to disintegrate directly in the air. Boom, boom, boom! Explosions rang out in the air one after another, and Abyssinian fighter planes were shot down one after another. Their technology was simply unable to escape the lock of the AIM-120D active medium-range missile. At this time they no longer cared about the formation. After facing the first wave of attacks, there were only less than 15 of their 26 fighter planes still flying in the sky, and 11 of them were shot down. So they chose to flee in all directions, hoping to escape in this way, if only they could escape. If there were no airborne early warning aircraft, it was inevitable that a few planes would be lost. Then, as an air command platform, the early warning aircraft immediately analyzed the targets and assigned them to Su-35S fighter jets. The enemy planes began to flee in different directions, and the Su-35S began to pursue them in different directions. The air chase entered the second stage. As one AIM-120 medium-range missile after another was launched, the air battle was declared over in less than half an hour, ending with the Air Force's complete victory. The score was 0-26, directly crippling a country's air force. The Abyssinian Air Force purchased a total of 24 Su-27 flanker fighter jets from the northern country, and now most of them have been scrapped by Sui directly in Aden. Although the Abyssinian Air Force has 130 fighter jets, half of them are transport aircraft, trainer aircraft and other models, and there are only 50 or 60 aircraft capable of combat. This time almost half of them were scrapped, which was equivalent to paralyzing the country's air force. Report to the commander, the air battle has ended successfully. We have won the final victory in this air battle. Simon came to Sui with a smile on his face, saluted and said. Sui was also watching the whole aerial battle. He was in a very good mood at the moment, and said, Very good. You all performed very well this time, but the battle is not over yet. After saying this, Sui looked in the direction of the Mahmud government forces and the Abyssinian Armored Brigade coalition forces and said, Immediately execute the next plan and have the 2nd Squadron take off to bomb the coalition camp. Sui's combat goal this time is not just to cripple the Abyssinian Air Force, but to directly occupy the entire city of Hama. Of course, he had no interest in officials, nor was he trying to occupy territory. All this was to implement Plan A. Since Mahmud is so hostile to him, he will let the Moma tribe, which he has almost controlled, take power and create a political environment that is favorable to him. Chapter 93, Shocking Debut, Shocking All Countries. Hama City, Coalition Command. Report, our Air Force is finished, all 26 fighter planes have been shot down. A communications soldier in Abyssinian military uniform said with a somewhat terrified look on his face. After hearing the news, the Abyssinian general felt dizzy, and his dark face turned a little pale. How is this possible? How is this possible? We have 26 fighters. Didn't CI say that the enemy only had 4 Su-27 fighters? We have several times more fighters than them. How could we be completely wiped out in such a short time? CI's intelligence had major errors, and their Tomahawk cruise missiles were all intercepted. It's clear that Su has hidden his strength. The general of Mahmud's government said this with a very grim expression. The intelligence detected by CI is what Sui wants to show them, so it would be strange if there are no mistakes. After all, they could not have imagined that Sui actually had a magical device like a jammer in his hand that could deceive the eyes of all electronic devices. With the current technology on Blue Star, this kind of technology would probably not be possible within 100 years. What should we do now? Should we launch a ground attack as planned? Damn CI, we quit! The false intelligence they provided led to serious mistakes in the war, and we can't fight at all. The Abyssinian general cursed. The loss this time is really unbearable. I am afraid that even if he wins the war, he will not have a good life when he returns. Upon hearing that Abyssinia intended to withdraw its troops, the general of Aden became anxious. If they withdrew, they would be left alone to withstand the wrath of the leading arms company, which they simply could not do. No, if you go back now, you will definitely be court-martialed. If we take over the Vita Air Force Base, the weapons there will completely offset the loss of your equipment this time. Not only will you not be questioned, you will also become a national hero. It may not be impossible for you to be promoted to the next level. If you go back now, you will only wait for your fate of being judged. The Abyssinian general calmed down at this moment. After thinking for a moment, he said, In order to prevent any accidents, I suggest launching an attack immediately and taking down this air base at all costs. Now they really have no way out, and the only way to have a glimmer of hope of victory is to give it a try. Because they didn't know how many ground forces there were at the Vita military airport, nor did they know how strong the defense was. It is precisely because of this ignorance that they have a glimmer of hope of victory. However, reality will give them a heavy blow. At the Vita Air Force Base, after receiving orders from the headquarters, the Air Force's 2nd Fighter Attack Squadron sent 8 F divided by a -18E divided by F Super Hornet fighters and 4 A-10C attack aircraft to take off from the runway one after another. These 12 fighters will form a ground attack squadron, and 8 of them Super Hornets will each carry 2 air combat missiles and 2 AIM-120 medium-range active missiles. The remaining racks carry various precision ground attack munitions. All the racks on the 4A-10C Warthogs are loaded with ground attack munitions. Their main combat goal is to launch airstrikes on coalition camps, destroy their ground armored forces, and cover the ground forces' offensive. The takeoff of these 12 fighter jets was the clarion call for launching a ground war, and the entire air base began to operate. Helicopters of various models took off from the helicopter base, and Leopard 2A6 main battle tanks drove out of the Air Force Base. An armored brigade combat team, a striker brigade combat team, and an incomplete air assault brigade combat team make up a large ground force. This was also the first time they entered everyone's sight. When they appeared on the plains outside Hama, the shock they brought could be imagined. God, what is this? Can someone tell me what this is? When a CI official saw this scene from the drone, he was stunned. In the drone's footage, the full picture of the entire army was presented to them. Tanks, armored vehicles, and helicopters that they had never seen before drove out of the airport. The total ground force of the 2 brigades reached 9,000 people, and they marched towards the city of Hama in a mighty manner. On the ground, a torrent of armored vehicles rolled forward, and in the sky, helicopters flew over the armored forces, with such momentum that it was intimidating to see. Seeing this, people who didn't know would think that the Star Army had landed in Aden. What? I can't believe this is what I saw. What kind of tank is this? There is no tank with this appearance in our database. Is this a brand new main battle tank? Their helicopters and armored vehicles have never appeared before. It seems that they have replaced their equipment with the latest equipment developed by that force. How is it possible? Our satellites are all over the world. Even the South Pole and the North Pole are under our surveillance. What kind of force can hide so deeply and develop so much equipment? Without a complete industrial chain, it is impossible to produce it. Upon hearing this, all CI staff fell silent. There are not many countries in the world that can develop their own main battle tanks, but these weapons need to be supported by the entire country's industrial chain. As long as there is a problem in one link, the tank cannot be built. How can it not be shocking that a force can independently develop and produce so many tanks and armored vehicles? Look, the latest footage has been sent over. Not only are there tanks, but they also have 3 new fighter jets. One of them is RA-10, but I checked the database for the other 2 fighter jets, and they have never appeared before. They should also be new third-generation fighter jets. The troops displayed by Sui this time gave everyone a huge surprise, especially those optimized equipment. They would probably never imagine that these equipment are actually the main combat equipment of various countries in reality, but the appearance has undergone drastic changes. The situation is too serious. I think the Pentagon should also pay attention to Aiden, the head of CI Black Africa said with a serious face. Chapter 94. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Star Country, Black Palace. The President, the Director of CI and a group of the President's think tank gathered in one room. CI Director Swinburne Corey said to the screen displayed on the projector. President and gentlemen, what we are showing on the screen now is the equipment presented by the leading arms trading company this time. Main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, self-propelled artillery, armored personnel carriers, etc. are all new equipment that we have never seen before. I am afraid that their specific performance can only be analyzed through the specific process of that war. However, from the way they easily annihilated the coalition forces and occupied the city of Hama, it can be seen that the performance of these equipment should have reached advanced levels. And there is another very important point. The combat effectiveness of this army is extremely strong, and the cooperation is very tacit. It is not inferior to our army. The President looked at the information displayed on the projector and said, I think we must pay attention to this arms company and find out where their equipment comes from. There is another very important point. I really want to know how this army hid itself. Why didn't our satellites and reconnaissance planes find it? I think you must give me an explanation for this. After Corey heard the President's question, his face changed slightly and he said, I don't know about this either, but I will definitely find out. They can't just appear out of thin air. The President nodded and said, I hope you can give me an answer as soon as possible, otherwise I will have to replace him with a more capable director. You can leave first. After Corey left, the President asked his think tanks, How do you think we should deal with the threat posed by this leading arms company? A middle-aged white man stood up and said, Mr. President, I think this issue can be handed over to Director Corey. Our current economic situation is very bad. If it is not handled properly, it may affect your re-election. The subprime mortgage crisis that broke out in August originated in Singapore, spread to neighboring countries, and eventually swept the world. The current government is also overwhelmed by the subprime mortgage crisis and has no energy to pay attention to Sui's development. In their view, Sui was just jumping around in Aden. Although he had seized part of their arms market in the Black Continent, American weapons were still the best-selling ones in their country. The outbreak of the subprime mortgage crisis can be said to have given Sui a good opportunity for development. Nowadays, Sui's influence is no longer limited to the Vita military airport, but covers the entire city of Hama. There was not much suspense at all about the ground war that broke out on November 4th. 12 fighter jets launched a massive bombing on the coalition camp. Then the helicopter group continued to drive away the coalition forces that had gathered around the periphery. After the ground armored forces arrived, all these people surrendered. Now they are still being held in that camp and have become Sui's prisoners. The armed forces exposed by Sui this time shocked all major forces across the country. The powerful ground armored forces and air force already have the strength to sweep across the country. Especially when Sui directly sent troops to occupy the city of Hama and announced to the outside world that he would temporarily take over the defense of Hama. Almost everyone thought that he was going to start entering politics and wanted to establish a new government. It was obvious that Sui didn't have this idea, and he didn't have the intention to manage a group of black people. What did he care about whether they lived well or not? Besides, tribal conflicts often occurred in Aden, so he was too lazy to pay attention to them. Soon Sui made a move that surprised everyone. On the morning of November 5th, he announced that the defense of Hama City would be transferred to the Moma tribe. The Moma tribe naturally accepted it with pleasure and sent 2 recruit divisions and an armored brigade to the city of Hama. Since then, the Moma tribe has become the apparent controller of the city. The reason why Sui did this was naturally for the implementation of Plan A, because a chaotic Aden country was simply not in line with the Leader Arms Company's desire for rapid development. Only in a country with a stable political situation could it develop faster. Then it is inevitable to support the Moma tribe to take power and become the new ruler of this country. During this period of time, as the Moma tribe continued to expand its army, he was also constantly adding people to it, not only ordinary soldiers, but also mid-level and senior officers. The total strength of the Moma tribe is now around 50,000, making it the most powerful tribal armed force in Aden. Among these 50,000 people, nearly 5,000 are biochemical warriors, who basically control the entire middle-level officer class. Their behavior was no different from that of ordinary Aden people, and Chris arranged reasonable identities for them so that it did not arouse any suspicion. Once they are needed, even if Abdullah gives orders to his troops, I am afraid they will not be able to do so. This was also an insurance measure taken by Sui to prevent the Moma tribe from turning their guns against him. He had no trust in the Moma tribe, including Abdullah. There is an old saying from the Yen kingdom that is engraved in his bones: "Those who are not of my race must have different hearts." He believes in the law of the jungle, and strength is the only thing he believes in the most. As long as he has a strong enough armed force in his hands, they will not dare to have any disloyal thoughts. Moreover, once the Moma tribe unified the entire country of Aden, it would mean that Sui was secretly in control of the country, which would be very beneficial for the development of the future leader. In particular, the export of many arms businesses can be fully labeled with the Aden government's label. With the government's formal procedures, it will undoubtedly clear many obstacles. After entering the city of Hama, the Moma tribe took over the defense of the entire city and has been working on the establishment of a government. However, if they want to form a new government, there is still one problem that needs to be solved, that is Mahmud, who has retreated to the city of Beledweyne. With the support of Abyssinia, they tried to resist the attack from Sui. However, Sui had no interest in him at all. He was just a clown. If the Moma tribe can't even deal with this kind of trash, then how can they have the strength to unify the entire territory? Chapter 95 Mall Activities Hot Scene. The 10th of every month is an extremely popular day for the Dark Web Arms Mall, because on this day the Arms Mall will hold an event, and more weapons and equipment will be discounted. Especially with the appearance of Suyi's giant armed forces in Hama City, everyone was shocked. Because its powerful troops are already more powerful than some countries, this has made the leading arms trading company famous throughout Black Africa. Not only that, media from various countries also reported on this unique war. For them, grabbing eyeballs and winning ratings are the most important things. And this kind of hot news is also what they like more. The main focus of these news stories is on the new weapons equipped by the giant god armed forces, and various conspiracy theories and alien theories have emerged. This also makes the leader known to more people and occupies a place in the arms industry. Although this piece of land is a bit small for Sui, it is enough for him to live in. The most direct experience of the dividends of this war is the increase in the number of customers. Before this war, Suyi's giant god-armed forces had not appeared. Although the Dark Web Arms Mall was quite popular, it was only limited to a few surrounding countries and regions. But now it's different. The number of customers has increased by more than 2,000 in these 2 days, and the scale has reached 3,000. This is not a small number, which has caused the arms logistics system to operate at full capacity, and Sui is also constantly expanding the scale of transportation tools. In the past few days, Sui had nearly $10 million in funds coming into his account every day, which was not a small amount. On the 10th, in order to celebrate the upgrade, Sui offered unprecedented discounts, with different discount levels for each weapon. For some weapons with lower profit margins, the maximum discount has reached 40% off, while for weapons with higher profit margins, the minimum discount is 15% off. Currently, these customers are basically concentrated in the northeastern and northern regions of Africa, and there are only a few hundred customers in the southern region. Because compared with the current situation, southern Africa is still relatively stable, so the demand for arms is naturally less. On the 10th, Sui directly put 3 new heavy-duty weapons on the shelves, adding fuel to this arms carnival. In order not to provoke these countries, these 3 weapons have been optimized by the optimizer. However, the degree of optimization is not very great, only some minor changes in appearance, and the shadow of the original weapon can still be seen in it. Otherwise, customers will have great concerns when purchasing. Fortunately, the Dark Web Arms Mall has a good reputation and the after-sales service is very good. This will minimize the concerns of purchasing users, as these weapons are just imitations anyway. Sui has sold weapons worth more than $10 billion, and there have been no quality problems so far. It is very important to establish this reputation. These 3 weapons belong to the Navy and the Air Force, 2 of which are ground equipment, and 1 is a fighter jet. This time, Sui was able to take advantage of the northern country. 2 of the equipment were currently in service or had just been retired in their country. The first of these is Bagwa's star export product, the T-80 main battle tank. Although this main battle tank is not as famous as their T-90 main battle tank and T-14 4th generation main battle tank, it still has relatively powerful performance. The most crucial point is that it is one of the most cost-effective 3rd generation main battle tanks. This main battle tank is a mature 3rd generation main battle tank with a low profile, compact structure, good maneuverability, large caliber gun, advanced fire control system, and a price of only $3 million. As a main battle tank with a combat weight of 46 tons, the price of $3 million is quite attractive compared to main battle tanks that cost as much as $7 or $8 million, or even tens of millions of dollars. This is especially true for regions like Black Africa, where the cultural level is generally low and the equipment is generally backward. Its only drawback is probably that its range is too short, with a maximum road range of only 400 kilometers. This is mainly because it is equipped with a gas turbine, which consumes 4 times as much fuel as the T-90 tank and reduces its range by 30%. However, this is still acceptable to these countries in Africa, especially for some major oil-producing countries. In this small event, the price of a single T-80 main battle tank is only $2.4 million, which is 20% off. This discount is still very large. Buying a leading 3rd generation main battle tank for $2.4 million is a very attractive price-performance ratio for many countries. The second product is an armed helicopter. This time Sui chose Singapore's AH-1W Super Cobra armed helicopter. There is no need to introduce too much about this modernized and upgraded armed helicopter, although its maximum takeoff weight is only 6.6 tons, which can only be regarded as a medium-sized armed helicopter. However, due to its advanced avionics system and diversified weapon mounts, its combat capability is relatively strong, and it can be ranked among the top 10 in the world's armed helicopter rankings. This is such an advanced medium-sized armed helicopter. It was priced at $15 million in the market, but now it only costs $12 million, and Sui only needs $3.5 million to purchase it. The third weapon is the Su-30 fighter bomber, which is an upgrade of the Su-27 fighter and is a 3rd-generation multi-purpose fighter. Its performance is undoubtedly much more advanced than the Su-27 fighter. The appearance of this fighter is similar to the Su-35S fighter unveiled by the Air Force this time. This is done to make sales easier. After all, the Su-35S fighter jet has launched a wave of hardcore advertising, proving its strong combat capability. You have to know that in this air battle there were 12 Su-27 fighter jets, but they still achieved a score of 0.26, which is already shocking enough. Although this 3rd-generation multi-purpose fighter is not as good as the Su-35S fighter, its price is not too high, and you can take it away for only $60 million. Chapter 96. The local tyrants take action and send more money. When these 3 weapons appeared on the banner of the Dark Web Arms Store's homepage, they immediately set off the entire website and attracted everyone's attention. Regardless of whether you can afford it or not, or whether you need it or not, it's okay to take a look at it. This is like a sports car. Even if you can't afford it, you can still envy it. At first, When everyone saw these 3 weapons, they actually had some concerns. After all, these weapons have never appeared before, so they are considered brand new weapons. However, its highly similar appearance, stats that are not much different in terms of literal meaning, and especially its tempting price, made many people unable to resist placing an order directly. Although not many people placed orders before, some people saw someone take the first bite of the cake. In addition, these 3 weapons are limited in quantity, so they will be gone once they are sold out this time. So those who were still hesitant placed orders directly, causing a crazy and popular scene. Every 10th is a carnival day for the Dark Web Arms Mall. It is a feast of arms. In addition to Sui, several other arms companies that listed various light weapons on the Dark Web Arms Mall also made a lot of money. Compared to before, their orders are more than 20% more. Don't underestimate this 20% data, it is already very good for them. After all, they can't be like Sui, who can cut prices so madly and still maintain huge profits. There is a reason why the Dark Web Arms Mall is so popular. First of all, there are a relatively complete range of arms. You don't have to go to multiple arms dealers. You can buy some of what you want on this website. Secondly, the Arms Mall has a good reputation in the industry. It sells brand new weapons at second-hand prices and relies on a low-price strategy to continuously erode the low-end arms market. The third is the relationship between the logistics and transportation system. Although you have to pay for delivery to your door, it is safer. Because the Dark Web Arms Mall has promised that if anything happens to the arms during transportation, the website will be responsible for it, which is also a good attraction. Looking at the ever-growing amount of money in the small treasury, Suyi's face was full of smiles the whole day. Every activity could bring him a lot of profits, especially this time. After all, the current customer base is several times larger than before. Although the monthly activities are a bit frequent, some customers do not have much surplus. But the new customers filled the gap, so the profit every time is still very good. On that day, the total turnover of the entire website reached $2.2 billion. 15 Su-30 fighter bombers alone were sold, contributing nearly half of the turnover. These 15 fighters were contributed by one user, from Namibia. The country of Namibia is a well-known oil producer in Black Africa. Located in northern Black Africa, its reserves of oil and natural gas are as high as 46 billion barrels and 1.52 trillion cubic meters, which is definitely the largest in reserves in Black Africa. Those who sell oil are very, very rich. These 15 fighter jets will cost a total of $900 million, but for the big oil producers, $900 million is just a drop in the bucket. Sui likes to deal with such clients the most, and if there is a chance, he will definitely establish a good relationship with him. Sui did not want Shao Ka to be overthrown by the forces instigated by the Star Country. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and if the two sides unite, it will be a powerful alliance. One has money and the other has weapons. In addition to the world-destroying bomb, he can even get an aircraft carrier battle group, provided he has so much money. Namibia is currently still under the arms embargo policy of Star Country, which is why it directly purchased so many aircraft. Sui felt that the two parties could continue to cooperate until their wallets were emptied. Haha, I'm rich, I feel so comfortable. Looking at the 12 million yuan in the account, Sui felt so happy. Since he started preparing for this war some time ago, he has spent almost all the money he received. Now, in just one day, the funds in his account have reached $1.2 billion. Of course, there is still a balance of nearly 1 billion yuan that has not been collected. In addition, the weapons and equipment that needed to be purchased would cost a total of about 800 million yuan, and he still had $400 million in his account. After all the funds are recovered, the funds in his account will reach an unprecedented 14 million. On the 11th, Sui also waited for an expected guest. This was the third time that the wealth boy came to the Vita Air Force Base. This time he came, as expected, to give money, and it was also a way for the younger brother to show his gratitude to the older brother. After all, he had done a huge favor to their tribe, helping them capture the city of Hama and letting them see the hope of unifying the entire territory. If you don't express your gratitude even for this, it would be too much. The main reason was that they were shocked by Suyi's powerful strength, otherwise they might not be willing to spend so much money at one time to buy weapons and equipment. Moreover, The Moma tribe actually understood that without Su Yi's leading arms trading company, they would not be where they are today. According to this development, they might still be just a tribal tribe of Aiden. Even though they are the leader tribe of the Heir tribe, this leader tribe is actually quite insignificant. Other tribes simply ignore them and are only nominally affiliated with them. Elder Su, I come to thank you on behalf of the entire Heir and Moma tribes. If it weren't for you, we might not have been able to take over this city. It would be a lie to say that they were not grateful. It was indeed a surprise to them that Sui handed the city over to them so directly. You have to know that this is the city of Hama, the capital of the Kingdom of Aiden, and the meaning it represents is exactly the same. It can be said that whoever gets this city will be the nominal owner of the country. As an elder of the Moma tribe, I feel this is what I should do. Sui was also a little polite. Elder Su, I came here this time not only to express our gratitude, but the elders also decided to use $500 million to purchase a batch of new weapons to equip our most elite troops. Elder Su has helped us so much this time, we decided not to offer any discounts, and just go with the market price. Sui couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Abdullah really lived up to the name of the boy who brought money, and was very tactful. He really liked this mixed-race black man more and more. Chapter 97, 500 million purchases, online and offline. The Giant God Armed Force is a unit under the Desert Armed Security Company. Now Sui has transferred the command of this unit to their company. Of course, he is still the boss of everyone, he just transferred the power from his left hand to his right hand, just for better management. After all, the Desert Armed Force consisting of only Task Force 141 and the SOG Special Forces is a bit unworthy of its name, with a total strength of only 200 or 300 people. His goal is to build the Desert Armed Forces into a powerful private armed force like the Giant God Company, so it is inevitable to transfer these troops to the company and let them command them. During the operation to occupy the city of Hama, the 2 and a 3rd brigades of the Giant God Army unleashed a powerful combat force. After seeing this, Abdullah was naturally envious and cautious, because the butt determines the head. You must know that Su Yi's Giant God Army is located in the Vita Military Airport in the northeastern suburbs of Hama City. How can he allow others to sleep next to his bed, even if this person seems to have no ambition towards him? So he also decided to arm an elite mechanized force with superior equipment. That armored brigade had performed very well in all previous wars and its combat effectiveness was considerable, even though its equipment was a bit outdated, so he decided to spend a huge amount of money to upgrade it. Being able to use money to buy stronger combat effectiveness for the troops also provides greater hope for unifying the entire territory in the future. They have already set their sights on this, and this is what Sui hopes to see more. The interests of both parties are completely consistent in this regard. After the whole territory is unified, the situation will probably change. As the master of the whole country, the Moma tribe will certainly not tolerate the existence of 2 threats, the leader and the giant god, next to them, and their attitude will probably take a sharp turn for the worse. This point is actually easy to think of, because at that time the 2 sides no longer have any interest connection. Without interests as a hub, it is only a matter of time before they fall out, no matter how good the relationship is. Therefore, this is also the fundamental reason why Sui has been strengthening his infiltration into the armed forces of the Moma tribe. As long as they seize control of his army, they will be a tiger without teeth. If that's the case, I will definitely bring out our most advanced foreign trade products. After hearing this, Abdullah asked expectantly, "What new type of tanks are you currently equipped with?" "Of course not, isn't this bullshit?" Sui thought to himself. Although he is an arms dealer, it is impossible for him to sell equipment that poses a great threat to himself. If it was sold to other countries, it wouldn't matter. It didn't matter to him who they fought against anyway. But it was different for Abdullah. "We will not sell this tank for the time being. It is too expensive. One tank costs more than $10 million US. If we sell it, it will probably cost around 15 million. We will sell it after we have solved the cost problem. This time, we have launched a main battle tank on our dark web arms store. It is very good. I think it is more suitable for you. As an advanced 3rd generation main battle tank, it is priced at only $3 million US. The tank that Sui was talking about is naturally the T-80U main battle tank, whose performance has been tested on the battlefield. especially its 125mm caliber smoothbore gun, which can blow up most tanks in the world. After hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Abdullah's eyes, but this new type of main battle tank was acceptable. He also saw how popular the mall was yesterday. Nearly 100 of these tanks were sold, so it seemed like it was indeed worth buying. Okay, with this batch of arms, our troops' combat effectiveness will definitely be able to be raised to a higher level. Sue, I wish us a happy cooperation. Sui shook his outstretched hand and said with a smile, Happy cooperation. This money-giving boy has brought him nearly $1 billion in funds. Of course, the cooperation is a pleasure. This is a stable big client of his. Every time the army is expanded, weapons have to be purchased from us. If this is not pleasant, then what can be pleasant? After sending off the boy who brought money, in less than an hour, an extra $500 million appeared in Suyi's account, totaling $9 million. Yesterday he had purchased all the weapons for this transaction and piled them up in a specially prepared storage area, all covered by iron sheds. The area it occupies is not smaller than that of a military airport. A military airport refers to the airport alone, while an Air Force base refers to the area of the entire site, including helicopter bases. Out of the $500 million, he can earn at least $300 million, and the funds he can operate will reach $1.7 billion. He can then plan carefully and see how to spend the money. Saving money is the most foolish thing for him. No matter how much money he has, he cannot enhance his own strength if he does not spend it. Perhaps by then we can expand our maritime power, and we also need to establish medium-range air defense forces. The maritime armed forces and air defense forces are both money-eating monsters. Even if he invests 17 million yuan into them, he probably won't hear much noise. It seems that the online and offline models must be combined. To be honest, Sui was not particularly satisfied with yesterday's sales, especially for the T-80 tanks and AH-1W attack helicopters. Since these two weapons have some changes in appearance, many people still choose not to place an order, which Sui can clearly feel. Although the literal data of these two weapons are very strong, they are just literal data after all. Without seeing the real thing in person, it is impossible to dispel some people's concerns. So he had a new idea, which was to build an exhibition hall similar to a military museum. This place is specifically used to exhibit weapons and equipment for sale, and it also provides a testing site so that users can personally experience the performance of these equipment. This might be able to dispel their concerns. This is just like buying a mobile phone. No matter how good the data on the internet is, it actually comes from other people's mouths. Only by going to an offline authorized store to experience it yourself can you clearly feel whether this mobile phone is easy to use, and the same goes for weapons. Chapter 98 Weapons Exhibition Hall, Ocean Ambition. Sui attached great importance to this exhibition hall, and immediately called Orlov and the person in charge of the construction of the Air Force base. After hearing what Sui said, Orlov said, "This is indeed a very good choice, and our company can also move there. Now that the company is getting bigger and bigger, it is no longer suitable to be here at the Air Force base. The leading arms trading company now has more than 500 employees, most of whom were recruited from outside. Their office building is less than 2 kilometers away from the Air Force base, where Sui built an office building and dormitory for them, and there is a bus to pick them up every day. The main job of these employees is to be responsible for the daily operations of the company. As for other core tasks, they are all handed over to their own people. Boss, I actually have a little suggestion. I hope you can consider it." Sui glanced at Orlov and said, "What suggestions do you have?" Orlov said directly, "As for the service issue, we better provide free global pickup and delivery service to every customer who is willing to buy. Maybe this can increase the success rate of the transaction. Is this the Heideleo of the arms industry? Not only does it deliver to your door, it also provides offline pickup and drop-off services, which is even better than Heideleo's services. However, if he wants to gain a foothold in the arms market, he must provide these soft services. Otherwise, why would others buy weapons and equipment from you? This is a very good suggestion. I can purchase 2 passenger planes for pickup and drop-off services." After the two finished chatting, the director of the construction department handed Sui a document and said, "Boss, this is our preliminary design drawing. Please take a look." This exhibition hall is not just a single exhibition hall, but actually a complex of buildings with multiple exhibition halls with different types of equipment, so it has the potential for expansion in the future. The internal exhibition hall is used to display land equipment, such as firearms, radars, tanks, missiles, etc. Next to the exhibition area is a medium-sized airport, which is mainly used to display real fighter jets and will hold regular aerial shows. This exhibition hall also takes naval equipment into consideration, so the complex is built on the seaside. In the future, customers will be able to see all the actual equipment on display directly in this exhibition hall. After all, Sui has the privilege of returning goods within 7 days without giving any reason. If the customer wants to see any equipment, even an aircraft carrier, he can make it. After the display, he can just take it back, so there is no loss at all. Sui was basically satisfied with this exhibition hall. It was average. He didn't expect it to become a landmark building. Even if he invested all his money in it, it would probably be just like this. There was no need to make it so fancy. Then follow this blueprint and come to me if you have any difficulties. By the way, how long will it take to complete the construction of these pavilions? The person in charge of the construction department pondered for a moment, and then said, Since these equipment are all built with steel structures, the construction progress is still very fast. In addition, the current demand for exhibition halls is not large. If the construction is carried out at the same time, it can be completed in January next year. If these pavilions are overloaded in the future, we can always start building new ones. Sui could still accept 2 months. After all, they were not only responsible for the construction of the exhibition area, but also for the construction of the third phase of the airport project. After the construction of the third phase is basically completed, there will be no more major construction projects at the Air Force Base. For Sui, this is actually just a temporary venue. There is no problem using it as the headquarters. The future belongs to the leader and the new headquarters of the Desert Armed Forces, which he has already chosen. However, given his current strength, if he wants to build a headquarters or military base anywhere, he will be opposed by many countries. So for now, don't provoke this place, and wait until you have enough strength. Sui directly allocated about $100 million for the construction of the weapons exhibition hall, which was mainly used to purchase various building materials, the main one being steel. Most of the robots used by construction companies are actually engineering robots, which come in various types and shapes. Moreover, they can carry out construction non-stop for 24 hours, and they only need to be connected to a power source. The most important thing is that they don't need any salaries at all, so Sui can save a lot of costs. $100 million is more than enough to build this exhibition area. Buying tanks and planes is not as profitable as buying warships. Sui looked at the prices of the warships in the system and couldn't help but sigh. Any warship could cost tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars, which is very common, and those worth more than $1 billion are not uncommon. Perhaps we can open up the gap in the mid to high-end arms market here. The demand for warships in Black Africa is not particularly large, but it does exist. For example, Namibia has a great demand for warships. It is a real wealthy country and one of the richest countries in Black Africa. Namibia is a coastal country in the northern Black Belt with a coastline of more than 1,900 kilometers, and has a huge demand for warships. However, since the 1980s, Singapore has imposed an arms embargo on Namibia, and most countries that can build warships independently have close relations with Singapore. So their navy is very weak, with only 2 frigates. However, it is very easy to sell warships to them, but how to transport them is a very big problem. Because Namibia's coastline is on the Mediterranean Sea, with the Suez Canal and the Strait of Gibraltar at both ends, both of which are guarded by the Convention Organization, which is led by Singapore. It is not realistic to transport warships across the sea, which is why they cannot buy warships even if they have money. Don't you know how many difficulties Yen Kingdom encountered when it bought the Variag from the Northern Kingdom? Even if it bought it, other countries could seize it with any reason and use it for themselves. This may be difficult for others, but it is not difficult for Sui. However, if they really buy it, they need to consider what pretext to use to transport it. Regardless of whether Namibia wants to buy a warship or not, Sui feels that it is very necessary for him to get one. He has great ambitions for the ocean, and this may just be the beginning. Chapter 99, Maritime Escort, Air Defense and Anti-Missile. At present, Sui still has nearly 7 million yuan of funds available in his account, so it should not be a big problem to use it to purchase a few frigates. After being equipped with warships, the strength of the giant god force will be further enhanced, becoming a force that cannot be ignored in the entire Black Continent. Currently, the Colossus force has 2 brigade-level combat teams, an air assault battalion, an aviation team with 2 squadrons, and nearly 30 fighter jets. Its land and air forces alone surpass those of many countries. Previously, Sui also purchased several patrol ships from the country, which were mainly used for escort missions for transport fleets. With the participation of these patrol ships, there were basically no more pirate attacks. The main reason was that Sui was too fierce. After the people in the pirate village robbed the fleet of the leading arms trading company, the army immediately went there. The tragic situation in the pirate village frightened many pirates so much that they would take a detour when they saw the leading merchant ship. If Sui was an arms dealer from another country, perhaps they wouldn't have to be afraid. The most crucial thing is that Sui Nai is a local arms dealer in Aden. It would be very easy for the giant god army to deal with these pirates. They can't afford to provoke them at all. Sui had previously purchased 4 P-18 patrol boats, spending a total of 300,000 yuan, but this time he was purchasing something other than that kind of patrol boat. Instead, they need a frigate with ocean-going capabilities. As for destroyers, they are currently unaffordable, especially those with advanced performance, which start at least $1 billion. The most cost-effective frigate among all the frigates should be the 054A frigate from Yen State. This frigate was launched by Yen State in 2006 and was only equipped in 2008. Type A. In other words, Yen country itself does not have such a new frigate in service yet. This frigate has strong air defense and anti-submarine capabilities, as well as long-range anti-ship capabilities. Its comprehensive combat capability is relatively strong among frigates. The most important thing is that it has a certain stealth capability, and its unique design can greatly reduce the reflection area of radar waves. The 054A frigate has a full load displacement of 4,500 tons, a maximum speed of 27 knots, and can sail 3,800 nautical miles. Its firepower is also quite powerful. There are 4x8 vertical unit launchers arranged at the bow, which can launch 32 missiles of various types at a time. The price of such a frigate is not expensive. According to the market price, it is 1.4 billion. Of course, this is not US dollars, but the currency of Yen country. After conversion, it is actually about 200 million. Generally speaking, weapons and equipment from 10 years ago were 1/4 of the current market price, which is 50 million US dollars per ship, which is equivalent to 500,000 in cash, more than 6 times the price of a P-18 patrol boat. Of course, its combat capability is naturally not comparable to that of patrol boats. Frigates are the main warships of many countries, not to mention such advanced frigates. A frigate that costs 500,000 is not a big problem for Sui, who currently has abundant funds. However, considering the surrounding geopolitical reasons, he should not be too high profile, otherwise if he provokes the Singapore Navy, it will be troublesome. He currently does not have the strength to fight against the Star Country's 5th Fleet, which is a fleet with super aircraft carriers, and the carrier-based aircraft on it are enough to give him a hard time. So he built 2 ships first, and the appearance was also greatly optimized. After all, Yen country was his former homeland after all, and he couldn't be a jerk. 1 million yuan is indeed just a drop in the bucket for Sui at the moment. He equipped these 2 frigates with 2 main purposes. The first was to test the attitudes of other countries, and the second was to sell warships. In addition to purchasing 2 frigates, Sui also decided to equip a medium and long-range air defense missile battalion. The airport currently still has many shortcomings in air defense. Now that I am rich, I will naturally make up for this shortcoming. You have to know that I fought back against the Hebrews last time. Given their personalities, it is still possible that they would launch a long-range air strike on themselves. If we were to say that the most advanced air defense missile system before the previous life, it would undoubtedly be the S-400 Triumph medium and long-range air defense missile system. A set of S-400 air defense missiles is composed of a battalion, equipped with a 36H6 illumination radar, a 76H6 low-altitude search radar, and 12 air defense missile launchers, which can launch 48 missiles at a time. This air defense missile system has air defense and anti-missile capabilities from low altitude to high altitude and close range to long range. It can launch a total of 8 different types of air defense missiles and can be equipped according to actual combat. The maximum range of this air defense missile system can reach 400 kilometers, and it is said to have certain anti-stealth capabilities, but we don't know whether this is true. Such an air defense missile system is also quite expensive, and the minimum purchase is an entire battalion at one time. If you only buy a single one, it will be meaningless. Its market price is about $500 million per set. As an air defense missile system successfully developed 10 years ago, the system price is only $1.25 million per set, which is relatively cheap. The weapons for the sea and land have already been purchased successfully, so the weapons for the air will naturally be included in the purchase list. During the event on the 10th, another country in North Hellenic states purchased a total of 8 T-80U main battle tanks, and communication on land was completely impossible. Because Abyssinia is the only way to get there, it also needs to go through the Kingdom of Farouk, which is also one of the member states of the convention. Not to mention the sea routes, it is simply impossible for the leading arms companies Maul to enter the Mediterranean through the Red Sea, and it may be seized on the way. Therefore, with both land and sea routes blocked, air transportation is currently the only way. There are not many strategic transport aircraft in the world that can carry T-80U tanks. The minimum requirement is that their load capacity must be more than 50 tons, and the single-trip range must be 5,000 kilometers. The C-5 Galaxy strategic transport aircraft that Sui used last time was very good. After completing the supercomputer mission last time, he returned this transport aircraft. This C-5M Super Galaxy strategic transport aircraft can carry 2 T-80U main battle tanks at a time. One transport aircraft needs to fly back and forth once, while 2 aircraft only need to fly back and forth twice. Chapter 100 Oil Embargo, Fuel Crisis. The C-5M Super Galaxy transport aircraft naturally underwent major changes in appearance. Otherwise, if it were unveiled, the Star Air Force would definitely cause trouble for it. However, the operating cost of this super transport aircraft is still very high, basically burning about $50,000 in aviation fuel every hour. Sui doesn't plan to make much money using this transport plane. The freight is calculated based on flight hours, which is $80,000 per hour. In terms of flight distance, to reach the airport in the country where you are going, it is about 5,000 kilometers in total, which is 6 hours. Each transport plane needs to fly a total of 4 sorties back and forth, so 2 planes means 8 sorties, with a transportation cost of $3.84 million. This price is actually not expensive, and many customers who are not short of money will basically choose efficient air transportation. After all, shipping costs are nothing compared to the entire arms procurement cost. Each C-5M Super Galaxy needs to fly more than 900 hours to make a profit, which means it will take 40 days to fly non-stop every moment. However, according to the current transportation tasks of the Dark Web Arms Mall, the investment can be recovered in about a year, and the rest of the time is just making money. Currently, the entire arms logistics and transportation system has been investing funds and is in a state of complete loss, and this situation will continue for a long time. However, this was nothing to Sui. After all, the money earned from the freight was mainly used for the maintenance and wear and tear of the vehicles, so he did not expect to make much money. It's time to solve the oil problem. Yesterday, Orloff reported a very serious problem to Sui. When the Leader Arms Company went abroad to purchase fuel, it was rejected. According to the report, all of this is led by Singapore behind the scenes, with the aim of banning the leading arms companies through various channels. Since the open means don't work, CI is still very good at using covert means. As the world's oil leader, it would not be difficult for Singapore to cut off the oil source of the leading arms company, thereby causing all weapons to shut down due to lack of fuel. The fuel purchased so far is enough to supply the giant God army for about half a year. Most of this fuel was seized during the occupation of the Allied forces camp. Sui had not considered this issue before, but after facing the blockade, this issue had to be brought to the table. Due to years of war, Aiden's oil extraction industry is basically non-existent, and no commercial oil fields worth mining have been discovered so far. This means that Sui must focus on the surrounding countries. Let alone the north, Abyssinia is definitely out of the question, so Sui can only turn his attention to the kingdom of Sheba across the sea. Although the country of Sheba has a small land area and is very poor, it is completely different from its neighbor, the wealthy country in the north. However, this does not mean that there is no oil in their country. On the contrary, there are quite a few oil fields in their country. The total amount of oil that can be extracted is as high as 6 billion tons, which is not a small number. In fact, it's all because of the civil unrest, which led to the country having rich oil resources but unable to develop. Chris's intelligence consulting department had infiltrated the country of Sheba a long time ago, and has now established a relatively complete military intelligence network. There are also many warlords in the territory of Sheba, but they are not like those in Aden. They still support the current government on the surface, but they are the type who only obey orders and not declarations. This situation continued for many years until 15th year, when conflicts began to break out and the country of Sheba fell into civil strife. As long as the oil fields of Sheba Kingdom are distributed in the western coastal areas, the amount of oil Sui currently needs is not actually that much, just enough for his own army to use. So he had long been eyeing an oil field here. The production volume was only probably a few million tons, but it was still enough for him to use for a long time. This oil field is under the control of a powerful warlord. Sui contacted this warlord very smoothly through Chris's intelligence network. Exchange weapons for oil fields? The warlord was immediately tempted after hearing this. This oil field is of no use in his hands, because he does not have the ability to exploit it. Moreover, the oil field is not large and the difficulty of exploitation is relatively high, so he has never cared about it. Unexpectedly, the famous leading arms company actually came to the door and planned to exchange weapons for oil fields. This is naturally a good thing for him, it's like pie in the sky. It would certainly be very beneficial for him to exchange oil fields that were worthless to him for weapons. At first he wanted to raise the price, but he quickly suppressed his restless heart. If you want to blackmail someone, you have to look at the target. If the other party is just a businessman and you own oil fields and armed forces, then it is normal for you to raise the price. But it is different for the leading arms company. The appearance of the giant god army caused a huge shock, but ordinary people cannot feel it. The other party had much stronger armed forces than his own, and was so close, so he decisively gave up this idea. Instead, it is sold at market price, which means that Sui only needs a batch of weapons, and then the oil field will legally belong to him forever. This oil field would cost Sui about $200 million worth of arms to purchase, but in fact he only had to pay about $50 million. As long as he can successfully extract this oil, the fuel crisis for him can be alleviated, and he won't have to worry about running out of oil for at least the next 1 or 2 years. Soon the two sides discussed the matter of the oil field and finally determined a list of weapons, which were basically cheap and durable weapons made in the north. They have sufficient knowledge about weapons and know that their own people cannot operate advanced weapons and equipment, and that they are more expensive and more prone to breakage. The oil field is in hand, but mining and refining are another issue. Chapter 101: Mining, Refining, and Trading again. If oil is to be turned into aviation fuel, gasoline or diesel, it needs to go through a series of processing steps, so obtaining an oil field is only the first step. The second step is to build an oil processing base in the city of Hama, mainly to serve the giant god army and provide fuel for this army. However, both oil extraction equipment and oil processing and refining equipment are civil and commercial products. The military production line in the system only provides equipment for producing various types of equipment, and oil processing is not included. That means that if Sui wants to solve the fuel crisis, he must find a supplier of oil extraction and refining equipment. There is no need to think about OPEC or Western countries. CAI has already issued a ban. How could they possibly offend Singapore and help him? There are only 2 countries that can export equipment to him. One is the North country, and the second one is naturally the Yen country. The leading arms company has had trading relations with both countries, so it is very easy to contact their top management. However, it is still a little difficult to make an approach to the North country, mainly because Sui is short of money. It is simply impossible for him to purchase these equipment worth tens of billions of dollars with this little money. As for weapons and equipment, don't even think about it. The North Country itself has no shortage of advanced weapons and equipment, and is even a major exporter. The main purpose of spending huge amounts of money to purchase the MQ-1 Predator drone was to develop the country's drone industry and improve the technology of various sensors. This kind of thing might work if you buy it once, so just sell it a few more times. Advanced technology becomes less valuable the more you sell it. So we can only look for Yen country which lacks advanced weapons and equipment, and it is only 2007. The military power of Yen state was not as strong as before he traveled through time. Various advanced equipment emerged one after another, ushering in a period of strong explosive growth. Now we sell advanced weapons and equipment to Yen country in exchange for their oil extraction and refining equipment. Of course, he will not sell technology casually now, otherwise he will have fewer and fewer cards in his hand, unless it is something particularly urgent, such as a supercomputer that is a national treasure. All countries are strictly guarding against this kind of things, and basically they will not be exported casually. It was only because Sui provided a complete set of drawings of the F-110 engine that he could not get any in return no matter how many advanced weapons he sold to Yen country. But it is different from mining equipment. These equipment are just commodities. He does not have so much money to buy equipment worth more than $1 billion. However, he can use the arms in his hands to exchange for these equipment, and I think Yen country will be very happy to agree to this transaction. If we talk about the weapons and equipment that Yen country needs most at present, apart from those of the Navy, it is probably the strategic transport aircraft of the Air Force. Although they purchased IL-76 strategic transport aircraft from the North, the total number is only about 40 at present, which is not enough for an army with more than 2 million troops. This is also the reason why Yen state installed a fully digital phased array radar on the Y-9 tactical transport aircraft in its previous life. Because the number of strategic transport aircraft is totally insufficient to provide such a large number of carriers, and all of them are used to develop early warning aircraft, then who can be given the strategic air transport mission? Although the Yen State Air Force developed the Y-20 strategic transport aircraft in the previous life, this only alleviated the demand for strategic transport aircraft to a certain extent and has not yet been completely resolved. Because the engines equipped on the Y-20 strategic transport aircraft are also from the northern country, and due to the limited production of the engine, the production speed of the Y-20 in Yen country cannot be increased. The demand for strategic transport aircraft in Yen country is still very great. Even though Bay country cannot provide them with them, we can do it ourselves. We can also provide more advanced strategic transport aircraft as long as they can afford it. Anyway, selling weapons and equipment to Yen country will not affect him, because the two sides are far apart, and there is no fundamental conflict of interests, so it doesn't matter if he sells them more advanced equipment. This also has a very big benefit, which is to open the door to the global high-end arms market. Even Yen State, the world's third largest military power, buys weapons from him, which means his equipment is very advanced. The main reason is that he doesn't have much cash, but even if he did, he wouldn't use cash to buy it. It is obvious that arms trade is the most cost-effective. After making a trade proposal, Sui immediately sent it to the hands of Yen State's top leaders through secret channels. The top leaders of Yen country naturally attach great importance to the leading arms trading company that can provide F-110 engines. After all, he was able to get such top-secret stuff, which meant that he must have more advanced technologies in his hands. Yen State was naturally very eager for it. After seeing this trade proposal, a military leader's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "Since Sui wants to exchange our oil extraction and refining equipment for the strategic transport aircraft, I think this deal is a success." Another military leader took a curious look, frowned, and said, "A new type of strategic transport aircraft? Which country developed it? Why didn't they specify the specific model? Didn't they say later that this strategic transport aircraft was developed by them themselves?" The military leader sneered and said, "I think it's just nonsense. Even if there is a powerful force behind him, it is impossible for him to develop a strategic transport aircraft on his own. It's not impossible. You know about the air battle that broke out in Aden. The two fighter jets they exposed this time are both new third-generation fighter jets. This can explain a lot of problems. Besides, didn't they write at the back of the proposal? They will fly one to our airport tomorrow so we can visit it and experience its performance in person before deciding whether to buy it or not. Oh, if that's the case, it's not bad. I must go and see for myself tomorrow to see if it is really an advanced strategic transport aircraft as described above. The biggest shortcoming of the Air Force at present is probably the strategic transport aircraft, as well as the special aircraft derived from the strategic transport aircraft, such as airborne early warning aircraft and aerial refueling aircraft. Especially in the tanker, they had to convert the H-6 medium bomber into a tanker. How much fuel can such a medium bomber hold? It is definitely not as good as a professional strategic transport aircraft. Chapter 102. The big guys gathered together, looking surprised. If it is a strategic transport aircraft that has not been optimized, there is naturally no need to drive it to yen country for them to conduct test drives and performance evaluations, etc. Because those strategic transport aircraft have been around for decades and their performance has been sufficiently verified. However, the strategic transport aircraft sold by Sui have all been optimized to a certain extent. Although the performance is the same, the appearance has changed. Therefore, he could only sell it under the banner of a new type of strategic transport aircraft. Otherwise, the northern country would definitely cause trouble for him. Even if the Su-35S fighter jets deployed during the Aden air battle had not been optimized, the northern kingdom's missiles might have already hit the sky above the airport. Therefore, if you can avoid provoking these big countries, it is best not to provoke them. The strategic transport aircraft that Sui sold to them this time was naturally the IL-76 strategic transport aircraft. However, the IL-76MF strategic transport aircraft he sold was the latest improved model, equipped with 4 new engines. The thrust of each engine was increased to 159 kilonewtons, the maximum takeoff weight was increased to 210 tons, and the maximum load capacity was 60 tons. The performance is still improved compared to some of the old IL-70SIXS they are currently equipped with, especially in terms of digital control. In fact, he had previously thought about selling them several strategic transport aircraft with longer range and greater payload, such as the C-17 Globemaster strategic transport aircraft and the N-124 strategic transport aircraft. However, considering some other issues, he decided to focus on selling the optimized model of IL-76. Moreover, the latest improved model of the IL-76MF strategic transport aircraft is not bad either, and its parts are partially common with the IL-76 equipped by yen country, which is more conducive to their maintenance. An IL-76MF strategic transport aircraft painted in desert camouflage took off from the Vida military airport, entered the Gulf of Aden, and then flew north along the coastline of the desert area. It is still flying according to the previous flight route, and is still conducting flight tests in Urumqi. Yen country is still very interested in such a strategic transport aircraft. Because Sui also promised them that as long as they had money, they would have as many planes as they wanted, and they would all be supplied in the shortest time possible. This is unlike the IL-76MF model produced by the northern country. The production is very slow, and it takes a long time to wait for a transport aircraft. What the yen country lacks now is the number of strategic transport aircraft. Along the way, the IL-76 strategic transport aircraft flew at a speed of 800 km per hour and took about 7 hours to finally arrive at the Urumqi Air Force Base. Many people in the base are already looking forward to it, including many high-ranking members of the Air Force and military industry experts who are involved in the development of strategic transport aircraft. The appearance of the IL-76, which has undergone appearance optimization, is very different from the prototype. At first glance, there is no trace of the IL-76 at all, and it can only be discovered in the details. Watching the IL-76MF strategic transport aircraft taxiing on the runway, a military expert named Tang looked at its graceful and soft appearance and said with a smile, "Its size is not much different from our IL-76. They should both be strategic transport aircraft of about 200 tons. However, this one looks much better than it." Another person said, "Indeed, I don't have any image of this transport aircraft in my mind. It seems that they are not bragging. It is indeed a new type of strategic transport aircraft. I really don't know how they did it." The Air Force Lieutenant General who led the team this time looked at everyone with a smile and said, "Gentlemen, let's go closer and take a look. Isn't everything clear? These two people are big names in Yen country's aviation industry, and they were very polite to their lieutenant general. After the IL-76MF strategic transport aircraft stopped steadily at the parking position, the tail door slowly opened, and Orlov, with a pale face, walked out. Since this transaction is very important to both parties, and such a large order of strategic transport aircraft naturally requires the appearance of the King of Arms, Sui is not too confident in handing it over to others. Although its appearance has been optimized to a certain extent, it is still very bumpy in the air, which is a bit uncomfortable for Orlov. When he got out of the cabin, a group of people surrounded him, looking at the transport plane curiously. The Air Force Lieutenant General and his translator came directly to greet him and said, "Welcome, Mr. Orlov, to Yen country." Orlov said in perfect English, "Thank you." "Hey, why does this engine look like a PS-90A-76 model?" When an amateur looks at this strategic transport aircraft, he mainly looks at its appearance. But for Chief Designer Tang, who is a professional, he could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with the engine. Because this engine is exactly the same as the engine of their latest imported IL-76. If it weren't for the different appearance, he would have thought it was an IL-76. As he spoke, everyone's attention was drawn to him, including Orlov, the Lieutenant General, and others. Orlov could still understand Yenwen. After all, Sui was a native Yen citizen. They had both taken time to learn the language, but they had only studied it for too short a time and could not speak it yet, but they could understand some of it. "Yes, this is the PS-90A-76 engine, the same engine used in the latest model of the IL-76, but I can guarantee that its performance is not weaker, but has been enhanced. The quality of weapons and equipment exported by our leading arms company is fully guaranteed, and there is no problem with their performance." They were actually able to get this high-thrust turbofan engine. Upon hearing this, several aviation industry experts were all surprised. The Air Force Lieutenant General knew that this was not the time to dwell on these issues, otherwise it would only damage the relationship between the two sides. As long as the opponent's transport aircraft has good performance, it doesn't really matter what engine they use, because they can't possibly get that engine. Whether it is Northland or the leading company, it is impossible for them to leak engine technology easily. "Okay, now that the transport plane has arrived, let's fly it ourselves to experience it and see if its performance can meet our needs." Chapter 103 Big Deal, Warship Debuts. The test flight lasted nearly 3 hours in total. Although there were not many test items, the main performance indicators had been partially tested. In terms of overall performance, the Yen Country Air Force is still very satisfied, and its performance is indeed on par with their IL-76. Moreover, both parties used the same engine, which allowed them to purchase the PS-90A-76 engine from Sui without being restricted by the production capacity of the North Country. After many discussions, the Yen Country Air Force decided to purchase this new strategic transport aircraft from the leading arms company. As for other performance and quality issues, only time can tell. However, since the establishment of the leading arms company, it has sold arms worth billions of dollars, and dozens of countries have purchased them. So far, no problems with the quality of the weapons have been exposed. The reputation in the industry is still very good, which is also one of the reasons why they feel more at ease. Anyway, they don't need to use their foreign exchange to buy this fighter jet, they just need to exchange it for oil extraction and refining equipment. This is also one of the main reasons why they agreed so readily. All they need to do is use the printing press to issue yen currency. But the US dollar foreign exchange is different. It is obtained in exchange for the large amount of materials they export, and the value is different. After the Air Force obtained approval from its superiors, the two sides immediately started negotiations, mainly discussing the prices of transport aircraft and oil equipment. There were also issues such as after-sales service and delivery time, which took both parties a total of about 3 days, and the details of the contract were not finalized until the 16th. This batch of oil extraction and refining equipment are the most advanced equipment in Yen country. They will also be responsible for installation and debugging, and even agreed to Sui's request to recruit oil workers in the country. The total value of this batch of equipment is as high as $1.3 billion US. The most expensive of them is the oil refining equipment, which is needed to purify oil into various highly clean and efficient fuels, which requires valuable formulas and advanced processing equipment. The unit price of the IL-76MF strategic transport aircraft was finally finalized at $40 million per aircraft, which is also the current market price without any discount. However, there are still certain discounts. For example, a PS-90A-76 engine will be given away for each aircraft purchased, which is a discount of nearly $4 million. The actual purchase price is $36 million per aircraft. As one of the world's top strategic transport aircraft, a price of $40 million seems very low. But for a strategic transport aircraft that has been in service for decades, the price is still relatively reasonable. You should know that its load capacity is only 60 tons, which is not even the top strategic transport aircraft. Despite upgrades to its engines and avionics, its fuselage structure is still based on a design from decades ago. Take the current C-5A Galaxy strategic transport aircraft, for example. It has a load capacity of over 100 tons and is currently priced at $85 million. The purchase price of Galactic Chicken in 2015 was $110 million. This contract, worth $1.3 billion, can replace a total of 32 IL-76MF strategic transport aircraft and 32 PS-90A-76 engines worth $4 million. The price SUI needs to pay for this is $10 million per aircraft, and the engine is $1 million each, which means that the purchase cost of each aircraft is actually $11 million, or 110,000 funds. He had to pay a total of $3.52 million for this order. Although this was a huge sum for him, the deal was totally worth it. Compared with purchasing fuel from outside, the $1.3 billion equipment plus mining and refining costs is nothing. Only by fundamentally solving the fuel crisis problem can he develop with confidence. However, this is only one of the two contracts. The first contract is used to replace oil extraction equipment, and the second contract is that the Yen country Air Force will purchase 8 optimized IL-76MF strategic transport aircraft. The purchase contract is still $40 million per aircraft, and an engine is given as a gift, with a total order value of $320 million. It is obvious that Yen State is preparing to purchase 40 IL-76 strategic transport aircraft at one time, which will greatly alleviate the embarrassing situation of insufficient strategic transport aircraft. Both parties are very satisfied with this transaction, and SUI has given a delivery time of 1 aircraft every 2 days. This order will take a total of 80 days to fully deliver. If SUI had not been afraid of being too shocking, he could have delivered all the transport planes to the Yen country Air Force in just 1 day, but this was obviously not possible. The oil extraction equipment that SUI needs will arrive within a month, and the order has been placed with major companies in Yen country. With the current fuel supply, it can still last for several months, and we can wait until the oil processing plant is built and put into production. After completing the negotiations, SUI began to build the factory buildings needed for the oil processing plant. The oil companies in Yen State had already transmitted the specifications required for the factory buildings. All you have to do is plan and construct the factory according to their specifications. After completing this transaction, SUI felt relieved. He knew that he would definitely face even stricter embargoes from CI and the entire convention organization in the future. So it is very necessary to maintain good relations with Yen country at this time. Many things that the system cannot provide need to be obtained from Yen country. After the stunning appearance of the Colossus Force in Aden, the leading arms company once again attracted the attention of countries around the world. What made its debut this time was the optimized version of the 054A frigate purchased by SUI from the system. The appearance of these 2 frigates has caused a great shock to countries like Singapore. You should know that the difficulty of developing warships and the demand for industry are probably even higher than those of aircraft. This time, the leading arms company unveiled 2 ships at once, and what this means is self-evident. This means that the forces behind SUI have the ability to produce naval, land, and air equipment. Chapter 104, Escort at Sea, the man behind the scenes. At the seaside port of Vita Air Force Base, 2 Type 054A missile frigates painted in silver-white sailed out of the port. Yesterday, the Desert Armed Forces received a maritime escort mission. These 2 frigates will escort a merchant fleet from Caesar, Italy, one of which will escort them until they enter the middle of the Aber Sea. This is also the first time that the Desert Armed Forces have received a mission of maritime escort, and this fleet is still very valuable. One of the merchant ships was loaded with hundreds of sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, and Alfa Romeo. The rest of the merchant ships were loaded with various commodities, such as cosmetics, which were relatively valuable items. As pirates in the Gulf of Aden began to run rampant again following the outbreak of the economic crisis, escort fleets from various countries began to withdraw, and maritime security became a serious problem. The Desert Armed Forces has become famous in the PMC world, all thanks to the reputation built by the 141st Task Force and Price. Especially in terms of maritime escort, they were very close, so they received dozens of orders and never missed a single one. At present, the Desert Armed Forces have become an important source of income for Sui, contributing nearly $100 million in net profit to him every month. However, Sui did not have the money from the Desert Armed Company, but instead asked them to use it for their own development. For example, equipment updates, personnel expansion, daily operations of the company, equipment maintenance, etc. In addition, the company also has to bear the daily training expenses of the giant god army. This money is actually not much, and can only be said to be barely enough. After finding the Desert Armed Forces, they originally wanted to hire a group of members of Task Force 141 to arm and protect merchant ships. However, the salesperson recommended the warship escort service to them. Obviously, this is safer. Anyway, the cost is not very high when spread out among each merchant ship. The total cost of this escort trip was only about $5 million. After all, the escort distance was not very far, it was a short distance escort. Of the $5 million, $500,000 are costs, and the remaining $4.5 million are net profits. Maritime escort is still very promising. So they chose the safer and more efficient warship escort, and then there was the scene where two Type 054A frigates appeared. Otherwise, these two cargoes would still stay in the port because they consume too much fuel, and the fuel storage capacity is not much, so it is better to save as much as possible. The two merchant ships sailed northwest of the Gulf of Aden in the northeast corner of Heilongjiang, entered the Red Sea, and met up with them there. During the voyage, the Type 054A frigate attracted a lot of attention and even encountered the Gulf of Aden escort fleet from the north. The two sides did not say hello to each other, but walked towards each other peacefully. After reuniting with the fleet in the Red Sea, they began to enter the Gulf of Aden with confidence. The pirates rampant here were the nightmare of all merchant ships. If it were hijacked, the loss would be so devastating that one merchant ship would be loaded with an astronomical amount of goods, not to mention 6 ships. Such a large fleet naturally attracted the attention of all pirates in the northeast corner of Black Continent. People died for money and birds died for food. These pirates, who were not very well informed, directly targeted this fleet that was sailing recklessly in the Gulf of Aden. Although they knew that there were armed forces among these merchant ships, they had to take the risk. As long as they successfully robbed one, everyone would become rich. Moreover, the armed forces of these merchant ships did not dare to kill them wantonly, but mainly focused on driving them away. After all, for this businessman, peace is the most important thing. If he is targeted by pirates, no one knows what will happen in the future. This is especially true for the escort fleets of various countries. Even though these people are pirates, the impact of arbitrarily killing civilians of other countries overseas is ultimately bad. Of course, this refers to countries that care about their own reputation. Those that don't care are another matter. 2 Type 054A frigates escorted the fleet into the Gulf of Aden, one in front and one behind. The distance between each frigate and the merchant ship was about 10 kilometers. The crew on the merchant ship felt particularly relaxed when they saw the Type 054A frigate looming. They thought that this voyage would definitely be very smooth. At least they no longer had to worry about pirates. However, this huge fleet caused the pirates to rush over like sharks smelling blood. Because the news came from nowhere, this fleet was loaded with luxury goods and sports cars, and they were told the detailed sailing route. When they heard the news, all the pirates in the northeast corner were in an uproar. As for the armed forces of merchant ships, that is nothing. Most of them have been dazzled by the huge wealth. So when the pirate ship disguised as a fishing boat stalking the sea saw the fleet appear, it immediately reported the news back. Of course, they also saw the two escorting warships and thought they were warships from some country. But this alone would not scare them. As long as they acted fast enough, they could rush into the fleet as quickly as possible and blend in. Then the firepower of the warship will not pose much threat to them. If they succeed in hijacking a merchant ship, they can drive the merchant ship back to their territory with impunity, and the warships will have no way to deal with them. This is also the reason why there are so many pirates in the Gulf of Aden, because the cost of hijacking is too low, while the profits are astronomical for them. Even if you die, it is better than dying in poverty. These pirate ships were scattered in batches along the route that the merchant ships had to pass. When they were scattered, they would not attract so much attention and would not alert the two frigates in advance. Once the merchant fleet enters their ambush circle, they will rush forward and whoever grabs the goods will own them. There are quite a few pirates involved in this operation. There are hundreds of ships of various sizes, such as fishing boats, speedboats, assault boats, etc. There is an invisible force that unites these pirates, and the purpose is self-evident. Chapter 105 Escort Conspiracy, Missile Boat. Captain, according to radar detection, there are nearly 100 small ships within 100 kilometers of us. Although the distribution seems to be scattered, it is still a bit strange. The deputy captain of the frigate number 501 analyzed with a serious expression. Captain Song Kaiyu of the number 501 ship looked at the huge display screen on the table and said, "It is obvious that the pirates have targeted them. The escort fleet has severely cracked down on the pirates' arrogance in recent years. Moreover, even fishing boats do not have so many of them. It seems that this group of pirates has revived. The coastal cities in Aden are also very poor. Fishermen who can't make a living usually go fishing, and when they have no money they rob. This is a very common thing." The vice captain said. "It seems to be true, but how come the discipline of these pirates is so good? Who can gather such a large group of pirates?" Captain Song Kaiyu's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he said, "No matter who is behind this, we just need to complete our mission. Report the current situation to the headquarters immediately and request to send fighters to reinforce and ensure the safety of the fleet. With so many pirate ships, their two frigates alone might not be able to take care of them all. Besides, they can't possibly use anti-ship missiles to attack these small boats. That would be like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. The total cost of this escort mission was only $5 million. A few anti-ship missiles would cost them a lot of money. Sui is an arms dealer. Unless he has no other choice, it is better not to do business that will lose money." Song Kaiyu requested fighter escort just to prevent any accidents. After learning the specific situation, Simon immediately ordered 4F divided by a -18E divided by F Super Hornets to fly with bombs. At the same time, a ZDK-03 airborne early warning aircraft and two escorting Su-35S fighter jets took off. After more than 10 minutes, one fighter plane after another took off from the runway and flew towards the sky. His keen intuition told him that this group of pirates were not only targeting the merchant ship, but also the two frigates. The situation is definitely not as simple as Song Kaiyu said. They have made such a big move, it is impossible for them to be so all talk and no action. There must be some conspiracy hidden in it. You must be careful and alert. Turn on all radars. I'm afraid there will be a big fight this time," Simon said into the radio. After hearing Simon's serious words, Song Kaiyu also realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately said, "Okay, I will keep a close eye on them." In the captain's room of an ordinary 10,000-ton bulk merchant ship in the fleet, an ordinary white middle-aged man was using a high-precision telescope to look at the guided missile frigate number 501 nearly 10 kilometers away. After a while he said, "It's almost time. It seems that their vigilance is not strong. This operation must be successful and sink these two frigates." A white man behind him nodded and said, "Okay, I'll contact them right away and ask them to do it." A radio wave was transmitted from the merchant ship and received by a warship hundreds of kilometers away. "Report, an encrypted radio wave was sent from the merchant ship. It is a military radio station." The radio waves were immediately picked up by the missile frigate number 501. And a non-commissioned officer immediately reported the abnormal situation to Captain Song Kaiyu. Most merchant ships use civilian radios with a low level of encryption, but that merchant ship had a military radio, and the surrounding situation was so strange. Obviously, this situation is not normal. After hearing this, Song Kaiyu's face changed and he immediately said, "Order the entire ship to enter the first-level combat readiness state, sound the combat alarm, and immediately connect me to the 502 radio to establish a contact channel. Immediately launch the shipborne helicopter, seize the merchant ship, and detain everyone there." He decisively gave the order to fight. It was obvious that this escort operation was actually a conspiracy against them. Ring, ring, ring. As the first-level combat alarm sounded, the entire ship entered a state of combat readiness. All radars on the ship were turned to maximum power, focusing only on every move around them. At the same time, an SH-60 Seahawk carrier-based multi-purpose helicopter took off at the rear, carrying a combat team from the 141st Task Force on board and quickly took off and headed towards the merchant ship a few kilometers away. The middle-aged man on the bulk merchant ship looked at the military radio that had been destroyed and discarded at sea. A smile appeared on his face, and he looked at the helicopter flying over. "Now I realize that it's too late. I really hope to see them turn into fireworks on the sea." All this was within his expectations, so he was not at all panicked when he saw the approaching helicopter. The fishing boats, assault boats, and speedboats carrying pirates all reacted in a short period of time and headed towards the merchant fleet based on radio positioning. However, these pirate ships are actually just used to interfere with their vision. The real killer is the Pegasus-class missile speedboats hidden in these fleets. This speedboat was purchased by the Star Army from its allies and equipped in the Atlantic Fleet. The Fifth Fleet was equipped with 2 of them. This time, CI directly mobilized a Pegasus-class missile speedboat to participate in this operation. This Pegasus-class missile boat has a full load displacement of only 105 tons, a maximum speed of 48 knots, and a range of 700 nautical miles at high speed. In addition to being equipped with a 76mm caliber naval gun, its most lethal weapon is probably the 2 quadruple-mounted Harpoon anti-ship missiles at the rear. The Poseidon V-shaped guidance fire control radar on its top immediately locked onto 2 Type 054A missile frigates 100 kilometers away. Emission! A moment later, a number of advanced Harpoon anti-ship missiles shot up into the sky from the launch tubes and headed towards their respective targets. The frigates number 501 and number 502 will face attacks from 4 Harpoon anti-ship missiles respectively. This world-famous anti-ship missile will test the anti-missile capability of the Type 054A missile frigate. Chapter 106, Interception Successful, Roll Call. The search radars of ships 501 and 502 immediately captured the anti-ship missiles launched by the Pegasus-class speedboats. Report, anti-ship missiles spotted, 8 in number, 4 heading towards our ship, speed 0.7 Mach, altitude 10, distance 97 kilometers. Captain Song Kaiyu snorted coldly and said, "They think they can deal with us with these anti-ship missiles. Aren't they too naive? Lock on the target immediately, and once they are within range, intercept and shoot them down." Just 4 Harpoon anti-ship missiles couldn't scare Song Kaiyu. As far as the current air defense capabilities of the Type 054A frigate are concerned, as long as a saturation attack is not carried out, all problems will not be serious. After all, the Type 054A frigate is equipped with air defense missiles covering short, medium, and long ranges, and its performance is very advanced. Basically, they will be put into service 10 years later. Before the Harpoon anti-ship missile entered the range of the 2 frigates' air defense missiles, a KH-29 small anchor anti-ship missile arrived first and directly hit the Pegasus-class missile boat that was traveling at a speed of more than 40 knots. Boom! Suddenly, the missile boat speeding on the sea was blown into the sky along with the 7 Singaporean Navy soldiers on board. 4 F/A-18 Super Hornets had arrived in the sky. After the pilots locked onto the culprit, they immediately launched a Soviet-made anti-ship missile specifically designed to deal with small ships. With the source code known, only minor modifications need to be made to the mounts in order to mount air-launched missiles from various other countries, which in turn greatly enhances its combat performance. 4 F/A-18 Super Hornets swooped down like divine soldiers from the sky and attacked the group of pirate ships that were moving towards the fleet on the sea. As KH-29 counterintelligence missiles fell one after another, balls of fire exploded in the sea. After the missiles were launched, the pilots began to dive and strafe in their fighter planes. The large-caliber aircraft guns they were equipped with could easily penetrate the armor of these civilian ships. 8 Harpoon anti-ship missiles were flying over the sea at a speed of Mach 0.8, rapidly approaching their respective targets. With inertial guidance and active radar guidance, they do not really need the guidance of speedboats. After all, no matter how fast a warship is, it cannot outrun an anti-ship missile that travels at a speed of nearly 1,000 km per hour. However, the 2 Type 054A missile frigates had no intention of escaping. When the 4 Harpoon anti-ship missiles entered the 70-km range of the HQ-16B air defense missile, Captain Song Kaiyu decisively gave the order to launch them. Boom, 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 boom! 8 HQ-16B air defense missiles flew successively towards the target locked by the fire control radar. This air defense missile is one of the main medium-range air defense missiles of the former Yen country. It is mainly equipped on the Type 054A missile frigate. Its performance is still very good, and is at the world-class level. The 8 HQ-16B air defense missiles will quickly increase their speed to around Mach 3, and in less than a minute, the two sides will meet. The missile's active radar seekers locked onto their respective targets in just 3 seconds and began crossfire. Boom, 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 boom! The two sides met at an altitude of about 8 meters above the sea. 3 Harpoon anti-ship missiles were directly hit, and the remaining HQ-16 anti-ship missiles plunged into the sea. After one interception failed, 2 more HQ-16B air defense missiles took off into the air. When the Harpoon missile was still more than 40 kilometers away from the frigate, the second HQ-16B air defense missile directly destroyed it on the sea. The 8 Harpoon anti-ship missiles that attacked this time were all shot down before they got within 30 kilometers of the Type 054A missile frigate. This actual combat also demonstrated its relatively powerful air defense and anti-missile capabilities. This scene was seen by everyone on the 6 merchant ships, and some crew members who were photography enthusiasts even took out their professional equipment to take pictures. This is a very rare naval battle scene. If these videos are sold to major media, I think they can get a very good price. On the bulk carrier, the team leader looked at the captured CI intelligence officer and sneered. "It seems that your missiles are not that good, and you underestimate our strength." The CI intelligence officer just stared at the scene blankly, although he did not see how the Harpoon anti-ship missile was destroyed. However, when we saw the dense anti-aircraft missiles rising into the air from the frigate, we knew that the attack was probably a failure. Moreover, so much time has passed. If the other party failed to intercept, with the speed of the Harpoon anti-ship missile, I am afraid it would be visible directly. It is obvious that the other party intercepted successfully. This can be corroborated by the fact that the other side stopped launching anti-aircraft missiles. Although the people in the fleet did not take pictures of the HQ-16B air defense missile interception, the photographic equipment on a ship-borne helicopter captured it clearly. This is a great publicity opportunity. You know, this time we successfully intercepted the most advanced Harpoon anti-ship missile. Although this is not a saturation attack, this record is enough to prove its power. The anti-ship missile has been successfully intercepted, but the matter is not over yet. There were still some uninformed pirates on the sea who continued to drive their small boats towards the fleet. They had no idea that all the anti-ship missiles launched by Star Country had been shot down. "Get rid of these trash fish immediately," Song Kaiyu said to the main gun operator. "Yes." When the fire control radar locked onto a small fishing boat traveling at a speed of more than 20 knots, the 76mm caliber naval gun at the bow fired a shell. 10 seconds later, the fishing boat more than 30 kilometers away was directly hit by a shell. Boom! Huge flames shot up into the sky, and in the violent explosion, the old fishing boat was torn into pieces. More than a dozen pirates with weapons on board were sent to the bottom of the sea and became food for the fish in the ocean. As the 2 frigates' guns fired, pirate ships were sunk one after another. The pirates knew something was wrong, but it was impossible for them to escape now. Chapter 107 Weapon Evaluation. Customers are coming. While the escort mission was still in progress, a piece of news and a video began to become popular on major video websites, and major media also reported on this sudden naval battle. Wars on land can be filmed almost every day, but a war breaking out at sea, especially one involving Singapore, is very explosive news. Stupid netizens on the internet also pushed this video to the top of the hot comments, and some of them were fanning the flames behind the scenes. How cool! The whale harpoon was intercepted just like that. It seems that the star country has exaggerated its performance. Is this a warship owned by an arms dealer? My God, this leading company is really amazing. I felt relieved when I saw the speedboat being bombed. I should teach those damn Singaporeans a lesson. They are too arrogant. Yes, they set a trap with a merchant ship, but the operation failed. The Singaporeans got hit hard this time. Although the popularity of this video faded quickly, after all, it is completely incomparable to entertainment news, but Suyi's desired goal has been achieved. Besides, this kind of video is just for the amusement of ordinary people and to satisfy their curiosity. It has no other function. Suyi wants the people who see this video to be those who can afford it. That's what he wants. A new feature has been added to the dark web arms mall, which is weapon review videos. After the future weapons exhibition hall was built, he decided to shoot one or even several videos for each weapon, mainly to test its performance. This is a bit like the car reviews that are popular in short videos in later generations. Weapons also need to be evaluated, so that customers who buy online can feel more at ease. The Type 054A missile frigate has also been officially listed on the dark web arms mall, which means it can be sold. However, not many of the current customers can afford it, and the key point is that those who can afford it cannot get it delivered. For such a big target, Suyi didn't dare to send it over openly, because even a fool would know that there was something wrong. The Type 054A missile frigate demonstrated very strong air defense capabilities in this naval battle, and the incoming missiles were the Star Army's most advanced Harpoon anti-ship missiles. Many people still want this frigate very much, but its high price means that not every country can afford it. The price of a Type 054A frigate is around $200 million. This price may seem high, but compared with frigates of the same level, its price is quite low. Take the Star Army's Freedom-class littoral combat ship for example. The price of such a ship is more than $300 million, and it is not equipped with anti-ship missiles and lacks regional air defense capabilities. Generally speaking, frigates in Western countries cost hundreds of millions of dollars, so the price given by Suyi is actually quite tempting. However, the purchase of naval weapons such as warships is not something that can be decided on a whim. In fact, many countries not only consider the price and performance of weapons when purchasing them. Some countries even buy large quantities of arms from a certain country in order to deliberately please that country. However, what Suyi did not expect was that soon a customer came to him, and this country was not the one he had imagined. For example, Namibia, Persia or Pathan, but a country far away from Africa, Siam in Southeast Asia. Siam was once one of the 4 Asian tigers. Although it experienced a financial crisis that dealt a severe blow to its domestic economy, it did not fully recover until more than a decade later. But this does not mean that the country is poor. On the contrary, the country's economic development is still good, just not as good as before. In the 1990s, the Siamese Navy formulated a massive procurement plan to develop its navy, intending to purchase 14 frigates, 10 missile boats, 10 mine destroyers, 20 patrol boats, and so on. Although the largest tonnage of the purchase is for frigates, for a small country, frigates are enough. After Siam's economy recovered a little, the Navy's procurement plan was put on the agenda again, but of course the scale was reduced a lot. As the second country in Asia to be equipped with an aircraft carrier, they have never given up on developing their navy. This time, the Type 054A missile frigate demonstrated a very strong performance in the naval battle. It can be seen from various details that the various ship electrical equipment of this missile frigate is also very advanced, which just meets the procurement standards of the Siamese Navy. They have not developed their navy for nearly a decade, and many of their warships have become outdated. They continue to develop advanced ships to safeguard their maritime rights. Therefore, the Siamese Navy contacted the leading arms company in mid-November. They will send a delegation to visit the Type 054A missile frigate and express their desire to purchase it. For large naval weapons such as warships, they would definitely make up their minds to buy them only after careful inspection. It is impossible for them to buy them directly because of a victory in a naval battle. Of course, Suyi welcomes them to come and buy it. Perhaps they can become the first users of this warship. However, Sui also discovered that the current leading arms companies still have very little influence on most countries. After all, their strength is still very weak. These potential customers were just there to watch the fun. Apart from Siam, no other country showed any desire to buy, which surprised him a little. It seems that I have misjudged the positioning. These small countries prefer to be equipped with small ships such as missile speedboats and armed patrol ships, rather than main battleships such as frigates. This is easy to understand. Currently, Sui's main customers for naval vessels are actually those wealthy small and medium-sized countries, which have very low requirements for the tonnage of warships. Warships of too large a tonnage would not be of much use to them, and would also be very expensive to maintain. Even though they had money, they would not spend it so recklessly. However, small boats weighing several hundred tons, such as missile speedboats and maritime armed patrol boats, are very suitable for their needs, because they are only used for nearshore patrols and have no intention of going to the open sea. The most important thing is that these boats are cheap and easy to maintain. If we market small ships to these small and medium-sized countries, we might be able to get a pretty good order. Chapter 108 Missile Boat Secret Deal. In the past, if there was a country with the strongest development of missile speedboats, it would undoubtedly be Yan country and Bay country. As for Star country and several of its allies in Europe, they have no demand for missile boats, and have basically not conducted any research on them. Even if they have the demand, they would purchase them from other countries. Among them, Sui thinks the most powerful one should be the 022 type missile speedboat with a sci-fi appearance. This thing looks very high-end at first glance and can be sold at a good price. The main purpose of the Type 022 missile boat is to deal with the Singapore Navy, so it focuses on its stealth appearance and has strong stealth capabilities. This missile boat has a full load displacement of only 220 tons and is equipped with 4 water jet propulsion units from the United Kingdom, with a maximum speed of 50 knots. The armament is also very powerful. There are 2 missile launch tubes with an inclined structure design at the stern of the ship, which can be equipped with a total of 8 anti-ship missiles or 8 cruise missiles. The bow of the ship is also equipped with an AK-630 close-in defense gun, which is very powerful in firepower and is very suitable for nearshore patrols. Such an advanced missile speedboat is not cheap. Although small in size, it has all the necessary functions. The ship electrical equipment it is equipped with is very advanced. The system recommends a market price of $15 million per boat. In addition to missile boats, patrol ships are also very popular in small and medium-sized countries. Sui also directly put 2 patrol boats on the mall. They are the Star Army's Tornado-class fast patrol boat and CB-90 class fast attack boat, with prices of $20 million and $5 million respectively. Every time the Dark Web Arms Mall launches an important new product, it will state it on the top banner. This time, the 3 warships are also listed. Sui still very much hopes to promote the brand of the leading naval ships. Due to various factors, the Type 054A missile frigate currently does not have a large customer base. Then he naturally hopes to open up this market with these ships. In the future, he will gradually launch more types of small ships, so as not to overly stimulate the sensitive nerves of the Singapore Navy. Naturally, detailed evaluation videos were shot for these 3 warships before they were put on the shelves, including introductions to performance, weapon tests, and tests of various other performances. Each video will not be less than half an hour long. Of course, the video of the arms and weapons has to be very detailed. After all, these things cost millions of dollars, and this is the cheapest one. How can we be careless? Sui originally thought that he would have to wait for some time before customers would come to him, but he did not expect that these customers would come much faster than he had imagined. The first country that came to Sui was Persia, where he had always wanted to open up the market. Because of the revolution, this country's relationship with Star country has always been very, very bad, and it had not improved even before Sui traveled through time. The main target of the Star Army's 5th Fleet is currently Persia, and they often go to the Persian Gulf to show off their strong military force. Moreover, armed conflicts at sea often occurred between the 2 sides, but the Persian Navy usually suffered losses, with many ships sunk. Because the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz are very narrow, and their navy cannot get out at all, there is absolutely no demand for medium-sized ships such as the Type 054A missile frigate. Because they also know that even if they buy it, it will be blown up by Xinhua in no time. Although the air defense capability of this missile frigate is very strong, it also depends on who the opponent is, and their opponent is the Fifth Fleet, which owns a super aircraft carrier. Just like the Pegasus-class missile boat that attacked the Type 054A missile frigate this time was provided by the Fifth Fleet, Sui will sooner or later face this behemoth. Therefore, what they need most at present is a missile speedboat with small size, strong firepower, and high speed. Combined with the coastal defense missiles they deployed on the shore, it has become their main means to deal with the Fifth Fleet. The Type 022 missile boat meets their needs very well. This ship focuses on stealth, can be equipped with 8 anti-ship missiles or cruise missiles, and has a speed of up to 50 knots. In their view, this is a perfect missile boat, much more advanced than the missile boats they produce themselves. If a destroyer or other fleet of the Star Navy is left alone, they can use this missile speedboat to launch a surprise attack, and there is still great hope. Since 2007, the Fifth Fleet of the Singaporean Navy has been targeting the Persian Navy. The two sides have fought many naval battles near the Strait of Hormuz, and the Persian Navy is eager for revenge. So after they found this newly listed Type 022 missile boat in the dark web arms mall, they immediately contacted Orlov. Persia wants to purchase 10 022 missile boats? Suyi's eyes lit up when he heard the news. Orlov nodded and said, "Yes, they want to conduct a secret transaction with us. They probably hope to give the Star Navy a surprise." After hearing this, Sui couldn't help but laugh and said, "I like this, sell it. What about the arms embargo? I have never thought about complying with the bullshit regulations of Xinhua." Sui likes to do anything that goes against the Star country, and both parties have a common goal. Sui will do anything to deliver these missile boats to their hands. Moreover, this time, the 10 missile speedboats are enough for him to transfer nearly $100 million in funds, which is considered very good. Sui still attaches great importance to the net profit of $100 million, even though the funds in his account have exceeded 10 million. As for transporting it secretly, it was very simple. Although the Fifth Fleet closely inspected all ships going to Persia, there were still many ways. This requires the use of Suyi's golden finger. It is impossible for Xinhua to imagine that Sui could actually create weapons out of thin air. However, if we want to achieve true stealth, we still need to make some arrangements. This transportation operation will be carried out in 3 days. Orlov immediately responded to Persia and said that he would go to Persia in person this time. Of course, he not only wants to deal with the follow-up matters of the 022 missile boat, but also wants to open up the arms market with huge demand. Chapter 109. Set off on the journey and arrive safely. November 24, 2007. At night, about 600 kilometers away from the entrance of the Persian Gulf, an ordinary 10,000-ton bulk carrier was sailing in the sea area. This was a ship carrying a batch of daily necessities to Babylon. In fact, this ship is only controlled by Chris's intelligence consulting department, which relies on well-informed intelligence to make money and can be one step ahead of others. Various assets are spread throughout the Black Continent and desert areas. The intelligence consulting department accumulated huge wealth through these small businesses, thereby accelerating its expansion. Since the last investment of $50 million, Sui has not put a penny into the intelligence consulting department. They make all the money and development on their own. It is really a win-win situation for them to work and make money. I have to say that Chris is worthy of being a hero-level cyborg. He is not only proficient in intelligence, management, and finance. All these abilities were demonstrated in her daily work. Sui had previously underestimated the seemingly quiet woman. If Sui didn't have the shield device, he would not dare to take the risk, but after having the shield device, he was completely fearless. "Boss, the AWACS has sent the latest news. There are no planes or ships nearby. Zero has also sent news that the nearest satellite will pass by here in 2 hours." The cyborg captain said respectfully to Sui. Standing in the captain's room and silently watching the scenery, Sui nodded and said, "Stop the ship immediately and release the ship and the personnel." "Yes." The entire merchant ship is staffed with cyborgs from the intelligence consulting department, so there is no need to worry about one's golden finger being leaked. Soon the merchant ship slowly stopped on the calm sea, and Sui began to release one Type 022 missile speedboat after another. At the same time, a large number of naval biochemical soldiers appeared on the deck. In less than 10 minutes, Sui completed all the work, and one by one the cyborgs boarded their respective ships through the prepared small transport boats. About half an hour later, the first Type 022 missile boat started its water jet propulsion and headed towards the port of Kandahar in Persia. It is only about 300 kilometers away from here to the port. At their average speed of 40 knots, they can arrive in about 4 hours, which means they will arrive at around 5 o'clock in the morning Persian time. The journey was very calm. There was an early warning aircraft in the sky, which planned the route for the speedboat fleet. At about 6 o'clock in the morning, all 10 ships arrived at the port. Now their port has entered a state of full alert, with guard soldiers standing everywhere in the port. A Persian naval vice admiral looked at the incoming missile boats with a gleam in his eyes. The sea blue camouflage paint adds a sense of mystery to the sci-fi appearance of the 022 missile boat. The Navy is in favor of purchasing this missile boat. Now looking at its appearance, it did not disappoint them. However, they did not know what its true combat capability was. This required actual combat testing. When the merchant ship passed through the port of Kandahar, Sui arrived here on a speedboat, where he received a warm welcome. Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to trust us so much that you actually came here in person and handed over these speedboats to us, a lieutenant general said to Sui with a smile. After hearing the other party's translation, Sui also smiled and replied, "We have a common enemy. I think we can definitely become friends. Compared to you, I trust your money more." Of course, Sui could never say this. If he hadn't come here to promote new weapons and equipment, he wouldn't have bothered to come so far here. Persia is not very safe now. After a conversation, Sui came to the hotel they arranged to stay. The lieutenant general came to his room and said, "I wonder if Su asked me to stay for something?" Sui took out a stack of information from his briefcase and said, "For the sake of our common enemy, we are willing to provide you with more advanced weapons, such as 2 missiles. One is an anti-ship missile, and the other is a medium and long-range air defense missile. As long as you need it, we can provide it at any time. I think Mr. Vice Admiral has also heard of the reputation of our leading arms company. The weapons we provide can definitely deal a fatal blow to their fleet." Although part of Persia's territory borders the northern country, the relationship between the two sides has not been particularly harmonious in the past 2 years. After all, the former northern kingdom infiltrated Persia in the last century, and the relationship between the two sides was very bad, which would not be improved until 14 years later. Because at that time the northern country was subjected to strict economic blockade by the Western world, the two countries had no choice but to rely on each other for support. Moreover, as one of the 5 major countries in the League of Nations, the Northern Kingdom could not blatantly export weapons to Persia in the face of the arms embargo that had already come into effect. Therefore, it is very difficult for Persia to obtain weapons from the outside world. This time, Sui actually drove a total of 20 missile speedboats into their port. This also fully demonstrates how powerful Sui is. You know, the 5th Fleet of the Star Navy has been wandering around nearby. After hearing Sui's words, the lieutenant general's eyes lit up and he said, "If there is no problem with the performance of these missiles, I think we will need them." After the two chatted for a few sentences, the lieutenant general left with the documents. It was obvious that this matter was not something he could decide, and he needed to discuss it with his superiors. Both missiles provided by Sui pose a great threat to the Singapore Navy. The first one is a long-range anti-ship missile, the K-300P Bastion anti-ship missile. This is a shore-based anti-ship missile from the North Country and one of the most advanced shore-based anti-ship missile systems in the world. Its effective attack range can reach 300 kilometers, and it has 2 basic flight modes. Even the Star Navy's Aegis ship and Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyer will be in trouble if they encounter it. This complete set of shore-based anti-ship missile system includes 4 twin-mounted launch vehicles, 1 combat command/control vehicle, 1 combat support vehicle and 4 missile transport vehicles. The entire system is worth $150 million, which is also the recommended market price of the system. Chapter 110 Perfect Deal, Revenge Comes. The long-range air defense missile system provided by Sui is naturally the S-300 air defense missile, which is very famous throughout the world. This air defense system is undoubtedly backward compared to the S-400 air defense system that Sui is equipped with, especially its electronic equipment. However, it will not affect its status as the world's most advanced medium and long-range air defense missile. It can not only be used to intercept various aircraft, but also to intercept ballistic missiles. The entire S-300 air defense system is also very large, including launch vehicles, radar vehicles, command vehicles, support vehicles, etc., which are also battalion-based combat units. What Sui recommended was naturally the S-300 PMU-2 model. An air defense system is worth $160 million. The prices of these two missiles are almost the same, and both are very much needed by Persia. Of course, in order to prevent the northern country from discovering them, Sui still optimized both sets of missiles. However, in order to reduce Persia's concerns, the appearance changes were not particularly large. In fact, at first glance, it looks like a copy of the S-300 air defense missile system, which may affect the final transaction price. But this is nothing to Sui, his profits are still very huge anyway. Sui stayed in the hotel for almost 2 days, and he didn't go anywhere during these 2 days. In order to entertain Sui well and fear that he would be lonely, the Persian side carefully arranged 2 service staff for him. However, Sui was still a little afraid that Persia might have some intentions, so he did not touch them. After all, Sui, was also a decent person, so he should not touch things outside. During these 2 days, the Persian top leaders finally reached a conclusion. Then the two sides began to negotiate on the 2 missiles, which took nearly 3 days again, and the final weapons list was finalized. Persia is preparing to purchase 2 Bastion shore-based anti-ship missile systems and 5 S-300 medium and long-range air defense missile systems. They did make a fuss about the price of this imitation. A set of Bastion anti-ship missiles costs $120 million, while a set of S-300 air defense systems costs $130 million. All of them will be delivered within 2 months. In addition to these, Persia will also purchase about 500 missiles. The average price of these missiles alone is $5 million, a total of $250 million. After so many days in Persia, Sui finally got the order, which is also the largest order he has received so far. Adding the $150 million order for 10 Type 022 anti-ship missiles, the total order from Persia this time has reached $1.29 billion. The cost is only about $390 million, and Sui can make a net profit of about $900 million. Including his current account and the final payment, his savings will exceed $1.5 billion. This trip to Persia was very worthwhile, and he also hoped that Persia could fight with Xinhua as soon as possible. The Star Army might suffer a little loss in the early stage, but once they react, Persia will definitely be at a disadvantage, and then they can sell weapons again. After reaching the transaction contract, Sui immediately returned to Vida Airport on the commander's special plane. This transaction was a complete success. The Star Kingdom was completely unaware of this, and it was not unknown that the Persian Navy would give them a surprise soon. When Sui returned to the base, Chris brought him some bad news. "Sir, according to our intelligence network in Abyssinia, there are unusual movements at an airport, with frequent landings last night. We also sent drones to investigate, but they were too far away and were driven away, so we didn't find any valuable traces. However, we did get a very interesting photo of this person." Sui picked up the photo and saw that it was a relatively ordinary young white man, but his eyes were full of ferocity, and he didn't look like someone who was easy to mess with. "Who is this person?" Since Chris gave him this photo, it means that he must be an extraordinary person. "Molten Jesse is a mixed-race man currently serving in the Hebrew Air Force. He is the captain of the famous Hammer Squadron, and one of the ace pilots of the Hebrew country. This squadron has very brilliant fighters in the air battles here, and has carried out more than 600 ground attack missions. It is a very difficult squadron," Sui said. An ace pilot of the Hebrew Air Force who also serves as the squadron leader appeared at the Abyssinian Air Force Airport, and fighter planes frequently landed there before. This is indeed very interesting information. What type of fighter planes are they equipped with? Have they found any traces of early warning aircraft? Chris shook his head and said, "We haven't found any valuable intelligence yet. They are protecting this airport very well. It's obvious that this is not the work of the Abyssinian Air Force. But we still have intelligence on this Hammer Squadron. This unit is equipped with a total of 14 F-15I fighter jets. Sui nodded and said, I roughly understand what's going on. The Hebrews are indeed vindictive, and their revenge comes pretty quickly. Previously, Sui launched more than a dozen cruise missiles at one of their Air Force bases, causing considerable casualties among them. The Hebrews initially thought that it was done by Persia or someone else, but after investigation, they found that the missile came from Aden, and it was undoubtedly launched by Sui. Given their temperament, they naturally could not tolerate such a loss, so they began to plan a revenge action to avenge this attack. This can be seen from the intelligence obtained this time. The Hebrew Air Force is definitely one of the most powerful air forces in the world. Over the past few decades, they have been either fighting or on the way to war, and have accumulated a wealth of experience in air combat. Moreover, he didn't know the detailed deployment of the enemy's forces, nor did he know how many fighter jets the enemy had sent this time. This was very disadvantageous to Sui. If a squadron of Su-35S fighter jets were deployed, the outcome might be hard to predict. After all, everyone's strength is equal. We have early warning aircraft, and the other side also has them. Although our Su-35S fighter jets are also very advanced, the opponent's F-15 is also very powerful. It seems that we need to strengthen the aviation team, otherwise it will be difficult to pass this level, Sui murmured. Chapter 111 Stealth Fighter, Intelligence Confirmed. Facing Hebrew, a country with extremely strong tactical capabilities of its Air Force pilots, the current number of fighter jets is sufficient, but there is not much advantage in terms of quality. So what Sui needs to do next is to widen the gap in quality between the two sides, and ignore the gap in quantity. The entire Hebrew Air Force has more than 900 fighter jets, of which the number of F-15 and F-16 fighter jets reaches nearly 400. Therefore, the only way at present is to equip the fourth-generation stealth fighter to achieve the effect of expanding the air combat advantage. Sui took a look at the system and found that there were only 3 fighter jets that he could take a fancy to before 2030, namely the F-22 Raptor, F-35 Lightning and J-20 Wiley. The 5th-generation stealth fighter did not appear during the period of 20 to 30 years. It seems that the 5th-generation fighter should have appeared after the 1930s. Among these 3 stealth fighters, Sui first ruled out the big fat Fadian because it was too fat, and its maximum flying speed was only 1.6 Mach. And its main purpose is actually the same as that of F-15 and F-16, which is to form a high-low combination. The F-22 is mainly responsible for kicking doors. It is a pure air superiority fighter and does not have strong ground combat capabilities. The F-35 is a multi-purpose stealth fighter that can perform both air combat and ground attack. It has both, but is not very good at either. What Sui needs this time is an air superiority fighter, so he must rule it out first, and then choose between the F-22 and J-20. If the J-20 is still equipped with the AL-30 series engines of the North, then Sui will undoubtedly choose the F-22 fighter of Singapore. But this latest model of the J-20 in 2029 is equipped with the domestically produced WS-15 engine. The maximum thrust of this engine is 40 kilonewtons more than that of the F-22's F-119 engine, and the thrust-to-weight ratio is also greater than 10. In terms of power, there is not much difference between the two. Moreover, compared with the F-22, which has been in service for nearly 30 years, the J-20 is superior to the F-22 in terms of avionics, power, maneuverability, and other aspects. The emergence of the F-22 was indeed a mythical existence for that era. But the front wave will still be beaten to death on the beach by the back wave, and old age is still old age after all. So in the end Sui still chose the J-20B Wiley Dragon fighter. As for whether the power of this fighter is consistent with the literal data, it depends on the actual combat this time. In terms of price, since it is 29-year-old equipment, there is no discount. A single fighter costs $200 million, which means $2 million per aircraft. Although the price is very expensive, even much higher than the $150 million of the F-22, it is also stronger in terms of combat effectiveness. Currently, Sui has about $900 million in deposits, and some of the balance has not been recovered. Although Sui was very reluctant to spend money, compared to the victory in this air battle and to prevent losses, he chose to pay out 8 million yuan to purchase 4 J-20 Vili stealth fighters. In order not to overly stimulate the Star Country, he did not equip it with stealth fighters, because no matter how the appearance is optimized, it is still a stealth fighter. But we can't care about so many things now. We have to win the war first. Besides, there are still 7 days for no questions asked refunds. If you don't need it later, you can just return it. Another day passed, and the aviation team dispatched early warning aircraft into the air 24 hours a day. The main surveillance direction is the movements in the Red Sea and Abyssinia, especially the airport with abnormal conditions. Once they take any action, the early warning aircraft will be able to directly detect the other party's presence. 2 fighter squadrons are also on standby 24 hours a day to respond to possible crises at any time. On this day, Chris finally made a major breakthrough in intelligence. Sir, Zero has successfully hacked into the Abyssinian president's computer and cell phone. Through analysis of this intelligence, we have determined all of the other party's information. The Zero that Chris mentioned is of course the SMF artificial intelligence. Its existence makes the Intelligence Advisory Department like it has 4 large solid rocket engines tied to it. Its intelligence gathering capabilities are far greater than before. Except for the important defense agencies of major countries, it can invade all networks in the world silently. SMF has grown very fast during this period of time. He has basically fought with all the top hackers or red hacker teams in the world. And through these repeated confrontations, its capabilities have been greatly improved. This is the scary thing about artificial intelligence, its learning ability is really too strong. Sui immediately asked. So what exactly is the Hebrew arrangement? Chris said. The Hebrew side is very confident in its own capabilities. This time they have 2 squadrons, the 69th Squadron, also known as the Hammer Squadron, and they have a total of 14 F-15I fighters. The other squadron is the 105th Scorpion Squadron, with a total of 14 F-16C divided by D fighters, in addition to a Falcon early warning aircraft. These fighter planes are hidden in the hangars at the Fabru Air Force Base in central Abyssinia. The exact time for them to launch the war has not yet been determined. However, based on the intelligence analysis, our analysts believe that they will launch the airstrike within 1 to 2 days because they are in urgent need of this airstrike to avenge their defeat. It was completely within his expectations that he didn't know the opponent's combat plan. The Hebrew Air Force was just borrowing the opponent's airport, and had no reason to inform them of the airstrike plan. However, given the nature of the Hebrew Air Force, it is usually the F-16 that conducts ultra-low-altitude raids, while the F-15 fighters are on standby in the air. Once a fighter plane takes off from the Vida Air Force Base, they will rush forward and tear the fighter plane to pieces. If Sui had not been concerned about launching cruise missiles at a sovereign country, he would have simply launched dozens of cruise missiles, and all the conspiracies would have dissipated in the fireworks. However, the international impact of this behavior is very bad, and it is best not to do so unless it is absolutely necessary. When Sui launched cruise missiles at Hebrew, it was because the other side fired the first shot, and he was just fighting back. But this time the situation was different. Chapter 112 Operation Falling Eagle, action begins. Simon has also developed a more detailed tactic for this air battle, codenamed Operation Fallen Eagle. The Hebrew Air Force is undoubtedly the eagle in the sky and possesses extremely strong offensive capabilities, so let them attack, while they will fight an air defense counterattack. Let them come within the range of our S-400 medium and long-range air defense missiles, and use the air defense missiles to consume their manpower first. Then, 2 squadrons of fighter jets were sent to attract the attention of the Hebrew Air Force in front, creating an opportunity for the 3 J-20s to launch a side attack. After disrupting their offensive formation, the 30 combat aircraft on the front swarmed forward and shot down all the remaining aircraft. The reason why 3 J-20 fighters were used for the flank attack was that another J-20 had other difficult tasks, and it also allowed Sui to test a new weapon and see its specific performance. Vita Military Airport is ready. Although Sui doesn't know the Hebrew Air Force's combat plan, the Hebrew side probably doesn't even know their own situation. If they could clearly see the current situation of Vita Air Force Base, they would never have been so rash as to send 2 squadrons of fighter jets to attack us. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that they may make other moves, but facing the ironclad defense of the Vita Air Force Base, there will basically be no major problems as long as they are not hit by ballistic missiles. The Vita military airport has always maintained its mystery to the outside world. The last time the Titan army appeared, satellites from various countries did not see the true picture of the Vita airport. What we don't want them to see is impossible to see unless they can enter the interior of the Vita military airport. At the Faber Air Force Base, 2 squadron commanders are receiving direct training from the Domestic Air Force Command. From the current satellite and early warning aircraft reconnaissance, the other side has not noticed our actions. Tomorrow morning, we will launch Tomahawk cruise missiles to attack the airport on time to cover your offensive operations. This time we must cripple them and let them know that the Hebrews are never easy to mess with. Su Yi's air raid really hurt the Hebrew Air Force. They had not suffered such heavy losses for a long, long time. For the proud Hebrew Air Force, that cruise missile strike was regarded as a provocation, and retaliatory actions naturally followed. Yes. I will definitely let them learn how powerful we are, Morton Jesse said seriously. The command was relatively confident about this ace squadron leader, as both squadrons were ace squadrons of the Hebrew Air Force. According to this careful battle plan, although they were not at an advantage in numbers, their victory would never rely on numerical advantage. In the early morning of that day, the entire Faber Air Force Base became extremely busy. All ground crews were conducting pre-combat inspections on each fighter aircraft, while also refueling and mounting ammunition. Now the entire airport has been taken over by CAI and the Hebrew Air Force to ensure the absolute safety of this operation. The Abyssinians had no choice but to accept the order since it was the boss's decision. As long as the request was not excessive, they were willing to comply. About 200 meters above the Faber Air Force Base, a bird the size of a sparrow flew over the base from the night sky. If you look closely during the day, you can see that this so-called sparrow is not simple, because its head is a camera, closely watching the actions of the Air Force Base. The camera on the head transmits real-time images to the console at the rear. This is actually a bionic Sparrow small reconnaissance drone belonging to the Intelligence Advisory Department. It is often used for various intelligence reconnaissance, and is also their main means of reconnaissance. Report the intelligence here to the rear. They will definitely take action in the early morning. As soon as you see the situation at the airport, you know the action is about to begin. Sir, the other side is about to take action. Sui once told Chris that if the other party made any unusual moves, he should be notified immediately. Sui, who had just fallen asleep, woke up immediately after hearing the news and asked, "What's going on?" "Based on our investigation of Faber Airport, the other party may take action soon. Go to the headquarters and wait. Since the other party has started to act, we must also make all preparations before welcoming them." 2 KJ-500 airborne early warning aircraft took off from the airport and began to replace the other 2 KJ-500 airborne early warning aircraft that had been in the air for more than 5 hours. There are currently 5 airborne early warning aircraft in the Air Force Base, and the entire Hebrew Air Force previously had only 6 Falcon airborne early warning aircraft. They had also lost a Falcon during the previous air raid on the airport, which made the Hebrew Air Force very sad. 2 KJ-500 airborne early warning aircraft over Aden are enough to cover the entire battlefield and monitor every move of all parties. At the same time, the radar on the ground also began an all-round scan, keeping a close eye on any target flying in the air. In order to win this air battle, the first thing to do is to shoot down the opponent's eyes, that is, the Falcon early warning aircraft. However, the detection radius of the Falcon early warning aircraft is about 400 kilometers. At this distance, they don't need to get close to the battlefield at all, and there are at least 2 F-16 fighters escorting them. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it is very difficult to deal with the enemy's early warning aircraft. In these many air battles, I have never heard of any early warning aircraft being shot down. However, the emergence of stealth fighters has posed a serious threat to airborne early warning aircraft, aerial refueling aircraft, and other aircraft. Because stealth fighters can rely on their superior stealth capabilities to get close to the enemy, and once they enter the range of their own air-to-air missiles, it is time to kill. Airborne early warning aircraft are indeed very powerful in air combat, but stealth fighters are an unsolvable existence. To put it simply, the early warning aircraft is just a radar moved onto an airplane. The radar on its back is basically dual band, which is very advanced. However, the detection distance for stealth fighters is basically within 150 kilometers, and this is under the most ideal conditions. Therefore, before the time travel, there was no effective way to deal with stealth fighters. Chapter 113 Cruise Missiles, Ghosts in the Sky. December 2, 2007, 5:30 a.m. At the Febel Military Airport, a number of F-16D fighter jets took off from the runway. Most of the weapons mounted on their racks are precision-guided attack weapons, and their mission this time is to carry out ultra-low-altitude air strikes on the airport. At the same time, F-15I fighter jets will cover their actions in the air and attract Suyi's attention. It is difficult to detect a group of aircraft that attack at ultra-low altitudes, and the same is true for early warning aircraft. After all, there is a lot of ground clutter, which has a strong ability to interfere with radar signals. Ultra-low altitude detection technology has always been a difficult point for radar, and there are not many radars that can effectively filter out ground clutter. The fully digital radar equipped on the KJ-500 early warning aircraft is one of them. The Hebrew's ultra-low altitude raid tactics were formulated based on the intelligence provided by their intelligence department. They thought that Suyi was unaware of their actions, otherwise he would not be so reckless. However, they really underestimated the capabilities of Chris's intelligence consulting department, which had noticed their abnormality long ago, and with the help of the Smurfs, had insight into the entire plan. After taking off, the 12 F-16C divided by D fighter jets will fly at an altitude of 80 meters, or even lower according to the predetermined route. Today's third-generation fighters are basically equipped with advanced terrain-following radars, which greatly reduces the threat of ultra-low-altitude flight. This radar will transmit instructions to the autopilot based on the different terrain ahead, thereby achieving the effect of controlling the aircraft's altitude. Of course, in manual flight mode, the ground tracking radar will also mark the protruding obstacles ahead, and the pilot only needs to bypass them according to the radar display. There is no need to say much about the flying skills of the Hebrew Air Force pilots. Basically, all the fighter planes maintained an altitude of about 70 meters. Flying in the endless yellow sand for a long time can easily make people tired. As soon as the Hebrew Air Force fighter jets took off, the radar of the KJ-500 early warning aircraft had detected their traces and began to command some of the fighter jets to encircle and suppress the 12 F-16C divided by D fighter jets. However, an unexpected situation occurred at this time. Reporting that Tomahawk long-range missiles have been spotted in the direction of the Red Sea. There are 20 of them, with a height of 8 meters and a speed of 804. After hearing this information, Suyi, who was watching the situation on the scene, couldn't help but be shocked. But Simon gave the order decisively. Order the 2nd Fighter Bomber Squadron to launch 6 fighters to intercept. Make sure all cruise missiles are intercepted outside the base. Yes. These 6F divided by a -18E divided by F Super Hornets are the reserve force for this air battle and the last air barrier in the base. However, the sudden arrival of the cruise missiles forced him to deploy this reserve force, which might result in his side being at a certain disadvantage in terms of numbers. However, the current situation is not beyond Suyi's control, so he is not panicking at all. Besides, if a critical moment really comes, he still has nearly 1 million yuan in his hands, which is enough to do a lot of things. The F-16C divided by D fleet flying at ultra-low altitude suddenly received information from the Falcon early warning aircraft. In front of them there is an air barrier consisting of 10 fighter jets, about 300 kilometers away from them. The two sides are approaching each other at a very fast speed, and soon both sides may be able to enter the radar range. Obviously, this intelligence told them that their ultra-low altitude raid had failed, and the other side had discovered them. Damn it! They actually have an early warning aircraft, and they already know about our actions. What's going on? These damn Abyssinians must have leaked the information. The captain of the 105th Scorpion Squadron couldn't help but curse after seeing the information transmitted via the data link. Climb immediately, jettison the auxiliary fuel tanks and ground attack ammunition, and prepare for battle. What they faced next were 10 advanced fighter planes of the enemy. They did not have a big advantage either in quantity or quality. At this time, the auxiliary fuel tanks and ground attack ammunition are completely a burden. Only by traveling light can they fight in the best condition. But they still face a very serious problem. Most of the ammunition they carried on this attack was ground attack ammunition. Each fighter basically only carried 2 Sparrow combat missiles and 2 AIM-120 medium-range air-to-air missiles. This number was too small for an air battle, but they had to fight. Because even if they go back to load air-to-air missiles now, the air battle may be over by the time they come back, so they can only fight. The Hebrew Air Force also immediately made changes in response to the current situation. The F-15I fleet on standby in the air received the latest combat order to merge with the 105th Squadron. Now that we have been discovered, there is no point in hiding. Only a real battle in the air can determine the outcome of this war. However, their F-15I fleet may not be able to make it in time, because the KJ-500 Airborne early warning aircraft has already commanded the 14 Su-35S super flanker fighters of the 1st Squadron to rush over. The purpose is naturally to delay this F-15I fleet and create opportunities for the other side. The 105th Squadron will be the most critical breakthrough point in this air battle. Sinan's latest battle plan is to pick on the weak. First destroy the enemy's F-16 fighter jets, and then concentrate on destroying the Hammer Squadron that was being held back, and shoot down all the Hebrew Air Force's attacking fighter jets to teach them a profound lesson. Sui wanted to let them know that he was not just an arms dealer, but also had a powerful air combat force in his hands. After hearing the squadron leader's order, the 12 F-16 fighters of the 105th Squadron dropped their loads and quickly climbed to a combat altitude of about 2,000 meters. However, they didn't know that hunters had already started to target them from their side, and this group of hunters were approaching them like ghosts in the sky. Chapter 114 Thunderbolt Missile, A Fatal Blow. In the air nearly 60 kilometers away from the 105th Scorpion Squadron, 3 J-20 stealth fighters flew in formation and approached each other rapidly. However, at this time, the Hebrew Kingdom's Falcon early warning aircraft still did not detect the existence of the J-20B stealth fighter. After all, no matter what, the J-20B is an improved model of fighter jet that Yen State only began to serve in 29 years. There have been great breakthroughs in engines, avionics, appearance optimization and stealth coatings. The Falcon is an airborne early warning aircraft that has been in service since the 1990s. It is normal that its radar cannot detect the presence of the J-20B within 100 kilometers. Su Yi's influence on the J-20B is still limited to the first generation of J-20, and its improved models have not been seen. Naturally, its specific performance is not very clear, and we can only understand it through the literal data. Only the pilot flying it is most familiar with the performance of his own fighter. When they were about 50 kilometers away from the enemy, the 3 J-20B formations at 3,000 meters in the air finally began to show their fangs. As the most deadly ghost in the sky, they are naturally equipped with the best weapons, that is, the PL-15B Beyond Visual Range air-to-air missile that will not be put into service until 2025. This missile is the third improved model of PL-15, and uses a more advanced solid rocket ramjet engine. The effective range is about 200 kilometers, the terminal guidance distance is 50 kilometers, the maximum speed is 4.3 Mach, and it can carry up to 80 G. Such an ultra-long-range air-to-air missile is one of its sharpest fangs and has become the most deadly weapon of the Sky Ghost. As the bomb bay doors of the 3 J-20 fighters opened, the 6 PL-15B air-to-air missiles they were carrying were revealed, and all the data had been input into the missile's chip through the data link. Launch freely according to your respective targets. The captain of the 3rd Stealth Fighter Squadron of the Air Force issued the order. 4 air-to-air missiles fell from the magazine and ignited in the air. As the missiles fell, the J-20 fighters retracted their ammunition bays in less than 2 seconds. At the same time, they slowed down and waited for the next wave of attack. Since the 3 J-20s all adopted radio silence, they relied entirely on the information provided by the early warning aircraft for shooting. Only in this way could the stealth fighters get closer to the enemy aircraft. Otherwise, when they turn on the search radar or even the fire control radar, it is equivalent to turning on a flashlight in the dark, just waiting to be discovered. 105 Squadron, you have detected missiles at the 15 o'clock position, 12 in number, at a distance of 37. You have been ambushed, evade quickly! After the radar of the Falcon early warning aircraft detected the 12 incoming missiles, it immediately informed them of the situation. However, it was too late at this time, just when they had just reacted. the active radars of the 12 PL-15B air-to-air missiles were turned on, and the solid rocket ramjet engine at the tail spewed out a fierce tail flame, and the speed increased to the maximum speed of 4.3 Mach in a short time. Beep, beep, beep. 12 F-16C fighter jets were successively locked by the missile's fire control radar and flew directly towards them. The speed of Mach 4.3 is only about 30 km per hour, which is just a matter of a dozen seconds. Since the 105th Squadron wanted to seize the launch position, their altitude had been raised to about 3,000 meters. At this altitude, it was simply a pipe dream to try to avoid the missiles, which were less than 30 kilometers away. If it is flying at a low altitude, it may be possible to use the terrain or other means to get rid of the missile. Or it can accelerate when the distance is still far. Although the missile is fast, its fuel consumption rate is very fast. As long as the missile's fuel is exhausted, the fighter may be able to escape. However, there is no way to dodge the missiles launched by the J-20 fighter jets at a distance of about 50 kilometers, even though the pilots of the Hebrew Air Force are very skilled. Boom! A fighter plane was frantically releasing interference strips in the air, but the missile seeker was not affected at all and it flew straight towards the fighter plane. When the distance was more than 20 meters, the laser fuse of the warhead detected the enemy aircraft, and the connecting rod warhead pierced into the middle of the F-16 fighter with a puff sound like flowers scattered from the sky. Boom, 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 boom! A series of explosions sounded, instantly cutting the advanced third-generation fighter jet in half, turning it into two balls of fire that fell to the ground. The pilot was hit directly by the warhead, and the cockpit was stained with his blood. Boom, boom, boom! A series of explosions sounded in the air, and none of the 12 F-16C divided by D fighter jets were spared, with a hit rate of up to 100%. It is actually normal that they have such a high hit rate. If they were given even a dozen seconds more reaction time, such results would not have been possible. But if it can't achieve a 100% hit rate at a distance of 50 kilometers and in a surprise attack, then the PL-15C missile is really too inferior. Well done, all targets have been eliminated. Immediately rush to the 347 airspace and attack the enemy 69th Squadron from behind. We will eliminate the enemy's early warning aircraft. Yes, the squadron leader said silently, and rushed towards the designated airspace without looking back. In the Falcon Airborne early warning aircraft, a lieutenant colonel stared in amazement at the 12 friendly fighter planes disappearing on the screen. At this time, not only him, but everyone was confused. They didn't understand what was going on. For example, where did those 12 missiles come from? Why didn't their radar detect them? Why didn't any of the 12 fighters dodge them? Countless question marks filled their minds. At this time, a picture emerged in the lieutenant colonel's mind, and he said in surprise, "Stealth fighter, they have stealth fighter!" This can also explain why they did not find any trace of each other, because the other party was invisible under their radar. The Star Force's F-22 only began service in 2005, the year before last, and they still have a very deep impression of stealth fighters. Chapter 115: Finding Warnings and Locking Targets. As one of the most core aircraft types in modern air combat, airborne early warning aircraft never appear on the front line, but hide behind the fleet to give commands. And relying on its powerful radar, it can sense the danger in the surrounding airspace. It would flee if there was any danger, so there had been no cases of early warning aircraft being shot down before SUI traveled through time. So it is not an easy task to get close and shoot down the airborne early warning aircraft. However, since the emergence of fourth-generation fighters, the danger of early warning aircraft has become much greater. One of its main functions is to shoot down enemy early warning aircraft and destroy the enemy's air command platform, causing them to lose their composure. In order to deal with Falcon this time, SUI specially sent a J-20B fighter jet, and it also carried an ultra-long-range anti-radiation air-to-air missile specially prepared for early warning aircraft. This ultra-long-range anti-radiation missile is codenamed PL-21C air-to-air missile. It is an improved air-to-air missile that Yen State only began to serve in 2024. Its biggest highlight is its ultra-long range. It is 5.5 meters in size and uses the same solid rocket ramjet engine. Its maximum effective range is about 380 kilometers. It is not known whether it is in service or not at present. This is all speculation from the outside world. I also wrote this based on the information I found on Baidu. Its performance is not much different from the IM-260 missile that the Star Army will only begin to serve in 2025. The J-20B's magazine can carry a total of 4 missiles, and its size is still much larger than the PL-15. The 4 PL-21 air-to-air missiles carried by the J-20 this time are all anti-radiation models derived from it, specifically used to deal with long-range early warning aircraft or ground radars. The only troublesome thing now is to find the opponent's airborne early warning aircraft. Currently, the KJ-500 has not detected the opponent's presence. It is obvious that the enemy is in the sky above Abyssinia. Generally speaking, if you want to conduct air command operations, you have to be about 150 to 300 kilometers away from your own aircraft fleet. If you are farther away, it will be meaningless. Since we already know the enemy's approximate location and have marked several points for the early warning aircraft, these are also the places where the enemy's Falcon early warning aircraft are most likely to appear. Then the rest will need to be found by the J-20B stealth fighter itself. The radar equipped on the J-20B fighter is the most advanced AESA active phased array radar. There is no need to elaborate on the advantages of this radar. Since the J-20B fighter needed to go to enemy airspace for reconnaissance, the pilot simply turned on its low detectable mode, coupled with its continuous frequency hopping technology. It is basically impossible for the enemy to find him through the radar waves he emits. It's like an infrared device. I can see you in the smoke, but you don't know that I have seen you. In 2007, basically all fighter jets were equipped with passive phased array radars. The working principle of this type of radar is to find targets by receiving electromagnetic waves emitted by the target. The working distance of this passive phased array radar is actually very short, which is just like a military program Sui had seen before. The F-22, equipped with an active phased array radar, locked onto an F-16 fighter jet without the other fighter being aware of it, and its radar warning device was not working. This is the power of active phased array radar. The Snow Leopardy passive phased array radar equipped on the Su-35S fighter has been proven to be not very useful in actual combat. This is also the main reason why Sui is very worried about this air battle. The pilot of the J-20B fighter turned on the low detectable mode of the fighter's AESA radar after entering enemy airspace. When in the maximum power state, the detection distance for large aerial targets can reach up to 300 kilometers. After turning on this mode, the detection distance is shortened to about 200 kilometers. But under this working mode, even the early warning aircraft will not detect the existence of the J-20. Otherwise, how could Sui feel confident sending a single J-20 to local airspace to attack the enemy's early warning aircraft? In any case, the Hebrew Air Force did not have the ability to keep a stealth fighter. After arriving at the first target location, the pilot couldn't help but frown. No target was found on the radar screen. It was obvious that the other party was not here. He rolled at an altitude of nearly 9,000 meters and drove the J-20 fighter towards another target airspace. This time he was very lucky. When he was halfway through the flight, suddenly 3 targets appeared on the radar screen, one of which was very large. According to the computer's judgment, this large radar source is the Hebrew Air Force's Falcon airborne early warning aircraft, and the 2 smaller dots next to it are undoubtedly the escorting F-16C divided by D fighter jets. After seeing this, the pilot smiled and said, "Finally found you!" After saying that, he pushed down the throttle lever, and the 2 WS-15 engines at the tail of the J-20B spewed out blue tail flames, and Mach loops appeared, indicating that it had entered supersonic cruise mode. The WS-15 has good control over both thrust and fuel consumption, and is considered a relatively advanced aircraft engine with a maximum thrust of 18 tons. The supersonic cruise state can last about 30 minutes. When the J-20 fighter jet was about 150 kilometers away from the early warning aircraft, it slowed down, and the pilot began preparations for the attack. First, he turned on the tactical optoelectronics system on the fighter plane, which can detect targets within a range of 150 kilometers. The advantage of this is that there is no need to turn on the fire control radar to scan the target. You should know that the airborne radar warning system will only respond to high-frequency scanning beams, just like the low detectable mode he turned on before. In fact, its beam frequency is lower than the warning system, so it will not be discovered. After the tactical optoelectronic system is turned on, the radar transmits information to the tactical optoelectronic system. The two devices are linked together. It took less than 2 seconds for the target of the attack to be detected on the optoelectronic system. Then he pressed a few buttons, and the active phased array radar emitted an extremely narrow beam of light, thus achieving the effect of locking the target. The Falcon early warning aircraft was completely unaware of this. They still focused their main attention on the front battlefield, and were unaware that the danger had arrived. Chapter 116 Warning of Falling, Intercepting Cruise. Okay, I got you, bye. After the pilot finished speaking, he pressed the launch button. The ammunition bay door opened quickly, and PL-21C air-to-air missiles fell one after another, and then the ammunition bay door closed immediately, which took no more than 10 seconds. Since the launch site of the J-20B was several hundred meters lower than the altitude of the Falcon early warning aircraft, the opponent's radar did not detect the J-20 fighter with its ammunition bay opened. The PL-21 air-to-air missile, which uses a solid rocket ramjet engine, quickly increased its speed to Mach 4, and the fuel in its fuel tank can support it for the entire flight. The PL-21C long-range air-to-air missile uses a 3-stage, 3-thrust solid rocket ramjet engine. The first stage is high thrust, which increases the speed of the missile to Mach 4. When the fuel of the first stage is exhausted, the small thrust stage of the second stage is activated, which only supports it to cruise at the current speed and has no way to accelerate. When entering the terminal guidance state, the third stage starts to start. The high thrust stage can well maintain the missile to perform violent maneuvers. Once locked, the fighter has no possibility of escape. This is also the reason why the opponent was unable to dodge any of the PL-15B air-to-air missiles launched by the 3 J-20 stealth fighters. Because the air-to-air missiles currently in use are mainly double-stage double-chamber, the low-thrust stage of the second stage can only maintain the speed of the missile. Once a drastic maneuver is made, the speed of the missile will drop very quickly, which is why fighter jets can rely on small maneuvers to avoid missiles. A distance of 150 kilometers is not far for an air-to-air missile flying at a speed of Mach 4, and it takes nearly a minute. This period of time would probably give fighter jets enough warning time, and they would only need to make large maneuvers and fly backwards to avoid being locked by missiles. But this is different for the early warning aircraft. This Falcon early warning aircraft was modified based on the 707 passenger aircraft, and its maximum speed is less than 1,000 km per hour. Moreover, due to its huge size, it is unable to make large maneuvers. Once it is locked by an anti-radiation missile, there is basically no possibility of escape. Report: the radar is fluctuating abnormally. A high-speed object is approaching us at a speed of Mach 4. It's an air-to-air missile. The last 5 words were screamed out by the radar operator. When he finished speaking, the entire busy cabin seemed to stop working. What? How is that possible? The lieutenant colonel put down the coffee in his hand and strode to the front of the radar display. He took a closer look and his eyes almost popped out. On the radar display, 4 high-speed moving light spots were just short of writing, "I am an air-to-air missile," on the screen. Because apart from air-to-air missiles, there can be no other missiles or aircraft coming towards them. Leave here immediately and let them intercept these missiles. Be quick! An early warning aircraft facing an air-to-air missile alone has basically no hope of escaping. As for their electronic jamming system, it is of no use against this air-to-air missile. Because the anti-radiation missile is aimed at you, the higher the radar power is, the faster you will die. After receiving the order from the early warning aircraft, the 2 fighter jets immediately turned their noses and headed towards the direction of the incoming missiles. The early warning aircraft ignored the battlefield on the front line and immediately flew at full speed in the opposite direction of the missiles. However, these actions were futile. The 2 F-16C divided by D fighters turned up the power of their radars to maximum, hoping to attract the missiles. However, the missiles, which had a certain level of intelligence, ignored them and flew towards their intended targets. The 2 F-16C divided by D fighters could only watch the missiles flying not far from them. They could only shoot with their machine guns, but it was all in vain. When 4 PL-21C air-to-air missiles kept locking onto the Falcon early warning aircraft, the largest radar radiation source. The Falcon early warning aircraft frantically sprinkled interference strips on both sides. The missile directly bypassed the interference cloud and headed straight for the early warning aircraft. Boom, 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 boom! 4 missiles hit the advanced airborne early warning aircraft in succession within 2 seconds. Although its huge body did not disintegrate, the thick flames burning announced its fate. This air battle is destined to go down in history because it is the first time that an early warning aircraft was shot down, and it was shot down by a stealth fighter. Of course, the Hebrew side did not know what fighter plane shot them down or what type of missile was used. All of this was very unfamiliar to them. After the AWACS was shot down, it was the beginning of the downfall of the 69th Squadron of the Hebrew Air Force. Without the guidance of the AWACS, they had no hope of winning against the 1st and 2nd Squadrons, which also had AWACS aircraft. What's more, the 3 J-20B missiles of the 3rd Squadron have not been used up. Each fighter still has 2 PL-15 medium-range missiles and 2 PL-10 close-range combat missiles left. Faced with the encirclement of so many advanced fighter jets and the lack of aerial battlefield awareness, none of them could escape. However, the first battle was not started by them, but by the cruise missile group. 6 F/A-18 Super Hornet fighters had approached the Tomahawk cruise missiles that were attacking at ultra-low altitude. The reason why cruise missiles have such a strong deterrent power is mainly because they are too difficult to be detected at ultra-low altitudes. The Hebrew side launched cruise missiles twice, and Sui happened to know about it, and deployed early warning aircraft to keep an eye on them. The KJ-500's fully digital electronic scanning radar can filter out ground clutter very well, thereby detecting this cruise missile group. Now that we know it, it is actually quite simple to intercept it. Although the altitude of a cruise missile is very low, its speed is slow and almost constant. It has no self-defense capability, and there are many ways to intercept it. The F/A-18 Super Hornet, equipped with a tactical jamming pod, first used electronic jamming to block its GPS signal receiver and radar altimeter. After losing the GPS signal, the cruise missile immediately began to go blind. At the same time, after the altimeter was interfered with, the missile's own safety system was activated, and the Tomahawk cruise missile began to climb to a safe altitude of more than 100 meters. This gave the 6 Super Hornets a good opportunity to attack, and the 20 incoming cruise missiles were easily intercepted by them. As long as there is enough warning time, cruise missiles are not very dangerous. Chapter 117: Air Defense is Powerful, and the Air Battle Ends. The cruise missile threat was easily neutralized by 6 F/A-18 Super Hornets, and now only the Hebrew's 69th Hammer Squadron is left. The 69th Squadron had already learned of the situation when the early warning aircraft was locked by the missile. The Falcon early warning aircraft directly ordered them to retreat on the way. But Captain Moulton Jesse of the 69th Squadron did not retreat. Because according to his rich combat experience, it was too late to run now, and he could only be blown up one by one like an aerial target among the people. Rather than being a deserter or a brave pilot, at least he did not die on the way to escape, and the glory on him did not allow him to escape. The pilots of the Hebrew Air Force seemed to be strong-willed. When they knew there was no hope of escape, they would definitely choose to fight to the death. Turn on the afterburner. We have to break through this air barrier in front of us. This is our only hope of survival. Looking at a group of aircraft that had been circling at a distance of about 200 kilometers from their side, Morton knew very well that they were waiting for support to arrive. Once their support arrives, there will be no hope at all. Only by charging forward and breaking through the air barrier set up by the enemy can they escape from this encirclement. The Su-35S fleet was indeed waiting for support from the 2nd and 3rd Squadrons, and they were also waiting for the attack from the Hebrew 69th Squadron. There is no false reputation. They once had this glorious fighter, and their flying skills were absolutely excellent. In order to avoid unnecessary sacrifices, they chose to conduct air defense, using their own advantages to minimize casualties. Titan Force S-400 Air Defense Missile Battalion, in the command vehicle. Report: enemy fighters have entered the range of our missiles. The battalion commander came to the monitor, looked at the information on it, and said, "Let them get closer." Looking at the fast-moving target on the radar screen, after about a minute, the battalion commander said, "Lock it immediately, assign the target, and fire freely." "Yes, we are assigning targets. Allocation completed, the order to fire has been issued." The S-400 Air Defense Missile Battalion has a total of 12 missile launchers. Each missile launcher has 4 missile launch tubes and can launch 48 missiles at a time. At one launch site, the missile tubes of 12 missile launchers have been erected high and stand on the ground, and the 2 sides of the launchers are also fixed with mechanical piles. This is also to prevent the huge impact force of the missile from overturning the missile launcher when it is launched. As soon as the order to open fire was given, the missile company immediately launched an attack. Boom! The first missile was ejected from the missile launch tube in a cold launch, ignited in midair, and headed directly towards the target at a faster speed. The second, third, fourth missiles continued to be launched into the air, and after all 48 40H-6 air defense missiles were launched into the air, they immediately began a new round of loading and started to fine-tune the missile's mid-course commands. The 40H-6 air defense missile launched by the S-400 Air Defense Missile Battalion has a maximum range of 500 kilometers, a speed of Mach 6, and uses active guidance. If the air defense missiles used are semi-active radar-guided, then they will not be able to move. The launch site is only about 300 kilometers away from the target. With its flight speed of up to Mach 6, it can reach the target in less than 2 minutes. After all, the other party is also moving forward, not stagnant, and the distance is actually getting shorter and shorter. The 69th Squadron is currently unaware of the incoming missile group, and basically each fighter jet has been allocated 3 to 4 missiles. In fact, under such a dense attack, the Su-35S fighters basically just cleaned up the battlefield after they went up, and they might not even have a chance to drink any soup, as they were all shot down by the Air Defense Missile Battalion. In order to deal with the 69th Squadron, Sui spent a lot of money. You should know that the price of each 40H-6 air defense missile is as high as several million $, and his purchase price is $10,000 per missile. In this round, he lost 480,000 yuan of his funds. If there were a few more rounds, he would probably go bankrupt again. This war is really expensive. It's better not to fight it if possible, otherwise we really can't afford it. As the number of high-tech weapons and equipment increases, once a war breaks out, the speed at which money is burned will be extremely fast. Even Sui, who had the system, couldn't stand it anymore. Not to mention the equipment he had to purchase, the ammunition he had to use in this war alone cost him 1.5 million. A missile with a speed exceeding Mach 6 flies extremely fast, at a speed of more than 7,300 km per hour, and can fly 2 kilometers in 1 second. Soon the missiles came to a distance of less than 100 kilometers from the F-15 group. At this time, their airborne radar also discovered the incoming missile group. Damn, anti-aircraft missiles, the speed exceeds Mach 6. When a pilot saw the dense array of incoming missiles on the radar screen, he immediately felt a sense of despair rising. Even if they were gods, they would not be able to withstand such intensive and saturation air defense attacks. However, with a distance of 100 kilometers, they had less than a minute left. Dive down and get to low altitude! Morton Jesse immediately issued the combat order. As the squadron leader, he must not panic in the face of the incoming rain of missiles. They are now about 3,000 meters in the air and have enough time to fly to a lower altitude, although there is a desert area below, and there is no complex terrain for them to use. But at least the clutter on the ground can be used to interfere with the missile, and if the missile fails to turn in time at low altitude, it will crash into the ground. Of course, they might accidentally fall to the ground at low altitude. When the distance is still 50 kilometers, the speed of the missile increases again. In the terminal guidance state, its speed can be increased to Mach 8, or 9,800 kilometers per hour. The time left for them to give warning was shortened again. It's over! At this time, all pilots could visually see the incoming rain of anti-aircraft missiles. The speed of the missiles was completely beyond their imagination, and their high maneuverability made it impossible for them to react. Boom, 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 boom! Although some pilots used their superb flying skills to dodge the first missile, they basically could not dodge the second and third missiles. All 14 advanced F-15I fighter jets crashed into the desert below and turned into pieces of wreckage in the desert. Chapter 118, Thoroughly Pained, Remembered in Heart. This air battle, which lasted for half a day, ended with the destruction of 14 F-15I fighter jets. This air battle also created many miracles in the history of air combat. For example, the first actual combat of a stealth fighter, and the first time an early warning aircraft was shot down. Suyi's side suffered 0 casualties. 2 squadrons of the Hebrew Air Force plus an early warning aircraft were all destroyed. 2 of the F-16C divided by D fighters were also caught up and destroyed by the J-20 fighters. This record is very brilliant for any country, let alone for Suyi. The loss was also unacceptable for the Hebrew Air Force, and this air battle directly dealt a heavy blow to them. Although their losses were not particularly large compared to the size of the entire Air Force, it was a huge blow to their lofty morale. This was also the greatest loss for the Hebrew Air Force since its establishment, and their retaliation ended in complete failure. When the Hebrew Air Force confirmed that the 105th Squadron, the 69th Squadron, and the early warning aircraft had all lost contact, the entire Air Force command fell into silence. At the beginning, they were very confident about this operation, and there seemed to be nothing wrong in any aspect. Because the information they knew about the giant God Army and the Vita military airport was actually deliberately shown to them by Chris and Suyi. They didn't even know about Suyi's airborne early warning aircraft, mainly because Suyi's airborne early warning aircraft had never been to the frontline battlefield. It takes off and lands within the range of the shield. When it leaves the range of the shield, the early warning aircraft has already reached several thousand meters in the air. It was precisely because of the major intelligence errors that they suffered such heavy losses in this air battle. In the information age, information is enough to determine the outcome of a war. At the same time, the positions of auxiliary aircraft such as early warning aircraft, refueling aircraft, and electronic warfare aircraft in air combat are becoming increasingly important. It is impossible to win an air combat solely by relying on the performance of the fighter jets themselves. The news of the destruction of the 2 squadrons quickly spread throughout the Hebrew nation. Such a huge loss could not be concealed, and the entire Hebrew nation was in shock. Can anyone tell me what is going on? You promised me that this operation would be successful, and I approved the launch of 20 Tomahawk cruise missiles. So you tell me, 2 squadrons and an AWACS aircraft were wiped out. Why didn't you die in that air battle? The president of the Hebrew nation stared at the Air Force commander with his eyes fixed on him, like a beast that was ready to devour its prey. Some words cannot be used, so I will use president or commander instead. Please understand. The Air Force commander lowered his head and said in a deep voice, I will resign from this position, but this is not entirely the fault of our Air Force. Before the plan started, no one ever told me that the other side had early warning aircraft, and there might even be stealth fighters. Through the information sent back intermittently by those fighter planes, the Hebrew Air Force reviewed the air battle as soon as possible. It has been confirmed that the other side has early warning aircraft, otherwise they would not have been able to detect their own fighter jets and cruise missiles in this air battle. If they knew that the other side had early warning aircraft, they would not have carried out such a stupid combat plan. It would be like trying to intimidate others under their noses. And they have not yet confirmed that stealth fighters will participate in the war. The first is that no pilot saw the existence of the stealth fighter with his own eyes, it was just that the opponent's air-to-air missiles were a bit strange. The second reason is that there is only one country that currently possesses stealth fighter jets, and that is Singapore. Singapore's F-22 stealth fighters only began to enter service in 2005. Currently, there is only one country that has the ability to develop stealth fighters, and other countries simply do not have the ability or economy to do so. Although all major intelligence agencies believe that the forces behind Suyi may be very powerful, is it possible to develop a stealth fighter independently without relying on the global supply chain? So they would rather intelligence analysts judge that the other side may have used an extremely advanced air-to-air missile. This can be well evidenced by the fact that their early warning aircraft was shot down. Their early warning aircraft was about 200 kilometers away from the frontline battlefield. The other side was not only able to detect their early warning aircraft, but also able to launch air-to-air missiles with ultra-long range to shoot down their early warning aircraft. This type of air-to-air missile has a very long range, which is unmatched by any air-to-air missile of any country currently. It is obvious that the culprit for shooting down Squadron 105 may be these missiles. Because of their ultra-long range, they were mistaken for stealth fighters attacking them. These are the conclusions they came to after reviewing the scattered information from this air battle, but this also proves the serious mistakes made by the intelligence department. The Air Force Command was very resentful towards the intelligence department. They should bear at least half the responsibility for the failure of this air battle. The president was furious after hearing this. The Hebrew Intelligence Agency is the most famous in the world and one of the 4 major intelligence agencies. It has a history of 60 or 70 years. They are known for being radical, bold, secretive, and have a strong ability to collect intelligence. However, in his opinion, it was extremely rare that such a huge mistake occurred in the intelligence gathering on Sui. However, the fact has already happened, and as for how to deal with it later, they can only take it one step at a time. However, they must have recorded this grudge on the first page of their little notebook. As long as they find an opportunity, they will definitely kill them. As for the short term, they will not carry out any more retaliatory actions. This time they suffered such a big loss in intelligence, so they must wait until more complete intelligence is collected. This time, Sui really dealt a heavy blow to the vengeful Hebrew nation, enough to make them remember it for a long time. However, Sui did not promote this air battle too much, although it was a good advertising opportunity. After all, they defeated the invincible Hebrew Air Force in air battles. But this time Sui invested too many high-tech weapons, such as stealth fighters and ultra-long-range air-to-air missiles. If this information were to leak out, it would only do him harm and no good. Of course, he still had to advertise a little, at least to let the outside world know that he had defeated the Hebrew Air Force with his own weapons. As for the results and detailed process, Sui was not going to reveal it to the outside world. I think that even though the Hebrew Air Force suffered such a big loss this time, they will not go around publicizing how miserable they are. This would be just exposing their own scars. Chapter 119 Press Release, Victory Declaration. Not many countries knew about the air battle on that day, only a few countries that participated in the operation. Some well-informed countries also knew a little bit, but most people still didn't know. So it is very simple to let them know. Now the door to the internet era has been opened, and mobile internet has gradually entered everyone's lives. The influence of the leader arms company in Black Africa is not small. As the company's official person in charge, Orloff personally held an external press conference in Hama. After learning part of the content of this press conference, major media outlets rushed to the press conference site without stopping. If they miss out on such hot topics in the world, their editor-in-chief will have to fire them. The impact of this air battle and the last air battle over Abyssinia was completely on a different level. Abyssinia's international influence can be said to be very small. Although they are the second largest military power in Africa, this is only in Africa. When ranked among countries around the world, they are nothing, but this time the target is the Hebrew nation, and their influence is completely different. Every major move of the Hebrew Air Force will be reported by major military media around the world. The major news groups will not miss out on some hot events, and their powerful air force has left a deep impression on many people. The protagonists of this news are still the Hebrews, but they are the losing party. As qualified journalists, how could they not follow up on such an explosive news topic? Orloff was sitting on the podium, looking at the hundreds of reporters below. There were people of all skin colors, and many media outlets were interested in this news. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am not allowed to introduce myself first. I am Yuri Orloff, the general manager of the Bellwether Arms Trading Company. Yesterday, a country brazenly launched an airstrike against us. Facing this unprovoked and shameless act, we, the leading arms company, strongly condemn it. During the war on November 4th, according to the detection of our early warning aircraft, the Hebrew side launched cruise missiles at us without reason. This time they want to repeat the same trick and destroy the industry of our leading arms company. Unfortunately, their plan failed. We launched a strong counterattack and destroyed a total of 14 of their F-16s, 14 F-15s and a Falcon Airborne early warning aircraft. At the same time, our brave pilots also shot down up to 20 Tomahawk cruise missiles. We have successfully prevented the Hebrew side from launching an unprovoked air strike against us. This defeat is the best response to them. Once again, our company warns the Hebrew side not to play with fire. Although we are just a small arms company and PMC company, we have armed forces to protect ourselves. Facing any country or conspiracy against us, we will not make any compromises and will only fight back with our fists. This press conference is actually a declaration of victory, and only the winners can enjoy this treatment. As the losing side, the Hebrew Air Force could only be trampled underfoot. After Orlov finished speaking, the whole scene suddenly became heated. It is hard to imagine that such a direct statement came from the mouth of a company leader. If you don't know, you might think it was the head of a country speaking. You have to know that Hebrew is a sovereign country with strong military and economic strength, and the leading arms company is just a new star in the arms industry. Of course, countries will not simply regard the leader as an ordinary arms dealer. How can an arms company that can cause great losses to Singapore's CI, Abyssinia and Hebrew be an ordinary company? Excuse me, Mr. Orlov, can you release the details of this air battle? Can you give us some videos? Otherwise, I think this cannot prove that you won this air battle. Orlov smiled confidently and said, We will not disclose the details of the air battle because it is a military secret, and we also need to save some face for the Hebrew side. As for some of the videos of this air battle, they will naturally be handed over to you later. You can use them without worry. The press conference did not last very long. After all, everyone was only interested in the reports related to this air battle. After the press conference, the reporters enjoyed a sumptuous lunch in this nice star-rated hotel. After all, the news they wrote were to help him advertise, so it was natural for him to treat them well and let them write better. Ever since the leading arms company held a press conference, outside media have been watching the Hebrew side's reaction to see if they would stand up and say something. However, the Hebrews' reaction was both within their expectations and beyond their expectations. The other party simply ignored it. They neither denied nor responded to this matter, which is a bit unlike their strong style. This means that the Hebrew Air Force did suffer a great loss this time. It is very likely that, as Orlov said, it lost dozens of various types of fighter planes. Soon, the video of the air battle between a leader and Hebrew became a hot topic in many countries around the world. That an arms company could fight against a powerful sovereign state and win a brilliant victory, but it is a fact. This hot topic has also directly raised the reputation and status of the leading arms trading company in the arms market, making it an existence that all parties cannot ignore. It was this time that the leading arms company and its Titan forces came into the public eye. It was only at this time that everyone realized that there was such a powerful arms dealer in Black Continent, and the combat effectiveness of his giant god troops was comparable to that of many countries. The videos released by Sui have also become the focus of attention of many people. This also proves that the new fighter jets and weapons sold by the leading arms companies are indeed not tigers on paper, but truly deadly weapons. Chapter 120 Find something to do. Oil field construction starts. Sir, this time the Hebrew air strike against us was a joint operation planned by the CI of Star Country and the Hebrew Air Force. This is the latest news I have received. Chris found Sui and informed him of the news he had just received. Sui raised his eyebrows and said, This CI is worthy of being called CI. He has never been honest and has always been looking for trouble with us. Maybe we should find something for them to do. They are really too idle. Chris smiled and said, A new official has 3 things to do when he takes office. The former CI director had been fired due to his many mistakes in our operations. The new director naturally wanted to make some achievements, but obviously he failed. It is still very difficult to truly strike a blow against CI. After all, it is one of the 4 major intelligence agencies in the world, backed by the Singaporean government, has a deep foundation, spies all over the world, and even has its own armed forces. Let Zero dig deeper into their spies in various countries around the world, and then expose them to the governments of various countries. He will find as much as he can. I think this will be enough for them to put out fires everywhere. In the internet age, the SMUF artificial intelligence is like Duguchiobai, although it is not yet a god on the internet. After all, the Galaxy 3 supercomputer completely limits its performance, otherwise it would grow to an even more terrifying level, and perhaps by that time the entire world's internet would be open to it. However, CI's intelligence work is also inseparable from the internet. Since they have to use the internet, they will inevitably leave traces, which gives Zero room to operate. Of course, Zero is a SMUF, but the SMUF is not Zero. Zero is actually just part of the SMUF's computing power. It can be regarded as an avatar that specifically serves the intelligence consulting department. Chris nodded and said, Okay, I'll keep them busy so they don't have the energy to take care of us. It was very easy for Chris to cause trouble, especially with Zero cooperating with her. Chris has never let him down since he took control of the intelligence network, which makes him feel very relieved. Since Orlov held the press conference, the dark web arms mall has once again ushered in a craze for arms purchases, especially those optimized weapons. Although their appearance has changed a lot, their performance is the same. After experiencing that air battle, these customers had completely different feelings when looking at these new weapons. After all, that air battle was the best proof of these new weapons, letting them all know that these weapons were indeed very advanced. After their concerns were dispelled, they naturally did not hesitate to take out their wallets and wave the money in their hands to buy. The weapons in the dark web arms mall are lower in price than the market prices of the same level weapons, and the sales prices are quite high, so they are naturally popular. On just the second day of the press conference, the dark web arms mall had a daily turnover of $700 million, from which Sui could earn about $400 million in profit. At present, the turnover of the dark web arms mall is still very high. According to the current development situation, it is very easy to have a turnover of $2 to $3 billion per month, and the number of customers has exceeded 5,000. There are many big countries among these customers, and they also want to get some good stuff from it. Now Sui only has to wait to receive the money every day. The funds in his account are constantly changing, and he is no longer as short of money as before. Boss, the latest news came from Shiba. Our oil extraction equipment has been transported to the oil field. Our engineering team has begun to deploy the equipment. The first batch of crude oil will be delivered in about 2 months. Orlov found Sui and wanted to return the oil field-related work. Sui's eyes lit up and he said, "What about the oil refining equipment? And the processing equipment for the ancillary products? When will it be ready?" Orlov said, "This batch of equipment will arrive at our port tomorrow. Once it arrives, we can start installing it immediately and it will definitely be put into use within 2 months. The refinery plant can also be built at about the same time. In 2 months we will not be short of oil." "But," Sui asked back, "but what? Are you worried that someone will pay attention to our oil field?" Orlov nodded and said, "Our relations with several neighboring countries are not very good. This oil field is not under our strict protection. I am afraid that someone will pay attention to it because they also know that once our oil source is cut off, the Colossus troops will lose their combat effectiveness. Without oil, no matter how advanced your planes, tanks and warships are, they will be useless. Without oil, you can't escape at all and will be at the mercy of others. The reason why Xinhua has not yet launched military action against him may be because of this reason. Because Singapore controls the world's oil, cutting off their oil supply is just a matter of words. But if Sui solves the fuel problem on his own, he will naturally become a thorn in the eyes of various forces. For example, the Hebrew Air Force and their Tomahawk missiles will be frequent visitors here." Sui understood Orlov's concerns very well. After a moment's silence, he said, "Don't worry. I will let Simon take care of things here. I will let Price and his men build a new base there. At the same time, it would be best if we could keep that warlord under our control." Sui knew very well that a massive civil war would break out in the Shiba kingdom within a few years, and this was also a game between major powers. The country of Shiba is the closest route for him to obtain oil, so he must protect it. Price and his team have been very busy recently. Today, Task Force 141 is no longer the small fish and shrimp it used to be, but has grown into a special forces unit with thousands of elite biochemical soldiers. Today, Task Force 141 has made a big name for itself in the mercenary circle and has always been among the top 3 in the rankings. Basically, they receive orders of all sizes every month, with monthly profits alone reaching tens of millions of dollars and monthly turnover reaching hundreds of millions. They often appear in various regions of Black Continent and participate in many battles. That base in the desert has no strategic significance, so it would be better to transfer them to the country of Shiba and let them protect the oil field. Chapter 121, Changes Begin, Sky-High Price Hiring. Just as Sui was paying attention to the construction of the oil field, he received some unexpected news from Aiden. In mid-November, the Moma tribe, which had reorganized its troops, began to attack the remaining Mahmud forces in the city of Beledweyne. He wanted to get rid of the strongest armed force in Aden at the moment, and then he would have the energy to unify the entire territory. In the early stage, their offensive was very fierce, and they defeated the opponent step by step. If it weren't for the Abyssinian kingdom supporting them from behind, one wave of attacks would probably be enough to reach the city of Beledweyne. However, Abdullah was not discouraged. Instead, he regrouped a stronger force and launched a new round of offensive against Mahmud, who was ready to fight. However, Abdullah still underestimated Mahmud's strength. A large number of American weapons appeared in their army. In particular, their TOW anti-tank missiles caused great losses to Abdullah's armored forces, with more than 6 tanks destroyed that day. The two sides have been exchanging fire in towns around Beledweyne for almost 2 weeks. The Moma tribe, with a steady supply of supplies, gained the upper hand in this fierce battle. Yesterday, we broke through Mahmud's last line of defense and are only 1 step away from the city of Beledweyne. However, an accident happened at this time. More than 200 Abyssinian tanks, nearly an armored division, an infantry division, and a total of more than 20,000 troops crossed the border. This move directly stunned the attacking Moma tribal army. Under the impact of the opponent's M60A2 main battle tanks, the T-72 tanks could not withstand such a large number of wolves. The entire armored brigade was almost crippled by the opponent. Abdullah was naturally very angry about the Abyssinian army's actions, and he held a press conference that night to strongly condemn their behavior. But if condemnation is useful, then perhaps there will be no war in this world, and only the weak will condemn. Just like Sui, he usually would not condemn, but would fight back immediately, just like the last time the Hebrew Air Force helped the Star Country launch Tomahawks to deal with him. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth is his style. After repelling the offensive of the Moma tribal army, the Abyssinian side did not pursue the victory, but entered a defensive state. It is obvious that Beledweyne City is their bottom line and they want to keep Mahmud. Because neither Star Country nor they can tolerate a unified Aden. This is not in their interests, nor in the interests of most countries that rely on this route. Although Abyssinia did not launch an offensive, Mahmud was reorganizing his troops. At the same time, Singapore also supported them with a large number of heavy weapons at a low price. Among them, the M48 main battle tanks, which had been retired for who knows how many years, were pulled out by Singapore, refurbished, and then sent to Mahmud. They want to support Mahmud and plunge Aden into civil war again. However, due to his lack of strength, Abdullah had no way to deal with the Abyssinian army stationed in Beledweyne, so he could only watch it all happen. However, he did not sit idly by and wait for death. Instead, he went directly to the desert armed forces and wanted to hire the giant god army to help them retake the city. As long as they can recapture the city, they are willing to pay a hiring fee of up to $1 billion. Of course, there is also a prerequisite that it must be paid in installments because they currently cannot come up with so much money. This is the first time that the Desert Armed Forces has received such a large order since its establishment, but this is understandable. After all, this mission is not easy. The opponent is 2 divisions of Abyssinia, and they are defending the city. The Abyssinia behind them can mobilize troops to reinforce at any time. So this $1 billion in hiring fees is not so easy to get. Abdullah's side was still willing to pay the fee, because they all knew very well that the war to retake the city of Beledweyne was the most important war for them to unify the entire territory. Compared to being able to regain the entire territory, this $10 billion is nothing. They can gain greater benefits. Such a large order will naturally be decided by Sui, the top boss. After weighing the pros and cons, Sui decided to take the order because this order would obviously enhance the status of Desert Armed Forces in the PMC industry. In addition to the $1 billion in hiring fees, the most direct reason is that Sui also wants the unification of Aden. Only a stable backyard can allow Sui to develop his own strength with peace of mind. At least he can deploy defensive measures throughout the country and enhance the depth of Vita Air Force Base. Moreover, based on the last battle with the Abyssinian army, Sui was also very clear about their situation. Whether in terms of combat effectiveness, weapons and equipment, or strategy and tactics, we have absolute advantages, and we are not at a disadvantage in terms of military strength. There is also an extremely important point in modern warfare, that is air superiority, and Sui is very confident that he can master it. Since we have such a big advantage, there is no reason not to take this order. He also wanted Star Country and other countries to see the combat effectiveness of his giant god army. At least when they wanted to attack him, they had to consider whether they could defeat this army. The desert armed forces quickly responded to Abdullah's side. After hearing the news, Abdullah felt relieved. The victories in many wars had made him a little dizzy, and his relatively advanced equipment even gave him the illusion that he might be able to resist the giant god's army. However, this time the Abyssinian army taught him a good lesson, making them realize how big the gap was. So this time he had no choice but to lower his somewhat proud head and ask Sui for help. After receiving the reply, Abdullah immediately spread the news. His purpose in doing so was very simple, which was to boost the morale of his own side and prevent the other side from acting rashly. Chapter 122, All-Out Attack, Defensive Retreat. The news announced by Abdullah immediately caused a great sensation and instantly attracted the attention of the outside world, especially the media related to military technology. The sky-high hiring fee of $1 billion and the news related to the Colossus force have attracted much attention from the outside world. Because many people are very curious about this mysterious giant army and wonder what its true combat effectiveness is. The last time the coalition forces attacked Mahmud and Abyssinia, they were completely defeated with ease, without any distinctive features at all. But this time may be different. The mission undertaken by the giant god army this time is to capture the city of Beledweyne. Anyone who reads the news on this topic knows this. There are now 2 Abyssinian divisions stationed in the city of Beledweyne, plus Mahmud's remaining troops, with a total force of nearly 30,000. However, judging from the strength of the giant god army revealed last time, it is not a small number. The total strength is definitely more than 10,000. As for the current situation, they are not very clear. In addition, the hiring fee of $1 billion is already the highest in the entire PMC industry, which has caused quite a stir in the PMC industry. The size of the giant god force is the largest in the entire mercenary and PMC worlds. Of course, there is still some gap compared with the foreign legions of several countries, but Sui has been expanding the scale of the giant god army and has not stopped moving forward. For example, this time, in order to show their sincerity, Abdullah paid Sui a total of $300 million. This $1 billion fee will be paid off in full within the next year. After receiving the $300 million, Sui spent the money immediately and also spent the $100 million in his own account. Finally, this Airborne Infantry Brigade combat team was fully staffed. You should know that this brigade combat team cost him a total of 12 million yuan. These funds were mainly spent on purchasing helicopters. Although the unit price of these helicopters does not seem high, the total number is terrifying. For example, the current price of an Apache attack helicopter in the system is 110,000 yuan. This brigade is equipped with a total of 24 helicopters, which cost 2.64 million yuan. There are also 12 OH-58 armed reconnaissance helicopters, 60 Black Hawk general-purpose helicopters and 36 CH-47 Chinook medium transport helicopters. Just looking at these helicopters, you can tell how high the expenditure of this brigade is, and it also needs other light and heavy weapons, such as guns, artillery, etc. Therefore, the price of 12 million is not very exaggerated, and Sui also hopes that their combat effectiveness will be as exaggerated as this price. You should know that the initial Armored Brigade combat team only cost Sui more than 3.8 million yuan. This Airborne Assault Infantry Brigade combat team can basically purchase 3 Armored Brigade combat teams. The Giant God Army currently has 3 brigade-level combat teams under its command, with a total strength of nearly 16,000 people. All of their equipment is in line with that of various countries and are the latest models. After accepting the mercenary order, the Colossus troops began to prepare for the war. This was also the first time they left the city of Hama. In order to minimize casualties, Sui decided to send them all out, and at the same time transferred back the 141st Task Force at the desert base. For the next period of time, the defense of the entire Vita Air Force Base was left to them. Of course, the Vita Air Force Base also has a special guard force of nearly 1,000 people. The nearly 2,000 troops here are enough to protect the safety of the Vita base. The desert base will be sealed up temporarily, and perhaps it can be used for other purposes. On December 9, 2007, Christmas in the Western world was approaching, and on this day the 3 brigades of the Giant God Army finally appeared in front of everyone. The Airborne Assault Infantry Brigade Combat Team, which serves as the Air Assault Force, will set off first and set up camp about 100 kilometers away from the city of Beledweyne, while clearing obstacles for follow-up troops. In fact, the night before, the only S-400 Air Defense Missile Battalion in the base had already arrived at the camp. The purpose is naturally to ensure the safety of the helicopter troops and to prevent the other side from launching sneak attacks. The 2 brigade combat teams set out one day after the helicopter troops did. Leading the way was the tank troops of the Armored Brigade Combat Team. The dozens of Leopard 2A6 tanks were intimidating to see. Although this was not its first appearance, this tank unit still left a deep impression on everyone. However, for the opponent this time, the impression it left was fear. The Abyssinian army had briefly fought against this armored force before, and they were well aware of the power of these tanks. After the Desert Force took on this mission, the Abyssinians were also very shocked. They thought it was an easy mission. After all, they were facing only the tribal armed forces of Aden. Although their equipment looked good, their combat effectiveness was still much weaker than theirs. But things were completely different after the giant god troops got involved. However, the Abyssinian army did not retreat. An Abyssinian marshal in charge of commanding the 2 divisions was very confident about this. During World War II, even the Prussian Tiger tanks were defeated by the T-34 tank clusters of the Northern Kingdom. We have the advantage in numbers of tanks, and we have also deployed anti-aircraft forces in the city, so there is absolutely no problem in defense. The marshal's mission was to defend the city, and he never thought of attacking. He is not a fool to be in this position. Without air superiority, it would be suicidal for the armored troops to rush to the plains and fight a decisive battle with the enemy. As long as they hide in the city and rely on the air defense forces to clear the air, even the Colossus troops will not be able to do anything to them. The idea is very good, but what the reality will be depends on how the situation develops. On the 3rd day, all members of the other 2 brigade combat teams arrived at the camp, and the aviation team of the Vita Air Force Base was also ready to go. The war was about to break out. Chapter 123, Seize Air Supremacy, Precise Attack. In Aden, above the city of Beledweyne, about 80 kilometers away from the urban area, it is beyond the missile range of the Abyssinian Air Defense Forces. An RQ-4 Global Hawk drone was flying at an altitude of about 8,000 meters. The side of the drone was printed not with the 5-pointed star of Singapore, but a ram's head. This RQ-4 Global Hawk drone was purchased by Sui from the system at a cost of 170,000 yuan and added to the drone force. As a high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, its appearance replaced Singapore's Blackbird and U-2 and became the main model of Singapore's high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft. It has appeared in many countries. This drone uses a 31.4 kN turbofan engine and has a maximum flight speed of only 650 kilometers, but its range can reach 25,000 kilometers. The most powerful feature of this drone is the integrated search and reconnaissance system it carries, which can detect moving targets 100 kilometers away, and the photos it takes are also very accurate. The RQ-4 Global Hawk drone has been conducting reconnaissance on the city of Beledweyne for nearly 3 days and has basically figured out all the deployments that can be seen in the sky. The city of Beledweyne was of course also aware of the Global Hawk drone hovering in the sky. Although their missiles could not reach such a long distance, their radars could detect it. The RQ-4 Global Hawk drone does not have any stealth capabilities, because once the synthetic aperture radar is turned on, no matter how good the stealth shape and stealth paint are, they will be useless. Once this thing is turned on, it is not as simple as turning on a flashlight in the dark, but directly turning on a searchlight, for fear that others cannot see clearly. Therefore, currently no reconnaissance drone will adopt a stealth appearance, because there is no need for it at all. It is better to think of other ways to improve survivability. Sir, they have turned the entire city of Beledweyne into a fortress, and their tank units have been placed behind the air defense units and are extremely dispersed. At the same time, they also placed some tanks in the city and hid them. I think they wanted to use them as a turret. Their retreating tactics are very difficult to deal with. If we attack forcefully, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. So my idea is to launch an airstrike, first destroy their air defense forces, and then use precision-guided weapons to blow up all the firing points we find. Then the troops launched a feint attack and continued to scout their hidden firepower points. This cycle continued. We blew up every one we found. I think they will soon be unable to bear this kind of loss. When they are ready to retreat, we will launch a general attack and take the city in one fell swoop. This is probably the method with the least casualties, but it may take longer and consume a lot more bombs. It will take at least a week to be effective. As long as you gain air superiority, the opponent will be at your mercy, and you can attack them however you want. The opponent can only passively take the beating. This is the importance of air superiority. If we talk about the most difficult ways of fighting in the 21st century, street fighting and jungle warfare are definitely the most difficult. Because the more complex the environment, the greater the restrictions on weapon performance, especially for heavy weapons. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, Sui didn't want to fight in a street fight. He was still very weak and couldn't afford the loss. The tactics developed by Simon can indeed minimize the losses, but it will consume a lot more precision-guided weapons, which he can still afford. Can you determine the location of the enemy's radar unit? First of all, we must destroy the enemy's air defense forces, so that our fighter jets can fly unscrupulously over the sky of Beledweyne. At this time, Chris stood up and said, "After these days, we dispatched the KJ-500 early warning aircraft to conduct reconnaissance, and basically determined the location of their air defense radar. The Air Force and the Intelligence Advisory Department have been busy these days, and the Intelligence Advisory Department has also adopted the methods once used by the Hebrew Air Force. Use cheap drones to conduct reconnaissance over the city of Beledweyne and lure the enemy's air defense radar to turn on." However, the other party was not stupid. After realizing that it was a drone, they did not open fire, but immediately turned off the radar. However, the signals of their air defense radars were recorded by the early warning aircraft, and then the RQ-4 Global Hawk drone also monitored these air defense radars at all times. They were apparently unaware that the location of their air defense radar had been compromised because they had been switched on for only a short time. Besides, Beledweyne City is not that big, so it doesn't really matter whether it changes its location or not, as the depth is really too small. Their SAM-11 Buk air defense missile is a medium-range air defense missile with a maximum range of only 30 kilometers. As for medium and long-range air defense missiles, they cannot afford them and have no need for them. Now that we have a rough understanding of the situation, there is no need to delay. Let's start the attack. Plan A must be accelerated. The Star Country is paying more and more attention to us, which is not a good thing. Sui finally made the decision and gave the order to attack. On December 12, 2007, the Battle of Beledweyne officially began. Both sides were fully prepared and very confident about it. The first to launch the attack were naturally the Junshin troops who had already taken the initiative in their hands. The first target was the opponent's SAM-11 Buk missile air defense radar position. Four F/A-18 Super Hornets carrying precision air-to-ground weapons took off and launched an air-to-ground strike on the enemy's air defense radar position about 80 kilometers away. A total of 16 advanced AGM-154C Jesuo joint long-range weapons were launched. This advanced precision-guided missile has a maximum range of 130 kilometers and uses a composite guidance method. The Star Army has used this weapon in many wars and its accuracy is very high. Moreover, this missile has a certain stealth capability, and the enemy can only detect it at a very close distance. After 16 guided bombs weighing 681 kilograms flew more than 60 kilometers, soldiers of the Abyssinian Air Defense Missile Force discovered them visually, but it was too late. Chapter 124, Bombardment, Steel Cemetery. Boom, 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 boom! As the joint attack precision-guided weapons fell one after another, the search radar vehicle of the beach missile became the first target, and a bomb weighing more than 600 kilograms landed less than 2 meters away. The entire radar vehicle was directly destroyed in the violent explosion. After searching for the radar vehicle in the urban area, the entire air defense force was like losing its eyes. Missile launchers, fire control radar vehicles and other targets were hit one after another, and a total of 7 vehicles of various types of the entire air defense missile unit were covered in the explosion. The target has been eliminated, we can return. The first phase of the airstrike operation has begun, codename, Iron Cemetery. After seeing the target being eliminated, Simon immediately issued a new combat order. A total of 24 fighter jets from the 1st and 2nd Squadrons formed a large air formation and headed towards the next target. Among them, There are 14 Su-35S fighters and 10 F/A-18 Super Hornet fighters, which basically carry ground attack weapons. Their target was the tanks of the Abyssinian Armored Division, and it was not easy to hide these big guys. You should know that the entire city of Beledweyne is actually a large area of wasteland. A small river runs through the city. There are basically no high-rise buildings in the entire city. It is composed of 3 or 4-story small buildings. It was not easy for them to hide the tanks without any cover. In the past few days, 2 RQ-4 Global Hawk drones have taken turns to conduct uninterrupted surveillance of the city of Beledweyne, obtained a large amount of intelligence, and directly located the gathering points of several tank clusters. Although they used camouflage nets, they could not hide from human eyes. Chris took advantage of the cyborgs and planted dozens of intelligence agents among them. Intelligence personnel would be sent to confirm any possible locations detected by the RQ-4 drone, and the gathering points of several tank clusters were determined by them. The large formation of 24 advanced fighter jets began to disperse after approaching the city of Beledweyne, heading towards their respective target locations. The roar of jet engines began to resound over the city of Beledweyne. Everyone looked up at the fighter jets passing by not far away. They were not curious about all this at all. The entire city of Beledweyne fell into panic after the arrival of the fleet. People quickly ran on the streets, and their target was naturally their homes. Because they knew that war was coming, and they had long been accustomed to all of this. Confirm the target, and start dropping bombs! After the pilot saw a clearly visible camouflage net on the HUD, he spoke into the radio channel. As soon as the words fell, AGM-65 Maverick air-to-ground missiles on the racks fell down and headed directly towards the tank assembly point. There are about 20 tanks gathered in this open space, most of which are old M48 main battle tanks, which are considered to be the first generation of tanks on par with the T-54. This is also the most numerous tank currently in the Abyssinian army. Another part is the M60 main battle tank, which is a second-generation main battle tank. Missiles are coming! Hurry up, we have been discovered! Everyone could see every move of the fighter planes in the sky. As the missiles were dropped one after another, anyone who was not blind could see it. The AGM-65 Maverick air-to-ground missile is very fast, but considering the distance of several kilometers, it only takes about 10 seconds to fall into the tank assembly point. The first Maverick air-to-ground missile penetrated directly through the top of the M48 main battle tank. After the anti-tank missile weighing 300 kilograms hit the tank, the scene was still very fierce. Boom! With a loud bang, the tank was torn into pieces and flew into the sky, and flames instantly covered the surroundings. The scene was also filled with screams, and many soldiers who did not have time to escape were affected by the explosion. Boom, 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 boom! As the missiles fell one by one, the area was completely covered by explosions and flames, and basically all the tanks were destroyed by these missiles. After the tanks were destroyed, the fighter planes began to rush to the next target for bombing, leaving this place in ruins. These tanks were located in a residential area, and many surrounding buildings were affected by the explosion, so there may be quite a few civilians killed or injured. There is nothing that can be done about it. Since those in power themselves do not take the lives of these civilians seriously, how could Sui possibly care? He is just a businessman, not a philanthropist. To be honest, he doesn't have much kindness. He only needed the giant god army to complete the contract, and the civilian casualties caused were none of his business. Of course, he didn't dare to use high-powered weapons in the city, such as fuel bombs. Accidental injuries and mass casualties are two different things. The impact of large-scale casualties on civilians internationally is extremely bad. Sui does not want to be labeled as such, as it will have a huge impact on the company's image. 24 fighter planes launched a massive bombing on the city of Beledweyne, and the Abyssinians could only watch as the locations where their tanks gathered were destroyed one by one. The Abyssinian marshal who was in charge of commanding the 2 divisions was so angry at this moment. This was too painful for him. After dropping all the bombs, the fighter planes began to return home. They had completed more than half of today's mission. During this period, they were also attacked by anti-aircraft weapons, but it did not cause any damage to them. Although their air defense missile units have been destroyed, they still have anti-aircraft artillery and portable anti-aircraft missiles. However, the locations of the anti-aircraft artillery have been marked, and some have been directly destroyed. Next, all these exposed firepower points will be added to the new bombing list. These fighters are still not powerful enough for ground attack. It seems that we need to add more professional ground attack aircraft. Chapter 125, Warthog Appearance, Military Assistance. If we talk about the most powerful ground attack aircraft in the world today, it must be the A-10 Warthog of Singapore. The appearance of this attack aircraft looks very strange at first. Because its engine is mounted on the back, there are many advantages to doing this. As a ground attack aircraft, the exposed engine is undoubtedly the most dangerous, and will also be the best target for ground-based portable missiles. Placing the engine on the back will undoubtedly reduce infrared radiation to a great extent, and anti-aircraft artillery will not be able to hit the engine so easily. Moreover, this professional ground attack aircraft is equipped with heavy belly armor, which gives it very high battlefield survivability. Whenever it appears, it means the beginning of the enemy's nightmare. Its powerful firepower has left a very deep impression on many people. There are a total of 11 racks on its fuselage, which can carry various types of ammunition weighing up to 7.2 tons. In addition to its powerful ammunition load, the most impressive thing about it is probably the 30mm caliber 7-barrel Gatling cannon on its nose. If a human body is hit by this 30mm caliber Gatling gun, it will not be as simple as a hole the size of a bull, but will be torn into pieces directly. Sui had previously purchased several of these attack aircraft. In actual combat, its ground attack capability was indeed much better than that of the Su-35 and F/A-18, although the bomb loads of these three fighters were not much different. This time, since it was not certain whether there were any remaining anti-aircraft missiles in the city, the A-10C Warthog attack aircraft with poor maneuverability was not dispatched. After such a long bombing in the morning, the enemy has not launched any strong counterattack, which means that the enemy does not have any threatening air defense forces. Then Sui could naturally send out these A-10C Warthogs. In order to make the war go more smoothly, he decided to pull out this type of attack aircraft separately and form a fourth attack aircraft squadron. Under the current organization of the aviation force, a general fighter squadron has 2 to 3 flight formations under its jurisdiction, and the total number of fighter jets in the squadron is about 14. So Sui directly purchased 10 A-10C Warthog attack aircraft, and tomorrow the newly formed 4th Attack Squadron will be able to participate in this war. At noon that day, the 32 fighter planes, which had completed fuel and ammunition replenishment, were dispatched again. This time the scale was necessarily larger than last time. Among them, the 1st and 2nd Squadrons each had 14 fighter jets, and there were 4 A-10C Warthog attack aircraft. The air fleet was heading towards the city of Beledweyne in a mighty manner. They had many targets for airstrikes, and the tank gathering point was just one of them. There were also the enemy's fortifications, barracks, headquarters, supply stations, etc. scattered throughout the city. Any military target discovered by the RQ-4 Global Hawk drone, even suspected military targets, will be bombed. Sui wanted to use bombs to defeat the Abyssinian army, and let them know that things here were not something they could get involved in. In the morning they lost more than 100 tanks and armored vehicles of various types, and the armored division that came to reinforce was basically destroyed by the Air Force. The casualties were not large, only more than 300 people, but about 1/3 of the entire armored division's heavy equipment was destroyed. They still underestimated the combat capability of the Air Force, thinking that they could avoid being discovered by breaking up into small groups and distributing themselves throughout the city. Obviously, their idea was too idealistic. The Abyssinian Army Marshal personally called the president's desk, hoping that the country could send Air Force for support. He did not expect the Air Force to be able to defeat the other side. There was still a big gap in strength between the two sides, and he was aware of this. He just hoped that the Air Force could contain the enemy and prevent them from attacking him so recklessly. At the same time, they also hoped that the president can send several air defense missile units, otherwise they might be blown up without even seeing the enemy. However, none of his requests were approved, and basically all of their air defense weapons were deployed in the north. The purpose is to defend against Air Force fighters from Farouk, which is the #1 military power in Black Africa. The rest of the air defense forces were basically deployed in the capital to protect the capital's airspace, so the president directly rejected this proposal. He was a little troubled by the other suggestion, so he simply passed the ball to the Air Force. The Air Force was traumatized by the last air battle and they rejected the proposal outright. It was obvious that the Marshal could only rely on himself to resist the attack from the Colossus troops. In fact, Abyssinia was very reluctant to reinforce Mahmud, but due to pressure from Singapore and its own national defense and security, they had no choice but to send troops. However, the Marshal's request for help from the country was not ineffective. The Star country promised to support them with a batch of air defense weapons as soon as possible. The list mainly includes 3 types of air defense weapons, namely the MIM-23 Hawk air defense missile, the M48 Oak air defense missile, and the FIM-92 Stinger air defense missile. The first 2 air defense missiles have actually been eliminated by the Star Army, but for Black Continent, they still have strong lethality. The Abyssinians naturally accepted it with pleasure. After all, it was free aid, so why wouldn't they accept it? Singapore promised to support them with this batch of air defense missiles, but did not give a specific delivery time. In the short term, they will basically be of no use. After all, Singapore has to pull these missiles out of the storage warehouse and install them, and they also have to become familiar with the use of these missiles, which takes time. However, the FIM-92 Stinger anti-aircraft missiles can be delivered within 2 days. As the real king of underground arms in the world, CI has its own inventory and transportation channels. However, these supports could not solve the urgent problem. More than 30 fighter planes were heading towards the city of Beledweyne. Bombs were dropped one after another in the panic-stricken eyes of the Abyssinian army. The bombing lasted for more than an hour and destroyed more than 80 targets, including Mahmud's troops. This bombing caused them considerable losses, but this was just the beginning. There would be another bombing in the afternoon, and each bombing would take place almost at their meal times. The arrival of the fleet is more accurate than their meal time. Chapter 126 Fighter Aircraft Bidding, Speed Up the Pace. When bombing had become the norm, Sui no longer focused on the front line. With a professional like Simon watching over it, there wouldn't be any major problems there. As for the aid provided by Singapore to Abyssinia, he just smiled lightly. Relying solely on military aid would not be able to change their defeat, unless Singapore sent troops. But considering the current poor economic situation in Singapore, they probably don't have enough money to open up a battlefield in Aden. The current Sui is no longer the Sui of the past. Even if the Star Kingdom sends troops, he has the confidence to confront them head-on. He can guarantee that he will teach the Star Army a profound lesson. On the 3rd day of the war, Sui paid a little attention to the fighting on the front line. The bombings were very regular, 3 times a day. The 2 divisions of the Abyssinian army were probably not far from collapse at this moment. Faced with the bombing from the giant god troops, they could only watch helplessly. This feeling was extremely desperate. On this day, Orloff brought Sui a piece of news, that is, the Numidian Air Force was inviting external bids to update a batch of fighter jets of the Air Force, with a total of 60 aircraft. The Numidian Air Force has very clear regulations for this bidding contract. This fighter must be a 3rd-generation multi-purpose fighter with air, ground and sea combat capabilities. Apart from this, there are no other requirements, and this requires major aviation companies to compete. As for who will win, it depends on who has the lower price. Of course, the premise of this low price is that the performance must be good enough. In fact, when Sui saw the bidding contract, he smiled. Who could compete with him in this regard? He can bring out the best 3rd-generation fighter jets to compete, and he has an absolute advantage in terms of price. If he could get this order, at a price of about $30 million per aircraft, it would be a contract of up to $1.8 billion. However, the price of fighter jets would not be that low. This is an order worth more than $2 billion. We must win it. Sui does not have a lot of money now, but if he can get this order worth more than $2 billion, he can at least make a profit of $1.5 billion, which is enough for him to do many things. The oilfield equipment and the Airborne Infantry Brigade combat team directly emptied Sui's small treasury. Including the balance that has not yet been paid, he now has only $1 billion in funds, including the balance from Abdullah. This number was a very large number in the past, but for him today, this number is really not that large. When and where will their bidding be held? Orloff replied. The bidding will be held next Wednesday, December 20th, and we have 5 days to prepare. Sui nodded and said, "Prepare the bidding documents immediately. I will go there in person and make sure to win this contract." Orloff frowned and said, "Boss, isn't this too dangerous? Once the Star Country knows that you went to Namibia, they will definitely try every possible means to find an opportunity to assassinate you." Sui shook his head and said, "I take security issues more seriously than you do. Besides, am I afraid of their assassination now? Besides, even if they launch anti-aircraft missiles to hit my plane, it is impossible to do so. The shield generator can cover a large area. If he travels in the commander's special plane, the coverage range of the shield generator can completely cover the plane. In terms of the strength of the shield generator, it can withstand at least more than 1,000 missile attacks. If all of them are fired at one point, it can at least withstand more than 100 missiles. Therefore, Sui was not worried about the safety issue at all during this trip, and CI's assassination was completely ineffective against him. Otherwise, with his cautious character, how could he joke with his own life? As for whether they would cause trouble in Namibia, he was not worried. Their relationship with Star Country was not good, and they were also under an embargo by Star Country. Of course, this embargo actually only applies to Star Country and its several allies. This is not like Aden and Persia, which are subject to an arms embargo by the United Nations. These are two completely different concepts. Not all countries will obey the orders of Star Country. Any country would be tempted by such a large order. Although $2 billion may not seem like a lot, the effect of these 20 aircraft orders on boosting the domestic aviation industry economy is indeed very obvious. Especially for high-value high-tech products such as fighter jets, a $2 billion order is enough to drive a gross domestic product value of more than $20 billion. Because an airplane involves a lot of industrial chains, you should know that behind every worker in an aircraft manufacturing plant, there are 80 downstream workers producing parts. Therefore, for many countries, they cannot simply focus on this $2 billion order. Therefore, many countries were interested in this order, including Gaul, which has strong aviation industry. According to the information Sui obtained, they are determined to win this order. There are many countries that are determined to win this order, and the northern country is one of them. After all, the current main force of the Namibian Air Force comes from these two countries, equipped with a total of 79 Mirage series fighters and about 300 MiG and Su series fighters. Sui was determined to win this order. It might be difficult to get all of them, but getting half of them should not be a problem. After all, Namibia also has to consider international political factors in this bidding. No matter how good the fighter jets Sui has are, they must give part of the order to these two countries, otherwise it would be difficult to explain. Sui went straight to Simon and said, "I'm going out next Tuesday. Don't let this war drag on for too long. Let's try to resolve it before then." "Yes, sir," Simon said seriously. Sui did this to prevent any accidents from happening in the war while he was outside. If he was unable to rush back in time to provide support, everything would be in trouble. After all, he had sent out most of his troops, and the Vita Air Force Base was short of troops, so there was no guarantee that someone would not be planning to attack here. Therefore, he can only leave with peace of mind after the war is over. Otherwise, if his lair is destroyed as soon as he leaves, he will be in tears. Chapter 127 Penetrate the bomb and behead directly. Sui issued the latest order. As the commander of the battle to recapture Beledweyne, Simon Riley certainly needed to adjust the battle plan. At 7 o'clock in the morning on the 4th day of the war, the fleet arrived over the city of Beledweyne ahead of schedule. There were a total of 42 aircraft in this fleet, with the 1st, 2nd, and 4th squadrons all dispatched. All the fighters carried about 200 tons of various ground attack bombs and missiles. This new round of airstrikes began with 6 GBU-28 bunker smashers. After several days of reconnaissance operations and repeated confirmation by ground intelligence personnel, the location of the Joint Command Headquarters in Beledweyne was finally determined. In recent days, early warning aircraft and Growler electronic attack aircraft have been dispatched one after another to collect various electromagnetic waves that frequently travel back and forth over the city of Beledweyne. Although Mahmud tried his best to hide the location of the command center. However, the electromagnetic waves eventually exposed their position. After the early warning aircraft discovered the abnormally active electromagnetic waves, it conducted continuous and high-intensity reconnaissance of the area and finally determined their location. According to Ground and RQ-4 Global Hawk Drone Reconnaissance, the enemy's Joint Command Center should be set up in an air raid shelter. This air raid shelter is located in the east of Beledweyne City. It was once built to defend against fighter jets from the Abyssinian Air Force. It is unexpected that both sides set up their headquarters here. This is really interesting. Now that we know where the target is, beheading its command center is definitely one of the most effective ways to resolve this battle. At the beginning of the war, Simon wanted to carry out a decapitation operation against Mahmud, but after multiple reconnaissance flights, he found that the other party was not in the original residence. Now he knew that he was hiding in the Joint Command Center in this air raid shelter. And the Abyssinian Marshal is also very likely hiding in here. If these two people can be killed directly, perhaps the war can end today. 3 F/A-18 Super Hornets each carry 2 of these 2.3-ton laser-guided penetrating bombs, which have enough penetrating power to penetrate the air raid shelter, which is less than 10 meters deep. After the GBU-28 penetrating bombs were dropped, the 3 F/A-18 Super Hornet fighters seemed to have released a heavy burden, and the aircraft suddenly rose dozens of meters uncontrollably. In less than 10 seconds, the pilot watched the bomb that had been aimed at the target location on the HUD arrive successfully. The 6 penetrating bombs fell like meteorites, easily penetrating the soil layer. Even after encountering the obstacle of the concrete layer, they did not stop. Relying on the powerful kinetic energy brought by the weight, the concrete layer, which is only a few meters thick, obviously cannot withstand it. This is a penetrating bomb weighing 2.3 tons, which can penetrate at least 8 meters of concrete or 20 meters of soil. The staff working in the Joint Command Center had just arrived at work when they heard a few loud noises above their heads, and then continued to hear vibrations, which were much stronger than the previous bombings. Everyone looked up with suspicion. Seeing the concrete roof shaking steadily and the dust falling continuously, their hearts were extremely nervous. Boom, boom, boom! 4 GBU-28s penetrated the concrete layer one after another and landed in different locations of the air raid shelter. Then their fuses were triggered, and their warheads weighing more than 300 kilograms of explosives exploded immediately. In this confined space, the huge shock waves and energy generated by the explosions spread everywhere. Flames gushed out directly from the hole penetrated by the penetrating bomb, and the situation inside the air raid shelter was imaginable. 4 bombs exploded in this enclosed air battle. Even if the person was not killed, he would be killed by the huge shock wave. Mahmud was very unlucky. He escaped the arrest last time, but he could not escape the explosion this time. He met God in his sleep. A GBU-28 bunker crusher exploded less than 3 meters away from him. The coalition headquarters was directly destroyed by 4 GBU-28 bunker crushers, and the remaining 2 bombs deviated by more than 10 meters and did not hit the air raid shelter. The huge explosion immediately alarmed the guard battalion stationed nearby. They stared in amazement as 6 large black rats fell from the sky, burrowed into the ground and disappeared. A few seconds later, a huge explosion came from underground, and the ground couldn't help but shake violently. In particular, many people who were standing on the ground above the explosion were killed or injured. The general was killed in the explosion! The general was killed in the explosion! After seeing this scene in horror, a soldier immediately started shouting and screaming. It was obvious that his spirit was on the verge of collapse. The news spread like a whirlwind, and most of the soldiers who heard the news had no expression on their faces. The continuous bombing in recent days has made them numb, and this news actually made them feel a little relieved. It's nonsense to say that they are loyal to Mahmud. They are just like the ancient soldiers of Yin state. They fight because they can't make a living. They will fight for whoever gives them food. This is the main reason why their combat effectiveness has always been very low, and they dare not fight to the death. The Abyssinian marshal was very lucky to escape the bombing. As an early bird, he suddenly had the urge to inspect the soldiers since the bombing had not started so quickly anyway. When the convoy was halfway there, he discovered that his lair had been bombed. Judging from the situation at the scene, most of the people inside were dead. This made him feel like he had escaped death. He was a marshal and still had some time to enjoy himself. He didn't want to die on the battlefield. Damn it, retreat! We have to retreat! Because of the direct threat from the air, their convoys in the country cannot get through at all. Last night, a transport convoy crossing the border was bombed. He could not bear such days any longer, and he did not think it necessary for the Abyssinian army to suffer such fearless casualties for Mahmud. Judging from the current situation, Mahmud is probably dead, so there is no point for them to stay here, and retreat seems to be their best option. Chapter 128. Start withdrawing troops and mobile blocking. Simon, according to our intelligence, the enemy wants to withdraw, and the approximate time should be in the early morning. Chris informed Simon Riley of her latest intelligence. Simon Riley was stunned after hearing what Chris said, then he turned to the map displayed on the HUD desktop and began to ponder. It seems like they can't bear it anymore. Now that they're here, they shouldn't leave. Since Abyssinia sent troops, Sui had no intention of letting them leave. However, they had been hiding in the city before, so Simon had not found a good opportunity. He just used airstrikes to try to destroy their fortifications and manpower. This time the other party actually wants to evacuate Beledwin, so this gives him a good opportunity. Compared to the Abyssinian soldiers in the city, they are much easier to fight in the wild than in the city. Convey my order. Have the Air Assault Infantry Brigade combat team stand by and be ready to attack at any time. At the same time, have the Armored Brigade combat team and the Striker Brigade combat team ready for combat. Launch the attack at 12 a.m. sharp. Even if they don't leave, we will scare them away. Simon was not afraid at all that the general attack launched in the early morning would alert the enemy, but instead make them retreat into the city. Because they also understood very well that if they continued to stay in the city, with Mahmud being killed in the bombing, they would not be able to control the situation in the city at all. Staying there would mean a complete death, but if they retreated overnight, they would be able to save their lives by the time they reached Abyssinia. It is only 45 kilometers from Beledweyne to their border city of Filfil, and it only takes 2 or 3 hours for all of them to arrive. Therefore, even if an attack was launched, it would be very easy for them to escape into the country as long as some soldiers were left behind to block the attack. If there was no Airborne Assault Brigade combat team, Simon would not be sure to keep the enemy. But now the situation is different, because this brigade combat team is fully staffed and has strong mobility and combat capabilities. The other party wants to take the convoy to Firfil on the border. There is only one desert road, and this is also the only way they can take, unless they want to take a detour of several hundred kilometers, but this is obviously impossible. Simon's battle plan was also very simple. He used the powerful maneuverability of the helicopter to seize the small town of Jawi on the enemy's route while the enemy's convoy was leaving from Beledweyne. As long as they block their retreating troops here, the armored brigade combat team that will catch up will eat them up together with them. As for the Striker Brigade combat team, they stayed in the city to carry out the cleanup work and at the same time maintain order in the city and prevent others from cutting off their retreat. After 3 or 4 days of bombing, the Abyssinian Armored Division and Infantry Division suffered heavy losses in personnel and equipment, especially their Armored Division, which was the focus of the bombing. Their Armored Division has more than 200 tanks of various types, and the number of tanks and armored vehicles left is probably no more than 20, most of which were destroyed by airstrikes. Especially during the air raid on the air raid shelter, they had a group of more than 50 tanks and armored vehicles stationed inside, which are now buried under the rubble. Not to mention that they have so few tanks, even if they had more, they would not be able to gain any advantage facing the 24 Longbow Apache attack helicopters of the Airborne Assault Infantry Brigade combat team. In terms of night combat, Sui has equipped each soldier with advanced night vision combat equipment, such as 4-channel night vision goggles, low light/night vision sights, etc. Their night combat equipment is more luxurious than that of the Star Army. At least the Star Army has no way to equip all soldiers with expensive 4-channel night vision goggles. Only Sui Feng, who can purchase them at a cheaper price, can do it. These night vision equipment will give the giant god troops a huge advantage when fighting in the dark. This can be seen from a real battle example. Also in a country in the northern Black region, 6 soldiers equipped with night vision goggles rely on their weapons and machine guns to defend a stronghold. They held off attacks from hundreds of terrorists, and waited until daybreak when their air support arrived and rescued them. And they only lost 1 comrade. From this, it is not difficult to see why the Star Army attaches so much importance to the development of night combat equipment. You can see the enemy, but the enemy cannot see you. You can hit the enemy, but the enemy cannot hit you. This is the advantage provided by night vision equipment, which is just like an asymmetric attack. The personnel and equipment of the two Abyssinian divisions now have no advantages at all compared to the two brigade-level combat teams of the Colossus force. It was not a difficult task for them to annihilate these two divisions in the field, not to mention that they had support from the air. No matter what, the enemy could not break through the defense lines set up by the Airborne Assault Infantry Brigade combat team. As time passed, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening, and undercurrents were surging in the city of Beledweyne. The soldiers of the Abyssinian Armored Division and part of the Infantry Division received retreat orders from their superiors, and those who were not notified were actually abandoned pawns, and their fate was obvious. They were very efficient in this regard. The original time for everyone to assemble was 12 o'clock, but they had all assembled at 11:30. Since everyone is here, let's set off early. The Abyssinian marshal was very anxious to return home, so he ordered his troops to set off immediately. The two MQ-9 Reaper drones in the sky could see all of this very clearly. After nightfall, the two Reaper drones had been hovering over the city of Beledweyne. The city of Beledweyne has been under full electronic suppression, so even if it has air defense radars, they have become ineffective, and it is impossible to detect the Reaper drones in the sky. Because it is at an altitude of 3,000 meters, the sound of its propellers and engines cannot be heard on the ground, let alone seen. Report: the latest news from the drone unit is that the enemy has set off ahead of schedule, and the vanguard has already begun to leave the city. Simon, who had dozed off for a while, was hurriedly awakened. He immediately came to his senses and issued the latest orders. Let the aviation team send out planes to spread mines and anti-personnel mines on the road ahead of them to delay their retreat. Pay attention to the density. Let the three brigade combat teams launch the attack ahead of schedule as originally planned, and have the aviation team send off half of its fighter jets to provide support. At the same time, have the early warning aircraft pay attention to any abnormal situation at the border. Once an enemy is spotted coming from the air, just shoot it down. Yes. Chapter 129. Minefield cuts off the road, shocking the running group. During the Abyssinian retreat of about half an hour, they had already traveled more than 10 kilometers. At this time they heard fierce gunfire coming from the city of Beledweyne. After hearing it, everyone looked back with a look of relief in their eyes. If they had not left early, they might have been trapped in the city by the other party, and would not have been able to leave even if they wanted to. Marshal, your guess is right. They actually launched a general attack at 12 o'clock. I'm afraid they didn't expect that we were only more than 30 kilometers away from the border. Yeah, when they find out that we have returned home, I wonder how angry they will be. A smile appeared on the marshal's old face, and just when he was about to be humble, explosions suddenly came from the front. The long marching team suddenly panicked after hearing the explosion from the front, and now they were a little paranoid. What's going on? What happened ahead? The marshal asked an officer who came in a hurry. Report to the marshal, there is a mine ahead, and several of our people were injured. The marshal's face changed and he said, Don't worry about these mines, just keep moving forward. Now he just wants to return home as soon as possible. The life or death of those soldiers does not matter much. As long as he returns home, it will be a victory for him. Soon, explosions were heard continuously, and they became more and more frequent. The team in front was completely panicked, and the whole team was a little frightened. Marshal, there is a minefield ahead. It is so dense that the soldiers are unwilling to move forward. The marshal's face darkened when he heard this. He really wanted to set up a supervision team at this time, but he knew very well that the soldiers' nerves were already very sensitive. If a compulsory order is issued, it may cause a mutiny among the soldiers. So he could only say, Let the engineers clear a route for us to advance, and we must do it quickly. This must be the minefield they set up to delay us. Yes. Vida Air Force Base, Giant God Military Management Department, Command Hall. Supervisor, they have stopped and are clearing mines. It will take them at least an hour to clear a route through the minefield. Simon looked at the image coming from a display screen and said, Keep watching them. Has the fleet arrived at Jawi? The helicopter group will arrive in about 10 minutes. All equipment and personnel will be in place within 30 minutes, and we will begin setting up blocking positions. The key to this battle was the Airborne Infantry Brigade combat team. Only after they occupied the small town of Jawi and set up blocking positions could they completely wipe out the Abyssinian army. "Hasn't the Armored Brigade combat team broken through the direction of Beledwin City yet?" Simon looked at the time and said with a frown. The officer replied, "The enemy has placed a lot of explosives in the city, completely disregarding casualties, so progress has not kept up. However, the armored forces are ready to go around the city to pursue, and the strikers are enough to take the city. The current situation is still very favorable for the giant god army, and the battle can be ended today." Hundreds of helicopters of the Air Assault Infantry Brigade combat team flew in several formations in the sky, the bulk of which were 24 longbows and 12 OH-58 reconnaissance helicopters. The town of Jawi is just an ordinary town very close to the border. The population of the entire town is only a few thousand people, and there is no armed force stationed here. The Airborne Infantry Brigade combat team captured this place very easily. The Artillery Battalion will immediately go to set up positions, the Air Assault Infantry Battalion will immediately dig positions, and the Engineering Battalion will build a simple helicopter base to refuel our helicopters. There is still a tough battle to fight next." The commander of the brigade combat team issued the next order on a Black Hawk command helicopter, and the entire brigade became busy. "Yes." In about 20 minutes, the Field Artillery Battalion of the Airborne Assault Infantry Brigade combat team completed the installation and debugging of the artillery. "Immediately bombard the enemy's marching troops, and send out armed helicopters to disrupt their formation. The armored forces in the rear will soon catch up, and we must capture them within a few hours." After receiving the latest battle information, the captain immediately issued the latest orders. The armed helicopter, which had completed refueling, began to take off and headed towards the Abyssinian army less than 20 kilometers away. The enemy had already broken through the minefield and was rushing towards this side quickly. But it was obvious that they had not yet received the news that Javi had fallen, otherwise they would not have rushed here in such a hurry to die. "Fire!" The Field Artillery Battalion is equipped with a total of 18 M777 ultralight artillery pieces, all of which are hoisted by CH-47 Chinooks. As the order to fire was given, the group of runners that had already adjusted all the parameters immediately opened fire one after another. Boom, 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 boom. A heavy artillery with a caliber of 155 mm opened fire. The scene was very shocking. Under the powerful shock wave, the entire artillery position was covered in sand and dust. Today's artillery is equipped with extremely advanced fire control systems and uses high-precision shells, so there is no need for calibration. The two divisions that were marching suddenly heard a humming sound coming from the sky, which was very different from the sound of an airplane. When they looked up they didn't see anything, but they soon knew what it was. Boom, 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 boom. The shells fell one after another, raising a cloud of dust in the desert, and the shells continued to fall into the crowd. Although the soft sand absorbed a lot of the energy of the shells, it still caused casualties to the enemy. "Damn it! Order the troops to evade the bombardment. The shells are coming from the front of us. Could it be that the Aiden army is ambushing us in front?" The marshal's face turned pale when he said this. He had a premonition that his way forward might have been cut off. The group of armed helicopters that appeared a few minutes later quickly confirmed his idea. Chapter 130, Returning with Victory and Rising in Fame. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The unique sound of a helicopter's rotor rang out in the sky, and the sound of falling shells could not cover up the sound of its rotor turning. The Field Artillery Battalion bombarded intensively for about 10 minutes, basically firing at a rate of 5 rounds per minute, and the marching team of more than 10,000 people was in complete chaos. Among them, there were many vehicles that were hit by artillery shells and caught fire, and there was even an unlucky M60A2 tank that was directly hit by an artillery shell. The probability of this happening can be said to be very small. Swish, swish. With the arrival of the fleet of armed helicopters, after the pilot spotted the target personnel, the weapons officer in the back seat immediately opened fire, leaving them no time to react. One after another, 70mm caliber Python rockets flew out and exploded among the crowd hundreds of meters away, instantly blowing up the Abyssinian soldiers who were trying to assemble. As an advanced armed helicopter of the Star Force, the Longbow Apache has a very advanced and mature night combat system. The helicopter pilot's helmet has the function of shooting wherever you look, and it is a very advanced tactical helmet. Rockets, anti-tank missiles, and even chain gun shells were constantly flying in the sky. The more people gathered, the more shells fell. The main purpose of the armed helicopter group and the field artillery battalion is to disrupt the organization of this marching team, and the armored brigade combat team only needs to rush in to finish it off. It was obvious that their tactics were very successful. The Abyssinian troops were already on the verge of collapse due to the bombing a few days ago. This time, the running group and helicopter attack became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The entire army was in complete chaos and couldn't even launch the most basic counterattack. Especially in such a pitch-black environment as now, they are basically blind without night vision equipment. The superiors cannot find their troops, and the subordinates cannot find their superiors. Because two E/A-18 Growler electronic warfare aircraft arrived above the battlefield and provided strong electromagnetic shielding to the battlefield, cutting off the enemy's signals. About 10 minutes later, the armored brigade combat team arrived in time. As the Leopard 2A6 main battle tanks were driving, their artillery fire continued and high-explosive bombs cleared the various obstacles ahead. Their arrival was the final word in this war, and the battle came to an end. In the end, the Colossus troops won a perfect victory. The two Abyssinian divisions, as the opponent, were defeated by the Colossus troops. More than 5,000 soldiers were captured and more than 10,000 soldiers were annihilated. This is definitely a very heavy loss for the Republic of Abyssinia, whose total military strength is only hundreds of thousands. Moreover, the armored division they came with this time was their country's ace force, but it was all lost here, not to mention the loss of equipment. Their loss of tanks and armored vehicles alone exceeded 300. This battle directly stunned the Republic of Abyssinia and also hurt them. This is also the painful price they paid for clinging to Xinghua and fighting back. Although the entire Abyssinian Republic hated Sui and the giant god army, they did not dare to talk about revenge anymore. Facts have proved that whether in the Air Force or the Army, the Titan forces are someone they cannot afford to mess with now, and of course they will be even less likely to be messed with in the future. On December 17, 2007, the day after the Battle of Beledweyne ended, the Colossus troops once again proved their combat effectiveness to the outside world with their impressive performance. Faced with two Abyssinian divisions of regular troops, they not only defeated them head-on, but also annihilated and captured them. You have to know that Abyssinia is the second largest military power in Africa no matter what, and the combat effectiveness of its soldiers is also quite good. At least compared with other countries, it is still very good, and it is the kind of situation that is not as good as the best but better than the worst. This battle also proved the Colossus's ability to fight head-on. As a powerful force in the PMC industry, it is already ranked in the forefront. This mercenary group of 15,000 people, also known as the PMC Private Security Force, is no less powerful than the Foreign Legion of Gaul in terms of numbers, equipment, and combat effectiveness. On the 17th, the giant god army handed over the city of Beledweyne to the armed forces of the Moma tribe who came to take over. The giant god army naturally returned to the capital in a mighty manner to enjoy the fruits of this establishment. This battle is very important for establishing the armed forces' position in the PMC industry. At least it has been known to the general public, and the Colossus is probably the most high-profile mercenary group in recent times. Sui finally breathed a sigh of relief when the troops returned to the Air Force Base. He had felt insecure for several days after the troops left. After the return of the Giant God Corps, the 141st Task Force set out for the country of Sheba. They will enter the oil fields as mercenaries, establish a military base there, and settle down there. Unless Sui finds a larger oil field in Aden one day, Task Force 141 will be dispatched back. The reason why Sui placed the 141st Task Force in Sheba country was not just because of the oil fields. In fact, the more important reason was that he wanted to intervene in the civil war that was about to break out in Sheba country. If we can take control of this place, it would be equivalent to blocking the Gulf of Aden, and then the Star country would be in great trouble. Besides, that country has such rich oil and gas resources, which will be of use to us in the future. His ambition is not limited to that small oil field, he wants to control the entire oil fields of the country of Sheba. In this way, our troops will no longer have to worry about the lack of fuel in the future. With the return of the Titans, Sui began to prepare for the trip to Namibia. There are two main purposes for this trip. The first and most important one is naturally to get the order for fighter jets. The second purpose is to establish long-term arms trade cooperation with this country. He also wants to use this country to divert the attention of Star Country, so as to give himself enough time to develop. Of course, as a major oil-producing country, using weapons and equipment to drain their money is also a basic quality of an arms dealer. Chapter 131 Shield Function, Radar Invisibility. On the afternoon of December 19th, a commander's special aircraft took off from the runway of the Vida Military Airport. This time, the route chosen by Sui was very bold. He chose to fly directly over Abyssinia and then directly to the capital of Namibia. The venue for this public bidding is a 5-star hotel. The reason why Sui chose this route was certainly not because he wanted to wander around freely after having the shield generator. There is always a chance of something happening, but despite this he is still very careful about his own safety. The reason why he did this was actually because of another newly discovered function of the shield generator, which starts with the working principle of the shield generator. The shield generator actually absorbs the energy of the attack, not simply withstands it. The electromagnetic waves emitted by radar are actually a type of energy, so it can absorb the wave beams emitted by radar. In other words, radar is completely useless for shield generators and cannot be detected at all. So even if he flew directly to Namibia, the radar equipment along the way would not be able to detect the existence of this plane at all, and it was completely invisible to the radar. Even if the Star Army discovered his travel and sent early warning aircraft to find him, there would be no way. This was Sui's reliance. As the power of the giant god army grew, more and more forces from all sides focused their attention on Sui. This was not the first time that his commander's special plane had appeared in the public eye. When someone saw the plane climbing in the sky, they immediately passed the news on, and multiple intelligence organizations received the information. I found him and I think we can work together. This is a great opportunity for us. CAI and the Hebrew intelligence department soon colluded with each other because their common enemy was Sui. Sui brought great harm to both CAI and the Hebrew nation, and they hated him to the core. However, Sui has been stationed in the Vita Air Force Base with a strong force, so they can't find any chance at all. This may be the only chance for them. As long as they could kill Sui, the leader and armed forces headed by Sui might disappear, and they could easily achieve their goal. Are you sure he's on this plane? It's basically certain that we have to take a gamble no matter what. That's right. The other side doesn't have any fighter escort this time. This is indeed our best chance. After the two parties reached an agreement on cooperation in this regard, they quickly took action. The Hebrew Air Force attached great importance to this operation and directly dispatched 2 airborne early warning aircraft and 2 squadrons of F-15s on standby. As long as the airborne early warning aircraft discovers Sui's private plane, he will be greeted by an attack from nearly 30 F-15 fighter jets. CI also began to make efforts and directly contacted the Kingdom of Farouk. This first military power in Black Africa is no joke. Soon, the Farouk Air Force also launched a number of fighter jets and entered the airspace of the neighboring country, forming a second air barrier on the route. If the Hebrew side failed to succeed due to some unexpected accidents, Farouk's side would continue to attack and shoot down the special plane. Farouk has no cooperation with the Bellwether Arms Company, and they also believe that Bellwether cannot pose any threat to them. So they are very willing to help with this small favor requested by CI. However, their efforts were doomed to fail, as the commander's plane, flying at an altitude of 15,000 meters, was only about 200 kilometers away from the Hebrew Falcon early warning aircraft. However, the other party did not notice the special plane. It can be said that it slipped completely past their noses. After flying for several hours, we finally arrived at our destination, the capital of Namibia, Pori. The special plane landed at Pori Airport, and Namibia also gave Sui the reception treatment as a foreign guest. A fleet of Rolls-Royce Phantoms, with traffic workers clearing the way, sent Sui to a local 5-star hotel in a high-profile manner. This car is quite comfortable to sit in, but it's a pity that it was made in the United Kingdom. Sui sat in the car, feeling the comfortable and relaxing environment, and couldn't help but sigh. The United Kingdom is one of Star Country's close allies. If Sui goes to order a custom-made Rolls-Royce, Star Country will not mind tampering with the car. Orlov chuckled and said, "Your private car is no worse than this one, and it's safer. It's better not to send things from the outside world to the base." This order is very important to the leader, so Orlov will naturally follow. After all, things like negotiations still had to be done by Orlov, and he only needed to make decisions. After a night's rest, Sui and Orlov came to a large conference room on the top floor in high spirits. When he arrived, there were already quite a few people inside. As he appeared, most people turned their eyes to him, and most of them were full of curiosity. As a military-industrial enterprise, they are very well informed, but this is the first time they have met Sui. They are also very clear that Sui will be one of the biggest competitors in this bidding. This order is not big, but it is not small either. There were more than 10 aviation companies participating in the bidding in the entire conference room. The most threatening ones were naturally Dassault from Gaul, Sukhoi from the north, Yehang from Yen, and Sui's leader. Sui's leader is probably the only one among so many aviation and military-industrial enterprises that is not a national team, and it stands out from the crowd. Soon the public bidding conference officially began. The first thing was the speaker's opening remarks, introducing the requirements of this bidding, etc. After about an hour, the spokesperson finally said, "You should all be clear about this tender. I will send someone to collect your bids. As for which fighter jet to choose, it will be decided by our fighter jet procurement department. Please wait patiently for the news." For this bidding, Sui prepared multiple fighter jets for them, not just one. Anyway, he has reported almost all the fighter jets in the system that meet their standards, and he is determined to get this order. Chapter 132: Overcoming all difficulties and being selected. A director of the Secretariat put a large stack of information on the desk and said to the man sitting there, "President, this is all the information about the fighter jets in this bidding. We have screened out those that do not meet our requirements." Namibia President K put down his pen, glanced at the information on the table, and asked, "Does the fighter jet from the leader meet our requirements this time?" He had a very deep impression of this leading company, and he also admired people like Sui very much. Therefore, Sui came this time to welcome the highest standard, and he also felt that this leader might open a huge gap in the Star Country's encirclement and blockade of them. This senior official in the Secretariat is one of Kamavris' most trusted confidants. Many national affairs will be discussed with this person and his opinions will be listened to. After hearing Kaye's question, he couldn't help but look a little strange, and said, "They have a total of 4 fighters that have been deeply tested and entered the second round. These fighters are very consistent with our requirements in terms of performance and price." A trace of surprise flashed in Kaye's eyes, and he asked, "Do they really have so many advanced fighter planes?" The director of the Secretariat was silent for a moment before he said, "According to the intelligence we have obtained, this Sui is very mysterious. It seems that there is an arms alliance behind him, and he can come up with all kinds of new weapons, such as the tank we purchased last time. For such a person, it is best for us to maintain a cooperative relationship with him. Perhaps we can obtain a large amount of arms from him without restriction. Singapore has never given up its idea of attacking our country. After all, our oil is out of their control. We must be prepared for this. Singapore's petrodollar is maintained by the oil in their hands. Only when more oil is controlled in their hands, the hegemony of the petrodollar will be more stable. However, Namibia is an exception. As the largest oil-producing country in Africa, it is not willing to join the oil family of Star Country. The last country to do that was Babylon, which led to Operation Desert Storm and the war that shocked the world. It is not difficult to understand why Namibia later fell into civil strife and never recovered. If their fighter jets meet our needs, then we can give him the bulk of the order. I think he will understand what we mean," Mr. Ka said after thinking for a long time. "I see. I'll keep an eye on this matter myself." After he left, Mr. Ka picked up the performance analysis data of various fighter jets on the table and looked at them. There are quite a few fighter jets that have passed the first round of review, such as the Typhoon, Rafale, Su-30MK and other fighter jets. This time, Sui also carefully selected 4 fighter jets for Namibia, and all of them have now passed the first round of screening. Among these 4 fighter jets are Singapore's F-15, F/A-18, F-16 and Su-35, 3 of which are the most advanced third-generation fighter jets of the Star Wars military. Anyway, it is impossible for Singapore's aviation giants to participate in this bidding conference. After all, Singapore's arms embargo is still in effect. And there are only so many top third-generation fighter jets, and Sukhoi in the north and several aviation giants in Europe will definitely participate. If we use those fighter jets to compete with them, apart from the price advantage, there will be no performance advantage at all. Therefore, choosing Singapore's top third-generation aircraft to participate in this bidding is definitely the best choice. As he has already started to equip himself with fourth-generation aircraft, he is not afraid at all that the security of his airspace will be threatened by exporting too many advanced third-generation aircraft. Only those who have actually used the fourth-generation aircraft know how big the gap is between the third-generation aircraft and the fourth-generation aircraft. If the current price of fourth-generation aircraft was not too expensive for him, he would not mind replacing all the Su-35S fighters with J-20B. On the second day of the bidding conference, Sui received good news. Orlov said with a smile on his face, "Boss, our 4 fighters have all entered the second round. It seems that this time we will have a very good chance of getting the bulk of this order. Also, their Air Force wants us to fly the fighter jets to them for test flights and performance evaluation, but I have rejected this proposal and instead asked them to send personnel to our airport in the port to carry out these projects." The second round of bidding is actually very simple. The Namibian Air Force will conduct detailed performance evaluation, test flights, etc. on each fighter. This round will eliminate most of the fighters, leaving only 2 or 3 that they are most satisfied with. By that time we will enter the third round of bidding, including price negotiations, delivery time, etc. After these 3 rounds are completed, the transaction will naturally be successful. Very good, it seems that they have shown goodwill. It's time for us to go over and have a talk. Sui understood very well that this was a signal sent to him by Mr. Ka. It seemed that their lives were not as easy as he had imagined, and he also hoped very much to reach a cooperation with him. A few hours later, Sui met the legendary Mr. Ka in the president's office. This hero who has been fighting against Singapore for decades is indeed very powerful. If we talk about one of the most hated people in Singapore in the world, then Uncle Ka can basically be ranked at the top. "Hello, Mr. President, nice to meet you," Mr. Ka said very kindly. "Please take a seat. I didn't expect Mr. Su to be so young. How do you feel about coming to our country this time? Are you satisfied with our hospitality?" Sui nodded and said, "Of course, your country is developing very well and is very enthusiastic." Ka Yi laughed and said, "I think so too, but our military development is totally inconsistent with our economic development. Neither Star Country nor several European countries are willing to sell their advanced weapons to us. Just like the Dassault Rafale this time, the fighter jets sold to us are all castrated versions. As you know, the relationship between our country and these countries has not been very harmonious recently. If the price I offered was not high enough, perhaps they would not come. So I kicked them out of this bidding. I think I can give all 50 aircraft in this order to you. Of course, the premise is that your fighter jets are really as good as you said in your bidding documents." Chapter 133, Cooperation and Peaceful Development. After hearing what Ka said, Sui said confidently, "I can guarantee that I will not sell monkey version weapons, and the performance is definitely the most advanced in the world, not worse than other countries, and even stronger. And Mr. President has heard of us, the leader, so he should also know our reputation in the industry. I'm afraid there is no weapon in this world that we can't use. If it weren't for the canal, I could get any aircraft carrier the President wanted. The Suez Canal and the Strait of Gibraltar completely block the route to the underground sea. Of course, if possible, Sui only needs to make one trip to solve this trouble, but the prerequisite is that Sui must have a secret base in the underground sea. Otherwise, once his whereabouts were discovered, it would be difficult not to guess what was wrong with him. Uncle Ka also knew that Sui's words might be a bit of bragging, but they were indeed able to come up with a variety of weapons and equipment, and their level of advancement was no less than that of other countries. Currently no country or force knows how he did it. The conclusion that is most recognized by experts from various countries is that Sui is supported by alien forces. Only this seemingly absurd conclusion can reasonably explain everything behind this, but everyone knows that it is impossible. Because if this so-called alien force has such powerful technology that it can travel across the stars, then how could it possibly come to Blue Planet to sell arms? Isn't this nonsense? Mr. Ka doesn't care what secrets are behind Sui, because it has nothing to do with him. On the contrary, the more mysterious Sui is, the greater the value of cooperating with him. Namibia is not short of money. It can even be said that any major oil exporting country will not lack cash foreign exchange, but the prerequisite is that the country must be peaceful and stable. They have money and Sui has the most advanced weapons in the world. The two sides are simply a match made in heaven. As long as Namibia has a strong armed force, why should it be afraid of military threats from these countries? Only a strong military force can guarantee the peaceful and stable development of a country, and Mr. Ka is very clear about this. The situation in Namibia has not been very stable recently. Star Country and several European countries have begun to support opposition forces in their countries and want to split Namibia, thus falling into civil strife. Mr. Ka is very clear about all of this, which is why he is so eager to reach in-depth cooperation with Sui. If there was a stable channel for arms, he would have enough confidence to suppress this opposition force. It can be said that the only person in the world who can provide him with a stable supply of arms is probably Sui's leader. Mr. Su, I feel relieved. If this cooperation is pleasant, we will reach more cooperation in the future. Our country is not short of money, but advanced weapons. Sui also responded with a smile. It just so happens that I don't lack advanced weapons here, but I lack US dollars. During this brief conversation, the two sides laid the tone for future cooperation. Of course, the premise is that Sui's weapons can really meet their needs. Sui is very confident about this. No matter what their needs are, he can provide corresponding weapons. Of course, the needs have to be reasonable. After reaching the cooperation, Sui took a special plane back to Vita Air Force Base. CAI and the Hebrew intelligence agencies worked together with great effort, but in the end they gained nothing. When Sui returned to Vita Air Force Base, they knew that the operation had ended just as it had begun. They were also very confused as to why they had dispatched early warning aircraft and blocked such a large area of airspace, but still did not find any signal from Sui's special plane. Could he have gone through their secret passage? Perhaps their munitions were transported through such a secret passage. Suddenly, a staff member, like a blind monk who discovered a bright spot, enlightened many people. So they started working on these aspects again, but they would never be able to find any trace of the space channel in their lifetime. Just as Sui arrived at the Vita Air Force Base, a large team from Namibia came to a small military airport that had just been built on the seashore of the Air Force Base. This military airport is not far from the port, and next to the military airport is the construction site of the Leader Weapons Exhibition Hall area. In addition to being used for the takeoff and landing of HNA aircraft, this military airport will also be used for customer test flights. At the same time, as the scale of this airport expands, the fleet mainly used for arms air security and arms transportation will also be transferred to this airport. Currently, the scale of aircraft used for arms escort is very large, and the number of Super Tucanos has reached 15. The scale of transport aircraft of the two models has reached 50, of which there are 12 C-130 transport aircraft, and the number of C-5M Super Galaxy has reached 4. The ports are now being expanded, the number of customers in coastal countries is constantly increasing, and sea transportation has become the most important transportation route at present. The number of various types of transport ships, escort ships and missile boats has reached more than 30, which is already a very large scale. The number of 054A missile frigates is still 2, and Sui currently has no intention of increasing maritime forces. The most important reason is money, and another reason is that they do not want to overstimulate the Singapore Navy. Otherwise, if they focus their attention on Sui, there is no guarantee that their aircraft carrier battle group will just come over frequently to stroll around, or cause trouble for his sea transportation routes. The reason why the Star Country has not sent the Fifth Fleet to cause trouble for him is because of his strength. The Airborne Early Warning Aircraft Fleet would occasionally patrol the open seas, and had encountered Singaporean naval vessels. Coupled with the strength that the giant God Army had previously demonstrated, and the emergence of various advanced weapons, this also made the Star Navy very wary. If a violent conflict breaks out between the two sides, Sui will definitely have anti-ship missiles to deal with them. The other side has early warning aircraft, advanced fighter jets and anti-ship missiles. An aircraft carrier is actually just an offshore platform. How can it possibly compete with land-based aircraft in all aspects? It is like a battleship ramming a shore-based artillery battery. The shore-based artillery battery usually wins. The same principle applies to aircraft carriers. This is also the main reason for peaceful coexistence with the Fifth Fleet, relying on one's own strength. However, if he overdevelops his maritime power, it will undoubtedly touch their bottom line, so in the absence of sufficient funds, it is better to develop in a low-key manner. Chapter 134, Transportation Channel, Transit Base. This time, the large evaluation team from Namibia stayed in the airport for a full 5 days, until Christmas. During these 5 days, they conducted various test flights on the 4 fighters, as well as extreme performance test flights. They already had a good idea of all the data. It was not until the 30th that the Namibian Military Equipment Procurement Department once again sent a team to the Vita Air Force Base. The main purpose of this visit is to negotiate. The price and delivery time need to be discussed. Although Namibia is not short of money, they are not fools and will naturally save money if they can. Their arrival actually means that Sui has won one or even several of the orders this time. The specific amount depends on their decision. Orloff was personally responsible for this negotiation. In fact, the price offered by Sui was already very reasonable, and the other party did not bargain for anything. This time, Namibia was indeed sincere and gave 50 of the 60 fighter jets to the leader. As for the remaining 10, they were Su-30 Mk fighter bombers purchased from northern Japan to replace their Su-24 fighter bombers. Of the remaining 50 fighter jets, they will purchase 30 F-15C fighter jets, 8 F/A-18 Super Hornets, and 12 F-16D fighter jets. The most expensive of them is the F-15C fighter, with a unit price of $60 million, while the F/A-18 Super Hornet costs $40 million. The cheapest is the F-16 fighter, with a unit price of $30 million. The prices of these fighter jets are generally lower than the current market price. If Singapore sells arms abroad, the price of an F-15 fighter jet will be at least $70 million. Of course, the 3 fighter jets sold by Sui have all been optimized in appearance, and have undergone several days of evaluation. The price is satisfactory for both parties. The amount of this order is still very large for Sui, including 30 F-15C fighter jets, which cost $1.8 billion. The price of 8 Super Hornets is $320 million, while the price of 12 F-16C divided by D fighter jets is $360 million. The total order amount is 2.48 billion yuan. This is just the price of the bare machine and does not include engines, missiles, etc. They purchased a total of about 50 spare engines of various models and 2,000 missiles of various models, which amounted to nearly $500 million in expenditure. In other words, this time Namibia purchased equipment worth up to $3 billion from Sui, which once again broke the record for the largest single order. Although Namibia paid so much money, they gained powerful Air Force combat capability in return. You should know that the configuration of this fighter alone has surpassed many countries. Even the fighter jets equipped by the ancient country of Farouk, which is known as the strongest military country in Black Continent, are not as advanced as theirs. This batch of fighter jets will all be delivered to them within 3 months, and Namibia is also very generous and directly paid Sui a deposit of $1 billion, which also shows their sincerity. However, there is another problem that bothers Sui, and that is the problem of arms transportation channel. Abyssinia was stuck between the two sides. If it wanted to transport arms, it could only do so from Kenya. However, Nubia, Sudan, was located between the two countries, so this was an arms transportation route that had to be opened. The Republic of Nubia is one of the least developed countries in the world and also one of the most unstable countries. Its level of chaos is even worse than that of the previous Kingdom of Aden. We must seize a transit base in this country so that we can directly open up a transportation channel between Namibia, Libya, and the rest of the world. Sui looked at the Black Continent on the map and couldn't help but speak. Orloff also nodded and said, "Namibia is our long-term partner, so a stable arms transportation route is very necessary." Sui continued, "The situation in this country is very chaotic, which is very conducive to us taking advantage of the situation. So we should buy that piece of land in a suitable location and use it as our transportation transfer station. We must build an Air Force base there, which must be able to take off and land large strategic transport aircraft. We only have 3 months to complete this order, so we have to be quick. Olaf said to the map. If you want to enter Numidia from Nubia, there is only one land route at the border. This road crosses the entire desert. The road condition is not very good, but it can be used. This requires Numidia to come up with a solution on its own. Sui looked at it for a while and said, The road conditions at their border are indeed a problem, but it doesn't matter. We should try to use air transport routes. They have already bought the equipment anyway, so they don't mind the transportation costs. Okay, I'll go back and make the arrangements. The venue problem will be solved within a week. After Orloff left, Sui murmured, I'm afraid the transport capacity of just 4 C5MS is not enough. Its load capacity is still not large enough. Let's give them a big one this time. When it comes to the largest transport aircraft in the world, the N-225 Cossack super transport aircraft will come to everyone's mind. This transport aircraft was developed by the former Northland to transport their Buran space shuttle. It is equipped with 6 turbofan engines with a thrust of up to 229 kilonewtons. Its maximum takeoff weight is extremely terrifying, up to 640 tons, and its maximum load can reach 250 tons. The maximum takeoff weight of the C-5M Super Galaxy is just over 400 tons, and its maximum load capacity is only about 120 tons. The N-225 transport aircraft has a little more than twice its load capacity. However, due to its huge size and weight, there are not many airports in the world that can take off and land it. But compared with the arms trade between the two sides, this is not a big problem. The current Vita Air Force Base is definitely the highest specification military airport in the world, and there is no problem in using it to take off and land the N-225. Although the price of this aircraft is very expensive, it is not expensive compared to Sui. The price of its system is about 1.2 million yuan. If it is on the market, its price should be $500 million per aircraft. Chapter 135 New Year's Day Inspection, Opportunity for Riots. Sui had no intention of optimizing the appearance of this aircraft. Anyway, this aircraft actually had nothing to do with the North Country. Instead, it was in the hands of the satellite country of Ross. The Northern Kingdom's control over Ross is still very weak at present, otherwise Ross would not have left the embrace of the Northern Kingdom in his previous life and joined the Europa camp. Besides, the N-225 strategic transport aircraft is not their export version of equipment, so there is no need to hide it. Instead, Sui can go and do this business. The North might feel uncomfortable, but they would not target him. Anyway, even if the North Country is uncomfortable, it has nothing to do with him. Given the North Country's poor economy, the two sides are destined not to have much cooperation. As an arms dealer, Sui only makes friends with wealthy people. Obviously, the Northern Country is not among them, mainly because their demand for weapons and equipment from the outside world is almost zero. Of course, it is necessary to maintain some relationship with them. After all, they are one of the 5 major countries of the United Nations. Their influence in the world is not small. We must defend them if we can avoid it. However, the transit station in Nubia has not been completed yet, and there is no need to transport the N-225 at present, as it takes up too much space. The engineering corps will also need to build a huge hangar specifically for it at the airport. The arrival of New Year's Day made Sui a little uncomfortable. He didn't expect that it has been almost a year since he came to this world. The time has come to January 1st, 2008, and this will be a new beginning. On this day, he suddenly became interested and went to inspect several projects under construction. The closest to the Air Force Base is the Leader Weapons Exhibition Hall, which has a total of more than a dozen exhibition halls and a nearby port area airport. Due to the use of relatively simple steel structures and the 24-hour uninterrupted use of a large number of engineering robots, the entire exhibition area is now nearing completion and will be ready for use in a month at most. The other project is an oil refinery, which is about 2 or 3 kilometers away from the Vita Air Force Base. Although this factory does not have a lot of equipment, it occupies a large area, and many military buildings have been built in it, such as anti-aircraft gun positions, air defense radars, etc. The construction of this factory was completed on Christmas Day last month. The equipment shipped from Yen country has already begun to be installed. It will take 1 or 2 months to debug the equipment. As for the worker Sui, he would naturally not recruit from outside, but directly recruit biochemical engineers within the system, who are much more useful than workers from outside. Sui would not trust anyone from the outside world. After all, there were too many people staring at him. How could he trust them? The construction progress in the country of Saba is also very encouraging. According to the latest information sent back from there, all the oil wells have been installed. As long as the refinery on our side is put into operation, trial mining can be carried out there, and then large-scale mining operations can be carried out according to the situation. Just after Sui and Yushushu finished their New Year's Day dinner, Chris came to them and informed them of an urgent piece of information. Sir, there have been large-scale riots and small-scale armed clashes in the Oromia region of Abyssinia. According to the intelligence we have received, Abyssinia's 2 defeats have led to turmoil in their already unstable political situation, especially the arrest of more than 5,000 people, most of whom are from several tribes in Oromia state. Someone must have instigated these tribes and united them together. The intention is not clear at the moment. After hearing this, Sui's eyes narrowed, and then he glanced at Yushushu, who was cleaning up the dishes. When she saw Sui's eyes, she immediately said, "I'll go out for a walk first." Sui nodded and said, "Go ahead, let me know when you come back." After watching her leave, Sui said, "This is a great opportunity for us. Abyssinia is very important to us. Since things are moving in this direction, it is very necessary for us to help push it forward from behind. Abyssinia has become an important chess piece for Singapore to deal with him. If he can liberate this country from Singapore, his geopolitical environment will be much better. Even if the Star Kingdom wants to deal with him at that time, he can only rely on the ancient country of Farouk at most, and at least he cannot use Abyssinia as a springboard to attack him." "Okay, sir, I will quickly find out who is behind this and contact him." Chris also understood what Suyi's intention was, so she naturally made arrangements according to Suyi's intention and did it more beautifully. The current scale of the Intelligence Advisory Department is still relatively large. Intelligence personnel alone are spread across several major countries in Africa and the desert region, with a total number of more than 2,000 people. As a country that posed a major threat to the leader, Abyssinia was naturally the key infiltration target of the Intelligence Advisory Department in the early days, with hundreds of intelligence personnel spread across the country. These hundreds of intelligence personnel have also developed their own subordinates, and the number of people actually collecting intelligence for the Intelligence Advisory Department is probably already several thousand. As one of the least developed countries in the world, Abyssinia's main source of funding is for military development, rather than for the development of people's livelihood. Various riots often break out in the country due to economic conflicts, and this riot is just one of the larger ones. It was actually not very difficult to find out who was behind this. In less than 2 days, Chris got detailed information about the matter. The person behind the scenes was Nichols, the biggest opposition leader in Abyssinia, who had a very good reputation in Oromia and even in the 2 nearby states. This opposition was once the ruling party in Abyssinia, but unfortunately it was driven out of power by the current faction. However, because they have a very deep foundation in the country, they have survived well. However, the suppression over the years has caused their reputation to decline and their strength to weaken. The 2 failed attacks on the leading fighters naturally gave the opposition Nicholas a handle, who used the thousands of captured soldiers to make a fuss and eventually instigated the riot. He also hoped to use them to develop a large-scale riot, but they were very short of weapons, which gave Nicholas a headache. Chapter 136: Seeking Cooperation, Adding Fuel to the Fire. "Leader, there's a man outside looking for you. He says he's the leader." Just as Nicholas was worried about the lack of arms, an attendant came up and whispered. After hearing this, Nicholas was shocked and silent for a long time. He then exhaled and said, "Since he's here, let him in." The sudden appearance of the leader was completely beyond his expectations. As for their intentions, he knew it without having to guess. It seemed that they knew that this was something they had pushed for. At the same time, he was secretly surprised at the intelligence capabilities of the leader, that they were able to find out what he had done in such a short time. As expected, it is an existence that can fight CI head-on. Its strength should not be underestimated. Soon, the attendant came in with a young black man. After seeing Nicholas, the young black man smiled and said, "Nice to meet you, Chief. I am a special envoy from the Leader Arms Trading Company. I came here to seek cooperation with you." Nicholas smiled mockingly and said, "Cooperation? What you mean by cooperation is that you want our country to be more chaotic, right?" The young man ignored his sarcasm and directly retorted, "Isn't this what the leader wants? We are just pouring a little fuel on the fire. After all, the leader has already lit the fire." A cold light flashed in Nicholas' eyes, but the black youth stared at him without caring at all. The two of them looked at each other for a full half-minute before Nicholas said, "Tell me how we can cooperate. You know, we are enemies, and you have detained more than 5,000 of our soldiers." The black youth smiled and said, "As long as we reach a cooperation, these more than 5,000 soldiers who have undergone military training will return to your command, but their weapons and equipment have been confiscated by the Aiden government. But I don't think this is a big deal. We are willing to provide the chief with a batch of arms at a low price. This is the weapons order. The chief can carefully select them and then just make this call." After saying that, he handed him a business card. Nicholas hesitated for a moment, then gently took the business card and said, "If there is nothing else, you can go out." After the black youth left, Nicholas stared blankly at the business card in his hand, and after a long while he let out a soft sigh. As a populist, the reason why he did not buy arms from the leader before was because the two sides were enemies. The current turmoil in Abyssinia is closely related to the leader. He believed that he had merely accelerated the process, all for the sake of a brighter future for Abyssinia. However, the leader offered him an offer that he could not refuse at the moment, and he was indeed short of arms, and the leader happened to be the only arms dealer who could support them. Ideals always need to compromise with reality, and in the end he still made the call. The fact that he made this call meant that he had jumped on board the leader's pirate ship, and it would be difficult for him to get off in the future. If he suddenly jumped ship without consent in the future, the details of these cooperations and how they promoted the Abyssinian riots will be disclosed one by one, which will be enough to ruin his reputation and make him the object of scorn by the people of his country. "Sir, the other party agreed to cooperate and purchased a large amount of arms from us, totaling more than $30 million US. Sui chuckled and said, "It seems that his ambition is not small. I just hope he can control it better." He didn't want to support an ungrateful person. What if he turned against him in the future? Wouldn't that be like shooting himself in the foot? Chris smiled coldly and said, "Don't worry, sir. I am sure of this. We have many ways to control him. The intelligence and advisory department is no longer the small fish and shrimp it once was. If they want to control a person, it is indeed not a difficult task. Have them transport the weapons and equipment over here as soon as possible. I want to see this country fall into chaos as soon as possible." The Qing kingdom had used this place as a springboard to cause trouble for him several times, and he had long wanted to deal with them. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity could not be missed. After the two sides reached a cooperation, Nicholas sent people to take back the more than 5,000 soldiers from Abdullah, which also greatly increased his reputation in Oromia. You have to know that these soldiers represent more than 5,000 families. Nicholas made an indispensable contribution to their safe return, which also caused a great sensation in the local area. When the Abyssinian government learned of this, they knew that something was wrong, and the game between the two sides began, while Sui just sat and watched the development of the incident. If Nicholas was about to collapse, he wouldn't mind going over to lend a hand. In short, even if he couldn't use this country for his own purposes, he would let it fall into complete chaos. To be honest, Sui never thought that the opposition represented by Nicholas could overthrow the incumbent. After all, with Singapore's support behind the scenes, the most ideal situation would probably be a military confrontation between the two sides, with each occupying a piece of territory, thus achieving the effect of division. Abdullah was also very concerned about this matter. No one wants the countries around him to be too powerful, especially when the other party is hostile to him. The military pressure this creates is simply too great, and it would be great if we could make them cause chaos. Nicholas did not disappoint him when the batch of arms that could arm tens of thousands of people arrived. Large-scale armed conflict broke out, gunshots rang out everywhere in the city, and the next day it was announced that the armed forces had occupied the important city of Diller. Nicholas also re-emerged on the Abyssinian stage as the leader of the opposition. However, he will soon face military suppression from the government, and whether he can withstand it depends on his ability. Sui has done everything he can. If they fail, then this country will still be under the control of Qing country, which is not good for his future development. At this time, an unexpected customer came to him and gave Sui a considerable order. Chapter 137 Large Order, Stirring Up a Hornet's Nest. The country that came knocking this time was not some other country, but Yan's all-weather strategic partner, the state of Patton. The feud between Patton and Moria is long-standing. For decades, conflicts of varying sizes have broken out between the two sides almost 365 days a year. However, relying on its vast territory and decent economy, the Moria kingdom purchased a large number of advanced weapons and equipment from abroad, thus forming a huge military advantage over the Patton kingdom. Other countries, considering the Moria kingdom, were unwilling to sell advanced weapons to Patton. There are only a few countries in the world that have the ability to manufacture advanced weapons and equipment, most of which are member states of the convention organization headed by Star. The Star country has always wanted to bring the Peacock country into the alliance, thereby posing a certain threat to the Yen country and completing the last link in the strategic encirclement. Therefore, in the conflict between the two sides, they will definitely stand on the side of the Peacock kingdom, not to mention that the relationship between the Baton kingdom and the Star kingdom is not very good. Another country with strong equipment manufacturing capabilities is the North. But they are one of the largest arms suppliers to the Moria kingdom. For the sake of the Moria kingdom's orders, how could they sell weapons to the less wealthy Patton kingdom? These reasons led to the fact that even if Baton had money, it could not buy advanced weapons and equipment, and in 2008, the high-tech weapons of Yen country were not ideal. It could not meet the needs of Patton at all. After all, they were facing the Moria kingdom which possessed advanced weapons. If you spend a lot of money to buy weapons that are not very advanced from Yen country, it would be a waste of money. This is also the reason why the Baton kingdom did not purchase a large number of weapons and equipment from the Yen kingdom in the previous life, because its performance could not be compared with that of the Peacock kingdom. But at this time an outlier appeared, that is the leading arms company. Every country in the world knows the relationship between this arms company and Singapore. The relationship is already very bad. This arms dealer is also the first one that dares to confront Singapore head-on. The most important thing is that the leading arms company has a large number of advanced weapons and equipment, which can be provided whether on land, in the air, or even on the sea. The state of Baton has carefully conducted a long-term investigation on the leading arms trading companies, especially their new types of weapons and equipment. Because they are also afraid of buying a bunch of defective equipment. After all, this is a war, not a joke, and if they lose they will pay a heavy price. After a long period of research, they have determined that the new advanced equipment of the leading arms trading company is indeed not just for show. So far, no quality problems have been exposed. There are so many countries buying from them, and no matter how powerful the leader is, it is impossible to shut them up. So the state of Patton did not hesitate, and came directly to us, preparing to make a large-scale purchase of weapons and equipment. The order involved the Navy, Army and Air Force, and the order amount was as high as tens of billions of dollars. Due to frequent wars, the economy of Patton is not very prosperous, but they have to set aside part of the money to purchase weapons and equipment. They are actually not very rich, and they calculate the money used to purchase weapons and equipment carefully, and the weapons and equipment they choose are those with the best cost-effectiveness. This purchase order includes the T-80U main battle tanks, AH-1W attack helicopters, Dow anti-tank missiles, Stinger individual air defense missiles, etc. required by the Army. The weapons purchased by the Army are to make up for the lack of high-end combat capabilities and replace a batch of weapons and equipment that are about to be eliminated. The Air Force's purchase quantity was not large, but what it purchased were mainly F-16C divided by D fighter jets, with a unit price of only $30 million. It can be said to be the most cost-effective one among all fighter jets, and its performance in various aspects such as engine and avionics is very good. The Navy purchased only Type 022 missile boats, which are cheap and practical weapons and equipment that they need most at the moment. Their pressure is arguably the greatest in the Navy, but they don't have much money to invest in the Navy. The 022 missile boat meets their needs very well, because they only need to ensure that the near-shore waterways are unobstructed, and long-distance operations have nothing to do with them at all. The total amount of the order reached $1.8 billion, of which the Army and Air Force accounted for the majority. The Navy only purchased 20 missile boats, totaling only $300 million. Sui was naturally very happy about this order worth nearly $2 billion. He could at least earn more than $10 billion here. It took the two parties about half a month to complete the discussion of the deal, and the leading company also promised to deliver all the weapons and equipment in about a month. This is also the main reason why Patton is willing to find a leading arms company to buy such a large amount of weapons and equipment. The leading arms company in the industry is famous for its fast delivery speed. Basically, there is no need to wait for any time, and the goods can be delivered to customers safely and efficiently. The advanced arms logistics system can be said to have played an indispensable role in this. It was impossible to conceal the news that Patton purchased such a large batch of weapons and equipment, and Patton also announced the order. This was like disturbing a hornet's nest, and the Peacock Kingdom immediately exploded on the spot. On the day the news was received, Peacock Country held a press conference specifically on the matter, strongly condemning the despicable behavior of the leading arms trading company. At the same time, several military executives clamored to teach the leading arms company a lesson, and also said that the Navy would do its utmost to prevent the completion of these orders. Moria Country is currently the little bully in South Asia. In their view, the act of leader company openly selling advanced weapons to hostile countries is a serious provocation. They also sent a special envoy to try to stop the deal. Of course, Sui couldn't agree to this. The other party just said a bunch of harsh words and walked away. If it were an arms company from other countries, Peacock Country would really have no good solution and would not dare to issue a military threat, but this is not the case with the leader company. It seems that this deal is destined not to go too smoothly. We must pay attention to the Navy of the Peacock Nation. Since this deal has touched the pain point of the Peacock Kingdom, it is inevitable that they will send the Navy to intercept the transport fleet, and they naturally need to be prepared for this. Chapter 138 Great White Swan, Superb Anti-Ship. The Moria Kingdom's Navy is considered a very strong maritime combat force in the whole of Asia and even the world. Their naval soldiers alone number more than 50,000, and they own more than 150 combat ships of various types, including 1 aircraft carrier, 11 destroyers, 19 frigates, 19 submarines, and various other auxiliary ships. In addition to several P-18 patrol boats and about 10 Type 022 missile boats, Sui's most combat-capable ones are 2 Type 054A missile frigates. However, it would be naive to think that you can scare off the Peacock Kingdom's navy with just 2 frigates. Although the 054A missile frigate demonstrated excellent air defense capabilities in the last naval battle, its anti-ship and anti-submarine capabilities are unclear. Besides, there are only 2 of them, which is nothing compared to the Peacock Kingdom, which has mysterious self-confidence. Therefore, Sui must have a weapon that can deter the enemy at present, otherwise it will be very troublesome if they forcibly intercept the transport fleet this time. Of course, if these Indians wanted to fight, Sui wouldn't mind sinking a few of their warships to let them know that he was not someone they could afford to mess with. To be honest, Sui's naval combat power is not as good as that of the Peacock Kingdom, but if they dare to approach the Aden Kingdom, he can guarantee that no matter how many ships they come, they will be sunk. If you want to truly scare the Peacock Navy, you must either have a fleet of naval combat ships that they are afraid of, or let them know that you have the ability to easily sink their warships. With the little money Sui has now, he probably won't be able to achieve anything, and instead will be targeted by the Star Country Navy. If the navies of these 2 countries unite to deal with him, he will not be able to hold on now. They only need to block the entire waterway of Aden, and then they will not be able to transport weapons and equipment by sea. After thinking for a long time, Sui selected the best deterrent weapon, which is the strategic bomber. The strategic bomber is a weapon that no country can underestimate. If it is used to carry heavy anti-ship missiles, even the Star Army's aircraft carrier battle group would be a little scared when seeing it. There are only a few strategic bombers available in the world. The B-52 series, B-1 series and B-2 Spirit are from Singapore, and the Tu-22 Backfire, Tu-95 Bear and Tu-160 White Swan are from North Korea. Among these 6 strategic bombers, Sui first dispatched the B-52 and B-2. Not only was the B-52 too bulky, but it was also better to choose the Tu-95 strategic bomber in terms of range and payload. Not to mention the B-2. Once discovered by Singapore, it will cause a huge wave. The B-1B Lancer strategic bomber and the Tu-22M backfire are definitely inferior to the big Tu-160 White Swan in terms of performance in all aspects. If the B-2 stealth strategic bomber is not an option, the best of the 5, the Tu-160 strategic bomber, must be chosen. This strategic bomber is like a white swan flying gracefully in the sky. It is a supersonic variable sweep-wing strategic bomber, and is very similar in appearance to the B-1B Lancer. It uses 4 245 kN turbofan engines, and its maximum flight speed can reach Mach 2.05, which ordinary fighter jets cannot catch up with. As a strategic bomber, its maximum takeoff weight is 275 tons, its maximum bomb load can reach 45 tons, and its maximum range can reach 16,000 kilometers. It has 2 independent ammunition bays at the front and rear, each of which is equipped with a 6-barrel rotating rack. Other ammunition racks can also be replaced to carry other types of bombs. Because its wings use a variable sweep-wing design and need to be able to fly at supersonic speeds, there are no external weapon racks. The performance of this strategic bomber fully meets Sui's current needs. Its appearance is enough to deter the navy of the Peacock Kingdom, and it can also deter neighboring countries and even the Star Kingdom. You know, Sui can even take out strategic bombers, so is he capable of taking out nuclear weapons? This may be an unknown. But no one dared to be sure that he could not come up with it, because no country dared to take the risk. Sui was really too mysterious. Of course, the cost of building such a big machine is not low. The market price of a single machine is around $300 million. Compared with the B-2 strategic bomber, which is more expensive than the equivalent of gold, it is nothing. The cost of B-2 is as high as $2.1 billion. Even if he was offered a discount for this strategic bomber, its price would still be as high as $5 million per aircraft. It was impossible for him to spend all his net worth to buy a strategic bomber that he had no use for at the moment. The price of the Tu-160 Blackjack strategic bomber is much more attractive. After a discount, it only costs $70 million, or $700,000 to buy one. Sui unceremoniously sent 2 Tu-160 strategic bombers and established the 5th Strategic Bomber Squadron of the aviation team. The strength of the aviation team has been greatly enhanced again. It has a total of 5 squadrons, with a total of more than 50 fighter jets of various models, and all of them are the most advanced fighter jets currently. It is not enough to have strategic bombers alone. This time we must be prepared for a fight. Directly sinking the opponent's military ships is the fastest way to resolve the conflict. As for the anti-ship missile, Sui chose the Zircon supersonic anti-ship missile, which cost as much as $5 million. Compared with anti-ship cruise missiles, supersonic anti-ship missiles will be able to break through the opponent's air defense network more easily, thus achieving a fatal effect with one blow. The Zircon hypersonic anti-ship missile is an anti-ship missile that was put into service by Northland in 2018. It has a maximum range of about 400 kilometers and a maximum flight speed of Mach 7. If any ship is hit by it, it will be basically impossible to defend against it with the current level of air defense missiles. The Tu-160, combined with the Zircon anti-ship missile, will leave a very deep impression on the Peacock Navy. At the same time, they also need to deter the Star Country's 5th Fleet and make them realize that they are not a soft persimmon that they can easily bully. Chapter 139, Expulsion, Direct Attack. On the 3rd day after the transaction was completed, the first batch of weapons was loaded onto 2 bulk high-speed transport ships converted from high-speed transport ships. A total of 100 T-80U main battle tanks and all AH-1W attack helicopters were carried. If this batch of weapons were transported to Baton, it would greatly enhance the strength of their army. In particular, the T-80U main battle tank, placed on the front line, is enough to make the Peacock country's army fearful, and can compete with their most advanced T-90 tank. If this batch of tanks were involved in the frontline fighting, it would be enough to change a battle. Sui did not deliberately conceal this shipping transaction. He was even very high profile, hoping that this batch of weapons could really attract the Peacock Kingdom Navy. In fact, this fleet was a trap set up specifically for the Peacock Navy, and its code name was Deterrence. Escorted by a Type 054A missile frigate, the fleet headed towards the country of Baton. Provocation, this is definitely the biggest provocation to us, damn bastard, tell the Navy to sink this fleet for me, otherwise we will become a laughing stock in the international community. When the top leaders of the Peacock Kingdom heard the news, they were immediately furious. Sui completely ignored the warnings from the Peacock country and made it so high profile that he almost invited the media to the port to take some photos. If this isn't a provocation, what is it? Not only these high-ranking officials, but even the soldiers at the bottom of the Navy were very angry after hearing the news. I really don't know where they got the courage to challenge us. This time we must teach them a profound lesson. We must send out 2 Delhi-class destroyers to sink this fleet and let them see our determination. This destroyer is a modified Cashin-class destroyer of the Peacock Kingdom. Its maximum full load displacement is as high as 6,700 tons, and the various ship electrical equipment it carries are basically purchased from various countries. The main weapons are 2 missile launchers that can launch 24 short-range air defense missiles at a time, as well as 4 quadruple anti-ship missile launchers and 4 octet vertical launchers for launching Barak medium-range air defense missiles. Its air defense capability seems to be very good, but its shipboard electrical system is basically technology from the north that was developed 70 or 80 years ago, and is completely outdated from the current era. This may not be obvious from the literal data, but once it is used in actual combat with modern weapons, the gap will be immediately apparent. This time, the Peacock Navy dispatched 2 Delhi-class missile destroyers from the west coast. In their view, dispatching these 2 missile destroyers was enough to show respect for Sui. Sir, according to the news from over there, 2 Delhi-class destroyers that were staying in the port for supplies suddenly left the port. It seems that they are heading towards us. After getting the information, Chris immediately informed Sui of the news. Sui looked at Simon and said, "How is it? The other side has already sent out warships. Are we ready? This time I'm using 2 ships of munitions as bait. Don't let them eat the bait, or I'll suffer heavy losses." Simon said seriously, "Please rest assured, sir. Everything has been arranged. With the air defense capability of 054, they will not be in danger. Well, if they dare to fire the first shot, we will counterattack immediately and sink them." Sui didn't care about offending the Peacock country. Besides, he hated this country very much, just as much as he hated those people in Black Continent. The 3 ships were less than 2 kilometers apart, sailing on the calm sea. They were still less than 2,000 kilometers away from Baton. The Type 054A missile destroyer has now entered the first level of combat readiness, with all radars turned on and keeping a close eye on movements in all directions. According to the information transmitted by the KJ-500 Airborne early warning aircraft, the 2 destroyers were less than 200 kilometers away from them, and were traveling towards them at a speed of 28. Faced with the aggressive Peacock destroyer, the crew on the fleet did not panic. All developments were within their expectations. On the destroyer Mysore, the radar operator said to the captain, "Captain, the target fleet is still 100 nautical miles away." After hearing this, the captain immediately ordered, "Aim at the enemy, launch 2 Neptune counterattack missiles each, and sink them." "Yes." Sui's actions this time undoubtedly touched the reverse scale of the Peacock Navy. They launched an attack without hesitation, without considering the consequences of doing so. In their view, although the power behind Sui was very mysterious, he was just an arms dealer. He actually dared to challenge their arrogance, so naturally they would fight him regardless of anything. Of course, if the other party is a country, then the Maurya kingdom will still need to be cautious, fearing that this will trigger a war between the 2 countries. If the Peacock Kingdom knew that Sui only used them as a tool to establish his authority, they would probably have sent more than 2 destroyers this time. After the fire control radar locked onto the 3 ships, the 2 anti-ship missile launchers of the Mysore destroyer rotated, and 6 Neptune anti-ship missiles were launched into the sky. This missile is a multi-purpose cruise missile developed by Russia. It can be used for anti-ship purposes as well as a cruise missile, with a maximum range of 300 kilometers. However, the performance of this anti-ship missile does not seem to be very good. It is imitated from the Kh-35 anti-ship missile of the North Country, and its performance is obviously inferior to the Kh-35. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 6 anti-ship missiles took off and attacked 3 ships 100 nautical miles away. At the moment the missile took off, the search radars of the early warning aircraft and the 054A missile frigate immediately discovered the 6 targets. Report: enemy destroyer launched anti-ship missiles. Captain Song Kaiping looked at the light spots on the screen coldly and said, "Prepare to intercept them. No mistakes can be made." Fortunately, the number of anti-ship missiles launched by the Peacock country's destroyers this time was not large, so interception was not very difficult for them. Subsonic sea-skimming anti-ship missiles are difficult to detect, and by the time they get close, it is too late to intercept them. However, the enemy's anti-ship missiles were discovered as soon as they took off. For the 054A with medium and long-range air defense capabilities, it is indeed not difficult to intercept them. Chapter 140 Hypersonic Speed, Warship Sinks. Enemy ships have launched an attack on us. Immediately initiate the counterattack plan. A Tu-160 Blackjack strategic bomber flying over the high seas received an order from an early warning aircraft, and at the same time its HUD computer also received various information from the enemy ships. Understood. Start the counterattack plan immediately. The Tu-160 strategic bomber was still nearly 600 kilometers away from the target ship. After receiving the order, the pilot immediately turned on the afterburner thrust. The wings of the Tu-160 bomber, which was flying at subsonic speed at an altitude of 5,000 meters, began to converge backwards and finally merged. Boom, boom, boom. A sonic boom cloud then formed on the surface of the bomber, and soon disappeared, which also meant that the strategic bomber had entered a supersonic cruise state. In terms of its fuel capacity, if it conducts supersonic cruise at around Mach 1.5 throughout the entire journey, it can fly about 2,000 kilometers, and if it conducts high-altitude subsonic flight throughout the entire journey, it can fly 16,000 kilometers. When there is still about 400 kilometers away from the target, the opponent's Neptune anti-ship missile is only about 100 kilometers away from the transport fleet. The ammunition bay of the Tu-160 strategic transport aircraft was opened, and a special hangar for the Zircon supersonic anti-ship missiles had been installed. This time, a total of 6 missiles were carried, as well as 4 Uranus anti-ship missiles with a range of about 150 kilometers. The Uranus anti-ship missile is the northern version of the Harpoon anti-ship missile, which is incomparable to the Neptune anti-ship missile developed by Ross. After the pilot entered the data into the chip of the anti-ship missile, he pressed the launch button. A flat anti-ship missile fell directly from the open missile bay door, and the rotating mount also rotated after the missile fell, just like a revolver. A total of 4 Zircon hypersonic anti-ship missiles fell and ignited in the air within less than 3 seconds. This time their target was 2 Delhi-class missile destroyers. They were facing attacks from 4 Zircon hypersonic anti-ship missiles and there was no possibility of survival. Not far from the Tu-160 strategic bomber, a Su-35S fighter was filming this scene, and this picture will be used in subsequent publicity. Of course, it is impossible for Sui to sell strategic bombers to the outside world. No country can do so, because such weapons will pose a threat to themselves. He just wanted to release this picture to let everyone know that he, Sui, had a strategic bomber in his hands, and it was not just a showpiece. After the Zircon hypersonic anti-ship missile ignited in the air, it dived into low altitude. When it was about 20 meters away from the sea surface, it adjusted its posture and the engine at the tail began to generate power, pushing the missile to fly at a faster speed. In less than a minute, the speed of the Zircon anti-ship missile had increased to Mach 4, and finally stopped at Mach 5. The flight speed of Mach 8 refers to the speed of test firing under the most ideal conditions. Its attack speed can reach up to about Mach 6.5. If it flies at low altitude over the sea, Mach 5 is already its maximum speed. The anti-ship missile flew at a speed of Mach 5, directly drawing a long trench on the sea surface. Although the avionics equipment of the Delhi-class missile destroyer is old, it can still detect missiles approaching rapidly at an altitude of 30 meters. However, the detection distance was a little short. When the missile was about 30 kilometers away from them, their short-range air/sea search radar discovered the incoming missile. After all, The radar is not an early warning aircraft. Its height is only tens of meters. Due to the Blue Star curve, 50 kilometers is the limit for sea surface detection. Report, incoming missiles detected, number 4, distance 30, speed 5 Mach. After hearing this, the officer rushed over and looked at the radar screen with a look of disbelief on his face. He said, "Impossible! Apart from a ballistic missile, how could a missile have such a fast speed? And a ballistic missile cannot fly so low. Damn it, this must be the enemy's electronic interference. They want to use this fake target to lure us into attacking." It's no wonder that he didn't believe it. This Zircon anti-ship missile was a missile that the Northern Kingdom only began to put into service on a small scale in 2018, and the one equipped by Sui was an improved model produced in 2026. Although the first generation of Zircon anti-ship missiles was much cheaper, after testing, it still had many problems. He naturally chose this one with mature performance. Missiles are really coming. Because they believed the missile was a false signal released by an electronic jammer, they only took precautions and did not launch anti-aircraft missiles to attack. However, even if they attacked, it would be impossible to stop these Zircon missiles from penetrating. As long as the speed of the anti-ship missile exceeds Mach 3, no air defense missile can intercept it because the speed of the air defense missile cannot catch up at all. As long as it exceeds Mach 5, the chance of interception by close-in defense guns is only a few %. This is the power of hypersonic anti-ship missiles, because there are simply no effective air defense weapons to intercept them. By the time the ship's crew saw the incoming missiles, it was already too late. Boom, 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 boom! 2 anti-ship missiles weighing more than 1 ton easily penetrated the destroyer's side equipment, as if penetrating a newspaper. Then the 2 missiles detonated directly inside, and flames shot up into the sky. The power generated by the explosion tore apart everything that hindered them. Crunch. There was a harsh sound of metal friction, followed by an even harsher and more uncomfortable sound. The keel of the destroyer was directly broken by a missile. Amid the screams of countless people, the Delhi-class destroyer sank rapidly, forming a huge whirlpool on the sea. Another destroyer followed suit. Although it was not cut in half, it sank to the bottom of the sea in less than 10 minutes. This time, the Tu-160 strategic bomber launched 4 anti-ship missiles and easily destroyed the Peacock Kingdom's ships. The record was quite brilliant. The 8 Neptune anti-ship missiles they launched were intercepted by the Type 054A missile frigate. With its medium and long-range interception capabilities, it is very easy for it to intercept no more than 6 subsonic anti-ship missiles. Chapter 141 Release Site, Breaking News. Before sinking, the 2 destroyers sent everything that happened on the scene via radio, and Reed also received their information at the Naval Command Center. When everyone saw this long telegram, they were extremely shocked. What? How is this possible? How is this possible? A senior naval officer who had advocated intercepting the transport operation looked very unbelievable after reading the telegram. Declaring war! Declaring war on us! You dared to openly attack us and sink 2 of our warships! This is a declaration of war on us. Yes, we must fight back, even if it means going to war. The entire Naval Command, and even most of the senior officials, were excited, but their enthusiasm would soon fade. The day before this plan, Sui notified dozens of media outlets currently stationed in Hama, all of which are offices set up by major media outlets around the world. Speaking of which, the city of Hama has become peaceful since the arrival of the Moma tribe. Although the security situation is as bad as before, there have been no more armed conflicts. This is mainly due to the fact that the leading arms trading company and the giant god force are located in Hama city. In addition, the armed forces of the Moma tribe are becoming increasingly powerful, and no one else dares to pay attention to this place. Every time the leading arms company makes a move, it causes a big stir, so these media simply set up an office here. The main thing is to keep an eye on the development of the surrounding situation and Suyi's every move. Be it the leader or the military god troops, they can no longer be treated with the same perspective as before. They already have the ability to influence the surrounding situation. Aiden's geographical location is so important, how could other countries not pay attention to it? After receiving the notice from the leader, these media immediately prepared for the press conference. However, what surprised them was that the other party did not inform them of the specific time of the press conference, but only set the time between 8 o'clock and 1800 hours, which made them very confused. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, less than an hour after the naval battle ended, they received the notification and rushed to the scene without stopping. They had a strong premonition that the content of this press conference might have a lot to do with the Peacock Kingdom. After all, the two sides had been arguing fiercely over the arms trade with Patton a few days ago, and the sudden announcement of this press conference is hard to be unrelated to this matter. Their guess was very correct, and the content was much more explosive than they had imagined, which directly attracted the attention of countries around the world. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I remember this is the second press conference held by our company. The last one was last year. Thank you all for coming. You can actually guess what the content of this press conference is. This morning, our early warning aircraft patrolling over the high seas discovered that 2 Peacock Nation destroyers were rapidly approaching our transport fleet. Because we were worried that the 2 Peacock Reed-class destroyers would be disadvantageous to us, we dispatched a strategic bomber carrying anti-ship missiles to prevent the other side from launching an attack. As soon as Orlov finished speaking, the whole scene was immediately set off by this news. Of course, everyone's attention is not on the Peacock country's Reed-class destroyer, but on the strategic bomber mentioned by Orlov. Strategic bombers are truly a national weapon. Since 2000, there have been only 2 countries that own strategic bombers. One is the current world hegemon, the Star country, and the other is the former world hegemon, the Northern country. The H-6 bomber equipped by the Yen country is at most a medium-range bomber. Even though its subsequently modified H-6K Ares bomber has a range of more than 6,000 kilometers, it is still only a campaign bomber, far from a strategic bomber. There are more than 200 countries in the world. Only these 2 countries have strategic bombers. You can imagine how rare strategic bombers are. In addition to its high technical difficulty, another major reason is that neither Star country nor the Northern country allows their younger brothers to develop strategic bombers, and they will not export related technologies and equipment under any circumstances. Because strategic bombers would pose a major threat to their national security, and their subordinates have no such need and dare not disobey their boss's ban. This has resulted in only 2 countries in the world owning strategic bombers. This situation did not change until after 2020. In 2022, Yen State suddenly publicly tested their H-20 stealth strategic bomber, which broke this situation and the bomber industry became a 3-legged race. At this time, the leading arms trading company suddenly announced that they had launched a strategic bomber. How could this contain a lot of information? Just when the reporters wanted to ask questions in advance, Orlov dropped another bomb on the scene, making the scene even more heated. However, we did not expect that the other side would brazenly launch anti-ship missiles when our strategic bombers had not arrived yet. There were a total of 6 missiles, which was completely contrary to international conventions. So when they fired the first shot, our strategic bombers also launched a counterattack, launching 4 anti-ship missiles at the enemy, and eventually sank the enemy's 2 Reed-class destroyers. Fortunately, our guided missile frigates involved in the escort successfully intercepted the enemy's 6 Neptune anti-ship missiles, so no casualties were caused. We have only one thing to say to the Peacock Nation: if you want war, we will give you war. Although we are just an arms company, we are not a target that any country can attack at will. If any country dares to attack us, we will fight back at all costs until they pay a heavy price. Orlov's following words were completely pointed out. They were not directed at the Peacock Kingdom, but at the Star Kingdom. The reporters present are not fools, they can easily analyze it based on the current situation. But their attention is clearly not here. Chapter 142, Crowds are outraged and full of intimidation. Mr. Orlov, you just said that you sank 2 destroyers of the Peacock Kingdom. Is this true? If you do this, aren't you afraid that they will go to war with you? Asked an Al Jazeera reporter in the desert. After hearing his question, Orlov smiled and said, As for whether it is true or not, I will distribute some USB flash drives with video materials to everyone later. You can watch the whole process of this battle. As for the issue of going to war, if the Peacock Nation is going to set a precedent for a country to declare war on a company, we actually don't mind. This will also make us the leader in history. There was a sense of ease in his voice, and he did not take the Peacock Kingdom seriously at all. Although Moria Kingdom is one of the most populous countries in the world, it lacks its own industrial base and industrial chain. Various advanced weapons and equipment can only be purchased from outside. Once the supply is cut off due to war, the entire army will be paralyzed. In addition to the fighting power of Asen over the years, what qualifications do they have for Sui to take them seriously? Although Sui also purchased weapons from outside, the system can at least ensure that he will not fail unless he runs out of money. Besides, the biggest threat to him from the Moria Kingdom is his fleet, but there is no way their fleet can get within 500 kilometers of Aden. Their navy simply can't get through. It's impossible for them to let their soldiers ride motorcycles across the ocean to land in Aden, right? If they really did it, Sui would surrender without saying a word. Therefore, Sui was not afraid of offending the Peacock country at all. Anyway, he had no intention of developing this country into a client. Before the time travel, the relationship between the Peacock Kingdom and the Star Kingdom became increasingly close, and they gradually became their pawns against the Yen Kingdom. There is no guarantee that the weapons they purchase from the leader will not be used against themselves. But Sui never worried about this problem. Because as long as there is a chip on this weapon, Sui only needs to activate the self-destruct program and these weapons will become completely ineffective. This is also one of his trump cards. After the press conference, the reporters received a USB flash drive loaded with video footage, and they couldn't wait to watch it on the way. This video is less than 2 minutes long and contains 3 most important scenes. The first is the flight and bombing scenes of the Tu-160 strategic bomber with optimized appearance. The second major node is the scene of the Type 054 destroyer intercepting cruise missiles. Using its long-range and short-range air defense firepower, it successfully intercepted 6 missiles. The third node is the scene where the anti-ship missile hits the Reed-class destroyer. The reporter's keen intuition told them that this anti-ship missile was probably not simple. Although the picture was blurred, they could still vaguely see the flat outline of the missile, which is completely different from the current cylindrical anti-ship missiles. This shape is undoubtedly for supersonic flight, otherwise there is no need for such a design. This video footage was quickly transmitted back to their country, and it was copied in an unknown number of copies. It was also spread at the fastest speed, including on online media. In less than an hour, these online media had written the copy and directly uploaded the video to major websites. Immediately, this video attracted the attention of senior officials in most countries around the world, but for the common people, it was just a fun video, as this matter had nothing to do with them anyway. Just move a stool, eat melon seeds and become a spectator. However, when this video was uploaded to Peacock Country, it was completely different. Although the internet infrastructure in Peacock Country is very poor and there are not many internet users with computers in the country, at least in 2008 it cannot be compared with Yen Country. But the news spread among the people very quickly and quickly caused a huge sensation across the country. Their government quickly blocked the news, but they could not stop the spread of the news among people. Moreover, the news became more and more exaggerated. In the final version, the entire Peacock Navy was mobilized, more than 150 warships were sunk, and the entire Navy was wiped out. All I can say is that the speed and exaggeration with which the rumors spread is truly terrifying. After all, people are not very clear about these things. When they hear some news, they naturally use exaggerated statements to attract the attention of people around them. So the news spread in this way and the Peacock Navy was completely annihilated. The entire Peacock Kingdom was excited by this news. Residents of several important cities had nothing to do after having eaten their fill, so they gathered together to march and demanded that the government retaliate against them. However, the Peacock government became unusually rational after seeing the Tu-160 strategic transport aircraft. Although they like to brag, it doesn't mean they are stupid. They know very well what strategic bombers mean. This means that the other side only needs to launch cruise missiles to attack them at a distance of about 2,000 kilometers from their territory. It is not known whether these cruise missiles are equipped with nuclear warheads or conventional warheads. If the leading arms company can even produce strategic bombers, then it is not difficult for them to produce nuclear weapons, because the development of strategic bombers is much more difficult than the research of nuclear weapons. If they push Sui into a corner, and they send strategic bombers to launch nuclear missiles at their land, the situation will become very bad. They cannot afford this low price, so an all-out war is definitely not an option. Even though they also have nuclear weapons, how can they, with their large size and wealth, be compared with the arms companies like Leader? As the saying goes, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes, and they, the Peacock Kingdom, are the ones who wear shoes. So revenge is definitely necessary, but how to retaliate is very important. No matter what the outcome is, they need to give an explanation to the people at home, or at least make a gesture. This video footage can be said to have greatly shocked countries around the world, and it was also beyond the expectations of many countries, naturally including Singapore. They had originally planned to have the Fifth Fleet stop the transaction between them and Baton, but they quickly stopped this action. This is the deterrent power of strategic bombers. Chapter 143: Adjusting Strategy and Upgrading Preparations. The capital of Star Country, the Black Palace. The president looked at the new CIA director Toby Stan with a gloomy expression and asked, "What's the matter with this strategic bomber? Is this video real?" Toby looked at the president with such a heavy face. He was also very aware of the seriousness of the situation, so he told him all the details of the investigation. "Mr. President, our technicians have analyzed the video thoroughly and found it to be real. And according to the information from Peacock Country, their radar also detected the bomber. But we were not aware that they had bombers because our satellites did not detect them at their airports. I now strongly suspect that the images captured by our satellites and reconnaissance aircraft are not real. Perhaps they have some special technology to cover up the true situation of their air base. Otherwise, it can't explain why our intelligence on them is always wrong." After hearing his explanation, the president's face darkened and he asked, "How did you come to this conclusion? How could the images taken by our satellites and reconnaissance be wrong? Do you think that with our most advanced technology, or even the world's most advanced technology, we can achieve the technology you mentioned?" After hearing the president's question, Toby shook his head and said, "I have asked experts, and there is currently no theory that can achieve this technology, so we have also come to this conclusion. As for how they did it, we have not discovered it so far. Also, the enemy's intelligence agency is quite difficult to deal with. We have lost no less than 50 intelligence personnel at their hands. It is too difficult to get close to the Air Force base to detect their situation." Even the director of CI said that this was basically impossible to do, and the president did not make things difficult for them. He was also very clear about the details. "It seems that we must change our view on this arms company. They have the potential to threaten our interests in Africa and even the Middle East. We must take this seriously. Do you think it's possible that the other side will use nuclear weapons?" the president suddenly asked after a pause. CI Director Toby said hesitantly, "Based on their current technology, the probability of them possessing nuclear weapons is 83%. This is calculated by our team of experts using big data." 83%. I understand. We must immediately adjust our strategy toward them and increase our garrison in Black Continent to deter and prevent the expansion of their power. I will have someone discuss the issue of stationing troops with the Abyssinian government. I don't think they will refuse. You continue to monitor their actions." Toby nodded and said, "Yes." Possessing strategic bombers and nuclear weapons, it can no longer be viewed as an ordinary force. It has posed a major threat to Star Country's layout in Black Africa, and it is inevitable to adjust its strategy. Before deciding to deploy the strategic bombers, Sui had already considered this issue. He had nowhere to retreat, and could only charge forward. As long as the Star Country did not use force against him, other means would not be a big problem. It seems that it is time to upgrade. As far as the technology that Sui currently possesses is concerned, the most advanced weapons and equipment technology is only 30 years old, and it does not absolutely crush the weapons and equipment currently in service in Star Country and their technology. It may have a considerable advantage in weapons and equipment, but in terms of military strength, national strength, economy and other aspects, a collision with Star Country is undoubtedly like an ant trying to shake a tree. The two sides are simply not in the same league, and if Sui upgrades the system by one more level, the technological level will be raised to the 40s. It was 20 years before Sui traveled through time. After 20 years of development, weapons technology itself was in a blowout stage, which would undoubtedly give him a great advantage in the next game. The development trend of future weapons can be clearly seen from the weapons from 30 years ago. The weapons and equipment between 30 and 40 years old will give him a huge technological advantage. And the rewards after upgrading may solve many of his problems. Upgrading from a level 4 system to a level 5 system is 10 times the cost of upgrading from level 3 to level 4, which is 10 million US dollars, or 1 billion US dollars. If it were before, he might not have so much money to upgrade the system, but during this period of time, he contacted and negotiated 2 big orders. The order from Namibia is worth $3 billion, and the order from Baton is $1.8 billion, totaling $4.8 billion. The global arms market is only less than 100 billion US dollars. Su Yi's orders can already account for several % of the annual market, which is much better than many countries. Of the $4.8 billion, he basically only needs to spend about 1/3 of the cost, and the rest is all pure profit, which is about $3.2 billion. Adding the hundreds of millions of dollars he had previously deposited, the funds in his account could reach about $3.5 billion. It is more than enough to upgrade the system, and the accumulated funds are enough to upgrade the equipment once. Although the equipment of the giant god army is very advanced, it does not form an absolute advantage over other military powers, which also means that it does not have the confidence to confront these powers. Perhaps the situation will be much better after this upgrade, and he has a hunch that this upgrade will be very important to him. However, the upgrade will definitely have to wait until the transaction with Baton is completed before there is sufficient funding, and the funds from Namibia will have to wait at least 2 months. After being taught a lesson by him, the Peacock Kingdom became much more obedient. Firstly, because of concerns about strategic bombers, they did not dare to launch an attack on Su Yi recklessly. Su Yi is just an arms company. It can continue to operate by moving to another place, but they can't move away. Secondly, they currently have no effective weapons that can threaten Su Yi. If they rashly start a war, the chances of winning are unpredictable, so they can only watch as ships of arms are transported to the port of Baton. This batch of arms was delivered much earlier than expected, mainly because Su Yi was anxious for the funds to arrive, which could be advanced by about half a month. Chapter 144 Equipment Exhibition Hall, Special Aircraft Pickup. January 10, 2008. Boss, the construction of the weapons exhibition area has been completed. All equipment, electricity, air conditioning, etc. have been installed and can be put into use at any time. The head of the construction team found Su Yi and reported the latest situation to him. After Su Yi heard his words, his eyes lit up and he said, "Let's go and take a look together." After that, the group drove to the weapons exhibition area a few kilometers away. There are more than a dozen exhibition halls in the entire exhibition area. Each exhibition hall occupies a large area and is basically around 7 or 8 meters in height. The colors of all the buildings are different. The different colors of each exhibition hall correspond to different types of weapons and equipment. These dozen exhibition halls will be put into use in the near future. For example, the building with military green camouflage color mainly sells the Army's light weapons, rifles, machine guns, rocket launchers, anti-tank missiles, portable air defense weapons, bulletproof vests, etc. The types of light weapons here are very complete. There are more than 10 types of assault rifles alone, and there are also many accessories. Although these things are small, their quantity is large, so the profit is actually not small. Take the most common AKM assault rifle as an example. Each rifle only costs less than 1 yuan, which is about $75 US, but it can be sold for $600 US. That is to say, for every sword sold, Su Yi can earn more than $500 US, and 10,000 swords would be $5 million US. These light weapons basically include the current equipment of more than a dozen countries and the light weapons they will be equipped in the future, with more than 3,000 various models. The main clients are small and medium-sized countries, individuals, private armed forces, mercenaries, etc. The main selling feature of light weapons is small profits, but quick turnover, which can basically bring Su Yi a certain amount of funds every month. The desert camouflage building next to it mainly sells main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, armored personnel carriers, towed artillery, self-propelled artillery and rocket launchers, etc. The main tanks sold are the T-72 main battle tank, T-80 main battle tank and M1A1 main battle tank, which are the most popular tanks in the dark web arms mall. These tanks are basically placed inside in 1-to-1 models. Not far away there is a large tank test site where these types of tanks and various types of armored vehicles are parked. Here it can be used to allow customers who want to buy to test the performance of the tank. After all, the price of heavy weapons such as tanks is not low. For many countries, only by experiencing its performance personally can they feel at ease to buy it. There is also the Air Force exhibition area, which sells many more items than on the dark web. After all, offline sales are more low-key and will not attract so much attention. Among them are fighters, fighter bombers, attack aircraft, electronic warfare aircraft, transport aircraft, tanker aircraft, early warning aircraft, and other types. This is also Suyi's impact and attempt on the international high-end arms market. It is better to start from offline first. Even if it fails, the impact will be smaller. He spent tens of millions of dollars to build this exhibition area in order to impact the high-end arms market offline. After this period of development of the dark web arms mall, Suyi also figured out the general situation. Low and mid-end munitions still sell well in the dark web arms mall because the technology content of these equipment is low and the performance is generally similar. Even if problems occur, the losses are not great. But the high-end arms market is different, especially those heavy weapons, which often start at millions or tens of millions, and the more expensive ones cost hundreds of millions or even billions. If there are problems with the weapons and equipment in this kind of transaction, many people simply cannot afford it, so they still have great concerns about purchasing. But it is different offline. They have enough time to understand the performance of weapons, and at the same time test various weapons they want to buy, compare their performance and price, etc. Once they have a clear idea in their minds, they will not hesitate to place an order. This is the main purpose of Suyi building this weapons exhibition area. In addition to the equipment of the Army and Air Force, the Navy also has a dedicated exhibition hall, where only patrol boats, missile boats, and a Type 054A frigate are currently sold. Before the system was upgraded, Suyi had no intention of overstimulating the Star Country, unless he had a winning trump card against their Fifth Fleet. At that time, even if we developed our naval power, we would not be afraid of them. It is better to be a little afraid now. Suyi visited one of the exhibition halls. There were different numbers of engineers busy in each exhibition hall, mainly making weapon models. Only a part of the equipment was real. If all the weapons were to be placed in physical form, Suyi would have to spend a lot of money on it. In Suyi's opinion, no matter what equipment the customer wants to see, he will buy it from the system, and then after trying it out, he can immediately use the 7-day no questions asked return policy to minimize the loss. Moreover, every time customers test drive, they can use brand new weapons, which gives them a completely different feeling. It's like when you go to a 4S store to test drive a car. The 4S store gives you a brand new car and a car that has been test driven by who knows how many people. So which one will make you feel more comfortable? Needless to say, after the weapons exhibition area opens, I think there will be a lot of customers coming. After all, we can attract traffic through the dark web arms mall. In addition, Suyi also plans to purchase another 2 to 4 C-17 strategic transport aircraft as VIP passenger aircraft. If there are large groups coming, he can also provide special plane pickup and drop-off services. Providing good service in the arms industry is also a good plus, at least it can make others more comfortable. However, this is just Suyi's idea. Unfortunately, the system cannot purchase passenger planes, otherwise it would definitely not choose military transport aircraft. After all, transport planes are military aircraft and have never been designed for comfort. Even if they are modified, they are still inferior to passenger planes in all aspects. Let's open on February 7th. This day has a special meaning to me. February 7th, 2008, was the Chinese New Year. For him who came from another time and space, the Chinese New Year was a festival of great significance. Compared to this desert, he still prefers the Yan Kingdom thousands of miles away. Unfortunately, he can't go back and can't live the life he once wanted. Chapter 145, Preparation for Opening, Headquarters Planning. Suyi was personally in charge of the opening ceremony of the Leader Weapons and Equipment Exhibition Hall. Orlov not only had to handle the company's daily business, but also had to be busy with many important matters. He really couldn't spare the time to preside over such a grand ceremony. Moreover, the opening of this exhibition hall was of great significance to him, so he decided to hold it himself. As the time of the opening ceremony was confirmed, Orlov selected a group of people from the company to form a temporary opening ceremony preparation team to help Sui deal with these matters. There are still a lot of procedures for the opening ceremony, mainly about the guests. The dark web arms mall has already made a big name in the industry. It would be a waste if Sui did not make use of it. Basically, every customer's mailbox has received an email about the opening ceremony, and invitation letters are also on the way. The invitation letters have been sent out. Considering Sui's current status, it is reasonable for these forces or countries to send people to participate. He is not worried about them not coming. We can then organize an aerial performance to entertain them. Suddenly, a great idea came into Sui's mind. Doing so might stimulate Xing country to a great extent, but he was about to upgrade the system again, so what was wrong was stimulating Xing country. Money is the most important thing to him at the moment. As long as he can make money by selling arms, his strength will continue to grow until he grows to surpass other countries. The aerial show prepared by Sui was not the ordinary flying show held at air shows in various countries. This aerial show will surely shock the world and make the leader weapons exhibition area the focus of world attention. Just when Sui was busy preparing for the opening ceremony, Chris brought Sui the latest news. Sir, the Deer tribe has reorganized its forces and divided them into two groups, launching offensives to the north and south. It seems that they are determined to recapture other states this time. The Deer tribe is one of the 5 major tribes in Aden. All the people in this tribe are Deer people, and their population accounts for about a quarter of the country. The Moma tribe is the undisputed leader of the Deer tribe, and they now occupy the dominant position. Coupled with their tens of thousands of troops, they already have the strength to recover the entire country's territory. Pay close attention to their actions. It's time to end the chaos in this country. We can help them with intelligence when necessary. Given the current strength of the DR tribal armed forces, there is basically no one else who can stop them from regaining their territory. If they encounter obstacles that they cannot overcome, Sui will dispatch the giant god army without hesitation. The stable and peaceful development of Aden is very important to his future plans. After all, his industries are basically distributed throughout this country, and he is already preparing to start planning military industrial factories. A chaotic country does not meet his requirements. So in this regard, Sui and Abdullah have the same goals. Okay, I know what to do. Sui looked at the intelligence analyzed by Chris and his team. According to their strength, they would be able to recover the entire territory within about half a year. This progress was already very fast. Once they have recovered the entire territory, it may be time to put plans for a new headquarters on the agenda. As Sui's power continued to expand, the Vita Air Force Base was no longer suitable as the leader and headquarters of the Desert Armed Forces. Therefore, it is very important to choose a new headquarters location. Vita Air Force Base is too close to Hama City. He is not at ease, and Abdullah will not feel at ease in the future. Although Sui had the idea of killing him after Plan A was successful and pushing a puppet to take his place, the premise of this was that Abdullah had already developed ulterior motives. If Abdullah is intimidated by his strength and does not have such thoughts, then this person can still be used well. In any case, his abilities are still very good. As for where to set up the new headquarters, Sui and Orlov had already made a choice. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he might have already started the construction plan of the new headquarters. Of course, even if we start building the new headquarters now, it will be impossible to move there in a short period of time. The new headquarters will take at least 2 years to complete. Socotra Island is located 251 kilometers southeast of the Cape of Aden, almost in the middle of the Gulf of Aden. This is an archipelago with a total area of more than 3,000 square kilometers, and Sui has his eyes on the main island of this archipelago, which is Socotra Island. In fact, this so-called archipelago consists of one large island and 3 small islands and reefs. The area of this large island is as high as 3,625 square kilometers. The island is mainly composed of mountains and hills, with a large mountain range running through the middle. The southern part has a very vast plain area, and there is also a good port on the island, which is on the edge of the Hadab Plain. Across the mountain range of about 200 meters is the Mueller Plain, another plain with the third largest area. There are about 50,000 people living on this vast island, and they live in extreme poverty. However, the scenery of this island is very beautiful, and it has many rare animals and plants. Although this island is very close to the Kingdom of Aden, unfortunately it is not the territory of the Kingdom of Aden, but the Socotra province of the Kingdom of Saba. Therefore, if Sui wants to take over this island as the location of his new headquarters, he needs the consent of the Shiba Kingdom. However, Sui's influence in this country is not high, and they cannot give the entire province's territory to Sui for the construction of a new headquarters, so this problem must be resolved. After the situation in Aden stabilizes, Sui will start planning this matter and strive to start construction of the new headquarters next year. He was very satisfied with the location of the new headquarters, and it was in the middle of the Gulf of Aden. He could cut off this waterway at any time if he wanted. This is also the reason why Sui is worried about being opposed by other countries, because this concerns their vital interests. However, when he possessed sufficient strength, their opposition would naturally be ineffective, and he could build his headquarters wherever he wanted. Chapter 146 System Upgrade, 10 Surprises. On February 3, 2008, the last batch of equipment traded with Baton was finally delivered to their port, and the leader completed the delivery of the order half a month ahead of schedule. The top leaders of the state of Batum were very satisfied with this transaction, and this transaction also allowed the state of Peacock to acquire 2 destroyers. This is not the most important thing. Through this incident, they also learned about the attitude of the leading company towards Peacock country. At least we don't have to worry too much about them selling advanced weapons and equipment to the Peacock Kingdom. However, if Baton wants to purchase weapons and equipment from abroad in the future, it can only choose yen country and leader, so this can be regarded as a transaction without being a transaction. After completing the delivery of the order, they happily paid the remaining balance. Just the day before, Abdullah also paid the balance of the last time he hired the giant god army. Currently, the funds in Suyi's account have exceeded $2 billion. Including the outstanding balance from Numidia, his funds will be as high as $4 billion. At present, Chris has already acquired a large piece of territory in the border city between Nubia and Numidia. The engineering corps has already started construction here. The preliminary work is to build a simple airport, which will be used as a transit station for military trade between the two sides in the future. After so many days of defense, Chris finally obtained permission for a route from Nubia. For this, the Intelligence Advisory Department paid a considerable amount of money to bribe them. This means that the aircraft delivered to Namibia this time can start shipping. Perhaps within less than 3 months, these dozens of fighter jets can be delivered to them within half a month. Logically speaking, Sui could just send someone to fly a plane to Namibia. After all, these countries did not have powerful air defense missile systems, so these fighter planes were still very safe. But Sui also set up a trade transit station in this country, so it is still very necessary to maintain good relations with the current government. After all, this involves using other people's territory, so it is inevitable to pay a certain price. Once the relationship becomes strained, things will become a lot more troublesome. If Sui directly ordered the fighter jets to fly through their airspace, then this would be considered as an invasion of another country's airspace. Of course, if it was a hostile country like Abyssinia, Sui would naturally not bother with it. If anyone dares to block his path to wealth, Sui will let them know why the flowers are so red. If he waited, Sui would receive the remaining $2 billion in half a month, but he could not help but upgrade the system. Anyway, the 2 billion yuan of funds are enough to upgrade the system. As for upgrading weapons and equipment, there is no rush. It will not be too late to do it after the final payment arrives. The system upgrade from level 4 to level 5 is different from usual and takes a total of 36 hours. It seems that this time is not always fixed, but increases with the level. Suyi's small treasury has also reduced 10 million funds as a result. The waiting time is still very long, and this upgrade means something different to him. He had a hunch that this upgrade might be very important, and might even change his future development plans. 36 hours was just a little long for Sui. As time passed, the dozing Sui finally reached that pleasant sound. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the level of the Space Military Factory to level 5. You have obtained the intermediate authority of the factory, and you will enjoy more benefits of the Space Military Factory. Benefit 1. The host can customize the weapon according to his needs. Of course, he needs to pay a customization fee. The blueprint will be licensed to the host for free. Benefit 2. The host can break the upper limit of the mall discount. Please check the specific discount yourself. Benefit 3. The host can purchase equipment and technology blueprints closely related to military technology in the mall. Benefit 4. Open the Spacetime Channel node, the current upper limit of the node, 0/10. Benefit 5. You can recruit hero-level biochemical personnel from the mall. Benefit 6. You can exchange for primary gene medicine from the mall. The current quantity limit is 0/100. Benefit 7. Since the host has intermediate level authority, the amount of funds required before reaching level 8 will be adjusted from 10 times to 5 times. Benefit 8. The technology level of weapons and blueprints in the mall will be upgraded to 2040. Benefit 9. The period for no reason returns is increased from 7 days to 15 days. Benefit 10. The host's own equipped weapons system can be recycled at 90% of the selling price, limited to equipment purchased from the system. The main benefits have been introduced. Please check the instructions for the remaining benefits and permissions. When Sui saw the benefits above, he was instantly overwhelmed by surprise. He had a feeling that this upgrade might be very important, but he didn't expect it to be such a big surprise to him. If he had known that the upgrade would be so awesome, he would have upgraded it even if it meant selling everything he had. Through Welfare 7, Sui can also clearly know that it only costs $5 billion to upgrade to level 6, instead of the expected 10 billion. If it is 10 billion, it may be difficult to upgrade within a few years, but it can be expected that the road to upgrading will be more difficult in the future. The amount of information contained in this upgrade is still very large for Sui, and he needs to sort it out carefully. The first is the improvement in technological level, which is completely expected. Each upgrade will increase the technological level by 10 years. This seems to be fixed. Of course, it may change after future upgrades. There is also the issue of weapon discounts in the second benefit item. Sui originally thought that the 75% discount on weapons before 2010 would not go any lower. But it is obvious that this discount only corresponds to the primary level of authority. For him who has been upgraded to the intermediate level of authority, it is obvious that this discount will continue to expand with the upgrade. Sui took a rough look and found that except for weapons aged 30 to 40, which had no discount, the discount for weapons aged 20 to 30 was 50%, while the discount for weapons aged 20 was increased from 75% to 90%. That is to say, when Sui purchased weapons from 20 years ago, the price was 10% of the market price stipulated by the system, or 10% off. This also further increased his profits. Making money became much easier than before, and he had more room to operate. Now he suddenly regretted completing the transaction with Batons and Namibia so quickly, which could save him hundreds of millions of dollars. However, if I don't trade with them, where will I get the money to upgrade my system? Chapter 147 Customized Weapons Space Nodes. Among these 10 benefits, the ones that Sui is most curious about are customized weapons and space nodes. In addition, the primary gene medicine is limited to 100 bottles, which is also very useful. Sui had already taken this medicine before, and only he could feel how powerful its function was. Just the basic potion alone can enhance an ordinary person's physique to the current limit of human beings, which is already very powerful. At least it can be guaranteed that he will hardly get sick in his life, and his physique will still be very strong even when he is old. In addition, he can recruit hero-level cyborgs in the mall, which is extremely important to him. Just relying on Orloff and Chris, who were rewarded at the beginning, Suyi's development has been greatly enhanced. If it weren't for these two people, Suyi's current power would probably still be stuck in the territory of Aiden, and he wouldn't have such a strong influence today. The strength of the heroic cyborgs is fully demonstrated in these two people. The appearance of Welfare 3 also solved a big problem for Sui. He just went to the mall to take a look and found that there were indeed a lot more things there. For example, he spent more than $1 billion on oil wells and refining equipment, which are now for sale in the mall, as well as merchant ships, supercomputers, civilian satellites, and so on. The emergence of this function will allow Suyi's development to no longer be restricted by others, and he can build his own military-industrial empire more quickly and efficiently. The emergence of Welfare 10 will reduce the cost of Suyi's equipment upgrade to the lowest level, and he will only lose 10% of his funds. It's all worth it to be able to carry out a major round of equipment upgrades. Next are two highlights, and these two benefits will be the most important of this upgrade. The first is the weapon customization function of Welfare 1. Sui feels that it is actually an upgraded version of the appearance optimizer. According to the above introduction, this function is actually to make various modifications to a weapon to turn it into a brand new weapon. That interface is like some online games. Each major component has many options. The higher the technological content, the higher the weapon blueprint, and its price will naturally be. Obviously, this is a feature that requires a lot of money, but its biggest advantage is that it can transform a weapon into other weapons with stronger performance. Although the optimizer is very useful, it does not increase the performance of the weapon, it only changes the appearance. However, it can not only change the appearance of the weapon, but also greatly enhance the performance of the equipment. This function is very complicated and requires Sui to study it carefully. After the study is completed, he will take out a weapon to test it until he has fully understood this function. Otherwise, if you are not familiar with the functions, you will go astray. Another item can be understood literally: spatial node. Its function immediately emerged in Sui's mind, which was to transmit weapons and equipment across space. It is like Sui places a node at Vita Air Force Base and then places a node in Namibia, so the equipment can be transmitted directly to Namibia through here. There is no need to take such a long detour to build an arms transportation channel. This method saves time and effort, and you only need to consider the concealment of this node. However, it also has a very powerful function that can ensure the safety of spacetime nodes, that is, it can be recycled at any time. No matter where this node is in the world, Sui can take it back with just a single click. There is no doubt that this spacetime node is powerful, but unfortunately the upper limit is only 10. If 1 to 2 are deployed on Vita's side, the remaining 8 can be placed elsewhere. For example, if a long-term military trade relationship has been established with Namibia, then 1 can be placed in Nubia's transit station. The most important thing is to ensure the absolute concealment of the node, so the choice of location is very important. Host: the space node has a built-in shielding function, but the effective range is not very far, and can only cover an area of about 5 square kilometers. Sui was shocked by the sudden introduction of the system. This was the first time that the system came out to explain the functions to him. It seemed that the intermediate authority was different. He finally became an authority dog. If this is the case, then the situation will be much better. Thinking of this, Sui couldn't help but grin, looking very happy. After understanding the details of the upgrade, Sui returned to his office and took out the laptop loaded with the optimizer. Sure enough, the interface inside has completely changed. Sui can choose to change his appearance, or modify his equipment. The current Titan troops are equipped with Leopard 2A6 main battle tanks, so Sui directly used this tank for testing. First of all, the main gun originally used was a 120mm caliber smoothbore gun. There are many options to choose from here. You can choose a 105mm caliber rifled tank gun or a 140mm caliber smoothbore tank gun. Sui did not choose the exaggerated 140mm, but cautiously chose the 125mm caliber smoothbore gun. Even though it's only increased by 5mm, its power has increased a lot. As for the performance of this smoothbore cannon, Sui has never worried about it. How could something produced by such high-tech system be bad? There is also the most core armor of the tank. If we talk about the hardest main tank armor in the world, it is undoubtedly depleted uranium armor, just like the Star Army's M1A2 tank is equipped with depleted uranium armor. During Operation Desert Storm in the 1990s, either the Star Army's own 120mm caliber tank gun nor the North's T-72 could penetrate the depleted uranium armor of the M1A2 tank. Currently, only Star Country has mastered this top-secret technology, which also makes their tanks extremely survivable. Sui chose depleted uranium armor for his armor. Of course, the price of depleted uranium armor is very expensive, so he only chose to equip it on the main parts. There is also the choice of power, which is the heart of the tank. After choosing depleted uranium armor, the weight of the tank is obviously a bit overweight, so a more powerful engine is needed. Chapter 148 Magical Equipment, Super Tank Modified. The Leopard 2A6 main battle tank uses an MTU V12-cylinder diesel engine with a maximum power of 1,500 horsepower. The power chosen by Sui is an intercooled extended-range diesel engine with a horsepower of 1,700, which adds 200 horsepower to the original power. In addition to these core components, Sui also upgraded the tank's onboard information system, battlefield management system, active/passive protection system, fire control system, thermal imaging system, etc. When Sui clicked the improvement button, a light flashed on the screen and a brand new tank appeared on it. Its appearance still uses the current conventional layout, and its appearance has undergone significant changes compared to the original Leopard 2A6. The performance of this tank seems very powerful literally, and Sui has only made reasonable upgrades. It surpasses the improved M1A2 SEP in terms of mobility, range, firepower, fire control, vehicle machine system, protection, etc. Its combat capability is undoubtedly the most powerful tank currently available. The original market price of the Leopard 2A6 main battle tank was $8 million, or 20,000 yuan. Now the system price is 4,000 yuan to buy one. However, the price of this improved model of Leopard 2A6 tank is as high as 20,000 yuan, which is 5 times the price of the existing model, which shows how strong its combat effectiveness is. Is this a custom weapon system? Isn't this the same as the Krypton Gold system? Using money to strengthen equipment is the most common way to make money in online games in later generations. I didn't expect to see it in this system as well. However, Sui is still very willing to spend the money, as he can DIY the weapons of his imagination here as he pleases. However, when Sui took a look at the latest model of tank in the system, he was stunned. Fuck! The tank in the system adopts a low body design, and its appearance looks very sci-fi. It obviously uses a certain millimeter wave radar stealth and infrared stealth processing system. What attracted his attention most about this tank was its flat main gun, which was obviously different from the current cylindrical smoothbore guns. This is actually a 50mm electromagnetic railgun. Was the technology so advanced at that time? But it makes sense. Before Sui traveled through time, various countries had already begun testing their own electromagnetic cannons, and their technological accumulation was very strong. This is more than 10 years ago, compared to the past 20 years, and at that time, having an electromagnetic railgun was not a problem. So how did they solve the power problem? If equipped with an electromagnetic railgun, the energy demand will definitely be very strong, and it is also necessary to drive the tank forward, so the power system must not be a fuel engine. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a fuel cell, the full name of which is hydrogen fuel cell. Sui was not unfamiliar with this technology before he traveled through time, and had already experimented with it on a bus. In addition to this powerful hydrogen fuel cell battery, the tank also has a powerful supercapacitor, which is mainly used to store electricity, and release it instantly to charge the electromagnetic railgun. In other words, this tank is actually a new energy tank that uses electricity for propulsion. This tank, which uses new lightweight, high strength, and high hardness materials, weighs only more than 30 tons, and its size is not much smaller than the current Leopard 2A6. Its maximum road speed can reach 150 km per hour, and its off-road speed can reach about 100 km per hour. The lightweighting of tanks is definitely the trend of future development, and it is obvious that this tank has realized these technologies. In addition, this tank is also equipped with a laser active defense system, which uses advanced vehicle-mounted optoelectronic systems and can be fully used for air defense. For example, it can shoot down incoming anti-tank missiles, rockets, etc., and can also be used to deal with enemy armed helicopters. Although this tank weighs only more than 30 tons, the new active electromagnetic armor it uses can give it super strong defensive capabilities. Its working distance is also very simple, that is, when artillery shells, missiles, etc. approach, the active electromagnetic armor can use the changes in the electromagnetic field to detonate the artillery shells or missiles. These technologies are not made up. This armor is easy to use, but it consumes a lot of power. The combination of hydrogen fuel cells and supercapacitors can perfectly solve these problems. In addition, this type of tank also uses advanced technologies such as small electronic jamming systems and air cushion suspension. It is obvious that this advanced tank is a highly informationized, integrated, diversified and motorized tank. When such a tank appeared on the battlefield, it was obviously invincible. In any case, this is also a 5th-generation main battle tank, which was put into service in Singapore in 1947 and is codenamed M1A6 Dawn. Such an advanced tank is extremely expensive. The suggested retail price of a single tank is as high as $50 million, and the system price is $250,000 per tank. One M1A6 main battle tank can buy 31 Leopard 2A6 main battle tanks or 6 modified Leopard 2 tanks. However, in Suyi's opinion, its combat effectiveness is fully worth the price. However, the price of 250,000 yuan per vehicle gives Suyi a headache. The more advanced the weapon, the more expensive it is. Currently, the Armored Brigade Combat Team is equipped with a total of 90 Leopard 2A6 main battle tanks. If it is equipped with 90 M1A6 main battle tanks, a total of $22.5 million, or $2.25 billion, will be needed. After seeing the price, Suyi decisively gave up the idea. But there will definitely be some equipment in the future, and the combat effectiveness of the armored forces will be greatly improved. Currently, the Armored Brigade Combat Team is equipped with a total of 5 tank companies, each equipped with 18 main battle tanks. If he only wants to equip one company, he will only need 4.5 million yuan. If Suyi has enough spare money in the future, he will be very willing to equip it. However, for now, they are still considering replacing them with this modified Leopard 2 main battle tank. Suyi is very satisfied with this tank that he personally modified. It is not much worse than the subsequent Star Army's M1A3 main battle tank. The M1A5 tank only began to serve in the late 1920s and its price is not cheap, so Suyi does not make a comparison between them. Chapter 149, Upgrading, Robot Troops. Suyi found a very interesting problem. He originally bought the Leopard 2A6 main battle tank at a unit price of 20,000 yuan, and now the price of the modified model of the main battle tank is also 20,000 yuan. The last chapter was wrong, it was not 80,000, it should be 20,000. If Suyi wants to recycle the vehicles, he only needs to pay 10% of the funds. 90 vehicles means 180,000 yuan, which is nothing. It took him about 3 days to completely re-equip the Armored Brigade Combat Team. Since weapons after the 1930s are cross-generation products, they are very expensive. Currently, Suyi needs funds for development everywhere, so he just made some magical modifications to the equipment of the Armored Brigade Combat Team. Since all equipment has a 10% discount, which is 15% less than the previous 25% discount, after changing clothes, Suyi not only did not appear, but also earned 80,000 points. This is a very good deal for him, and he also plans to carry out a comprehensive replacement of the equipment for the other 2 brigade combat teams. Especially the Airborne Assault Infantry Brigade Combat Team, which cost Suyi more than 10 million yuan to develop. Considering the performance of these helicopters, it doesn't matter if they are not upgraded. After the upgrade, the performance change is not very big anyway, unless these helicopters are replaced. By recycling all of them and repurchasing, Suyi can save 15% of the more than 10 million yuan, which is about 1.5 million yuan. This requires him to make some adjustments slowly. Anyway, since the funds are not particularly sufficient this time, he could only make small upgrades. Due to the 90% price recovery capacity of the system, his equipment will be updated very quickly in the future. If this were true in reality, a large-scale upgrade would not be a good thing for a military unit. Because after the troops are equipped with new equipment, they need to learn the knowledge related to this weapon and spend a lot of time to familiarize themselves with the operation of this weapon, so that they can form effective combat effectiveness. The biochemical warrior is completely different in this regard. Every time a weapon is updated, the system will instill all the knowledge about this weapon into the biochemical warrior. This will allow them to fully understand all aspects of the weapon's performance, and master it much faster. The reason why Suyi did not carry out major upgrades for these 3 brigade combat teams is not just a funding issue. Another very important reason is the emergence of combat robots. Combat robots of various forms provide Suyi with an additional option for building ground forces. For example, ordinary combat robots are still mainly in human form. Although their bodies are covered with bionic skin, Their interiors are all made of lightweight high-strength alloys, with a total weight of about 60 kilograms. Sui can also add various modules to these humanoid combat robots, such as small jet backpacks for individual soldiers. This thing allows these combat robots to fly dozens of meters with a light leap. Their legs have high shock-absorbing properties and will not impact the internal electronic components. There are also weapon modules that can transform their arms into firearms of various calibers and shapes. But this is a bit too shocking. It would be better to let them use weapons like normal people. Compared with ordinary cyborgs and human soldiers, the biggest advantage of robot soldiers lies in the various electronic components inside them. For example, in addition to the systems that support its normal operation, today's combat robots also integrate many things related to combat. For example, their eyes can switch to infrared imaging, telescope, and other states. In their eyes, there is no such thing as darkness. Even flash bombs have no effect on their mechanical eyes. There are also powerful combat systems such as target locking/guidance, battlefield perception system, laser ranging/guidance, etc. This allows robot soldiers to possess combat capabilities far superior to those of current human soldiers, and their protective capabilities require at least a 12.7mm caliber firearm to barely penetrate. The 5.56mm caliber rifles currently equipped by various countries are of no use to them at all. Combat robots also have a very important advantage, which is the problem of weight bearing. Because they are all robots, they don't know how to get tired. They can choose weapons with larger calibers. Given their bodies, even the recoil of a 12.7mm caliber gun is not a problem for them. Therefore, in terms of their load capacity, they can carry multiple base amounts of ammunition. In addition to humanoid combat robots, there are also robots in other forms, such as tanks, drones, self-propelled artillery, anti-aircraft missiles, etc. These combat robots have clear division of labor, and will be equipped with these modular weapons. All of these have achieved true unmanned operation. Without the need for human operation, the weight of these robots has been greatly reduced, and their performance has been greatly enhanced. However, compared to normal human combat forces, these robots also have their own shortcomings, one of which is the energy problem. The superconducting batteries and supercapacitors they use can only support their high-intensity combat for about 36 hours. For daily training, their power can last for 7 days. This is not a problem. At least Sui doesn't need to equip them with various foods. He just needs to bring a few more generators. Another major problem faced by robots is that although they have the ability to fight autonomously, they can only execute orders rigidly. There is no such thing as a general being bound by orders from the king when he is away from home. They will only carry out orders from the headquarters and may miss many good opportunities in the ever-changing battlefield. However, a highly informationized battlefield and high battlefield perception can make up for this deficiency to a certain extent. All combat robots can act as monitors of the battlefield. As long as human commanders at the command center respond promptly to the situation on the battlefield, this problem can be compensated to a large extent. This new combat robot unit is still a very new thing for Sui. So he planned to build a small combat robot army and then take them to the battlefield to test them and see what their combat capabilities were. Chapter 150, Swan Appears, Heavy Air Performance. February 7, 2008. This day is an extremely special day for Yen people all over the world. Compared with New Year's Day, the new year really begins after the Spring Festival. This day is naturally a double blessing for Sui, because today is not only the Spring Festival, but also the opening ceremony of the Leader Weapons Exhibition Hall. On the 6th, all forces rushed to the hotel prepared for them by Sui by various means of transportation. Basically all the hotels with better conditions nearby were booked by Sui. A total of nearly 1,000 invitations were sent out this time, and most of them accepted the invitation, with the total number reaching nearly 5,000 people. Because it is impossible for every customer to come with just one person. Some bring bodyguards, some bring expert teams, and on average each company has several people. When these more than 5,000 people poured into a super large conference hall, the huge crowd almost filled the hall. From this we can also see that the influence of the leader in the world is no longer limited to Black Africa, but is also spreading to other places. The most powerful representatives this time should be those from Yen country and Bei country. In addition, dozens of other countries have also sent representative teams. Most of these countries are small countries in Africa, and there are also several small countries in Europe that have certain cooperation with SUI. In the mid and low-end arms market, weapons printed with the leader logo still sell very well. These countries are also very willing to maintain a certain good relationship with the leader. After all, it is the only one that offers high quality, low-priced and complete range of weapons and equipment. Sui stood on the stage, looking at the huge crowd below and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the opening ceremony of the Leader Weapons Exhibition Hall. I will not waste your time here, and I will make it short. The main purpose of building this weapons exhibition hall is actually for you, so that you can clearly see the real weapons you want to buy here, and you can experience them and understand their true performance, so that everyone can have a clear idea in their minds, so that everyone can rest assured to buy our leading weapons and equipment. We have a total of 12 exhibition halls in this exhibition hall. The equipment of the three armed forces, the Navy, the Army and the Air Force, that we are currently selling are all models or real objects. If you want to test drive the equipment you want to buy, just apply to our management office and they will arrange for you to test drive it for the first time. As for long-term testing, you can only do so if you sign a letter of intent." Sui talked for about 20 minutes and then ended his speech. "Everyone, to celebrate today's opening ceremony, I have specially arranged a special aerial performance for you. If you are interested, you can move to the airport audience area next to our exhibition hall to watch it. I have prepared vehicles for you. They are parked outside the hall. You can go there now." Sui said so solemnly that this was a special aerial show, so how could they not be interested? In addition to the bodyguards, there were about 3,000 people in the venue, and all of them rushed outside. Sui has prepared dozens of buses for them, which can transfer them to the airport's audience area within half an hour. When the last bus arrived at the spectator parking area, nearly 20 minutes had passed. Fortunately, it is February now and the weather in Aden is still relatively cool. If it were normal times, people would probably be sunburned to death. Sui was sitting comfortably in a viewing room on the top floor of the tower, looking at the thousands of spectators below with a smile on his face. My aerial performance this time will definitely give many people a surprise and shock. It can definitely be regarded as an unprecedented performance. Sir, the performance formation is ready and can take off at any time. Simon's voice came from the headset, and Sui said directly, "Let's start." After the order was given, the 10 fighter jets responsible for the air show took off one after another from the Vitam military airport. They will circle and then fly over the exhibition hall. The waiting time still makes people very anxious, especially for those who arrived first. They have been waiting for more than half an hour, and they are definitely impatient. "What's going on? We've been waiting for so long, but there's no movement at all. Is there any accident?" A man with an Asian face said in a not very impatient tone. "It should be almost there. There will definitely be no accidents. The weather today is still very good." 5 minutes later, several black spots in the distant sky began to appear in people's eyes, accompanied by bursts of rumbling sounds, and the sound became louder and louder. "Here it comes! Here it comes! Finally here, only 3? But they look like they are quite big. Yes, it should be a large aircraft, could it be?" The 3 planes were flying at a very high speed, reaching supersonic speed. Even though they were flying at an altitude of 2 kilometers, the noise was very loud, and some people's ears could hardly bear it. Fortunately, Sui had prepared headphones for them at their seats, otherwise human ears would not be able to withstand the sound of a supersonic aircraft. "Supersonic flight, God, what kind of plane is this?" As the 3 planes approached, everyone held binoculars and looked in the direction of the flying formation. "Bomber, isn't this the future goddess supersonic bomber they announced last time?" Sui did not disclose the number of this bomber to the public, but its graceful shape is like a graceful girl, so the outside world gave it the title of future goddess. "Oh my God, 3 supersonic strategic bombers, this time they really gave us a surprise." Boom boom boom. 3 graceful white swan supersonic strategic bombers folded their tails and flew over the airport at supersonic cruising speed. Only at close range can you feel how huge these 3 guys are. Especially when they flew over everyone's heads, it seemed as if the sun was blocked. Everyone looked at them in shock, and only after their figures disappeared did they reluctantly look away. But what comes next is the real highlight. The 3 white swans are just an appetizer. Chapter 151 Stealth Fighter, Vertical Landing. Boom, boom, boom. There were bursts of jet engine roars coming from the sky, which were made by a formation of multiple fighter jets. Everyone looked up towards the sky with curiosity, but unfortunately they could see nothing but thick clouds. The roar of the fighter planes came from above the clouds. More than 3,000 meters in the air, a flying formation consisting of 7 fighter planes dived downwards. The pilot flew the fighter plane through the thick clouds and finally saw the light coming, and the ground appeared before their eyes. Fighter planes formed an arrow-shaped formation, piercing through the clouds and swooping down towards the ground like sharp arrows. At this time, the fighter planes flying in formation finally appeared in front of everyone. When they appeared, everyone present fell silent, and looked at these fighter planes with shock in their eyes. These fighters use an outward-inclined double vertical tail conventional start layout, with 2 air intakes located below the wing slats and only 1 engine at the tail. Even a layman would shout when seeing this fighter, stealth fighter. This shocking appearance was exactly the 4th-generation multi-purpose fighter that Sui prepared for them. Many people in the future will be familiar with this fighter. It is the F-35B stealth fighter. When they saw this fighter, they all thought they saw Singapore's F-22 because its appearance was so familiar. However, it is still very different from the F-22. For example, it has only 1 engine, and its shape is more rounded than the flat F-22. A stealth fighter. It's actually a stealth fighter. Oh my god, has the world's 2nd stealth fighter appeared? I didn't expect that the 2nd stealth fighter would appear in the hands of an arms dealer. It's really unbelievable. Although it was designed after the F-22, it's shocking enough. Yeah, I can't believe they are ahead of so many countries and have developed a 4th-generation fighter. Even though it's only a single-engine fighter, it's enough to crush many aircraft. I think it is similar only in appearance. Maybe it is a 3rd-generation fighter in the shell of a 4th-generation fighter. Since the F-22 entered service in 2005, this alien-like fighter has caused a huge sensation. Since then, all countries have invested huge manpower and material resources in the development of 4th-generation aircraft. It was not until 12 years later, in 2017, that Yen country put the 3rd 4th-generation fighter into service. Only 2 years have passed, and various countries are still conducting technical verification, but Sui directly came up with a 4th-generation fighter. How can they believe it? Since the Star Army's F-35 fighter jet had completed its design in 2006, Sui still made some modifications to this fighter jet. Tried to make it different from the F-35 in as many details as possible. Of course, such changes should not affect the stealth appearance. 7 F-35B fighter jets made their debut in the sky, performing various formation stunts with ease. This aerial stunt show attracted everyone's attention, and everyone stared at them without blinking. It uses a vector engine to make small radius turns. Oh my god, how is it done? After seeing the noses of several fighter planes turn quickly and complete the combat turn performance, an old man with glasses said with shining eyes, "Vector engine." Many people present are familiar with this name. For example, the F-119 engine equipped on the F-22 fighter is a two-dimensional vector engine. Compared with ordinary engines, the biggest advantage of vector engines is that they can change the direction of the nozzle, thus giving the fighter jet super maneuverability. Because in close-range air combat, whoever turns the nose faster will gain a huge advantage in the fight. The 4th-generation fighter jet has a very rigid standard, which is super maneuverability, which refers to the vector engine. Without a vector engine, it is basically impossible to give a fighter jet super maneuverability. The aerial performance basically came to an end with the completion of the descent and inversion. Just when they thought the aerial show was about to end, they didn't expect that there was a grand finale about to take place. 6 fighter jets in the flight formation climbed towards the sky. They will return to the Vita Military Airport and will be recovered into the system by Sui at night. The remaining F-35B stealth fighter was still hovering nearly 1,000 meters in the air, and its altitude was still decreasing, which made everyone present puzzled. The other 6 fighters had already left, so why did it stay alone? Was it for them to visit? But if it was staying for them to visit, then why didn't it circle around the runway and prepare to land? What did it mean by circling over their heads? Just when they were confused, the F-35B Fabian, which had slowed down, quickly gave the answer. As the speed of the F-35B fighter jet dropped rapidly, a cover suddenly rose behind its cockpit, the engine nozzle at the tail began to turn downward, and the engine's tail flame gradually disappeared. In this way, the F-35B fighter began to hover in the sky. "Fuck, this is a vertical takeoff and landing stealth fighter!" After seeing this scene, a middle-aged man from Yen country blurted out a famous saying. After seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened and they were shocked beyond words. The vertical takeoff and landing fighter jets have brought a huge shock to the world, let alone a stealth fighter jet that can take off and land vertically. Just like when the Harrier fighter first appeared, it brought great shock to all countries. However, the Harrier fighter's performance in all aspects is completely outdated today, and its retirement is only a matter of time. The significance of the emergence of such a stealth vertical takeoff and landing fighter can be imagined. Hundreds of meters in the air, the F-35B descended steadily. In less than 20 seconds, this stealth fighter landed on the runway extremely smoothly. The cover of the upgraded fan fell off immediately, and the nozzle of the rear engine has returned to normal. This aerial performance has ended successfully, but the shock it brought is far from over. Chapter 152 Dare to Buy and Sell. The news that the world's second stealth fighter jet appeared at the weapons exhibition hall held by the leading arms company in Aden spread around the world at the fastest speed. Among them, CAI, which attached the most importance to the leader, received the relevant intelligence at the first time. "Director, I think we won't have any vacation time. You have to watch this video." The director of CI Intelligence Department found the director and said. The director took the new Apple phone handed to him by the director of the Intelligence Department with confusion, and began to look at it. When he saw the 7 F-35 stealth fighters appearing at the beginning of the video, his eyes widened, especially when he saw the ram's head printed on the vertical tail. His eyes were full of disbelief. "Stealth fighter? What's going on? And it looks a bit like our F-22. Did they steal our F-22 technology?" When the CAI director paused the video halfway through, he expressed his doubts. The head of the Intelligence Department's face changed slightly and said, "You should understand it by the end." After hearing what he said, the director continued the video. When the last scene showed the F-35B fighter jet hovering in the air and landing vertically, his face suddenly became even more shocked. "How is this possible? Our JSAF project has just been finalized, and the X-35 verification aircraft is still undergoing flight tests. How could they develop a vertical takeoff and landing stealth fighter before us?" The full name of the JSAF project is the Joint Strike Fighter Program, which is currently the largest fighter jet research and development program in Singapore. For the first time, Singapore changed its tradition and united the three armed forces to jointly develop a low-end fighter with a wide range of uses and advanced performance. The F-35 was born in this context. Although various problems have frequently occurred since the F-35 began to serve, its cost has been rising and is constantly approaching the cost of the F-22. But there is no doubt that this is indeed a very advanced fourth-generation fighter. As the director of CAI, he is naturally very clear about this project. It is precisely because of this that he understands how difficult this project is. As the world's leading aviation power, Singapore's strong R&D capabilities and huge capital investment are the best in the world. Other countries can only look up to it and find it difficult to catch up, let alone surpass it. But today, such a brand new fourth-generation stealth fighter appeared so openly at the leading weapons exhibition, which is extremely unbelievable. If he hadn't seen the video, he wouldn't have believed it. If the other party stole their technology, then this is absolutely impossible. He is very clear about how confidential the project is. Moreover, the places are only somewhat similar in appearance. In many aspects, they are very different from their JSAF finalization verification aircraft. It can only be said that the overall layout is the same. Even if the other party stole some of the technology, their fighter jet has already been successful, while their vertical takeoff and landing model will not be able to be put into service for at least 5 years. In this regard, the other party was actually far ahead of them, and this was what shocked him the most. "Director, what should we do about this matter?" The director fell silent after hearing this, his mind working frantically. After almost a minute he said, "This matter can only be handed over to the higher-ups to handle. As for how to do it, we'll just listen to them." This matter was obviously beyond his scope of handling. The Navy, Air Force, and domestic aviation giants were directly related to this matter. What he was most worried about was that Sui would start selling this model to outsiders. If this really happened, it would be a huge blow to their JSF plan. They worked hard to develop this fighter jet, but in the end, due to lack of research funds, they allowed other countries to get involved, just to make money. Their progress on the project has been non-existent in recent years. If this incident were to ruin the business, it would be a huge blow to Singapore's entire aviation industry. Sui developed this fighter jet and arranged an aerial show for so many people, of course, for the purpose of selling it for money. Before the upgrade, he certainly had no intention of selling the 4th-generation machine. However, when he saw the new 6th-generation machine in the mall, he naturally had to earn money to buy it. Moreover, this fighter jet can disrupt the global fighter jet arms sales market. In this market segment, Singapore occupies the largest share, so the blow to them will definitely be the heaviest. It is impossible for Singapore to take out their F-22 fighter jets to buy it, but he dares. However, doing so will definitely bring about crazy retaliation from the Star Country, but now Sui is fearless at all. He will fight as many people as the Star Country sends and ensure that they will not return. As for sanctions, he is not afraid of them because there are still many countries that hope to pose a serious threat to Singapore. Moreover, the current system is basically self-sufficient. Apart from launching military strikes and blocking arms trade routes, the other side has no other way to deal with it. Blocking the arms trade route is what he fears most at the moment. If the Star Country blocks it with all its strength, they can still do it relying on their strong military power. As the saying goes, you're not afraid of thieves stealing, you're afraid of thieves thinking about. He must handle this aspect well. He can sell the fighter jets and collect the money as usual. He just needs to spend some time protecting the arms trade routes. He also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to test Singapore's attitude. He actually hoped that Singapore would launch a military attack against him. What he is least afraid of now is this. Instead, he is afraid that the Qing country will do something shady. They have done a lot of immoral things. The opening of this leading arms exhibition is very important for Sui's arms sales plan, so he brought out a lot of good things this time. In addition to the cost-effective mid- and low-end arms, these things also brought out a lot of high-tech weapons, hoping to attract big customers such as Yen country and Bay country. After upgrading the system, he was extremely short of funds for development, and his own strength had been greatly enhanced, so his next arms sales would be much more aggressive, and he would not have to care too much about the attitude of the Star Country. Chapter 153, Mainstay of Military Sales, High-End Products. When the F-35B fighter jet landed on the runway, Sui appeared on the runway with a group of people. Looking at the huge crowd in the audience in front of him, he took the microphone from a soldier and began to speak. I think you all know me, so I won't introduce myself. Judging from your performance, you should be very satisfied with the show we arranged. I am also very happy to bring this show to you. Through this performance, everyone should have a very deep impression of our new stealth fighter. Our stealth fighter is codenamed FC-1, with a maximum takeoff weight of 32 tons. It is equipped with a medium thrust turbofan engine with a thrust of 18 tons. I think our engine should be the medium thrust turbofan engine with the largest thrust at present. Medium thrust turbofan engines are at the level of current fighter jets, such as the AL-41F1, the final improved model of the AL-31 series engine of Northern Powerhouse, that is, the 117S Vector engine equipped on the Su-35S, which has an afterburner thrust of 18 and a thrust of only 147 kilonewtons. The F-135 engine equipped on the F-35 has a maximum thrust of 191 kilonewtons and a thrust-to-weight ratio of 11.7. The gap can be imagined. When Sui finished speaking, there was an uproar in the crowd. Anyone who knew a little about this would know how terrifying this data was. Moreover, they also heard some off-topic meanings in Sui's words. If this fighter jet was not for sale, then there was no need for him to introduce it so clearly. FC-1 is a 4th-generation multi-purpose fighter specially developed by our company. We have high expectations for it. It has 3 models A-B/C. The one you see is the B model. Our FC-1A model is mainly tailored for the Air Force. It is a conventional takeoff and landing model. The B model is a vertical takeoff and landing model. It can take off and land on aircraft carriers or amphibious assault ships. Our C model is a carrier-based model, its wings can be folded, and in order to obtain greater lift, its body will also be larger. Another issue that everyone is most concerned about is its stealth capability and combat capability. Our company has equipped this fighter with an advanced distributed aperture system, which can provide 360-degree all-round observation through electro-optical sensors without blind spots, and our electro-optical targeting system can also see the windows of a hotel 80 kilometers away. As for things like electronic warfare systems, integrated core processors, helmet display systems, communications, navigation and information systems, etc., these are all standard features of our fighter jets. We have also equipped this fighter with an active phased array radar, which is an advanced airborne ground-to-air radar. Coupled with our excellent avionics system, it has very strong versatility and has very strong attack power whether it is against air, ground or sea. There is another issue that everyone is very concerned about: stealth performance. According to our detection of it, its frontal radar cross-sectional area is only 0.05 square meters, and its stealth performance is already very good. And because we use a new type of stealth coating material, it can be maintained at a low cost. Then we come to the issue that everyone is most concerned about, which is its price. The regular A model costs $85 million, the vertical takeoff and landing B model costs $100 million, and the larger ship-based model costs $120 million. Although it is quite expensive, it is the only stealth fighter you can buy right now. Although everyone knew that this stealth fighter would be very expensive, they still couldn't help but gasp when they heard its price. If this price is considered expensive, then it is really expensive. There are really not many fighter jets in the current military sales market that cost more than $100 million. But it is not particularly expensive. After all, this is a stealth fighter, and it is the only stealth fighter sold to the outside world. Is a unit price of $100 million expensive? Not expensive. For a stealth fighter, as long as you can buy it with money, it is not expensive. As long as any country puts it into service, it will have absolute air superiority over its neighbors. Moreover, this is a multi-purpose stealth fighter. Although its air combat capability may not be as good as the F-22, the F-22 has a single purpose and does not meet the needs of these countries. Of course, there were many people present who were interested in it, but not many who took action. One is the price issue, one is the performance issue, and the other is that they do not have the power to make the decision, but countries will respond soon. Sui didn't expect to sell it today. Purchasing a stealth fighter is not a trivial matter and requires very careful negotiation. So although the F-35 seems to be the finale product of this exhibition, the main sales force is not it, but several high-end military products carefully prepared by Sui. Among them, the main ones in the army are tanks, self-propelled artillery, towed artillery, tracked/wheeled infantry fighting vehicles, etc. In terms of tanks, Sui launched a modified model of the M1A2, which has enhanced firepower and protection. However, its gas turbine engine was replaced with an 1,800 horsepower intercooled extended-range engine. Although its maneuverability has decreased, its range has been greatly improved. In addition, Sui also used more high-strength lightweight materials on this tank, reducing its weight to about 60 tons without reducing its protective capabilities. In addition to it, Sui also launched a T-90 main battle tank, which is a high-end tank with a cheaper price. Although it has been enhanced to a certain extent through modification, its performance is definitely not as good as the M1A2 modified model, but it is much cheaper in price. In addition, the PHC-2000 self-propelled artillery, the Caesar II vehicle-mounted self-propelled howitzer, the modified model of the M777 towed artillery, the M2 Bradley and the Stryker-wheeled infantry fighting vehicles were also launched. These are the main high-end products of land weapons and equipment. Sui believes that many countries coming this time will be very interested in these weapons. Chapter 154, Air and Sea, Weapons of Poor Countries. In fact, the main products sold at this arms exhibition are fighter jets in the air and warships at sea, which are the weapons with the highest profits. The most expensive land equipment is the main battle tank, and the most expensive one is only over $6 million, which is the improved model of M1A2. Anyway, Sui only bought this tank from the system for $600,000 and sold it for 10 times the price, but the profit is still not as good as fighter jets and warships. The air combat equipment this time is mainly fighter jets, drones, transport planes, and helicopters. The F-35 stealth fighter is of course the finale product of this time, but all countries have great doubts about this fighter, so don't think about how many it can sell in the short term. After all, the leader is different from Singapore. They are recognized as the world's #1 aviation power, so other countries can at least feel more at ease when they go to buy. With such a country in mind, once Singapore's reputation in the military trade market is ruined, their losses will be more than just money. And Sui is an arms dealer, so the two are completely different, and it is very normal for them to have doubts. Su-35S, F/A-18, F-15, F-16 and Rafale fighters are the main sales models this time. In addition, there are some modified mid- and low-end fighters that have undergone a certain degree of upgrades. For example, the MiG-21 and Su-24 fighter bombers, which cost only more than 10 million yuan, are prepared for countries that cannot afford third-generation aircraft. The 5 fighter jets selected by Sui basically cover the needs of all customers, and basically these fighter jets have multi-purpose capabilities and strong air combat capabilities. After the arms exhibition, Sui will carry out a comprehensive overhaul of the Air Force, replacing most of the fighter jets and upgrading the Air Force's combat capabilities. These third-generation fighters are all top-tier. The cheapest of them costs $25 million. The most expensive are naturally the F-15 and Rafale fighters, both of which are over $60 million, while the Su-35S is only around $60 million. The demand for transport aircraft among various countries is also very large, but this market is basically divided between the North country and the Star country. In this regard, Sui can only come up with the same product as theirs, then make some modifications and upgrades, and finally sell it at a lower price. To put it bluntly, it is a question of cost-effectiveness. As long as your product has a high cost-effectiveness, customers will naturally choose it. Especially when word of mouth spreads, orders will naturally increase. This time, Sui launched a total of 5 transport aircraft, namely C-130, IL-76, C-17, and 124 and C-5 Galaxy. These models are all improved models carefully debugged by Sui. The most amazing thing about this weapon customization plan is that as long as the improvement is reasonable, there is no need to conduct any tests. The system will make the best improvements to this weapon and make it a mature model directly, so Sui only needs to sell weapons and equipment with confidence, and the system will take care of the rest. Among them, the C-130 naturally meets the needs of customers with low demands, and is mainly used for tactical transportation. If they want to transport heavy weapons such as tanks and need to have good takeoff and landing performance, then the C-17 is undoubtedly the only one that can meet the needs. The IL-76 is mainly designed to meet the needs of those who want to buy a strategic transport aircraft, but do not have much money. The other 2 models, and 124 and C-5, are naturally designed to meet the needs of customers who want transport aircraft with large carrying capacity. The carrying capacity of both transport aircraft is about 120 tons, and the N-124 can carry up to 150 tons of cargo. These 5 transport aircraft can already meet the needs of most customers. Whether they buy them or not is their business. Anyway, in terms of cost effectiveness, Sui has done a very good job, and his reputation is also pretty good as the current leader. As for quality and performance issues, they will know after a test drive that he has done what he should do. As for drones, Sui has only made 2 or 3 models so far, one of which is the Wing-Long drone from Yen country, which is very cheap and only costs a few $100,000. The more high-end ones are the MQ-1 Predator drone and the MQ-9 Reaper drone. The Reaper drone is the most expensive, at around $6 million. In terms of helicopters, the main models include AH-1Z Viper, UH-60 Black Hawk, Mi-171 and CH-53. Among them, the AH-1Z Viper has a very high cost performance, and can barely be regarded as a heavy armed helicopter. In addition, there are early warning aircraft, aerial refueling aircraft, electronic warfare aircraft, etc., which are not currently considered flagship products, but are only used to meet the needs of some customers. As for the Navy, it can be seen that Sui is indeed planning to make some big moves this time. There are more than 10 types of military ships in the exhibition hall of maritime weapons. For example, the 022 missile boat that sold well before, and the Poison Spider missile boat is also a new product on the shelves. Frigates are also the main product of this maritime weapon. After all, the customers are not very rich, and a frigate can fully meet their maritime needs. Among them, the Type 054A missile frigate is the most popular product at present, so SUI only launched this one, mainly because its combat effectiveness ranks among the top in the same class and the price is also very reasonable. The other types of warships attracted more attention. For example, the United Kingdom's Type 45 destroyer, the Ibra-class Otago-class Aegis destroyer, and the Star Country's Arleigh Burke-class Aegis destroyer. These three destroyers are SUI's main products. As for Yen Country's 052D missile destroyer, SUI did not have this idea. Anyway, these products are very advanced, so why bother to mess with his former motherland? He would not feel any psychological burden in taking advantage of the Yi and Qing countries. There is also an amphibious landing ship and a submarine that have become the main focus of customers with maritime needs. The main customers of amphibious landing ships are countries that have the need for maritime landing operations but do not have effective landing ships, such as Yen Country. As a maritime weapon for poor countries, submarines are definitely the most popular type of weapon. It can pose a deadly threat to any surface ship and is cheaper. After all, surface ships require close coordination among various types of ships, and the price is too expensive. Submarines are different. They can fight alone or in a joint operation. Chapter 155, Asking for Benefits, Win-Win Cooperation. The leading exhibition halls were filled with people. They gathered around the stands of various weapons, carefully looking at the appearance and various parameters of the weapons. The weapons testing site on the outskirts is also very lively. The area of this site is very large, covering several square kilometers, and is already at the outermost edge of the Vita Air Force Base. Some people who are interested in various weapons have already started testing the performance of the weapons here. Among them, the most popular one should be the M1A2 modified main battle tank. With a price tag of $6 million, its performance exceeds that of all current tanks, and even the most advanced M1A2 is inferior to it. Many people also know that there is a lot of water in weapons, and they did not believe the literal data at first. So there are a total of 5 tanks undergoing various tests in this test site, and some are test-driving T-90 main battle tanks. This tank is priced at only $4 million, and its performance is in the first tier of third-generation main battle tanks, with a very high cost-effectiveness. Therefore, more countries are more interested in this tank, while the T-80U main battle tank is a mid-range product. About 3 hours later, an M1A2 main battle tank stopped at the starting position. A lieutenant general wearing a Numidian general's uniform climbed out of the tank, and several officers immediately came to greet him. "General, how about this main battle tank?" The lieutenant general nodded with satisfaction and said, "Excellent, it has exceeded my expectations. It is very powerful in terms of fire control, firepower, armor, and mobility. It is much more powerful than our current tanks. The President is considering replacing the troops with a new generation of main battle tanks, and this tank seems to be a perfect fit. Yes, and we have signed a long-term cooperation contract with Leader, and we can get a 10% discount on every transaction, which can completely offset the shipping cost." After hearing what the Lieutenant General said, several officers spoke up. The Lieutenant General shook his head and said, "No hurry, we need to test it a bit more. Although I believe the Leader will not cheat us, this will really test their sincerity." After he finished speaking, the Lieutenant General glanced at a Titan guard a few meters away. What he said was loud enough for the other party to hear. Of course the guard could hear what he said. His eyes flashed, and he continued to stand guard. "General, are we going to take a look at their stealth fighters?" asked an officer. The Lieutenant General nodded and said, "We must go and take a look. There is really too much equipment this time. We need to take a look at everything we need." It is impossible not to be excited about this 4th-generation stealth fighter. Moreover, with Namibia's terrifying cash flow, they can still afford a stealth fighter worth 100 million yuan. Namibia now has assets worth nearly $600 billion in countries around the world, making it a major creditor country in the world. It also has foreign exchange reserves of nearly $100 billion. Their entire country's population is only over 6 million, and their government's welfare is very high. For example, They offer a $5,000 reward for having a child, a $50,000 reward for getting married. The government directly subsidizes 50% of the funds for purchasing any car, and all Numidian countries enjoy permanent zero-interest loans. From this we can see how rich this country is and how high its life happiness index is. Unfortunately, the treaty countries led by Singapore brought decades of war to this country. For such a wealthy country, Sui naturally couldn't just sit there and watch them fall into war. Sui looked at Orloff and asked, "Did he really say that?" Orloff nodded and said, "Yes, it seems that he wants to get some benefits from us. If we don't give it to him, it may cause some trouble to our transaction." Sui smiled and said, "They are notorious for their corruption. Mr. Ka's money has fostered a bunch of parasites. As the saying goes, little devils are hard to deal with. As long as the problem can be solved with money, don't make trouble. Tell him clearly that as long as they reach an order, I will give him a 5% discount secretly. The contract still stipulates a 10% discount. As for how to deal with the 5% and how much he wants to take, it depends on his own means. The amount of 5% is determined by the order. If the order is worth $10 billion, then 5% would be $500 million. Of course, it is impossible for Namibia to come up with so much money to purchase equipment at one time. As for how big the order is, it depends on how the Lieutenant General handles it. As long as he works hard, he will definitely get orders worth billions of dollars. After all, this transaction has tied his interests together. The larger the amount of orders he helps Sui to obtain, the more money he will get. The strength of the Numidian Defense Forces was enhanced, he got some money of his own, and Sui got an order. It was truly a triple blessing. As for who lost money, no one knew. This phenomenon is very common in this circle. Using the power in one's hands to make money is also a normal operation in this circle. After getting Sui's permission, Orloff immediately found the Lieutenant General in secret, and promised to give him a 5% reward for the order. After hearing this, the Lieutenant General's eyes were full of surprise, and he immediately said, "You can rest assured, the President is my uncle. I will definitely persuade him to purchase more equipment." The reason why Sui was willing to give him the 5% was actually more because of his status. Otherwise, did he think that anyone could get benefits from him? Olaf smiled and said, "I hope we can cooperate more often and everyone can win. I wish us a pleasant cooperation." The Lieutenant General received such a great benefit, and his face was full of smiles. The arms exhibition lasted for a total of 7 days, and the last 4 days were open to major media outlets, mainly to allow them to promote the leader for free. However, they probably don't need to promote it this time. The video of the F-35 appearing at the airport and performing vertical takeoff and landing immediately became a hot topic on the hot searches in various countries. This directly pushed this leading weapons exhibition into the world's craze, and drew everyone's attention to this inconspicuous exhibition. Chapter 156: Alien Rumors, Star Country Takes Action. The United Kingdom's BBC Radio and Television was the first to broadcast an urgent news titled "The Second Fourth-Generation Stealth Fighter Appeared in Africa." Although this title looks plain, the words, "Fourth-Generation Stealth Fighter," are the biggest highlight of the title. The F-22 Raptor fighter jet, which is comparable to alien black technology, has only been on the market for less than 3 years. Other countries have invested a lot of energy in its research and development, and finally it appeared in Africa. When they saw the title, viewers thought the BBC was sensationalizing the issue, but they were shocked when they saw the video. At the same time, a large number of related videos appeared on the internet, and the second stealth fighter became a hot topic around the world. Is this leading company so powerful? They have strategic bombers and fourth-generation stealth fighters. This is simply impossible. These fighter planes are a reflection of a country's industrial strength. Why were they developed by a company that no one has ever heard of? Is God asleep? No, it is also possible that this company has obtained alien technology. Otherwise, how could they come up with so many advanced weapons? Yes, the government should send troops to rob them. Alien technology can only belong to our star country. With the endless emergence of advanced weapons in the leading company, which is even more powerful than what the star country has accumulated over the years, a speculation has emerged and become a hot topic among many netizens. Leader company obtains alien technology. A large number of netizens provided relevant evidence to explain why countries cannot find the source of their weapons. Because they have a secret passage connecting to an alien planet, or an alien base hidden in the blue planet. Director, I think this post can answer the questions we have had for so long, and I have reorganized the information related to Sui. The director of the intelligence department continued. Sui was originally a Chinese student who went to Yen country to study. He returned to Aden in 2007 and worked at the then leader company as his father's assistant. But not long after, something happened to his father, who was killed by a local warlord. After that, Sui remained silent for about a month. Then they suddenly found the Moma tribe and provided them with a batch of advanced weapons and equipment. At that time, a powerful team of mercenaries also appeared around him. They were the veterans of the 141st Task Force. Suyi's sudden rise occurred during this period. Something must have happened that we don't know about. It is very likely that, as netizens have speculated, he accidentally discovered a base left behind, or he was controlled by aliens and became their agent on the blue planet. Not long after Sui rose to prominence, he took over the then abandoned Vita military airport. We are currently unable to use satellites or reconnaissance aircraft to investigate the situation at this air base. This may be because there is alien technology protecting this base, which has blocked our optical detection methods. And the source of their arms must have a lot to do with the Weta military airport, so they were able to take out so many weapons without anyone noticing. So we can conclude that this alien base is underneath the Weta military airport. After hearing the report from the director of the intelligence department, the director fell silent. Before, he would never believe this conclusion no matter what. Although there are many rumors outside that there are aliens in Area 51, and various rumors about aliens are endless. But he knew very well that there was no such thing in Area 51, and they had never found any traces of aliens on the blue planet. And if it was from aliens, why did they let Sui sell arms? And the US dollars they got were not spent in the outside world. Do aliens still need their dollars? So this is a point that doesn't make sense. But with the sudden appearance of so many high-tech weapons, he had to believe this conclusion. Because apart from the speculation of an alien base, no other explanation can explain so many strange phenomena. The director began to speak. In that case, let's test them. Let the Navy and other countries block their arms transportation channels. As long as this road is blocked, their arms will definitely not be sold. It is best to let the Army and Air Force cooperate to carry out a comprehensive blockade. The head of the intelligence department said. The situation in the Persian Gulf has been very tense recently. I'm afraid the Fifth Fleet doesn't have enough troops to blockade it. The director took a look at the intelligence on the table and said, Then let the Red Palace dispatch a new aircraft carrier battle group. If they really have alien technology, we must seize it at all costs. It doesn't matter even if we destroy this place, in order to avoid the leakage of technology, which would pose a huge threat to our position. Also, we need to have the joint organization conduct a comprehensive blockade on the leading company. We must not allow them any chance to breathe and nip the crisis in the bud. Sui has already shown his threat to Star Country and seriously threatened their position as a technological hegemon. Once Sui sells the high-tech weapons in his hands indiscriminately, it will undoubtedly pose a huge challenge to Xinhua. This is unbearable for Singapore, as it took them decades to establish this status. Although they understand that this will definitely come at a certain price, and they may even suffer some losses. After all, Sui has so many high-tech weapons in his hands now, and losses are inevitable, but in order to protect their status and interests, these sacrifices are totally worth it. As long as they can obtain these advanced technologies from Sui, or really obtain the alien base from him, then all these losses will be made up, and the Star Country's dominant position for the next few decades or even hundreds of years can be truly established, making it unbreakable from then on. Sui did not expect that the counterattack from Xinhua would be so fierce and come so quickly. However, he has prepared himself mentally. This may affect his arms trade, but as long as he wins, he will be able to establish his position as a leader in the world. And this war will be unavoidable, so it is better to resolve it as soon as possible. Chapter 157 The Fifth Fleet, No One Warns. Sir, the situation is not good. We have received intelligence from Yen country that Xing country is joining forces with other countries to impose sanctions on us, prohibiting all our planes, cars, ships, and other means of transportation from leaving the country. And their Atlantic fleet has dispatched an aircraft carrier battle group to enter the Gulf of Aden. This is obviously aimed at us. Chris informed Sui of this serious information. After hearing the news, Sui frowned and said, "Interesting, Yen country actually took the initiative to provide us with information. It seems that the joint organization will not be able to pass this bill this time." It is obvious that Yen State wants to watch Sui and Qing State confront each other in order to achieve the goal of delaying Qing State's military power. The best scenario would be that Sui had a fight with Xinghua and beat them up badly, causing them to lose their international prestige. At the same time, Suyi's strength was greatly depleted due to the war with Qing country. In order not to be isolated internationally, Sui could only rely on Yen country. In this case, he would have to take out some good things as a token of his allegiance, so as to achieve his goal of gaining a lot of benefits from Sui. Sui could guess their intentions. Wasn't the reason they were willing to help him because of these things on him? If he had no use, the birds of Yen State would not even bother to look at him, let alone help him. However, if the joint organization really passes the resolution, it will be very unfavorable for Sui and the leader, so the attitude of Yen State is still very critical. It seems that we have to come up with something good to make Yen country cast their precious veto. The purpose of Yen State contacting him was probably very simple. They could cast a veto, but Sui also needed to offer something in exchange. In order to avoid being isolated internationally, Sui must do this, unless he has the military strength to challenge the entire Western world, which he obviously does not have at present. Their J-20 development progress will definitely be accelerated after they have the F-110 engine. So let's exchange some stealth fighter technology. You can reply to Yen country. Yen country's J-20 made its maiden flight in 2011, which was 3 years later. Even if they were given the technology, their J-20 would at most be launched 1 or 2 years earlier. After experiencing the Comprador incident, it is impossible for Yen State to abandon the entire J-20 project just because of the stealth fighter in its hands. This would be totally not worth the loss. Sui has no say in the troubles of the joint organization, but after he conducts the PY transaction with Yen country, he believes that they will veto these technologies. As for the military troubles of the Star country, it needs to be dealt with by itself, and he is also prepared for this. After the system upgrade, he has great confidence in winning the military confrontation with Star Country. Sui was not at all panicked about the fact that Star Country had mobilized an aircraft carrier battle group. With technology that was 30 years ahead of theirs, he had many ways to attack their aircraft carriers. The most effective means is of course the attack of anti-ship cruise missiles, which can be launched by bombers carrying anti-ship missiles at a distance of more than 1,000 kilometers to carry out a saturation strike. Anyway, Sui has the right to return goods without giving any reason within 15 days. He can purchase a large number of strategic bombers in a short period of time, and he only needs to pay some fuel and missiles. The missile that Sui used to deal with Singapore's aircraft carrier battle group was actually developed by Singapore itself, the AGM-158F long-range anti-ship missile. It adopts a stealth design, with a range of 1,500 kilometers and a strike accuracy of about 10 meters. Just one missile hitting the deck of a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of Star Country is enough to paralyze their combat effectiveness. Of course, if you want to attack the enemy's aircraft carrier, you need to find the enemy's aircraft carrier. Sui naturally has such weapons and equipment. This is a new type of stealth unmanned early warning aircraft that Singapore only put into service in the 1930s. This early warning aircraft was modified based on the B-21 strategic bomber. This new type of unmanned early warning aircraft does not use traditional large discs or building blocks, but instead integrates conformal array radar antennas around the fuselage, and covers it with a stealth paint shell. This new type of conformal array radar antenna has a wider detection capability. The detection range for large surface ships can reach nearly 1,000 kilometers. Of course, this can only be detected at an altitude of more than 8,000 meters. It is obvious that this new type of unmanned early warning aircraft is the best means of detecting enemy aircraft carriers, even if their Hawkeye early warning aircraft supports the Air Early Warning Network for the aircraft carrier battle group. However, thanks to the B-21 stealth capabilities and advanced conformal antenna radar, it cannot be detected at least 200 kilometers away. This is the development trend of future early warning aircraft. Relying on advanced avionics, communications and information systems, unmanned, stealth, and conformal antenna radar will form such a new type of early warning aircraft. Although this efficiency is not as good as that of early warning satellites, Sui does not want to ask other countries for help and ask them to share information from early warning satellites, as this would cost him a relatively high price. Satellites are definitely one of Sui's main strategic development directions in the future, but for now we have to overcome the current difficulties first. The Yen state was still very envious of the stealth fighter jets, so the message was replied very quickly. They have promised to speak to him in the joint organization and do their best to prevent the passage of the bill proposed by Singapore. And they also asked for the F-35 stealth coding technology and appearance design drawings. As for the engine, they did not mention it, because Sui would not transfer this technology to them. After all, Yen country also knew very well that they were not the only ones coveting this fighter jet. If Sui turned to Bay country for cooperation because their price was too high, the loss would be too great. The northern country is also one of the 5 permanent members of the UN and has a veto power. I think they would be willing to veto the star country's proposal for the stealth fighter technology provided by Sui. Sui has the technology of 5th-generation aircraft in his hands, so he is no longer so concerned about the technology of 4th-generation aircraft. He would not be foolish enough to sell his most advanced technology, as this would not maximize his profits. Chapter 158 6th-generation fighter, mixed or not. The gap between the 5th-generation fighter and the 4th-generation stealth fighter is the same as that between the 3rd-generation fighter and the 4th-generation fighter. The next generation of fighter jets can surpass the previous generation in all aspects of performance, thus changing the mode of air combat. The fighter plane that Sui values is exactly the new generation of stealth fighter that Singapore made its first flight in 25 years and officially entered service in 32 years. An important improved model was developed in 38 years. Its code name is F-51 Thor Stealth Fighter. It has very revolutionary features compared to the previous generation F-22. The first is the core engine of the fighter, which is equipped with the 6th-generation adaptive variable cycle engine. The biggest difference between this engine and the previous generation of engines is that it can adjust itself according to different working modes to achieve maximum efficiency. For example, when a fighter jet is performing subsonic cruise, it uses a turbofan engine. When transonic maneuvers are required, the regulating plate needs to be adjusted to form a turbojet engine. The biggest advantage of a turbojet engine over a turbofan engine is that it has greater thrust, but of course it also consumes more fuel. When supersonic cruise is needed, it continues to change the adjustment plate to combine into a ramjet engine, allowing it to cruise at supersonic speeds for more than an hour. This is the power of the F-151's adaptive variable cycle engine. Its maximum thrust can reach 23 tons. Due to the use of a large amount of lightweight materials, its thrust-to-weight ratio also exceeds 15 for the first time. Equipped with 2 engines with a thrust of up to 23 tons, this stealth fighter weighing more than 30 tons can fly at a maximum speed of 3.5 Mach. Pilots flying it must be equipped with lighter anti-gravity suits, otherwise they will not be able to withstand such high overloads. Its second highlight is that it has eliminated the traditional machine guns and close-range combat missiles and is instead equipped with a small laser weapon. Since the fighter jet is equipped with a supercapacitor, the engine is driven by the huge thrust of the engine, which can fully charge the supercapacitor in a short time. This laser weapon can be fired more than 50 times at maximum power, and its effective interception distance for aircraft and missiles is about 15 kilometers. The third highlight is its radar. Because it uses millimeter-wave active digital array radar, it has a longer detection distance, higher accuracy, and can track and lock more targets than active phased array radar. This millimeter-wave active digital array radar has an effective detection range of up to 380 kilometers and can track more than 400 targets simultaneously. The fourth highlight is its artificial intelligence computer, which can truly realize seamless connection between land, sea, air, space, wireless, electricity, and the internet. Fighter jets can receive data transmitted through various platforms at any time. It can connect to a large number of satellites and wingmen to carry out coordinated operations and share information. The fifth highlight is the ability to control and command multiple drones. This drone does not require ground control, but has the ability to fly autonomously. It is equipped with an artificial intelligence chip and can fly along with the host. A two-plane formation can effectively command a total of 6 wingman drones, with each fighter jet accompanied by 3 drones. Among these 3 drones, 2 are auxiliary in nature and only 1 can be used for combat. This drone also has stealth capabilities and is equipped with a smaller thrust F-141 adaptive variable cycle engine with a maximum thrust of around 18 tons. Its maximum takeoff weight is around 20 tons, which can be considered a medium-sized fighter. It has a larger size and no cockpit to take up space, so it can carry a lot of things to assist the host in combat. These 3 drones are not randomly equipped. One of them is equipped with a meter-wave active phased array airborne radar. Its main function is to counter stealth. Whether now or in the future, meter-wave radar is the natural enemy of stealth fighters and can detect stealth fighters at farther distances. Since the meter-wave radar requires very high power and is very large in size, it is not equipped with any other equipment inside and is just a simple meter-wave radar carrier. The second drone is an early warning/electronic warfare drone that uses a conformal array radar. Although this destroys its stealth performance to a certain extent, its effective detection range can reach a terrifying 600 kilometers. With its existence, combined with drones equipped with meter-wave radars, no aircraft can escape their detection. It is also equipped with electronic warfare equipment, which can launch electronic warfare attacks on enemy aircraft, ground radar equipment, etc. The third fighter is a combat-capable fighter. Since it does not require a cockpit, its ammunition bay capacity is very large. Moreover, they can share their data with each other through artificial intelligence. That is to say, if a host or unmanned early warning aircraft detects a target, it can also launch an attack by receiving this information. This third drone can be regarded as a weapon carrier, equipped with a total of 12 ultra-long-range air-to-air missiles and medium and long-range air-to-air missiles to make up for the lack of firepower of the main engine. This is where the 6th-generation fighter is truly powerful. It has completely changed the way of air combat, and the incorporation of drones has greatly enhanced the fighter's combat capability. The enemy aircraft will not only face fighters with stronger performance than itself, but also be besieged by multiple fighters. Of course, high-tech weapons are also extremely expensive. Just a mixed system with drones like this would cost a total of $500 million. Of course, the $500 million is the recommended market price for the system, but the system will cost $250 million, or $2.5 million. This price can be said to be quite expensive. If used to purchase J-20B fighter jets, you can buy 5 of them. I made another stupid mistake about the price of J-20 earlier. The unit price is 200 million, and the system price should be 1 million, not 2 million. Let's correct it now. Although the price is very expensive, it is indeed worth it. After being equipped with this 6th-generation fighter joint combat system, Sui will be confident of gaining absolute air superiority. If the new anti-ship missile is one of his trump cards, then this fighter joint combat system is also one of his trump cards. Chapter 159. The local tyrant arrives and makes extraordinary moves. Singapore has been taking a series of actions, but it still has not affected the progress of the leading weapons exhibition. The next day, Sui once again welcomed a wave of uninvited customers, including a wealthy country in the desert area. Sui naturally warmly welcomed the arrival of the wealthy Mecha delegation. It seemed that they were attracted by the many advanced equipment at the exhibition, especially the appearance of the F-35 fighter jets. The leader of the team this time was actually a prince of the Kingdom of Mecha, currently a senior official in the Ministry of Defense, and the younger brother of the current king. It can be seen that they attach great importance to this transaction and are very determined to purchase it, so they actually sent such an important figure here. "Welcome, Your Royal Highness." Sui looked at a middle-aged Asian man wearing a white turban in front of him and said with a very enthusiastic attitude, "This is a dog-owning family that is even richer than Namibia, and their spending is definitely not small." Prince Mohammed Garilov also knew Sui's identity, and said with a smile on his face, "Mr. Su, we came here without an invitation this time. I hope we didn't disturb you." "Of course not. The invitation is just a formality." Of course, Sui was very welcome to them to give him money, and the invitation letter only excluded those who had no money. "Mr. Su, we heard that you have a stealth fighter that you want to sell?" I wonder if I can go take a look. Mohammad Garilov directly stated the purpose of their trip. As early as after the F-22 came out in Singapore, they, with their huge cash flow, had been very envious of this fighter jet. Unfortunately, Singapore would never export this type of fighter jet. Even in later generations, their F-35 fighter jets were not sold to them. After all, the Kingdom of Mecca is not yet a close ally of the Star Kingdom. The key point is that even if we sell them advanced weapons, it will damage our own reputation. Really? Sui said secretly. Of course, I will take you there right away. This stealth fighter is placed on static display in a large temperature-controlled hangar, and there are always large crowds of people coming to visit. After all, it is a rare opportunity to see a fourth-generation aircraft at such a close distance, but unfortunately most people can't afford it. It's really beautiful. It looks no worse than the Raptors in Star Country, Garilov said as he looked at the F-35 fighter jet with a fascinated look on his face. As the wealthy Mecha Kingdom, they are very interested in any advanced weapons. As long as a new model is released, they will be there. As a rich country, they are so willful. Anyway, their oil is endless. As for what some experts said about oil being exhausted within 100 years, that was simply nonsense. That was because the mining technology at the time was not advanced and many new oil fields had not yet been discovered. Facts have proven that at the current rate of consumption, Blue Planet's oil is simply inexhaustible, and the theory of depletion is totally untenable. That's why the rich are so lavish when it comes to spending money. Since they have money, they can buy anything advanced. Sui looked at the rich prince and said with a smile, Your Highness, this is our vertical takeoff and landing model. There is a lift engine behind the cockpit that can provide 8 tons of thrust, and there are 2 small jets on both sides to stabilize the vertical posture. It can take off at an ultra-short distance when fully loaded with ammunition, and can land vertically when returning, so the requirements for the airport are not high. The prince nodded with satisfaction and said, I have seen its performance video. It is truly a perfect fighter. Its price is $100 million? Sui said. Yes, the price of the bare machine is $100 million, and it only has some standard configurations. If you need to add them, you have to pay extra. There are many configurations to choose from. Optional equipment is very common in any weapon and equipment, and it is impossible for a fighter jet to have a fixed price. Well, can we experience it? Of course, you can all test drive this fighter in the next few days. Anyway, as long as he has money, he can have as many F-35s as he wants. Currently, only one customer, the Kingdom of Mecca, has shown such a strong desire to buy, so naturally they can do as they please. As for things like stealing fighter jets, Sui had never worried about it. As long as the secret key was used to activate the fighter jet's safety protection system, the fighter jet's autopilot would take over, so they could test drive it with confidence. As for any damage caused, they will naturally be responsible. 2 days have passed since the exhibition, and Sui has not gained much. So far, he has only signed arms orders worth less than $100 million. This is mainly because most customers are still testing the weapons they want to buy, so the next few days will be a period of concentrated orders. When the 4th day came, the Kingdom of Mecca placed a large order directly. Sui did not expect that they would decide on it so quickly. Mr. Su, we have decided to purchase a batch of 35 FC-1 stealth fighters. This is our weapons list and the optional equipment. I wonder when this batch of fighters can be delivered? Them can be delivered within 5 years. However, Sui wanted to get the money quickly, so the delivery time should be as soon as possible. After Sui took the list, he said, We can deliver all of them within 3 months, and we will also send a trainer to help you until you can operate it proficiently. This is our free service. While speaking, he carefully looked at the list. The rich are the rich, and their generosity is extraordinary. This time they only purchased 2 models of F-35 fighter jets, namely the land-based Model A and the vertical takeoff and landing Model B. As for the Model C carrier-based aircraft, there is no demand for it. They purchased a total of 20 Model A aircraft and 15 Model B aircraft, showing their wealthy style in the choice of configurations. They directly selected all the configurations of this fighter. Take the land-based Model A for example. The bare machine price is $85 million. After all the optional configurations are installed, The price is as high as $150 million US. The optional price of the B model is even more expensive. The standalone unit costs $100 million, and the price after optional equipment is as high as $200 million. This huge order directly stunned Sui. He really made a fortune this time. Chapter 160, Sky High Order, Trouble is Coming. The total price of the 20 optional F-35A stealth fighters is as high as $3 billion US, and the total value of the 15 B models is as high as $3 billion US. The total value of the order reaches $6 billion US. In addition, the Kingdom of Mecca also purchased various types of missiles worth nearly $200 million, and all the configurations were quite luxurious. In fact, the so-called standard configuration was naturally created by Sui. In fact, the fighter jets purchased by the system already have all the configurations. As for the standard configuration, it is a reduced configuration from the full configuration. According to the normal selling price, the total price of Model A is only $17 US, and that of Model B is only $1.8 billion US. The actual total value of this order is only $3.5 billion US, and the extra $2.5 billion US was completely given to him by the wealthy country. Sui purchased this fighter jet in the system. The price of 3 models is $80 million US each. After a 90% discount, it is only $8 million US per aircraft. 35 aircraft only cost $280 million US, which is the cost Sui has to pay, and his net profit is as high as $5.75 billion US. From this we can see how valuable high-tech weapons are, and that the rich countries don't think they are too expensive. If this order is successfully delivered, they will become the second country in the world to be equipped with stealth fighter jets. It is precisely because of this that the wealthy Kingdom of Mecca is willing to pay more than $6 billion US in foreign exchange for this order. As long as this batch of fighter jets can be delivered, money is not a problem at all. Sui's goal of delivering all the fighter jets within 3 months gave Gerilov a surprise. The faster the delivery, the more they would like it. Gerilov said happily, "You are indeed very fast, but can you ensure that these fighters can be delivered to us smoothly? We have heard that the Star Country is preparing to blockade you." The Kingdom of Mecca rushed here in such a hurry just to get this fighter jet as soon as possible. If they cannot arrive because of the blockade by Singapore, they will not pay a penny for it. Sui assured, "Your Highness, you don't have to worry about this. We can sign a contract and use the cash-on-delivery method. You will have to pay the amount to our account on the same day when a certain number of fighter jets arrive. If the fighter plane is intercepted or destroyed on the way, we will bear full responsibility and it has nothing to do with you. There is no problem with this. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. I hope you can prepare the contract as soon as possible." Prince Gerilov felt relieved after hearing his promise. After all, it is a stealth fighter, and Aden is so close to the Kingdom of Mecca that the straight-line distance between the two sides in the air is only about 1,000 kilometers. If this batch of stealth fighters cannot even break through Singapore's air blockade, then it means that it is indeed a paper tiger. They have the right to terminate the contract at any time. There is a clause in the contract that if the weapons are real but the fighter jets are fake, they have the right to terminate the contract unilaterally. Sui knows whether there is fraud or not, so this clause is included in almost every contract. As for the Star Army's air blockade, it can be broken directly. The Kingdom of Mecca does not mind Sui using this batch of fighter jets to engage in an air combat. They just wanted to use them to see whether these stealth fighters really have such powerful combat capabilities. However, what happened in the future did not develop as they expected. The Star Country had no intention of intercepting these fighter jets because it was impossible to stop them. Equipped with Meng Raptor fighter jets, they are very clear about the combat capability of stealth fighter jets. With their current strength, it is difficult to intercept them. Sending third-generation aircraft would be simply sending heads off, so they chose to ignore it. The news that the Kingdom of Mecca and the leader had signed an order worth up to $6 billion quickly spread throughout the exhibition, causing an immediate sensation. It also gave a shot in the arm to some hesitant people. Many countries want the 4th-generation stealth fighter. Before, no one was the first to try it, but now that someone has started trying it, they will naturally follow suit. The two countries, Bagua and Yanhua, have placed orders for 12 and 16 F-35 stealth fighters respectively. The service of the Star Army's F-22 Raptor fighter jet has brought them a lot of pressure. They are very willing to pay a little money for such a good opportunity to equip and understand a stealth fighter. In addition, Namibia also began to make frequent moves at the exhibition, and the delegation, receiving signals from above, began to buy various things. The tycoons who sell oil made extraordinary moves, purchasing various types of land and air weapons and equipment, including tanks, artillery, helicopters, and airplanes, with a total order value of more than 5 billion. That is to say, in just 4 days, the number and value of orders of all sizes from the leading arms companies reached approximately 12 billion US dollars. If converted into funds, it is 120 million US dollars, which is definitely an astronomical figure for Sui. He has never earned so much money before. This time he made the money in just 4 or 5 days. Of course, this is mainly due to the emergence of equipment customization function, and the high profit margin of high-tech weapons, many of which are priced by Sui himself. That's why he was able to get such a large order in such a short time. However, apart from these 2 large orders, other forces did not place orders as he expected. Sui guessed that this might have a lot to do with Xinggua's next move. The double-carrier battle group of the Star Country's 5th Fleet will join the maritime blockade of the leader. Obviously, they are afraid that the leader arms company will not be able to deliver on schedule. So most customers choose to wait and see. As 2 other major countries, Bagua and Yenwa, naturally have ways to break through the blockade of Xinghua, but other countries do not. It seems that the troubles of Xinghua must be resolved. The main force they are coming with this time is the aircraft carrier battle group of the 5th Fleet, which is also the main threat. The Star Country has no intention of dispatching ground troops and air forces. Sui has strategic bombers and stealth fighters. Apart from a certain advantage in numbers, they have no advantages in other aspects. The Star Country has been fighting asymmetric wars over the years, and when they encounter Sui, an opponent who is equally matched with them in terms of weapons and equipment, and combat capabilities, they naturally have to be cautious. The aircraft carrier battle group has strong combat and defensive capabilities, and can also directly threaten Sui, so they naturally chose this method. Chapter 161 Don't fight a battle without preparation. Sui thought so in his heart. I believe that it won't be long before those guys start a war. So although we don't have to be afraid of them, we still have to be prepared. At the very least, we can't fight an unprepared war. At this time, Sui had received a letter from Namibia, expressing the hope to meet with Sui. They also want to continue purchasing more F-35 stealth fighters. Although Sui agreed, he would not be a gentleman if he didn't make money. Finally, Sui made an appointment for tomorrow afternoon because they were doing a transaction near the port. At this time, the Prince of Namibia went to trade with Sui as their king. If Sui remembered correctly, the natural gas fuel in Namibia was very sufficient. Although it was not as expensive as it used to be, it was still a small price to pay. But the quantity is too large, not to mention that natural gas is a very practical and advanced energy source. There are definitely many countries competing for the throne, and they naturally have a lot of money, so they are definitely more generous in spending. But to be honest, although these people are rich, they are very poor in military terms. That's why they wanted to strengthen their relationship with Sui. Sui knew the reason behind this, but he just didn't want to make it clear. In the business world, you still have to make the money you should make. If you talk too much and make both parties unhappy, then there is no need to do so. 3 days later, it was the time for Sui to conduct a military transaction with Prince Namibia. The two agreed to meet by the river. Sui first walked over and looked around. He didn't find any suspicious people, but Sui always felt that this place was eerie. There is a very strange feeling, but I can't put it into words. He walked over first, and happened to meet the Prince of Namibia waiting there. Sui walked over first, then smiled at him, and the two of them got to know each other. Hello, you should be the arms dealer Sui, right? I am a prince, and my husband is like this. Previously, my country ordered a batch of arms from you. But so far, the Star Country is still pressing us step by step, seizing our natural gas resources to build new military weapons. So we also need to protect ourselves, and we want to order more new military weapons. We probably need 10 more F-35 stealth aircraft and an appropriate number of Tiger tanks. I wonder if you can provide them to us? Climb asked with a smile. At this time, Sui nodded slightly. For a boy, this little bit of ammunition is definitely something he can show off. Well, I need you to pay a deposit first. If possible, pay a deposit of $5 million first. Sui said this. Clem nodded and took out a piece of paper. He said that he would deliver the item to Sui 3 days after Sui signed the contract. At that time, Sui will hand over the money and deliver the goods. Originally, they had already placed an order for a certain amount of US dollars, and if they added some more, the price would have to be around 10 or 20 million US dollars. This time, Sui was even more determined to forward it. In fact, to be honest, Qing country's invasion of Yan country and Bei country, including the invasion of these small countries, actually helped Sui. Chapter 162, the transaction begins, ambushes all around. This allowed Sui to earn more money. After doing this several times, Sui made a lot of money. Sui smiled and signed the contract. At this moment, Sui suddenly felt a gust of cold wind coming. Sui felt something was wrong at the beginning, so he quickly stepped back a few steps. At this moment, a sniper rifle in the distance actually fired a shot directly at Sui. However, Sui seemed to be quite agile, so he grabbed Clem and quickly retreated. They were lucky because the pavilion had pillars on all 4 sides. This pillar can be used as cover. What's going on? Sui, why is there someone else at our agreed location? I need you to give me an explanation. Clem shouted loudly. At this time Sui made a gesture to her to keep quiet and told her not to make so much noise. Moreover, Sui himself knew how to deal with this guy. Clem, don't be so anxious. If I'm guessing correctly, it should be someone from the Star Country. The Star Country should think that I, an arms dealer, is a threat. He had come to me many times before, and this time he finally couldn't hold back any longer. I don't know why he found out that we had added a place to trade. It's impossible for me to leak the information. Without a doubt, the problem will be with you, Clem. But now is not the time to discuss anyone's problems. We must get out of here quickly. Sui frowned and said this. So he stretched his head out, and as soon as he did so, the sniper rifle hit the pillars around Sui. Fortunately, Sui hid relatively quickly, and his muscles were not affected. Seeing this, Clem also quickly shrank his body and hid himself behind the pillar. Don't even mention how scared I was. Sui looked back at the damage to the pillar behind him. If his guess was correct, it should be a long-range sniper rifle and a pretty good one at that. It seems that the Qing kingdom really put a lot of thought into killing Sui. In fact, it is no wonder that Xinghua originally wanted to conquer Yanhua and Beigua. As an arms dealer, Sui provided weapons to Beigua. And it also helps these small countries. Xinghua has warned Sui many times before, but Sui is not afraid. Naturally, they chose to ignore it. Now they were desperate and chose to kill Sui. However, Sui was no pushover. Since the other party attacked first, it was no wonder that Sui was rude. For now, Sui must find out the sniper's location. If they remain in such a passive state, they will undoubtedly be shot to death. Clem, listen to me. You stay here and don't move. Do you understand? Sui frowned and said this. Clem nodded. He naturally didn't want to move. After all, she also wanted this life, and he didn't want to die like this. Sui first threw something out, and then changed direction at a very fast speed. There is no doubt that the thing that Sui threw out had been shot through by the sniper rifle. At the same time, Sui threw another thing and changed another direction. Chapter 163 Sui's Judgment, Preparing to Counterattack. Determine where that guy is based on the intersection point. Once you figure out where that guy is, it will be easy. He thought so in his heart. Although Sui did not bring a sniper rifle, for safety reasons, Sui also brought a folding M3 submachine gun. Although the range is not as far as a sniper rifle, as long as it is Sui, there should be no problem. He had to get out of this pavilion quickly. At this moment, Sui glanced sideways and saw what seemed to be a bush on the side. This is great. As long as we use this bush as cover, there shouldn't be any problem. The crossfire just now has almost determined the sniper's location. Clem, do you have any gems or something on you? The bigger the better, or a mirror. Sui frowned and said this. Clem was stunned for a moment, and his eyes rolled around. If he remembered correctly, he did bring a mirror with him when he went out. It was just for the purpose of adjusting my posture, and I just put it in my pocket at that time. I didn't expect that this mirror could save my life. Clem then handed the mirror to Sui. Sui first found a location and put the thing aside on the small stone table. At the same time, he flashed and threw the thing out. The approximate location had been determined. Sui curled his lips slightly, smiled, then rushed out with the mirror in his hand. Clem was shocked and thought Sui was going to die, but unexpectedly, there was no movement. Sui just used the principle of sunlight reflection to shine the light onto the sniper's eyes. The sniper is now relying on a peephole to observe the situation on Sui's side. Sui's photo probably made him feel very painful. He slightly curled his lips and smiled. The guy's position has been discovered. Sui's actions just now exposed his position, and he seemed to have noticed it. He tried to shoot at Sui as much as possible, but his vision was disturbed, so he couldn't hit Sui at all. At the same time, Sui also found some bushes nearby for cover, making it even more impossible for that guy to get away. Sui ran faster and faster, and came directly to the guy's door. Then he held up his submachine gun and shot the sniper dead. Clem was so happy at this time that he wanted to get out quickly, but Sui realized something was wrong. "Don't come out! There should be more than one sniper!" Sui said this. Although he had just killed a sniper, the other sniper would rather sacrifice the other in order to lure Sui out. It's really the style of their Xing country. But Sui is not a fool. He quickly changed direction, dodged a bullet, and moved to the other side to hide at the foot of the mountain. He should not be able to see himself, and there was such a dense bush to cover him. Sui took the mirror and looked at himself a few more times. Then another snatch came. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. "Haha, you're the one who's going to die this time." Sui smiled and said something, then he stretched out his head, and the guy shot at Sui again. Chapter 164, Invitation, Sui's Decision. At the same time, Sui changed his position at a very fast speed, grabbed the submachine gun, and shot him in the head. After dealing with the two snipers, Sui put the submachine gun on his back and let out a long sigh. These guys were really boring. These people in Singapore just don't like to use legitimate means and prefer to play tricks behind the scenes. However, Sui was accustomed to it. These guys dared to do this to him, and he, Sui, was not someone who could be easily dealt with. Naturally, he would make them pay the price. "Alright, Climb, come out first. I've taken care of the people, so there shouldn't be any problems." Sui said this. So the message was sent to the military headquarters. When the people here got the news, they quickly dispatched a dozen soldiers to surround Sui. At the same time, the surrounding area was guarded. At this moment, Sui glanced sideways and saw that several troops from the Star Country appeared on the mountain. "Amazing! You are indeed Sui. You really opened my eyes. Let me introduce myself first. I am the new general from Xinghua. My name is William Ski." The man curled his lips slightly, smiled, looked down at Sui and said this. Although Sui was very unhappy being looked at like this by this man, he had no other choice so far. "I don't need to hear your name. I didn't expect that the Star Country now likes to use such insidious means. It really opened my eyes." Sui smiled and said this. Williamski laughed out loud. Her laughter was sharp and piercing, echoing back and forth throughout the space. Sui looked at her coldly, without any expression. Williamski lowered his head, just in time to talk to Sui. "Hey Sui! Although you are very capable, it's a pity that you have a teammate as stupid as Clem. If it weren't for the news about Clem that we got, you wouldn't be able to win. It's not necessary to be able to see you, Sui, so smoothly. Two snipers can't kill you, Sui, alone, and even with a submachine gun like this, they can't shoot a sniper at such a long distance. I am really becoming more and more interested in you, Sui. How about it? Is Sui willing to cooperate with our Xing country? As long as you are willing to cooperate with our Star country to conquer the North country, then the whole world will be ours. What do you think?" Willemski laughed. Sui chuckled. Even if Sui cooperated with him, he would definitely kill Sui the moment they unified the world. Sui is not a fool. How could he believe it? Come on, I don't want to eat your cake. As soon as Sui finished speaking, he raised his submachine gun and fired a few times around him. Haha, judging from your expression, it seems that you are not very willing to do so. You really don't want to accept my toast. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude to you. Go to hell, Sui. Williamski waved his hand and asked the people around him to get ready to go. Sui sneered again and waved his hand, ordering the people around him to raise their guns and attack these people. Sui first found some cover. After all, their opponent had a geographical advantage, and attacking from high up would definitely be much easier than attacking from low up. You guys should flank them from another direction. We must not let them take advantage of the geographical location. Chapter 165, a two-player game, a two-player competition. Sui said this loudly, and these people nodded and chose to go to another direction to encircle the guy. This way, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Sui quickly found several places to temporarily hide from such fierce firepower. If he went out like this, he would probably be shot into a hornet's nest. He, Sui, would not go out so recklessly. At this moment, he glanced sideways and saw a small crack next to him. It looked like it was made by the stone pile, a gap exposed due to years of corrosion. This thing was very important to Sui. After thinking about it, he placed the muzzle of the gun in the gap, and then changed its position, trying to find a more suitable position. Kill their leader directly. That guy is worthy of being the commander of the Star Country, and is quite capable. He seems to have noticed the movements of Sui. At the moment Sui fired the gun, he grabbed someone next to him to block the gun for himself, and at the same time fired a shot at Sui. Sui let out a long sigh. If he wanted to kill the commander-in-chief directly, it might be difficult. However, it is relatively simple to deal with these little luos. These guys probably haven't noticed that another group of troops has overtaken them from another direction. So what Sui needs to do now is to attract their attention. Sui curled his lips slightly and smiled, knowing what to do, so he took a few steps back and changed his position. Seeing this, the commander thought Sui was going to attack her, so he quickly took cover and was on guard, but he didn't expect that Sui's target was not him at all. It was the ordinary soldiers around him. Although the distance was relatively far, Sui's hit rate was amazing. Even if Sui did not have a special long-range sniper rifle, Sui could still turn the tide and kill all those minions, leaving only the commander. The commander sneered at this time. It seemed that Sui was really as ruthless as the rumors said. He showed enough interest in Sui from the very beginning, and their country of Star also hoped to cooperate with Sui, not to fight with Sui all the time. If they continue fighting like this, there will be no benefit for them. As long as Xinhua can work together with Sui to obtain abundant weapons resources from there, then their Xinhua will undoubtedly conquer the entire planet. It's just that Sui is a guy who just doesn't want to listen to the advice of people from Xing country. No matter what they say, Sui basically doesn't want to listen. But it's no wonder that he is considered a smart man and knows what the Xing country is planning. There is absolutely no way their leader would share a planet with another young man like Sui. Not long after, Sui discovered a very bad place. He actually used up all the bullets. At this moment, Williamski curled his lips slightly, smiled, looked at Sui in front of him, raised his voice several times, and laughed. His laughter was sharp and piercing, echoing back and forth throughout the space. Chapter 166 Sui's Game, Solving Williamski. Sui, I advise you to give up struggling. So far, you are no match for us. We have made sufficient preparations to catch you in one fell swoop. You don't have any bullets, right? If you submit to my Star Country, then my Star Country will give you supreme glory, gold, silver, wealth, and all kinds of things. Why do you need to be an arms dealer? What's more, this is a chaotic world. How can you, an arms dealer, survive in this chaotic world without any protection? This is also for your own good. As long as you follow us, Star Country, we can give you full protection and ensure that you will not be threatened in any way. What do you think? This is the last time I ask you. If you still refuse to agree this time and refuse to change your mind, don't blame me for being rude. Do you understand me? Williamski said this with his voice raised several notches. At this time, Sui chuckled. If Sui really agreed to her at this time, then she would be a fool. These guys just wanted to trick Sui out and make him surrender. Then at that time they would just arrest this person and use force to force Sui to surrender. By that time, I would really be like a fish on the chopping board, and they could do whatever they wanted to me. Sui is not a fool, how could he listen to them? Williamski, don't waste your breath. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? I'll tell you. I, Sui, will never surrender to you. The word surrender was not in my dictionary at that time. You better forget about it. Sui shouted loudly. At this time, when Williamski heard Sui's answer, he curled his lips slightly and smiled. He had known that Sui would answer him like this, so he had already prepared himself mentally. However, he still felt a little uncomfortable when he heard such a rejection. Really? As for Sui's architectural history, don't blame me for being rude to you. To be honest, you are a pretty powerful person, and I am still quite sad that you died in my hands like this. But you are stubborn and not very smart. We don't need to keep people with not very smart brains, not to mention that you are our enemy. Since you have chosen to go against us, then no matter who it is, as long as they go against our Shin country, they will only end up dead in the end. Williamski laughed loudly, then walked down the mountain and walked towards Sui. At this time, Sui winked at the people beside him, asking them to pay attention to the opportunity. When Sui gives the order, they will come over. That will be the best time. We cannot act rashly now. We must make this guy understand what true arrogance and true stupidity mean. Sui just stared at him closely and asked him to come over slowly. At this moment, the guy had already come over, so he punched Sui hard and at the same time, shot Sui in the head. Fortunately, Sui dodged relatively quickly and this guy did not hurt Sui. Chapter 167. The battle between the two was evenly matched. Sui smiled, then turned around and gave him a flying kick. After all, he was an officer from Star Country. So he still has some skills. Sui's test seems to have no effect on him. It seems he needs to show some skills. Sui thought so in his heart, but this guy was holding a very dangerous weapon in his hand. Sui must first snatch the weapon from his hand. Otherwise, Sui would definitely be at a disadvantage, so for his own safety, Sui still needed to do what he should do. He first rushed over quickly, then jumped into the air and hit Williamski in the face. At this time, Williamski also felt that Sui was going to fight with him. Williamski smiled and quickly used his hands to protect his head from Sui. At this time, he took advantage of Sui's inattention and kicked his gun away with his foot. At the same time, he threw it out with an over-the-shoulder throw and got the gun. It was then that Williamski noticed that Sui's target was the gun in his hand. It wasn't him at all. He noticed that he was being fooled. It's too abominable, it's really too abominable. As a commander, he has been played like this for such a long time. To me, it is a huge insult and cannot be forgiven. Sui, you are quite capable. I underestimated you at the beginning. Now that you are playing tricks on me like this, you should be prepared. Williamski came over, lowered his head, clenched his fist heavily, making a creaking sound, and said this to her. Sui smiled, frowned and put his hands on his waist. To be honest, he didn't take Williamski seriously at all, because he had already defeated this guy from the very beginning, and he still hadn't noticed the danger above his head. If Sui ordered the people around him to shoot him at this time, there would be no doubt that he would be shot into holes. But things become more interesting because of this. Sui really likes to see what kind of expression this guy will have after he knows this. He was really waiting to see what happened. Williamski first took an attacking stance, and then rushed towards Sui again at a rapid speed. At this time, Sui turned around and avoided his attack very easily. At the same time, he gave her a lower body kick, but this guy was quite agile and dodged Sui's attack after jumping into the air. Sui had already grasped the opportunity and controlled it. He had no way to avoid Sui. He just raised his foot and kicked the guy in the abdomen, sending him flying. This guy was grimacing in pain and looked extremely miserable. The expression on his face began to change. Sui patted the dust off his hands, then smiled at her. Williamski climbed up from the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, and then stared at Sui in front of him. His smiling expression was a provocation to her. He was so angry that he roared to the sky, wishing he could tear Sui's tendons and bones apart. He rushed towards Sui again at a rapid speed. This time Sui shook his head helplessly. Chapter 168, Dealing with Williamski, Sui's Warning. I had obviously already let him go, and didn't want to fight him anymore. You know, it's very easy to deal with an irrational beast. Sui was too lazy to argue with her about so many things, but since this guy chose to continue to pester her, Sui was not a pushover. Naturally, he had to be taught a lesson, especially since this guy had ambushed him first. Sui was so angry that he hadn't let him go easily yet. He thought so in his heart. Then, when the guy's fist was about to touch Sui, Sui turned around quickly and kicked him directly. She kicked him out, grabbed his collar, and hit him hard in the face several times. In the end, neither of us had any interest in that guy anymore. She quickly waved her hands and was thrown to the ground by Sui, who looked down at her. You guys should be prepared. I'll tell you later, my master from Xinhua, that I, Sui, am just an arms dealer. Although I'm a businessman, I'm not that easy to mess with. I said I won't cooperate with you, so I won't cooperate with you. Don't make me repeat myself many times. It's really tiring, isn't it? Sui raised his voice several tones and shouted loudly, then turned and left the place, and then the man stood up again. Then he looked at Sui in front of him and glared at him fiercely. He was at least the commander of Star Country. How could he endure such injustice? We must save face no matter what. At this time, he pulled out a dagger and slowly walked towards Sui's back. At this moment, a gunshot was heard and Sui sneered. He had known that this guy would launch a sneak attack on him, and sure enough, he really did it. A fool is a fool. No matter what time it was, there was no change. Sui turned his head and found the person who had been observing this guy's every move above his head. He shot and killed the guy with one shot. This is also what Sui meant. As I said before, these guys are quite mobile. As long as Sui said it, people could basically understand what he meant, and Sui also felt that it was very good. Okay, things are almost done now. Clem, you come out first, Sui said loudly. At this time, Clem hurriedly came out from the stone pillar and frowned at the person in front of him, looking timid. Sui smiled and patted Clem's chest. Tell him not to be so nervous and that the threat has been dealt with by himself. Are you sure there's nothing wrong? I never expected that there would be a traitor in our army, and that he would ally with Star Country. This incident happened within our country, but I always feel that the power of Star Country has spread to the forces of various countries. I think this matter is really serious. But let's be honest, we need to order all the weapons, Sui. I hope you can handle this matter for me. The Star Country actually dared to do this to us, and even disregarded my life. This is really too much. Although we are a small country, we cannot allow them to bully us like this. Chapter 169. A man suddenly appeared and was saved by Sui. Trampling on our country's self-esteem, so even if I have to do my best, I will definitely make Xinhua pay the price. I will definitely give you the money for Sui, I just hope you can do it as soon as possible. Williamski said this, then turned around and left the place. Sui smiled, then called on a few people nearby to send her back first. After all, he is the prince of the kingdom of Namibia, and Sui is not sure whether there are other remnant forces around. That's why we need to send a few people to escort her back safely. Sui brushed the dust off his hands and hurried back. At this moment, he suddenly heard someone shouting for help. Sui frowned, not knowing what had happened, so he hurried over to check. Only then did Sui discover that it was none other than a young man. It seemed that they had been attacked by bandits. Sui shook his head helplessly. Today's events were really one after another. Sui thought to himself. So he shook his head helplessly, walked over, picked up the dagger in his hand and directly killed the bandits. The young man looked back at Sui, let out a long sigh, and thought he was dead. Are you all right, young man? Sui smiled and asked this question. The young man nodded and then shook his head, indicating that nothing happened to him. Thank you so much, brother. If it weren't for you, I might have really died. You really scared me just now. To be honest, I am a fugitive from another country. Do you know where the arms dealer Sui is? I want to go to him and ask him to teach me how to become stronger. Only if I become stronger can I accomplish what I want to do and take revenge on the Star Country. The man shouted loudly. Sui was stunned for a moment, and looked this guy up and down. This guy looked thin and leggy, and didn't look very powerful, but there was a bit of determination in his eyes, which was quite interesting. If this person doesn't have a strong physique, he can train, but if he doesn't have a strong will, then he's really doomed. However, the other party is willing to join him and seems quite determined. What's more, he has the intention of revenge against the Kingdom of Stars, which naturally makes him very happy. It will definitely be beneficial to himself, so why wouldn't Sui do it? Is that so, young man? If that's the case, then come over here first. To be honest, I'm Sui's confidant. If you're willing to come with me, I can take you to find Sui. But you have to tell Sui, why do you hate Xinhua? I need to hear the specific reasons. Sui said this. The young man nodded, and then happily followed Sui to another place. They had already returned to the room. The man looked around first and frowned. He always felt that something was wrong. There was no Sui in this place at all. At this time, he saw Sui's expression again. Sui was smiling at him, and he realized that he had been deceived. Chapter 170 Sui's Prank. A man prepared to be aware. Is it really fun to play this prank on you? Where is Sui? You saved me after all, so I won't bother with you. If you have nothing else to do, then take your leave. Don't waste my time. The man waved his hand, then turned and left the place. At this time, Sui just curled his lips slightly, smiled, and then stopped him. Wait a moment, young man, how do you know Sui is not here? For example, the person in front of you could be Sui. Sui frowned frivolously and said this. At this moment, the young man was startled and took a few steps back, looking Sui up and down. He then recalled that when he came here and pulled himself down, his skills were very impressive. Thinking this way, it was very likely that this person was Sui. Are you really Sui? I didn't expect you to be such a person? But since it's you, Sui, then you should have heard what I said just now, right? Does your willingness to bring me to this place mean that you accept my intentions? The young man said this. At this time, Sui smiled and shook his head, saying that it was not the case. What do you mean? I find that you, Sui, really like to play tricks on me. You've been lying to me from the beginning, saying that you're not Sui. Do you really find anything funny when you see me like this? How boring! I've only heard that arms dealer Sui is extremely powerful and formidable, but I didn't expect that he would be such a slacker and unruly guy like you. I really doubt whether it is Sui. Is he lying to me? The man shouted loudly. Sui sneered, then grabbed the man's tie and raised his voice several tones. Hey, you guys should be prepared. The reason you think it's not me is because you judge people by appearance, right? Who taught you to judge people by appearance? Find him here. Look, I, Sui, am going to teach him a lesson. If you can judge a person based on his appearance, then you are really too superficial. On the battlefield, no matter what the opponent looks like, you must be extremely vigilant. Because even if the other party is a child, they might not kill him. If they drop a shell on your head when you are not paying attention, wouldn't you die? So no matter how broken you are, you must never let your guard down. This is the first thing I taught you. The second is that your physique is too poor. If you want to follow me, Sui, it's impossible with your physique. Don't talk about me. I think any one of our arms dealers she picked out can beat you. Do you believe it? Sui put his hand on his chest, looked at him, and said this. After he said this, the man was unhappy. How could he be so useless? Okay, let's try it. The man first hooked his finger, then quickly swung his fist towards Sui. Sui chuckled. To be honest, this guy is quite courageous. However, he is brave but not wise, which is a very fatal point. On the battlefield, if you just rely on your passion to kill the enemy, you probably won't survive for more than 3 seconds. Chapter 171 Sui's Training, The Man of Revenge. Being stabbed to death by someone directly is useless. It would be better to use your brain and act accordingly. Even if your body is not strong enough, you can still rely on your brain to win a chance of survival. This war does not rely on the physical struggle of ministers, but on the coordination of brain and physical strength, both of which are indispensable. But to be honest, this young woman is a bit hot-tempered. If Sui doesn't teach her a lesson, she probably won't know what level she is at. Sometimes, as a man, appropriate setbacks are definitely necessary so that he can understand himself clearly and work harder. This is a very important point, and Sui is now playing such a role. Sui chuckled. Such a smile was a great insult to the young man. He now looked a bit like a dead planet commander. Sui turned around very easily and avoided Zwa's attack. The guy roared to the sky and punched Sui quickly. Although just like the guy just now, his way of attacking was really disorganized and had no foundation at all. Looking at this guy, Sui felt that he had never practiced kung fu. But it doesn't matter, as long as a man is prepared, he will not be far away no matter when he starts. The guy waved his fists wildly at Sui again, and Sui easily dodged his countless attacks. The man was a little angry at this time because he thought Sui was looking down on him. "Why don't you attack me, Sui? Do you need to give in to me? I will fight you resolutely, but I am serious. Since it is a duel, I naturally need to bet on my own. Sui, you better be serious. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. I really want to kill you," the man shouted loudly. Sui nodded, then shook his head helplessly. According to this guy, it was simply a pipe dream and impossible to kill Sui with the current tricks. If Sui was serious, she could solve the problem within 3 moves, and kill it directly, so she naturally wouldn't try her best. Sui thought this guy was very interesting, maybe he could recruit him for personal use, but now he had to make him admire him first. The guy ran towards Sui very quickly. At this time, Sui bent down and chased after him with the stool leg, but missed. Then Sui seized the opportunity and punched him in the stomach, and he was knocked away by Sui. The guy fell directly to the ground and was dragged for dozens of meters. At this time, Sui just patted the dust off his hands, looked down at the guy in front of him, and sneered. The guy slowly stood up and looked at Sui in front of him, wishing he could tear his bones apart. At the same time, the reason why he hated Sui so much was actually because of his own incompetence. She felt like she could do nothing. Even though her hometown was destroyed by the Star Country, she still couldn't do anything. She felt powerless. It really drives himself crazy. He really hates himself. Why is he so cowardly? Chapter 172, A Man Who Refuses to Admit Defeat, A Duel Between Men. He also stored all his emotions in his fists and vented them all. And Sui is undoubtedly the person being vented. As long as he is a man, he hopes to solve the problem through fighting, and Sui is exactly the same now. That guy still refused to admit defeat and got up from the ground again. Sui had hit him with his mouth just now, and it hit him right in the abdomen. That guy vomited blood immediately. But he didn't want to give up, so he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glared at Sui in front of him, then yelled, and rushed towards Sui again. Sui shook his head helplessly. Then he raised his foot and kicked the guy in the abdomen again, kicking him dozens of meters away. There was no doubt that the guy had no ability to fight back. The reason why Sui did this was to make him give up, and Sui's kick hit his vital point. However, Sui did not use much force. If he had used much force, he would have been dead by now. Sui did not want to hurt her name. "I'm telling you, kid, you can't beat me right now. I advise you to give up this idea. If you continue, I might kill you. It doesn't matter if you die. But I have one more life on my hands, and I will not be happy about this, so you should just give up. You are no match for me." Sui looked at the young man in front of him and shouted at him in a louder voice, raising his voice several tones. At this time, the man slowly stood up again. Relying on his own perseverance, he stood up again, hoping to fight with Sui again. She was in a coma at the time. When she woke up, she found that all her relatives and friends around her were gone. The feeling of grief really suffocated her. She really felt like she wasn't going to be able to hold on any longer. This time, he fell down again, but he stood up again with a breath. Relying on this strength, Sui put his hands on his waist. This guy is really interesting. So he rushed over again, and Sui was serious this time. At the same time, out of respect for him, he seized her strength and punched him in the face several times. He was beaten so badly that his face was bruised and swollen. He looked so miserable. Sui threw her out again. The guy was no longer had any strength left. However, Sui walked over slowly. He actually didn't think that it was such a pitiful thing that this man lost to him. He even felt that this man really did it, what she should have done, which showed that the man was really courageous. At least those who desert the battlefield are much stronger. Young man, tell me your name. What is your name? Do you feel hateful? You feel that you are very weak. If you say that you are in this place, it will be useless. What I hope is that you can stand up and do your own thing. Basically, you can't do anything, and you need to do your best from now on. Don't you want revenge? Since you just came to see me, I have seen your awareness. If that's the case, then you should stay with me. Chapter 173, Seeing Enlightenment, Finishing Work. Sui smiled and said this. At this moment, the man looked up at Sui in front of him. His eyes widened and his mouth slightly opened with an expression of disbelief. He couldn't believe that Sui would be willing to agree to him. A weak person like me had no strength to resist Sui. Would a man like him be useful even if he went to the battlefield? He himself was not sure. My name is Nan Pei, and I'm from the northern country. I've heard about you. You're a famous arms dealer, not only in my country, but also in Yen country. A large amount of arms came from your place. I have nowhere else to go, so I came here to seek refuge with you. I will do whatever you asked me to do. Ling Yuanfeng said this while kneeling on the ground. Now that she needs help from others, she has to act in a begging manner. After going through such a big incident, she realized that so-called self-esteem is not important at all. It only matters when you are truly strong enough to defeat others. The only important thing is to take revenge for himself. As for the rest, it doesn't matter at all, and he doesn't care. Well, if that's the case, just follow me. Stand up. I'll get you some medicine so you can wipe the wounds on your body first. I don't want to go out with a wounded person, otherwise people will think that I'm the one who bullied you. Sui said, then took out a bottle of the best healing medicine from his drawer and placed it in front of him. Isn't it? You are so powerful, it's hard for me to imagine that I don't have the ability to fight back in front of you. As expected of you, Sui. I really admire you very much. Ling Yuanfeng gave Sui a thumbs up and said this. Sui waved his hand and told him to stop talking. Sui had heard a lot of flattering words like this, so naturally his ears were calloused from it. Time is fair to everyone. Sui cherishes time the most. He believes that time is a gift of life and should not be wasted. Anyway, from now on, stay by my side and do whatever I tell you not to do. Just think of it as being my follower, what do you think? But during this period, you still need to exercise your physique. I don't want me to be the one protecting you when the crisis really comes. And you hold me back. When we are really on the battlefield, it is very cruel. The enemy will not care about you. Once you have any flaws, the other party can kill you. You only have one life. Do you understand what I mean? Sui said this. Ling Yuanfeng nodded, then knelt on the ground and swore to Sui in the middle of the game. Sui, don't worry. Although I, Ling Yuanfeng, don't have much ability, I will never betray anyone I have chosen. Sui, you are a noble person to me. I will also practice diligently to improve myself, and will not slack off for even a moment. At the same time, I will listen to what you say and I will do whatever you tell me to do. Ling Yuanfeng said this, and Sui nodded, expressing his great satisfaction with this man called Ling Yuanfeng. Chapter 174, Xingguo's Plan, Sui's Crisis. He also felt it was very good. At this time, the soldiers had already returned to the interior of the Star Kingdom, and met the king of the Star Kingdom. How did things go? It looks like it's not going very smoothly. Has Sui not been eliminated yet? The king of Xingguo frowned and said this to the man in front of him. The original commander had been killed by Sui. He was just an accessory. He managed to save his life with great difficulty, and came back just like that. We failed. We didn't expect Sui to be so powerful. Although Sui didn't know we would ambush him, he is indeed very powerful. He fought against our commander. They killed our commander directly. Besides, we are leaderless and there is nothing we can do. Later, reinforcements appeared on Sui's side, and we couldn't continue. The man knelt on the ground and said this to the king of Star Country in front of him. The leader frowned, slammed the table, stood up and shouted loudly with his voice raised several tones. He really didn't expect that the men he sent out would be so incompetent. It really is a loss of face for their country. What do you guys do? That commander is one of the best commanders in our country. How could he be so weak? He was killed by Sui directly. It seems that Sui is a guy who should not be underestimated. But you should know the rules within our star country. What will happen if you run back after being defeated? You know what I mean, so you should just go back and end it yourself. The leader of Singapore waved his hand and said this. The man nodded and turned to leave. When he reached the door, he drew out a sword and slashed his own neck, killing himself instantly. The leader took several deep breaths and his face turned red. If this continued, Sui would very likely become a very challenging obstacle for their star government to rule the entire planet. Of course, it is of no benefit to them. Damn it, Sui and Sui, I don't believe it. We in Xinhua can't get rid of you alone. You are just a small arms dealer, so what? Why don't you cooperate with us? If you don't drink this strong wine, you will be punished. Sui, I will let you know the consequences of not cooperating with us. You will only have one way to go, and that is death. The man clenched his fists and said this, with a hint of ferocity in his eyes. At this moment, a man appeared, which made the leader relax and let out a long sigh. Try to stay calm, this man is undoubtedly the commander's brother. The man raised his head and looked at the other man, curling his lips slightly and smiling, with a hint of smile in the corners of his eyes, which seemed to look a little bit wrong. Why don't you let me go? Teach that guy a lesson. If the man called the male protagonist continues to act so rampantly, something big will definitely happen. Since he is unwilling to help us, we will conquer him unreasonably. The man chuckled and lost like this. Okay. That's fine. In that case, I'll leave this matter to you. How do you plan to do it? The leader asked. I have to find where that guy's military base is first. This is the first step. Chapter 175 Preparing for the Expedition, Alex's Awakening. Alekev curled his lips, raised his head, looked at the leader, and said, Leader, don't worry, I guarantee that this time everything will be fine. Hearing this, the leader laughed. He walked up and patted Alek's shoulder with satisfaction. He said seriously, Alekov, in that case, I will leave this matter to you with confidence. Alek nodded, and he immediately stood up and left. Alek breathed a sigh of relief. If you want to catch Sui back, it is really not an easy task. But Sui has completely angered the leaders of Xinhua. Sui is not willing to engage in arms trade with Xinhua, and this time he must be forced back. The leader asked Alekev to lead the army to capture Sui, but Sui knew nothing about it. Alekev returned to his residence calmly. He sat down and drank a cup of tea. At this time, the two soldiers next to him could not sit still. They stood up and looked at Alek and said, General, what are you going to do next? Alekev shook his head and said calmly, Don't worry, the leader is not rushing us. We can proceed slowly from now on. We must capture Sui this time. Hearing this, the soldiers next to him nodded, they breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the general and said, General, you are mighty. We are willing to follow you till death. Hearing this, Alek laughed out loud. He nodded, and Alek stood up contentedly, looked at them and said, Don't worry, if I take a bite of meat, you will take a bite of soup. I will never let you lose face. After saying that, Alek hummed a song and returned to the room. Seeing Alek so leisurely, the soldiers were no longer worried or afraid. Sui did have some skills, but in front of Alek, he was still vulnerable. 2 more days passed. Alek organized the army and went straight to the battle. Alek breathed a sigh of relief, then frowned. There was a strong wind and sand in the distance, and Alek walked for several miles. He frowned and looked at the large army and said, Everyone, sit down and rest first. Everyone nodded. They sat on the ground, eating dry food and lamenting the bad weather. The wind and sand here were really too strong. Alkov frowned, a little at a loss. 2 soldiers came forward with shields to protect Alkov from the wind and sand. Alekev nodded and looked at them. Don't worry, I'm fine, but why is the sandstorm so strong here? I can't even see the road ahead. At this time, 2 soldiers came over, knelt down in front of Alek and said loudly, General, the human pass is ahead. There is endless wind and sand here. I hope you will be careful. Alek understood that they were almost at human pass. Alek breathed a sigh of relief. It was great. They were getting closer and closer to Sui. Alekev smiled contentedly, nodded, looked at everyone and said, In 2 more hours, we will continue on our journey. Everyone nodded. They all knew that the purpose of their trip was to capture Sui, and Sui had offended the kingdom of Xing. From today on, he would have no good consequences. These soldiers were full of confidence. They would surely win the battle by following Alikev, and there was nothing to be afraid of even if Sui had some tricks. Besides, Sui had no other advantages except for the arms trade, so everyone was very confident in Xinghua. Soon, 2 hours passed, and Alek led the large army to move forward. As they walked, Alek vaguely saw the stone tablet of Human Pass, and he chuckled. Chapter 176, Setting Up Camp, Plans in Mind. He turned around and looked at the soldiers and said, "Let's set up camp here." The generals hesitated a little, then walked forward and looked at Alek and said, "General, wouldn't it be too easy to be exposed here?" But Alek shook his head, sat on the ground carelessly, looked at the generals and said, "We are close, don't worry, this is the safest place, please sit down." The generals nodded, and they sat there to rest for a while, then stood up and began to build a base. Alek breathed a sigh of relief. Sui was just an arms dealer, he had nothing to be afraid of. Alikov stretched his body, slowly squinted his eyes, and took a nap. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the soldiers had already built the tents. Alek nodded with satisfaction, stood up and spoke loudly. "Thank you for your hard work, generals. I will go to a distant place and get you some prey." After saying this, Alek mounted his horse and walked around in the forest, but he still didn't find any animals. Alikev was a little disappointed, as he had to return empty-handed in the end. The generals and soldiers were full of expectations, but when they saw that Alikev had nothing in his hands, they felt very disappointed. They could only pretend to be calm and walk back. Alek felt a little embarrassed. He cleared his throat and looked at everyone and said, "Everyone rest here. We will explore the way ahead early tomorrow morning." Everyone nodded, and on the other side, Sui had just fallen asleep when a spy knocked on the door of Suyi's room in an anxious manner. Sui was a little puzzled. What was so urgent that he had to come and report so late at night? Sui opened the door of the room. At this moment, Suyi's clothes were in disarray. The 2 spies lowered their heads silently. He looked at Sui and spoke loudly. "My lord, it's bad. Alek's army is now stationed near Human Pass." Sui was shocked. He frowned and said while looking at the 2 spies in front of him, "How many men do they have? Can we handle them?" The 2 spies were a little hesitant. Because they were far away, they couldn't see clearly, but they could still get a rough idea of the number of people. They slowly stretched out 5 fingers and looked at Sui and said, "We can only look out and estimate that there are 5,000 of them." Sui nodded and chuckled. He never expected that Alek would underestimate him. He came here in a hurry with such a small army and even stationed near Human Pass. The area around Human Pass is very conspicuous. Is he really not afraid of being discovered? Sui said calmly. "I understand. You continue to observe. If there is any news, tell me as soon as possible." The 2 spies nodded slightly, and Sui breathed a sigh of relief. He lay down on the bed again, but Sui couldn't sleep well. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen again, so Sui clenched his fists silently. He decided to go and see the layout of this place in person. Sui raised his head and glanced at the moon in the sky. The moon was bright and shone directly into Sui's heart. Sui sighed. He had never expected that this place would be in trouble again. Sui silently clenched his fists. No matter how many people Alek brought this time, he had the confidence to defeat them. Sui quickly put on his clothes, changed into casual clothes, and slowly came to the vicinity of Human Pass. Chapter 177 Observing the Situation, Sui's Actions. But Sui watched for a long time, but did not see where the troops were. Sui was a little puzzled. What was going on? Sui took 2 more steps forward and realized that the soldiers had already rested. They slept in tents, and some even slept in the open air. Sui sighed. It was so windy and sandy here. Could these soldiers really sleep? Sui shook his head and couldn't help feeling distressed. But Sui just found it ridiculous. Sui sighed and thought helplessly. They have worked so hard to come to this place, so I must not let them return empty-handed. Sui smiled coldly, Then Sui began to check the layout of this place. Sui observed carefully. The terrain here is flat, and it is a good place to attack. However, the defense here is more difficult. Sui burst into laughter, but soon stopped laughing. It was too quiet here, so any movement could alert the enemy. Sui silently clenched his fists. About half an hour had passed, and Sui had observed almost everything. Sui remembered the key points in his mind, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, Sui looked at the tent where Alek was sleeping. I really don't know if Alek is asleep now. It's so windy and sandy here, and the soldiers are sleeping in the open air. Can he really sleep? Doesn't his conscience hurt? Sui shook his head slightly, and then Sui wanted to leave directly, but when Sui was retreating, he accidentally stepped on a branch, and the branch broke with a squeak. At this time, many soldiers were alarmed. They were very cautious, so they climbed up as quickly as possible and searched the surroundings. Sui was shocked. What was going on? Why was he so unlucky? When he was retreating, he stepped on a dry branch. Sui shook his head slightly. It was really God's fault. Sui didn't dare to delay. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely be caught, so Sui ran away quietly. He mounted the horse as quickly as possible and rode away without stopping. Only then did Sui breathe a sigh of relief. He turned around, only to find that the soldiers were still running around like headless flies, looking for the person who made the noise. Sui chuckled. What a bunch of idiots. Sui didn't take their performance seriously. Now Sui had an idea in mind. He found a way to deal with Alekev and his men. These soldiers kept circling around, but it was too cold at night. Alekev didn't want to get up, so even when a soldier informed him, he just hummed twice perfunctorily and didn't get up immediately. These soldiers were very helpless, but they did not dare to disturb Alek, so they could only return to their cold sleeping place again. The next morning, Alek stretched and walked out of the tent. He squinted his eyes and asked the soldier in front of him, "How did you sleep last night? Were you okay?" The soldiers hesitated and didn't know how to answer. At this moment, one of the men came out and looked at Alek and said, "General, we heard the sound of branches breaking last night. I suspect someone is coming." Hearing this, Alek was shocked. At this time, other soldiers couldn't help but interrupt. "That sound could also be made by an animal." Chapter 178. Something is wrong, the situation is coming. Alek frowned and stood there silently without saying a word. Seeing his appearance, his subordinates and soldiers stopped speculating. Alekev looked at them and said seriously, "When did this happen yesterday? Why didn't you tell me?" At this time, the subordinate said with an embarrassed look on his face, "I informed you at that time, but you were still asleep and did not respond." Hearing this, Alek cleared his throat, barely suppressing the change in his expression, and asked his men, "Besides this, is there anything else suspicious?" The men shook their heads, so no one was sure whether this was man-made. Alek nodded, heaved a sigh of relief, and said to his men, "You all should go first, and let me be alone." After saying that, Alek returned to the tent alone, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. If he guessed correctly, this place was very quiet, and there were no wild animals to be found, let alone those that would actively run to human territory. So there was only one possibility, and that was man-made. Who else would come? Could it be a spy sent by Sui? Have they been exposed? Thinking of this, Alek became even more angry. I really didn't expect that Sui was so cunning that he had even sent spies to find out their strength. Alekev clenched his fists silently. His eyes were extremely vicious. He was determined to capture Sui this time. If Sui still did not agree to the arms deal, he would kill him. Thinking of this, Alek smiled comfortably. Alek slowly walked out of the tent. He looked at the generals and said seriously, "Generals, please follow me." Several generals nodded slightly and followed Alek to the side, but they were a little confused. What was Alek going to do, and why did he call them here? Several generals hesitated. Alek cleared his throat and looked at the generals and said, "Generals, to be honest with you, I suspect someone did it on purpose last night." The generals were a little surprised. They frowned and asked Alek, "Alekov, why is this happening? There is a lot of sand and wind in this area. Maybe it has attracted some animals. But Alikev shook his head and said seriously, Generals, this is wrong. I have hunted in the forest for several times and have not seen any game. It is even more impossible for these animals to run into human territory. Hearing this, several generals hesitated. Could it be that these people were sent by Sui? Several generals thought of the idea. Alek nodded, looked at the generals and spoke seriously. We must be more vigilant next time. In order not to alert the enemy, we should not notify the soldiers for the time being. The generals nodded. It seemed that Alek wanted to capture Sui alive. The generals were full of confidence. They looked at Alek and said loudly, General, we are all willing to obey your orders. Hearing this, Alek chuckled, nodded, and said to the generals, Generals, rest assured, we will be able to capture Sui this time and report back to the leader. Several generals laughed heartily and had a very pleasant conversation. On the other side, Sui had not left completely yet. Sui always felt that his observation just now was a bit wrong. Although this area was a plain, it had very good defensive capabilities. Chapter 179 Discovered? Sui's thoughts. Sui was a little hesitant. Could it be that the distance he just measured was wrong? Sui clenched his fists silently. He wanted to go back to the original place again, but then he thought that Alikev was leading the soldiers to station at Human Pass. If he went there rashly, he might be caught. Sui breathed a sigh of relief, not knowing whether they had become suspicious about what happened last night. Sui felt distressed. It seemed impossible to go back to the site for measurement now. He could only ask the spies to do it later. Sui felt helpless. His eyes were wandering, and as Sui walked, he realized that he had come to another house. Sui breathed a sigh of relief, and he sat in the house drinking tea calmly. This house has been idle for a long time. Sui couldn't help but sigh that this house is really hidden. He can come here to rest for a few days occasionally. No one knows his identity. The more Sui thought about it, the more proud he felt. But at this moment, a burst of dense footsteps came, and Sui was shocked. What was going on? Were these people coming for him? Sui had very sensitive hearing. He jumped up immediately, and wanted to hide in the inner room, but he found that these soldiers were indeed coming towards his house. Sui clenched his fists silently and ran away. He jumped out of the window in the backyard, but he was surrounded by people from the Star Country. Sui was very desperate and had to go back to the room again, but Sui was a little confused. When did he get exposed? On the other side, Alikev was very proud. He sat in the tent and drank a cup of tea. Several generals couldn't help but give Alikev a thumbs up. The general has a really good plan, he discovered the clues so quickly. Sui must have been captured now. Yes, this time it's all thanks to the general. It's right to follow the general. Alikev felt embarrassed by the flattery, so he quickly waved his hands and said to everyone, We all have contributions. We can all get a share of the spoils from catching Sui this time. The leader will definitely reward us generously. Everyone nodded. They were also looking forward to such a day. Besides, Sui was just an arms dealer. It was already very good that he could get to where he is today. Everyone thought that Sui's luck had come to an end. Sui's palms were sweating from nervousness. He hid in a cabinet in the inner room. The cabinet was big enough to accommodate one person. Sui opened a small gap in the cabinet to make it easier for him to observe the situation outside. Soon those people broke into Sui's yard, shouting loudly. Is anyone there? We need to come in for a check. They walked in carelessly and searched everywhere. Sui's heart was in his throat. What was going on? Why were they so sudden? But when they saw these old facilities and items that had not been used for a long time, the soldiers were very disgusted. It seems that this house has been abandoned for a long time, and there is nothing valuable inside. The soldiers were helpless and shook their heads. They looked for a while and then left without searching extensively. Sui finally breathed a sigh of relief, but at this time, the leading general did not leave. He slowly approached the table. Because Sui had just drunk tea on the table, he was very nervous and he was holding on to the corner of his clothes tightly. Chapter 180, Desperate Escape, Temporary Retreat. A teacup shape was printed on the table. The general chuckled and looked around the table, but still didn't see any figure. Finally he sighed and left resigned to his fate. Sui silently clenched his fists. It was great that he had escaped a disaster. But hiding in the closet all the time is not a solution. Sui is a little helpless. On the other side, Alikev is waiting very anxiously. What's going on? Why haven't I seen Sui yet? Just now he saw a man whose figure looked very similar to Sui, and he had been wandering around here for a long time. It was obvious that he had ill intentions here. This is Human Pass, and generally few people would come here. If he guessed correctly, it was indeed Sui's people who were there last night, and the figure just now was also Sui. Although he was in disguise, he still couldn't escape Alek's eyes. Alek chuckled, waved his hand, and ordered the two generals to capture Sui. Sui was alone, and the two generals' eyes lit up. They immediately led the two teams and set off. They were very powerful and searched the nearby area. They saw Sui enter a place, but soon they lost him. So they decided to search door to door, but they couldn't find Sui. What was going on? The general and the soldiers were confused. What's going on? Where did Sui go? We've been looking for him for so long, why haven't we found him yet? What tricks is he playing? Could it be that we have recognized the wrong person? That's impossible, Alikev, he has very good eyesight, he can't be wrong, and I also think that figure looks like Sui. The soldiers were talking at once, but they were filled with helplessness. They were so close to success, but now, they still hadn't found Sui. Sui hid in the corner and eavesdropped on their conversation. Sui felt helpless. He didn't expect that he would be exposed. Fortunately, Sui was not caught. Sui put on a black mask, lowered his head and hurried away. But at this moment, Sui suddenly bumped into someone. Sui thought he was from another country. Sui raised his head and wanted to apologize, but Sui was stunned for a moment because he had seen this person in Xing country. Everyone here is from Singapore. Sui just found it unbelievable. It seemed that Xing country really spent a lot of money to catch him. Sui was speechless. But now, Sui had no other idea except to run away. At this time, the starving man in front of him looked Sui up and down, and seemed to think that Sui looked very familiar. He opened his mouth and was about to shout, but Sui covered his mouth and dragged him into the alley. The two of them made a slight noise. It soon attracted the attention of the army, and they ran towards Sui with all their might. Sui knew that he could not delay any longer, as they were getting closer and closer. Sui gritted his teeth and kicked the Singaporean in front of him away. Then Sui ran forward with all his might. When the troops arrived, only the knocked-out Singaporean was left. At this time, the general walked forward, woke up the person in front of him, and spoke loudly. "Where is Sui? Where is Sui?" The Singaporean in front of him was confused. He shook his head and looked at the general and said, "I don't know. He was here just now." Chapter 181, discussing a solution and turning the tide of the war. The general was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Sui returned to the barracks as quickly as possible and broke into the barracks panting. Ling Yuanfeng frowned, walked up and looked at Sui and said, "Sui, what's wrong with you? Why are you so tired?" Sui sighed, and gulped down several gulps of water before he managed to calm down. Sui put the cup on the table, and said helplessly while looking at Ling Yuanfeng, "Ling Yuanfeng, I just went to check the terrain where Alek was stationed, but I encountered an ambush." Hearing this, Ling Yuanfeng was stunned for a moment. He frowned and asked Sui what was going on and where Alikev and the others were. Sui was a little helpless. He told Ling Yuanfeng that 2 spies had discovered Alikev's location yesterday. They were near Human Pass, so the 2 spies came in a hurry to report. Sui was very worried, so he hurried over, but Alek still found him, so he escaped from the heavy siege. After hearing Sui's words, Ling Yuanfeng nodded. He quickly pulled Sui to sit down and spoke in a low voice. "Sui, from what you said, Alikev is ready to attack us." Sui nodded. He breathed a sigh of relief and said seriously, "Ling Yuanfeng, Alek is already stationed at Human Pass. We must deploy our strategy as soon as possible." Ling Yuanfeng nodded. He was very nervous. At this moment, he thought of the generals outside the door. He pulled open the curtain of the barracks and spoke loudly. "Generals, please come in. We have something important to discuss." Hearing this, the other generals nodded one after another. Just like that, several generals walked into the military camp. Sui and Ling Yuanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and told each other the current situation. When the generals learned that someone was going to attack them, they became very nervous. Sui sighed and said helplessly, "We must come up with a countermeasure now. They have already arrived at Yumen Pass and will soon launch an attack on us." The generals nodded. Ling Yuanfeng thought calmly. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at Sui and said, "Sui, why don't we launch a surprise attack? The enemy has more people than us, but we can choose to outsmart them." Sui nodded. He had seen this when he was observing the terrain at Yumen Pass. Yumen Pass was not suitable for defense, so the chance of a successful sneak attack was very high. Sui nodded and said to Ling Yuanfeng, "Ling Yuanfeng, I think so too. If that's the case, let's get started." Ling Yuanfeng nodded. That night, Sui led a small team up the mountain in a hurry. However, everyone in the team was nervous and they kept looking around. They knew that they were outnumbered this time and the sneak attack had to succeed, not fail. If they failed, they would most likely be captured. Sui breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Sui stopped, turned around, looked at Ling Yuanfeng next to him and said, "Ling Yuanfeng, go up and take a look at the situation first." Ling Yuanfeng nodded slightly. Ling Yuanfeng was agile and he groped forward by himself. He looked around and made sure that there was no one around. Ling Yuanfeng waved his hand quickly, and Sui nodded slightly. He led the troops forward. They were already very close to the army. Sui breathed a sigh of relief. This place was very hidden and was a good place for a sneak attack. Sui smiled with relief. Chapter 182, Prepare for Battle, Load Your Guns. Sui had already prepared the gun. He loaded the gun with bullets and calmly pulled the trigger. Ling Yuanfeng frowned, walked to Sui and whispered, "Sui, what are you doing?" Sui breathed a sigh of relief and said to Ling Yuanfeng, "Ling Yuanfeng, I must prepare for the battle in advance." At this moment, Sui suddenly saw a sneaky figure in front of him. Sui frowned. Ling Yuanfeng was still mumbling something in Sui's ear, but Sui could not hear it all. He was concentrating on observing the movements of the person in front of him, but this person's hands and feet were not very agile. Sui always felt that the opponent in front of him should be a soldier from Singapore, so Sui quickly shook his head. He knew that he shouldn't doubt his compatriots, but at this moment Sui was still a little hesitant. He turned around and looked at Ling Yuanfeng and said, "Ling Yuanfeng, look at him, don't you think he's weird, like a soldier from the Star Country?" Ling Yuanfeng shook his head and looked up and down at the man in front of him. The man opposite was very panicked. He must have encountered some difficulties, so Ling Yuanfeng said disapprovingly, "Sui, you are too suspicious. He can't possibly be a soldier from the Star Country. Don't worry, he is our compatriot. Be careful and don't kill him by mistake." Sui nodded, sighed, and continued to look into the distance, but at this moment, Sui suddenly discovered that the opponent seemed to be stealing something. He held the note in his hand stealthily, as if he was passing information to someone. Sui silently clenched his fists, and his anxiety became more and more serious. If he guessed correctly, the person in front of him must be a traitor, so Sui didn't say anything. He directly picked up the gun and shot the opponent to death. The man fell to the ground with a thud, and a piece of paper slowly fell from his hand. The gunshot alarmed many people. Everyone was running around with their heads in their hands, but Sui was very calm. Sui led everyone to continue ambush on the mountain. At this time, Ling Yuanfeng came over and said angrily, "Sui, what are you doing? Why are you killing our compatriots?" Hearing this, Sui shook his head, straightened up, looked at Ling Yuanfeng and said, "Ling Yuanfeng, you misunderstood. He is not our compatriot at all. If I am not mistaken, he is a traitor." But when the two of them looked over again, they found that the mask on the man's face had fallen off, and it was a human skin mask. Sui was shocked and frowned. He took the telescope and looked carefully, only to find that the dead man was a soldier from Xinhua. Sui sighed, threw the telescope to Ling Yuanfeng, and said loudly, "Ling Yuanfeng, take a good look. These are not your compatriots at all. They are soldiers from the Star Country." Hearing this, Ling Yuanfeng was stunned for a moment. He took the telescope and looked at it several times in disbelief. When he was sure that the dead person was a Singaporean soldier, Ling Yuanfeng danced with joy. He scratched his head awkwardly and looked at Sui and said, "Sui, I'm sorry. I wronged you just now." Sui felt helpless. He rolled his eyes and said to Ling Yuanfeng, "Ling Yuanfeng, I think he wanted to pass on information to others just now, but my gunshot scared his companions away." Ling Yuanfeng nodded. His expression became extremely alert, which meant that there must be other Star Country soldiers nearby. Sui silently clenched his fists. Chapter 183 Discover the Star Country soldiers and start fighting. Ling Yuanfeng patted Sui on the shoulder and couldn't help but sigh. "Sui, your eyesight is indeed very good. I apologize to you for my recklessness just now." Sui waved his hand generously, but they had a more important purpose for this trip. The soldiers of Xing country were too rampant now, and they even put on human skin masks to confuse everyone. Sui was alert and said to Ling Yuanfeng, "Ling Yuanfeng, you can't trust the people around you so easily." Ling Yuanfeng nodded. He couldn't help but feel heartbroken. The fact that they could openly take the place of someone else meant that that person was most likely no longer alive. Ling Yuanfeng looked at them with gritted teeth. "Sui, we must teach them a lesson, otherwise these rough guys will have no idea how powerful we are." Sui nodded, but at this time, Sui held his breath because he heard movement around him. Sui looked at Ling Yuanfeng and said in a low voice, "Ling Yuanfeng, keep your voice down. Those Star Country soldiers are about to be dispatched." Ling Yuanfeng's eyes lit up and he nodded quickly. Ling Yuanfeng was very excited. He wanted to see how many soldiers there were from Xinghua. Ling Yuanfeng rubbed his hands excitedly, but Sui rolled his eyes. He looked at Ling Yuanfeng and said seriously, "Ling Yuanfeng, you think too much. The soldiers of Xinghua are very generous. They must have more soldiers than us, so we must be more careful." At this time, the other members of the team nodded, and Sui whispered, "You guys go find a better hiding spot. You must not be discovered by those Star Country soldiers. Their equipment is more advanced than ours." The men nodded one after another. They cleverly found the most hidden corner. These soldiers knew their companions were killed, and they were very angry, but at this moment, they could not find the murderer. Who on earth was secretly killing their companions? The Star Country soldiers ran out angrily, and the leading general shouted loudly, "Who is hiding in the dark like a coward? Come out now!" Sui chuckled. He knew that this was the Star Country soldiers' way of provoking others. However, the number of Star Country soldiers was too large, and Sui couldn't help but take a breath. Ling Yuanfeng slowly moved to Sui's side and whispered, "Sui, why don't we leave quickly? We won't find any chance at all." But Sui shook his head, looked at Ling Yuanfeng and said seriously, "Ling Yuanfeng, we can't leave. This is a great place. They won't find us. We can also take this opportunity to kill a few more Star Country soldiers." Hearing this, Ling Yuanfeng hesitated for a moment. Finally, he nodded and said helplessly, "Well, in that case, let's risk our lives today." Sui chuckled and looked at their calm expression. The Star Country soldiers were a little confused. They could only fire into the sky angrily, but it had no effect at all. Ling Yuanfeng couldn't help but smile triumphantly when he saw how angry they were. Sui breathed a sigh of relief and said to Ling Yuanfeng, "Ling Yuanfeng, let's continue looking for opportunities." Sui turned around and asked everyone to disperse and not to gather together, as this would make them more easily discovered. The other members of the team nodded. Sui and Ling Yuanfeng were first-rate marksmen, so they surrounded Sui and Ling Yuanfeng, ready to support them at any time. If they were discovered, they would naturally stay behind to cover their retreat. Their mission would be to protect Sui and Ling Yuanfeng at all costs. Chapter 184, Solving the Enemy, the one with the tricky angle. Sui's eyes were fixed on the front, but the Star Country soldiers were still looking around, trying to find the location of Sui and Ling Yuanfeng. But the angle that Sui and Ling Yuanfeng were looking for was rather tricky. They walked around but still didn't find anything, and these Star Country soldiers were also terrified. Who on earth could have launched a surprise attack on their team? They were in the light while the enemy was in the dark. These Star Country soldiers did not dare to act rashly. They raised their shields above their heads and found a hidden place. Sui breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and said to Ling Yuanfeng, Ling Yuanfeng, don't worry, they won't launch a counterattack against us in the short term. Ling Yuanfeng nodded slightly and said casually. Sui, we can't let them go. Let them go without returning today. Sui smiled and nodded. Now these Star Country soldiers were unable to lock onto Sui and his men's positions and could only use telescopes to observe continuously. At this time, a Star Country soldier showed his head. He was looking eastward with a telescope, and Sui found the right moment and shot him in the head. The telescope in his hand fell to the ground, and his head was bleeding, which made the Xinghua soldiers even more panicked. They had no way of locking on to where the enemy was, but now they were exposed to Sui and his team's sight, so Sui immediately turned around. At this time, Ling Yuanfeng secretly gave Sui a thumbs up and said with admiration, Sui, your shooting skills have become much more accurate. It's really amazing. Hearing this, Sui burst out laughing. He nodded and looked at Ling Yuanfeng and said, Ling Yuanfeng, don't just sit there, find a chance to kill them. Ling Yuanfeng nodded, snorted twice, and said to Sui, Sui, do you still doubt my ability? Sui shook his head and said with a smile, Ling Yuanfeng, everyone knows that you are a sharpshooter. Alright, let's get started. Ling Yuanfeng nodded slightly. At this time, the people in those small teams could no longer sit still. They rarely made military achievements, so everyone found a position that was more conducive to attack. Sui said nervously, You must be careful not to be discovered. At this time, the general of the Star Country army could no longer sit still. He stood up and looked into the distance. Sui frowned and swallowed subconsciously. Sui wanted to kill the general. But at this critical moment, a soldier pressed the general's head and dodged. Sui silently clenched his fists. Damn it, it was just a step away. Sui wanted to throw a grenade down, but he was afraid that it would expose their position. In the end, Sui had to give up. Sui smiled and said to Ling Yuanfeng, Ling Yuanfeng, the people in the Star Country army are really stupid. Ling Yuanfeng smiled without saying anything. Sui sighed and looked at the time. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Sui hesitated a little. It was getting late. They had to act as soon as possible. So Sui raised his gun again. Seeing Sui so enthusiastic, Ling Yuanfeng burst out laughing and followed Sui into the battle. The two of them killed several Star Country soldiers one after another. Sui breathed a sigh of relief. It was great. Sui raised his head and looked at Ling Yuanfeng and said, Ling Yuanfeng, there are only a few of them left. We can move forward later. Ling Yuanfeng nodded, patted his chest, looked at Sui and said, Sui, don't worry, I will go ahead and scout the terrain for you in a while. Chapter 185, Changing Territory, Ling Yuanfeng's Tactics. Sui nodded. Ling Yuanfeng was still as confident as ever. Sui burst into laughter and sighed. At this moment, 2 Star Country soldiers were looking over here with binoculars. Sui was shocked. He quickly pressed Ling Yuanfeng's shoulders and lay down. Ling Yuanfeng opened his mouth and was about to speak, but before he could react, he was held down by Sui. Ling Yuanfeng was stunned for a moment, but he immediately realized that they were about to be discovered. Seeing those Star Country soldiers looking into the distance again, Sui finally felt relieved. He breathed a sigh of relief and said to Ling Yuanfeng, Ling Yuanfeng, luckily we weren't discovered. Ling Yuanfeng nodded slightly. Ling Yuanfeng took the telescope and looked forward carefully, but there were not many Xinghua soldiers left. Sui silently clenched his fists, looked at Ling Yuanfeng, and whispered, Ling Yuanfeng, let's move forward. This will also increase our hit rate. Ling Yuanfeng nodded slightly, and walked forward alone. After making sure it was safe, he waved his hand, and Sui followed quietly. The members of the small team did not dare to delay. They had been surrounding Sui and Ling Yuanfeng. Sui and Ling Yuanfeng took every step very carefully. Finally, Sui stopped. They were only 50 meters away from the Star Country soldiers. Sui's heart was in his throat, and he immediately picked up the gun. However, this time, every move Sui made was very careful. The Singaporean soldiers were still looking around, and they didn't know that Sui had already changed territory. Sui raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that they were so stupid. Until now, they still hadn't guessed where he was. Sui chuckled. How could these people be his enemy? Sui shook his head slightly. They were really ungrateful. Sui picked up the gun again and fired 2 shots. The 2 Singaporean soldiers fell to the ground with their eyes wide open. Sui looked at their tragic deaths and couldn't help shaking his head. At this time, the Star Country soldiers became even more angry, but because the distance was close, they heard the sound of the gunfire. They are in the west. These Singaporean soldiers understood the direction, and they immediately stood up and spoke loudly. The enemy is in the west, everyone get your grenades ready. These Star Country soldiers gritted their teeth and nodded immediately. They watched their brothers who had fought side by side with them die tragically beside them, and they suffered tremendous torment in their hearts. They could no longer bear it, so they pulled out the grenades and threw them towards the west with all their might. Sui was so shocked that he quickly lay on the ground, and no one dared to get up. After a long time, the smoke gradually dissipated, and Sui cleared his throat. He spat out a mouthful of saliva and spoke loudly. These damn Singapore soldiers are so abominable. They actually threw all these grenades at us. Fortunately, we are all fine. Sui turned around and checked everyone's situation. The place where everyone was hiding was very secluded, so they were not hit by the explosion. These people slowly gathered towards Sui and his group. They were afraid that the Star Country soldiers would rush forward and engage in close combat, but Sui shook his head. He was very calm. Sui looked at everyone and said seriously, "Don't be nervous, they don't have the guts to come here, they only have a few men left." Hearing this, the team members breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 186, Checking the Corpse, Star Country's Strategy. But they still did not dare to let down their guard. Sui silently clenched his fists. At this moment, the Singaporean soldier took out a telescope. He observed carefully and finally found where Sui was hiding. He saw Ling Yuanfeng half showing his head, and his men were very proud. It was great that they finally determined their position. So, his men ordered the Star Country soldiers to go here and capture Sui. But the Star Country soldiers were a little hesitant because their team was too weak. They wanted to go back for reinforcements, but their subordinate's attitude was very firm. Sui was weak and alone, so this time they were able to capture him in one fell swoop. The Star Country soldiers finally listened to him, so his men walked in front, and he instructed the Star Country soldiers to slowly approach Sui's territory. Sui chuckled. He never thought that these soldiers from the Star Country would be so stupid. Sui sighed. Since they wanted to fight, he would accompany them to the end. Sui turned around and said to the members of the team, "Everyone, get your grenades ready. This time we're going to make sure they never come back." The members of these teams nodded. They looked at Sui, suppressing their excitement, but the Star Country soldiers were slowly encircling them. At Sui's command, all the members of the squad threw grenades. The sound of bombing continued, and Sui immediately laid down, his heart pounding. He didn't dare to look at how many Star Country soldiers had died. Ling Yuanfeng stood up carelessly and said to Sui, "Sui, I was really scared. Now all these Star Country soldiers are dead. It's great." After saying that, Ling Yuanfeng burst into laughter. Sui nodded, patted the dirt off his body, and walked forward to collect some supplies. At this moment, Sui suddenly thought of the leader just now. If he was not mistaken, the leader should be his subordinate, but was that subordinate also killed in the explosion? Sui raised his eyebrows, he slowly walked forward and checked the body. Ling Yuanfeng walked over and looked at Sui and said, "Sui, let's take the weapons and leave. Why are we still lingering here?" Sui shook his head and whispered in Ling Yuanfeng's ear, "Ling Yuanfeng, if I guess correctly, that person should be one of Xingguo's men. Let me check these corpses to see if he is there." Ling Yuanfeng nodded, and his expression immediately became serious. The people in the team were complacent and nodded to Ling Yuanfeng. Ling Yuanfeng said loudly, "Stay alert, there may be someone lurking in the dark." The members of the small teams nodded and surrounded Sui and Ling Yuanfeng. Sui and Ling Yuanfeng examined the corpse carefully. In the end, Sui shook his head, sighed, looked at Ling Yuanfeng and said, "Ling Yuanfeng, there is no corpse of his here, let's go." Ling Yuanfeng felt a little helpless. He walked forward and looked at Sui and said, "Sui, has that subordinate appeared many times? Why do you remember him?" Sui chuckled and said to Ling Yuanfeng, Of course I remember him. He was always cunning and scheming. I suspect that he was colluding with the soldiers of the Star Country to deal with us this time. Ling Yuanfeng silently clenched his fists and said to Sui. He is nothing, just a subordinate. He is lucky to be alive this time. After saying that, Ling Yuanfeng patted Sui on the shoulder, and Sui nodded. Chapter 187 Searching Again, Sui's Plan. Sui breathed a sigh of relief, but he still escaped this time. Sui silently clenched his fists. That subordinate was very cunning. If he is left here, he will still be a nuisance. Sui turned around and said to Ling Yuanfeng. Ling Yuanfeng, we can't just give up like this. Let's go and take a look at the house over there. Hearing this, Ling Yuanfeng nodded. He believed in Sui's judgment very much. Ling Yuanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Sui and said seriously. Sui, let's go over there quickly, so that he won't escape. Sui breathed a sigh of relief. Their small team slowly approached the house, but there was no sound from the house. Sui didn't dare to let his guard down. He always felt that there was danger lurking in this house, so Sui raised his eyebrows. At this time, Ling Yuanfeng rushed in first and pushed open the door of the house. But after entering, they still didn't hear any movement. All the facilities in the room were very old. Sui clenched his fist silently and said to Ling Yuanfeng. Ling Yuanfeng, be careful, I still feel like someone is ambushing us here. Ling Yuanfeng nodded slightly. The subordinate just now was not dead, which meant that he must be hiding nearby. Sui frowned and took 2 steps forward, but he still didn't find anything. He couldn't help but become suspicious. This shouldn't be the case. The subordinate didn't flee in a hurry, which meant that he must still be staying nearby. The more Sui thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. At this moment, Sui suddenly realized that someone was staring at him from a distance. Sui silently clenched his fists and did not dare to move. Sui took the opportunity to come to the opponent's blind spot, then he patted his chest. Sui sat in the corner and looked at Ling Yuanfeng and said, Ling Yuanfeng, I feel like someone is watching me in the dark. Hearing this, Ling Yuanfeng was shocked. He frowned and sat down in the corner. He took out a can of drink and handed it to Sui. Sui shook his head and licked his dry lips. But now, he didn't want to drink water. The other party was still watching them in the dark. Sui really couldn't calm down. Ling Yuanfeng patted Sui's shoulder and whispered, Sui, I'll go ahead and explore the way. Hearing this, Sui hesitated. He didn't want to let Ling Yuanfeng take risks, but now they didn't have enough manpower, so they had to do this. Sui nodded, and Ling Yuanfeng groped and took 2 steps forward. When he looked out through the window, he happened to meet that person's eyes. Ling Yuanfeng was very shocked. That person looked away first. Ling Yuanfeng was sure that there was someone around. Ling Yuanfeng came to Sui as quickly as possible, and said to Sui while looking at him breathlessly, Sui, you guessed right, someone is ambushing us here. Sui snorted coldly twice. He really didn't expect that these people would be so ignorant of their own lives. The majority of the troops were already dead, and they were the only ones left here who wanted to kill him. This idea was really too naive. Sui didn't intend to show mercy. He moved forward 2 steps. Ling Yuanfeng told Sui the man's specific location. Sui nodded, he breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Ling Yuanfeng and said, Ling Yuanfeng, keep an eye on everyone. I'm going to deal with him now. After saying that, Sui lowered his hat and rushed forward. Sui held his gun tightly, but he looked for a long time and still couldn't find where the man was. Sui was a little surprised, wondering if Ling Yuanfeng had seen it wrong. Chapter 188 Enemy Found, Nearby Team. But Ling Yuanfeng shook his head and said seriously, Impossible. The man was looking at us through the window. I happened to meet his eyes. He must be outside the house. Sui nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. This room was too small, which affected Sui's performance. But at this moment, Sui did not dare to rush out rashly, as the people from these small teams were watching everywhere. But they still didn't find the enemy's whereabouts. Sui took a deep breath. At this moment, his ears moved and he heard a slight sound of footsteps. Although the owner of the footsteps was trying hard to lower the sound, Sui still heard it. Sui chuckled. He was now hiding on the inside of the door. Sui silently clenched his fists. He moved towards the wooden door step by step. Ling Yuanfeng was very surprised. He shook his head and lowered his voice as much as possible, but he was still very worried about Sui's safety. Sui, where are you going? Come back quickly, it's very dangerous there. But Sui shook his head and said seriously. Ling Yuanfeng, don't worry, I'm fine. After saying that, Sui tiptoed forward again. The people outside the house were already prepared. They did not shoot close to the wall, but instead pointed the muzzle of the gun directly at the door of the house. Sui walked very carefully and made almost no sound. The people outside the house were waiting anxiously, but they didn't know where Sui was moving, and they didn't dare to attack him rashly. After all, it was common knowledge that Sui and Ling Yuanfeng were agile. Sui thrust the gun out of the window at an extremely fast speed and directly shot a Star Country soldier to death. Ling Yuanfeng took a breath of cold air. He never expected that Sui was so powerful. Before he found the enemy's position, Sui had already killed the enemy. Sui quickly stretched out his gun and bent down. Sure enough, those people started shooting fiercely, but everyone dodged in time, so no one was injured. Sui breathed a long sigh of relief and said to Ling Yuanfeng, Ling Yuanfeng, we can't stay here any longer. We must find a way to escape. Ling Yuanfeng nodded. It seemed that there were indeed soldiers from the Star Country around. At this time, Ling Yuanfeng slowly walked forward to meet Sui. He and Sui bent down together and returned to the house again. Sui patted his chest and spoke in a low voice. It was too dangerous just now. There is more than one Star Country soldier outside. We must be extremely careful next time. Ling Yuanfeng nodded. But at this moment, both of them were nervous. The soldiers from the Star Country outside were getting impatient. They kept circling around and didn't dare to rush in. They were also afraid of Sui and Ling Yuanfeng's abilities, but Ling Yuanfeng had an ominous premonition in his heart. If we continue to delay, these Singaporean soldiers will probably lose patience and rush in to perish with us. Sui nodded. This possibility was very high. At this time, the other members of the team could no longer sit still. They were very worried about the movements of the Star Country soldiers. Just then, Sui raised his head, looked at everyone and said, Everyone, hide your positions and don't get hurt. I'll go to the front and take a look. But Ling Yuanfeng was a little hesitant. This room was almost closed. There was nothing in it except a door, but the room in front had a window. Chapter 189, Smart Maneuvers, Ling Yuanfeng's Enlightenment. Ling Yuanfeng grabbed Sui and whispered, Sui, let's stay here. This room is the safest. Be careful that they may attack you through the window. But Sui shook his head and said seriously, Ling Yuanfeng, if we stay here, we will just be waiting for death. I must find a chance to fight back. Ling Yuanfeng was somewhat helpless. He nodded and could only let Sui go. Sui took 2 more steps forward. At this time, he heard footsteps coming from the wall. It seemed that they had already started to move. These people were already getting impatient. Sui burst out laughing. They really had very little patience. In that case, there was no need for him to show mercy. The members of these small teams also heard the noise. They all took control of the windows and waited for those people to arrive. 2 Singaporean soldiers passed by the window, and the squad seized the opportunity, raised their guns, and shot them both in the head. After the 2 Singaporean soldiers fell, the members of the squad became more confident. It was really great. They killed several Singaporean soldiers one after another. The morale of the team was greatly boosted, and Sui breathed a sigh of relief, but Sui still didn't dare to take it lightly at this moment. Sui looked at the people in the team and whispered, You must guard the windows and never let them break in directly. The members of the team nodded. At this time, Ling Yuanfeng was very calm. He lowered his head and thought silently for a while. Then he looked at Sui and said, Sui, the other side doesn't have many people, so they won't come in. Sui's eyes lit up and Ling Yuanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. If the other party had a large number of people, they would have rushed in and captured them all alive long ago. Why would they have to wait until now? Sui felt that what Ling Yuanfeng said made sense, so he nodded. Just like that, Sui's footsteps became more and more unscrupulous, but the opponent was not as agile as Sui. Su Yi and Ling Yuafeng walked around the room randomly to disrupt their movements, and then the other members of the team took the opportunity to shoot those Star Country soldiers in the head, making them furious. But they could only watch their companions fall one by one. Su Yi breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Su Yi suddenly saw a secret passage. Su Yi's eyes lit up. Everyone in the team came up and they whispered towards the secret passage. Su Yi raised his head, looked at everyone and said, "Do you dare to follow me down?" The members of these small teams were a little hesitant. They only had a few dozen people. If they encountered any danger, they would probably be trapped inside. Moreover, this house was related to the Star Country soldiers. Who knows if there is any mechanism hidden inside? But Ling Yuanfeng was very supportive. He nodded and looked at Su Yi and said, "Su Yi, I'm willing to follow you. I want to see what other tricks the Xinghua soldiers have up their sleeves." The members of these small teams were somewhat helpless. They could only nod and follow Su Yi and Ling Yuanfeng. In this way, Su Yi and Ling Yuanfeng slowly walked over. Several people walked safely to a house. Su Yi walked forward slowly and found that the door could not be opened. What was going on? Su Yi frowned and looked carefully. Suddenly he found that the door of the house was locked. Su Yi was a little helpless. He turned around and looked at Ling Yuanfeng and said, "Ling Yuanfeng, it looks like our hopes are going to be dashed." Chapter 190. Kick the door open and enter quickly. But Ling Yuanfeng shook his head, looked at Su Yi and said seriously, "Su Yi, what are you talking about? Let me see." After saying that, Ling Yuanfeng walked forward, rubbing his hands together, and finally kicked the door hard. The door slowly opened. Su Yi stood there in a daze. He couldn't help but give Ling Yuanfeng the thumbs up. Ling Yuanfeng opened the door violently, and everyone rushed in. They searched carefully inside, but after looking for a long time, everything was normal and there was nothing special to find. Su Yi frowned. This was impossible. This place was so secluded, they must have hidden something precious inside. Su Yi became more and more suspicious. At this time, Ling Yuanfeng walked up to him carelessly and said to Su Yi, "Su Yi, there's nothing inside, let's go." After saying this, Ling Yuanfeng wanted to take everyone away, but Su Yi shook his head. His expression was very serious. He looked at Ling Yuanfeng and said seriously, "Ling Yuanfeng, don't leave yet. I think there is something mysterious going on here." Hearing this, Ling Yuanfeng raised his eyebrows. He didn't understand what Su Yi meant. Su Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and she came to the corner again. Su Yi lowered his head and stroked it carefully, but Ling Yuanfeng looked puzzled. He slowly walked forward, looked at Su Yi and said, "Su Yi, what are you doing? Let's go quickly and stop wasting time." But Su Yi shook his head, sighed, and said helplessly, "Ling Yuanfeng, this place is definitely not as simple as it looks. They built a basement, so they must have hidden some treasures." Hearing this, Ling Yuanfeng hesitated. He looked Su Yi up and down. Su Yi's expression was very serious, and it seemed that he was not lying. Ling Yuanfeng nodded and said helplessly, "Well, in that case, let's stay and look for it." At this time, the other members of the team also nodded. While searching, they were also wary of the arrival of the Star Country soldiers. Sure enough, the door of the basement opened. Su Yi was shocked. Something was wrong. Someone must have come. Su Yi led everyone to hide among a group of goods. Su Yi was so scared that he didn't dare to breathe. Fortunately, there were only 2 Star Country soldiers who came in. They looked around the equipment, and made sure there was no problem. Then they strode away. Su Yi's heart was in his throat, but at this moment, he let it go again. After Su Yi made sure that there was no sound outside, he slowly walked out. Ling Yuanfeng scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Su Yi, there's something strange about this place. They actually attach so much importance to it, which means they must have some secrets here. Let's look for it quickly." Su Yi nodded, his face looking serious. The Star Country soldiers came to check. The situation here was very obvious. They were afraid that Su Yi and his team would accidentally enter the basement. Su Yi was a little annoyed. They should have closed the basement door at that time, but the 2 Singaporean soldiers did not find anything unusual. Su Yi turned around and looked at them seriously. At this moment, Su Yi suddenly noticed a painting on the wall. Sui walked forward slowly and looked at the painting in front of him carefully. It was a painting of Mona Lisa. The portrait was gentle and elegant. Sui burst out laughing, but Sui did not doubt the portrait. Sui walked to the side again, but Sui looked in several places and none of them were right. Sui saw a chair next to him and sat down on it helplessly. At this time, Ling Yuanfeng ran over panting. Chapter 191, Discovering the Mechanism and Falling into Crisis. He looked at Sui and said, "Sui, we have searched everywhere, but we haven't found any mechanism. What should we do now?" Sui shook his head, sighed, and spoke softly. "Ling Yuanfeng, sit down and rest for a while. Those Star Country soldiers haven't discovered us yet, so we can continue to stay here." Ling Yuanfeng nodded slightly. Now they still haven't found the mechanism. Could it be that they are really wrong? Sui lowered his head and thought silently. It's impossible. This place is so hidden. If they spent a huge amount of money to build this basement, but it is useless, it doesn't conform to normal people's thinking logic. There must be something important in this basement. Sui silently clenched his fists, and he slammed the chair hard. At this moment, the wall inside made a noise, and Sui was shocked. He immediately stood up and walked inside. At this time, everyone's attention was attracted and they followed Sui one after another. Everyone was very excited. Ling Yuanfeng said seriously, "Sui, could that chair be the real switch?" Sui shook his head. Sui had not seen the real scene, so he did not dare to conclude whether they triggered a mechanism or a secret compartment. Sui walked over slowly, but found that a small door had opened in the wall. Sui's eyes lit up. He never expected that there was a secret room inside. Sui turned around and looked at Ling Yuanfeng, but Ling Yuanfeng's attitude was unusually firm. He said seriously, "Sui, now that we are here, we need to see clearly before we go. Let's move forward quickly. I can't wait any longer." Hearing this, Sui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He nodded and followed Ling Yuanfeng in. Everyone looked around curiously, but it was just a dark passage, so Sui hesitated. But in the end, he still mustered up the courage to walk forward slowly. Ling Yuanfeng yawned and said to Sui, "Sui, where do we end up?" Sui shook his head, sighed, and said helplessly, "Ling Yuanfeng, be more patient. There must be surprises waiting for us ahead." Ling Yuanfeng breathed a sigh of relief, hoping it was a surprise rather than a shock. They walked slowly, and Sui was very alert. He was always on the lookout for any movement around him, but fortunately, the surroundings were always very quiet. At this time, everyone in the team did not relax their vigilance. As they walked, they saw a house appear in front of them again. Sui breathed a sigh of relief, as this was the real end. Sui walked forward, but found that there was a lock on the door. Sui turned around and looked at Ling Yuanfeng, who immediately understood what Sui meant. He sneered twice and said to Sui, "Sui, leave this kind of heavy work to me." After saying that, Ling Yuanfeng gathered all his strength and kicked the door, but this time the door did not open. Ling Yuanfeng was a little confused. What was going on? Why didn't his strength work? Sui frowned, he was also a little confused. Ling Yuanfeng hammered the door angrily and said loudly, "What's going on? Why is this door completely different from that door?" Sui shook his head. He walked forward and looked at the combination lock in front of him. Sui felt helpless. They were not from here at all, so how could they know the password? Ling Yuanfeng said angrily. Chapter 192, Explosives Found, Sui's Worries. "What kind of broken door is this? We can't get in now. What should we do?" After saying that, Ling Yuanfeng looked at Sui for help. Sui felt helpless and shook his head. At this moment, Sui didn't have any good ideas. Ling Yuanfeng's confidence was hit. He turned around and looked at Sui and said, "Sui, why don't we leave so as not to be discovered by those Star Country soldiers?" Sui shook his head. Since they had come here, how could they leave so easily? They had already broken through many levels. If he guessed correctly, this was the last room. Sui clenched his fist silently and said to Ling Yuanfeng, "Ling Yuanfeng, we can't leave." Ling Yuanfeng looked helpless. They had no way of getting in now. Even if they didn't leave, what else could they do if they stayed here? Sui walked forward and tried the password patiently. Soon, the door slowly opened. Even Sui couldn't believe that the password he had just entered was correct. Ling Yuanfeng frowned, walked up and looked at Sui and said, "Sui, how do you know the password?" Sui shook his head. By some accident, he randomly entered a string of numbers and it actually worked. Sui walked in slowly with excitement, and they saw a secret compartment inside. Sui pressed it carelessly, and finally, a stone door appeared. Sui hesitated a little, and he turned around to look at Ling Yuanfeng. Ling Yuanfeng nodded, and they walked slowly forward while observing the surrounding environment. Sui pushed open the stone door, and at this time, Sui found that there was a small space inside. Sui bent down and walked in. He couldn't help but complain. "I really don't know why these Star Country soldiers set up so many checkpoints. These checkpoints are useless. I want to see what treasures they have hidden in there." Ling Yuanfeng nodded, he took a breath, looked at Sui and said, "These Star Country soldiers are really too cunning, but fortunately, we finally got in today." Ling Yuanfeng was very proud, Sui nodded, and the two of them groped around in the room, while the others stayed at the door to keep watch. If there was any sign of trouble, they had to leave quickly. Because this place is a blind spot, if the other side has too many people, they will most likely be captured alive. I clenched my fist silently. He looked at Ling Yuanfeng and said, "Ling Yuanfeng, we don't have much time left. We must get out as quickly as possible." Hearing this, Ling Yuanfeng nodded, patted his chest, looked at Sui and said, "Sui, don't worry, leave this matter to me." After saying that, Ling Yuanfeng began to rummage around. There were quite a few goods in there, but the guns were too old. Sui didn't even like them. Could this be an abandoned warehouse? Sui rolled his eyes. The two of them got nothing. Sui wanted to leave in disappointment. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a large box at his feet. The big box was very hidden, and Sui almost didn't see it. He pulled the box out with great effort, and Ling Yuanfeng's eyes lit up. The two of them opened the big box, and found it was full of explosives. Sui was shocked, and stood up quickly. Ling Yuanfeng looked incredulous. "Why are there so many explosives in this place?" Ling Yuanfeng looked towards the window again, where there was also an identical large box. Chapter 193 Timed explosives activated, a critical moment. Ling Yuanfeng walked over as fast as he could, pulled the big box over, and opened it with excitement. Sure enough, it was full of explosives. Sui frowned and said to Ling Yuanfeng, "Ling Yuanfeng, why are there so many explosives here?" But Ling Yuanfeng disagreed. He smiled and looked at Sui and said, "Sui, don't you understand? They must have stored enough explosives here to deal with emergencies." But Sui shook his head. Sui always felt that things were not as simple as they seemed, and Sui breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, he raised his head, looked at Ling Yuanfeng and said, "Ling Yuanfeng, I feel like there's something fishy going on here. We'd better be careful." Ling Yuanfeng sighed and nodded. The other members of the team closed the door easily. They walked in and said nervously, "Sui, what's the situation now?" Sui breathed a sigh of relief. He waved his hand and asked everyone to come over. These people were a little surprised. They looked around and were surprised and happy. If they could bring these explosives back and use them, it would be a huge profit. Sui shook his head. His mind was very clear. They had too few people. It would be impossible to take these explosives back. Sui breathed a sigh of relief and said to everyone, "You think too much. I don't intend to take these explosives back, but we must destroy them." Ling Yuanfeng nodded, opened the box carelessly, and searched through it bit by bit. At this moment, Ling Yuanfeng was shocked. He frowned and looked at Sui and said, "Sui, come over here quickly, there is a timed explosive here." Hearing this, Sui was shocked. He took 2 steps at a time and walked forward and looked at Ling Yuanfeng, but Ling Yuanfeng looked very panicked. At this time, the members of the team also heard it, and they ran over with nervous faces. "What's going on? Why is there a timer mixed in with these explosives?" Ling Yuanfeng said with embarrassment. "After I opened it, the timer went off automatically. I think they knew we would go into the basement." Sui frowned. Now Sui had no time to think about it. He quickly took out the time explosive and observed it carefully. It would explode in 2 hours. Sui clenched his fist silently and said to Ling Yuanfeng. Ling Yuanfeng, it seems that this is all their conspiracy. It doesn't matter. This timed explosive is not that scary. Ling Yuanfeng swallowed his saliva and asked Sui softly. Sui, do you have any good solution now? But Sui shook his head. He breathed a sigh of relief, and stared at Ling Yuanfeng helplessly. There must be only 2 hours left for the explosives. Sui didn't want to waste any more time. He raised his head and looked at Ling Yuanfeng and said, Ling Yuanfeng, take out the timed explosives. Ling Yuanfeng nodded, heaved a sigh of relief, and took the timed explosives carefully. At this time, Sui looked around again and saw many weapons around. Some of these weapons are of high quality, but some are very old. Sui turned around and said to the members of the team, Everyone, stop standing there and hurry up to find usable weapons and bring them back. If you leave them here, they will just be blown up anyway. Hearing this, the members of the team nodded. They hurried forward and started to choose carefully. At this time, the members of the team exclaimed and took out a small box. Chapter 194, Want to Dismantle, Encounter Danger. Sui frowned, thinking that they were in danger, so he ran over as fast as he could and asked them what was wrong. The other members of the team shook their heads. At this time, the leader came forward and looked at Sui and said, Sui, the weapons in this small box are all of high quality. Please take a look. After saying that, he opened the small box. The weapons inside the box were dazzling and colorful. Sui nodded with satisfaction. These were the latest type of guns. He never expected that these Star Country soldiers would put these guns here. But Sui still had a bad feeling in his heart. He raised his head and looked at everyone and said, You guys step back. I want to see if there's a timed explosive in this. Everyone nodded. They took 2 steps back and looked at the box in front of them with vigilance. Sui searched carefully, and finally, he saw the explosives at the bottom of the box. Sui shook his head helplessly. The Star Country soldiers were very cunning. It seemed that they wanted to prevent others from taking away these weapons and explosives. However, Sui had made up his mind and no one could shake him. Sui raised his head and looked at everyone and said, Leave all these explosives here, and you can take the weapons away. Everyone nodded, but at the same time, they were a little worried. They looked at Sui and whispered, Sir, if we take these weapons away, what should we do with these explosives? Sui sighed and said seriously, Don't worry, these explosives won't explode until 2 hours later. We can do a lot of things during this time. The members of these teams nodded and said nothing more. Ling Yuanfeng slowly walked forward and said to Sui, Sui, what should we do now? Sui pointed at the box next to him and spoke loudly. Go open all those boxes and check carefully to see if there are any timed explosives. Ling Yuanfeng nodded. As expected, almost every box contained time explosives, he said with disdain. These soldiers from the Star Country are so stupid. Even if we move the weapons away, what can they do if these timed explosives are left here? Sui nodded, patted Ling Yuanfeng on the shoulder and whispered, Ling Yuanfeng, let's not sit idle anymore. In this way, Sui and Ling Yuanfeng also began to move the weapons vigorously. They moved away all the weapons they liked. Sui and Ling Yuanfeng returned to the barracks, and Sui wiped the sweat off his head. He looked at Ling Yuanfeng and said, Ling Yuanfeng, let's sit down and rest for a while. Ling Yuanfeng shook his head, looked at Sui and said seriously, Sui, I'm still worried. I have to go back and dismantle the explosives. Hearing this, Sui frowned. Dismantling explosives can be very risky, he said while looking at Ling Yuanfeng. Ling Yuanfeng, have you thought it through? If you fail, you might lose your life. Ling Yuanfeng nodded. He clenched his fist silently, looked at Sui and said, Sui, if the explosives explode, our whereabouts will be exposed. For safety reasons, we can't just leave it alone. Sui breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at his watch and saw that there was only 1 hour left before the explosion. He picked up the teacup on the table and drank from it in big gulps. Soon, Sui wiped his mouth contentedly, and he looked at Ling Yuanfeng and said, Ling Yuanfeng, sit down and rest for a while. There is no rush to dismantle the explosives. Chapter 195 Returning again, a few people panting. Ling Yuanfeng nodded. They both were panting and had finally arrived here. Ling Yuanfeng looked at Sui and said seriously. Sui, do you think those Star Country soldiers have returned now? Sui shook his head, breathed a sigh of relief, and said to Ling Yuanfeng. Ling Yuanfeng, don't worry. If they can't find us, they will naturally return to report to the leader as quickly as possible. You don't have to worry. Ling Yuanfeng finally felt relieved, but he was still worried about the time explosives, so Ling Yuanfeng took a deep breath and looked at Sui and said, Sui, I still can't sit down, why don't I go over and take a look first? Sui hesitated for a moment, but finally he waved his hand and said to Ling Yuanfeng, Okay, in that case I'll go back with you. Ling Yuanfeng smiled with relief. Just like that, Sui and Ling Yuanfeng rushed back as fast as they could. Ling Yuanfeng walked forward slowly. He looked at the timed explosive in front of him and wiped the sweat from his head. They came here as quickly as possible, so there is still time to dismantle the explosives. Sui looked at Ling Yuanfeng. He always felt that the structure of the timed explosive in front of him was unusual. Sui frowned, pushed Ling Yuanfeng away and spoke loudly. Ling Yuanfeng, retreat! I feel like this fixed explosive is not ordinary. Hearing this, Ling Yuanfeng was stunned for a moment. What did Sui mean by this? He could only stand up obediently. Sui walked forward slowly, squatted down, and observed the explosives in front of him. Soon, Sui slowly lowered his head. He fiddled with it for a long time. Finally, he stood up and looked at Ling Yuanfeng and said, Ling Yuanfeng, don't waste your energy. This kind of explosives cannot be dismantled at all. Hearing this, Ling Yuanfeng was stunned for a moment. He frowned and asked Sui, Sui, what do you mean by that? Why can't this kind of explosives be defused? Sui shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, Ling Yuanfeng, this explosive is specially made and is different from ordinary explosives. If you forcefully dismantle it, it will explode immediately. Ling Yuanfeng frowned, and was very nervous at the moment. But Ling Yuanfeng still didn't want to believe in evil. He lowered his head and carefully observed the explosives in front of him. At this moment, Sui and the others suddenly heard a burst of dense footsteps. Sui and Ling Yuanfeng were shocked. Sui grabbed Ling Yuanfeng's hand, and the two of them climbed up to the beam with great effort. Sure enough, a group of Singaporean soldiers rushed in. They looked around the room and saw the timed explosives on the ground. They were dumbfounded. The supplies they stored here disappeared early, and the Singaporean soldiers couldn't believe it. Moreover, time explosives were everywhere. The Singaporean soldiers were trembling with anger, and the leader said angrily, What is going on? Who came here? But these Singaporean soldiers didn't dare to make a sound. They shook their heads, completely unaware that the general was furious. He picked up his gun and pointed it at the subordinate next to him. The subordinate was so scared that he was shaking all over. He fell to his knees in front of the general and said loudly, General, we didn't know. Please forgive me. We will definitely bring the murderer to justice. The general snorted twice and looked at them and said, You are a bunch of useless people. What use are you? We asked you to look after this place, but now all the supplies here have been stolen. How are we going to explain this to the leaders? The soldiers slowly lowered their heads. Chapter 196 Deal with them and learn a lesson. Some soldiers were so frightened that their legs and feet went limp. They fell to their knees and looked at the general and said, I beg you to forgive me, General. The general was very nervous. He walked back and forth inside, looking at the soldiers and speaking in a low voice. Hurry up and take a look to see if there are any valuable weapons here. The soldiers hurried forward to check, but unfortunately, all the valuable weapons had been moved away by Sui, Ling Yuanfeng, and others. Sui breathed a sigh of relief quietly. The two of them were on the beam. If the general raised his head, he would be able to see them. Ling Yuanfeng was very nervous. Sui winked at Ling Yuanfeng, because this time the general only brought a few people to inspect, and he and Ling Yuanfeng were both agile and could definitely handle it. Sui had made up his mind that if he was discovered, he would jump down as quickly as possible and kill them. Ling Yuanfeng understood what Sui meant and nodded immediately. The two men kept communicating with their eyes. At this moment, the general was furious. He stomped his feet in anger, and dirt seeped out of the beams. The general was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have noticed something. He slowly raised his head and just happened to look Sui in the eye. Sui did not delay. He jumped down immediately and kicked the general to the ground. The general was gasping for breath and screaming in agony. At this time, the soldiers also found something wrong, but Ling Yuanfeng jumped behind them and eliminated them as quickly as possible. Sui and Ling Yuanfeng then breathed a sigh of relief. The general rolled his eyes in fear and soon fainted. Sui burst out laughing, turned around and looked at Ling Yuanfeng and said, "Ling Yuanfeng, let's tie up the general first." In this way, they tied the general in the room. The general woke up in a daze and cursed at Sui. "Sui, you are so despicable. Why are you here? Did you move those weapons?" Sui nodded, raised his eyebrows, looked at the general in front of him and said, "General, you guessed right. Don't struggle anymore. We have already dealt with your men." At this time, Ling Yuanfeng walked over carelessly, and Sui walked up to him and spoke softly. "How is it, have their bodies been dealt with?" Ling Yuanfeng nodded and said seriously, "Don't worry, I dumped the bodies in a deserted corner. No one should find them." Sui heaved a sigh of relief. There were only 20 minutes left for the explosives. Sui raised his head and looked at the general and said, "General, do you know how to dismantle this explosive? Your life is in his hands now." After saying this, Sui raised his eyebrows proudly. The general was trembling with fear, but his rank was too low, and he had no idea about the existence of this kind of time explosive. He looked at Sui and stammered, "Sui, please let me go. I still want to live. I didn't even know there was a time bomb here." Sui burst into laughter, shook his head and looked at the general and said, "In that case, there is no way I can save you." After saying that, Sui turned around and wanted to leave, but Ling Yuanfeng was unusually determined. He shook his head and looked at Sui and said, "Sui, we can't leave so soon." Sui was a little surprised. He looked at Ling Yuanfeng and said in a low voice, "Ling Yuanfeng, why don't you want to leave?" Ling Yuanfeng sighed and looked at Sui and said, "Sui, if there is an explosion here, it will definitely cause quite a stir, and we will be exposed then." Chapter 197, At a Loss, Time Bomb. Sui felt helpless. He nodded and said to Ling Yuanfeng, "Ling Yuanfeng, in your opinion, what do you want to do?" Ling Yuanfeng picked up another timed explosive. As long as he could break this timed explosive, the next ones would not be a problem. Ling Yuanfeng wiped the sweat from his head and said to Sui, "Sui, we must detonate all these timed explosives." Ling Yuanfeng turned around and looked at the general. He put the gun against the general's forehead. The general was trembling with fear. He looked at Ling Yuanfeng and said nervously, "Sir, please forgive me. I really don't know how to break this explosive." Hearing this, Ling Yuanfeng just felt like laughing. He curled his lips and looked at the general and said, "General, stop pretending. You are one of them, so you should know." But the general shook his head. He wanted to cry but had no tears. His rank was too low and the leader would never summon him. So this was a conspiracy between the leader and other generals, and he naturally didn't know about it. Seeing him like this, Sui felt a little impatient. Sui turned around and looked at Ling Yuanfeng and said, "Ling Yuanfeng, don't force him anymore. Judging from his appearance, he really doesn't know." Ling Yuanfeng breathed a sigh of relief and said helplessly, "Sui, the next thing is still not easy to deal with." Sui nodded and chuckled. In fact, Sui was not worried about their exposure, and he also wanted to take this opportunity to give them a warning. But Ling Yuanfeng didn't think so. Ling Yuanfeng said seriously, "Sui, if we leave now, the residents nearby will be in trouble." Sui was a little hesitant. Actually, what Ling Yuanfeng said was not unreasonable. Sui sighed and said to Ling Yuanfeng, "Well, in that case, we'll stay." Ling Yuanfeng was overjoyed and nodded quickly. Ling Yuanfeng began to observe the structure of the explosives, but he looked at it for a long time and was still confused. At this time, the general said tremblingly, "Have you guys seen it? Let's solve it quickly. And if you have any questions, you can ask me. I will tell you everything I know." Sui naturally knew that the general was trying to show goodwill, but Sui was very calm. He looked up at the general and said, "You said it yourself? Your rank is low, and important things generally won't be told to you. So you are of no use to us. When the time comes, you will disappear along with this house. Ling Yuanfeng glared at Sui. He curled his lips and spoke in a low voice. Sui, be careful with your words. If I'm not mistaken, there are villagers nearby. Let's dismantle this explosive. But Sui's mind was not on dismantling the explosives. Sui looked at Ling Yuanfeng and said seriously, Ling Yuanfeng, don't you think that this kind of explosives must have been planned by the Xinghua soldiers for a long time? They must have placed it here for a long time, but this time they just wanted to test whether we appeared here. Ling Yuanfeng nodded. He breathed a sigh of relief and said to Sui, Sui, your guess is correct. They wanted to blow us up without anyone noticing, but their wishful thinking was wrong. We just turned the box upside down. Sui burst into laughter and shook his head. These Star Country soldiers were really too stupid. The general sighed. He still wanted to continue to show goodwill to Sui. But Sui felt annoyed, so he walked up to the general and grabbed him by the collar. Chapter 198 Perseverance, Sui's Strategy. The general was stunned for a moment. He stared at Sui with a flattering look and spoke in a low voice. Sir, what's wrong with you? If you have anything to say, please talk to me politely and don't get angry. But Sui shook his head, and calmly took out the thing in the general's hand, which was a sound transmission device. Sui looked at the general in front of him with a half-smile, and the general was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He forced a smile and looked at Sui and said, Sui, listen to my explanation. This is all a misunderstanding. At this moment, a voice came from the voice transmitter. What's wrong, General? Are you in danger? At this time, the general refused to say a word. He gritted his teeth and lowered his head silently. Sui breathed a sigh of relief. He handed the voice transmitter to the general and looked at him seriously. The general curled his lips, his tone as calm as possible. No, I'm just patrolling outside. I'll be back soon, don't worry. The person above nodded and greeted the general. The call between the two of them was terminated. The general swallowed in fear. Ling Yuanfeng heard the noise and walked over slowly. When Ling Yuanfeng learned that the general in front of him wanted to contact the outside world and arrest the two of them, he felt it was ironic. He walked up and beat the general up. The general was beaten black and blue and begged for mercy repeatedly. My lords, I was wrong. I will never do it again. Please forgive me. Hearing this, Ling Yuanfeng smiled easily. He walked forward, looked at the general and said, Everything you just said was just to slow us down, right? So you must know the configuration of this explosive. You'd better tell me quickly, or I will kill you now. The general wanted to cry but had no tears. He quickly shook his head and looked at Ling Yuanfeng and said, Sir, you really misunderstood me. I really didn't know, and I did want to be clever and escape just now, but now isn't my hope shattered? Ling Yuanfeng didn't believe it at all. He walked forward and kicked the general in the thigh. The general cried out in pain, but Ling Yuanfeng did not show any mercy on him. Ling Yuanfeng sneered twice and said to the general, If you still don't want to tell the truth, don't blame me for being rude. The general's heart was in his throat, but he really had no idea about the configuration of the explosives. Sui walked forward and said lazily, Ling Yuanfeng, don't waste your time. There is no way to dismantle this kind of explosives. He is just a piece of trash. What's the point of asking him? Hearing this, Ling Yuanfeng felt helpless. He shook his head. He was still unwilling to give up. He looked at Sui and said seriously, Sui, when we came here, I saw some residents. They are nearby. These explosives are extremely powerful, and I'm afraid their lives will be in jeopardy. Sui hesitated a little. He squatted down again and observed carefully, but Sui had no idea what to do with this kind of explosives. Sui patted Ling Yuanfeng on the shoulder and whispered, Ling Yuanfeng, we must have other ways, and I always feel that this general knows something. The two of them kept their eyes on the general. The general felt frightened by their stares, but he didn't dare to say anything more. He could only smile. Seeing him like this, Sui shook his head. Sui hated hypocritical people the most. Sui walked over slowly, grabbed the general by the collar and said loudly, How do you dismantle this explosive? If you can't tell me, you'll be buried here with me. Chapter 199 Ling Yuanfeng's Thoughts and Everyone's Mentality. Ling Yuanfeng let out a long breath, and Lin Hao seemed to see what Ling Yuanfeng was thinking. He had heard Sui tell a little story about Ling Yuanfeng before. He also knew that Ling Yuanfeng was eager for revenge, but many things could not be easily solved by revenge. If you keep holding on to this mentality and don't think about the problem, then when the time comes, you'll worry about not getting paid, and that will only get you into trouble. This is not chivalry at all. This is stupidity. Okay, Ling Yuanfeng, I know you really want to take revenge, but Sui has already told you to stay here, so please don't cause me any more trouble, okay? We are 3 people, but we are a team. If you disobey orders and ask others to rescue you, if they find you dead, you won't be the only one. I hope you can stop wasting your time and think about your comrades. Just like Sui said, this war is not just about using military weapons. Lin Hao frowned, turned around and looked at Ling Yuanfeng below and said this. Ling Yuanfeng nodded. He also understood what Lin Hao wanted to say to him, but sometimes, it was really difficult to control emotions. It doesn't matter, Lin Hao, you have to understand that you still have Sui and me by your side, right? We all know the hatred in your heart, and we also know that you want to kill Xinghua and the others. We feel the same way in our hearts, so I sincerely hope that you can trust us. Give us some of the responsibilities you have on your shoulders and let us complete them for you. Wouldn't you feel better if you did that? Don't you think so? Don't bear so many things by yourself. It will crush you. It's better for us to share the burden. After all, we are brothers. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Hao smiled, patted Ling Yuanfeng on the shoulder, and said this to her. Ling Yuanfeng nodded slightly. For some reason, when he heard Lin Hao say this to him, Ling Yuanfeng felt as if a warm current was flowing into his heart. I felt very happy and joyful last time, yes. Many times, I put too much pressure on myself, so much so that I gradually lose my direction and cannot see the road ahead clearly. He couldn't see clearly the surrounding environment, but the words Lin Hao just said to him instantly woke him up. Yes, he is not completely penniless. Doesn't he still have these friends around him? These friends can all accompany me, so why should I worry so much? Thank you so much, Lin Hao and Sui. I was too willful and didn't consider so many things. It was my mistake, but don't worry, I will definitely follow Sui and your instructions in the future. I will not act alone again. Although I want revenge, I will not implicate you. If I want revenge, I will not harm such a powerful country like Star Country. It's definitely not enough to rely on my own strength, so I hope Lin Hao and Sui can help me. I hope you can lend me a helping hand, okay? Chapter 200 Sincere Thoughts, Expressed in Words. Ling Yuanfeng raised his head and looked at Lin Hao in front of him with a frown, then said this with a sincere look on his face. Lin Hao smiled and patted Ling Yuanfeng's shoulders heavily several times, but he didn't say anything. It's just that his expression expresses his meaning. That's what he means. Sometimes, things between men don't require words to be understood, as both parties can understand what each other wants to express. Okay, what's wrong? You've figured it out now, so I won't continue to explain some things to you in detail. We just need to wait here for Sui to come back. Lin Hao said this. Ling Yuanfeng nodded. He was of course clear about it. At this moment, on the other side, Sui had already arrived at this space. He looked around and did not find anything particularly strange. He looked carefully but still didn't find anything else, but the man always felt that there were no weapons in this place. It seems like there's something else there. But she wasn't quite sure what it was. Generally speaking, Suyi's sixth sense is quite accurate, so he will look for it for a while longer. If you can't find it again, then it may really be gone, and it was caused by your own misjudgment. Sui shook his head helplessly, and at this moment, Sui accidentally stepped on something and his hand accidentally touched the ground. Logically speaking, the ground should be solid. But when Suyi's hand touched the ground, he heard a hollow sound. If Sui guessed correctly, there should be a small secret room. Sui smiled slightly, and he really thought he was right. If that was the case, he would take a look at what it was. He didn't think so now, so he knocked lightly a few times. It was indeed a very empty sound. He originally wanted to lift it up, but no matter how he did it. Still unable to get him up, Sui frowned helplessly, and at this moment, he took out a cigarette and saw a very strange vase. Logically speaking, The vase should be placed in a corner to be safer so as to prevent it from being accidentally broken. But the vase was placed right at the door, and right in front of this place. Suiyu felt something was wrong. Maybe this flower pot is where the mechanism is. Sui slowly approached, then fumbled around for a while and found out that there was no button, so he gently turned it a few times. Sure enough, the place at the bottom was opened directly. Sui snorted coldly and then took a careful look. He originally thought that there was some gold, silver, jewelry or something like that in there. But I didn't expect it to be a piece of paper. Sui was stunned for a moment, not knowing what was written on the paper. So I picked it up, and found that it was actually a map. Interesting, really interesting. This place should be the defense map of their Star Country soldiers. It really pays off to those who work hard. Oh my God, you are so kind to me that I can find them so easily. The defense map is really great. If I had this map, I would know where their military deployment is, and everything would be much easier.